Neezy, Neezy, wake up. Guard the natural enemy. I will never let you go even if I die. Qin Lang, you were no match for me when you were alive, but will I be afraid of you when you die? Oh, what's the difference between a power that can't even protect your own woman and trash? Guan Tian enemy. I'll fucking kill you. Die. Dot, 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 dot. In the cramped rental house, Qin Lang sat up suddenly. His shirt and bedding were soaked with sweat. He was panting heavily, and his bloodshot pupils were full of anger. But soon this anger turned into confusion. His community had just been captured by hostile forces. His comrades, friends, and women were all killed. He was also shot. Why did he suddenly appear here? What is this place? Why does it look like the apartment I lived in 5 years ago? Qin Lang murmured to himself, his eyes falling on the old-fashioned mobile phone beside his pillow. He clicked on a mobile phone and stared at the time displayed on the mobile phone, stunned. July 3rd, 2077. July 3rd. This is the day before the end of the world begins. I'm reborn. Qin Lang was a little unbelievable and a little excited. Outside the window, you can see the endless flow of people and vehicles, and the air is filled with the sweet aroma of bread. Qin Lang spent a full 5 minutes to make sure that he was not dreaming. In ecstasy, he opened a loan on his mobile phone, such as Xiaoman loan, Gudong Gold Bar, no money to spend, etc., and transfer the more than 300,000 yuan in it. The credit limit was loaned out. In less than 12 hours, the apocalypse will come. By then, human civilization will be completely destroyed, replaced by the laws of the apocalypse, and money will naturally become the most useless thing. But before that, these scattered pieces of silver are still of some use. Brother Qin, let's go out. Would you like to try some freshly baked cream puffs? Building. Qin Lang stopped and looked at the bakery owner in front of him, who seemed to be loyal, but actually was treacherous. A trace of imperceptible viciousness flashed in his pupils. In his previous life, he was almost killed by Li Cho. In my previous life, I was too. Being naive and like an idiot will never happen again in this life. Thinking of this, Qin Lang smiled slightly and said, Brotherly, let me borrow your van. Li Cho threw the car keys to him without thinking. No problem, just use it. Qin Lang walked a few steps, turned around, and said, Be sure to pick up more cards at night, especially the colored ones. Li Cho was a little confused and wanted to ask what the card was, but when he turned around, Qin Lang had already driven away. Qin Lang spent 6 hours shopping, and another 6 hours forcing himself to rest, and it was 11:50 in the evening. He threw away the cigarette, but in his hand, put it out with all his strength, carried his mountaineering bag on his chest, and placed a brand new mountain bike under his crotch. Xing City Center Pedestrian Street is the busiest place in Xing City. However, it was already early in the morning and there were almost no people on the street. When the time pointed to 12 o'clock, a buzzer sounded like it came from outside the planet, and then it started pouring rain. The difference from the past is that the rain in the past was rainwater, but the rain now is cards the size of playing cards. These cards are numerous and densely packed. Cards come in different colors: white, green, blue, silver, gold. Gold card. Qin Lang keenly locked onto the gold card dozens of meters away. His eyes were wild, and he rushed over with all his strength. Without any accidents, Qin Lang successfully pocketed the gold card and stuffed it directly into his jacket pocket. What is this? What's going on? Did the plane transporting poker explode? No flying objects were seen. What are these cards for? Residents near the pedestrian street walked out of their homes one after another and looked at the rain of cards with doubts in their eyes. At this moment, Qin Lang was frantically picking up the cards without any selection. No matter what color the cards were, he put them all into the mountaineering bag. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 1. Rebirth Before the End of the World, February 2nd. They are all extremely important strategic resources, bar none. Soon a hiking bag was filled with thousands of cards. Qin Lang hung the mountaineering bag full of cards on the back seat of the car, took out the new bag, and started repeating the action. While picking up the cards, he was also observing to see if there were any silver or above cards. Those must be picked up first to maximize his survival rate in the end of the world. Huh, is that? Suddenly, Qin Lang's pupils tightened. In the rain of cards falling from the sky, there was a card flashing with colorful light, floating slowly towards the front. Dot, dot, colorful legendary card. Qin Lang swallowed deeply, rushed towards the legend card, and held the colored card firmly in his palm with a flying swoop. The rain of cards finally stopped for an hour, and Qin Lang also successfully filled 13 bags of cards. He almost filled the entire pedestrian street with cards, roughly estimated to be more than 10,000. Looking at the bulging mountaineering bags in the storage space of the van, it would be false to say he wasn't excited. He had never fought so richly. At that time, more and more people were going out to pick up cards. In order to avoid attracting attention, Qin Lang drove away from the pedestrian street, went to the hotel he booked early in the morning, and transported his hiking bags to the presidential suite. These should be enough. Now we just wait for the sunrise. Qin Lang was lying on the bed, breathing heavily. Suddenly his cell phone rang. It was Li Cho calling. "Brother Xiaoqin, where are you?" "Brother Li, is there something wrong? What are these cards for? Did you pick up a lot?" "Yeah, these cards are colorful and pretty." Qin Lang sat up and was a little surprised. "Do you have a color card?" "Yes, there's one color card, one gold card, and 3 silver cards. The white card and the green card are the most numerous. There are hundreds of them. I'm in a hotel. Bring the card and come to me. I'll tell you something." "Okay, but it's hard to take a taxi now. I'll have to get there later." "Waiting for you, don't rush." 3:40 in the morning. Li Cho knocked on the door and walked in. He put all the cards in a worn-out school bag, almost half a school bag, and there were hundreds of them. "You really pick it up a lot." Li Cho laughed and said, "That's because you reminded me. Otherwise, why would I pick this thing up?" "Brother Xiaoqin, what's going on?" Li Cho was full of doubts. Qin Lang groaned and said, "Are you willing to give me the color card?" "Okay." Li Cho took out the colorful card from his arms and handed it to Qin Lang. Qin Lang took a deep breath, put the legendary cards away, and said in a serious tone, "Brother Li, these cards will not show their effect until the end of the world at 8 o'clock in the morning. Since you gave me the legendary cards, in exchange, I will give you a suggestion. While there is still time, pick up cards. The more you pick up, the greater your chance of surviving the end of the world, especially the colored cards." Li Cho smiled bitterly. "Brother Xiaoqin, your expression scares me a bit. Are you serious?" "I'm not kidding you." Li Cho accidentally glanced at the dozen mountaineering bags in the corner from the corner of his eye. Without saying anything, he turned around and went out. Qin Lang, who had caught this greedy look in his eyes, just smiled secretly. Time passed by, and the east became fish-belly white. 7:30. There is still half an hour until the end. Li Cho knocked on the door again and said breathlessly, "Brother Xiaoqin, I'm back. These are my 2 cousins." Behind Li Cho were 2 young men, both 18 or 19 years old. Qin Lang nodded, let the 3 people into the room without any precautions, and closed the door smoothly. "Brother Xiaoqin, you picked up a lot, so much," Li Cho said with a smile. Qin Lang smiled lightly. "Yes. Brother, please give us a few packages. We went out late, and many cards were picked up in advance." The young man on the left spoke with a smile, deliberately lifting his shirt to reveal the dagger pin to his waistband. Qin Lang was stunned and said in panic, "Brotherly, what do you mean?" Li Cho smiled with a bit of viciousness. "Brother Qin, don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. I just want to borrow some cards from you. The 3 of us just walked around outside and didn't get much. So you want to rob me? Don't say robbery is so ugly. Just borrow it. You have so much, you won't mind, right?" Li Cho spread his hands. "Okay, I'll give you a bag each." Qin Lang sighed and went to get the backpack. Dot, dot. The young man stretched out his hand to take it, and a cold saber suddenly stabbed his throat. The young man didn't react at all. His throat was cut instantly, and blood gushed out. He fell down with his eyes wide open, one hand covering his throat, and the other hand grabbing something in the air. "Old second brother." Li Cho was shocked and looked at Qin Lang in disbelief. "You killed him?" Qin Lang seemed to have changed into a different person, with a calm expression, as if killing someone was as easy as eating and drinking for him. I expected you to do this. Qin Lang rubbed the blood on the saber on his clothes and spoke calmly. Li Chu took a breath, knelt down, and begged for mercy. Little brother Qin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have evil thoughts about you. Let's go now. This is the card we picked up before. I'll give it to you. We don't want anything. Brotherly. Do you know why I told you about picking up the card? What? Did you do it on purpose? Qin Lang shook his head and walked over, smiling. Of course, because I know you are greedy. 8 o'clock in the morning. The originally blue sky suddenly turned black, and a huge monster face that was difficult to describe in words broke out from the clouds. It was a big face with countless eye sockets that covered the sky and the sun. Just as people were panicking, blood balls oozed out of every eye socket. Thousands of blood balls fell and soon hit the ground. /U003C. BR/U003 strangely. These blood balls did not destroy the house, but stuck to the ground or wall like sticky things. The blood balls were large and small. The big ones were 5 or 6 meters high and 3 or 4 meters in diameter, and the small ones were only 1 or 2 meters high and half a meter in diameter. Some brave people came closer and poked the blood balls with baseball bats, and found that they were soft, and the baseball bats poked in without any hindrance. It seems that something is moving inside. So disgusting. Someone found that there were creatures in the blood balls and was about to leave the scene, and then there was a crash. Several bloody humanoid creatures rushed out of the blood balls, pressed down the nearest person, and bit him hard on the face. Amid screams, the man was torn into pieces. Zombie! Run! Help! The end of the world has come, and the world has turned into purgatory. And this is just the beginning. The official name of this thing is Blood Corpse. Qin Lang silently lowered the curtains, his expression extremely calm. The scene outside the window was not even an appetizer for him, a survivor who had lived in the apocalypse for 5 years. It would be best if you could give me a talent or skill. Qin Lang took out 2 legendary colored cards and turned one over. In the colorful halo, Qin Lang saw the words attached to the card, Talented Super Recovery Body. The Super Recovery Body turns the owner into a Super Recovery Body, and the wound can heal itself in a very short time. This talent. Qin Lang was excited, and his mouth twitched slightly. He recalled some horrible memories. In his previous life, his community. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 2 full of talents. 2 halves. Had been attacked by a holder of the Super Recovery Body talent, and almost wiped out. In the end, after paying a painful price of hundreds of people, the holder of the Super Recovery Body was barely eliminated. Crack! Qin Lang tore off the colored card, and suddenly a heat spread throughout his body, and he was full of strength. Qin Lang drew out his saber and cut a hole in his left arm. As blood gushed out, the wound healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not bad. Qin Lang turned the second legendary card over and was speechless. Item in Shao Hut. And Shao Hut covers an area of 200 square meters with a separate door and courtyard, and has an absolute defense barrier that can resist H-level bomb attacks. The small courtyard I saw in the center of the lake before should be in Shao Hut. In the second year of the apocalypse, he went out to look for resources to avoid the pursuit of the night demon, and hid in Shao Hut. Unfortunately, the owner of the house had already died. He was not attacked by monsters, but could not withstand the extreme weather and was trapped to death in Shao Hut due to lack of supplies. In the apocalypse, the horror is not only those strange monsters, but also extreme weather, such as extreme cold, scorching heat, poisonous rain, methane, etc. Strategic items, I shouldn't use them right now. Although the Xiaowu has extremely strong defensive capabilities, it has a huge disadvantage, that is, it cannot be moved. Qin Lang has no plans to settle down in one place at the moment. Putting the Xiaowu card close to his body, Qin Lang opened a school bag. This school bag was brought by Li Chu and the other 2. There are also many cards in it. The 3 of them together had about 600 cards, most of which were white and green, and there were only a few blue and silver cards. There are too many cards. It's very troublesome to sort them out. It would be great if Nizi was here. Qin Lang sighed. It has always been Feng Xiaoni's job to sort the cards. Nizi, in my last life, my abilities were limited and I couldn't protect you. In this life, I will never let anyone hurt you. Chance, wait for me. I will come to you soon. Loosening his clenched fists, Qin Lang took out 10 gold cards from his shirt. Talent, super physical strength, which maximizes the physical strength of the owner. Talent, punch fighter makes the owner's fists as powerful as cannonballs. Talent, night vision allows the owner to see clearly even in the middle of the night. Talent, the second channel of run and do allows the owner to open the second channel of run and do, and the true energy flows on its own. Weapon, black knife cutting metal is a knife that can easily cut through metal, and the effect is better when combined with sword skills. Weapons, Timberwolf sniper rifle, nothing can stand up to one shot from this thing, but if it does, use two. Resources, a Manhan banquet with delicacies that can boost morale. Tools, advanced power generation devices can generate electricity for a long time when used with batteries. The vehicle, Will-o'-the-Wisp, is in trouble, and everyone praises it. Vehicle, a sturdy little RV, is home wherever it goes. Overall, Qin Lang is very satisfied because this batch of gold cards is of high quality. Regardless of super physical strength or heavy punch fighter, they're all T0 talents in the gold card. They are of great use in the early stages of the apocalypse. The strategic significance of cutting gold with a black knife and a sturdy small RV needs no introduction. One is to strengthen the attack ability, and the other is its mobility, which is perfect. Help, help! Bang! Just when Qin Lang was studying his talent, the door to the room was suddenly knocked open. A woman in ragged clothes and almost half-naked fell in. Behind her were 3 bloody corpses, one of which was holding an unlucky person in its mouth. Egg arm! Help! The young woman screamed and stretched out her hand. Qin Lang walked over and punched 3 times. The 3 bloody corpses, without exception, all had their heads exploded and brain fluid splattered everywhere. Chapter 3, You're Gonna Die, 1/2. Lin Wanner was petrified and stared blankly at the 3 bloody corpses falling to the ground. It took her a long time to realize that she was almost naked, and she hurriedly covered her body. Thank you, Lin Wanner thanked Qin Lang gratefully, and suddenly found 3 male corpses lying less than 2 meters away from her, and the carpet in the room was almost stained red with blood. Don't worry about these corpses, Qin Lang reminded with a faint smile, looking at the woman in front of him, slightly stunned. Lin Wanner? What a coincidence that we met her on the first day of the apocalypse. In his previous life, Qin Lang met Lin Wanner half a month after the end of the world began. It was with the help of this woman that he barely survived. Later, their community was invaded by a zombie wave, and he has never seen her again since then. Strictly speaking, Lin Wanner once saved his life and was one of the few good people in the apocalyptic environment. Qin Lang threw a white card to Lin Wanner and said, "Tear it open." Tear it apart. Lin Wanner was stunned and obediently tore the white card open. The next second, the torn card turned into a white shirt out of thin air. This? Magic or dream? Lin Wanner pinched her long legs hard. Why isn't this a dream? What on earth is going on? Qin Lang closed the door, looked at Lin Wanner, who had changed her clothes, and said with a smile, Lin Wanner, even if you cut off your legs, you won't wake up. Lin Wanner was stunned. Do you know me? Of course I know the big star. Lin Wanner's pretty face turned red, and she felt a little guilty. What big star is not even a third-rate star? Can you tell me what's going on? What are these? Lin Wanner was no longer so nervous at this time. These are low-level blood corpses that feed on humans. Qin Lang changed the topic with a simple explanation. You are also a star after all. Why are there only one of you? Where are your companions? Lin Wanner shook her head and said, I came here a night early. The assistant had something to do and said he would arrive later. As soon as I woke up, I was chased by these monsters and blood corpses. Why is the phone out of battery? I obviously charged it. Do you have a mobile phone? Can you lend it to me to make a call? Lin Wanner found that her mobile phone had turned into a useless iron cube. It's useless, all the network, electricity, water, all failed. Qin Lang casually threw the phone to Lin Wanner. "We didn't hear the loud buzzer last night. Are you sleeping so hard?" Lin Wanner pursed her lips, a little embarrassed. "I have migraines and can't sleep without taking sleeping pills. The headache was really bad last night, so I took 2 more pills." "Reasonable." Qin Lang nodded. "I happen to be short of manpower here. Do you want to team up with me?" "Team up?" "Well, what you have to do is very simple. Just help me sort the cards, and I will be responsible for protecting your safety in daily life." Qin Lang pointed to the pile of mountaineering bags. There were 10 to 20,000 cards. He sorted them by himself and divided them until the monkey year and the horse month. It was a waste of time. Lin Wanner barely hesitated. The environment outside was complicated and there were monsters, but the man in front of her obviously knew something. She was obviously very comfortable with him, so she nodded decisively and agreed. Lin Wanner was very quick with her hands and feet. She immediately opened her hiking bag, poured out the cards inside, and sorted them under Qin Lang's reminder. Qin Lang looked at the outside world and saw that the streets were already devastated. Apart from blood cells and bloody corpses of different sizes, there are almost no traces of human activity. "Strange. Why doesn't this water quench my thirst at all?" Lin Wanner shook a bottle of mineral water and muttered to herself. "Water, including food, everything is useless. You have to look for it on the card. Just find a water card and tear it open." Qin Lang pointed to the white cards on the bed that were divided into several categories. Water, 500 milliliters. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 3, You Are Going to Die. 2 halves. Lin Wanner took out a water card and tore it open. The next second, a small bottle of water appeared in her hand. "It's amazing." Lin Wanner was amazed. After drinking it in one gulp, she wiped her mouth. "Oh no, if the phone can't get through, how do the police know we are here, and how can they save us?" "You haven't understood the situation yet. This is the end of the world. There is no law, no police, and the country no longer exists. Who do you expect to save you?" Qin Lang tore open a green card, and a bottle of black tea immediately appeared in his hand. He raised his neck and drank it. "I don't know your name yet." "Qin Lang." "Oh." Lin Wanner lowered her head and continued to sort the cards. As it approached 12 o'clock at noon, a team of humans suddenly appeared on the originally quiet street. The leader was 2 tough men holding steel knives, followed by more than a dozen young men and women. Each of them was carrying a weapon, and there was blood all around. When the corpses found human activity, they immediately roared and swarmed forward. However, the combat effectiveness of this team was unmatched. Dozens of bloody corpses were chopped into pieces before they even got close. As soon as the blood corpse here fell, someone immediately went to look for the card inside the blood corpse. "It's amazing." Lin Wanner was watching the excitement from the window and couldn't help shouting, "We are here, help." Qin Lang frowned. It was too late to do anything at this time, because the team's eyes had all looked over. Hotel lobby. "Lin Wanner, I'm your fan. I didn't expect you to be on a business trip in Star City." Zhou was very excited and introduced. "This is my brother, Zhou Wu. These are people from our community." "Hello, where are you going?" Lin Wanner asked politely. "Of course it's to kill the blood corpse and take the card. Do you want Miss Lin to come with us?" "We are very strong." Zhou looked at Qin Lang and thought that Qin Lang was Lin Wanner's assistant. So he stopped paying attention and invited Lin Wanner diligently. "Join their squad." Lin Wanner hesitated and said, "In this situation, shouldn't we find a safe place to hide? Why do we take the initiative to provoke those monsters?" Zhou Wu smiled. "Didn't my brother say that there are cards in the bodies of those blood corpses? If you're lucky and get a blue skill card, the chance of survival will be much higher." "No need. We can protect ourselves. Let's go back." Qin Lang greeted and turned to leave. Zhou raised his eyebrows. "Wait a minute, little brother. I wonder how many cards you got last night. Are there any blue or silver ones?" Qin Lang said, "As for cards, there are a few." Qin Lang took out more than a dozen silver cards from his clothes and almost made everyone's eyes pop out. "I didn't expect this to be a fat sheep. So many." Zhou Wu swallowed and winked at his elder brother Zhou. The latter nodded, his eyes full of greed. It's useless for you to take so many cards by yourself. Why not give them to us and let us keep them for you? Lin Wanner woke up and said hurriedly, we can keep it safe. Ms. Lin, this is the end of the world. There are no police and no laws. Whoever has the biggest fist has the final say. Zhou changed his previous gentle attitude, and his eyes turned sinister. Hand it over obediently. Don't force me to do anything to you. Oh, Qin Lang nodded. Would you like to guess why I keep these silver cards on me instead of using them myself? What do you mean? Zhou was stunned. It means Qin Lang clenched his fists. You are going to die. Huh. You kid is crazy about gain and loss. There are so many of us, and you. Before Zhou could finish speaking, his vision went dark, and he immediately lost consciousness completely. From the perspective of others, Qin Lang, a young man with an unattractive appearance and a well-proportioned figure, smashed Zhou's head with just one punch. When the body fell to the ground, the brains and blood were mixed together. Chapter 4 Tool Man, 1/2. Big brother. Zhou was stunned and stood there stupidly. Qin Lang tilted his head, looked at him with a half-smile, and punched out again. Snap! The body fell to the ground. The scene was deathly silent, and you could hear a pin drop. This small team, which had been so easy to kill blood corpses not long ago, was now silent, and everyone's face was full of shock and fear. Zhou and Zhou both had silver talents. How could they die so quickly without even the slightest chance to fight back? How did they know that Qin Lang was a person who had lived in the apocalypse for 5 full years, and his combat skills were master level? Not to mention having several top talents. Even if he didn't, it would not be difficult to kill them instantly. It's your turn. Just try to see if the blade is sharp. Qin Lang tore the gold card open, and an evil black knife immediately appeared in his hand. Wait. We didn't mess with you. We don't want to fight you. We're leaving here right now. More than 10 people were a little panicked and spoke one after another. Late. Qin Lang ignored it, waved his black knife to cut the gold, and plunged into the crowd. Suddenly, there were screams and broken limbs flying everywhere. What a scene from hell. It only took less than 2 minutes from Qin Lang's attack to the death of the team members. Ouch! Seeing the corpses all over the ground, Lin Wanner couldn't bear it anymore. She knelt on the ground and vomited loudly, even the gall. She never dreamed that Qin Lang, who looked gentle, could be so cruel and ruthless. There were several 17 or 18-year-old children in the team. How could he do it? Don't forget to search the body after vomiting and bring the card to me. After saying that, Qin Lang sheathed his sword and turned around without looking back. He went upstairs, leaving Lin Wanner alone in the hall, crying and vomiting. 10 minutes later, Lin Wanner reappeared in front of Qin Lang with a crying makeup, holding dozens of cards in her hand, the highest quality being blue. Qin Lang pointed to the various cards divided into different categories on the bed. Go on. I'm sorry. I won't talk too much anymore. Lin Wanner apologized with a tearful tone. If I blamed you, I would have killed you too. Qin Lang laughed it off. He did not mean to blame Lin Wanner. After all, the apocalypse had just arrived, and not many people could adapt so quickly. He changed the subject and said, You must always warn yourself that you are in the apocalypse now. There is no legal restriction in the apocalypse. Under the condition of absolute freedom, the evil of human nature will be completely unleashed. If a beauty of your caliber falls into the hands of those men, being raped is the least severe outcome. Even in the last days, there are still good people. How should I put it? Lin Wanner was a little confused. I admit it, but it won't be too much. Just do the work. Qin Lang looked harmless when he smiled, and it was difficult to connect him with the maniac who slashed people before. In the next few hours, they passed several human teams of different sizes one after another, and Lin Wanner, who had learned from past experiences, wisely learned to keep her mouth shut. At dusk, the wind brought the roar of blood corpses in the distance. It's getting dark. It's time to move around. Qin Lang muttered to himself and threw 5 silver cards to Lin Wanner. Is this? Lin Wanner was puzzled. Go hunting with me. This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 4 Toolman, 2 halves. Use these 5 cards before hunting. Lin Wanner opened the silver cards one by one and found that all 5 cards were not Halo skills. The recovery aura increases the speed of injury recovery for yourself and your allies. The aura of strange power enhances the power of yourself and your allies. Agility aura enhances the agility of yourself and your allies. The strong attack aura increases the damage done by yourself and your allies when attacking. Protective aura enhances the protective capabilities of yourself and your allies. Although Lin Wanner was a jerk, she was a smart person. If she wasn't smart, she wouldn't be able to get into the crowded entertainment industry. She felt helpless immediately and muttered in a low voice, "I just said why it took me so long to turn over silver cards. It turned out to be that I was trained to be a tool." Lin Wanner's voice was very low, but it was still heard by Qin Lang. He smiled and said, "Don't you understand? Tools are good. They eat grass and milk. Not only can they bring huge benefits to people around them, but they also have certain abilities. Self-preservation ability. Just in case I accidentally die and you're captured by another team, they are not willing to kill you. If you really don't want to be a tool, I will find a new combat type for you. Talent. Let you fight with the bloody corpse. Forget it. I'd rather be a tool." Lin Wanner shook her head repeatedly. Not to mention hand-to-hand combat. Just the rotting smell of the bloody corpse made her physically uncomfortable with a slight mysophobia. Lin Wanner learned the skills well, looked at the neat cards on the bed, and asked, "But if we go out, what will happen to these cards?" "Don't worry about being stolen." Qin Lang shook a gold card in his hand. "Just transfer the cards to the car." After speaking, Qin Lang picked up the mountaineering bag and carried it on his back. After transferring a dozen mountaineering bags to the hotel door, Qin Lang tore up the RV gold card and threw it forward, only to hear a crash sound. There was a sound, and a medium-sized RV suddenly appeared. The outer shell of the RV was covered with a full circle of iron plates and steel nails. Even the tires were reinforced, giving people a full sense of security. Gold card, a sturdy little RV. At that time, the sky had completely darkened and the city was plunged into darkness. Except for the roars of monsters who did not know where they were, the whole city was filled with a strange atmosphere. Inside the RV, the light is like daylight. Lin Wanner drank coffee and blew on the air conditioner and continued to sort the cards in an orderly manner. There was dinner in her hand, 4 steamed hairy crabs and a pot of spicy crayfish. "Don't you want to eat it? It tastes really great. It's the best hairy crab I've ever eaten." Lin Wanner took a bite of the crab leg. Qin Lang laughed it off and said, "Eat more. You'll be very busy later." Lin Wanner bit her crab legs and came to the passenger seat and asked, "Where are we going?" "Let me tell you, we have so many cards. It will be enough for 1 or 2 years. There's no need to take risks anymore. Find a place to stay. The best thing to do is to get up." Why are you looking at me like this? I have seen many apocalyptic scenes, and the protagonists are like this. First of all, the card is mine, not ours. Qin Lang flicked his finger. Secondly, it is different from reality. If you want to survive in the end of the world for a long time, you have to actively search for supplies and arm yourself as much as possible to survive until the end. If you run out, you will definitely die. Do you know why I choose to act at night? Lin Wanner shook her head. The blood zombies at night are more violent. The cards dropped are of higher quality, and a new kind of monster will appear at night. What information can be said and what information cannot be said? Qin Lang's heart is like a mirror. What is that new monster? Lin Wanner suddenly felt her scalp tightening, and a trace of fear grew in her heart. Night Stalker. Chapter 5 Night Demon, 1/2. Rose Garden Community. With the use of power cards, the power supply was restored to the community. Under the lights, people's sense of security increased sharply, and hundreds of residents burst into cheers. As expected of Xiong, you are so awesome. You will be the leader of our community from now on. You have to lead us to survive in this world. Brother Xiong is great. Lu Xiong smiled and waved his hands to everyone. Don't worry, Don't worry, as long as I, Lu Xiong, are here, those bloody corpses can't hurt you. Brother Xiong is a man with golden talent. Killing a blood corpse is as easy as eating and drinking. Several of Lu Xiong's men agreed. Li Miao, have you never dreamed that a man you've always looked down on could soar into the sky? Lu Xiong's eyes fell on a plump young woman. He smiled evilly and said, I'll do it again. You have a chance to make a choice. Will you marry me now? Li Miao said with a cold face. Lu Xiong, please put away your arrogant attitude. You just got lucky and picked up a gold card. We can also pick it up in the future. What are you proud of? You say I'm a villain? Lu Xiong's face hardened, and he rushed over and grabbed Li Miao's collar. Fuck. If it weren't for me, you would all be eaten by bloody corpses. How dare you talk to me like this? Let go of my daughter. Lu Xiong, what do you want to do? Do you really think there is no law? When order is restored, I will go to the police station to sue you. Upon seeing this, Li Miao's parents rushed forward to stop him. Sue me. Lu Xiong narrowed his eyes, with killing intent in his heart. He actually hit Li Miao's mother on the head with an axe. There was only a click, and the woman's head was split into two. She didn't even have a chance to scream. Died on the spot. Lu Xiong, you. The residents were shocked, and Li Miao and his father were also dumbfounded. They did not expect Lu Xiong to be so ruthless and kill people as he said. Mom, wife. Li Miao and his daughter burst into tears. Lu Xiong licked his lips, grabbed Li Miao's hair, and dragged her away from the body. You look down on me, right? You scold me behind my back, right? I will let you know today how upright I am. Come on. Man, give me this stinky cousin's clothes. Pick it up. Look how I fucked her hard in public. Xiong, you can't do this. We all belong to the same community. It's not good for you to do this. Some people couldn't see it and spoke out to persuade, but their voices were very weak. Not good, Lu Xiong said happily. Without me, you would have died a long time ago. Now, in this community, I have the final say. I will kill anyone who dares to say no. Lu Xiong, you beast. Let Miao Miao go. Let her go. Fuck you. Another axe hit, and Li Miao's father's head was chopped into pieces. His parents were killed in a short period of time. Li Miao couldn't bear the stimulation, screamed, and fainted on the spot. Have you fainted? It doesn't matter, I'll go ahead as usual, ha 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 ha. Lu Xiong laughed wildly and unbuttoned his belt and stood up. More than 100 residents couldn't bear to look directly at it and turned their heads away. At this time, no one noticed that at the end of the darkness, there was a huge body rushing towards the community at a speed of more than 10 meters per second, followed by dozens of swaying, bloody corpses. Inside a sturdy little RV. If the Night Stalker is so scary, why should we bother it? Lin Wanner felt numb after listening to Qin Lang's description of the Night Demon. It's fast, powerful, and has high defense. Except for being invisible to the eyes, all other attributes are basically maxed out. It's invincible. High risks mean high returns. The Night Demon could drop silver cards at the very least. If you're lucky, you could drop gold cards or even legendary color cards. But didn't you say it's so powerful that even a dozen-person sub-armed squad couldn't take it down? The Night Demon is very powerful, and I am not weak either. We're almost there. You will. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 5 Night Demon. 2 halves. Just hide in the car and turn on the halo. The RV turned into the parking space of Rose Community. The lights in the community flickered, and in the huge open space, dozens of bloody corpses were gnawing at the corpses crazily. Among the corpses, there was a huge creature. It was 2 to 3 meters tall and weighed more than 500 kilograms. Its naked body was made of pure flesh, composed of muscle lines. That's the Night Demon. Lin Wanner covered her mouth, and her eyes were bigger than a bell. She couldn't imagine how humans could win in the face of such a monster. Qin Lang quietly turned off the car lights, took out the car keys, and walked out holding the black knife Zhangjin in one hand. He has many ways to deal with Night Stalker, the simplest of which is of course a long-range headshot with a Timberwolf sniper rifle. But he really wanted to test how far his combat power had reached. The most important thing was that the rewards for melee kills were much better than long-range kills. This was the result of rigorous testing in his previous life. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, ... When the distance between the two sides was still 20 meters, the blood corpses smelled the smell of the uninvited guests. They dropped their delicious meal and roared towards them. Qin Lang calmly held a sword and slashed it out with a horizontal knife. Poof! 6 bloody corpses were split into 2. He drew his sword again, and 5 more were chopped to death. More than 20 bloody corpses were killed without even touching Qin Lang's clothes. Although Qin Lang currently does not have any sword skills, he can rely on the lethality of the black sword to kill gold and the combat experience in his previous life. Killing these ordinary blood corpses is as easy as eating and drinking. Zixixi, Zixixi. Night Demon spat out a letter as thick as his arm and slowly turned around to face Qin Lang. Compared with the blood corpse, it has a certain degree of wisdom, and its intuition tells it that the human in front of it is very strong and needs to be dealt with carefully. Qin Lang shook off the blood on the black knife and took the lead. Call. The Night Stalker is also moving. It's hard to imagine that Night Demon's body of more than 500 kilograms could jump 7 or 8 meters high and rolled towards Qin Lang like a small hill. His 2-foot-long sharp claws were crazy. Swing wildly. Be careful. Lin Wanner covered her mouth and muttered silently in her heart. Brush! Qin Lang slid under Night Demon and stabbed upward with a black knife, slashing the gold. Puff! Without any suspense, Night Demon's body was stabbed through, blood splashed everywhere, and he fell to the ground. But it didn't die. Instead, it struggled wildly on the ground, trying to get up and fight again. Qin Lang didn't give it a chance, and rushed forward and hit its twisted face hard with his right fist. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 10 punches, 20 punches. Finally, Night Demon's head was smashed violently. Call. Qin Lang exhaled a breath and waved to Lin Wanner. Come here. Lin Wanner tremblingly got out of the car and ran over. Resisting the urge to vomit, she began to rummage through the corpse for loot. Soon the spoils of this small-scale battle were revealed, including 9 white cards for green cards and 2 blue cards. 3 silver cards from Night Demon. A bit shabby, Qin Lang was very dissatisfied, but it was only 7 o'clock in the night, was still very long. Look for the corpse too. There might be a card. Qin Lang silently lit a cigarette and Lin Wanner yelled and began to rummage through the pile of corpses. Maybe it was because she saw too many corpses in one day that Lin Wanner's lower limit of nausea was refreshed. In addition to being a little nauseous at first, she gradually got used to the smell. The way she rummaged through her buttocks carefully made Qin Lang, who was in the middle of the Dragon Tiger period, the young man was a little angry. Wow, there's indeed something left behind, a bag of cards, dozens of them. Lin Wanner shouted excitedly, holding up a pack of cards. Get away! Qin Lang roared, and Lin Wanner subconsciously stepped aside. The next second, a bullet landed right where Lin Wanner was standing, making a deep crater. Chapter 6: The Password to Get Rich, 1/2. Inside a residence on the 6th floor. Damn, you didn't even hit this one. Lu Xiong cursed secretly and decisively prepared to shoot a second time. But when he saw the young man holding a black knife through the rifle scope, their eyes met. An unprecedented sense of terror surged from the bottom of my heart. It felt like being stared at by some ferocious beast. This guy's a bit scary, but if he attacks first and the opponent has the strength to kill the big monster, he will definitely not give up. There is no point in showing weakness. Boom! The moment the bullet was fired, Qin Lang sprinted and hid in the blind spot. Lu Xiong ordered with sinister eyes, guard the corridor, no matter who dares to come up and kill him directly. Okay, boss. Several younger brothers immediately went out with weapons. On the other side, Qin Lang came to the shooting blind spot under Building A2. His face was gloomy and terrifying. If he hadn't had the ability of night vision and the habit of observing the battlefield environment, and found Lu Xiong hiding on the 6th floor, Lin Wanner would have been dead just now. Call. Exhaling the smoke, Qin Lang stomped out the cigarette butt. The end of the world has just arrived, and there are people who can attack the same kind of people without hesitation. If such an antisocial personality had not met him, there is a high probability that he would be able to live well in the end of the world, because this person perfectly fits the rules of survival in the end of the world. But unfortunately, he messed with the wrong person. Qin Lang, are you okay? Lin Wanner, who was hiding behind the trash can, shouted in fear. It's okay. Just wait for me here and don't run around. Qin Lang has the key to the small RV, so he can let Lin Wanner go back to the small RV to escape, but he must be wary of others. All his blue and lower cards are in the RV. If Lin Wanner runs away in the RV, his previous work will be in vain, although the probability is not higher than 0.01. Qin Lang, looking at the building in front of him, this is a standard 6-story residential building without an elevator, with 3 households on each floor. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes to climb from the first floor to the 6th floor, but Qin Lang is not stupid enough to risk his life. If there are a lot of enhanced humans in the building, it will be very troublesome to deal with them all. The most important thing is that the talent he currently possesses cannot withstand the attack of hot weapons. Qin Lang took out a stack of silver and blue cards from the lining pocket of his clothes and tore open one of the silver cards with a smile. The next second, a bundle of explosives appeared in Qin Lang's hand. This kind of silver card explosives, Qin Lang often used them to blow up the blood heart in his previous life, and it was extremely powerful. In fact, this is also the most common method used by humans to deal with blood hearts in the early days of the end of the world. It has been tried and tested without success. After taking out the explosives, Qin Lang found a remote-controlled drone from the blue card. He hung the explosives on the drone, lit it, and controlled the drone to fly straight to the 6th floor. Several of Lu Xiong's younger brothers were already in ambush in the corridor on the 6th floor with guns in hand, just waiting for someone to come up and give him a shot, but they never expected that a drone would fly straight through the gap in the back-shaped corridor. Flying up. What the hell? What the hell, dynamite? Run! By the time they discovered the ignited explosives, it was too late to run away. Boom! There was a loud noise. All the glass in the entire building was shattered, and the building shook violently for a while. Smoke and dust filled the air, blood spattered everywhere, and broken limbs were scattered around. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Xiong was on the 6th floor, only separated from the explosives. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 6, The Password to Get Rich, 2 halves. A wooden door. Although the explosion did not directly hurt him, the huge explosion caused him to have a brief tinnitus. He struggled to stand up. His relatively burly body had many wounds from sawdust and was bleeding. Through the smoke and dust, he vaguely saw a figure passing by. Damn it, come on. Come in if you dare. I've killed zombies before. I'm not afraid of anything. Lu Xiong's eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes. He raised his gun, aimed at the door, and yelled. Qin Lang leaned against the wall, smiled, and threw a melon grenade that he had held in his hand for 3 seconds. Grenade! Dot, dot. Boom! After the explosion, there was deathly silence in the house. Qin Lang looked at the mutilated corpse by the window, his face not showing much joy after defeating the enemy. War costs money. Apocalyptic war, burning cards. This battle lasted less than 3 minutes. He used 2 silver cards, explosives and grenades, and 1 blue card. It would be false to say that he didn't feel distressed. After all, the landlord's family didn't have any food left. You'd better be stronger than a silver card or above, otherwise I'll pay for it. Qin Lang muttered to himself and cut off the head of the corpse with a knife, then quickly searched the cards scattered in the room and left the scene with the bloody head. What happened just now? What exploded? Lin Wanner asked with concern when she saw Qin Lang come out intact. Her heart dropped to the ground. Then, Qin Lang threw something casually. Lin Wanner didn't have night vision like Qin Lang. She didn't know what it was, so she subconsciously raised her hand to pick it up. When she found a broken head in her hand, she was instantly paralyzed with fear. Lin Wanner's face turned pale. Qin Lang laughed. You have to get used to it slowly. Keep this head for use. Take it back. Qin Lang drove the RV around the Rose Garden community, killing more than a dozen lone blood corpses along the way. He left decisively after making sure there was nothing to gain from this place. What's the use of this head? Lin Wanner looked at the head wrapped in rags with disgust. Because of this thing, she had no appetite for the remaining hairy crabs and crayfish on the table. Qin Lang did not answer her question, but suddenly stepped on the brakes. Lin Wanner realized that something must have happened and rushed over. Through the car window, she saw a scene that she would never forget. 200 meters ahead, there was a 5 or 6 meter high, bloody huge heart that kept beating. This disgusting heart was surrounded by hundreds of blood corpses wandering aimlessly. Lin Wanner covered her mouth, her eyes full of fear and shock. This was the first time she saw a blood heart. What is that? The code to get rich quickly. Lin Wanner was stunned for a moment, Qin Lang did not rush to destroy the blood heart, but turned off the lights inside and outside the car, then came to the dining table, first opened the back cover of a hairy crab, then tore off 2 blue food cards, boiled fish and braised pork, and began to devour them in front of Lin Wanner. Qin Lang ate very quickly and finished the food on the table in less than half an hour. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. How are you going to deal with that thing? Lin Wanner looked worried. Qin Lang glanced at the blood heart in the distance, tightened his tactical vest, leaned against the window, and closed his eyes. Why are you in a hurry? I'll sleep for a while, and I'll take over the night watch with you later. Lin Wanner was immediately at a loss for words. How can you sleep? Chapter 7, 7-member team, 1/2. Qin Lang slept for more than 3 hours. When he woke up again, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Qin Lang patted Lin Wanner, who was dozing off, and told her to go rest. He sat in the driver's seat with a cigarette in his mouth and observed the huge blood heart from a distance. Regarding the information about Shuoxin, Qin Lang did not tell Lin Wanner a single bit, because it was not necessary. His original plan was to drive all the way east to find Feng Xiaoni and Haichang next door, hunt down night demons, and clean up some small blood hearts. However, the plan failed to keep up with the changes, and he found such a giant that was about to transform at the intersection. Bloody heart. He was naturally reluctant to leave. You must know that the card withdrawal rate of the transformed blood heart is more than 10 times higher than that of the ordinary blood heart and night demon. There is no such thing as losing watermelon and picking up sesame seeds. The only problem now is that he doesn't know how long he has to wait for Bloodheart to transform. If the blood corpse of this Bloodheart faction fails to hunt enough humans, not only will it not be able to transform, but it will also be in danger of being downgraded. If I had known better, I would have brought all the corpses here to feed it. Of course, that's what Qin Lang thought. Although the interior space of the RV is not small, it cannot hold many corpses. Besides, he must consider Lin Wanner's sanity and not scare this little star into trouble again. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of time. Just wait slowly. Qin Lang threw the cigarette, but out of the window, holding the black knife to cut the gold, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Time passed slowly, and a few hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the sky was dark. Lin Wanner rubbed her sleepy eyes and came to Qin Lang's side, stunned. Qin Lang glanced at her and said nothing. Lin Wanner moved her lips as if she wanted to ask something, but seeing that Qin Lang seemed to have no desire to talk, she woke up and went to the dining table to sort the cards again. Tens of thousands of different types of cards cannot be sorted in a short time. In other words, Lin Wanner was patient, but Qin Lang would have been jumping around and scolding his mother. Unknowingly, another half hour passed, and I saw. It was already dawn outside, and the sluggish, bloody corpses suddenly seemed to have discovered something, and roared and rushed towards the right side of the intersection. The next second, a series of intensive gunshots rang out, and the corpses were shattered like rags. A human team appeared at the end of the blind spot, with a total of 7 people, 5 men and 2 women. They are all between 20 and 30 years old, wearing blue combat uniforms and holding firearms. Qin Lang took out the military telescope and looked carefully. When he saw the appearance of the leader clearly, he felt a little weird. He knew the leader of this 7-person team. The man was named Wang Feng. He was an auxiliary police officer before the end of the world. He was formed in the early stages of the end of the world. A relatively strong team. The reason why Qin Lang has a deep memory is that in his previous life, his community had a fierce conflict with Wang Feng's team over grabbing cards. To a certain extent, they were enemies. I never expected to meet him here. It seems that my rebirth caused the butterfly effect. Is the blood heart going to be robbed? Lin Wanner whispered. It's not that easy. Qin Lang put down the telescope and shook his head. With the current level of human enhancement, it is difficult to cause harm to high-level blood hearts, especially those that are about to transform into black hearts. Attacking them hastily will only make them die ugly. Crossroads. Wang Feng didn't know that his death was imminent. He walked to the blood heart with a rifle and said in a loud voice, "Good guy, this is the biggest blood heart I have ever seen. Killing this thing will definitely give you a lot of good cards." Female team member Li Yan reminded, "Brother Wang, we don't have much ammunition. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 7 7-Man Team. 2 halves. Is this a waste of blood?" She was worried. Not long ago, they killed an ordinary-sized blood heart. Although they received some silver cards and even gold cards as rewards, the consumption was also huge, and the ammunition card in their hands were now at their lowest. The blood heart looks like a thin layer, but in fact its vitality is many times greater than that of the blood corpse. It can't be exploded without hundreds of bullets. You have to save bullets. Let's use this. Wang Feng took out a dozen green cards from his jacket pocket. After everyone saw what the cards were, their eyes lit up. What were they doing, drinking at this time? Because the distance was too far and Lin Wanner didn't have a telescope, she could only vaguely see the wine bottle-shaped object in Wang Feng's hands. Anyone who can survive in the end of the world and start to counterattack the blood corpse is not a fool. That's a Molotov cocktail. Qin Lang admired sincerely. Is it okay to use a Molotov cocktail to burn the blood heart? Lin Wanner asked, blinking Kazalin's big eyes. To deal with ordinary blood hearts, a large number of Molotov cocktails can handle it. Qin Lang paused. But to deal with this kind of thing that is about to transform, let alone Molotov cocktails, the power of explosive detonators will be greatly reduced. These people have to explain here. After hearing Qin Lang's words, a trace of fear flashed across Lin Wanner's face. Are we just going to watch like this? Lin Wanner whispered. Qin Lang took a deep look at Lin Wanner and said, "Let go of helping others and respect the fate of others." Lin Wanner pursed her lips and stopped making any remarks. While the two people in the car were talking, Wang Feng and others had placed Molotov cocktails around the giant blood heart. There were hundreds of Molotov cocktails. Then they stepped back a distance and shot one of the Molotov cocktails. Boom! With a sound, the Molotov cocktail exploded, forming a huge fireball that instantly swallowed up the giant blood heart. The giant blood heart under attack suddenly let out a sharp scream. Ah, so harsh. Lin Wanner hurriedly covered her ears, her expression a little painful. Looking at Qin Lang again, there was no expression on his face, as if nothing happened. Bloodheart's scream lasted only 10 seconds and then stopped. Wang Feng and others stood up in embarrassment, cursing. "You bitch! I scared your dad. How could this thing still make a sound?" The eardrum almost pierced. That's not right. One of the team members noticed something was wrong and pointed at the giant blood heart. "Look, old Wang, the Molotov cocktail seems to have no effect on it. It only burned out one layer of the outer shell." Wang Feng took a closer look and saw that only the outer layer of the giant blood heart in the flames was burnt black, and other than that it did not cause any greater damage. The skin of this fucking thing is so thick. Wang Feng was still cursing. Team member Li Yan's face changed wildly. She looked at the round instrument in her hand and screamed, "No, it's not good. There's so many bloody corpses. We are being killed. Surrounded." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of blood corpses poured out of the originally peaceful crossroads. They stumbled towards the 7 people and surrounded them. Some of the blood corpses accidentally fell down while running and were instantly trampled to pieces by the same kind behind them. These bloody corpses who heard the screams of Bloodheart were like an army rushing back to rescue them. They rushed towards the 7 people like crazy, twice as fast as normal. Shot. The 7 Wong Fong men fired directly, back to back, with bullets like rain, mowing down the bloody corpses in pieces. However, there were too many bloody corpses, and they quickly broke through the encirclement. With a scream, a man, when the team member was changing the magazine, he was pulled down by a bloody corpse with only half of his body left, dragged into the group of corpses, and was bitten to pieces in an instant. Chapter 8, you are quite nice, 1/2. The faces of the remaining 6 people changed wildly. When dealing with dozens, or even hundreds of blood corpses, they were sure to kill them all. But now they were facing thousands of blood corpses, and the bullets were not enough. They continued to stay. Here, there is no difference from waiting to die. Follow me and break out. It was not unreasonable for Wong Fong to become a captain. He looked in the right direction, decisively tore open a silver card, and wielded the silver card-level samurai sword to slash at the group of corpses. The crazy blood corpse only increased its running speed, and its defensive capabilities were the same as those of a normal blood corpse. It was unable to withstand the sharpness of the samurai sword. 7 or 8 blood corpses were immediately chopped into pieces. The second person in the team is Zhou Weiman. He is a strong man who has strengthened his physical strength and arm strength. When he ran out of bullets, he threw away his rifle and tore open the card in the same manner. The cold weapon he chose was a shooting star. With the hammer, several bloody corpses' heads blossomed as they swung it. In this way, the 6-man team, with Wong Fong and Zhou Weiman as the core, fought their way through the corpses. Qin Lang, who had witnessed all this completely, was a little dumbfounded. There are 4 roads at the crossroads. It's not good for you to break out in which direction. Why do you break toward me? No matter how sturdy the small RV is, it cannot withstand the attack of the zombie wave. They seem to have discovered us. Lin Wanner was worried. Hide all the cards and prepare to entertain guests. Qin Lang warned calmly. During the breakout process, Wong Fong and others naturally discovered the sturdy small RV, an exaggerated vehicle that was obviously developed after the apocalypse, and excitement burst out in their eyes. Open the door quickly. Help us, Wong Fong shouted. Come up quickly. Qin Lang asked Lin Wanner to open the car door. When the 6 people got into the RV panting, he stepped on the accelerator. The small RV bulldozed a dozen nearby bloody corpses, smashed a path, and drove in the opposite direction. In the apocalypse, the importance of vehicles is evident. Ha ha, there's no way out, but there's a bright future in another village. I know that my life should not be cut off. Wong Fong laughed and celebrated. I wish he could survive the disaster, but when he thought of the death of his comrade Shaoli, he couldn't help but sigh. He looked at the interior decoration of the car and Lin Wanner, who looked a little at a loss. His eyes suddenly lit up and he asked in surprise, "Are you Lin Wanner?" Lin Wanner was stunned and said, "Yeah. I didn't expect to see a living star." The other people looked at each other and greeted Lin Wanner one after another. This made Lin Wanner a little flattered. She was obviously just a 4th-tier actor. "Friend, you're lucky. You got an RV card. It's a vehicle category. The minimum is a gold card, right?" Zhou Weiman took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat and chat with Qin Lang. Although he acted very enthusiastic, in fact his eyes were full of disdain and greed. Qin Lang hummed, "I picked it up last night. It's really good." When Zhou Weiman spoke, he didn't forget to look around. When he found the cigarettes placed in the storage cabinet, he couldn't help but be overjoyed and lit one. "Damn, it feels so good. Lao Wang, have one." Zhou Weiman is an old smoker who has been smoking for more than 10 years. But when the end of the world comes, food and tobacco have lost their original effectiveness. He has not smoked for 2 days and almost died of suffocation. Several men in the team were given cigarettes and started puffing away. Seeing that the group of corpses had been thrown away, Qin Lang parked the car on the side of the road. "We have already settled that one." Wong Fong exhaled a puff of smoke, with a hint of evil in his eyes. He winked at Zhou Weiman, who immediately understood. He suddenly pulled out a pistol and put it against Qin Lang's temple. Boy, thank you for saving us and sending Buddha to the West. Why not give this RV to us? It would be a waste to keep in your hands. Lin Wanner said angrily. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Wang Feng sneered. It's the end of the world. It's childish to talk about grudges. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading chapter 8. You are quite nice. 2 halves. Shui Yu is a young man who looks fair-skinned and polite. He said surreptitiously, Boss, please kill this man. This girl is really good-looking. Can you keep her? Lin Wanner's face suddenly turned pale. The 2 women in the team, Li Yin and Zhou Lei, looked uncomfortable when they heard this, but they didn't say anything. Wang Feng and others respect them very much. As for them wanting to play with other women, it has nothing to do with them. Besides, you Lin Wanner are so beautiful. Aren't you just for men to play with? Thinking of this, the 2 women felt a little happy. In fact, without Shui Yu's suggestion, Wang Feng also had the idea of keeping Lin Wanner. Before the end of the world, as an auxiliary police officer, he only had a pitiful salary of $2,000 a month, and he had to take the blame for others from time to time. Looking at a man who was almost 30 years old, he couldn't even have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. Only his second brother, who could catch up with the apocalypse, had the opportunity to use it. Now that a beautiful little star is right in front of him, how could he let it go so easily? He must be ravaged. For the sake of you saving us, I won't kill you, just go down. Zhou Weimin pushed Qin Lang. In his opinion, Qin Lang was just a lucky college student. Killing him was a waste of bullets, so that the safety of the pistol was always turned off. Otherwise, Qin Lang would have taken action the moment he took out the gun. How could he have done it? Allowing someone to put a gun to their head. You're quite a nice person. Qin Lang grinned. Everything was under his control. Zhou Weimin was stunned. What did you say? As soon as he said, what? A military dagger cut Zhou Weimin's throat. Zhou Weimin's eyes widened and his body fell out uncontrollably. Old Zhou. Wang Feng was shocked. Before he could stand up, the bullet shot his head. The pistol came from Zhou Weimin. The moment his throat was cut, Qin Lang snatched it and opened the safety and shot skillfully. All the movements were done in one go. Not good, Shui Yu exclaimed, but it was too late to run. Qin Lang stepped forward and shot at close range. The bullet exploded his head, and the red and white things were mixed together. Don't. The only remaining male team member in the team begged for mercy and was killed with just one word. In less than 10 seconds, 4 male soldiers were wiped out. Qin Lang didn't even look at the bodies, replaced the magazine on the pistol, and pointed at Li Yin and Zhou Lei. Don't kill me. It's none of our business. Li Yin and Zhou Lei were trembling with fear. I'll ask you something. Answer honestly. Qin Lang smiled. The 2 girls calmed down and said they would tell everything they knew. Qin Lang learned some things through the following conversation. Wang Feng's team came from Chuanshan community. Wang Feng was the leader of the community. This time he brought people with combat effectiveness to search for supplies. The community did hoard some cards, but not many, only 100 white and green cards. As for blue and silver cards, they all carry them with them and could not leave them in the community. That's all. Qin Lang was a little disappointed. This information was worthless. White and green cards had no appeal to him. That's all I know. Don't kill me. Let me do anything. Even sleep with you. Li Yan's cheeks were flushed. Seeing this, Zhou Lei, who was standing by, hurriedly said, Li Yan, you are so shameless. Young man, don't listen to her. She was ill before the end of the world and was sick all over. If you really slept with her, you would get sick sooner or later. Zhou Lei, why did you say that to me? Li Yan was furious. She didn't expect her best friend to betray her at this critical moment. Isn't what I said the truth? You, a slut, seduced the leader in the unit and caused the leader and his wife to get sick. Who in the unit doesn't know? You are talking nonsense. Bang, bang. After 2 shots, the car was quiet. Chapter 9, Making Big Money, 1/2. Everyone has changed. Lin Wanner sat on the stool with a pale face. She didn't blame Qin Lang for killing him, but she couldn't accept the current situation. Why have our compatriots become so bad when the end of the world has just arrived? Is human nature inherently evil? As if he could see Lin Wanner's inner struggle, Qin Lang smiled and lit up the cigarette and took a puff. Human nature is evil. In peaceful times, because of the constraints of the law, most people don't dare to be too presumptuous. Nowadays, Qin Lang shook his head and said nothing further. There will be many such things in the future, and Lin Wanner can only digest them by herself. What he has to do now is to quickly find a way to transform Shui-Xian. Qin Lang quickly drove the car back to its original location. What came into view was a dense mass of thousands of blood corpses. It was certain that all the blood corpses within a 3-kilometer radius were here. He's bleeding again. Qin Lang sighed. Thanks to his good foundation, he completed the original accumulation of cards before the end of the world. He had a lot of explosives, grenades, and Molotov cocktails in his hand. If it had been anyone else, even if he knew that the blood heart was about to transform, he would not be able to do anything with it. After all, so many blood corpses cannot be cleared away purely by force without a team of dozens of people. Qin Lang first used a drone to pour gasoline on the bloody corpses, and then used a drone to remotely transport Molotov cocktails to the corpses. The moment the Molotov cocktail exploded, the bottom turned into a sea of fire, and thousands of bloody corpses were burned to the ground. The entire process took a total of 2 hours from preparation to implementation. Most of the blood corpses were killed, and the remaining sporadic blood corpses naturally did not pose a threat. They were crushed by the small RV as soon as they stepped on the accelerator. It stinks. Lin Wanner covered her nose. The huge blood heart a few meters away continued to release a strong stench, completely covering up the burnt atmosphere on the battlefield. Qin Lang ignored this, moved all the corpses out of the RV, and threw them next to Shui-Xian one by one. After everything was completed, he returned to the car to observe. Waited for about 5 days. Within minutes, tentacles as thick as a thumb and vein-like broke out of the ground, piercing 6 corpses and a head. That is the root of the blood heart. It transforms or lays eggs by absorbing human flesh and blood. Qin Lang explained. After absorbing 6 corpses and a human head, the huge blood heart suddenly trembled, and an indescribable strange aura emanated from its body. It's about to transform. Qin Lang was jumping excitedly, but his face was always calm and calm. Isn't it stronger after the transformation? Lin Wanner asked curiously. Qin Lang shook his head. The transformed blood heart is, of course, a powerful metamorphosis. Currently, no individual has the ability to single out the black heart. However, during the transformation process, in order to complete the transformation, blood heart will divert all energy to the core area. In other words, it is at its most vulnerable at this moment. Its defense ability is not much higher than that of an ordinary blood heart, and it is also the best time to kill it. It's a stuck bug. Come. The black knife, slashing gold in the sun, reflected sharp light, and Qin Lang walked straight to the blood heart with the knife. The reason why Qin Lang knows so much is because in his previous life he worked as a heart-picking farmer for a long time, specializing in picking blood heart cores for the community. Laugh. The black knife sliced open the shell with ease, and as a large amount of thick and smelly liquid flowed out, the inside of the blood heart was clearly visible. From top to bottom, hundreds of pupae were irregularly arranged, and most of the pupae were empty. Only a few are cultivating blood corpses, night demons, and winged monsters, but they are not complete. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 9, Make Big Money. 2 halves. Qin Lang walked into the blood heart and soon found the heart hanging in the air, the size of a fist and gradually changing color. When the heart turned completely black, Qin Lang cut off the black heart core with his knife and then ran back to the RV without looking back. Puff! Goo! Behind him, a strange sound came, and the black blood heart that lost its core fell apart and instantly turned into a pool of blood, as if it had never existed. Inside the RV. Is this the black heart core? Lin Wanner's face was full of curiosity. Qin Lang nodded, placed the Blackheart core on the dining table, and took a deep breath. This is the core of Blackheart, the most precious resource in the early days of the end of the world, bar none. Qin Lang did take many black-hearted cores in his previous life, but they were all for community work, no different from a bank teller. Besides, even community leaders cannot monopolize the cards inside a Blackheart core, because this thing is simply not a resource that one person or a small group can plunder. Here are some cards that will help you gain strength. Puff. The black knife cuts down. The Blackheart core immediately turned into a ball of ashes and disappeared. At the original location of the Blackheart core, a pile of cards appeared, with more than a dozen cards. Looking from the side, one could clearly see that there were 2 colored cards inside, and the rest were all gold. Silver level card. Double color, good luck. Qin Lang rubbed his hands, picked up the cards, and looked at them one by one. Among these 11 6 cards, in addition to 8 silver cards, there are 2 color cards and 6 gold cards. The gold cards are Talent. Danger intuition gives the possessor a keen awareness of danger. Talent. Punch Fighter makes the owner's fists as powerful as cannonballs. Talent. Chong Die, second meridian, allows the owner to open the Chong Mai and Die pulse 2 meridians, allowing the true energy to flow on its own. Talent. Biologist enables the owner to master biological skills. Skill. Sharpshooter consumes a certain amount of physical strength and locks the vital points of the enemy within a range of 200 meters. Food. Seafood Feast, a seafood feast that can boost morale. 6 gold cards, except for the Food card and Biologist, which are temporarily useless. The other 4 cards can be said to be top quality, T0 level talents, especially Danger Intuition, which can further ensure survival rate and reduce the probability of being attacked. I don't know what the legendary color card gives. Qin Lang opened one of the color cards, and after reading the introduction on it, his pupils condensed. Talent. Air Control enables the owner to gain the ability to control spiritual energy. Use conditions to open the 8 meridians. It is a phantom god-level talent in the color card, but the conditions are a bit harsh, and I can't learn it. Qin Lang was excited and a little depressed. The so-called opening the 8 meridians means that before learning the art of controlling Qi, you must first learn 4 gold card talents, namely Run and Do meridians, Chongdai meridians, Yangwei and Yinwei meridians, and Yangxiao and Yinxiao meridians. If this talent is just difficult to learn, Qin Lang will not be depressed. The real reason for his depression is that the magic level talent of controlling Qi is a complete cultivation system. Even if you learn it, your performance in all aspects in the early stage is far less useful than the gold card talents, such as Heavy Punch Fighter, or Sonda Champion. Only by constantly strengthening with gold cards and color cards in the later stage can you exert the strongest combat power. It is a talent that accumulates a lot and becomes stronger as time goes by. In his memory, many people did learn controlling Qi in his previous life, but there are very few people who master the high-level control of Qi. Once you succeed, you will definitely be the overlord of one side. Chapter 10 Bracelets and Archers, 1/2. If you can't learn, it's useless no matter how much you think about it. Qin Lang put away the air control technique and opened the second color card. When he saw the contents of the color card clearly, he couldn't help laughing anymore. Okay, give me this, right? Qin Langley's face was about to bloom. It's not that the city is not deep enough. It's that the things given are so good and unexpected. Armor. As long as the electronic protective bracelet has electricity, it will not kill you at all. Simple and crude description. In line with the famous saying from the previous life, the less description, the stronger the item. This electronic protection bracelet was used by Qin Lang in his previous life. It requires a silver car battery to be charged. After being fully charged, it can withstand 3 fatal attacks or several ordinary attacks. The specific situation depends on the damage done to the opponent. Certainly. Of course, the premise is that the attack cannot exceed the protection threshold of the protective bracelet. Otherwise, it will fail, which is equivalent to a passively triggered super shield. Qin Lang immediately took out the bracelet from the card and put on his wrist, then took out 3 silver battery cards from the tactical vest. Qin Lang himself briefly classified the blue and above cards in his spare time. It was not troublesome to find them. He knew what was there and what it was. As the 3 green energy bars on the bracelet were filled, Qin Lang suddenly felt extremely safe. He thought for a while and handed the pistol to Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was stunned for a moment. I don't know how to use it. Few Hualong people who were born in peaceful times have ever touched a real gun. I'll teach you. First like this, then like this. Lin Wanner has a strong learning ability. Qin Lang only taught her once, and she was able to use it. But what Qin Lang said next left her stunned. Shoot me. Qin Lang pointed to his eyebrows. Lin Wanner looked surprised, huh? Qin Lang said, Don't worry, I just want to try my protective ability, and I won't play with my life. Laughing, shoot. Seeing that Qin Lang had said this, Lin Wanner could only grit her teeth and shoot. Boom! The bullet was swallowed up by a protective film the moment it approached Qin Lang's forehead and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the energy bar on the bracelet, it was indeed reduced by 1 bar. I don't know how much energy it consumes to hit the body, but I don't have much silver car battery. I only have a dozen or so. I can't waste it like this. Qin Lang muttered to himself, and then looked at Lin Wanner. His face was not only shocked, but also filled with pain. Qin Lang couldn't help laughing when he learned the reason. It turned out that the recoil of the pistol was too strong and her wrist was dislocated. It's really crispy. Qin Lang helped Lin Wanner sit down in the dining area and helped her connect her wrist. It seems that this kind of firearm is not suitable for you, so you might as well use a crossbow. Before getting the protective bracelet, Qin Lang had no intention of letting Lin Wanner fight. He was mainly worried that he would be plotted if he gave her a weapon. But now, with the protective bracelet, he had no worries at all. Letting Lin Wanner shoot him wasn't just for testing or showing off, but rather as a way of intimidation. In fact, Qin Lang judged a gentleman with a villain's heart. Lin Wanner never had the thought of betraying him from the beginning to the end. She knew that she was just a little actor with no power to restrain a chicken. It is impossible to survive in the apocalypse. If you encounter Qin Lang's thick thigh, you will definitely hug him tightly. There is no reason to betray him. But this is no wonder Qin Lang. After all, he has lived in the apocalypse for 5 years and has seen too many betrayals. His thinking has been subtle, and no one looks like a good person. I practiced mechanical bow for a while when I was filming. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 10 Bracelets and Archers, 2 halves. Lin Wanner's expression was a little strange when she spoke, and she gently rubbed her wrist. When Qin Lang helped her set the bones just now, she felt an inexplicable emotion in her heart, but she couldn't understand what was going on. That's for sure. There are quite a few more. Qin Lang took out the silver card. There were 6 silver card mechanical bows in total. Their functions and powers were exactly the same. The only difference was that their color codings were different. Without any surprise, Lin Wanner chose a pink skin mechanical bow. Well, the pinker the color, the harder the hit. Reasonable. Shoot that telephone pole and see how strong you are. Qin Lang pointed to the telephone pole not far away. Okay, I'm very powerful. Lin Wanner's body was straight, and she drew her bow and arrowed very skillfully. With a sound of, the arrow turned into a stream of light and flew out, and it hit the trash can 3 meters away from the telephone pole with great accuracy. Sharp. Qin Lang gave a thumbs up. Lin Wanner's face turned red with embarrassment. I haven't used it for too long. Let me try again. Don't worry. Use these cards and try again. Qin Lang handed Lin Wanner the silver cards that he had sorted early in the morning. They were talent, arch proficiency, talent, precision, talent, long-distance shooting, and skill sharpshooter. Are these all for me? Lin Wanner couldn't believe it. Well, the monsters I encounter will become more and more powerful in the future, so I need a helper. Besides, you have been helping me, and you deserve this. Sweet words don't consume any resources, but they can make people happy. Qin Lang doesn't mind saying a few more words. Forest. Wanner's cheeks turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she was too embarrassed to look at Qin Lang. She's a very thoughtful person. What did she do in the past 2 days? 3 things: sort the cards, and sort the cards. However, when she thought about fighting side by side with Qin Lang, Lin Wanner was full of joy. Thank you for trusting me. I have always believed in you, but I just haven't decided which route to let you take. Qin Lang said seriously. Lin Wanner curled her lips, wondering if you're guilty of saying this. Of course, I understand you. With the blessing of several silver card talents, Lin Wanner's accuracy and arrow power are several times stronger. The hit rate of fixed targets is as high as 95, and the hit rate of moving targets is also 77. It's a pity that the blood corpses nearby have been cleaned up, otherwise Qin Lang really wants to see the actual combat effect. Unknowingly, dusk fell, and the RV was always as bright as day. To celebrate the huge harvest of this day, Qin Lang tore a silver card food Sichuan and Chongqing hot pot set meal A, full table of top-grade beef and mutton, as well as various vegetables. Altogether, there are more than 30 dishes. Wow, this is too rich. Will I get fat if I eat it? Lin Wanner's saliva dripped. The more talents you master, the greater the consumption. Just eat it with peace of mind. Qin Lang couldn't help shaking his head. Is this human language? Others are worried about not eating enough, but you are worried about getting fat? Bang, bang, bang. Just as the two were feasting, the door of the RV was suddenly slapped. Qin Lang glanced at the dashcam. He originally thought it was a blood corpse, but he didn't expect that there was a middle-aged couple standing at the door, and the woman was holding a 3- or 4-year-old boy in her arms. Please help us. We haven't had water for 2 days. Give us some water and food. The man was anxious. Please, the woman cried in a crying voice. Chapter 11 Community Residence, 1/2. Qin Lang hesitated and opened the car door. He looked at the family of 3 in front of him. The couple looked very haggard, and their lips were so dry that they were cracked. Compared to them, the little boy was in very good condition. Apart from looking a little malnourished, he had no symptoms of dehydration. It must be that the couple used the few water cards they had on the child. Wanner, bring me some water cards and food cards. Qin Lang gave instructions, and Lin Wanner quickly took out a small pile of white water cards and food cards from the cabinet and handed them to the middle-aged couple. The middle-aged couple knelt down in gratitude to Qin Lang. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Qin Lang nodded. I feel restless at night, so go back. ... After saying that, he was ready to close the car door. The middle-aged man said, Wait, please wait. Qin Lang could not tolerate any retort and said, If you want to get on the bus, I can tell you clearly that this is impossible. The middle-aged man choked and felt a little embarrassed. We are already very happy if you can give us water and food, and we don't dare to have such thoughts. Oh, what else do you want? My son is 3 years old this year. It's so dangerous outside now. Can you? Don't even think about it. Qin Lang refused decisively. Let's go while I'm in a good mood. After saying that, he closed the car door without any explanation. Lin Wanner didn't say anything when she saw this. She just stared at him. Why? There are flowers on my face. Qin Lang asked curiously. Lin Wanner shook her head. No, I didn't expect that you would give them a card, I thought. Do you think I will trick them into getting into the car and kill them? Qin Lang put a piece of tender beef into the bowl. Because the family of 3 knocked on the door, it took some time, so the meat was a little old. I didn't say that. Don't accuse me unjustly. Lin Wanner curled her lips. Qin Lang laughed and ate. Have you noticed that although it has only been 2 days since the end of the world, the gap between people is already getting wider and wider? Lin Wanner nodded. This is not possible. Denied facts. Let's not talk about Qin Lang, a monster who can even block bullets, but talk about herself. Before the end of the world, she was still a powerless little actor. Now, as long as she is given space to output, she firmly believes that she can easily kill everyone. Team Bloody Corpse. Only those who dare to fight hard can survive in this apocalypse. That family of 3 is unlikely to survive to the second stage, so I don't treat them as human beings at all, just as wildcats and dogs on the roadside. I happen to have some. It doesn't hurt to share some of the food with them. When Qin Lang said this, he was as cold as a machine without emotions. Second stage. Lin Wanner muttered this word silently in her heart. But since Qin Lang didn't want to say it, she wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. After eating and drinking, Lin Wanner made herself another cup of coffee and then continued sorting the cards. Qin Lang used the military telescope to look at the monster in the sky. Looking at the white frost covering the twisted and terrifying face, his heart felt like a mirror. There should be a second rain of cards soon. He decided not to take action tonight, to recuperate his energy, and then go to Haicheng to find Feng Xiaoni when the rain of cards was over. Although he believed that with Feng Xiaoni's wisdom and ability, even if he didn't find her, she would still be able to live well in the end of the world. But after all, she was the most important partner in his life, so he would be relieved to have her by his side as soon as possible. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long it had passed before the knock on the door sounded again. Qin Lang glanced at the driving recorder and frowned. At some point, dozens of people gathered around the RV, including men and women, old and young, and even a pregnant woman. When did so many people come here? What do they want to do? Lin Wanner was already asleep, but she woke up at this time. I'm just begging for food. What else can I do? Qin Lang was not surprised at all. This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 11, Community Residence, 2 halves. Surprised, he opened the car door. The middle-aged man who knocked on the door saw Qin Lang and said with a sneer, "Brother, can I discuss something with you?" Qin Lang was happy. "Okay, tell me what's going on." "It's like this. We all live in the community across the street. There are those kind of man-eating monsters outside these days. We don't dare to go out, so we have been hiding at home. But you also know that the water and food store at home are basically useless. It's useless. It doesn't quench your thirst or hunger at all. Only the ones in the card are effective. I saw Wang Gui and the others asked you for some water cards and food cards, so can you give us some too?" "Of course we won't. If you want it for nothing, all of us are willing to follow you." Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh and sarcastically said without mercy, "Fuck with me? What are you doing? What can you do? You don't even dare to kill a bloody corpse. So you want me to be your nanny? You want my card, but there is no way. ... Young man, how can you talk like this? I'm so old. How can I fight with those monsters? Let's discuss it with you. What kind of attitude do you have?" The old man who spoke should have been a cadre before retiring. It gives people a feeling of being bossy. Qin Lang didn't like him either, so he smiled and said back, "Whether you're older or younger, what does it have to do with me? Are you living on me? Are you so confident when begging for food? How did you?" The old man was furious. Upon hearing Qin Lang scolding them for being beggars, the group of people became unhappy and began to whisper. In fact, before they came, they formed a group to discuss countermeasures and how to deal with various situations. Seeing Qin Lang's attitude, several burly young men stood up. "Brother, don't be so rude. We just want to borrow some food and water from you. We can talk and negotiate. Don't be shameless. If we use force, I'm afraid you can't bear it." They know how to use courtesy before force. Lin Wanner almost rolled her eyes when she heard it from behind. How shameless. Qin Lang couldn't help laughing. "Oh, really? Awesome. You don't dare to kill the blood corpse, but come to rob me. Come on. Let me see you force yourself." "Hush, shut up." The middle-aged man was obviously their leader, and he made a round and said his request. "We don't want much. A week's worth of food and water for 40 people. Give it to us, and we'll leave immediately. Don't say I don't have it. Even if I do, I can't give it to you." Qin Lang sneered and refused. "Are you kidding? A week's worth of food and water for 40 people. That wouldn't be thousands of tickets? Why? Don't give it to me? If not, then we'll fight." The middle-aged man roared, and several young men rushed up to pull Qin Lang. Qin Lang didn't say anything and punched him directly. With a bang, the young man's body, weighing more than 160 kilograms, flew out like a piece of paper and landed 7 or 8 meters away, his life or death uncertain. This is the horror of the heavy punch fighter. He beat him up? How is this possible? A group of people were shocked on the spot and subconsciously retreated several meters. "I'm in a good mood today, and I don't want to bother with you. If you continue to fight with me, I'll kill you all. Get out." Qin Lang sneered and slammed the car door, leaving a group of community residents looking at each other in bewilderment. Brother Nyo, what should we do? He's so powerful. Why are you panicking? Nyo Yution groaned. He's just trying to scare us. He doesn't dare to kill anyone. Now it's not a question of whether he dares to kill anyone. If he doesn't open the door, we can't get in, right? Nyo Yution thought about it, raised the corner of his mouth, and took out his saber from his waist. I have a way to get him out. You, go, and puncture his tires. Inside the car. Qin Lang. Lin Wanner. Chapter 12 Wang Gue, 1/2. These people are crazy. Lin Wanner was so angry that she had a fetus without food. What was the difference between this and a bandit? Qin Lang's eyes turned cold. Originally, he was in a good mood today and didn't want to meet them. But looking at the current situation, he might not be able to scare these monkeys if he didn't slaughter a few chickens. Although the tires of the sturdy small car are also reinforced, they will never withstand the attack of a saber. Qin Lang took out the pistol from the bedside table, checked the magazine, and reopened the car door. All eyes were focused on him in an instant. Someone noticed the gun in his hand and showed a scared expression. You are the leader of this group of people, right? Qin Lang pointed the gun at Nyo Yution. Nyo aired a frown. So what? Don't think you can scare us with a toy gun. If you don't give us food and drink, don't even think about leaving. The worst is possible. Oh, then go to hell. Qin Lang nodded and shot directly. Boom! The bullet directly shattered Nyo Yution's head. Red and white objects flew out, and the body fell heavily to the ground. Nyo Yution never dreamed that this young man would dare to shoot. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in life. Killing. He really shot. Run. The mob was so frightened that they dispersed in an instant. The young men who had threatened Qin Lang ran faster than anyone else, and their shoes flew away. Qin Lang was too lazy to waste bullets on them and returned to the car with a cold face. With Nyo Yution's lesson learned from the past, the residents of the community stayed away from Qin Lang wherever they dared to harass him, and the night passed like this. The color of fish belly is white in the east. At 7:30 in the morning, just as Qin Lang expected, a rain of cards fell. Although it was much smaller than the first day, it brought hope to the survivors. Many residents appeared nearby and cheered. Pick up the card. Stay in the car and don't open the door no matter who calls. I won't go too far. If you need anything, call me. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Return. Qin Lang was a little worried and warned Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner nodded heavily. You have to be careful. Qin Lang got out of the car, tore open the gold card, and threw it forward. A red Ghostfire motorcycle immediately appeared in the open space. This is his only gold card vehicle besides his RV. The description of this motorcycle is very interesting. The Will-O-the-Wisp is in trouble, and everyone likes it. Qin Lang himself hates those spirited guys who stay up late at night and ride Ghostfires to bomb the streets. But now is the end of the world, and it is not an exaggeration to say that a highly maneuverable and flexible vehicle like the Ghostfire is an artifact. Everything was ready. Qin Lang rushed forward on the Ghostfire, his eyes firmly locked on a gold card that was still floating in the air and had not yet landed. His goal is very clear. He only wants gold cards and color cards. Cards of other colors are not attractive to him. In a certain house. You stay at home with Xiaobao. I'll come back as soon as I go. Wang Gue recovered a lot both physically and mentally after a night's rest. You, be careful. The wife actually doesn't want her husband to go out, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime time to hoard resources. If she misses it, she will starve. Don't worry, I know how to do it. Wang Gue was once a mountaineering enthusiast, so there was no shortage of equipment, such as a mountaineering bag at home. He picked up one on his back and rushed out with a hiking stick as self-defense. At this time, almost all the survivors gathered near the community, and without exception they were all snatching cards, and some even fought over a blue card. Wang Gue did not choose to fight with them, but turned into an alley and picked up the cards scattered on the street after leaving the community. Wang Gue is very lucky. In less than 10 minutes, he got it. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 12 Wang Gue, 2 halves. There are more than 30 white, green cards, and even a blue card. If we live frugally, It will be enough to feed our family of 3 for a week. Wang Gui was filled with joy. Just as he continued to look for the card, his head was hit by something. When he touched it, he found that it turned out to be a colorful card. Colorful cards? Wang Gui's pupils froze, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Without even looking at it, he immediately stuffed the colorful card into his shoe. Even a fool knows that the value of this colored card must be very high. Brother Gui, how many cards have you picked up? Just as Wang Gui stood up, 3 burly young men suddenly appeared behind him. Wang Gui knew them. He was a well-known street kid in the community. He did nothing all day long and was proficient in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. However, they all live in the same community and would still say hello when they met. Dot. Wang Gui smiled and said, "It's a big army. I came out late and didn't pick up much. How many are you picking up?" Dajuan stepped forward with a smile, grabbed Wang Gui's hiking bag without any explanation, unfolded it, and let out a strange laugh. "Oh, it's quite a lot. Aren't there dozens of them?" "Dajuan, what are you doing?" Wang Gui said weakly. He was a man with a cowardly personality, otherwise he would not have stayed at home and dare not go out. "I'm not doing anything. I'm just borrowing some cards from you." Dajuan stuffed all the cards into his pocket and threw the hiking bag back to Wang Gui laughingly. Wang Ziqing was Dajuan's buddy. Seeing Wang Gui, he was a little angry. Without saying a word, he kicked him in the face. "Fuck! Are you fucking dissatisfied? What's that look in your eyes?" Wang Gui fell to the ground, his body trembling. "Okay, Ziqing, we can't bully honest people." Dajuan waved his hand with a smile. "While it's still raining, pick up the card quickly." The 3 of them immediately left Wang Gui and walked away. When Wang Gui saw the 3 of them walking away, he covered his face and stood up, secretly glad that. "Keep an eye out for yourself, otherwise you'll get caught in one fell swoop." On the other side, the gangster trio are looking for the card. "Brother Jun, I have something I don't know whether to talk about or not." Wang Ziqing licked his lips. "We are brothers. If you have anything to say, just say it. There is no need to hide it." Dajuan glanced at him curiously. Wang Gui's wife is very beautiful, and she has given birth to a very big child. As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them stopped. Dajuan's expression was strange, but it soon turned ferocious and evil. He put a hand on Wang Ziqing's shoulder and said, "What's the matter? Do you mean you want me?" Wang Ziqing had a smirk on his face. "It's the end of the world now. Monsters are rampant, and no one knows when they will be killed by monsters. I want to have a good time before I die. I have actually wanted to get that bitch for a long time." Zhou Yin licked his lower lip and gave a bad smile. "I have no objection. Anyway, there is no law now. The police are useless. It depends on Brother Jun's opinion. I will listen to Brother Jun." Dajuan rubbed his crotch and said, "A woman just happens to serve the 3 of us. Don't tell me. I really haven't thought about that. Her wife is really broad-minded. But Brother Jun, what if Wang Gui finds out? That's not easy to handle. Just kill him." Hey. The 3 gangsters looked at each other, their hearts surging, and they didn't bother to pick up the cards. They smiled evilly and turned back toward the community. The rain of cards only lasted less than an hour, and then stopped. Wang Gui was worried that a monster would appear next, so he went around and around, deliberately avoiding the crowd and going home. When he arrived at the door of his home, he found something was wrong. The door was open. "Daughter-in-law, why don't you close the door? I brought back a lot of cards, which should be enough for us." The sound stopped suddenly. Wang Gui's throat seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand, and what he saw was an extremely miserable scene, like hell on earth. Chapter 13, Card Replacement, 1/2. Welcome home. As soon as Qin Lang parked the Will-o'-the-Wisp at the door of the RV opened from the inside, revealing Lin Wanner's beautiful face filled with youth. Qin Lang was slightly stunned, and for a moment he felt as if he was in another world. Feng Xiaoni would say the same thing to him every time in his previous life. "Well, I'm back." Qin Lang smiled, took out the key to the Will-o'-the-Wisp, and walked into the RV. Looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the dining table, Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh and said, "Are you waiting for me?" "Yeah." Lin Wanner's pretty face turned red. Qin Lang is no longer a kid who just left school, so he doesn't know Lin Wanner's thoughts. But at the moment, he has no intention to engage in family affection. Dot, dot. The early days of the apocalypse are an important time to hoard resources, which directly affects how long he can survive in the apocalypse. In the face of life, sex can only be put in the back as a supplement. After hastily finishing lunch, Qin Lang observed the strange face in the sky. Based on his past life experience and the current changes in the strange face, there should be another 3 to 4 hours of blood rain. Before that, he had to do something an important thing. "I'm going out for a while. You take care of your home." Qin Lang carried a bag of food and water on his back and rode a will-o'-the-wisp toward the opposite community. He plans to make a deal. The search for cards when he went out just now failed. Apart from picking up a few gold resource cards, the rest were silver cards, blue cards, and green cards, so he planned to try his luck in the community to see if he could exchange for some high-quality cards. For these residents, food and drink are the most important thing. When Qin Lang came to the community garden, the garden was empty, not even a ghost. But he knew that the residents of the community were hiding in their homes, and dozens of pairs of eyes were watching him at this time. "I have no ill intentions towards you. I just came here to trade with you. I have a lot of food and water cards. I want to exchange them with you for green and blue cards besides food. If I have a silver or gold card, I am willing to pay more." Proportion. In order to show his sincerity, Qin Lang took the initiative to put his school bag, open it, and take out the white cards inside in piles. This opportunity must never come again. "I will only stay for a short while." Qin Lang's appearance at this time was no different from that of the vendors setting up stalls at the entrance of the university town. He was quite down to earth. After shouting for a while, someone walked out cautiously from the corridor. They were a young couple in their mid-20s. "What's the problem?" Qin Lang got straight to the point. "1 is blue, 5 are green, and there are white ones," the man said timidly. Don't blame him for being afraid. Although he didn't personally participate in the asking for money activity last night, he heard from the neighbors next door that they didn't know anything about Qin Lang. Comment: ruthless. "I don't want the white ones. Let me see the blue and green cards." Qin Lang took the card and looked at it with disgust. "It's useless. I'll give you at most 20 white cards. You can choose whatever you want to eat or drink. Do you want to change it?" When a man heard that he was casually picking food and drinks, he nodded hurriedly. "Exchange, we want 5 portions of food and 15 portions of water." "Okay, take it." Qin Lang was also unambiguous and handed over the card. The first sale was completed successfully. As the saying goes, if there is one, there are two. When the others saw that Qin Lang was really here to do business, they no longer hesitated and went downstairs to trade cards with Qin Lang. Soon Qin Lang exchanged more than 1,000 resource white card for more than 300 blue and green cards that are of little use. It seems that Qin Lang has lost money, but in fact he has made a huge profit. Be aware that the normal card transaction ratio is 10 to 1. Only 10 white cards can be exchanged for 1 green card, 100 white cards can be exchanged for 1 blue card, and so on, if it is done through the transaction terminal. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 13, Card Replacement. 2 halves. Trade. He is desperate for 100 green cards. Proper benefits for beta players. Seeing that the cards were almost changed, Qin Lang was about to leave when a familiar voice came from behind. "How do I change the color cards?" Qin Lang was stunned. Looking at Wang Gui, the man who begged him for food last night, he calmed down and said in a low voice, "You have a color card? What's the name of the card?" He had to first confirm whether the other party was deceiving him. "Space ring, 10 cubic meters." Wang Gui whispered. Dot. Dot. Is. Qin Lang took a breath. Space ring. Absolutely strategic equipment. In the previous life, a space ring could be exchanged for almost 2 sets of golden talents. It was one of the few colored cards whose premium was more than twice its original value. "Would you like to come to my car and talk?" Qin Lang thought Wang Gui would refuse, but he didn't know that the man just said yes and got on his will-o'-the-wisp. "I hid the card. It's useless even if you kill me," Wang Gui said quietly like a ghost. Qin Lang was stunned and laughed it off. Inside the RV, Qin Lang asked Lin Wanner to pour Wang Gui a cup of coffee and make him a curry beef rice. Wang Gui didn't refuse, just wolfed down the food. Qin Lang was not in a hurry at all. He didn't speak until Wang Gui finished his meal. Now we can talk about the transaction. What do you plan to exchange for? Wang Gui wiped his eyelids and said, I don't want to be stuck as long as you help me kill 3 people. Qin Lang was startled and realized something was wrong. What's going on? My wife is dead, and my son is also dead. Wang Gui's eyes were dull. Lin Wanner looked surprised. Dead? He was fine last night. How could... The people who killed my wife and son were Hu Dajuan, Wang Ziqing, and Zhou Yun. They took turns insulting my wife and strangling my son to death. Wang Gui suddenly became excited, smashed his fist on the dining table like crazy, and roared, I want them to die. As long as they die, the colored cards are yours. Kill. Help me kill them. I know you have this ability. Qin Lang stared at this man who was mentally disturbed due to excessive grief for a long time, and said calmly, I will give you another condition. You can choose their death method. If conditions permit, I will let you take revenge with your own hands. Qin Lang glanced at the time on his watch, grabbed the black knife, and stood up and said, Follow me. Be careful, Lin Wanner said softly. 5 minutes later, Qin Lang took Wang Gui back to the community. He was just about to ask Wang Gui to point out where the 3 people lived. Wang Gui suddenly pulled his arm and said tremblingly, They are them. Qin Lang looked over and saw 3 young men walking towards him. They had a hand in besieging the RV last night, but they didn't take action. Hu Dajuan's face was full of joking. Hey, Brother Gui, you're back. You are the ones who killed my wife and son. Don't deny it. Someone saw it. Wang Gui yelled, his eyes bloodshot. Hu Dajuan chuckled. Who said I don't admit it? That's right. I killed a person. What can you do to me? Wang Gui didn't expect that the other party would admit it so generously, and his brain couldn't turn around for a while. Wang Ziqing said with a smile, Let me tell you, your wife is really nice and very smooth. You have no idea how cooperative she is when we play with her. It's called ecstasy. I'll fucking fight you. Wang Gui screamed and wanted to rush forward like crazy, but Qin Lang caught him. Chapter 14, Space Ring, 1/2. You can sleep, but you have to kill people, not even children. Qin Lang had a blank expression on his face, and he showed no emotion when he said this. Hu Dajuan spread his hands. Actually, we didn't want to kill anyone at first. It was purely an accident. When we were doing something big, the kid was crying, and I was upset, so I asked Lao Zhou to block his mouth, who knew that the kid was inexperienced and suffocated the kid to death. Then the woman went crazy, and I had to kill her. Look at how she scratched me. Hu Dajuan was fearless and deliberately provoked Wang Gui, revealing several bloody scratches on his neck. This can't be blamed on me. How did I know that the kid was so fragile? I didn't use any strength at all. Zhou Yun was wronged. You beasts. Wang Gui was shaking and tears were streaming down his face. The tragic death of his wife and children was described so lightly by them. No one could bear it. If Qin Lang hadn't held him tightly, he would have fought hard in the morning. You brought him here for revenge, right? Hu Dajuan's eyes were full of provocation, staring straight at Qin Lang. Boy, the pretty girl in your RV is quite good. We brothers have reserved her. When we kill you, we will serve her well and make sure she will be in lust, immortality, lust, and death. My big cock can't wait. Wang Ziqing and Zhou Yun laughed loudly, and both deliberately showed the pistols on their waists. They were lucky and picked up 3 silver pistol cards on the way back to the community. This is the main reason why they are fearless. So when they found out that Wang Gui brought Qin Lang back for revenge, they took the initiative to meet the enemy. 3 people, 3 guns, what is there to fear? You 3, Qin Lang showed a sneer. Ants. Pretend to be your mother's ex. Die for me. Hu Dajuan decisively took out his gun, but before he could pull the trigger, Qin Lang, who was well prepared, shot and broke his arm. /U003, comparing with me and drawing a gun? You're looking for death. My hand. Hu Dajun fell down screaming, and Wang Ziqing and Zhou Yan saw this and hurriedly shot at Qin Lang. What shocked them was that the bullets hit Qin Lang like a stone cow sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace, and could not hurt him at all. Qin Lang did not give the two more time to think and attack, and fired back. Bang! Bang! After 2 shots, Wang Ziqing and Zhou Yan's arms holding guns were broken. Which survivor who can survive for 5 years in the end of the world is not a sharpshooter, and who doesn't have some special skills? Qin Lang didn't even use the sharpshooter's lock function. At such a close distance, there was no need for that. Why? I clearly hit him. Why is he okay? It hurts, it hurts. The 3 young guas were lying in a pool of blood and howling, attracting the residents of the community to look down. There is no impenetrable wall in the community. They all knew what happened to Wang Gui's wife and children, so naturally no one sympathized with these 3 beasts. Qin Lang patted Wang Gui on the shoulder and handed him a green knife card. You can avenge your wife and children with your own hands. I have completed your request. Where are my things? Behind the sewer pipe on the 1st floor. After Wang Gui finished speaking, he took the hatchet and walked towards the 3 people who kept crawling back. Hu Dajuan tried to pick up the gun and was cut off half of his palm by a knife. Brother Gui, we were wrong. Please let us go. We are willing to be your slaves. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 14 Space Ring. 2 halves. I will give you whatever you want, cards. We have a lot. I'll return to you. Don't kill me. Please. This is Wang Ziqing's idea. The 3 people who were extremely arrogant not long ago were now scared to pee their pants, begging for mercy and testifying against their good brother's crimes. Qin Lang glanced at the scene and then retracted his gaze. What he had to do was done. The decision of life and death was in Wang Gui's hands. No matter what happened next, it had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to get the space ring as soon as possible. Wang Gui did not lie to him. The color card was indeed hidden behind the sewer pipe at the end of the corridor on the 1st floor, covered with dust and some industrial waste. Qin Lang tore the card open and put the ring on his finger. Sure enough, a square space appeared inside. 10 cubic meters. It seemed small, but it could actually accommodate a lot of things, such as his ghost fire motorcycle or hundreds of normal-sized corpses. The area for a 120-pound adult standing is about 0.06 cubic meters. With this thing, we can put the cultivation of Bloodheart on the agenda. The moment he learned about the existence of the space ring, Qin Lang had already thought about how to use it. Hold the corpse. Of course, the premise is to wait until Feng Xiaoni is found and find a place to settle down for a long time. Walking out of the apartment building, Qin Lang glanced at it. The 3 people, led by Hu Dajuan, had been disemboweled and were dead beyond death, while Wang Gui was covered in blood, kneeling in a pool of blood, crying and laughing. Any comfort seemed pale at this moment. Qin Lang said nothing, just passed by him. As for the 3 pistols, he wanted to take them all away, but later thought about it and left one for Wang Gui. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable holding this colorful card. A few hours later, it's raining again. No, it's blood rain. /U003 Lin Wanner's exclamation woke up Qin Lang, who was lying in the driver's seat with his eyes closed. Qin Lang looked out through the car window, and countless blood hearts of different sizes fell like raindrops. The number was no less than that of the first blood heart. He even saw a black heart streaking across the sky and falling into the distance. As soon as the blood hearts landed, they began to multiply, and a large number of blood corpses rushed out from them to look for prey. The RV was parked at the south end of the intersection. Not only was the transportation convenient, but the vision was also relatively wide. The most important thing was that there were no high-rise buildings nearby, so it was clear where the blood hearts fell. Let's go, try your archery. Qin Lang pulled Lin Wanner to the roof of the car, smoking and saying, "Why so scared?" "No. If you're not afraid, then why are you shaking?" "Huh?" Lin Wanner said angrily. "I'm too excited. I could only watch you kill monsters before, but now I can finally fight side by side with you." Let's see how I perform." As she spoke, Lin Wanner drew her bow and shot. Swish! The arrow shot out and pierced the head of a blood corpse without bias. The movements were smooth and seamless. 2 words, handsome. Good, keep it up. Qin Lang gave a thumbs up. Although the crossbow is not powerful enough, it has a huge advantage over firearms. That is, the noise is so small that it can be ignored, and there's no need to worry about attracting other blood corpses. Guns are different. Qin Lang can hear the gunshots coming from the community from several miles away, and the blood corpses will only increase. I don't know how many people will be left in the community after this bloody rain. Forget it. What does it have to do with me? Qin Lang drew out the black knife and rushed toward a small group of blood corpses not far away. Chapter 15, Wang Gui's Plea, 1/2. Earlier, there were communities only a few miles apart. Wang Gui sat in his living room in a daze. The bloodstains on the floor have been cleaned up, and there are 2 corpses, one large and one small, lying in the bedroom covered with sheets. "I'm useless. I can't protect you. Please walk slower. I'll go down to find you right now." Wang Gui grabbed the pistol on the table and put it against his temple. But just as he was about to pull the trigger and go to the spring to be with his wife and children, there were bursts of exclamations from the community. Wang Gui came to the window and looked down and couldn't help being surprised. Several bright red blood hearts appeared out of nowhere, and the bloody corpses covered in fishy odor and mucus struggled to crawl out. Some of the bloody corpses found their targets and chased after them with wailing screams. There were several residents on the spot who were exchanging cards in the open space. Torn to pieces. "Dad, I'm scared." A 3 or 4-year-old boy was standing in the garden howling. Not far away was a bloody corpse that was running towards him, and his father's neck had been bitten off by the bloody corpse. Dot. Kids, be careful. Be careful. Wang Gui is a cowardly person, timid by nature, and the only way to relieve stress is to climb mountains. But at this moment, he didn't know where the courage came from. His brain was so hot that he jumped from the 3rd floor, and his body hit the green belt heavily. Ignoring his scratched arm, he hugged the little boy and rushed into the corridor. The bloody corpse jumped away, became furious, and chased after him. He jumped and bit the little boy on the leg. The little boy fainted from the pain on the spot. "I'll fucking fight you." Wang Gui roared, pulled the trigger, and the bullet smashed the bloody corpse's head into pieces. The sound of the gunshot alerted the other blood corpses, and these monsters with extremely sensitive hearing and sense of smell all turned their heads. In the evening, inside the RV at the intersection, "Come down and take a rest. There should be no bloody corpses nearby." Qin Lang called Lin Wanner to get off the roof of the car. In just 2 hours, he discovered that Lin Wanner had extremely strong fighting talent and learning ability. From being timid at the beginning to successive headshots of bloody corpses, he was amazed by how quickly her skills improved. No wonder Lin Wanner, a young actor, was able to fight her way through her previous life to find him, who was shivering at home. "I killed 61 bloody corpses." Lin Wanner jumped into the RV with a happy face and asked Qin Lang for credit. "Awesome. Let's change clothes, take a shower, and eat," Qin Lang said with a smile. After being tense for a long time, Lin Wanner's coat was already soaked with sweat, her underwear was clearly visible, and her movements were full of joy, making Qin Lang, a vigorous young man in his early 20s, almost unable to control himself. After rinsing, Lin Wanner put on a clean white shirt and hot pants and walked out. Her whole body exuded the unique fragrance of shower gel and female hormones. "Are we leaving here tonight?" Lin Wanner asked while blowing her hair. She had already made the RV her home. Qin Lang nodded. "While it's dark, kill all the way. The blood rain has just ended, and there must be a lot of blood hearts and blood corpses all over the city. It's a great time to hoard resources. It would be even better if you can kill a few night demons by the way. As for Blackheart, Qin Lang currently has no plans to attack. The mature Blackheart cannot defeat him without an experienced team. Qin Lang, are you there?" Wang Gui's voice came from outside the door, and Qin Lang was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, this man survived with a dying boy in his arms. He opened the car door and let Wang Gui in. "Who is this boy?" Before the end of the world, his mother was on a business trip and couldn't be contacted. His father was bitten to death by a monster not long ago. Wang Gui said with a heartbroken face, "He was bitten by a bloody corpse. Can you save him?" Qin Lang frowned slightly. At this time, Wang Gui's energy were much better than a few hours ago. It was obvious that he had found new energy from this little boy. This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 15, Wang Gui's Plea. 2 halves. Pillar. Although things like silver card serum are quite precious, and he only has a dozen of them. I have a card. I can exchange it with you. Wang Gui randomly took out a bunch of blue and green cards from his pocket. If it's not enough, I'll get them for you again. Just give me some time. Save people first. Qin Lang thought for a moment, collected Wang Gui's card, and took out a silver card serum from his body, which was a special injection specially designed to treat bites from blood corpses. After injecting the serum into the little boy, Qin Lang asked curiously, "How did you stop the bloody corpse? How many people are there in the community?" Based on Qin Lang's understanding of the residents of the community, there is a high probability that this group of people will be wiped out in this rain of blood. Wang Gui sighed. "I suggest that we all defend the building together. Otherwise, it will be a matter of time before we die. Fortunately, they are willing to listen to me. But unfortunately, we are too weak, and we sacrificed more than half of them before we could barely clear out the bloody corpses. There are probably only 30 or 40 people who survived. I don't know the exact number. Are they all young people who dare to fight?" Qin Lang's words made Wang Gui stunned for a moment. Then he realized something, and his expression became excited. Yes. The people fighting alongside me are all young people. They are very brave. Some of them have strength in their talents. You think? Qin Lang chuckled. Don't be so excited first. I'm just asking casually. Wang Gui was suddenly disappointed. If you feel uneasy at night, I'll take you back. Wanner, make a cappuccino for Brother Wang. Okay. Lin Wanner hurriedly went to look for the food card. Qin Lang started the RV and sent Wang Gui and the little boy back to the community. The community they were in was semi-open, and the guardrails were useless. However, when he came here during the day, the big iron gate was open, but now it was closed. Not only that, it was also locked with several thick chains, and there were people on duty in the security booth. I'll go in with Brother Wang first. You keep an eye on the house. Qin Lang informed him and followed Wang Gui out of the car. The young people in the security booth were excited to see Wang Gui bring Qin Lang back. They didn't know how strong Qin Lang was, but they saw Qin Lang kill 3 gangsters in the afternoon. His fighting ability was awesome. Brother, are you here to help us? Qin Lang knew the young man who spoke. He was the first couple to exchange cards with him in the afternoon. His girlfriend followed him tremblingly. Both of them were covered with dirt and blood, and the smell was quite unpleasant. It's not their fault. With resource cards so scarce, any water cards would be kept for drinking. Not many people would be so extravagant as to use them for bathing. I'll come and take a look. Qin Lang swept his eyes and saw traces of battle everywhere. Bloodstains, limbs, and corpses were scattered around without any time to be cleaned up. Some survivors who lost their loved ones in the battle cried silently, and more people were like zombies, lost their souls. You were the only ones left. Qin Lang sighed. Wang Gui didn't lie. More than half of the people were dead. I'm leaving soon. What are your plans next? Qin Lang asked casually. Mr. Qin, where are you going? Can you take us with you? As soon as Wang Gui said this, Qin Lang had no expression on his face, but he smiled slightly in his heart. Wang Gui hurriedly said, If we stay here, we will be killed by monsters sooner or later. Only by following you can we find a way out. Brother, please take us with you. Please. We don't want to die. The young couple knelt down crying. Someone started this, and others followed suit. Soon, there were 20 or 30 people kneeling around Qin Lang. Everyone stand up and talk. When everyone stood up, Qin Lang waved his hand. You want to follow me and find a way out, but you must make 3 rules. I like to say ugly things in advance. Chapter 16 Team Prototype, 1/2. It's late at night, and the roar of monsters can be heard from time to time in this city shrouded in darkness. If you look down from midair at this time, you will find that the entire city has fallen into darkness and deathly silence, with only sporadic lights flickering. At the end of the messy road, there was an RV moving forward at a slow speed. What made people laugh was that behind the RV was a convoy of more than 30 bicycles. They followed the RV silently in the darkness. Occasionally, they would encounter a bloody corpse that had been shot. They would get out of the car and cut open the corpse's body to get the card from inside. The car in front would often stop and wait in tacit understanding at this time. Tonight, the Qin Lang team had both good and bad luck. The good thing is that the largest team of blood corpses they encountered was only more than 20. The bad thing is that the largest team of blood corpses they encountered was only more than 20. Finally, the RV stopped at the entrance of a large shopping mall. Wang Gui, take a few people into the mall to have a look. If you encounter danger, exit. Qin Lang gave instructions, and Wang Gui quickly called 5 young people and walked cautiously into the mall. One of the 3 chapters of the Covenant. Unconditionally obey Qin Lang's orders. A few minutes later, Wang Gui trotted out and told with a happy face that the first floor of the mall was very safe. Someone must have used it as a shelter. The broken glass around was blocked with cargo cabinets. The only thing that could go in and out was the door, but for unknown reasons the Aborigines abandoned this place. I'm resting here today. You can collect the cards. The second chapter of the third chapter of the agreement. All cards must be turned in and eventually distributed by Qin Lang, and those who keep private cards will be expelled from the team. It's been collected, it's all here. Wang Gui handed a large pile of cards to Qin Lang's hand. Although 99% of them were white cards and green cards, with only a few blue cards, Qin Lang's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that he would gain so much in this fight. Take these supplies and distribute them to everyone, as well as these clothes and weapons. Let him. We took the time to take a shower and change clothes. Qin Lang handed Wang Gui the card he had prepared early in the morning. It contained supplies, food and drink, and even thoughtfully prepared shower gel, shampoo, etc. After Wang Gui took these cards into the mall for others to use, everyone was moved to tears, especially the few women in the team. They found tampons and new clothes among the supplies, and they were almost excited. Kneel down for Qin Lang. They need these supplies so much. When they had dinner, took a shower, put on new clothes, and lay on the soft bed Qin Lang prepared for them with their bodies fragrant, the fatigue of a night of riding disappeared at this moment. It's all worth it. Finally, they no longer have to worry about anything at night. They are at peace. It may not be safe. Qin Lang lay on the bed with his eyes closed and resting. I made a promise to them that under normal circumstances, I will protect their safety, but if the danger I encounter is something that even I can't resist, I will not hesitate to kill them. Abandonment, if they can't even accept that, I won't take them with me. Lin Wanner looked away from the other side of the shopping mall and said softly, "You are a cold-hearted person with a cold face and a warm heart. You always like to act inhumane, but in fact you are kinder than anyone else at heart." "I'm not, don't talk nonsense." Qin Lang immediately denied it 3 times in his heart. In this apocalyptic world where monsters are rampant and humanity is annihilated, kindness will only speed up death. He's just not that bad, but if Lin Wanner thinks so, what harm does it do to him? This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 16 Team Prototype, 2 halves. In such a hurry to go to Haicheng. Is there someone important there, your parents? Lin Wanner asked curiously. After spending so many days together, Qin Lang never talked to her about his own affairs. He only said that he was going to Haicheng. My parents divorced when I was very young, and I have forgotten what they looked like. Qin Lang said quietly. He is not an orphan, but he is no different from an orphan. He was a left-behind child in the countryside until he was 10 years old. I'm about the same as you. Lin Wanner's eyes turned red. My dad owed a lot of money due to gambling, and people came to collect debts every day. In the end, my mom couldn't bear it and divorced him. When I was in junior high school, my mom dated a boy. I went to work elsewhere and lost contact. I stayed with my relatives until I was admitted to art school. Qin Lang turned his face and looked at Lin Wanner. Don't think so much. Go to bed early. We have to rush tomorrow. Lin Wanner wiped the corners of her eyes. Yeah, 10 o'clock in the morning. After 5 hours of rest, everyone had recovered to the greatest extent in terms of physical condition and spirit. He even saw long-lost smiles on some people's faces. This group of people seemed to have been transformed overnight. Qin Lang, who saw all this in his eyes, nodded secretly. What he needed were men who were good at fighting, not a group of cowards who only knew how to escape and cry when encountering trouble. This is why he asked Wang Gui in the car. Are they all young people and dare to fight? Boss, we are ready. When will we set off? Wang Gui trotted over and asked. Boss. Qin Lang was a little uncomfortable with this title. Wang Gui was a little embarrassed. I didn't call you first, they called you that. I think it's good. You are our boss. It doesn't matter what you call me. I have something to explain. Old. Please tell me. Qin Lang stepped out of the RV, stretched out, and took out 7 silver mechanical bow cards. Originally, he had 6 mechanical bows, but Lin Wanner used 1 and had 5 left. However, he picked up 2 more during the card rain yesterday. Give these 7 cards to the women in the team and let them train well. Women are naturally weak, so it is unrealistic for them to charge in a battle. Mechanical bows and mechanical crossbows naturally become the most cost-effective weapons and can provide maximum long-range support. Hiss! Wang Gui took a deep breath and said with hot eyes, There's so many silver card bosses, you really spent a lot of money this time. There is no return if you don't invest. Qin Lang laughed it off. Then he pulled out another pile of silver and blue cards and handed it to Wang Gui. Here are explosion-proof shields, police-grade electric batons, and swords. Give them to the men in the team who are strong enough and physically fit. Tell them, if you want to live, you have to fight hard. If anyone dares to take advantage of my things, don't blame me for being rude to him. Wang Gui nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, boss. I will be the first to let anyone dare to paddle. How is little Bower's health? Qin Lang changed the topic after explaining the business. Warmth immediately appeared on Wang Gui's face. Thanks to your special medicine, boss, little Bower is much better. He slept all night and complained that he was hungry when he woke up in the morning. The baby is growing. These cans of milk powder and bread are given to you personally by me. I don't want to use them myself. Qin Lang finally handed Wang Gui 10 green cards. Wang Gui burst into tears of gratitude, his eyes burning. Boss, I won't say thank you for your kindness. Go ahead. Watching Wang Gui leave, Qin Lang sighed. His family was so big that he couldn't afford such a squandering. He only had more than 100 silver cards left, so he had to use them sparingly. Chapter 17, The Dark Shadow Under the Night, 1/2. After making arrangements for Wang Gui, Qin Lang left them all in his RV and patrolled the area. Why drive instead of ride a will-o-wisp? The reason is very simple. Firstly, Lin Wanner has used a lot of talent cards now, and her combat power is not weak anymore, which can be of great help in battle. Secondly, Qin Lang did not completely trust Wang Gui's group. If they betrayed him, wouldn't he have to lose RV and Lin Wanner as his helpers? Qin Lang never hesitates to speculate on the worst side of people's hearts, even though he knows that the probability of Wang Gui and the others' betrayal is really low. After driving around the surrounding streets for a few times, Qin Lang discovered that it was obvious that someone had been nearby. Otherwise, the blood heart that had been dropped just yesterday afternoon would not have been cleaned up so cleanly. Moreover, he had not even found a single survivor along the way. Not seen. You mean there's a strong community nearby? ... After following Qin Lang for a long time, Lin Wanner learned a lot of knowledge and made her own judgment. I don't know if they're strong or not, but there must be a lot of people. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze from the bloody corpses scattered in front of him. Try to avoid encountering them and go back first. If there are really many people in that community and their strength is not weak, then if we stick together, our survival rate will be greatly improved. Lin Wanner asked simply. Of course, she knew that Qin Lang couldn't stay here. He was going to rush there, looking for someone in Haichen. Qin Lang shook his head when he heard this. The more people there are, the greater the consumption. The more than 30 people Wang Gui brought will have to pay 100 white cards every day. The consumption is high, which means they have to pay for supplies. Continuously killing blood zombies is not a long-term solution. Based on the current situation, it is most reasonable for the community or team to keep the number of people below 10. That's it. Lin Wanner blinked her eyes. God knows if she understood. Since there was such a strong community nearby, there were no blood corpses and blood hearts for them to kill. Qin Lang had nothing to do during the whole day and simply fell asleep. In the evening, when the sky was getting dark, Qin Lang called Wang Gui and others to set off. After last night's experience, this group of community residents are no longer so afraid of the dark. When they encounter bloody corpses along the way, they often come forward to kill them without Lin Wanner taking action. This is all thanks to Wang Gui. He divided more than 30 people into different teams, ensuring that each team has both melee and long-range attack methods. In addition, there are also special protections for the head and tail of the convoy, with 10 people, a mobile team of young men. I didn't expect to pick up a treasure and come back. This Wang Gui is a talent. Qin Lang took a panoramic view of everything and secretly approved in his heart. If Wang Gui's next performance can still be so outstanding, he won't mind creating another toolman. The convoy traveled north for more than 3 hours. When it was about to enter the highway section, Lin Wanner frowned at the black shadow flashing across the sky. Is it an illusion? Why do I feel like something is flying in the sky? Lin Wanner rubbed her eyelids, retracted her body back into the car, and asked uncertainly, "Can blood corpses fly?" Qin Lang braked suddenly, and Lin Wanner almost lost her footing and fell. What did you see? Qin Lang had been driving and couldn't notice what was going on in the sky. I'm not sure what it is, but if it's a bat, it wouldn't be that big. Lin Wanner described the creature she saw. Qin Lang's scalp felt numb. Winged demon? How many days has it been since the winged demon appeared? Winged demon is not possible. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 17, The Dark Shadow Under the Night. 2 halves. Afraid, the scary thing is that there must be a black blood heart near the place where there is a winged demon. Winged demons are black blood's sentinels. If necessary, return the same way. Qin Lang grabbed the walkie-talkie and informed Wang Gui. Wang Gui did not dare to be careless, and quickly waved his hand to ask everyone to turn the car around. Roar! In the distance, there was a piercing scream. That was clearly the sound coming from Blood Heart, the welcome song of hell. Found! Qin Lang took out the rifle card and stood on the roof of the car. With the gift of night vision, he was not affected by this dim environment at all. When he raised his head, he saw 7 or 8 winged demons passing by in the sky. The size of these winged demons is only 12 times that of blood corpses. They're extremely ugly and look like giant bats. The biggest advantage of this monster is that it flies very fast and has average defense and attack capabilities. Court Death. Qin Lang directly activated the sharpshooter and continuously pulled the trigger to fire. With several single clicks in a row, all 7 winged demons were shot in the head and fell into the nearby wheat field. Boss, what happened? Wang Gui looked nervous. He couldn't see anything. People are always full of fear of unknown things. Everyone, get ready. The war is about to begin. Qin Lang threw the rifle, some bullets, and a Molotov cocktail card to Wang Gui and tore up a rifle card himself. Protect your people. I know, boss. Wang Gui touched Xiao Bauer's head. The little boy was afraid and said, Uncle, I'm scared. Wang Gui had a gentle look on his face. Don't be afraid. Uncle is here, and he will definitely protect you. There is a deathly silence before the storm. Lin Wanner's nervous body trembled a little until a warm, big hand patted her back gently, calming her down a little. You should go back to the car. It's not safe here. Qin Lang smiled. No, I want to fight with you. Lin Wanner shook her head firmly. If it doesn't work, I'll go back. Lin Wanner has learned several silver-level aura auxiliary skills. As long as they are within a 10-meter range, all friendly forces can enjoy the aura buff. Don't force yourself to come. Qin Lang's pupils condensed. At the end of the road, a large group of blood corpses appeared. They were so dense that I didn't know how many there were. They made strange cries and fell one after another. Among the blood corpses, there were several night demons. As if they were their leaders, the night demons followed the blood corpses slowly. Fuck, how do we fight this? Wang Gui saw the scene in front of him through the military telescope and couldn't help but swear. However, when he saw Qin Lang on the roof of the car without any fear, and the rifle in his hand was so heavy, he calmed down a little. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. He has a gun. What is he afraid of? Come on, I'll shoot you. Wang Gui licked his lips vigorously. Wow! Suddenly, a scream rang out, and it was a man in his 40s or 50s in the team who was attacked by a winged demon. His head was blown off, and his brain was dug out. They only looked ahead and ignored the sky. There were more than a dozen winged demons in the sky, staring at them. Shoot! Wang Gui shouted, raised his gun and shot, and the women in the team, equipped with mechanical bows, also aimed at the dark winged demons in the sky. Chapter 18 Corpses 1/2. The lethality of the winged demons is very limited, and it is difficult for them to get close when everyone is on guard. However, their flying speed is too fast. Not to mention the women who are just learning to practice mechanical bows. Even Wang Gui has used a whole shuttle of bullets. Only one of them can be beaten to death. You go and help Wang Gui and the others. I will be there in front of you. Qin Lang ordered Lin Wanner to pick up the rifle. The group of corpses in front of him had already entered the effective range of the rifle, and he couldn't care about the back. Qin Lang condescended to pull the trigger, and bullets immediately poured out like raindrops. A large area of blood corpses in the front row fell on the spot. However, there were too many blood corpses, and Qin Lang's rifle alone could not stop them. However, he was prepared, took out grenades and explosives from the space ring, and threw them from a distance. Deafening roars resounded throughout the world, and as fire broke out, hundreds of bloody corpses were blown away, and the densely packed corpses were blasted out into bloody open spaces. ... As expected of the boss, he is so fierce. Wang Gui took a deep breath, and his eyes became intense. With the assistance of Lin Wanner, a marksman, he quickly repelled the winged demons who tried to attack sneakily. They began to turn their guns to the front, using 2 rifles and 8 mechanical bows, coupled with the grenades thrown by Qin Lang from time to time. Explosives, incendiary bombs. The corpse group was blocked 50 meters away, unable to move even an inch. Roar! Suddenly, 2 night demons in the corpse group rushed up with bullets and bows and arrows. They pounced on Qin Lang on the roof of the car at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. They were very fast, like 2 high-speed cars. Be careful, Lin Wanner exclaimed. Well done. Qin Lang was not afraid, and the black sword cut the gold out of its sheath. Cut! Puff! An arc of light flashed, and the nearly half-ton night demon was split into 2. A large amount of blood poured out of the broken body. Its limbs twisted a few times and then stopped moving. Once the move was successful, Qin Lang did not stop, took a step forward, and slashed with the sword horizontally. Night demons sensed the danger and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Qin Lang swung the sword at the speed of. It was too fast, and half of Night Demon's head was chopped off. Killing 2 night demons in a snap, Qin Lang showed no expression on his face. He picked up the rifle again, skillfully put on a new magazine, and fired at the corpses. The 2 sides faced off for another 7 or 8 minutes. The corpse group seems to have retreated. People discovered that the corpse group stopped advancing and began to retreat slowly. Stop! Don't waste bullets. Qin Lang raised his hand to signal everyone to cease fire. He scanned the crowd behind him and was pleased with the result. Except for the uncle who was attacked in the first place, Wang Gui's team had no other casualties. Not only that, they also killed hundreds of bloody corpses. This is the advantage of having more people. If he had not brought Wang Gui's team out this time and encountered a group of corpses of this size, Qin Lang would definitely have chosen to escape immediately. Qin Lang jumped off the roof of the car and began to search for the cards on Night Demon. The two Night Demons gave Qin Lang a gold card respectively. Made money. Qin Lang put the gold card away, and without waiting for his instructions, Wang Gui had already asked a few young people to clean up the battlefield with him. 10 minutes later, Wang Gui handed a large pile of cards to Qin Lang. There must be 200 to 300 cards. It's uneasy here, go back. Qin Lang turned the car around and returned the same way. After driving for more than half an hour, he stopped after making sure he was far away from the Black Blood Heart sphere of influence. Everyone is tired. Let's rest here tonight. After this encounter, everyone was physically and mentally exhausted, but their eyes were much brighter than yesterday. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 18 Corpse Group, 2 halves. Compared with the previous battles in the community, looking at tonight's battle, the scale of the two is simply not comparable, but the casualties are negligible. Brother Gui made the right decision. Only by following the boss can we survive. We killed hundreds of bloody corpses. TSK, I can't believe this is true. It's like this with the right person. Did you see it just now? The boss is so fierce. Such a big monster can be killed by him in one stroke. I heard from Brother Gui that thing is called Night Demon. People's morale was high. They were cooking and chatting around a campfire, and the topic naturally revolved around Qin Lang. In order to celebrate this victory, Qin Lang took out a lot of green material cards to reward them, such as ham sausages, canned meat, instant noodles, and braised egg tubes. They haven't eaten these foods since the end of the world. A week later, many people were moved to tears when they tasted what experts in peacetime called junk food. I've actually eaten meat. Who the hell would believe it? A tall, thick-set man cried while eating luncheon meat. You eat more, and I'll just drink some soup. The male dog affectionately pushed the soaked instant noodles to his girlfriend. The girlfriend wiped her eyes and shook her head stubbornly. No, Alii, let's eat together. Inside the RV, the lights are brightly lit. Qin Lang cut off a piece of tender beef and put it into his mouth, his brows slightly wrinkled, obviously worried. This is also true. Although they won this encounter, the Black Blood Heart was still ahead. If he didn't kill this thing, he would have to make a long circle to get out of the city. It didn't matter that he had an RV, Wang Gui and the others would definitely not be able to bear it. Besides, taking other paths may not necessarily be safe. Lin Wanner was very sensible and didn't disturb his thinking. After eating, she sat aside obediently and sorted the cards. She glanced at Qin Lang from time to time, and her heartbeat accelerated inexplicably. A serious man is the most charming. What's wrong? Qin Lang just came back to his senses and found Lin Wanner looking at him. Nothing. Oh, I want to tell you that we have seized a total of 317 cards tonight, 33 green cards, 5 blue cards, and 1 silver card, all here. Not bad. Qin Lang nodded. It's profitable, but not much. By the way, what are those 2 gold cards? Qin Lang remembered that there were 2 gold cards looted from the Night Demon in the space ring and took them out to look at them. One is a weapon, the blood pattern gun, and the other is a talent, keen sense of smell. The cold weapon of the blood pattern gun is only useful if you have learned the skills and talents that match it, so he can't use it for the time being. What's interesting is that this keen sense of smell is essentially similar to the danger intuition. Both are passive talents that can detect danger in advance, but he already has the danger intuition, and there is no need to learn this talent with significant side effects. What are the side effects? Lin Wanner looked curious. Qin Lang smiled and said, having a very sensitive nose is never a good thing for people, especially in the end times. It will seriously affect the quality of life. Lin Wanner thought about it, and it was indeed the truth. If the stench of the blood corpse is magnified several times, no one can stand it. Using this talent to suppress appetite and maintain body shape is a good choice. The next morning, Qin Lang found Wang Gui and asked him to distribute today's supply cards to everyone. While chatting, a dark green military truck drove over from a distance and stopped 100 meters away from the camp. Chapter 19 Card Trading, 1/2. 5 armed men jumped out of the truck. The one who spoke was a man with a crew cut in his 40s, dressed in camouflage uniform and with a very burly figure. Don't be nervous, everyone. I don't mean any harm. We are a search team from the United Community. My name is Li Jingqi. Who is your leader? I want to talk to him. Li Jingqi shouted with a smile on his face. What's the matter with this uncle? Qin Lang greeted him with a smile. Are you a leader? Li Jingqi was a little incredible. He was obviously just a young man in his early 20s, but he could become a leader. It seemed like he had something. Li Jingqi smiled and said, That's right. My camp has a strong defense line and sufficient supplies. You also know what the environment is like outside now. There are man-eating monsters everywhere. Only by staying together can we survive. Are you willing to take me with you? I want you to come back to the camp with me, and let's work together to fight against those monsters. Of course, if you're not satisfied when you get there, you can leave at any time. I don't force it. I think the more people there are, the greater the hope of survival. I have to say that what Li Jingqi said was very sincere and reasonable. Faced with a sudden monster, any normal person would choose to stick together. Uncle, where's your camp? Qin Lang asked. The Sihai restaurant behind Fairview Garden. Oh, that's right. Qin Lang nodded. Sure enough, the camp Li Jingqi mentioned was not far from the shopping mall where they lived before, only a 20-minute drive away. Uncle, I'll discuss it with my friends first. At this time, Qin Lang behaved quite immaturely and had no independent opinions. Li Jingqi naturally smiled and said it didn't matter and asked him to discuss it. In his heart, Li Jingqi classified Qin Lang as a lucky, sunny, and cheerful boy. Boss, do you really plan to go back to the camp with them? Wang Gui came over and asked. Go over and see if there's nothing to lose. Let everyone pack up and set off in 10 minutes. Qin Lang has lived in the last days for so many years and has met countless people, whether they are good or not. Evil can be judged intuitively. This Li Jingyi is obviously not an evil person. The cheerful energy and temperament in his body cannot be faked. Okay. Wang Gui had no objection and obeyed Qin Lang unconditionally. He immediately ordered everyone to pack their bags and prepare to leave. Li Jingqi was very happy when he received Qin Lang's affirmative answer. So a military truck, a RV, and dozens of bicycles followed slowly towards the city center. Boss, I just observed that the equipment of this group of people is quite good. The worst weapons are blue card weapons. The women are all equipped with silver car mechanical bows. Their combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. The man wearing glasses in the passenger seat suddenly said. His name is Chun Chi, and he is Li Jingqi's deputy. Li Jingqi smiled and said, What's so strange about this? It's the end of the world. Monsters are rampant, and the fittest will survive. Only the strong can survive, and the weak have long been eliminated. I'm a little worried whether they will covet the resources of our camp. Li Jingqi burst out laughing. You are good at everything, but you are too cautious and like to think wildly when nothing happens. Is this a decoration? Li Jingqi patted the rifle hanging on his chest. Besides, their living standards are not low. Did you notice that their clothes are all new and everyone is very clean? This alone is better than our camp. After being reminded by Li Jingqi, Chun Chi nodded. This is really the case. This team of more than 30 people is much cleaner than the survivors they found before, and they're full of energy. It's approaching noon. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 19, Card Trading, 2 halves. The motorcade returned to the entrance of Sihai Restaurant. Electric grids, wooden piles, and some walls were set up around the restaurant to block the movement of bloody corpses. Qin Lang would not comment on how much defensive capability this thing has. Anyway, it is better than nothing. It can at least give him a little more peace of mind. Inside these walls are some tents in which many unkempt, refugee-like survivors live. Compared with them, these people brought by Qin Lang are absolutely regular troops. The appearance of Qin Lang and his party undoubtedly attracted the envious eyes of the survivors. Boss, you are finally back. Seeing Li Jingqi bringing people back, a young man with a gun hurriedly ran over to greet him. What happened? Are you in a panic? Li Jing frowned angrily. Something happened to Brother Sean. He was bitten and seriously injured. He ran back alone. What? Where are the others? In the medical department. Take me to see it. Li Zhengqi exclaimed, and hurriedly followed the young man into the hotel, leaving Qin Lang and the others in the restaurant. Qin Chi was a little helpless. I'm sorry, everyone. Something happened at home. Please take a rest here first. If you need anything, you can tell me. It's okay, you go ahead. Qin Lang waved his hand, signaling Qin Chi to go ahead and do it. After Qin Chi left, Qin Lang began to look carefully at the 9-story building. In the early days of the apocalypse, occupying such a high-rise building can indeed effectively resist the attack of blood zombies, but it would be bad if the attacker is a human. Throwing more than a dozen bundles of explosives at the load-bearing wall will directly result in the collapse of the building. Of course, in the early days of the apocalypse, when attack cards are so scarce, apart from deep hatred, no human group would do such a thing, injuring the enemy by 1,000 and losing 8 to itself. Hundreds of stupid things. A few minutes later, he saw Li Zhengqi again. He apologized to Qin Lang with a gloomy face. I'm sorry for neglecting everyone. Another search team in our community was attacked by a group of corpses, and the captain was injured. I just went to deal with his affairs. Severely injured? Qin Lang followed Li Zhengqi and walked inside. Li Zhengqi sighed and said with a frown, well, it's very serious. 8 people went out, and only one came back, Lao Huang. What's terrible is that we don't have any serum in our hands. If we leave it alone. After a pause, Li Zhengqi asked tentatively, Brother, do you happen to have the serum in your hand? Qin Lang looked directly at Li Zhengqi's expectant eyes and said with a smile, I do have the silver card serum on me, but I have to keep it for emergencies. As you can see, my team also has more than 30 people. In case anyone, what should I do if I get bitten and can't get the serum? Li Zhengqi nodded. You are right, that's the truth. But saving people is more important right now. To be honest, Huangshan is the second combat force of our camp. If something happens to him, it will be an unbearable loss for the camp. Let's do that. Under what conditions are you willing to give me the serum? Qin Lang spread his hands and said, Uncle, since you like to be direct, I will be direct as well. Let's change cards. I wonder if you have a talent gold card in your hand. Talent gold card? Li Zheng was choked up. To exchange a silver card for a gold card, you still have to be talented. Are you taking advantage of the situation? Qin Lang said seriously, silver card serum is a special existence, and its value is actually similar to that of gold card. This Li Zhengqi hesitated. Boss, it's not good. Brother Sean is dying. The young man on the stairs exclaimed. Okay, just change it. I do have a talent gold card. Li Zhengqi gritted his teeth and took out a gold card from his arms. Chapter 20 Internal Fighting, 1/2. Talent, 2 meridians of Yang and Yin. Damn it. Qin Lang's pupils condensed. This is an important card for opening the 8 meridians. In this way, as long as he finds the 2 channels of Yang dimension and Yin dimension, he can learn the art of air control. In the early days of the apocalypse, one can open the 8 meridians and learn the art of air control. How powerful is that? He couldn't even think about it. This talent is useless. But Qin Lang still showed a troubled expression. But it's important to save people. Uncle, please wait a moment. I will get the card. Qin Lang returned to the car and stayed there for a few minutes, then handed the silver card serum to Li Zhengqi. Lin Wanner looked amused. Li Zhengqi got the card and hurried upstairs to inject Huangshan. After a while, Li Zhengqi was obviously relaxed when he came out. Fortunately, Lao Huang's life was saved. Thank you, little brother. Uncle, you're welcome. Our exchange is of equal value. If you have any cards that you don't need temporarily, I can exchange them with you for other cards. Thank you. No need to. Li Zhengqi twitched his lips. From the end of the world to the present, the team he led has only obtained 5 gold cards in total. 2 of them, one is a vehicle military truck, and the other is food. In other words, only 3 can be used. It's just a piece, and Qin Lang took one in exchange for it. It's a lie to say it doesn't hurt. But thinking about saving Huangshan, it was all worth it. In the following time, Qin Lang followed Li Zhengqi around the camp and inside and outside. Even Li Zhengqi did not hide such an important place as the headquarters. Obviously, he did not regard Qin Lang as a threat. After walking around the entire camp, Li Zheng said angrily, "Brother, what do you think of my camp?" "Not so good." Thinking this in his heart, he naturally couldn't say it in his mouth. Qin Lang was not a person with low emotional intelligence. He smiled slightly and said, "It's okay." "Right," Li Zheng said angrily. "I chose to build the camp here for my own consideration. The view here is broad and accessible in all directions. Easy to defend, but difficult to attack. As long as you are willing to join the camp, we can definitely kill those monsters together and hold on until the rescue team comes." "Uncle, do you think there will be a rescue team?" Qin Lang's expression was weird. He shouldn't be. He's already in his 40s. How could he still be so naive? Li Zhengqi's expression changed, and he muttered, "Actually, I know in my heart that the existence of a rescue team is unlikely, but this person has to give himself something to look forward to, right?" Qin Lang smiled lightly. "Sorry, I have to go to Haiqing to find someone, so I won't stay with you for too long. There's something I don't know whether to say or not." "Brother, just say it." When Li Zhengqi heard that Qin Lang was leaving, he looked a little disappointed, but they had agreed before they came that they could leave at any time if they felt it was inappropriate, so he quickly calmed down. "There are less than 30 armed personnel in your camp, and the remaining more than 100 people are not capable of fighting. At least, in my opinion, they don't look like they can fight. Indeed, many of them are old, weak, women and children who were rescued by the search team when they went out to look for supplies." Li Zhengqi nodded. "With these more than 100 people, how many resources will be consumed in one day? Can you sustain it for a day or two, but 10 days and a half? If you rely on 30 of you to support 100 people, you will be dragged down sooner or later. Collapse." That is to say, Qin Lang was willing to say a few more words when he saw Li Zheng being angry. If it were someone else, he would not bother to care about the other person's life or death. These words hit Li Zhengqi's lungs. What he said was absolutely correct. With the increase in the number of people in the camp, he had already felt tremendous pressure in just a few days. If not, this chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 20, Internal Fighting, 2 halves. How could he forcibly split the 2 search teams into 4 in order to maximize the collection of supplies? But what can he do? You can't just watch these people being bitten to death by monsters, right? Drop. The communicator on Qin Lang's waist rang, and Wang Gui's voice came from it. "Boss." Qin Lang was startled and leaned out to look downstairs. Dozens of people were clearly divided into 2 groups, and they seemed to be arguing about something. "What happened?" Qin Lang and Li Zhengqi came to the open space on the first floor. Wang Gui ran over and told them what happened. It turned out that just now, the people in Wang Gui's team were a little hungry, so they started to make rice in pots. Most of what they ate were green card foods that they had not finished eating in the morning, such as ham sausage, canned food, instant noodles, etc., especially the aroma of instant noodles. For the Aborigines who had been eating rice and pickles for a week in the camp, it was definitely an olfactory attack. So the Aborigines sent several representatives to ask for food. When Wang Gui refused, the 2 sides quarreled. "Why are you so stingy? I just asked you for a few bags of instant noodles. Before this, I didn't even want to look at junk food like this." "That's right. I used to be the boss of a listed company with a net worth of several hundred million, and I refused to give you any orders for food. There was no pattern at all. I'm a Douyin internet celebrity with 600,000 fans. Give me 2 cans. When the apocalypse is over, I can help you make a lot of money." Everyone was chattering. Qin Lang almost couldn't help laughing when he heard the messy words of these people. These people had been brainwashed by Li Zhengqi. They naively thought that the end of the world would pass and the rescue team would come to save people. However, they didn't know that even the country was gone now. Save a yo-yo. Xiao Hu. You are Xiao Hu, a nurse at the Women and Children's Hospital, right? I am your sister Wang. Do you still remember me? When you were at the unit, I took good care of you. The young woman in Wang Gui's team snorted. Of course I remember you. You didn't make things difficult for me. Hey, why are you talking like that? I'm helping you grow, and it's for your own good. The woman's face changed. Why are young people nowadays so ungrateful? Enough. Stop arguing. Didn't I give you food this morning? Li Zhengqi was so embarrassed. After all, he had been bragging to Qin Lang that the camp had no shortage of resources. It's white porridge with pickles again. We haven't smelled the smell of meat for several days. Yes, Li too. At least open a few cans for us. If we keep eating like this, we will be malnourished sooner or later. When you brought us back, you promised that we would have enough food and drink. If we had known it would be such treatment, we might as well have stayed outside. That's right. Li Zhengqi was so angry that his mouth almost twisted. His deputy Chun Chi said angrily, "You all shut up? Are you not satisfied with unconditional food and drink? In order to find resources for you, Brother Sean almost lost his life outside. Now he's still in a coma. Do you have no conscience to say such things?" Qin Lang saw that the quarrel turned into a fight, so he winked at Wang Gui, who signaled everyone to step aside and watch the fun. "Don't worry, I will definitely take care of the food. I hope you can give me some time." Li Zhengqi was exhausted physically and mentally and regretted it. Why did he bring so many burdens here? Don't use delaying tactics, Li Tu. They have ready-made, delicious food. The woman pointed to Wang Gui's group. Improve our food first. Yes, let's improve our food first. Someone immediately followed the motion. Chapter 21 Resistant Blood Corpse, 1/2. Nonsense, what does their card have to do with me? Li Zheng shouted angrily to stop everyone. Qin Lang was happy. It's not easy to improve the food. Go out and kill the blood corpses. Which blood corpse doesn't have a card in it? My people can eat meat because they follow me to death. Why do you? A bunch of stinky beggars. Still think the rice is sour? When Wang Gui and his group heard this, they all puffed up their chests. What they said was absolutely correct. They had joined forces with Qin Lang to fight against the zombies last night. This was what they deserved. Damn it, please keep your mouth clean. Who are you calling a stinky beggar? When I was choosing a concubine in heaven and on earth, you didn't know which corner you were in. A middle-aged man in a tattered suit stood up in the crowd and said fiercely, "You have to give me the card today, whether you give it to me or not." I said so. You said your mother. Qin Lang was too lazy to talk to him and just drew his gun. There was a bang, and at the same time as the red and white things were swaying, the whole world became quiet. Chen Chi was shocked. He didn't expect Qin Lang to kill people when he said he would kill. He subconsciously touched the gun, but he was held down by a rough hand the next second. He asked in confusion, "Boss?" Li Zhengqi didn't say anything, just shook his head slightly. Looking at the group of survivors Qin Lang faced, they all took a few steps back like quails, their eyes full of fear. None of them expected that Qin Lang, a bright and cheerful boy, would kill so decisively without batting an eyelid. Only Wang Gui and the others knew that Qin Lang only looked easy to talk to, but was actually ruthless. Who else dares to beat blindly? Come forward and let me see. Qin Lang waved his gun, and when no one said anything, he sneered, "I still say the same thing. If you want to eat well, just kill monsters, and if you want to steal food from my people, it's okay, as long as it's yours. Life is better than my bullet." Wang Gui hurriedly came over, "Boss. Watch your people and your own food. Anyone who dares to snatch it will be killed directly. I will support you." "Yes. What are you looking at? Why don't you go back?" Wang Gui cursed and pointed his rifle at the survivors. Upon seeing this, the survivors retreated quietly. "Uncle, I'm sorry, I was impulsive." Qin Lang put away the gun and waved his hand towards Li Zhengqi with a smile. The corner of Li Zhengqi's mouth twitched. What a sunny and cheerful boy. He is clearly a murderer. It's all my fault for being incompetent and making you laugh. Li Zheng sighed. It turns out that it is difficult for our teams to integrate together. I'm going to leave after taking a short break. Clear. Li Zhengqi nodded. Old boss. At this time, a man walked out of the door. He had dark skin and a strong body, and his body was covered with gauze soaked in blood. "Old Huang, you're awake. Why don't you have a good rest? What are you doing out of bed?" Li Zhengqi hurried over to help him. This person is the second combat force of the camp, Huang Shan. Huang Shan said with an excited expression, "I have important news to tell you. We have to leave here quickly, don't worry." Qin Lang was about to get into the RV, but his footsteps stopped when he heard this. Are you confused by the fever? Why are we uneasy? Li Zheng was confused. In the past few days, they had easily resisted several waves of small corpse groups with the help of the camp's defense system. Huang Shan sat on the steps panting, his eyes fearful as he said, I'm not lying to you. I'm really uneasy. Our team was attacked by a group of zombies while searching for resources. You also know our strength, let alone a dozen bloody corpses. Even dozens of them can be easily dealt with today. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 21, Resistant Blood Corpse. 2 halves. What we encountered was different. Those bloody corpses were as hard as rocks and bullets couldn't penetrate them. How is this possible? Li Zhengqi exclaimed. It's true. Our magazines were all empty and we couldn't kill any of them. By the time I realized I didn't call my brothers, it was already too late to run away. Huang Shan burst into tears. If I hadn't learned the talent of an athlete, I would have gone with my brothers long ago. Boss, I'm not afraid of death. I have to tell you this news. I don't blame you, but what happened to those bloody corpses? Why can't bullets kill them? Li Zhengqi was puzzled. If that's the case, this camp will indeed have to be abandoned. Qin Lang's voice sounded from behind. Brother, do you know what's going on? Li Zheng turned his face angrily. Qin Lang nodded and explained, everyone knows that people can enhance their abilities through cards. But if someone learns an aura, such as stone skin or bullet resistance, and is eaten by a blood corpse, then the blood corpse, well, there is a certain probability of mastering this talent. From Huangshan's description, I guess it is a bullet resistance aura, and ordinary firearms have very little damage to them. Sweat started to fall on Li Zhengqi's forehead. Then how to deal with this kind of bloody corpse? It's very simple. Use cold weapons or crossbows. Qin Lang asked Huang Shan, where did you encounter the group of blood corpses? To the west, about 10 kilometers away. Huang Shan was seriously injured. After saying a few words, he was out of breath. Chun Chi forced him to go back to the house to rest. Uncle, I want to discuss something with you. Qin Lang called Li Zhengqi aside. I want to borrow your truck. Li Zhengqi had a strange expression on his face. You know that those blood corpses have talents, but you still want to take risks? Wealth is sought in danger. Besides, 10 kilometers is not far or near. How can you safely allow such a person to do so? A group of bloody corpses who are not afraid of bullets wandering around? Or are you really planning to abandon this camp? Li Zhengqi thought for a while and nodded. It's okay to borrow a car, but I have a request. You say, I'll drive, and I'll take Qin Chi with you. Qin Lang had a strange expression. He originally thought that Li Zhengqi wanted collateral, and he could give him the will-o'-the-wisp, but he didn't expect that he wanted to kill the blood corpses with the group. Li Zhengqi said helplessly, there are not many supplies left in the camp. Don't worry, I will only take what I deserve. Qin Lang chuckled. It's such a happy decision. Without further ado, let's get rid of those bloody corpses before dark. Walk. A few minutes later, Qin Lang's small RV opened the road ahead, followed by a military truck full of 30 people. Xiao Bauer and 2 other children who were not capable of fighting were left in the camp. Wang Gui and their parents said nothing about this. If we had this military truck, Brother Wang and the others wouldn't have to follow us on bicycles. Lin Wanner had been listening to Qin Lang's words and stayed in the car, never leaving. At this time, she looked back and said, you mean find an opportunity to kill Li Zhengqi and seize this car? Qin Lang wrote lightly. I didn't. Lin Wanner panicked and screamed, I didn't mean that. Qin Lang laughed it off and said, I'm kidding you, but you're serious. I'm not a murderer. At least I won't kill for a mere gold-level vehicle. To kill, it is also a color card or above. However, in the first stage of the apocalypse, no dark gold cards appear. Qin Lang secretly thought. Soon 2 cars arrived at the scene of the incident. Qin Lang saw everything ahead through the military telescope and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Chapter 22, Uncle. You're hiding very well, 1/2. Why is Lao Huang talking so half-heartedly? He didn't say so much. Li Jingqi was also equipped with a military telescope. He jumped out of the car and came to Qin Lang to complain. A few hundred meters away were groups of blood corpses, densely packed, and the number would not be less than 300. Use Molotov cocktails or explosives. It's best not to use them if you can. Qin Lang shook his head. Molotov cocktails, explosives, grenades, and other weapons of mass destruction can indeed effectively kill blood corpses, but they will destroy the cards and the blood corpses to the greatest extent. In layman's terms, it will affect the card drop rate. Qin Lang took the initiative to attack this time, with the purpose of killing the aura blood corpse by hand to see if he could explode the bullet resistance aura. This is a colorful legendary card. With this thing, he will no longer be afraid of being attacked by guns. It's a bit difficult to kill so many blood corpses without explosives. Li Jingqi muttered. It was the first time he encountered such a large group of corpses. In comparison, Wang Gui's team, which had just fought against the zombies last night, was much calmer. The women all picked up mechanical bows, while the men all picked up shields, electric batons, short knives, and other weapons in their hands, ready to fight at any time. This is the difference. Li Jingqi admired sincerely that Qin Lang was a much more competent leader than him. See that bridge? We can lead the blood corpses to the bridge and kill them. Qin Lang pointed to a bridge across the lake not far away. The bridge was more than 10 meters wide and more than 100 meters long. There were many corpses piled up on the bridge, including humans and blood corpses. Many private cars that lost kinetic energy after the end of the world were left alone on both sides of the bridge. After moving the position to the bridge, Qin Lang pushed the Ghost Fire motorcycle out of the RV. No one except Lin Wanner and Wang Gui knew that he had a space ring, so he naturally would not take the initiative to expose it to outsiders. Who would ride this thing to lead the blood corpses over? Qin Lang looked at everyone. Wang Gui stepped forward. Boss, I'll go. I've ridden before. Let me do it. Li Jingqi waved his hand. You will definitely do the hard work later. Let me at least do a little bit. Chun Chi stepped forward to stop him. Boss, your talent is only suitable for close combat. It will be terrible if you're surrounded. Let me go. If I fail, I can at least escape. Li Jingqi frowned. That's true, but are you sure? It's very dangerous. It's okay. Chun Chi smiled and handed the gun to Li Jingqi. You know, my ability to save my life is a little better than Brother Sean. After Chun Chi rode on the Ghost Fire, Qin Lang gave him a few words, and then he rushed to the other side of the bridge. Everyone, get ready for battle. Whether we can have an extra meal tonight depends on this battle. Qin Lang shouted and drew out the black knife to cut the gold. The two sides were not far apart. The Ghost Fire was not only fast, but also noisy. It was hard not to attract the attention of the corpses. They roared horribly and rushed towards Chun Chi. Chun Chi got Qin Lang's instruction and deliberately slowed down. He always kept a safe distance of about 20 meters from the blood corpses. He took the corpses to the bridge slowly. The whole process was extremely smooth. Just when everyone was relieved for him, an accident happened. Because Chun Chi's attention was always on the blood corpses behind him, he ignored the bones and vehicle wreckage on the bridge. The wheel was accidentally hit by a protruding iron block, and the Ghost Fire lost control on the spot, and the front of the car swayed wildly. Although Chun Chi had experience riding a motorcycle, he could not control this terrifying death swing. After holding on for 5 or 6 seconds, he had to abandon the car. Chun Chi turned over on the ground, got up, and ran forward without looking back. What could be seen with the naked eye was that his 2 legs were actually entangled with a transparent whirlwind. Whirlwind kick. Qin Lang recognized it at a glance. This chapter is not yet finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading. Chapter 22, Uncle. You are hiding very well. 2 halves. Gold card skill can speed up in a short period of time, increase running speed, and has first-class life-saving ability. Li Jingqi nodded. Well, when this guy runs, even dogs can't catch up. Qin Lang smiled. He owes me a Ghost Fire. Li Jingqi pulled out the machete from his waist. It's not appropriate to talk about this now. Let's talk about other things after we kill these monsters. Prepare to meet the enemy. Qin Lang communicated with Lin Wanner, who was waiting on the roof of the car, through the intercom. The Halo blood corpse must be different from other blood corpses. Your task is to find it and tell me the location. ... Okay. Turn on the strong attack Halo. Yes. While talking, Chun-Chi trotted back, and the group of corpses officially entered the range of the mechanical bow. The women standing on the military truck fired arrows one after another, and shot down the blood corpses in the front row from a high position. After several rounds of shooting, dozens of blood corpses were killed. Qin Lang shouted, "Wang Gui." "Got it, boss." "Brothers, follow me." Wang Gui responded loudly, leading the way with a blast shield. The rest of the men in the team followed suit. More than 20 people used shields to support a wall, firmly blocking the zombies. "It's my turn." Li Zhengqi rubbed his short knife on his clothes, jumped on the spot, and actually jumped over the shield wall and plunged into the zombies. "Fuck, what's going on?" Wang Gui was stunned. Qin Lang was a little stunned, not knowing why Li Zhengqi was committing suicide. The next second, the body parts of Li Zhengqi were flying everywhere. He was like a human meat grinder, cutting a bloody path through the corpses with his own strength and a machete. "This is my boss's gifted barbarian. Strong, right?" Chun-Chi showed a proud expression. Qin Lang smiled and thought that the lethality of the gold card gift could not be so exaggerated. Li Zhengqi was obviously reserved. He must have learned some talent that increased the ability to damage. "I saw it." Lin Wanner's voice came from the headset. At the back of the corpse group, there was a white-haired blood corpse. "Got it." Qin Lang waved the black knife and plunged into the corpse group. As the saying goes, every profession has its own specialty. In terms of close combat, Qin Lang is indeed much weaker than Li Zhengqi, and his speed of killing corpses is far less than Li Zhengqi. However, his target is not these ordinary blood corpses, but the Halo blood corpses behind. With Lin Wanner's accurate reporting, Qin Lang quickly came to the white-haired blood corpse. Except for the white hair on its head, its body parts were no different from normal blood corpses. "Die!" Qin Lang chopped with a knife, and the head of the white-haired blood corpse flew high. The next moment, Qin Lang firmly grabbed it and stuffed it into the space ring. Li Zhengqi's strange roar suddenly came from the side. He saw him grabbing a car wreckage with both hands and wheeling it horizontally, instantly sweeping down more than a dozen blood corpses that surrounded him, and then he threw the car wreckage far away, and more than a dozen blood corpses were crushed into pieces. Is it the Overlord or the strange force? Qin Lang was envious. This is obviously the ability of the color card. I really want to have it. Without the gain of the Halo blood corpse, Wang Gui and Chun-Chi began to shoot the group of corpses with rifles. In less than 5 minutes, the blood corpses on the bridge were cleaned up. Huff, huff, huff. Li Zhengqi sat on the ground and panted. He had killed more than 100 blood corpses by himself and was exhausted. "Uncle, you hid very well." Qin Lang stretched out his hand to pull Li Zhengqi up and laughed and joked. "I should have known not to bring you here. What will you let my people eat and drink tonight?" Chapter 23, Obtaining the Halo, 1/2. Li Zhengqi chuckled. "In the end of the world, you have to leave some backup for yourself, right? Stop talking about me. You have been hiding it. I didn't know you hid a beautiful woman in the RV until just now. It's Lin Wanner. I've watched her TV series." Qin Lang laughed and was in a good mood. After the corpse group has been cleared, the next time is to clean up the battlefield and collect cards. Qin Lang naturally has Wang Gui to lead people to do it, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Li Zhengqi and Chun-Chi are more uncomfortable and can only do it themselves. However, both of them had smiles on their faces. This time they went out with just 2 words: make money. "Boss, the cards are all here." Wang Gui brought the cards up. There were 2 silver cards inside, and the remaining white, green, and blue cards totaled a little over 200. Qin Lang put the card away, glanced at Li Zhengqi and the others who were still busy, and said, "Help them." "Good." Soon, the battlefield was cleared. Li Zhengqi and Chun-Chi walked towards the military truck, talking and laughing. Qin Lang said with a bad smile, "Uncle, you made a lot of money." "It's really quite a lot, more than 200. It's really cool. With more than 100 people in the camp, how long will it last? Qin Lang got into the car with a smirk. Li Zhengqi's smile froze instantly, and Chen Qi's face also fell. It hurts my heart, old man. Inside a military truck, Chen Qi's face was gloomy. Boss, I know you mean well and can't bear to see them being eaten by monsters, but you risked your life to earn these cards. Do you really plan to share them with them? Look at the people under Qin Lang. None of them are good at fighting. If those people in the camp can really help us, I would be willing to give this card away, but they... Okay, stop mumbling. Li Zheng sighed. It's my fault. It's the end of the world. How can I be a holy mother? But now I'm on fire. What can I do? Is it possible to kill them? Li Zhengqi felt quite aggrieved. Due to lack of experience in team management, the foundation was not laid well at the beginning, which is why this situation occurred. It is necessary to learn from Qin Lang in terms of team management and operation. Overall, it was a brilliant win. /U003E. When they learned that Li Zhengqi and the others had killed an entire group of corpses and seized a large number of cards, the people in the camp were very happy. Li Zhengqi was not a picky person, so he immediately took out more than half of the cards and distributed them to everyone, asking them to have extra meals. Qin Lang chose to sit on the sidelines. Night falls. A restaurant with water and electricity still feels a bit like home. At this time, Li Zhengqi was sitting on the roof drinking. When he saw Qin Lang coming, he smiled and waved. Brother, sit down. Do you want to take a sip? Qin Lang sat over with a smile. Uncle asked me to meet alone. Isn't it just to treat me to a drink? Of course not. I'm so worried that I want to talk to someone. Oh, you still have cigarettes. Give me one. Li Zhengqi is in his 40s, but his mentality is the same as that of the second generation. There is no difference between a young man in his early teens. He is obviously a heartless master in peaceful times. Qin Lang helped Li Zhengqi light the cigarette and stuffed most of the remaining pack into the pocket of his tactical vest. Save it, I don't have much. Okay, thanks. Li Zhengqi laughed. The wind took away the nicotine in the air. Looking at the entire dark city, Li Zheng said angrily, What would you do if you were put in my position? Qin Lang extinguished half of the cigarette, and asked, Uncle, I should have taken him out of here last night, but unfortunately the Black Blood Heart blocked the way. Should we join forces to blow up the Black Blood Heart? What is a Black Blood Heart? Li Zhengqi naturally didn't know what a Black Blood Heart was. It is a creature that is 10 times or even 10 times more powerful than ordinary blood hearts. Black blood hearts have a certain IQ. Each black blood heart will breed a large number of blood corpses, night demons, winged demons, and even some new monsters. Then, can we fight? Li Zhengqi was a little moved. The more powerful the monster, the better the cards it drops. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 23, Obtaining the Halo, 2 halves. It is said that risk and return coexist. It doesn't matter whether we fight or not. There will definitely be a large number of attrition during the battle. You have to be mentally prepared for this. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, I don't know how you lead the team. Anyway, my personal habit is that the team does not support idle people. You get what you pay for. Okay, Uncle, it's getting late today. I'll go back and rest first. Think about it, and give me an answer tomorrow morning. After Qin Lang left, Li Zhengqi's face was as dark as water. He is not a fool. How could he not hear the deeper meaning of Qin Lang's words? Wouldn't it be too cruel to do so? He was a little undecided. Xiaoqi, where are you? Oh, you're with Lao Huang. Don't move. I'll discuss something with you. Li Zhengqi put down the walkie-talkie and walked downstairs. Inside the RV, Qin Lang took out the white blood corpse head from the space ring. Lin Wanner had long been accustomed to this, but her eyes were a little curious. She didn't know why Qin Lang paid so much attention to this white-haired blood corpse. Qin Lang took out his saber and carefully cut open the bloody corpse's head, muttering something silently in his mouth. After listening carefully, Lin Wanner understood. What he was saying was, color cards come, color cards come, color cards come from all directions. Click. The head split into 2, revealing the card inside. Those are all 2 familiar, colorful cards. Yes. Qin Lang picked up the card and looked at it. Everything was as he guessed. The resistance of friendly parties to ordinary bullets within a 50-meter range of the bullet resistance aura is greatly improved. The more people it covers, the greater the physical consumption. Qin Lang didn't even think about it. He tore up the card and started studying by himself. It's not that he doesn't believe in Lin Wanner, but Lin Wanner's current physical strength is simply not enough to support the use of skill cards of this strength, and she will lose strength in minutes. Besides, he was unwilling to put his life and fortune in the hands of others. It's better to have it yourself than anyone else. In this way, Qin Lang has triple insurance, super recovery body, protective bracelet, bullet resistance halo. It's so comfortable. How can I die? It's not Qin Lang Bio. Unless he gets mad and goes to kill Black Bloodheart alone. These 3 legendary cards are enough for him to survive the first stage of the apocalypse safely. By the way, Wanner, you can use these 2 cards. Qin Lang handed 2 silver cards to Lin Wanner, one for physical strength and one for distant view. They are silver cards that improve physical strength and eyesight and are very cost-effective. Good. Lin Wanner used the card with joy. Don't sort the cards these days. Go to bed early. You must be energetic and prepare for a big battle. Are you talking about the black-blooded heart? Lin Wanner was stunned. Well, tomorrow Laoli will most likely bring everyone in the camp to fight the Black Blood Heart with us. Lin Wanner was stunned, subconsciously thinking of the refugee-like camp members outside. Are they capable of fighting? We have no fighting ability, and we don't know how to fight. You're making it clear that we're going to die. In the morning, the sky is bright. When Li Jingxi announced his plan to attack Black Bloodheart together in the camp today, some people immediately jumped out to oppose it. Li Tu, it's always your people who go out to look for resources. Why do you have to take us with you this time? That's right. We have never fought against those monsters. Just the smell of those monsters makes me feel sick. How can I fight them? Uncle Li, I'm only 18 years old and don't know how to fight. Li Jingxi's face was expressionless, and his sharp eyes swept over everyone. I think you have misunderstood. This is a notice, not a discussion with you. If you want to eat and drink, you have to work hard. What is hard work? It means actively fighting monsters. Who doesn't want to fight and just want to put on his clothes and put out his hands and food to open his mouth? Day, I'm sorry, please leave. From today on, there will be no idlers in the camp. The head split into 2, revealing the card inside. Those are all 2 familiar, colorful cards. Yes. Qin Lang picked up the card and looked at it. Everything was as he guessed. The resistance of friendly parties to ordinary bullets within a 50-meter range of the bullet resistance aura is greatly improved. The more people it covers, the greater the physical consumption. Qin Lang didn't even think about it. He tore up the card and started studying by himself. It's not that he doesn't believe in Lin Wanner, but Lin Wanner's current physical strength is simply not enough to support the use of skill cards of this strength, and she will lose strength in minutes. Besides, he was unwilling to put his life and fortune in the hands of others. It's better to have it yourself than anyone else. In this way, Qin Lang has triple insurance, super recovery body, protective bracelet, bullet resistance halo. It's so comfortable. How can I die? It's not Qin Lang Bio. Unless he gets mad and goes to kill Black Bloodheart alone. These 3 legendary cards are enough for him to survive the first stage of the apocalypse safely. By the way, Wanner, you can use these 2 cards. Qin Lang handed 2 silver cards to Lin Wanner, one for physical strength and one for distant view. They are silver cards that improve physical strength and eyesight and are very cost-effective. Good. Lin Wanner used the card with joy. Don't sort the cards these days. Go to bed early. You must be energetic and prepare for a big battle. Are you talking about the black-blooded heart? Lin Wanner was stunned. Well, tomorrow Laoli will most likely bring everyone in the camp to fight the Black Blood Heart with us. Lin Wanner was stunned, subconsciously thinking of the refugee-like camp members outside. Are they capable of fighting? We have no fighting ability, and we don't know how to fight. You're making it clear that we're going to die. In the morning, the sky is bright. When Li Jingxi announced his plan to attack Black Bloodheart together in the camp today, Some people immediately jumped out to oppose it. Li too. It's always your people who go out to look for resources. Why do you have to take us with you this time? That's right. We have never fought against those monsters. Just the smell of those monsters makes me feel sick. How can I fight them? Uncle Li, I'm only 18 years old and don't know how to fight. Li Zhengqi's face was expressionless, and his sharp eyes swept over everyone. I think you have misunderstood. This is a notice, not a discussion with you. If you want to eat and drink, you have to work hard. What is hard work? It means actively fighting monsters. Who doesn't want to fight and just want to put on his clothes and put out his hands and food to open his mouth? Day, I'm sorry. Please leave. From today on, there will be no idlers in the camp. The refugees in the camp were not blind. They all clearly felt that Li Zhengqi's attitude today was different from before, and the opposition voices suddenly became much smaller. But someone soon stood up and pointed out the key problem. Li too, it's not that we don't want to fight with you, but we really have no combat experience. I am a university professor. I have only dealt with books in my life. You suddenly asked me, is it reasonable to use a knife and a stick to kill monsters? You have to give us some time. Professor Wang is right. We have no combat experience. We will definitely die against those monsters. Yes, it's not impossible for us to fight. At least let us train him for 10 days and a half. Li Zhengqi had long expected that these moths would use such words and immediately curled his lips. Practice for 10.5 months. Don't you think this is funny? It has been 10.5 days since those monsters appeared. Moon? Anyway, I have already informed you that we will leave soon. If you're willing to follow me, you could go to Qin to register and receive the weapons. If you're not willing, I will not force you to do so. Qin licked his lips and said, I understand, boss. After Li Zhengqi finished arranging his own affairs, he waved his hand towards Qin Lang from a distance. Do you have time to chat? Qin Lang nodded and sat down on the portable bench in front of the RV door. Lin Wanner brought 2 cups of coffee sensibly and then entered the RV. How many people do you think are willing to follow you? Qin Lang took a sip of coffee and threw a cigarette to Li Zhengqi. Li Zhengqi hurriedly took the light, took a deep breath, and showed a happy smile on his face. These are not important. The important thing is, how sure are you of killing that black blood heart? You can tell me the truth. I don't dare to talk nonsense about this. Qin Lang said with a smile, the only thing I can guarantee you is that the black blood heart has extremely high returns. If we are really lucky, we will smash it to pieces, and the capture card will be enough for at least 30 people. It takes 10 days and a half. So fat. Li Zhengqi's eyes widened and he sat up straight. Brother, how do you know so much? Is it possible that you did it before? Well, otherwise you think this RV behind me came from. Qin Lang expected that Li Zhengqi would ask this question and had already thought about how to answer. Okay, it will be easy to handle if there are successful cases. When do you plan to take action? Li Zhengqi was very excited. Qin Lang saw all this and sighed secretly in his heart. He who doesn't know is fearless. How can a black-blooded heart be so easy to fight? My plan is to set off this afternoon, go to the gas station where we first met to rest for half a day, and officially take action tomorrow morning. The reason for taking a half-day rest is that the distance between the 2 sides is a bit far, and the long journey will take several hours. People need to recharge their batteries. Secondly, Qin Lang only knows the approximate location of the black blood heart, but does not know where it is specifically. It will take some time to search. The third and most important point is that when attacking the black blood heart during the day, the defense capabilities of blood zombies, night demons, and other monsters will not increase at all. Although the explosion rate is lower, the victory is still safe. Qin Lang was thoughtful and took into account all the details, big and small. Okay, it's settled then. Let's go together in the afternoon. Li Zhengqi threw away the cigarette, but crushed it out, stood up, and left. Time flashed to noon. Qin Lang was eating chicken stewed with mushrooms in the RV. He was a little tired of hot pot these days and wanted to change his taste. Suddenly he heard. There was a quarrel outside. He opened the curtains and looked around. Unsurprisingly, something happened to Li Zhengqi again. At this time, Members of Li Zhengqi's command were divided into two distinct factions. One faction was the fighting faction headed by Li Zhengqi, Chun Shi, and Huang Shan, with more than 30 people, and the other faction was headed by Professor Wang. There are about 100 people in the stretch-out party. The quarrel started over lunch. Li Zhengqi, it's okay for us adults to be hungry for 1 or 2 meals, but there's so many old, young, women and children like us. How can you bear to let them eat such nutritious food? Professor Wang pointed to the can next to him sadly. Don't your consciences hurt? Has the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and caring for the young been lost in just a few days? Li Zheng snorted. Professor Wang, please stop kidnapping me morally. I made my words clear and clear this morning. Those who are willing to fight with me will have enough to eat and drink. If you hadn't fanned the flames and said, why is it better to stay together than to die? How can there be no one willing to join us? I understand. You are just addicted to prostitution. Of course, I don't force it. This is your own choice. Hoyalu. Qin Shi drank a bowl of instant noodles with soup and dregs, threw it away, wiped his mouth and shouted, Brothers, hurry up and eat. After eating, let's go fight monsters. Oh, by the way, advance notice. Let's take a look at tonight's menu. Mapo tofu, braised pork ribs with green beans, pickled fish, braised pork, and grilled lamb chops. In order to make his words more convincing, Chun Shi took out a dozen blue food cards from his arms, making Professor Wang's group of people almost salivate with greed. The above-mentioned dishes can only be said to be ordinary in peaceful times, but now when monsters are rampant and food is extremely scarce, all of them are delicacies that people dream of, and every dish is mouth-watering. Li Zhengqi, you actually hid so many food cards secretly. It's too much. A middle-aged woman walked out of the crowd and shouted angrily, Li Zhengqi, it's a good thing that we have always treated you as a good person. It turns out that you have been enjoying the hot food and drinking spicy food behind our back. You must hand over the card. Otherwise, no one will be able to leave. Yes, hand over all the cards. You can go and do whatever you want. We promise not to stop you. A dozen relatively strong men walked out of the crowd and started shouting loudly. It seemed that they were rolling up their sleeves and folding their arms, as if they were preparing to come and snatch it. I asked you to come with me to kill blood corpses. You don't want to. You are quite active in grabbing food. The card is here. Who dares to grab one and try it? Li Zhengqi sneered repeatedly. He was completely disappointed with this group of people and only regretted that he did not meet Qin Lang earlier. What's wrong with robbing you? There are more than 100 of us, and there are only 30 of you. If we really fight, do you have any chance of winning? The young man grinned. Puff! Qin Shi couldn't help but laugh. The young man said angrily, Why are you laughing? Qin Shi suppressed his laughter and shook his head. I laugh at you for being a bunch of idiots. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shi raised his pistol. Just a bang sound was heard. The bullet entered the man's left eye socket and exited the back of the head. The body fell to the ground with blood flowing. In the dead silence, Qin Shi's laughter seemed particularly harsh. He flicked his pistol and said to Li Zhengqi, Boss, I said this thing is much more effective than being reasonable. The refugees in the camp are not blind. They are all obvious. Feeling that Li Zhengqi's attitude today was different from before, the voice of opposition suddenly became much smaller. But someone soon stood up and pointed out the key problem. Li Tu, it's not that we don't want to fight with you, but we really have no combat experience. I am a university professor. I have only dealt with books in my life. You suddenly asked me, is it reasonable to use a knife and a stick to kill monsters? You have to give us some time. Professor Wang is right. We have no combat experience. We will definitely die against those monsters. Yes, it's not impossible for us to fight. At least let us train him for 10 days and a half. Li Zhengqi had long expected that these moths would use such words and immediately curled his lips. Practice for 10.5 months. Don't you think this is funny? It has been 10.5 days since those monsters appeared. Moon? Anyway, I have already informed you that we will leave soon. If you're willing to follow me, you can go to Qin Shi to register and receive the weapons. If you're not willing, I will not force you to do so. Chun-Chi licked his lips and said, I understand, boss. After Li Zhengqi finished arranging his own affairs, he waved his hand towards Qin Lang from a distance. Do you have time to chat? Qin Lang nodded and sat down on the portable bench in front of the RV door. Lin Wanner brought 2 cups of coffee sensibly and then entered the RV. How many people do you think are willing to follow you? Qin Lang took a sip of coffee and threw a cigarette to Li Zhengqi. Li Zhengqi hurriedly took the light, took a deep breath, and showed a happy smile on his face. These are not important. The important thing is, how sure are you of killing that black blood heart? You can tell me the truth. I don't dare to talk nonsense about this. Qin Lang said with a smile, the only thing I can guarantee you is that the black blood heart has extremely high returns. If we are really lucky, we will smash it to pieces, and the captured card can be used by at least 30 people. It takes 10 days and a half. So fat. Li Zhengqi's eyes widened, and he sat up straight. Brother, how do you know so much? Is it possible that you did it before? Well, otherwise you think this RV behind me came from. Qin Lang expected that Li Zhengqi would ask this question and had already thought about how to answer. Okay, it will be easy to handle if there are successful cases. When do you plan to take action? Li Zhengqi was very excited. Qin Lang saw all this and sighed secretly in his heart. He who doesn't know is fearless. How can a black-blooded heart be so easy to fight? My plan is to set off this afternoon, go to the gas station where we first met to rest for half a day, and then officially take action tomorrow morning. The reason for taking a half-day rest is that the distance between the 2 sides is a bit far, and the long journey will take several hours. People need to recharge their batteries. Secondly, Qin Lang only knows the approximate location of the black blood heart, but does not know where it is specifically. It will take a certain amount of time to search. The third and most important point is that when attacking the black blood heart during the day, the defense capabilities of blood zombies, night demons, and other monsters will not increase at all. Although the explosion rate is lower, the victory is still safe. Qin Lang was thoughtful and took into account all the details, big and small. Okay, it's settled then. Let's go together in the afternoon. Li Zhengqi threw away the cigarette, but crushed it out, stood up, and left. Time flashed to noon. Qin Lang was eating chicken stewed with mushrooms in the RV. He was a little tired of hot pot these days and wanted to change his taste. Suddenly he heard there was a quarrel outside. He opened the curtains and looked around. Unsurprisingly, something happened to Li Zhengqi again. At this time, members of Li Zhengqi's command were divided into 2 distinct factions. One faction was the fighting faction headed by Li Zhengqi, Chun-Chi, and Huang Shan, with more than 30 people, and the other faction was headed by Professor Wang. There are about 100 people in the stretch-out party. The quarrel started over lunch. Li Zhengqi, it's okay for us adults to be hungry for 1 or 2 meals, but there are so many old, young, women, and children like us. How can you bear to let them eat such nutritious food? Professor Wang pointed to the can next to him sadly. Don't your consciences hurt? Has the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and caring for the young been lost in just a few days? Li Zheng snorted. Professor Wang, don't kidnap me morally here. I made my words clear and clear this morning. Those who are willing to fight with me will have enough to eat and drink. If you hadn't fanned the flames and said it's better to stay together than to die, how can there be no one willing to join us? I understand. You are just addicted to prostitution. Of course, I don't force it. This is your own choice. Hulialu. Qin-Shi drank a bowl of instant noodles with soup and dregs, threw it away, wiped his mouth and shouted, Brothers, hurry up and eat. After eating, let's go fight monsters. Oh, by the way, advance notice. Let's take a look at tonight's menu. Mapo tofu, braised pork ribs with green beans, pickled fish, braised pork, and grilled lamb chops. In order to make his words more convincing, Chun-Chi took out a dozen blue food cards from his arms, making Professor Wang's group of people almost salivate with greed. The above-mentioned dishes can only be said to be ordinary in peaceful times, but now when monsters are rampant and food is extremely scarce, all of them are delicacies that people dream of, and every dish is mouth-watering. Li Zhengqi, you actually hid so many food cards secretly. It's too much. A middle-aged woman walked out of the crowd and shouted angrily, Li Zhengqi, it's a good thing that we have always treated you as a good person. It turns out that you have been enjoying the hot food and drinking spicy food behind our back. You must hand over the card, otherwise no one will be able to leave. Yes, 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 hand over all the cards. You can go and do whatever you want. We promise not to stop you. A dozen relatively strong men walked out of the crowd and started shouting loudly. It seemed that they were rolling up their sleeves and folding their arms, as if they were preparing to come and snatch it. I asked you to come with me to kill blood corpses. You don't want to. You're quite active in grabbing food. The card is here. Who dares to grab one and try it? Li Zhengqi sneered repeatedly. He was completely disappointed with this group of people and only regretted that he did not meet Qin Lang earlier. What's wrong with robbing you? There are more than 100 of us, and there are only 30 of you. If we really fight, do you have any chance of winning? The young man grinned. Puff. Qin Shi couldn't help but laugh. The young man said angrily, Why are you laughing? Qin Shi suppressed his laughter and shook his head. I laugh at you for being a bunch of idiots. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shi raised his pistol. Just a bang sound was heard. The bullet entered the man's left eye socket and exited the back of the head. The body fell to the ground with blood flowing. In the dead silence, Qin Shi's laughter seemed particularly harsh. He flicked his pistol and said to Li Zhengqi, Boss, I said this thing is much easier to use than being reasonable. Chapter 25, Black Blood Heart Extermination War, 1/2. If anyone else wants to snatch it, stand up and let me see which one is stronger, your fist or my bullet. Qin Shi shook his pistol and spoke jokingly. Whoever the gun pointed at would subconsciously look away and not dare to look at him. Professor Wong, do you have something to say? Just say what you want to say, and don't hold it back. I have nothing to say. Professor Wong showed a scared expression and retreated into the crowd. He originally wanted to rely on his sharp tongue to negotiate terms with Li Zhengqi and his gang, but he never expected that the other party would not follow the routine and directly kill people. What else could he say? Boss, let's go. It's just a waste of money to give them weapons for this group of white-eyed wolves. Qin Shi had actually been unhappy with this group of people for a long time. Li Zhengqi stood up and glanced at everyone with sharp eyes. You can fend for yourself. 3 p.m. Qin Lang led this convoy of more than 60 people back to the gas station. After cleaning up the scattered bloody corpses around and making sure that 100 safety was maintained, Qin Lang called on everyone to camp and rest. This is the battle plan for tomorrow. Is there anything else you want to ask? Qin Lang pointed to the area circled by the red pin on the map. Brother Xiao Qin, I just have a question. Huang Shan, the third in command in Li Zhengqi's team, raised his hand. You ask, if our joint operation succeeds, how will the finally seized cards be divided? This is also a concern for everyone. Qin Lang nodded, 6 to 4 points, 6 for me, 4 for you. Why is it 40%? Huang Shan frowned slightly and wanted to say something. Li Zhengqi smiled and said, No problem. Brother Xiao Qin brought this information about Black Blood Heart, so we should get an extra copy. Now we only have 3 for more than 10 people, let alone 40%. Even 30% is enough. Oh, Uncle, are you so kind? You only need 30%. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, and Li Zheng laughed hurriedly. Hey, that's all I said. Don't take it seriously. The two sang harmoniously to ease the atmosphere. Qin Lang put on a smile and got back to the point. Now, there's a very important question. Although I can determine the general location of the Black Blood Heart, I don't know where it is specifically. So after the war begins, I need to have something people with reconnaissance skills can sneak in and find the specific location of the Black Blood Heart. There is currently no such person in my team. The corner of Huang Shan's mouth twitched slightly. If I hadn't been injured, I could have been this scout. If it doesn't work, I'll go. Qin Shi volunteered. His talent is that he can run very fast with his whirlwind legs, and it would be difficult for ordinary blood corpses to catch up with him. No, this is different from the group of corpses we killed on the bridge. Didn't Brother Qin just say that black blood hearts usually breed weird blood corpses? Just running fast is not enough. You must have certain skills. If the defense ability is really bad, I will just become a scout. Li Jingqi shrugged. The proposal was rejected by Qin Lang in the next second. No, you and I are the main ones attacking the Bloodheart. It's best not to waste our energy on other things. I personally think Huangshan is the most suitable candidate, but Lao Huang's body has not recovered yet. Li Jingqi frowned. I happen to have special medicines and stimulants here. The former can restore Huangshan's body to its peak, and the latter can be used to save his life in times of crisis. Qin Lang took out 2 silver cards from his arms and handed them out. These are my supplies at the bottom of the box. They have always been. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 25, Black Bloodheart Extermination War, 2 halves. Not willing to use it. Li Jingqi looked helpless. Did you think about it a long time ago? Qin Lang spread his hands and said, Except Huangshan, it is difficult for anyone else to be qualified for this task. Huangshan grinned and accepted the silver card generously. No problem. Let's see how I perform tomorrow. It was already evening when the strategic deployment ended. In order to prepare for tomorrow's battle, Qin Lang took out 30 blue cards of food from his own pocket to give everyone extra meals. The whole camp was soon filled with laughter, and morale was high. There was nothing to say all night and the next morning. At dawn, the convoy began to advance towards the highway. At 6:20, everyone arrived at the place where they first encountered the corpses. After several days of exposure to the sun, the corpses were almost dehydrated and emitted a pungent stench. Li Jingqi's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but take a breath. He had heard more than once that Qin Lang and the others had encountered a group of corpses, but hearing about it and seeing it with his own eyes were 2 different things. Especially among these corpses, there were also night demons and winged demons that he had never seen before. What a strong team! While Li Jingqi was admiring, a dull gunshot suddenly sounded in his ears. He looked up and saw a winged demon falling from the sky with its head shot. Looking back, I saw Qin Lang standing on a roof of the car, holding a giant sniper rifle painted in dark green, with a cloud of green smoke rising from the muzzle. We were discovered, so we all braced ourselves and prepared to face the enemy. After Qin Lang reminded him, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. The sniper rifle in his arms is called the Timberwolf Sniper Rifle, a gold-level firearm. Time passes slowly. 10 minutes later, dozens of winged demons. A dense mass of dark clouds swept toward the convoy, and the low roars of countless bloody corpses came from the end of the road. The dense group of corpses were rushing toward the convoy at extremely fast speeds. Arrange your defenses. Accompanied by Li Jingqi's roar, people tore up the cards they had prepared early in the morning and threw them out. In just a dozen seconds, a simple trench was built. The long-range attackers equipped with guns and crossbows found their positions as soon as possible and launched attacks after the zombies entered the range. Qin Lang, on the other hand, had the super long-range gold card guns, the Timberwolves, and the gold card talent sharpshooters, so he directly carried out super long-range headlock sniping. The winged demons in the sky were shot in the head one after another and fell down with a crackling sound. It's really fucking awesome. Chen Qi couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He knew that Qin Lang was very strong, but he never expected him to be so strong. If he knew that the strength Qin Lang showed at this time was just the tip of the iceberg, I wonder what he would think in his heart. Seeing that the group of winged demons were slaughtered by Qin Lang alone in a short period of time, all the combatants were in high spirits and launched ground attacks. Bullets and arrows were splashed out like raindrops, and the bloody corpses were swept down like wheat. It's not that scary, it just looks scary. Chen Qi licked his lips and joined the battle. Li Jingqi glanced back at Qin Lang, who was sitting on the roof with his eyes closed, and whispered, "Don't underestimate the enemy." The humans and the zombies fought fiercely for more than 10 minutes without realizing it. The humans were completely crushed. Although the zombies were numerous, they could not break through the defense line composed of bullets and arrows. But at this moment, something strange happened. A dozen huge night demons behind the zombies jumped high and landed in the middle of the field. They relied on their thick muscles to withstand the bullets and arrows and rushed towards the crowd. Chapter 26. Annihilation, 1/2. Block them, don't let them come. Wang Gui shouted and rushed forward with more than a dozen men holding anti-explosion shields. This was the first time they faced the night demon head-on. It would be a lie to say they were not afraid, but in order to survive, they had to bear it no matter how afraid they were. What are you doing standing still? Why don't you hurry up and help? When Li Zhengqi saw Wang Gui leading the people to rush forward, he hurriedly shouted to his members to go over and help. Soon, dozens of young and middle-aged men with unarmed weapons formed a human wall. Boom! Boom! Although the night demons were extremely powerful, they were attacked after landing and suffered serious injuries. They could only exert 60 to 70% of their combat effectiveness at most. Several night demons tried to break through the human wall, but without exception, they were knocked over to the ground. There were a few brave and careful men in the team who quickly shot the night demons in the head. In the chaos, they actually killed a few of them. Good. Qin Lang, who had a panoramic view of the distant scene, nodded secretly. The growth rate of Wang Gui's group was far beyond his expectations. If the harvest this time was really rich, he would not mind selecting a few elites to focus on training. Brother Xiaoqin, shall I go then? Huangshan took the special medicine and rested for a night, and his body basically recovered. Don't push yourself too hard. It's best if you can find the black blood heart. It doesn't matter if you can't find it. Your life is important. Okay. Huangshan smiled and rushed towards the wheat field on the right, which soon disappeared. Turn on the halo and reduce their pressure. Qin Lang ordered Lin Wanner, who immediately turned on the halo, and a green halo visible to the naked eye rose from everyone's feet. Everyone who was a little tired a second ago was refreshed after receiving the buff of the halo. Is this the halo skill to restore the halo? Li Zhengqi was completely convinced. In just a few dozen minutes, Qin Lang completely subverted his understanding of the strong. Not only did the opponent show terrifying long-range attackers, Duan, even the little star in the RV, turned out to be like a trump card. Fortunately, Qin Lang couldn't read minds. Otherwise, he would have laughed to death. Lin Wanner was just a tool he trained, nothing more. A dozen night demons were quickly killed under the joint attack of more than 60 people, but a new challenge appeared again. While people were fighting with the night demons, the corpses in the rear were out of bullets and arrows. Interception, swarming up like locusts. Those steel mesh and bunkers made of cement bags were useless and could not stop their progress. No, boss, there are too many, and we don't have enough firepower. Shunqi shouted. If it's not enough, you have to support me. Li Zhengqi cast his gaze towards Qin Lang again and saw that Qin Lang had a bunch of remote-controlled aircraft around him, and each aircraft was tied with explosives. I rely on so many explosives. Li Zhengqi's eyes almost fell out. Qin Lang controlled the aircraft to remotely transport explosives to the corpses. As a deafening explosion sounded, a large bloody area was blown out of the densely packed corpses. Wang Gui. Qin Lang controlled the aircraft intently and said to Wang Gui, who was covered in blood, "The weapons are ready for you, and the bullets are also in them. Hit me hard." Wang Gui wiped the blood on his face carelessly. At this time, he also noticed a white metal box placed beside the RV. When he opened it, he found that there were all small-caliber submachine gun jams inside, including bullet jams. There was a thick pile of them. Leave it to someone you can trust. Qin Lang didn't look at Wang Gui from beginning to end. The latter hummed and greeted him a few times. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 26, Annihilation, 2 halves. A young man who dared to fight came to get a gun. With the addition of 5 submachine guns, the firepower instantly increased by 2 levels, and the dual firepower coverage from the air and ground successfully stabilized the defense line that was about to collapse. "Boss, the corpses seem to be withdrawing again," Wang Gui shouted. The corpse group could not attack for a long time, and once again chose to retreat. "Chase, don't let them escape. Kill them for me. Did you hear that? Annihilate." Brothers, charge! Wang Gui yelled and led the team to rush over. Should we follow them, in case they encounter the night demon? Lin Wanner was a little worried. Dot. Qin Lang shook his head. With the current situation, even if there is a night demon, it will only be near the Black Blood Heart. Lin Wanner nodded in understanding. Although she did not fight the corpses up close, turning on the halo for a long time still exhausted her energy. Her clothes were soaked with sweat, and her pink bra was looming. You go take a shower, change clothes, and rest first. After Qin Lang reminded her, Lin Wanner realized that she had almost lost everything. She got back into the RV with a red face, and soon there was the sound of rushing water in the car. Is there any letter from Lao Huang? Qin Lang asked loudly. They contacted me 5 minutes ago and said they were still looking. Tell him to be careful. 10 minutes later, Wang Gui and his party returned triumphantly, with smiles on everyone's faces. Xiaobao, I'm back. Wang Gui picked up Little Bower and raised the green card in his hand. This is the electric Ultraman model. When it's over, I'll ask Uncle Qin to come over and play with it for you. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Xiaobao nodded. Wang Gui's smile faltered and he sighed. In the following period of time, Wang Gui led his men to clean up the battlefield. According to the agreement, both sides should clean up the battlefield together, and Qin Lang would distribute the cards in the end. However, in view of the fact that Qin Lang's team contributed the most in this encounter, Li Zhengqi was worried that the team members would hide the cards and cause unnecessary trouble. He tactfully gave up this right and took his more than 30 people to the side to smoke and rest. Zizi. At this time, Huang Shan's urgent voice suddenly came from the intercom on the round table. Zizi, I found Zizi, the Black Blood Heart Zizi. Zizi in the Song family ancestral hall. It found Zizi, me boss. Monster, save me. Zizi, help me. Li Zhengqi took a breath and shouted, Brother Qin, Lao Huang is in trouble. There's a small village near the highway. Since 80 people in the village have the surname Zhang, it is named Songjia Village. At that time, Songjia Village was shrouded in gray fog. Although it was hundreds of meters away, the evil and terrifying atmosphere could still be intuitively felt. Damn it, I can't see anything. Li Zhengqi put down the military binoculars and punched the ground hard. He couldn't accept the reality that Huang Shan had died. Old Huang is not only good at both offense and defense, but also runs fast. He also has the stimulants you gave him, Xiaoqin. How could he die here? Even if he encountered a night demon, he should be able to escape. Black Blood Heart is an upgraded version of the ordinary Blood Heart. In addition to blood corpses, night demons, and winged demons, it usually breeds monsters with strange abilities. Old Huang should have encountered a speed-type monster. Qin Lang patted Li Zhengqi on the shoulder. My condolences. Li Zhengqi sighed. What should we do now? Rush in and find the Song family ancestral hall and kill it. Chapter 27 Mutation, 1/2. Don't be so impulsive. Don't be afraid of being late if you have a good meal. Why are you in a hurry? Although the two sides were hundreds of meters apart, Qin Lang could still detect the existence of terrifying creatures in the fog through dangerous intuition. Although he could save his life 100%, his purpose this time was to earn cards after all, not to test the strength of his survivability. No need to be too reckless. Back on the highway, Qin Lang saw that everyone had almost rested, so he invited them to go to Songjiakan. Only Lin Wanner, a few children with no fighting ability, and a few seriously injured people were left at the scene. Perhaps due to their experience in annihilating the zombie hordes, both Wang Gui's team and Li Zhengqi's team seemed a little arrogant, with no trace of nervousness on their faces. Some of them were even joking, discussing that they would wait until the Black Blood Heart was finished and they would have to fight in the evening. Don't have a celebratory dinner party. Qin Lang saw all this and said nothing. Friends, do you know what you are about to face? Brother Xiaoqin, what's the matter? Li Zhengqi noticed that Qin Lang's face was not straight and asked curiously. Qin Lang smiled and shook his head, throwing a gold card over. Li Zhengqi took the gold card and was stunned for a moment. Hey, this is it. Ordinary cold weapons do very little damage to Black Blood Heart. I will lend you this weapon first and return it to me when you use it. The gold card weapon Qin Lang gave out was the blood pattern gun that exploded from the corpse group for the first time a few days ago. He had a black knife to cut gold, so he couldn't use it for the time being. Li Zhengqi was not polite and agreed. He tore the gold card open, and in the next second, a blood-red metal spear appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was cold and extremely sharp. Listen to my command later. No matter what you see, don't be confused, let alone panic. After Qin Lang reminded him, he walked into Songjia village, which was shrouded in fog. Although they were only one step away, it felt like they were in another world. In this gray space, no sunlight can shine at all, and the huge Songjia village is deathly silent. Boss, I have something to tell you. Wang Gui trotted over, followed by a woman in her early 20s. What's up? Qin Lang glanced at him. Hu Chunli is from Songjia village. She knows the location of the Songjia village ancestral hall. Qin Lang smiled. You didn't say this earlier. Hu Chunli was a little nervous. She bowed to Qin Lang first, and then pointed in a direction. The ancestral hall is at the end of this road. Turn left, and you can walk there in about 10 minutes. Qin Lang nodded. Okay, it's better to have a position than to run around like a headless fly. Right, Hu Chunli, I give you credit. Now the group of people walked slowly towards the ancestral hall. It's so quiet. It's so quiet that I feel a little flustered. Li Zhengqi muttered quietly. Boss, have you noticed that we saw a lot of blood along the way, but we didn't even see a corpse? Chun Chi whispered. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and stopped. If Chun Chi hadn't reminded him, he would have almost ignored this most obvious clue. From the end of the world to today, it has only been 10 days. Even if all the people in Songjia village were killed by blood corpses, there would still be no corpse left. Regardless of blood corpses or blood hearts, they only eat human flesh and blood, and they are not capitalists who eat people without spitting out their bones. This is very wrong. You won't win the lottery, right? Qin Lang's mouth twitched slightly as he thought of a possibility. It is also the only possibility. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Sudden, the ground shook for a while, followed by the sound of heavy objects rolling over the ground. Get ready to meet the enemy. Wang Gui gave a low shout, and the members immediately hugged together. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 27 Mutation, 2 halves. The sound came from the ancestral hall. Hiss, that's... Li Zhengqi's voice stopped suddenly. 100 meters away, a huge monster raised its round head. When everyone saw clearly what the monster was, their faces turned pale with fright. Some even cried and wet their pants on the spot. It was an extremely huge centipede-shaped monster. Its body was not inferior to that of a high-speed rail train. What made people feel severely physically uncomfortable was that this centipede was made of human stumps from head to toe. Indescribable weirdness and horror. Old Huang. Li Zhengqi's eyes turned red. In an inconspicuous place on the left side of the centipede's head, he could clearly see Huang Shan's unyielding face. I'm scared, oh my god. Run. There was a tall and thick man who was so frightened that he lost his mind on the spot, dropped his weapon, and ran away. Li Zhengqi wanted to chase him, but Qin Lang reached out to stop him. Let him go. There is no way such a person can fight if he is forced to stay. What the hell is this? Li Zhengqi took a breath. A black-blooded heart with special characteristics. Qin Lang sighed, not knowing whether to be happy or depressed for a moment. As we all know, the black blood heart is an upgraded version of the blood heart. After the blood heart is upgraded to the black blood heart, there is a probability that the black blood heart will develop characteristics. Usually this kind of black blood heart is also called the alien black heart, which is a more difficult existence than ordinary black-blooded hearts. If Qin Lang knew that the black-blooded heart in the Song family ancestral hall was a different species, he would not come here for excitement, even if he was beaten to death. But now that we are here, there is absolutely no reason to escape. Fuck you. Wow. This centipede obviously discovered the existence of the human group. It twisted its body and crawled over quickly. Those humans who randomly inserted themselves into the strong body. The limbs moved lifelikely, and some were even arms that were obviously those of babies and young children. Although they could not touch the ground, they still made a crawling posture. Shoot, shoot. Wang Gui was brave enough, but he couldn't stand this extremely sinister monster. He opened fire before Qin Lang gave the order. The bullets landed on the centipede, splashing blood, but it was just a blood flower which could not stop the centipede from moving forward. Even the Timberwolf sniper rifle in Qin Lang's hand can only make a bloody hole, which is no different from scratching an itch for a human centipede several hundred meters long. Lowly, buy me some time. Qin Lang retracted the sniper rifle into the space ring and took out the ghost fire motorcycle. Li Zhengqi knew what Qin Lang wanted to do, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Go back quickly. I won't last long with this damn thing." 5 minutes. Qin Lang couldn't help but rushed out on the ghost fire. Capture the thief first and capture the king. While everyone is attracting firepower, go steal the house and kill the alien Blackheart. Everyone heard it. 5 minutes. You just need to hold on for 5 minutes. Don't be afraid. I will stop the sky from falling. Ouch! Li Zhengqi roared wildly, jumped up, swung the blood-patterned gun, and stabbed the centipede hard on the head. Puff! The gun body sank half a meter into the centipede's head. But it's of no use. The centipede flicked hard, and Li Zhengqi was thrown away along with his gun. "Boss!" Chun Chi exclaimed, wrapping his legs around the whirlwind and chasing after him. Bang! 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 A series of intensive gunshots suddenly sounded. Chun Chi lowered his head and stared blankly at the bullet-pierced body, lying straight in a pool of blood. Chapter 28. Holy Killing, 1/2. Chun Chi never understood until his death why this monster still used a gun. It was Centipede who shot Chun Chi. In the middle part of the centipede's body, many hands that originally belonged to humans held pistols and submachine guns. At that time, those arms mechanically pulled the triggers and fired randomly. Apparently, the owners of these arms had fought fierce battles with Black Bloodheart in their lifetimes. Xiao Qi. Li Zhengqi climbed up from the ruins and saw that Chun Chi, who was regarded as his brother, was shot and killed by a stray bullet. His overwhelming anger could no longer be suppressed. He looked up to the sky and roared, regardless of the blood-patterned gun. He rushed in front of Centipede again. He pushed in with all his strength. The centipede didn't care about Li Zhengqi's attack. The round head composed of countless human heads hit the crowd heavily, like a mountain bearing down on the top. This is an attack that cannot be defended at all. The other side, Qin Lang arrived at the Song family ancestral hall smoothly. Looking at the Black Bloodheart that stood as high as 2 people in front of him, he quickly pulled out the black knife and chopped the gold. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound broke through the air, and 2 night demons appeared and launched a sneak attack from behind. Qin Lang raised his knife and cut the night demon into 2 pieces in an instant, and walked into the ancestral hall without looking back. At that time, there were no monsters around Black Bloodheart, and they were all exposed to Qin Lang's eyes. Qin Lang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and slashed at Black Bloodheart with a knife in both hands. The black knife cut through the shell without any obstruction, and in the next second, a large amount of thick, smelly black blood shot out, covering him. Fortunately, the defense ability of mature Black Bloodheart is not high. Qin Lang swung his knife several times and cut open the thick shell. At the same time, the black-blooded heart under attack made a sharp explosion. Regardless of the high-level Bloodheart or the Black Bloodheart, after suffering damage, they will immediately emit an explosion to call the monsters within their sphere of influence to come to the rescue. However, the current situation is that the corpse group has been wiped out long ago, and the only one who can come to the rescue is that a giant human centipede. /U003E. As expected, Centipede, who was fighting with the human team at the rear, heard the explosion, turned around like crazy, and crawled towards the Song family ancestral hall. I told you to run. I told you to run. Li Zhengqi stood on the centipede's back like a god descending from the earth. His feet were deeply embedded in the flesh and blood to stabilize his body and prevent him from being thrown away. With his two free hands, he held the blood pattern gun and stabbed the centipede's body repeatedly, targeting the area that was attacked. The flesh and blood were already mutilated, and pieces of flesh were flying everywhere, but it was of no use. In an instant, the human centipede had brought Li Zhengqi back to the Song family ancestral hall. It looked down at the black blood heart that had long since shriveled into a puddle of black water, and countless faces showed expressions of despair at the same time. "Lao Li, I'm here." Qin Lang's voice suddenly came from the alley. Li Zheng was stunned, pulled out the blood pattern gun, and jumped towards the ground. He sprinted and sat behind the will-o'-the-wisp and urged, "Let's go, let's go, let's go." The mobility of the will-o'-the-wisp motorcycle was brought into full play at this moment. No matter how fast the centipede was, it could not be faster than the will-o'-the-wisp. In the blink of an eye, Qin Lang returned to the village and saw dozens of remaining trembling humans. More people were crushed into pulp in the battle. "Walk!" Qin Lang shouted. "Quick, hurry up!" Wang Gui smashed his legs that were trembling and unruly due to fear and struggled to organize everyone to escape. Crash! As soon as everyone on the front legs fled the scene, the centipede on the back legs chased after them, with its bloated and fat body raised high and its thousands of faces showing extremely angry expressions. Have we ever fought? It's not unreasonable for Li Zhengqi to be the leader of the camp. It's now time, but he's still not timid at all. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 28, Holy Killing. 2 halves. I don't know. How about trying out the power of the newly learned skills? Qin Lang waved the black knife. Woo! The next second, the centipede's huge head was like a mountain, crashing down with a billowing wave of air. Qin Lang shouted, and the black knife suddenly burst out with dazzling light chi. The huge blade arc-blasted the centipede head into pieces with a dazzling light. Boom! The centipede fell heavily, and thousands of human arms, legs and feet were twitching, and death was imminent. What's this? Li Zhengqi's mouth opened in an O shape. No words could describe the surprise in his heart at this moment. Is this really the kind of attack power a human being can possess? The holy slash, I just touched it from the black blood heart. Qin Lang smiled and took out 2 cigarettes, lit one and handed one to Li Zhengqi. This skill is more powerful than I thought. We succeeded. Success. Li Zheng looked blankly at Qin Shi and the many corpses that had turned into meat paste. He felt sad in his heart and shed 2 lines of tears. A man doesn't shed tears easily, just because I haven't reached the point of sadness. With the destruction of Black Blood Heart, the fog-shrouding Songjia village dissipated at dusk. Qin Lang had already washed away the blood on his body and put on clean clothes. Wang Gui sat in front of him, bowing his head and saying nothing. In this battle, 13 members of Wang Gui's team were killed and 3 were seriously injured. 16 members of Li Zhengqi's team were killed and 5 were seriously injured. Less than half of the team of more than 60 people remained. From time to time, there were cries in the camp. You distribute these cards and let everyone have a good rest. This is the end of the world, and death is inevitable. Qin Lang was very generous. The cards he gave out this time were at least green cards, with more blue cards and a small number of silver cards. Wang Gui nodded and returned to the crowd with the cards. Old Li, this is your team's share. Qin Lang gave out a stack of cards and a bracelet. Li Zhengqi glanced at the cards and raised his eyebrows. Well, is this bracelet? Well, there are 2 color cards in total. One is the Supreme Saint Slash, and the other is this electronic protection bracelet. As long as you use the silver car battery, you can resist the attack. It suits your fighting style. Qin Lang's shameless words almost made Lin Wanner, who was grilling meat with her back turned, almost unable to hold back. The electronic protection bracelet was obviously secondhand. Li Zhengqi shook his head. I can't use this thing. Do you think I have a big family like you? I can use the silver car battery whenever I want. Just change it for me. A few practical gold cards. Oh, what kind of gold card do you want? Let me see if I have it. Qin Lang put the electronic protection bracelet back on his hand very calmly. Lin Wanner, my gold card talent is Barbarian, and my color card talent is Barbarian Heart. I'm on the physical attack line. The blood pattern gun is quite suitable for me, so I won't return it to you. You can give me the rest as you see fit. Li Jingqi is a carefree person, so he doesn't care about so many things. Besides, Qin Lang killed Black Blood Heart and Centipede. It's good enough that the other party is willing to give him a share. He is a contented person. Qin Lang thought about it and slapped the table. There is really a gold card suitable for you. Wait, I'll find it for you. Qin Lang returned to the car, opened the space ring, and found 2 cards from a pile of gold cards. Javelin Champion and Precision Throwing. Qin Lang handed the card to Li Jingqi. There is no talent more suitable for you than these 2. Chapter 29, A Day of Making Money, 1/2. Javelin Champion and Precision Throwing. Why is it for me? Li Jingqi looked confused. He had only seen javelin competitions at sports meets and had never touched one himself. The characteristics of the barbarian are strong strength, strong arm strength, and high endurance. The characteristics of the barbarian heart are that the strength, arm strength, and endurance are greatly enhanced on the original basis of the barbarian. Can the gold card of Javelin Champion exert its maximum power? It depends on the strength and arm strength of the user. The stronger the 2 abilities, the greater the power that can be exerted. Needless to say, accurate throwing. As the name suggests, it is a passive talent that increases accuracy. When several talents are added together, it can make a qualitative change. Well, Li Jingqi heard about Yinshan Miscover, but since this was a card strongly recommended by Qin Lang, he had no hesitation and used the 2 cards in a daze. Nothing special. Although Li Jingqi has 2 more gold card talents, he doesn't feel any different from before. Have you seen that load-bearing pillar? Use your strength to throw the blood pattern gun at it. Qin Lang pointed to a thick, load-bearing stone pillar 30 meters away. I'll try. Li Zheng said angrily, picked up the blood pattern gun, and tried throwing it. Laugh. There was a sudden sound of breaking through the air. He almost didn't aim carefully, but the blood pattern gun turned into a stream of light, as if it had eyes, and pierced the stone pillar with a click sound, and half of the gun body was submerged. This throw not only frightened Wang Gui and the others who were resting there, but Li Jingqi himself was also startled. He rubbed his eyelids vigorously, unable to believe that this was true. He knew exactly how much blessing the barbarian and the heart of the barbarian had given to his body, but it was impossible to cause such horrific damage anyway. Are those 2 cards Qin Lang gave so cruel? Isn't this too fierce? Li Jingqi took a breath. Is this still me? This time, you believe it. Qin Lang patted Li Jingqi on the shoulder. Practice more if you have time. Okay, thank you, Brother Qin. Li Zheng ran over angrily and pulled out the blood pattern gun in the envious eyes of everyone. Why is the blood pattern gun he threw so powerful? Lin Wanner's eyes were full of envy. Compared with Li Jingqi, her mechanical bow was no different from a toy. That's because all his current talents are a perfect fit and create a positive chain effect between each other. Perfect fit? Frontal chain lock. Lin Wanner looked curious. These 2 words were so unfamiliar. Unfortunately, Qin Lang didn't mean to explain in detail. He returned to the RV with a smile. I'll take a nap first. I'm a little tired. It's like this every time, half the story. Lin Wanner curled her lips. Qin Lang laughed it off when he heard this. It's not that he likes to make excuses or titillate. It's just that these 2 words are too complicated to explain. At present, there are no other suitable examples except Li Jingqi, so he can only put it down for the time being. Besides, why do you, a tool man, know so much? Lying on the soft bed of the RV, Qin Lang opened the space ring, looked at the 3 colored cards inside, and smiled happily. That's right, the alien Blackheart gave him a total of 4 color cards. One of them has already been used. It is the Holy Slash that kills the human centipede with 1 sword. The other 3 are Spirit Pond, Mechanical Control Master, and Mobile Fortress respectively. Skill, Holy Slash. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 29, A Day of Making Money, 2 halves. Keep your eyes open. This cut is not only powerful, but also very handsome. Conditions for use sword weapons. The learning conditions are strengthened by 2 color cards or 20 gold cards. Passive. The spiritual pool adds a spiritual energy pool in the user's body based on the original one. Use conditions to open the 8 meridians. Talent. Master of Mechanical Control, Mom no longer has to worry about me failing Subject 2. The vehicle, a mobile Fortress-class RV, has super defense capabilities and spacious internal activity space. The gold content of these 4 legendary color cards is extremely high, and without exception, they are not T0 level. Needless to say, the Holy Slash made up for his lack of skills to the greatest extent and greatly enhanced his instant burst ability. Although Ling Qi does not have any offensive and defensive capabilities, it can double the amount of mana and greatly improve battery life. This made Qin Lang, who had originally planned to take the path of a Qigong, become more determined and just waited to get the last piece of gold. Kaiyan Wei Yinwei has 2 pulses. At that time, his combat effectiveness will undergo a qualitative change. Don't forget that there is also a fantasy god-level color card, Qi Control, lying in his space ring. Mechanical Control Master and Mobile Fortress. These 2 cards are not very useful at present. Learning the former is useless because there are currently no mechanical devices with unique gold or above to operate. Simply learning to drive is equivalent to using an atomic bomb to kill mosquitoes. As for the Mobile Fortress, he already has a sturdy small RV, and the Mobile Fortress can only be used as a replacement. In addition to these 4 color cards, there are also more than a dozen gold cards, half of which are obtained by opening Black Blood Hearts, and the other half are from killing night demons. It can be said that it is another day of making money. Qin Lang briefly looked at these gold cards and found none suitable for Lin Wanner. As for whether Wang Gui's group should invest in cards to enhance their abilities, Qin Lang has made a decision in his mind. It's time to optimize the team, otherwise he will encounter the human body again. With monsters like centipedes, not only can they not display their combat effectiveness, they will also be held back. The next morning, after a night's rest, the sadness on people's faces has faded a lot. At dawn, people began to wash up. Qin Lang stepped out of the RV and said hello to Li Zhengqi. Li Zhengqi showed a wry smile and said, "Well, I have the habit of sleeping in. I developed it when I was at work. Xiao Qi is responsible for calling me. My condolences, no one wants this outcome." Qin Lang threw him a cigarette and said, "What are your plans for the future? Do you want to go back to the restaurant?" Li Zhengqi shook his head repeatedly. "Why are you going back to the restaurant to get angry when you see those white-eyed wolves?" "I thought about this all night yesterday. Brother Xiao Qin, if you don't dislike it, I plan to bring my brothers to hang out with you." "It's best not." Qin Lang declined with a smile. "I'm used to being alone." "You keep to yourself, huh?" Li Zhengqi's expression was strange, as if he was wondering what was going on with the group of people around you. "My relationship with them is not as close as you see. I have made an agreement with them. If I encounter great danger, I will abandon them at any time. Moreover, the captured cards must be handed over to me first, and then I will distribute them." Qin Lang smiled and said, "I am quite a dictator." Li Zhengqi was not angry after hearing this, but sighed. "If I could be like you and see through the essence of the apocalypse early on, I wouldn't have taken so many detours. In the apocalypse, where there is a huge gap between the strengths and weaknesses of individuals, democracy should not be a dictatorship. That's not like becoming a fool like me." There was no expression on Qin Lang's face, and he kept shouting in his heart, "Look at this realization. So you're willing to come with me?" Qin Lang tried. "Of course." Li Zhengqi nodded heavily. Chapter 30, Arriving at Haicheng, 1/2. "Laoli, welcome to join. I will call you this from now on." Qin Lang smiled all over his face and shook Li Zhengqi's hand hard. He was really happy. The value of Lao Li's Throwing Barbarian was definitely higher than the 2 color cards, and it had far-reaching strategic significance. "Brother Xiao Qin, no. The boss will take care of you from now on. Old Li laughed, and the haze in his heart dissipated a lot unconsciously. Of course, ... After breakfast, Qin Lang gathered everyone together and expressed his thoughts. You all saw with your own eyes how dangerous the battle yesterday was. The monsters we face will only get stronger and stronger, and more people will die. I now give you a chance to choose freely. You can stay come down. I will give you a certain number of supply cards to help you survive for at least a month. Of course, you can also choose to continue to follow me. I still say that I can't guarantee whether you will stay or leave. Give me a reply before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After saying that, Qin Lang went back to the RV to rest. Everyone outside the camp looked at each other and then started talking softly. Why are you looking at me like this? Do you want to stay? Qin Lang glanced at Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was a little angry. I don't want to stay. It's so dangerous outside. If you leave, I won't be able to survive alone. Qin Lang was non-committal, and Lin Wanner raised her face and said, I just can't figure out why you suddenly want them to stay. We have to form an elite team. I don't expect that every member of the team can play as big a role as you and Lao Li, at least not to be a hindrance in dealing with monsters. Yesterday, when we were hunting centipedes, many people wet their pants, and some people be a deserter. Although Lin Wanner did not participate in the final battle, she heard from others that many unexpected things did happen on the battlefield. I wonder how many people will choose to stay, Lin Wanner muttered to herself as she looked at the people talking outside the window. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the results came out. A total of 25 people chose to stay. Next, only 3 men and 3 women decided to continue to follow Qin Lang, not including Wang Gui. This result can only be said to be reasonable and unexpected. Qin Lang kept his promise and immediately asked Lin Wanner to take out 500 white and green cards and hand them to Wang Gui. Boss me. Wang Gui is very confused. He actually wants to go with Qin Lang, but he can't worry about Xiao Bao, who could take care of Xiao Bao once he dies in battle. I understand you. Qin Lang patted Wang Gui on the shoulder. I'll leave the gun to you for self-defense. You have combat experience. As long as you don't be too reckless and have a clear division of labor, I believe you can live a happy life. Of course, don't be too timid. When it's time to take action, just take action and sit back and have nothing good. Thank you, boss. Wang Gui's eyes were a little moist, and his voice was choked with sobs. The world is a long way from here. Everyone, we are destined to meet again. Qin Lang said a simple farewell and drove the small RV onto the highway, followed by a truck driven by Lao Li. 3 of the 6 people in the truck were members of Lao Li's team, namely the Wu brothers, Wu Fa, Wu Tian, and college students. Lin Mo. The remaining 3 people are from Wang Gui's team, lovers Li Lei, Han Mei, and nurse Hu Chunli. The scenery on the highway is like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Broken down private cars and corpses can be seen everywhere. On the way, they also encountered a small group of 50 or 60 bloody corpses. Qin Lang was killed by the old man without a chance to do anything. Li single-handedly chopped them all down. I'm afraid Lao Li has the ability to challenge the Night Devil, right? Lin Wanner was extremely envious. You underestimate Lao Li too much. If you put your life at risk, 4 or 5 night demons can deal with it. So strong. Lin Wanner's big eyes sparkled. He strengthened the color card. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 30 Arriving at Haicheng. 2 halves. The talent, especially all the enhancement cards, are frontal chain locks, and the combat power is absolutely top-notch. Qin Lang explained casually. It is no exaggeration to say that the combat effectiveness of an old Li is definitely worth a small army of cold weapons. At dusk, the small RV drove into Haicheng. This once tourist-civilized city has now become a dead city. The whole city is lifeless and very depressing. Lao Li, camp here tonight. Qin Lang drove the car to the entrance of an abandoned nightclub and spoke into the intercom. Receive. Lao Li parked the car and jumped out. Hey, Earl Nightclub, I've been here before. Aren't you working as a security guard, and you actually have money to come to a nightclub to show off? Qin Lang glanced at him. You're overthinking. I've starved to death just because of the security guard salary. Occasionally, I drive as a driver. That time I came with my boss when I was driving. The boss found 5 girls. I started driving at night. He waited until 9 o'clock in the morning until 4 o'clock in the morning, which is very memorable. Lao Li answered while holding the blood-pattern gun and carefully pushing open the door. As soon as the door opened, a rotten smell immediately hit his nose, choking him so much that he almost vomited it out. Baba, what the hell does this smell like? Qin Lang glanced inside and saw hundreds of rotting corpses. Most of the corpses were infested with maggots and were squirming. They had obviously been dead for a while. In addition to these human corpses, there are also many blood corpses and several night devil corpses. This was supposed to be a camp, but it was attacked by a group of corpses. You guys check to see if there are any cards in the corpses, and I'll go upstairs to take a look. Qin Lang came to the 2nd floor of the nightclub. The scene here is no different from the 1st floor, with dried blood and corpses everywhere. Checked. After checking the inside and outside of the nightclub to make sure there were no monsters, Qin Lang returned to the 1st floor. Lao Li handed him a dozen cards with excitement on his face. Not only are there cards, there are quite a few. Qin Lang smiled and put the card away. We will live on the 2nd floor tonight. Li Lei and Han, Mei are on the 1st shift, De Wu and Xiao Wu are on the 2nd shift, and Lin Mo and Hu Chunli are on the 3rd shift. Each shift is 3 hours. Everyone, you have to make sure you sleep. Clear. Receive. The 6 people nodded. By the way, during your break, write down your pre-apocalyptic occupations and what you are good at. Give them to me later. I will use them. Professions and specialties, Several people looked at each other, and when they realized what Qin Lang wanted to do, they all showed excited expressions and hurriedly agreed. After dinner, Qin Lang found Lao Li smoking on the top floor. There were many cigarette butts and a pile of empty beer cans scattered at his feet. How about drinking to drown your sorrows? Qin Lang sat over. Lao Li laughed and said, I'm so pretentious and bored when I'm idle. Do you want to do the same? Qin Lang declined. It's not time to drink yet. You are so young, but you are so worried. You don't look like a person in his early 20s at all, but more like a bad old man in his 40s or 50s. Qin Lang did not refute Lao Li's evaluation and sighed silently in his heart. Anyone who survives for 5 years in the kind of intrigues and long-term, extremely depressed environment of the end of the world will probably become like him. He likes to chat with Lao Li when he has nothing to do, because he is very envious of Lao Li's heartless lifestyle. Lao Li suddenly let out a light sigh. Qin Lang looked over when he heard the sound and saw 2 pickup trucks slowly driving toward him in the distance. There were 3 or 4 armed men and women sitting in the truck compartment. Chapter 31, Su Yun and his shelter, 1/2. That is not. Qin Lang observed carefully and found that sitting in the passenger seat of the car in front was an acquaintance from his previous life. Su Yun. In his previous life, he lived in Haiqing more than 2 months after the end of the world. At that time, Su Yun was already the boss of Tianqing Community, the largest community in Haiqing. He had no less than 100 strong people under his command. He had been a member of Tianqing Community for a long time. The search team of time until the Tianqing Community was destroyed by the zombie tide. Qin Lang had no choice but to leave and met Feng Xiaoni on the way to wandering. Will they have information about Xiaonizi? Qin Lang thought for a while, took out a flare from the space ring, and threw it out. As soon as the flare landed, it immediately illuminated the street like daylight. The 2 pickup trucks stopped in perfect agreement. Boss! The driver looked at Su Yun. Su Yun was in his early 30s and graduated from a martial arts school. He was very handsome, but his arm muscles under his short sleeves were intimidating. He raised his eyebrows and raised the walkie-talkie. Boy, go and see what's going on. Is there really someone who wants to rescue, or is it a trap? Act according to the situation. Hot? I know, boss. Snap! A man walked out of the rear car. He was wearing a dark green tactical vest, holding a pistol in each hand, and cautiously approached the flare. I have no hostility. A voice came from the building opposite. After shouting these words, Qin Lang jumped directly from the third floor and raised his hands to express his attitude after landing. Huang Lauer frowned and put away the gun. Who are you? What do you want to do by stopping us? I'm looking for someone, a woman named Feng Xiaoni. I wonder if you have seen her before. Second brother, give him the walkie-talkie. Suyin said calmly. Next, our boss wants to talk to you. Huang Lauer threw the walkie-talkie to Qin Lang. Our shelter is in the south of the city. There are hundreds of people. I'm not sure if the woman you mentioned is among those people. Do you want to go back with us? Have a look? How many people are there on your side? There are 9 of you, including me. I would be very grateful if you would allow me to come to your sanctuary. No problem. I'll wait for you. Hang up communication. The driver frowned and said, Boss, the origins of these people are unknown. Why did you take them to the shelter again? You forgot what happened before. Suyin smiled and said, Don't be afraid of being bitten by a snake for 10 years. Even in the last days, not all people are bad people. Isn't it clear that they are looking for relatives? But who knows whether what he said is true or false? Even if it's fake, there are only 9 of them. What are you afraid of? Suyin looked indifferent. That's true. Qin Lang's orders must be obeyed, and everyone fulfilled this very thoroughly. At that moment, everyone drove into RVs and military trucks and followed Suyun's pickup truck. What a luxury. 9 people drive 2 cars, and they're all big guys who are very capable of pretending. They have something. Suyun narrowed his eyes. Haicheng is a small city, and everyone returned to the shelter within an hour and a half. In comparison, the scale of this shelter is much larger than Lao Li's previous one. This is a shelter converted from the People's Hospital. The nearby walls and guardrails have been reinforced, with one every dozens of meters. There are specialized personnel standing guard in the guard box. There were many plants planted in the garden. Qin Lang took a look and found that there were cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, and other foods on the shelves. Is it so outrageous to start planting now? Qin Lang was greatly shocked. It is difficult for the arrival of strangers not to attract the natives. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 31, Su Yun and his shelter, 2 halves. They looked down from all floors to see the people's eyes. I wonder how many people live here. Lin Wanner's eyes were full of curiosity. There are at least 200 to 300 people. They are quite good at choosing a place. With sufficient resources, it is not a problem for a large hospital to accommodate thousands of people. Come down with me to get some fresh air. Okay. Lin Wanner cheered and stayed in the car, but was very bored. After parking the car, Qin Lang took the initiative to shake hands with Su Yun to express his gratitude. You're welcome. Which shelter are you from? We just arrived in Haicheng today. We are all from Star City. Star City, ... Su Yun was shocked. Good guy. This is the end of the world, and monsters are rampant. If you dare to drive hundreds of kilometers in this situation, you either have mental problems or you have confidence in your own strength. These people are extraordinary. Su Yun couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Qin Lang and his group. Wait a moment. I'll have someone broadcast it for you. What's the name of the person you're looking for, Feng? Feng Xiaoni, 20 years old. Good. Su Yun asked Huang Lauer to go to the broadcast, while he took Qin Lang and others to visit the hospital. Through the conversation with Su Yun, Qin Lang learned that there are currently more than 400 survivors in the hospital shelter, which Su Yun and his men snatched from another team 10 days ago. Zitzi, Zizi. The missing person notification is now playing. Feng Xiaoni, female, 20 years old. If you're in the shelter, please come to the lobby. Someone is looking for her. Zizi. Now play the missing person notification. Suddenly, a sweet female voice came from the hospital loudspeaker. There are even professional announcers. Qin Lang gave a thumbs up. Su Yun laughed. She was originally a doctor. The hospital announcer, we didn't have time to evacuate when the end of the world came. By the way, what's the situation in Xing City now? It's no different from Haicheng. Alas, I don't know when this day will end. Su Yun sighed. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Feng Xiaoni didn't come to the hall. Qin Lang knew that it was likely that she was not in this shelter, so he prepared to leave. Su Yun said, Qin Lang, why don't you rest here for a night, and I'll ask someone to help you broadcast in the morning. It's not certain that you will fall asleep at this time. Qin Lang smiled. Okay, then we'll sleep in the car outside. Watching Qin Lang and his group leave, Huang Lauer whispered, Boss, what do you think of the strength of these people? They are not weak. These 9 people are clean. They are definitely hunters, not survivors. Warn the brothers in the camp not to make yourself uncomfortable and harass them. Su Yin warned. Got it. That night, Qin Lang and his group stayed in the open space of the hospital shelter, and they lived in peace with each other. The next morning, just after dawn, there was a sudden cry from outside, followed by a shrill alarm. Qin Lang opened the curtains and saw that it was raining. Countless blood hearts, big or small, fell from the sky and hit the ground or buildings. Meet the enemy! Meet the enemy! The hospital was in chaos. Fuck, it's really unlucky. It's raining blood on the second day. Old Lee came out of the tent with a blood-pattern gun, cursing. Qin Lang was not in a hurry. He raised his military telescope and looked up, and he couldn't help but feel happy. This is not an ordinary bloody rain day, but a rare double rain day. The card rain and blood heart rain are happening at the same time. Chapter 32, Double Rainy Day, 1/2. Everyone got in the RV and went hunting. Qin Lang asked several people to enter the RV. Which of you can drive? I could do it too. Both Li Lei and Lin Mo said they could drive. My dad sells vegetables in the community, and I have been driving in the community delivering vegetables since I was a teenager. Although Lin Mo is a college student in his early 20s, he has nearly 10 years of driving experience. If you didn't tell me earlier, come here. Qin Lang pushed Lin Mo into the driver's seat and motioned for everyone to get on the roof of the car. You could drive in that direction when I tell you to drive in that direction later. Do you understand? I know, boss. Lin Mo's response came from the other end of the intercom. Exclamation point. Yes. The RV immediately took everyone away from the shelter. These eggless bastards actually escaped. Huang Lauer slashed the bloody corpse with a knife and cursed in the direction of the RV. Su Yin glanced at it playfully. Fool! They didn't run away. They went hunting. Didn't you see the military truck is still in the yard? Su Yin sighed. Although this small group of 9 people has no fixed residence, one thing is better than those with a fixed shelter like him. That is, it has strong mobility and strong execution ability. It has no worries and can leave at any time. Unlike them, when encountering a bloody storm, you have to clear out the monsters near the shelter first, and then organize a team to search for supplies. The efficiency is too low. Qin Lang drove the small RV out of the sanctuary's sphere of influence and began to kill the blood corpses while picking up cards. Although this was the first time for the 9-member team to fight as a team, they worked together very well. Lao Li, a barbarian, could attack from a distance or defend from a close distance. He fully acted as a human shield. He rushed into the corpses and stabbed randomly. His main attack was simple and rough. Qin Lang and Lin Wanner were responsible for remotely assisting Lao Li in killing the blood corpse. The remaining Li Lei, Han Mei, Hu Chunli, and the Wu brothers had not been strengthened and had low combat effectiveness, so they naturally took on the important task of collecting cards. They just picked them up while doing so. Damn, I filled a school bag full in less than 20 minutes. This is more than 20 times more efficient than Qin Lang alone. Turn right ahead, 500 meters. Qin Lang gave instructions to Lin Mo, and he found a gold card floating in the air. Okay, boss. The next second, the RV crushed the bloody corpse and rushed to the designated location. When we arrived at the intersection, more than a dozen unkind glances came our way. Not blood corpses, but a hunting group like them. Qin Lang signaled Lin Mo to stop and said loudly, Friends in front of us, we are each responsible for a street. How about not infringing on each other? The leader of the search team was a middle-aged man in his 40s, holding a thick cigar in his mouth. He was puffing away with a cold look in his eyes. He smiled and said, No problem, friends. If you pick it up, if you can't use the gold card or color card at the moment, we can trade it. Oh, do you have a yang-dimensional, in-dimensional second pulse gold card? Qin Lang asked. Yes, what are you going to exchange for? The middle-aged man responded. We are short of ammunition here. 30 silver cards of ammunition in exchange for gold cards. Will you exchange it? Qin Lang almost laughed angrily. He thought he was already dark enough, but he didn't expect that the other party was even darker than him. The exchange rate was 30-1. What was the difference between this and robbery? I don't have that many silver cards, only 15. At worst, I will give you 10 more blue cards. Let's trade them. Qin Lang behaves quite immaturely, giving people a sense of harmlessness between the lines. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly said, Okay, I'll take some losses, and you come over to trade. Oh, okay, I'll come right away. Qin Lang jumped out of the RV and walked over there. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 32, Double Rainy Days, February 2nd. Loudly whispered, Hey, can you do it? Be careful. Qin Lang waved his hand to reassure everyone. The two sides were only more than 100 meters apart. Qin Lang quickly came to the opponent's motorcade and raised the card in his hand. I brought the card. Oh, ... The middle-aged man grinned and said, Put down the card and you can get out. What do you mean? Qin Lang's eyes widened. I'm here to trade. Where's the card I want? You want your mother. Are you tired of living and want to die? Have you not figured out the situation yet? Ha! You are as stupid as a pig. Ha ha ha. Crash. Several firearms of different lengths were aimed at Qin Lang at the same time, and the firepower was enough to beat a person into a sieve in an instant. I never thought an idiot like you could survive for so long in the apocalypse and even pull together a team, tisk. The middle-aged man exhaled a cloud of smoke and sneered. I'll count to 3, leave the card, and then get out of here. No matter how far, it would be a waste of bullets to kill you. Hey, since you said that, then you can get on your way. Qin Lang sighed, suddenly pulled out the black sword and slashed the gold, and raised his hand with a holy slash. The next moment, a terrifying arc of light split the middle-aged man, the car, and the person in two. The others reacted, exclaimed, and pulled the trigger. However, in the face of the hail of bullets, Qin Lang did not dodge. The bullets fell on him, and most of them only caused minor injuries. The most terrifying thing is that those wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the gold content of the double legend of super recovery body plus bullet resistance aura. The firepower can be stronger. I can bear it. Qin Lang said with a smile. Monster, monster. Seeing that the magazines were empty and the young man in front of them was fine, the remaining dozen people in the convoy turned around and ran away in fear. Qin Lang did not give them a chance to escape. He took out the Timberwolves' sniper rifle from the space ring and pulled the trigger continuously. With the blessing of the sharpshooter's talent, the whole street soon became quiet, leaving only 12 bodies with their heads blown apart. In order to save time and not miss any cards, Qin Lang stuffed all the dozen bodies into the space ring. The first priority at the moment is to search for resources. The search for bodies can be done after the rain stops. This bloody scene scared Lao Li and the other 6 people. Qin Lang is not even afraid of bullets. What is his upper limit? The double rain lasted for an hour and a half before it stopped. And Qin Lang's 9-man team did not return to the hospital shelter until 2:30 in the afternoon. They have been outside for a full 6 hours. It looks like Xiaoqin has made a lot of money. Su Yun's eyes were full of envy, and his name changed from Qin Lang to Xiaoqin. Not bad, a small profit. Qin Lang changed the subject. Brother Su has been in the shelter all the time? Su Yun shook his head. That's not the case. I just went out, but unfortunately I didn't pick up any good cards. They were all taken by others. There are many search teams in Haicheng. Didn't you meet them? Of course I did, but they have turned into corpses. Qin Lang did not comment and asked, Brother Su, do you have any extra cards to trade? Which one do you need? Su Yun asked casually. Yangwei Yinwei, 2 meridians. I can exchange them with gold cards or 10 silver cards of the same level. Wait a minute. I'll ask others if they have them. Also, I need some auxiliary gold and silver cards. I'll write a list later. Please help me find them. No problem. After Su Yun left, Qin Lang returned to the open space to camp and took the corpse out of the space ring to search for the spoils in the corpse. Originally, Qin Lang thought that he would only seize more than 1,000 cards during this hunting trip. What he didn't expect was that the number of cards seized in the end was as high as 2,470, including more than 10 gold cards alone. More than 60 silver cards. After giving the cards below the blue card to Lin Wanner for her to help sort, Qin Lang spent another hour finding 60 talent cards from hundreds of silver cards and handed them to Li Lei, Han Mei, Lin Mo, and Wu respectively. Fa Wu Tian and Hu Chunli. Nurse Hu Chunli used to be a nurse in the city hospital. The card Qin Lang prepared for her was remote treatment X3 plus quick surgery X3 plus physical recovery plus dexterous hands plus quick shooter. Except for quick gunner, which is an attack talent, the rest are purely auxiliary talents. She can perform remote treatment within a range of 50 meters. As long as the wound is not fatal, she can save it. The paths that can be chosen after this set of talents are formed are field medic, chaplain, doctor, etc. For college student Lin Mo, the cards Qin Lang prepared for him were driving skills X7 and physical recovery X3. Anyone with a discerning eye would know at a glance that Qin Lang was planning to train him to become a driver. Otherwise, he would not have given him 7 driving skills cards to improve his driving skills. It was directly upgraded to LV3, and the physical recovery level 2 ensured that he would never drive fatigued under normal circumstances. The paths you can choose after forming include giant machine operator, operator master, etc. For the young couple Li Lei and Han Mei, Qin Lang prepared a set of melee talent shield holders and a long-range marksman respectively. In this way, the two people's melee defense capabilities and long-range capabilities have been maximized, and it is said to be the most cost-effective option, but there is no one. There are many options to choose from in the later stage, so I won't go into details for now. Brothers Wu Fa and Wu Tian, Qin Lang prepared Sentinel and Scavenger talents for them. The former has enhanced vision, enhanced hearing, enhanced sense of smell, and enhanced physical strength. The latter has insight, observation, luck, and dexterity. These two sets of talents have almost no combat ability, but they're indispensable for a team. The former can detect danger in advance, while the latter greatly improves the speed of card retrieval and the efficiency when going hunting with the team. Qin Lang, I also want to make progress. Lin Wanner looked at Qin Lang eagerly. I won't forget you. I'm ready. Qin Lang took out 3 gold cards and handed them to Lin Wanner, namely the Warm Halo, the Cold Halo, and the Purifying Halo. Lin Wanner was quite happy at first, but when she saw the descriptions of these 3 gold cards, she almost cried. The Warm Aura continuously consumes physical energy and increases the surrounding temperature. The Cold Aura continues to consume physical strength and lower the surrounding temperature. The Purifying Aura continuously consumes physical energy and purifies the surrounding air. Lin Wanner, what is this all about? Air conditioner plus air purifier. Are you playing with me? I know you want to ask, what are the uses of these 3 halos? My answer is, be prepared for a rainy day. You will know the answer soon. Also, since they're gold cards, they must have their reasons. What do you think? Lin Wanner's mouth was completely blocked with one sentence. Although Lin Wanner didn't say it, she was very dissatisfied with these 3 halo skills. Otherwise, Qin Lang wouldn't be shivering from the cold and sweating while sleeping. This must be the little fairy's silent protest against him. After all the supporting staff's cards were constructed, Qin Lang took out 2 gold cards and more than 10 silver cards were handed over to Lao Li. The 2 gold cards are Street Fighting Enthusiast and Fanatic. The former increases melee attack power, and the latter is a skill that can increase explosive power. There are more than 20 silver cards that restore physical strength X7, enhance arm strength X7, and harden skin X7. The cost of upgrading colored cards and the following skills and talents is 248-163264128256512 cards of the same type, with a maximum of LV10. In the evening, Su Yun brought Huang Lauer and others to Qin Lang and told him a disappointing news. They asked everyone in the shelter, but could not find the 2 yang and yin dimensions that Qin Lang needed, as well as other miscellaneous cards. There are some. Although Qin Lang was disappointed with this result, it was not unacceptable. Originally, the path of the Qi refiner was the cultivation system. He was not in a hurry. It didn't matter if he started one day earlier or later. Since it's not there, forget it, Brother Su. I'm ready to leave. Su Yin was stunned. Leave? Where are you going? Let's go shopping around. I won't be leaving Haicheng for a short time anyway. If Brother Su finds Feng Xiaoni, remember to tell me, and I will thank you very much. Su Yin smiled and said, Don't worry, you will definitely do it. It's just that it's already dark, and there are a lot of bloody corpses at night. If you encounter a night demon, it will be very dangerous. Su Yin really wanted to keep Qin Lang and his party. Lao Li said carelessly, You don't have to worry about that, little night devil. I'll kill as many as you come. Huang Lauer sneered, Fuck, stop bragging, okay? The night demon is fast and thick-skinned. The only one in the entire shelter who can challenge the night demon is our boss. Can you defeat that thing? Why don't I believe it? Lao Li was a little angry. Boy, shut up. Su Yun shouted to stop Huang Lauer and cupped his hands towards Qin Lang. Since you have decided to leave, I will not force you to stay. No matter whether I find the person or the card, I will contact you. Thank you, farewell. Qin Lang immediately called everyone to get in the car and left the hospital shelter. Boss, are you just going to let them go? Huang Lauer said angrily, There must be a lot of problems with these people. No matter how many cards they have, what does it have to do with us? Do you still want to rob them? Su Yun glared at Huang Lauer, who looked indifferent. Just grab it, so what? Are you still afraid that they will call the police to arrest me? Boss, you are good at everything, but you are too indecisive. This is the end of the world, and the law of the jungle is strong. Su Yun shook his head. Even if it's the end of the world, you can't act recklessly. Stop thinking so much. Pack up and prepare to go hunting. The shelter's resources are running out. Hey, okay, I get it. Huang Lauer sighed. When Su Yun walked away, the 2 men beside him said, Second brother, don't want to hear the truth from me. It's true that Boss Su is a good person, but he is really not suitable to be the boss. Those who left just now are clearly bosses. He won't kill the fat sheep. How can such an indecisive person be a good shelter leader? What about you guys? Huang Lauer glanced sideways at them. I put a tracker on the truck during the day when they were not around. Whether we do it or not, we will listen to you, second brother. Originally, Qin Lang thought that he would only seize more than 1,000 cards during this hunting trip. What he didn't expect was that the number of cards seized in the end was as high as 2,470, including gold cards alone. There are more than 10 of them, including more than 60 silver cards. After giving the cards below the blue card to Lin Wanner for her to help sort, Qin Lang spent another hour finding 60 talent cards from hundreds of silver cards and handed them to Li Lei, Han Mei, Lin Mo, and Wu respectively. F.A. Wu Tian and Hu Chunli. Nurse Hu Chunli used to be a nurse in the city hospital. The card Qin Lang prepared for her was Remote Treatment X3 plus Quick Surgery X3 plus Physical Recovery plus Dexterous Hands plus Quick Shooter. Except for Quick Gunner, which is an attack talent, the rest are purely auxiliary talents. She can perform remote treatment within a range of 50 meters. As long as the wound is not fatal, she can save it. The paths that can be chosen after this set of talents are formed are Field Medic, Chaplain, Doctor, etc. For college student Lin Mo, the cards Qin Lang prepared for him were Driving Skills X7 and Physical Recovery X3. Anyone with a discerning eye would know at a glance that Qin Lang was planning to train him to become a driver. Otherwise, he would not have given him 7 driving skills cards to improve his driving skills. It was directly upgraded to LV3, and the physical recovery level 2 ensured that he would never drive fatigued under normal circumstances. The paths you could choose after forming include Giant Machine Operator, Operator Master, etc. For the young couple Li Lei and Han Mei, Qin Lang prepared a set of melee talent shield holders and a long-range marksman respectively. In this way, the two people's melee defense capabilities and long-range capabilities have been maximized, and it is said to be the most cost-effective option, but there is no one. There are many options to choose from in a later stage, so I won't go into details for now. Brothers Wu Fei and Wu Tian, Qin Lang prepared sentinel and scavenger talents for them. The former has enhanced vision, enhanced hearing, enhanced sense of smell, and enhanced physical strength. The latter has insight, observation, luck, and dexterity. These two sets of talents have almost no combat ability, but they are indispensable for a team. The former can detect danger in advance, while the latter greatly improves the speed of card retrieval and the efficiency when going hunting with the team. Qin Lang, I also want to make progress. Lin Wanner looked at Qin Lang eagerly. I won't forget you. I'm ready. Qin Lang took out 3 gold cards and handed them to Lin Wanner, namely the Warm Halo, the Cold Halo, and the Purifying Halo. Lin Wanner was quite happy at first, but when she saw the descriptions of these 3 gold cards, she almost cried. The Warm Aura continuously consumes physical energy and increases the surrounding temperature. The Cold Aura continues to consume physical strength and lower the surrounding temperature. The Purifying Aura continuously consumes physical energy and purifies the surrounding air. Lin Wanner, what is this all about? Air conditioner plus air purifier. Are you playing with me? I know you want to ask what are the uses of these 3 halos. My answer is, be prepared for a rainy day. You will know the answer soon. Also, since they are gold cards, they must have their reasons. What do you think? Lin Wanner's mouth was completely blocked with one sentence. Although Lin Wanner didn't say it, she was very dissatisfied with these 3 halo skills. Otherwise, Qin Lang wouldn't be shivering from the cold and sweating while sleeping. This must be the little fairy's silent protest against him. After all the supporting staff cards were constructed, Qin Lang took out 2 gold cards and 2. More than 10 silver cards were handed over to Lao Li. The 2 gold cards are Street Fighting Enthusiast and Fanatic. The former increases melee attack power, and the latter is a skill that can increase explosive power. There are more than 20 silver cards that restore physical strength X7, enhance arm strength X7, and harden skin X7. The cost of upgrading colored cards and the following skills and talents is 24816326412825651 cards of the same type, with a maximum of LV10. In the evening, Su Yun brought Huang Lauer and others to Qin Lang and told him a disappointing news. They asked everyone in the shelter, but could not find the 2 yang and yin dimensions that Qin Lang needed, as well as other miscellaneous cards. There are some. Although Qin Lang was disappointed with this result, it was not unacceptable. Originally, the path of the Qi refiner was the cultivation system. He was not in a hurry. It didn't matter if he started one day earlier or later. Since it's not there, forget it, Brother Su. I'm ready to leave. Su Yun was stunned. Leave? Where are you going? Go around. Anyway, you won't leave Haicheng in a short time. If you find Feng Xiaoni, remember to tell me. I will definitely reward you handsomely. Su Yun smiled and said, don't worry about it. I will definitely do it. But it's already dark, and there are many blood corpses at night. If you encounter a night demon, it will be very dangerous. Su Yun really wanted to keep Qin Lang and his group. Old Li said casually, you don't have to worry about this. I will kill as many little night demons as you come. Huang Lauer sneered, fuck, stop bragging, okay? The night demon is fast and thick-skinned. The only one in the entire shelter who can fight the night demon alone is our boss. Can you beat that thing? Why don't I believe it? Hey you. Old Li was a little angry. Second brother, shut up. Su Yun stopped Huang Lauer and bowed to Qin Lang. Since you're determined to leave, I will not force you to stay. I will contact you no matter if I find people or cards. Thank you, goodbye. Qin Lang immediately asked everyone to get in the car and left the hospital shelter. Boss, you just let them go like this? Huang Lauer said unhappily. These people must have a lot of cards. Even if they have more cards, what does it have to do with us? Do you still want to rob them? Su Yun glared at Huang Lauer, who looked indifferent. Robbery? So what? Are you afraid that they will call the police to arrest me? Boss, you're good in everything, but you are too indecisive. Now is the end of the world. The strong prey on the weak. Su Yin shook his head. Even if it is the end of the world, you can't do anything reckless. Don't think about it. Pack up and get ready to go hunting. There are not many resources in the shelter. Okay, I know. Huang Lauer sighed. After Su Yin walked away, the two men beside him said, Second brother, I'm telling you the truth. It's true that Boss Su is a good man, but he is really not suitable to be the boss. Those who just left are obviously fat sheep, but he didn't even kill them. How can such an indecisive person be a good leader of a shelter? What about you? Huang Lauer glanced at them. I put a tracker on the truck during the day when they were away. Whether to do it or not, we will listen to you, second brother. Chapter 34 Huang Lauer's Night Attack, 1/2. Two cars, one large and one small, travel through the city. With Lin Mo as a professional driver, Qin Lang finally freed his hands and looked outside while drinking coffee. Along the way, they encountered 3 convoys that came out to search for resources at night, but they all looked at each other and left. There are no weaklings or fools in any team that dares to go out at night to look for resources to kill monsters. If they attack rashly without knowing the opponent's personnel configuration and strength, they can easily kill themselves. Qin Lang is confident in his own strength, but he can't do such a bottomless thing like killing people randomly for some cards unless the other party takes action first. I walked around until about 2 o'clock in the morning, and the night's search came to an end. Qin Lang signaled Lin Mo to drive to the entrance of KFC in the city center and camp here temporarily tonight. I'll leave the vigil to you, De Wu. Qin Lang smiled and threw a bottle of beer to Wu Fa. The latter caught it and laughed. Don't worry, boss. Keep it with me. The two brothers Wu Fa and Wu Tian look very similar, but their personalities are completely opposite. De Wu is outgoing and carefree. Xiao Wu is reserved and taciturn. By the way, what do your parents do? Why did they give you such an arrogant name? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten? I wanted to ask before, but I never got the chance. Laoli was nibbling on a piece of sizzling grilled meat. Lamb leg. Without the big team, the food quality of everyone has skyrocketed. The worst is green card food, and blue card food is more often eaten. Wu Fa was happy. Our original name was not this. I changed it after the apocalypse. It's lawless. How cool. Laoli rolled his eyes. That's what feelings are. Let me just say that no normal parent would give his or her child such an outrageous name. Bossly, I'm going to stand guard first. Wu Fa smiled and greeted his brother to go upstairs for duty while carrying a beer. Qin Lang glanced at the young couple not far away and joked, Hey, do you want to lend me my RV to you? Han Mei's face turned red, and she was so embarrassed. He shyly put his head into Li Lei's arms, and Li Lei quickly waved his hands, saying that he would consider contributing to human reproduction after settling down. On the right, Lin Wanner was chatting with Hu Chunli and Lin Mo, laughing from time to time, and she didn't know what she was talking about. Seeing all this in his eyes, Qin Lang nodded secretly. Although the team only has 9 people, it has a big family atmosphere, and there is no barrier between them. Everyone, go to bed early. We have to hunt tomorrow. Qin Lang got into the RV and closed his eyes to rest. After a while, Lin Wanner came up, made a face at Qin Lang, who was sleeping, and got into the bed next to him. 3 o'clock in the morning. The 2 pickup trucks slowly arrived at the city center. Huang Lauer put down the military binoculars and licked his lips. It looks like they are all asleep. Brothers, get ready to take action. Keep your hands and feet clean. Second brother, what about the girls in their team? Said the man with a wretched face. That Lin Wanner, I'm going to be the first to do it. I don't care about the rest. Huang Lauer kept smirking. He was originally a prisoner who had been released from prison and was sentenced for obscenity. He had evil thoughts at the first sight of Lin Wanner. Now that he finally got the chance, he had to play with it beautifully. He even thought about the posture. Hey, everyone laughed evilly. Birds of a feather flocked together, and more than half of this group of Huang Lauer's diehard Mazai have once squatted in a kiln. Walk. Huang Lauer picked up his rifle and walked arrogantly towards KFC with 13 armed men. However, what they didn't know was that the moment the vehicle entered the street, Wu Fa told the news through the walkie-talkie. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 34 Huang Lauer's Night Attack. 2 halves. Qin Lang. At that time, Qin Lang frowned and stared at the group of uninvited guests. Based on his understanding of Su Yun in his previous life, Su Yun was not the kind of person who would kill people and buy goods. In other words, this group of people should have acted without permission. Is it better to strike first? Old Li raised his blood pattern gun. Don't worry. Ask clearly before taking action. They're just a bunch of ants. Qin Lang sneered. Old Li, go talk to them and see what they want to do. I guarantee you will not die within 50 meters. Qin Lang flicked his fingers and added a bullet resistance halo to Lao Li, which was equivalent to wearing an invisible bulletproof vest with no blind spots on him. Okay. Lao Li swaggered out of the bunker and faced Huang Lauer's team alone. It's midnight. Deputy Armed Forces, what do you want to do? Huang Lauer was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his actions would be discovered. But it doesn't matter. Everyone here will die anyway. He simply showed his cards and said with a sinister smile, You know what you were asking? There are so many of us and so many guns. What do you think we are here to do? The boys all laughed evilly. Damn it, it's okay, I don't even have to pretend. Lao Li twisted his neck, then come on. Huang Lauer licked his lips. Don't you claim to be able to challenge the night demon alone? Let me see if your speed is as fast as a bullet. Ha ha ha. Amid laughter, Huang Lauer pulled the trigger. Bullets hit Lao Li like a rain, but without exception they were bounced away, causing only minor scratches. Huang Lauer was greatly shocked. What's going on? How come bullets have no effect on him? Fuck, it still hurts a bit. Lao Li bared his teeth and tried hard. He rubbed his body. I stand here and let you beat me, but you can't beat me to death. With this little ability, I still want to imitate others in killing people and stealing goods. Lao Li laughed loudly. It's my turn now. Lao Li picked up the blood pattern gun and threw it forward plainly. Laugh. The terrifying sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, and Huang Lauer couldn't react at all. He only felt that his eyes were blurred, as if something had passed by. When he came to his senses and turned around to look, he saw that something had penetrated the chest of his good friend Zion Shiqiang with a fist-sized hole. Xian Shiqiang spit out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Go shoot. Shoot. Huang Lauer was shocked, screamed, and pulled the trigger. More than a dozen guns were fired at the same time. Even with the bullet resistance aura, Lao Li couldn't resist it. His body was bleeding and bleeding, but the next second his body was enveloped in a green light, and those wounds miraculously healed. This is remote therapy from Hu Chunli in the KFC store. If Lao Li's clothes and pants hadn't been riddled with holes, no one would have believed that he had withstood the rifle fire of more than a dozen people. Are you a human or a monster? Huang Lauer was really scared and trembling all over. Is this guy in front of me the most powerful person in this team? Yes, that must be the case. That 20-year-old boy is just a smoke bomb thrown by him. But the next second, Lao Li's words made him completely despair. My boss's fighting power is more than 10 times stronger than mine, but you little Karami dare to throw your claws at me and die for me. Old Li, just destroy them. Don't kill them yet. These people will be useful. Qin Lang reminded from a distance. Clear. Chapter 35, Su Yun and Ding Yuan, 1/2. Hospital shelter. After a busy day, Su Yun was sitting on the boss's chair with his eyes closed. As the leader of the shelter, he had too many things to worry about every day. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw that the alarm clock on the table had pointed to 3:20 in the morning. He frowned slightly. After asking his assistant for questioning, he learned that the search team in charge of Huang Lauer had been out for more than 6 hours. Return. Huang Lauer himself has a lot of gold car talents, and the people he brought out this time are not weak. Even if they encounter the night demon, they can fight, and there shouldn't be any problems. Brother Su, you'd better rest early. You have been there for many days. I haven't had a full night's sleep. The assistant's name is Ding Yuan, a woman in her mid-20s. Not only does she have an excellent appearance, but she also has a very hot figure. Her bulging front and back, and her glasses and black stockings are fatally attractive to men of any age. Force. But Su Yun's eyes never stayed on her for more than 3 seconds. He just rubbed his temples tiredly and said, "It's okay. I've strengthened my physical recovery and just refresh my mind a little. How much food card do we have left in the shelter? How long will it last? I just did some statistics, and it's not a big problem. Is there only a day's supply left?" Su Yun sighed heavily. There were too many people to support in the shelter. Even according to the lowest standard, more than 1,000 tickets would be consumed in a day. "Let me press your shoulders for you. You put too much pressure on yourself." Ding Yuan came behind Su Yun and gently pressed his shoulders. At this time, the mobile phone on the table suddenly rang, and the caller ID was Qin Lang. Su Yun answered with a surprised look on his face. "Brother Xiao Qin, what's wrong at this late hour? Did Huang Lauer lead someone to attack me secretly?" Qin Lang's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "What?" Su Yun stood up awkwardly. "KFC, temporary camp." Qin Lang hung up the communication and signaled everyone to go to rest, and he would be on duty personally for the rest of the night. Several. The person hummed and agreed, but in fact he didn't feel sleepy at all. How much care must he have to fall asleep after just being attacked? "Are you trying to knock Su Yun off?" Lally had already finished taking a shower and put on a dark green tactical vest. He looked quite energetic. Hu Chunli from behind was looking at him intently. Women all have a strong mentality. For a man like Lao Li who wants good looks and strength, it is not surprising that Hu Chunli would have thoughts about him. "His men attacked me secretly, and I must let him bleed some blood." Qin Lang threw a cigarette to Lao Li and complained, "I asked you to cripple them, but I didn't ask you to smash their hands and feet. Who can sleep with the howling ghosts and wolves outside?" Lao Li rolled his eyes. Okay, you can come next time." In a blink of an eye, it was already dark. A motorcade arrived in front of the KFC temporary camp. Su Yun came down to the door, surrounded by a group of men, and stared at the dying Huang Lauer and more than a dozen of his confidants. Their hands and feet were smashed with blunt objects. Although it was not fatal, they wanted to recover and recover. It is almost impossible to become like normal people. In other words, these people are useless. "Brother Su, you have to give me an explanation. What does this mean?" Qin Lang walked out with Lao Li. Su Yun took a deep breath and signaled everyone to put down their guns. Huang Lauer acted without permission. "Although it has nothing to do with me, I also have a certain responsibility. It was my fault. I apologize to you. I accept the apology. This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 35, Su Yun and Ding Yuan, 2 halves. Qin Lang spread his hands. "Besides, you have to compensate me." Su Yun expected Qin Lang to say this and smiled bitterly. "The shelter is running out of resources. These 10 silver cards are the best thing I can come up with at the moment." "There are only 10 silver cards. Where are you sending the beggars?" Lao Li stared. "Hey, don't be impulsive." Qin Lang patted Lao Li on the shoulder and said to Su Yun, "I know the difficulties of the shelter. Let's just make friends. Grasshoppers also have meat on their legs. I will accept the card. You can take him away. I just pretend that what happened last night never happened." "Thank you." Help them over. Su Yun motioned to his men to bring Huang Lauer and the others to the car and left in a hurry. "You are so poor that such a big shelter only gives you such a small thing." Old Li said with disgust, "You used to run a shelter. Could you come up with 10 silver cards?" What? Qin Lang had a bad smile on his face. Lao Li was stunned and scratched his hair in embarrassment. "Look at you. You always insert knives into human lung tubes. It's so unethical." Qin Lang laughed loudly and put his arm around Lao Li's shoulders. Extra food, and a whole barbecue. Qin Lang doesn't lack these 10 silver cards at all. What he lacks is a reliable ally. Before Feng Xiaoni returned to the team, he didn't know how long he would stay in Haicheng. It would do him no good to offend Su Yun's team to death. Inside the car, Su Yun's face was so gloomy that he could shed tears. "I warned you several times not to provoke Qin Lang and the others. Why didn't you listen? It's fine now. The army has been annihilated. Tell me what happened last night. It's all my fault for misestimating their strength. Only one person namely took action last night. Huang Lauer regretted that his intestines were green and told Su Yun intermittently about what happened last night. /U003C. BR/U003E. After hearing what happened, Su Yun took a breath and had only one thought in his mind. Qin Lang's team is far more powerful than imagined, and they can only be allies, never enemies. Boss, isn't this the way back to the shelter? Huang Lauer took a sip of water and stared out the window blankly. More than a dozen of you have your hands and feet smashed to pieces. Living is torture. It's better to die and be done with it. Su Yun said calmly. Boss, you want to kill me? No, no, I am loyal to you, Huang Lauer exclaimed. If you were really loyal, you wouldn't do such a thing without telling me. No, boss, no, please don't kill me. Go in peace. Su Yun sighed and snapped his fingers, and countless thorny vines grew out of thin air and wrapped tightly around Huang Lauer, sucking him into a mummy in an instant. Ding Yuan said softly, once Huang Er and others died, we lost many more combatants. If it really doesn't work, we can only adopt Plan B. Su Yun pinched his temples and said, you should have listened to me in the first place. I only regret that I couldn't take action. I was too indecisive. You're not allowed to say that. Ding Yuan smiled sweetly. I've always liked you for being so kind and right. Okay, stop the car and I'll take care of those people behind you. Ding Yuan slowly came to the back of the truck and got in. Don't want. Help. The miserable scream lasted for a full 5 minutes. When she came out again, Ding Yuan was drenched in blood. She licked the blood on her slender fingers and showed a satisfied smile. Chapter 36, Trading Terminal and Second Stage, 1/2. Puff. The blood-patterned gun turned into a stream of light and penetrated the body of the night demon. A poor night demon was taken away from his life without even a chance to scream. Dozens of nearby blood corpses rushed towards the humans like crazy. They were greeted by a rain of arrows, which hit their heads. This small group of corpses consisting of 3 night demons and more than 60 bloody corpses were slaughtered by the human team in an instant. From beginning to end, Qin Lang just sat on the roof of the RV and watched the battle. Today is the 3rd day in Haicheng. As one encounter after another, Lao Li, Lin Wanner, and others are working together more and more tacitly. As long as the number of corpses does not exceed 100, Qin Lang can be a free thrower. Shopkeeper. Damn it, it's not easy. We have killed nearly 20 night demons. This is the first time a colorful card has been revealed. Lao Li's cheers made Qin Lang turn his head and ask, what color card? What is this trading terminal? Lao Li was a little confused. Trading terminal, ... Qin Lang was startled, and then laughed. This thing actually broke out. What's the use? Lao Li threw the card to Qin Lang from a distance. Qin Lang took the card and explained, simply speaking, this is a machine that can conduct remote transactions. Its main function is to conduct card transactions with other people who also have transaction terminals. It can also exchange and use cards for survival points. Purchase the card that comes with the transaction terminal. Qin Lang asked everyone to get in the car, tore up the card, and threw it into the concave corner of the RV, specially used to place transaction terminals. As a golden light flashed, a machine half as tall as a man appeared. This thing is the twin brother of the slot machine. Oli said happily. No wonder Lao Li said this. The shape of the transaction terminal is indeed similar to a slot machine. It is very simple and convenient to operate. Use the silver card battery to charge, and then input the card used for transaction from the left. After the transaction is successful, the new card will fall out of the output port on the right. Looking at the transaction scope, no one else owns the trading terminal except us. Qin Lang clicked his tongue, and he was not surprised at all by this result. The end is coming. It has been less than a month since today, and the vast majority of human beings are still in a state of not having enough to eat or clothing to keep warm. It is completely understandable that few people own colorful card-level props like trading terminals. See what cards are on sale in the terminal. Qin Lang skillfully operated the trading terminal, and a purchase interface quickly popped up with a refresh countdown of 5 hours, 41 minutes, and 35 seconds below. Were survival points. Lin Wanner, a curious baby, came close to Qin Lang. She smelled delicious. Qin Lang couldn't help but sniff it and replied, "Survival points are the digitization of cards. 1 point for a white card, 10 points for a green card, and 100 points for a blue card. Points, 1,000 points for silver cards, and 10,000 points for gold cards. Color cards are special cards, so they cannot be recycled. Damn it! There's a barbarian talent for sale here. Wait, how much is it? 30,000 survival points." Lally exclaimed, "Why doesn't it go and grab it?" The trading terminal is mainly used to trade with others on an equal footing. Even if the premium is high, the price will not be too high. 99% of the cards that are refreshed every 24 hours by the terminal are lost. At present, this thing is a bit useless. Qin Lang turned off the transaction terminal to save some power. Silver car batteries are hard currency and must be used sparingly. Even if his family has a big business, he doesn't plan to buy the card in the transaction terminal. It's too dark. The recycling price of a silver card is fixed at 1,000 points, but the price of buying a silver card fluctuates between 2,000 and 3,000. Unless necessary, not many people will buy a terminal card. Of course, there are also hard currency cards that can make a small profit by buying them, but Qin Lang doesn't need such grasshopper legs at the moment. It's still affordable to kill monsters and explode cards. Qin Lang looked at the time and saw that it was almost 5 o'clock in the morning, so he ordered everyone to rest. Everyone has become accustomed to this kind of daily routine. What happened? This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 36, Trading Terminal and Second Stage, 2 halves. That is, call the boss. Qin Lang was washing his hands after breakfast when Lao Li and others suddenly heard exclamations from outside the RV. What happened? Qin Lang didn't even have time to put on his pants, so he put on a towel and rushed down. Look! Lao Li raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Qin Lang looked up. Dot. The strange face that brought devastating disaster to the earth is collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into countless fragments and falling to the ground. The strange face collapsed. Does this mean that the apocalypse is coming to an end? Hu Chunli covered her mouth and cried with joy. The Wu brothers and Lin Mo also showed excitement. Only Lin Wanner quietly looked at Qin Lang's body and expression. A look of solemnity soon appeared on her handsome face. Things are obviously not that simple. The second stage is coming so soon. Qin Lang murmured to himself. Before his rebirth, like most people, he stayed at home to avoid the blood corpses. He had no concept of time. He only knew that the second phase of the apocalypse would appear in about a month. He didn't expect it to start so early. Second stage? What do you mean? Lao Li looked over. Qin Lang turned around and walked into the RV expressionlessly. The difficulty of survival has increased. It was 5 minutes after Qin Lang came out of the RV again. He held up a military telescope to observe the strange face that disintegrated in mid-air and called everyone to get in the car. Shortly after, boom, 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 explosions came one after another, and countless fragments of strange faces hit the ground like cannonballs, destroying buildings one after another, and screams came from the originally quiet city. It turned out that many survivors were hiding in their homes, struggling to maintain their lives with supplies from several reigns of cards. What kind of monster is that? Lao Li said with his own eyes. I saw a family of 3 being bitten to death by a strange dog while escaping for their lives. The shape of this strange dog is larger than that of a bloody corpse. It is covered in blood. It has no skin, only muscles and bones. Its sharp teeth and claws are daunting. They are creatures that were bred together from those strange face fragments. Blood dog. Qin Lang raised the timber wolf sniper rifle and shot the blood dog's head to pieces from 1,000 meters away. Woo 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 woo. Many blood dogs nearby heard the gunshots and moved towards the small RV. Along with them appeared a monster that they had never seen before. A humanoid creature that is bigger than the blood corpse, but weaker than the night demon. First Order Blood Corps. Qin Lang explained while not missing any work in his hands. He fired bullets one by one, destroying all the blood dogs and enhanced blood corpses. The rest of the people quickly recovered from the shock, spontaneously formed a defensive lineup, and started massacring the bloody dogs. Lowley was still vigorous and successfully took away 3 blood dogs with one shot. In the face of absolute power, these new monsters still pose no threat to everyone. Soon the bloody dogs and corpses on the road were cleared away. It was 7 o'clock in the morning, and the sunshine was originally very gentle and warm. But suddenly one after another giant mountain-like arms appeared in the sky and hit the ground hard, causing earthquakes that once again caused a large number of casualties. The chaotic, weird, and terrifying scene lasted for more than 3 hours and did not stop until nearly 12 o'clock. Looking at the city again, it is already riddled with holes, with giant arms towering into the sky everywhere. Woo! A cold wind blew. Lowley tightened his tactical vest, and he actually felt a little cold. Hu Chunli sneezed. It's so cold. It's not even August yet. Why is it so cold? Is it snowing? Lin Mo looked at the snowflakes that fell in the palm of his hand and melted quickly, and he was in a daze. Chapter 37 Winter, 1/2. As the heavy snow slowly fell, the temperature in Haicheng dropped from 25 degrees above zero to 15 degrees below zero in just 10 minutes, and the ground was soon covered with a thick layer of snow. After Lao Li and others entered the RV, they found that the temperature inside the car was unexpectedly high, as if the floor heating was turned on. The indoor temperature was always around 23 degrees. That's weird. There's an air conditioner in this car? Why didn't I see it? Lowley looked around, puzzled. When he got closer to Lin Wanner, he found that she was like a large fireplace, continuously releasing powerful heat. Lowley looked surprised. Lin Wanner smiled and said, Qin Lang expected the temperature to drop early in the morning and asked me to learn the warmth aura in advance. Halo of warmth? As expected of the boss, he has foresight. Lowley gave a thumbs up and flattered him fiercely. Qin Lang burst out laughing. I'm just a blind cat who ran into a dead mouse. Don't be too happy too early. The RV is only so big and can't accommodate so many people. You still have to move back to the house at night. Well, these you take the car to keep out the cold. If you need anything, take it with me. That's for sure. Lao Li and others nodded in understanding. Qin Lang distributed cards such as heaters, insulated tents, and insulated sleeping bags that he had prepared in advance to everyone. The temperature suddenly dropped by dozens of degrees. Those who did not prepare cold-proof equipment in advance will suffer. How long do you think this extreme climate will last? Lowley looked out the window. I'm not a god. How would I know? Qin Lang shrugged. In fact, he knew that the snow would last for about 3 months, and the temperature would get lower and lower. In the last half of the month, the lowest temperature would reach minus 50 degrees, and many people would not be able to survive this extremely cold weather. Snowflakes were falling outside, and the wind was freezing. With the dual blessing of 3 heaters and Lin Wanner's warm aura, a nearby house with only 80 square meters that was used as a shelter was as warm as spring. Everyone was eating hot pot and drinking beer, and Lowley was so hot that he sweated down. All the clothes were taken off. Dee. While he was eating happily, Qin Lang's cell phone that had been hanging on his waist suddenly rang. It was Su Yun calling. Brother Xiao Qin, are you still in Haicheng? Su Yun's voice was trembling when he spoke. Still here. Is there something wrong, Brother Su? Qin Lang took a pair of chopsticks and put the fat beef roll full of sauce in his mouth. Do you have any cold protection cards over there? The weather here is really too cold, and the cold protection cards I have here are far from enough. I do have some cold protection card in my hand, but they are not enough for 400 people. There are still 400 people. I left the hospital shelter the day before yesterday, and now I have more than 30 brothers with me. Su Yun didn't lie. After getting rid of Huang Lauer's group 3 days ago, Su Yun, who returned to the hospital shelter, called all the cadres together for a meeting and finally decided to leave the hospital shelter. They left a batch of supply cards before leaving. For people in the shelter, whether they can survive in the end, depends on their own fate. That's it. I understand, but you also know that supply cards are difficult to get. If you want supplies to keep out the cold, you have to get something in exchange. Qin Lang said while eating quickly. Lin Wanner thoughtfully put a lot of meat into his bowl. A silver card in exchange for a set of warm weather cards, including clothes, pants, shoes, and socks. Deal, come and get it. Qin Lang told Su Yin the address. Boss, aren't you afraid of telling them our address? Lin Mo, a college student, was a little insecure. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 37 Winter, 2 halves. I'm so scared. If I lend them 10 courages, how dare they snatch it? Lao Li snorted coldly. Qin Lang patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. Without adequate means of self-protection, how could Qin Lang tell outsiders his address, even old friends from his previous life? Half an hour later, several pickup trucks and vans arrived on the street despite the wind and snow. Su Yin asked the others to wait outside and only took Ding Yuan into the room. I was stunned as soon as I entered the house. Are you in heaven? Is the room so warm? Also, they were eating hot pot and drinking beer. Damn it. Comparing people with others will lead to death, and comparing goods with goods will lead to throwing away. Su Yin had a very magical feeling. Brother Su, would you like to have something to eat with Miss Ding? There's still a lot of dishes. Qin Lang greeted the two with a smile. Su Yin swallowed hard and said, Thank you, there's no need to eat. My brothers are still freezing outside. Let's change the cards first. I need 10 sets. No problem. Qin Lang immediately took out more than 200 cold weather suits composed of white, green, and blue cards and handed them over. Although Su Yin felt pain for his 10 silver cards, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and exchange them with Qin Lang. Brother Su, if you don't mind, take this pot of hot pot and give it to the brothers to keep out the cold. Su Yin glanced at the thick fat and rich ingredients in the pot, and without any hesitation, he suddenly raised his fists and said, Thank you, Brother Qin. Polite. There is a supermarket across the street from Qin Lang's shelter. The owner of the supermarket has already missing. Su Yin thought about it and decided to settle here temporarily. Although 10 sets of cold-proof supplies are not enough for 30 people, it is better than nothing. At least with the use of these equipment, everyone will not be in danger of frostbite. Damn, I finally feel a little warmer. A certain boy breathed a sigh of relief after drinking a large bowl of hot pot soup. I don't know how long this snow will last. After dinner, Ding Yuan and I will take a few brothers to hunt. Please repair this and make sure the cold air doesn't get in. Su Yin was not the kind of fool who would sit back and take advantage of nothing. He knew that the worse the environment, the more he had to go out to search for supplies. Otherwise, he would starve to death even if he did not freeze to death. Boss, I don't know whether to say something or not. The bespectacled man in the team suddenly spoke. Speak. There are only 9 of them, and there are more than 30 of us. Why should we eat their leftovers? That's right. It would be over if we just robbed them. I agree, fuck you. As soon as the statement was made, it was immediately echoed by other people in the team. Su Yun said expressionlessly, Huang Lauer had the same idea as you 3 days ago, but was killed by one person alone. The most terrifying thing is that it was only a member of Qin Lang's team who did it. How strong is Qin Lang himself? None of us know. If you think about it, if he dares to tell us his location without warning, does it mean that he has confidence in himself and is not afraid of robbery at all? Maybe he wants us to take action first, so that he can be justified? It destroyed us. Ding Yuan whispered softly. None of the 9 people next door are good. You should give up those unrealistic ideas as soon as possible. There's one thing that Ding Yuan didn't say. Her talent has a strong sense of danger. Just after the close contact, Qin Lang gave her a feeling of only 4 words. Invincible. Chapter 38 Team Formation, 1 half. After lunch and a short rest, Qin Lang decided to go hunting. Lao Li wanted to go with him, but Qin Lang decisively refused. Lao Li is the only high-level combatant in the team and must be responsible for guarding the shelter. As for Lin Wanner, the warmth aura skill on her body will be greatly reduced when used in an open-air environment, and the other auxiliary auras are not particularly beneficial to Qin Lang now. So he simply left Lin Wanner to stay with Lao Li and the others. I won't go far. I'm nearby. If you need anything, call me anytime. Qin Lang gave Lin Wanner and Lao Li a few words, tightened his down jacket, and walked out. Coincidentally, as soon as he rounded the corner, he saw Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and 5 men coming out of the store. They seemed to be preparing to go hunting just like him. Brother Xiao Qin, thank you for the hot pot. Su Yun smiled and waved. Qin Lang rode a will-o'-the-wisp to Su Yun with a smile on his face. Brother Su is going hunting. Yes, the supplies are extremely scarce. If we don't kill some monsters, my team will freeze to death or starve to death. Su Yun was quite modest. He looked at Qin Lang's will-o'-the-wisp and suddenly said, Brother Qin, do you want it? Come with us. Let's move together. Qin Lang thought for a while. This didn't seem to be a good suggestion. Although the materials have to be divided equally, the safety factor and efficiency have been greatly improved. Okay, I'm good at long-range sniping and can provide you with long-range firepower reinforcements. Qin Lang patted the sniper rifle wrapped in a holster hanging on the ghost fire. Su Yun laughed. That's great. It just makes up for our lack of long-range attackers. Without further ado, let's set off. Su Yun took out a gold card, tore it open, and threw it on the street. A brand new snow chariot appeared. The snow chariot, as the name suggests, is a vehicle suitable for fighting in the snow. It can accommodate up to 10 people. It is very spacious inside. The most important thing is that it is equipped with a high-power air conditioner. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for ordinary vehicles to drive when hunting in this ice and snow. What's going on? People will definitely be freezing to death. At that moment, Qin Lang got into the car and drove slowly along the road with Su Yun and his group. The horrific apocalyptic scenes along the way made everyone fall into silence. The snow chariot drove out for about 20 minutes. At the reminder of his teammates, Su Yun parked the car on the side of the road, took out his military binoculars, and took a look. 500 meters ahead, there were more than a dozen animals next to the collapsed building. The blood dog and the First Order blood corpse were wandering aimlessly. Am I coming, or are you coming? Qin Lang has a very high vision now and has no interest in ordinary monsters like this. Can you give it to us first? Su Yun was quite polite. Okay. Qin Lang nodded and made a gesture of invitation. 5 unarmed men took out hand crossbows from their backpacks and approached the dogs on foot. Creatures like blood dogs have a very keen sense of smell. They discovered the traces of several people without any surprise and ran over while barking. The 5-person team was not a vegetarian either. When the blood dogs entered the effective range, they fired the hand crossbows continuously. With a whistling sound, 7 or 8 blood dogs were hit by the crossbow arrows and fell to the snow and began to twitch. After 2 rounds of shooting, there are not many blood dogs left alive. The 2 bullier ones among them drew out their long knives, raised and lowered their knives, and chopped down the remaining blood dogs that rushed over. While the 5 people were opening the skull of the blood dog to get the card, Su Yun drove a snow chariot close to them, picked them up, and continued moving forward. In the next half hour, everyone experienced several small-scale battles. Since the number was not large, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and Qin Lang had no chance to take action. I finally figured it out. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 38, Team Formation. 2 halves. Brother Xiao Qin, you are waiting for someone to grow up. Blue card is no longer taken seriously. Su Yun joked with a smile. Brother Su, you are only half right. The blue card is really not very attractive to me. The most important thing is that I use a sniper rifle, which is very loud. I am worried that it will attract too many monsters. It's okay that Qin Lang didn't say this. Once he said this, it seemed that Su Yun opened the door to a new world. Su Yun slapped his forehead and cursed. I'm so stupid. How could I have forgotten such a simple thing? Why waste gas? Just make some noise to attract the monsters to kill them. We have enough ammunition and can fight in close combat. Ding Yuan and I, with Brother Xiao Qin as a sharpshooter, are not afraid of encountering corpses. Hot. Qin Lang smiled and said nothing, thinking that you are enlightened. Su Yun drove the snow chariot to the entrance of a shopping mall and pressed the horn. Bah! The piercing sound of horns instantly spread from the empty streets. 1 minute later, one of the five-person team's face suddenly became serious. Boss, here we come. There are a lot of them. They're gathering towards us. Be ready for battle. Su Yun picked up his rifle and came to the roof of the chariot. Qin Lang also took out the Timber Wolf sniper rifle at this time. Ouch! Dozens or hundreds of blood wolves appeared at the end of the field of vision on the left and right sides, followed by a large group of first-order blood corpses. It seems a bit much, Su Yun grinned, but the more you kill, the better it will be. Prepare for extra dinner tonight. Hey, after the end of the world, the two words I like to hear most are extra meals. I cannot wait anymore. The five-member team all laughed, and the crossbows were replaced with rifles. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang nodded secretly. He is worthy of being the leader of the largest community in Haicheng in the previous life. I just don't know what skills he has strengthened to make the team members feel so at ease when facing the zombies. While talking, the zombies on both sides have entered the range. Everyone immediately opened fire. The flames spewed out, and the bullets swept down the blood dogs and blood corpses in groups. In addition to the screams of the monsters before they died, the crisp sound of the shells falling to the ground could be heard. However, there were many zombies, and they were fearless and stepped on the corpses of their companions. Soon, blood dogs and blood corpses rushed to the vicinity of the chariot. Go to hell. Su Yun clenched his right fist, and a fantastic scene happened. More than a dozen thorny vines 5 or 6 meters high, and as thick as arms grew out of thin air in the snow. Under Su Yun's control, they either entangled or slapped the blood dogs and blood corpses that approached. The blood dogs and blood corpses that touched the vines were all crushed to death without exception. This is my skill, the killing vine. Su Yun explained to Qin Lang with a smile. Druid path skill. Qin Lang nodded. The group attack effect of this thing is quite awesome. It is definitely a T0 existence in the early days of the end of the world. With the killing vines guarding in front of the chariot, the sense of security exploded, and everyone killed more vigorously. Soon, more than half of the zombies were eliminated. Haha, it's hard not to have an extra meal tonight. Haha, it's so fucking cool, eh? The young man in the five-man team laughed and changed the magazine. Suddenly, his face changed, and he looked down at his chest. A hairy claw pierced through his spine and pierced out from his chest. What the hell is that? What is this? Looking at the teammate's body being thrown high up and the owner of the claw, everyone was shocked. Chapter 39. 8 meridians opened, 1/2. What came into view was a giant creature shaped like a spider, with a 2-meter-high blood heart on its round body, and dozens of hairy chelicerae as its main means of movement and attack. Qin Lang recognized this creature at a glance. In his previous life, people named it Centipede. It was a creature that was 1 level higher than the Night Demon in terms of speed and lethality. The most terrifying thing was that this creature had a hunting instinct and would improve its rank by hunting monsters. The centipede in front of him was attracted by the bloody smell of the monsters on the battlefield. Puff! The sharp chelicerae tore the man in two. In the bloody rain, the centipede hit the wall hard, and the wall, which was not strong to begin with, collapsed on the spot. It waved its chelicerae and stabbed at several people. Qin Lang reacted the fastest. While putting away the sniper rifle, he took out the black knife from the space ring and slashed in the air, and the chelicerae that attacked him were cut off. Dot. The others were not as lucky as Qin Lang. The other two in the five-man team were assassinated because they could not dodge in time. The remaining two screamed and shot at the centipede monster. Unfortunately, the power of the rifle was good for dealing with blood dogs and blood corpses, but it had little effect on elite creatures like centipede monsters and only caused skin injuries. Boss, help! Wow! The man closest to Qin Lang was beheaded by the chelicerae, and the other man was slapped and fell into the group of corpses. A group of blood dogs barked and rushed over, biting him into pieces in an instant. Damn it! Su Yun was furious and separated half of the vines to attack the centipede. But the centipede monster's chelicerae were very sharp and cut off the vines in a few strokes. You deal with the group of corpses. This thing belongs to me. Qin Lang drew up a knife flower, jumped down, and raised his hand to make a supreme slash. The centipede seemed to sense the power of this move and did not dare to confront it head-on and dodge to the side. Unfortunately, it was half a beat slower, and half of its body was annihilated in the terrifying light in the next second. So strong, so terrifying. Su Yun and Ding Yuan both gasped. They certainly knew that Qin Lang was strong, but they didn't know that he was so strong that he could kill such a large monster in seconds. Qin Lang succeeded in one move, and his body did not stop at all. He caught up with a seriously injured centipede and fired another holy slash into the huge blood heart, completely ending its life. /U003E. With Qin Lang's current physical condition, he can use the holy slash 3 times in a short period of time, which is enough to kill 9,999 powerful individuals. 1 color, 1 silver is good luck. Qin Lang decisively put away the 2 cards and returned to the ice and snow chariot. The 5-man team has been wiped out, and only Qin Lang, Su Yun, and Ding Yuan are left in the car. Due to the lack of fire suppression, Su Yun's vines alone could not clear so many blood corpses and blood dogs, and the vines were about to be torn apart. At this time, Ding Yuan let out a low roar. Her down jacket was stretched open, and many dark green scales suddenly appeared on her smooth skin. That outstanding face became weird and scary as her talon unfolded. In just 2 minutes, the royal sister Ding Yuan turned into a green-skinned half-lizard man. She jumped into a group of corpses and used her hard scales and sharp claws to kill a bloody path. Whether it was blood dogs or blood corpses, they could not cause any harm to her at all. Her melee ability was not weaker than Lao Li at all. Transformation talent. Qin Lang put away the black knife and cut gold, and took out the rifle to help Ding Yuan kill the group of corpses. The next battle was almost suspenseful. With the cooperation of Qin Lang and the other 2, hundreds of monsters were slaughtered in less than 20 minutes. Ding Yuan, who had regained her human form, sat almost half-naked in the snow and gasped for breath. She was injured, but fortunately it was not serious. Ding Yuan, are you okay? Su Yun hurriedly took off his down jacket and put it on Ding Yuan, holding her in his arms. The latter shook her head tiredly, her eyes full of happiness. Qin Lang was not a stingy person, and casually threw a new down jacket card to Su Yun. Go back to the car to rest. Don't catch a cold. Thank you. Su Yun's eyes were full of gratitude. Thank you. Ding Yuan also nodded. While the 2 of them were resting to recover their strength, Qin Lang began to clean up the battlefield and put the cards into his pocket. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 39. 8 meridians open together, 2 halves. Unfortunately, most of them are white and green cards. There are very few blue cards, and occasionally silver card can be seen. But based on the principle that grasshoppers have meat on their legs, we can pick up as much as we can. I've rested. Let's go pick up cards too. Ding Yuan's face was ashen, and her long-term transformation into a lizard man seriously overdrawn her physical strength, and her body was soft at this time. You rest here, I'll go. Su Yun opened the door and got out of the car, and began to look for the cards and the corpses. The rest are left to you. My share is enough. Qin Lang stretched his body. He got a colored card in this battle, which was already a bloody profit. There was no need to fight with Su Yun for those white and green cards, which would make him look very unprepossessing. While Su Yun was cleaning the battlefield, more than a dozen figures staggered in the community opposite. A closer look showed that they were all survivors. Many of them were so thin that they were unrecognizable. They were wrapped in sheets and quilts and came to the battlefield with piles of corpses like zombies. They respected and feared Qin Lang and the other 2. In their view, Qin Lang and his men were undoubtedly like gods of war. Otherwise, how could they kill these hundreds of monsters? Can you give us something to eat, please? We haven't had anything to eat in a long time, and I have kids at home. Crash! More than a dozen people knelt together, begging from a distance. If they weren't so hungry that they couldn't bear it, They wouldn't dare come out to beg for food. Get up. I'll give it to you. Su Yun sighed and took out a small pile of white and green cards from his arms and threw them over. Thanks, thanks. More than a dozen people kowtowed vigorously, picked up the cards, supported each other, and walked back to the community. He has always been so gentle. Ding Yuan looked at the scene outside the window, her eyes full of admiration. Qin Lang silently lit a cigarette and started smoking. Su Yun can be regarded as a representative figure of the good lineup in the apocalyptic environment. It was evening when the three of them returned to the neighborhood. Brother Xiao Qin, I want to talk to you again. In exchange for some supplies, I got a card you just need. Su Yun suddenly spoke, and he handed a gold card to Qin Lang. Qin Lang took a look at the golden card. It was exactly the yang and yin dimensions he needed. What supplies do you want to exchange for? Medicine, food, and equipment to keep out the cold. Okay, you can come to the shelter to get it later. I'll go back and prepare it first. Qin Lang nodded. This is not an excessive request. Thanks. Su Yun handed the card to Qin Lang and helped Ding Yuan into the store shelter, while Qin Lang rode the will-o'-the-wisp back to the residential shelter. You're back, good guy. You've been out for 4 hours. Are you injured? Chunli, Old Li yelled, and Hu Chunli raised her hand to perform a long-distance treatment. Qin Lang smiled. I was not injured. 5 people were injured on Lao Su's side. Qin Lang told everyone about his experience in the afternoon. During this period, Su Yun came to get supplies. Qin Lang generously gave him 2 silver car batteries and several sets of cold-proof equipment. After Su Yun thanked him profusely, he happily took the card and left, and asked them to go hunting together again. Qin Lang naturally agreed happily. Regardless of Su Yun or Ding Yuan, their combat capabilities are quite outstanding, and they are very suitable allies. If possible, it would be best to incorporate them. Of course, Qin Lang just thought about this problem in his heart, and he couldn't find an opportunity to recruit the 2 of them for a while. Inside the RV, it's warm as spring. Qin Lang took a quick hot bath, then took out the cards to study. With the smooth opening of the 8 meridians and the successful acquisition of Qi Control and Spirit Pond, Qin Lang clearly felt that his overall physical quality had improved qualitatively. Qin Lang happily unfolded his skill panel. His eyes were dazzled by the gorgeous, colorful talents and skills. Never had such a rich battle been fought. By the way, what was that colorful card from before? Qin Lang took out the color card he had found from the centipede from the space ring. Looking at the explanation on the color card, a gleam of excitement flashed in his eyes. Chapter 40. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, 1/2. For the next whole week, the heavy snow showed no sign of letting up, and the temperature reached a terrifying -20 degrees. The snow outside was 1 meter thick. Looking from afar, the entire city was covered in white. During this period, Qin Lang and Su Yun's teams conducted 2 team hunts. The results were good, and both parties were very satisfied. This morning, Qin Lang was sleeping soundly in the warm RV. The cell phone on the bedside rang. Unsurprisingly, it was Su Yun who asked him to go hunting again. Just as Qin Lang was about to agree, he heard Su Yun shouting from outside. Brother Qin, the sun is shining on your butt. It's time to move around. Qin Lang looked helpless. Just wait for a few minutes. I'll brush my teeth and wash my face first. Qin Lang yawned and went to the bathroom to wash up. Lin Wanner said eagerly, You 3 are going this time? Can you take me with you? ... It's freezing and snowy outside. Why did you go out and suffer that kind of misfortune? Qin Lang said vaguely with his mouth full of foam. It's so boring to stay in the shelter. Look at me, I'm getting fat. Lin Wanner pointed at the number on the scale, which was infinitely closer to 50 kilograms. You must know that her weight can remain at 425 kilograms before the end of the world. Hey, who in the family would understand? When the apocalypse comes, she will gain 15 pounds and her face will become round. Qin Lang laughed loudly. As the saying goes, if a woman is no more than 100 years old, she will either be flat-chested or short. What's wrong with being fatter? That's what you were saying. You should be disgusted if he turns into a fat man. Lin Wanner puffed up her cheeks and shook Qin Lang's arm vigorously. Take me with you. Take me with you. I promise not to hold you back. Qin Lang thought for a while. This was just an ordinary hunting, and the possibility of encountering danger was completely negligible. So he agreed. Since you want to go so much, then okay. Yeah. Lin Wanner cheered and quickly went to pack the equipment. Hey, Miss Lin is going with us this time. Su Yun threw away the half-smoked cigarette with a smile and turned to get in the car. /U003CB. Our /U003, yeah. She thinks it's too boring to stay in the RV. Brother Su, Sister Ding Yuan. Lin Wanner greeted obediently. Wanner, come on, sit next to me. Ding Yuan smiled and held Lin Wanner's hand. Here Qin Lang unfolds the map of Haiqing. Many areas on the map have been marked by him with red pens, which means areas that have been searched. As long as there is no blood rain, these areas can be regarded as safe areas, and there are no monsters. There are no supplies either. There are basically no supplies in the north of the city. What do you think of us heading to the west of the city this time? Su Yin pointed at the map. No problem, I don't care. Qin Lang nodded. Hunting is the same wherever he goes. There's no difference. Before I go, I might have to waste some time. I want to go to the community first. Qin Lang knew that during this period, Su Yun would send supplies to the survivors of the community who had encountered corpses every 3 or 5 times. The snow chariot moved quickly on the thick snow, as if walking on flat ground, and soon arrived at the community. At that time, the mountains of corpses had already been covered with snow, and no one could tell that a bloody battle had occurred here. Su Yin took Ding Yuan into the community, but soon came out with a frown on his face. What's wrong? Qin Lang looked over. There is no one, and there are no bodies. They have all left. Su Yin frowned. Where could a group of ordinary survivors with no fighting ability go in this ice and snow? If there are no traces of battle at the scene, then there is a high probability that this chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 40, Meeting an Old Friend in a Foreign Land. 2 halves. Picked up by another shelter. Human beings are the most fragile and strongest race in the world. Even in this extremely harsh climate, there are still many people who survive, and there are not a few. Probably, there are several shelters in Haiqing. Su Yin nodded and didn't take it seriously. He has done what he can, and the rest depends on the fate of this group of people. Soon it was noon, and the 4 of them found a shop with complete walls on the roadside. After getting in and sealing the door, they set up the induction cooker and ate hot pot. As the red oil hot pot soup begins to bubble, the indoor temperature rises visibly to the naked eye. On the hour, Qin Lang took out 2 beer cards, tore them open, and distributed the cans of beer to the 3 of them. Brother Xiao Qin, you will enjoy it. I'll treat you to the next meal. Eat and drink. A few people were chatting while eating. The atmosphere in the room was harmonious and warm, and there was no hint of the end of the world. When the meal was almost over, the sound of tires grinding through the snow suddenly came from outside. When I went out, I saw 3 snowmobiles approaching. 7 or 8 people got out of the vehicles. They were armed and wrapped themselves in snow. Like rice dumplings, everyone wears goggles. What did you do? You crossed the line, do you know? One of them shouted, aiming his rifle at the 4 of them. We have no hostility. We're just passing by and taking a rest here. Su Yin explained. Boss, their food is so awesome. They even have hot pot and beer. Damn it, it's so luxurious. Several of his subordinates got into the house, and their eyes turned red with envy when they discovered the food in the house. What kind of family dares to eat hot pot and drink beer in the last days? Why the hell are you just having a picnic? Wanner, is this Lin Wanner? /U003CB. Our /U003E. Just as the team boss was about to speak, someone behind him exclaimed, who are you? Lin Wanner was stunned for a moment, and only recognized him after the man took off his goggles. Brother Feng? Feng Yushu said excitedly. Wanner, why are you in Haiqing? You, why have you gained so much weight? Lin Wanner Yuan, meeting an old friend in a foreign land. Lin Wanner was so excited that she wanted to cry, but she held it back. The 3 words, you've gained weight, are undoubtedly very lethal to women. It turned out that Feng Yushu was Lin Wanner's agent and assistant. He was supposed to go to Xing City with Lin Wanner, but the end of the world came without any signs, and he was trapped in Haiqing. Fortunately, he joined the powerful shelter in Haiqing and survived until today without any danger. So, you're a family. The boss motioned to everyone to put away their guns. Since you're friends of Lao Feng, you are our friends. It's icy and snowy here, and there are so many monsters outside. Come back to the shelter with us. Suyin looked at Qin Lang and asked for his opinion. After Qin Lang agreed, he smiled and said, "Okay, I didn't expect you to be in Haiqing too. It's great to see you." Feng Yushu couldn't hide his joy on his face. "Where are Lily and Wen? Aren't they with you?" These two are Lin Wanner's exclusive makeup artist and foreign language teacher. Feng Yushu sighed. They were killed by monsters when they were fleeing. Alas, Lin Wanner shook her head. "By the way, Wanner, you haven't introduced them yet. Who are these three?" "This is Qin Lang. This is Su Yun, brother Su, Ding Yuan, and sister Ding." Lin Wanner hurriedly introduced them. "Hello." Feng Yushu smiled a little strangely. On the way to the shelter, Feng Yushu intentionally or unintentionally asked Lin Wanner how she had survived in the past month. Lin Wanner was very smart and didn't explain too much. She just said that she was lucky. During this period, she was taken care of by kind people, and she paddled all the way until now. When asked what talent she had learned, Lin Wanner performed a humanoid air conditioner for Feng Yushu on the spot. The heating principle amused everyone in the car. It seems that this little girl is indeed lucky and has not suffered much. It's a pity that when she met us, her good luck came to an end. The leader of the motorcade, named Zhao Gang, said quietly after listening to Lin Wanner's story through a book, "You've taken advantage of Feng Yushu. I hope that when it's our turn, this little girl hasn't been spoiled yet. Why are you always staring at that little star? I think Ding Yuan is more interesting." Hey, thank God. Thank you to God. Half an hour later, the convoy returned to the shelter. Su Yun smiled and said, "The pedestrian street has been turned into a shelter. Have you been living here?" "Yes, we lived here a few days after the end of the world, and we have lived here until today." Feng Yushu nodded. "You just said that there are more than 200 people in your shelter. How can you maintain daily consumption?" As a former leader of a large shelter, Su Yun is very sensitive to this issue. The minimum daily resource consumption for a shelter with 200 people is 600 white cards, not to mention that the cold winter is coming, which requires a lot of cold protection resources. Feng Yushu smiled and said, "Of course we're going out hunting. We have 5 hunting teams. It is not difficult to get some resources." Su Yun did not continue to ask further questions, but silently exchanged a look with Ding Yuan. They had a clear understanding of each other, and they both felt that there was a lot of moisture in Feng Yushu's words. Would he not know how many cards 5 hunting teams could hunt in one trip? As for Qin Lang, he never said a word and closed his eyes to rest. "We have rules here. New people entering the shelter must be searched first, and their weapons must be temporarily surrendered." The guard stopped the 4 people expressionlessly. "They're my friends before the end of the world. Just to save face, they can skip the body search." Feng Yushu said quickly, "Oh, friends before the end of the world." The guard's face softened a little. "That's okay, but the weapons must be turned in." "No problem." Su Yun and Ding Yuan cooperated very well and handed over the rifles, but Qin Lang and Lin Wanner, because their weapons were in the space rings, were always empty-handed and unable to hand them over. "Okay, let's go in." As the 4 people entered the shelter, the iron door closed heavily behind them. "Let's go. Let's take you to see the boss first." Feng Yushu rubbed his palms and led the way with excited eyes. Qin Lang and the others followed Feng Yushu while looking around. Through the glass window, Qin Lang keenly captured a pair of eyes full of fear. Those eyes came from a teenager, and soon the teenager was dragged away by the middle-aged woman in the room and hung up the curtains. "This place is a bit evil," Qin Lang said softly. "I found it. This place is lifeless, and the atmosphere is very depressing. I want to see what they are doing." Su Yun was not afraid at all. While they were talking, they came to the door of a church. After notifying the guards, Feng Yushu walked in cautiously, bowed to a bald man in a golden robe, and said, "Boss, these are my friends from before the end of the world. We found them while hunting." The bald man is obese. He is only 1.7 meters tall, but weighs 120 kilograms. He looks like a ball. He looked at the four people with a smile, and the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Both Lin Wanner and Ding Yuan have top-notch looks, and the shelter has not seen such high-quality women for a long time. "Hello, my name is Tang Ao. I am a believer in True God, and I am temporarily managing the sanctuary. Welcome to the True God Sanctuary. The True God will definitely bless you." Tang Ao clasped his fingers tightly, closed his eyes, and said piously, "Great True God, thank you. Following your holy light, we have recovered for lost brothers and sisters. Thank you to the True God." Feng Yushu shouted piously. "Okay, take them to rest first. It's almost time for us to take the Holy Communion." Tang Ao waved his hand, and they retreated. "Brother Feng, what is the True God? I remember you are an atheist." Lin Wanner felt uncomfortable all over, and her body was still tingling. Feng Yushu was not angry, and explained, "If it weren't for the True God protecting us, how could we have survived until now? Don't underestimate the leader. His power is boundless, and he once killed hundreds of bloody corpses by himself. So powerful." Lin Wanner expressed shock, while Qin Lang and the other three looked calm. None of them are capable of destroying the small group of corpses. Tang Ao has most likely strengthened the color card talent like them. The place where Feng Yushu took them to rest was a 4-person room. It was relatively clean and tidy, and there was a smell of disinfectant in the air. "You guys take a rest first, and don't wander around. I'll call you later for the Holy Communion." After Feng Yushu said that, he turned around and went out. "What do you think of the magic stick named Tang?" Suyin looked at Ding Yuan. "The distance was a little far just now. I couldn't feel it, but no matter what, it is impossible to be stronger than Brother Shaoqin." "That's not necessarily the case." Qin Lang shook his head. He never looked down on anyone. After the end of the world, people need spiritual sustenance, so various religious groups will rise. I can understand this. But this shelter gives me the feeling that it is obviously abnormal, especially the way that magician looks at you too, as if he wants to kill you. It's like being eaten alive. Is there? Lin Wanner really didn't pay attention. They'd better not have any evil thoughts, otherwise, huh? Ding Yuan narrowed her eyes. "Hey, there's a doll here." Lin Wanner looked around and suddenly found a dirty doll under the bed. Apparently, the cleaning staff had missed it when cleaning the room. She took out the doll and played with it. Suyin frowned and said, "Give it to me. Have a look." "Here." Lin Wanner handed the doll over. Suyin looked at the doll carefully. His pupils suddenly tightened, and Ding Yuan whispered, "Didn't you bring this doll to Xiaoguai last time?" "I put this patch on it myself." "Who is a little boy?" Qin Lang asked curiously. Suyin explained to Qin Lang that Xiaoguai was a little girl and one of the dozens of survivors in the community. He went to deliver supplies to the community every now and then, and over time he got to know the people in the community. This doll was given to Xiaoguai by Suyin Toys. So, the people in the community were picked up by the shelter, and they're in the shelter now. But Qin Lang pointed at the doll. Little girls usually don't throw away their toys. Suyun's eyes were fierce, and he stood up. He wanted to go out, but found that the door was locked from the outside. Why lock the door? Open the door. Suyun was furious. While heading to the shelter, Feng Yushu asked Lin Wanner intentionally or unintentionally how she had survived in the past month. Lin Wanner was very smart and didn't explain too much. She just said that she was lucky. During this period, she was taken care of by kind people, and she paddled all the way until now. When asked what talent she had learned, Lin Wanner performed a humanoid air conditioner for Feng Yushu on the spot. The heating principle amused everyone in the car. It seems that this little girl is indeed lucky and has not suffered much. It's a pity that when she met us, her good luck came to an end. The leader of the motorcade, named Zhao Gang, said quietly after listening to Lin Wanner's story through a bug. You've taken advantage of Feng Yushu. I hope that when it's our turn, this little girl hasn't been spoiled yet. Why are you always staring at that little star? I think Ding Yuan is more interesting. Hey, thank God. Thank you to God. Half an hour later, the convoy returned to the shelter. Su Yun smiled and said, "The pedestrian street has been turned into a shelter. Have you been living here?" "Yes. We lived here a few days after the end of the world, and we have lived here until today." Feng Yushu nodded. "You just said that there are more than 200 people in your shelter. How can you maintain daily consumption?" As a former leader of a large shelter, Su Yun is very sensitive to this issue. The minimum daily resource consumption for a shelter with 200 people is 600 white cards, not to mention that the cold winter is coming, which requires a lot of cold protection resources. Feng Yushu smiled and said, "Of course we're going out hunting. We have 5 hunting teams. It is not difficult to get some resources." Su Yun did not continue to ask further questions, but silently exchanged a look with Ding Yuan. They had a clear understanding of each other, and both felt that Feng Yushu's words were very meaningful. Would he not know how many cards 5 hunting teams could hunt in one trip? As for Qin Lang, he never said a word and closed his eyes to rest. "We have rules here. New people entering the shelter must be searched first, and their weapons must be temporarily surrendered." The guard stopped the 4 people expressionlessly. "They are my friends before the end of the world. Just to save face, they can skip the body search." Feng Yushu said quickly, "Oh, friends before the end of the world." The guard's face softened a little. "That's okay, but the weapons must be turned in." "No problem." Su Yun and Ding Yuan cooperated very well and handed over the rifles, but Qin Lang and Lin Wanner, because their weapons were in the space rings, were always empty-handed and unable to hand them over. "Okay, let's go in." As the 4 people entered the shelter, the iron door closed heavily behind them. "Let's go. Let's take you to see the boss first." Feng Yushu rubbed his palms and led the way with excited eyes. Qin Lang and the others followed Feng Yushu while looking around. Through the glass window, Qin Lang keenly captured a pair of eyes full of fear. Those eyes came from a young man, and soon the young man was dragged away by the middle-aged woman in the room and hung up the curtains. "This place is a bit evil," Qin Lang said softly. "I found it. This place is lifeless, and the atmosphere is very depressing. I want to see what they are doing." Su Yun was not afraid at all. While they were talking, they came to the door of a church. After notifying the guards, Feng Yushu walked in cautiously, bowed to a bald man in a golden robe, and said, "Boss, these are my friends from before the end of the world. We found them while hunting." The bald man is obese. He is only 1.7 meters tall, but weighs 120 kilograms. He looks like a ball. He looked at the 4 people with a smile, and the excitement in his heart was beyond words. Both Lin Wanner and Ding Yuan have top-notch looks, and the shelter has not seen such high-quality women for a long time. "Hello, my name is Tang Ao. I'm a believer in the true God. I am temporarily managing the sanctuary. Welcome to the true God's sanctuary. The true God will definitely bless you." Tang Ao clasped his fingers tightly, closed his eyes, and said piously, "Great true God, thank you. Following your holy light, we have recovered for lost brothers and sisters. Thank you to the true God." Feng Yushu shouted piously, "Okay, you can take them to rest first. It's almost time for us to take the Holy Communion." Tang Ao waved his hand, and they retreated. "Brother Feng, what is a true God? I remember you are an atheist." Lin Wanner felt uncomfortable all over and was still itchy. Feng Yushu was not angry and explained, "If it weren't for the true God protecting us, we wouldn't be alive until now. Don't underestimate the leader. He has boundless power and has killed hundreds of blood corpses by himself." "So powerful." Lin Wanner expressed shock, while Qin Lang and the other 2 looked calm. None of them had the ability to kill a small group of corpses. Tang Ao probably strengthened his color card talent like them. The place where Feng Yushu took them to rest was a 4-person room, which was clean and tidy, and there was a smell of disinfectant in the air. "You should take a rest first. Don't walk around. I'll call you when we eat communion later." Feng Yushu turned around and went out. "What do you think of the strength of the charlatan surnamed Tang?" Suyin looked at Ding Yuan. Just now the distance was a bit far. I couldn't feel it, but no matter what, it's impossible to be stronger than Brother Qin. That may not be the case. Qin Lang shook his head. He never looked down on anyone. After the end of the world, people need spiritual sustenance, so various religious groups will rise. I can understand this. But this shelter gives me a feeling that it is obviously abnormal, especially the way that Charlatan looks at you too, as if he wants to eat you alive. Lin Wanner really didn't notice. They'd better not have any unreasonable thoughts, otherwise, Ding Yuan narrowed her eyes. Hey, there's a doll here. Lin Wanner looked around and suddenly found a dirty doll toy under the bed. It was obviously missed by the cleaning staff when cleaning the room. She took out the doll and played with it in her hand. Suyin frowned. Let me see it. Here. Lin Wanner handed the doll over. Suyin looked at the doll carefully, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Ding Yuan whispered, Isn't this the doll you brought to Xiaowai last time? I put the patch on it myself. Who is Xiaowai? Qin Lang asked curiously. Suyin explained to Qin Lang that Xiaowai was a little girl and one of the dozens of survivors in the community. He went to deliver supplies to the community every now and then and got to know the people in the community over time. This doll was a toy that Suyin gave to Xiaowai. So, the people in the community were taken away by the shelter, and they are in the shelter now. But Qin Lang pointed at the doll. Little girls usually don't abandon their toys. Suyun's eyes were fierce, and he stood up. He wanted to go out, but found that the door was locked from the outside. Why is the door locked? Open the door. Suyin was furious. Chapter 42, Holy Communion, 1/2. After smashing it for more than a dozen times, the sound of the door opening came from outside. After the door opened, the cold muzzle of the gun was pressed firmly against Suyun's forehead. Do you fucking want to die? Zhao Gang, who was polite not long ago, now had a ferocious look on his face. Believe it or not, I will kill you right now. Suyun's eyes were full of anger. Are we prisoners? Why are we locked up? Zhao Gang knocked Suyun over with the butt of his gun and said with a ferocious smile, Silly bird, we will find out later whether you are a prisoner or not. If you cause trouble again, believe it or not, I will kill you. You? Just when Suyun Chong was about to fall out, Qin Lang said, Old Su, don't be impulsive. Suyun frowned and raised the doll in his hand. What about the child? Zhao Gang sneered. How do I know? Boom. The door is closed. Ding Yuan took out the hemostatic patch she carried with her and helped Suyun apply it to the wound. Suyun apologized. I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now. Qin Lang waved his hand and said it was okay. It's best not to fall out rashly before you figure out how many people there are on the other side and what their abilities are. There are only 4 of us, and Wanner is not a combatant yet. You still have to endure it when you should. I'm very worried about Xiaowai. No matter how inhuman they are, they won't do anything to a child. Don't worry, Ding Yuan advised. About half an hour later, Zhao Gang opened the door again with 5 armed men. The Holy Communion is being distributed. Let's go. Where's Brother Feng? Lin Wanner couldn't help but ask. Zhao Gang glanced at her, but said nothing. The 4 people were escorted at gunpoint to the restaurant. Along the way, they saw many men and women who had suffered the same treatment as them, and everyone's face was full of fear. Isn't the Eucharist supposed to be a food? Why are they so afraid? Several people were puzzled. Soon, more than 100 people come to the restaurant. Tang Ao opened his arms under the guard of more than a dozen men armed with live ammunition. Sisters and brothers, the Holy Communion has been given. Please feel free to take your seat. In front of everyone, there were nearly 100 covered dinner plates. It was impossible to know what kind of food was inside. Are you deaf? What are you doing standing still? Find a seat and sit down. Zhao Gang hit Qin Lang in the waist with his gun. A flash of murderous intent flashed in Qin Lang's eyes, but it was quickly hidden, and the 4 of them found a place to sit down at random. After everyone was seated, Tang Ao clasped the cross devoutly and said, Thank you to the Almighty True God for giving the Holy Communion. Let us wait and see who is lucky enough to be summoned by you. Let's start the meal. With a wave of Tang Ao's hand, the gunmen around him all raised their rifles and said, Uncover it. Crash. The circular cover was lifted, revealing the food on the plate, which consisted of only one portion of ordinary porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a small portion of pickled mustard to accompany the meal. Qin Lang took a look and found that the food of Lin Wanner and the other 3 were exactly the same as his. No, don't. Suddenly, one woman exclaimed, "He is only 13 years old. Please let my son go. Sir, let me go. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." The skinny man cried and begged for mercy. The sudden change made Qin Lang frown slightly. He looked over there and immediately discovered the clue. It turned out that not everyone's plate was filled with porridge and steamed buns, but a dozen people's plates were empty. Those who have food can eat, but those who don't have food will die. Qin Lang understood instantly. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 42, Holy Communion, 2 halves. Frankly, no wonder the atmosphere in the shelter is so oppressive and suffocating. Tang Ao said with a pious look, "Why are you afraid? Being summoned by the true God is what many people dream of. Stop talking nonsense. What nonsense is being summoned by the true God? None of those summoned can come back alive." Another man stood up to retort, "Brothers, come together. Kill him. Otherwise it will be our turn sooner or later." Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, and more than a dozen men rushed towards Tang Ao with daggers in their hands. Tang Ao sighed softly. "Those who betray the true God will be punished by the holy light. Damn fat man. Go to hell." The man stabbed the dagger into Tang Ao's body ferociously, but the next second, the golden robe on Tang Ao suddenly burst into light, and the man was thrown away. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Foolish. I am a messenger of the gods." Tang Ao lowered his arms and ordered, "These traitors must be killed without mercy. They are not qualified to meet the true God." Ta-ta-ta, ta-ta-ta. Several gunmen opened fire at the same time, killing more than a dozen rebels in an instant. "Thanks be to God. You may partake of the Holy Communion. As for you." Tang Ao looked at the dozen or so men and women who were unfortunate enough to be chosen by the true God. "Come with me, and I will take you to see the true God." After speaking, Tang Ao tightened his tight robe and left slowly. "Is his golden robe a color card?" Suyin asked uncertainly. Qin Lang hummed. He already recognized what the golden robe was. The color card level armor Holy Light Robe has a passively triggered Holy Light barrier. The effect is similar to that of a protective bracelet. The only difference is that the protective bracelet consumes silver car batteries, and the Holy Light Long. The robe consumes the Holy Source. "What should we do now?" Suyin said softly. "With so many people staring at me, what else can I do but endure it?" Qin Lang sat down. If he was alone, he could have given it a try. With the bullet resistance aura and protective bracelet, he was not afraid of those gunmen at all. The problem now was that there were 3 more burdens around him. Once the fight started, he could guarantee that he and Lin Wanner would be safe, but it was hard to say about the other 2. The physical strength consumed by 1 person using the bullet resistance aura and 4 people using the bullet resistance aura together was incomparable. Even he couldn't hold on for too long. "I'm a little curious now. What exactly is the true God?" Qin Lang rubbed his nose and said with a smile, "Wanner, your brother Feng has dug a big fire pit for you to jump into." Lin Wanner looked ugly. "He wasn't like this before. I trusted him so much." The communion time ended quickly, and everyone was taken back to the room one after another. Wanner. Feng Yushu suddenly appeared, and his face full of smiles made people unable to help but punch him a few times. Lin Wanner screamed, "Feng Yushu, I treated you as my own brother, but you betrayed me. You knew it was dangerous here, so why did you bring us here?" Feng Yushu spread his hands and said aggrievedly, "Wanner, you wronged me. I didn't betray you. In that situation, if you didn't come with me, you and your friends would definitely be executed. I was helping you." "Pooh!" Lin Wanner spat fiercely. Now she would not believe anything Feng Yushu said. Feng Yushu did not give up and said sincerely, "I just talked to the boss for a long time. He planned to give you a chance to serve him for my sake. As long as you agree, Not only will you not have to take communion in the future, but you will also have the right to move freely into shelter like me and others. Chapter 43, the picture shows the dagger, one half. Serve him. Su Yun narrowed his eyes. What kind of service do you mean? Feng Yushu smiled. We are all adults, so I won't beat around the bush. The only thing a woman can serve the boss is physically. As long as you two try your best to satisfy the boss, he will naturally protect you. Feng Yushu, you are shameless. Lin Wanner became furious and slapped Feng Yushu on the face. Feng Yushu's face soon became red and swollen, but he was not angry. Instead, he touched his hot and sore face and said intoxicatedly, Wanner, to be honest with you, I have liked you for a long time. I have always wanted to be beaten by you in my dreams. Please hit me a few more times. I beg you. Ew. Turn out to be such a pervert. Lin Wanner's pretty face turned pale with anger. When she raised her hand to fight, Qin Lang stopped her. To deal with such a pervert, hitting him is equivalent to rewarding him. Feng Yushu was obviously disappointed that he did not receive the reward. He calmed down, spread his hands, and said, Join us. Only the true God can protect us from surviving in the last days. What if we refuse? Ding Yuan crossed her arms. If looks could kill, Feng Yushu would have been killed thousands of times by her. I can't think of any reason for your refusal. Feng Yushu said with a serious face. There is food and accommodation here, as well as a perfect shelter and the blessing of the true God. No matter how you look at it, it is better than wandering in the city. Don't forget, now is the end of the world, and the shackles imposed on us by civilized society should have been thrown away long ago. Come, join us, and let me open the door to the new world for you. We refuse, Qin Lang said lightly. Feng Yushu shook his head. It's pitiful, sad, deplorable, and pity that you haven't figured out the situation yet. This doesn't mean you can refuse if you refuse. I just want to give you an initiative for the sake of my friendship with Wanner. Since you are stubborn about the opportunity to join, we can only use force and take them away. After Feng Yushu finished speaking, the 5 men around him immediately picked up their rifles. Etc. Qin Lang waved his hand. Huh? Are you scared? Feng Yushu raised the corner of his mouth. I want to say a few words to Tang Ao, true God believer, in person. I don't think so. Is this necessary? Feng Yushu chuckled. Old Feng, what are you talking about? The boss is already impatient. At this time, Zhao Gang came in with a few people and urged, Come here. As soon as Feng Yushu finished speaking, Su Yun across from him snapped his fingers at Qin Lang's instruction. The next second, more than a dozen thorny vines appeared out of thin air on the ground around him, whistling and whipping them towards Feng Yushu and the others. There are almost no traces of them. In the reaction time, the 6 people led by Feng Yushu turned into corpses. Zhao Gang was shocked, but before he could order to fire, a lizard man rushed out of the room and knocked him down. 2 rows of poisonous shark teeth bit his face firmly, biting off half of his face. You can clearly see the white brain that is still beating. The lizard man spit out the bone residue and stretched out his scarlet tongue to lick his eyeballs. The other gunmen had never seen this battle before. They were almost frightened to death and turned around and ran away. However, Su Yun, who was already murderous, did not give them a chance. The vines quickly rolled over and bound them tightly. The mass attack capabilities of the murderous vines are unparalleled. Tell me, were the last people who lived in this room? Was there a little girl? Su Yun asked. I said, don't kill me, one of them screamed. They were brought here yesterday. The leader took them to see the true God, and then they never came back. Su Yun's heart suddenly sank. After a day and a night, it seemed that Xiaoguai was already in danger. You always talk about meeting the true God. What is the true God? Where is he? Say it quickly, or I will strangle you to death. In church, we have never seen the true God, except the leader. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading chapter 43. The picture shows 2 halves. No one has ever seen what the true God looks like. I've told everything I know. Brother, please let me go. Dream. Su-Yun punched his right fist fiercely. Crack! The moment the vines disappeared, the corpses fell one after another. There are more than 30 gunmen outside. Can you two deal with them? Qin Lang asked. Su-Yun said, Brother Shao-Qin, you kind of underestimate us. A mere rifle can't break Yuan's defense at all. I just have to be patient. I have been worried about you too. If I had known that your defense capabilities were so strong, I should have taken action when delivering the Holy Communion. Let's go. Without further ado, Wanner and I will go to the church. After you two have cleaned up the gunmen outside, meet me at the church. Good. Qin Lang raised his hand to add a bullet protection halo to Lin Wanner, pulled out the black sword, and walked out. Su-Yun and the lizard man followed closely behind. Ah, there's a monster. Lizard. Ah. The gunmen on duty outside the door looked over when they noticed the traces of the 4 people, and then were startled by the lizard man. They were just ordinary people equipped with rifles. They had not strengthened their talents at all. How could they be Ding Yuan and Su-Yun's opponents? The 2 men rushed over like they were killing chickens and dogs. Sister Ding Yuan's talent is so scary. Lin Wanner was amazed. She never imagined that the gentle and perceptive Sister Ding Yuan would fight like this. There has to be a trade-off between strength and appearance. Qin Lang walked towards the church. Some gunmen nearby found the 2 and pressed the trigger hard. Then they saw the bullets hitting Qin Lang, and they were all bounced off without exception. He is not afraid of guns. He is a monster. Wow! The gunman was shot in the head by an arrow and fell from the roof. Lin Wanner took action. This was her first time killing someone, but she had no psychological burden at all because she knew that these people were bad people and deserved to die. Lin Wanner calmly took arrows from the quiver and fired one after another. Soon, the gunmen on the roof were killed. The 2 came to the door of the church. The heavy door was tightly closed. Ka! Qin Lang raised his knife and chopped. A cross arc flashed by, and the wooden door shattered. The biting cold wind poured into the church, causing the originally warm church temperature to drop sharply. You! Lin Wanner bit her lips hard. The scene in front of her was unbearable to look at, which brought great shock to her heart. There were more than 30 naked men and women in the church, doing dirty things, including Tang Ao himself. Tang Ao looked at the uninvited guests with grim eyes, realizing what happened. But he was not afraid at all, and kicked the terrified woman under his crotch to death, grinning. I thought Lao Zhao and his men brought back 4 lambs, but they turned out to be 4 tigers. This is good. I haven't fought with anyone seriously for a long time. Come, let me see your strength and whether you are qualified to be a true believer of God. Go to hell. Lin Wanner shot an arrow from distance. Seeing that the arrow was about to hit Tang Ao's eyebrows, Tang Ao raised his hand, grabbed the arrow, and threw it on the ground, smiling and shaking his head. You are not naive enough to think that you can do whatever you want after learning a few talents? Ignorant people, I am a true believer of God, an immortal existence. Qin Lang was too lazy to talk to him, raised his hand, and made a holy slash, and saw the strength first. The dazzling light enveloped Tang Ao, and the light disappeared in an instant. Tisk, there's something. You're stronger than the last color card talent holder I killed. Is this a legendary skill? What's its name? Tang Ao stood there intact. Even the seemingly thin golden robe was not damaged at all. Chapter 44, Tang Ao's Treasure, 1/2. It's strange. There's no damage absorbed or bounced. It feels like it's hit in the air. What kind of talent does he have? Qin Lang's brain was spinning rapidly. Unfortunately, in his previous life, he was only a survivor at the tail end of a crane. He had too little experience in fighting against strong men and more in fighting against monsters in extreme weather, so his experience in this area was somewhat lacking. Come again. Tang Ao looked at the 2 people with a smile. At that time, the gunmen also came to their senses, picked up their rifles, and attacked Qin Lang and Lin Wanner. The 2 people with bullet resistance auras would naturally not be afraid of this kind of attack. You kill all these gunmen, and I will handle them. Qin Lang whispered. Lin Wanner nodded solemnly. and then shot the gunmen one by one under the hail of bullets. The other party had no ability to fight back. It was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. I still don't believe it. Qin Lang took a step forward and struck again. However, the situation of the second holy slash was exactly the same as the first. The stone cow sank into the sea and disappeared without a trace. I said that I am a believer in the true God. I am blessed by the true God and am an immortal existence. No matter how you attack, you can't hurt me at all. As he spoke, Tang Ao slowly opened his arms, and his whole body was shrouded in golden light. Not to mention, if he hadn't been wearing pants and the little earthworm was openly exposed, this look would be a bit bluffing. You are very good and have some strength. Now kneel down and accept me as your master. I can forget about the past. There are no immortal people in this world, so stop pretending to me. Qin Lang snorted coldly and swung the black knife towards Tang Ao's head. Stubborn thing. Tang Ao's expression became ferocious. Instead of resisting the black knife, he raised his golden palm and struck Qin Lang's chest hard. The knife falls. Palm out. The two of them missed each other and both withstood the other's attack. Tang Ao had a weird look on his face. He didn't understand. His palm could flatten a car and break a load-bearing column. How come it had no effect on this man? Could it be that his talent was the same as his own? There would be no such coincidence in the world. Something? It's a bit strong. I drained the battery of the bracelet with one palm. What kind of monster is this? Qin Lang looked calm on the surface, but was deeply shocked in his heart. He quickly used the battery in the space ring to fully charge the protective bracelet. Without this thing, he would have been injured just now. By this time, Lin Wanner had already killed all the gunmen in the house. Su Yun and the lizard man had both arrived at the church. The dozens of gunmen outside were not enough to kill them both. Su Yun looked at Qin Lang. It seems you need help. Zik sik 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 sik. Ding Yuan wanted to speak, but the change in her body structure meant that she could only make this strange cry for the time being. If you don't kneel down, I'll be really angry. Tang Ahan said. Angry? Oh, you can't even see that thing without a microscope. You're deformed, so you should be angry. Su Yun looked polite, but his words were very harsh. CC, the lizard man grinned, obviously smiling. Court death. Tang Ao hated people making fun of his physical defects the most. This was true before the apocalypse, and even more so after the apocalypse. He waved his palm and slapped Su Yun. I'm so angry. I was right. Su Yun dodged to the side, hooking his fingers while dodging, and two vines appeared out of thin air and entangled Tang Ao. Tang Ao frowned. He felt the strength of this vine. It was definitely unusual. Could it be that he was another color card talent owner? This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 44, Tang Ao's Treasure, 2 halves. At this time, the lizard man saw the opportunity and pounced on him, aiming to bite him in the face. Monster, get out of here! The next second, Tang Ao roared, breaking the vines, and punched the lizard man. Boom! This punch hit the lizard man's stomach firmly. Even though he was protected by thick scales, the lizard man was still beaten to death. He fell 7 or 8 meters away and vomited a large mouthful of blood. Ding Yuan. Su Yin was shocked. I'm fine. Leave me alone. Ding Yuan returned to her human form and didn't bother to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Be careful. His fists are very powerful. Puffed. Another mouthful of old blood. Obviously, all the internal organs were injured. Dot. You take care of Ding Yuan. Qin Lang stuffed 2 silver cards for healing medicine into Lin Wanner, then raised his knife and pointed it at Tang Ao. I don't believe I can't break your defense. Old Su, let me entangle him. Good. Su Yin raised his finger, and 2 more vines appeared. This time they were thicker than the previous ones, and they roared and rolled over. I hate thick things the most in my life. If you want to hit them, then come down and hit them. Tang Ao snorted, turned around, and jumped into the basement behind the podium. Chase! How could Qin Lang let Tang Ao go like this, and pursued him with Su Yun? The basement was dark, and it was hard to see. Qin Lang has night vision, so this darkness will not have any impact on him. Su Yun prepared a strong flashlight, and soon the two of them arrived at the bottom of the basement. The air was filled with the smell of decay. It's hard to imagine that in church. That is, the beam of a bright flashlight fell on a pile of human corpses. In the bone, the corners of Su Yun's mouth twitched. It's not like he's never seen dead people, but there are too many human bones here. Thousands of them, piled up into a mountain of bones. Not to mention Su Yun. Even Qin Lang was wondering what on earth was Tang Ao hiding in the basement. Could it be possible that he killed all these people? When the two walked through the mountain of human bones, the answer was revealed. At this time, Tang Ao was sitting in front of a black blood heart as tall as one person. There are more than a dozen tentacles of the black blood heart, which penetrated the throats of more than a dozen men and women who were about to become dried meat. It was the group of people whose plates were empty during the noon communion time. You actually raised a black-blooded heart in the basement. Qin Lang's pupils condensed. Black-blooded heart? No, it's my treasure. Tang Ao had put on his trousers, and now he had a gorgeous crescent scepter in his hand. He said with a pious look, "If it hadn't given me strength, I would have died a long time ago. You'd better show some respect." Hiss! Qin Lang swung his knife and was about to chop, when his brain suddenly felt a stabbing pain, and a mysterious force invaded his mind. Almost at the same time, the spiritual energy in his body boiled like boiling water, and he actively resisted the attack of this mysterious force. Soon this mysterious force was defeated by the repeated washing of spiritual energy. Qin Lang returned to normal, and his thinking became clear. Tang Ao looked at Qin Lang in disbelief. Can he even block his own mental attack? What kind of freak is this? I understand. Qin Lang exhaled heavily. This is the alien black blood heart that can confuse people's hearts. Tang Ao laughed dryly. No, you are wrong. My ability is to confuse people's hearts, and its ability is transformation. As soon as Tang Ao finished speaking, the soft shell of black blood heart slowly discharged more than a dozen cards, including white, green, and blue. Chapter 45, Flying Sword Burns Forever, 1/2. Qin Lang's eyes widened. As a heart-picking farmer, he had never seen such a heterogeneous black heart. It could produce cards while still alive. Tang Ao was very satisfied with the shocked expressions of Qin Lang and Su Yun, and said with a smile, "You guys are very good, especially you. I like you very much. Do you want to cooperate with me? As long as you feed its survivors, it will have endless energy. Don't think that it will only transform these low-level cards." Through this period of research, I found that the younger the person being transformed, the higher the probability of producing high-level cards, especially those like newborn babies and children under 10 years old. By the way, there was a little girl of 6 or 7 years old yesterday. She successfully transformed into a gold card. I have a very bold idea. We can work together to make the shelter bigger and stronger, make the women in the shelter pregnant, and then wait for them to give birth to their children and use them for transformation. Although this process is a bit long, it can make us, is this a good idea to steadily improve your strength? Tang Ao became more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes sparkling. But he didn't notice that when he said that the little girl had been transformed, Su Yun's eyes almost burst out with fire, and his whole body was trembling, obviously trying to control his emotions. I have to say, your proposal is very attractive, Qin Lang said lightly, but I'm sorry, I have a very bottom line. Bottom line? Tang Ao laughed. Stop being ridiculous. It's the end of the world. All we have to do is survive by any means necessary. Morality, law, ethics are just rules made by the strong to restrain the weak. As the saying goes, strong the weak make the rules, and we, my friends, are the kings of the end of the world, and we will write the rules. When Tang Ao said these words, the scepter was still secretly releasing spiritual attacks to confuse. If Qin Lang hadn't opened the 8 meridians before, he might have been bewitched as a serious chi refiner. No wonder you are so strong. You must have strengthened a lot of legendary talents. Qin Lang was not in a hurry to take action. 3 consecutive holy slashes consumed a lot of his physical strength, and he had to recover for a while. It's not as many as you think. There are only 9 legendary cards, and the rest are gold cards. You also know that it is difficult for adults to live in this apocalyptic world, let alone children. 9 legendary cards. The corner of Qin Lang's mouth twitched slightly. Although he didn't know whether what Tang Ao said was true or false, judging from methods he had displayed so far, they were inseparable, not only capable of both offense and defense, but also diversified attack methods. Difficult. By the way, what did you two do before the apocalypse? Tang Ao actually chatted about home affairs. I am the cleaner in charge of this pedestrian street. I have a wife and 4 children in the countryside. In order to support my family, I have been working in Haicheng all year round. Last year, when I went back to my hometown, I found that my wife was involved with a village cadre. I got angry and beat up the village cadre, but he took me away. He broke 7 or 8 of my ribs in retaliation, and I was in the hospital for a long time before I could barely get out of bed and walk. You can't imagine what happened next. Tang Ao took out a pack of cigarettes and started smoking. While puffing, he slowly said, "Later, I took samples from 3 daughters and 1 son and did a DNA paternity test. Guess what the results were? Not one of them is mine, ha 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 ha. That shameless bitch. If she's not dead yet, I will definitely capture her. She likes to give birth to bastards so much, then I will let her have as many babies as possible. Life to death. Snap. Throw down half of the cigarette and repeat. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 45. Flying Swords Burn Forever. 2 halves. Crush it again and put it out." Tang Ao stood up and said with a crazy expression, "What are you thinking about? Should you be an enemy or a friend? It's better for us to be enemies. I really hate hypocritical people like you." Tang Ao sneered. "What bullshit bottom line are you talking about in the last days? I've been a slave for a long time, and I can't stand up anymore." "You are wrong. The bottom line is not important to me. I just don't like middlemen making the difference. Wouldn't it be more beautiful if I killed you and monopolized this black heart?" Qin Lang waved the black knife, but there was one more thing he didn't say. No one would be stupid enough to be a partner with a crazy maniac. "This," Tang Ao sighed. "Then depends on whether you have the ability." Tang Ao waved his scepter and pointed forward, and a beam of light as thick as his arm struck. Qin Lang quickly swept to one side, and a big hole was blasted out where he was originally standing. Murderous vines. Suyin had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He summoned more than a dozen vines, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, to wrap around Tang Ao. "Ha ha ha! It's useless." Tang Ao laughed wildly inside the vine and broke the vine. The golden robe automatically made a hunting sound without any wind. "You have no idea what a terrifying existence I am with the blessing of 9 legendary cards." Before Tang Ao could finish his words, Qin Lang launched 2 holy slashes in a row. The light dissipated. Although Tang Ao was still standing intact, Qin Lang clearly felt that his aura was much weaker. Now it's right. No card can make a person truly invincible. It's just that the defense threshold varies. Shameless clown. Tang Ao sneered and waved his scepter. This time he no longer held back. The beams that were enough to penetrate the steel plate and blow up the truck exploded in this small space, as if they were free. Careful. Fortunately, Qin Lang was able to use his agility to avoid these beam attacks, but Su Yun was far behind. Unfortunately, he was hit during the avoidance process. He fell in a pool of blood. One leg was penetrated and blood flowed like a pour. "How are you?" Qin Lang turned to look. "I'm fine. Leave me alone." Su Yun growled, feeling deeply frustrated. In fact, it's not that Su Yun is weak, but that Tang Ao is too strong. What is the concept of 9 legendary cards? Qin Lang, a cheating reborn, didn't get so many. Furthermore, before the druid path learned the transformation technique, his defense ability was average, and it was normal for him to be unable to defeat him. Call. Tang Ao wiped the beads of sweat running down his forehead and said with disgust, "It's so annoying, I won't even die. Originally, I didn't want to use this weapon, but looking at the current situation, it doesn't seem like I can't deal with you." Qin Lang took out a colorful card from the space ring and tore it open. The next second, a long sword that continued to burn appeared in his palm. Feijin Yongran. Legendary weapon. Tang Ao raised his eyebrows. Luxury enough, but can it break my defense? I am immortal. Oh, is it so? Qin Lang chuckled, moved his fingers, and moved forward a little. The flying sword Yongran dragged a long fire tail and penetrated Tang Ao's body in the next second. This! Tang Ao looked down at his rapidly healing body in disbelief. Why is it so powerful? This is just the beginning. Qin Lang hooked his fingers and continued to control the flying sword Yongran to slash Tang Ao. In an instant, Tang Ao was surrounded by a ball of fire. Chapter 46. Tide of Corpses, 1/2. Just as Qin Lang judged, no one can achieve true immortality. Under the repeated cuts of the flying sword, Tang Ao was like a human-shaped target, which was riddled with holes in an instant. A legendary level holy light robe finally disintegrated when it reached the 16th sword, turning into golden fragments all over the ground. No, impossible. Tang Ao's body began to bleed, and he finally began to be afraid, because he found that the young man in front of him seemed to have endless physical strength, but he had no means of defense on his side, and all his life-saving talents had been exhausted. "Stop, let's talk. Don't kill me," Tang Ao screamed in the firelight. Dot. The only thing that responded to Tang Ao was the ever-burning flying sword that became increasingly fierce under Qin Lang's control. When Qin Lang used up the last drop of spiritual energy in the spiritual pool, Tang Ao's whole body was burned, exuding a burnt smell, and he lay motionless on the ground. Call. Qin Lang exhaled heavily. Although this Tang Ao has a single attack method, his defense is full, and it is really difficult to kill him. If he hadn't opened the 8 meridians, learned sword control, and spirit pools, maximizing combat flexibility and endurance, and the flying sword Eternal Burning was an exclusive weapon of the Qi Refiner path, creating a positive chain link between them, it's really hard to say who will win this battle. So damn tired. Qin Lang shook a few times, his legs softened, and he sat on the ground. Looking at Su Yun again, his leg had stopped bleeding, but he still couldn't stand up for a while. Squeak! A strange sound suddenly sounded from the charred corpse. Qin Lang's pupils condensed, and he saw Tang Ao getting up again. "I will never die." Puff! Just when Qin Lang was shocked, the alien blood heart behind Tang Ao suddenly stretched out a tentacle and penetrated Tang Ao's body. Tang Ao looked at the creepy man in disbelief. The tentacles moved and blood spit out from the mouth. No. Tang Ao's fat body shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and instantly turned into a pile of white bones. After receiving Tang Ao's life energy, the alien blood heart released an extremely terrifying aura. Broken. Qin Lang secretly thought that it was not good. This was a sign that the alien black heart was going to upgrade. We must not let it succeed in upgrading, otherwise we will all die. Qin Lang gathered all his strength to stand up and limped towards the alien black heart. And sensing the danger coming, the alien black heart started beating like a human heart. Puff! The moment the flying sword Yongran cut through the surface of the black heart, the alien black heart made a sharp and piercing explosion. The shock shocked Qin Lang and staggered back and almost fell, and blood flowed from his eardrums. Qin Lang ignored it and cut open the surface with force. What came into view was an egg-shaped object the size of a fist, the alien black core, which is exactly the same as the one he had picked before in Songjia Village, but the energy contained in the one in front of him was greater than that in Songjia Village. It's several times stronger. Qin Lang slashed with his sword. At this moment, a sudden change occurred, and a sticky claw suddenly stretched out from the squirming mass of flesh and blood, grabbing Qin Lang's arm firmly to prevent him from harming the Blackheart core. Looking at this claw, a memory of his past life suddenly flashed in Qin Lang's mind. There was a monster called the Monarch in the previous life. It had an IQ that was on par with humans and extremely terrifying combat power. A strong human who had strengthened 5 or 6 legendary cards was as fragile as paper in front of it. It was a monster, a terrifying creature. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 46, Tide of Corpses, 2 halves. Understood, Qin Lang murmured. You are the prototype of a monarch. You use Tang Ao to help you hunt. When your body matures, you will kill Tang Ao and use him as your own nourishment. No wonder I never heard any news about Tang Ao in my previous life. Like it is unreasonable for a strong man like Tang Ao to remain unknown. So you are still a little short of becoming perfect, right? Goo 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 goo. The creatures in the flesh became restless because Qin Lang was right. It's not complete yet. Just a little. If you're not in perfect shape, don't stop me. Qin Lang raised his sword and cut off the strange hand, and then cut off the Blackheart core with one sword. The alien Blackheart that lost its Blackheart core quickly withered and turned into a pool of blood in an instant. Qin Lang put the Blackheart core into the space ring and pulled Su-Yun up from the ground. We have to leave here quickly. The zombie wave is coming. Seeing the two of them returning to the ground, Lin Wanner shed tears excitedly. Why did it take so long? I was worried to death. I'm not back now. Ding Yuan, how are you? Can you leave? Not great, but walking should be fine. Ding Yuan suffered serious internal injuries and had to hold on until she could stand up. So Qin Lang helped Su-Yun, Lin Wanner helped Ding Yuan, and the 4 of them walked out. In the snowy sky, countless pairs of eyes stared directly at them. Is Tang Ao dead? Someone asked bravely. Well, you're free. Qin Lang nodded. Very good. Tang Ao is dead. He's finally dead. We're free, haha. We don't have to take any bullshit communion anymore, ha ha ha. People, crying with joy, crying and laughing. Qin Lang said loudly, now is not the time to celebrate. The zombie wave is coming soon. Quickly collect the firearms and prepare to defend. What zombie wave? People looked at each other. Boom, boom. The ground shook as if thousands of troops were attacking this way. What sound? The monster is coming. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces. Qin Lang ignored them and said to Lin Wanner, go to a higher place to defend. Let's go up to the bell tower. There is a bell tower building on the side of the church with 6 floors and is also the tallest building on the pedestrian street. The 4 of them came to the top of the bell tower and looked around. Even a man like Qin Lang, who has experienced hundreds of battles, can't help but take a breath of cold air. There are blood corpses and blood dogs in all directions. There are many night demons and a small number of centipedes in the corpse-tide army. It feels like all the monsters in Haicheng are heading this way. Here, how to fight? Su-Yun trembled and felt numb. Qin Lang took out the firearm and the bullet card and handed it to the 3 of them. Fight as you want. The more times like this, the more you can't be timid. Qin Lang has already thought of a way out. If he really can't defend it, he can use An Hut to escape. With the defensive capabilities of An Hut, it is not a big problem to withstand the tide of corpses for a while. After all, it is a building that can withstand nuclear bomb attacks. Once An's cabin is destroyed, he still has the mobile fortress. Really spectacular. Ding Yuan stared blankly at the black mass of corpses. Wow! Boom! The defense line set up around the pedestrian street was ineffective and was destroyed in an instant, with a flood of corpses pouring in. Chapter 47. Internal and External Cooperation, 1 half. The scene before me is even more apocalyptic than the apocalypse. The blood corpses, blood dogs, and night demons summoned by the alien Blackheart were all in a violent state, like locusts crossing the border. There was no grass growing anywhere they passed, and the surrounding defensive buildings were instantly pushed aside. Most of the survivors had no time to react. Submerged by the tide of corpses, no bones remained. There were those who reacted slowly, and those who reacted quickly. At this time, dozens of men and women stumbled to the bell tower, following Qin Lang and the four of them. Their expressions were highly unified, with horror and despair on their faces, until Qin Lang threw the rifle and bullets at them. React 2. If you don't want to die, give me a good beating. Qin Lang held a rifle in each hand and took the lead in attacking downwards. Bullets rained down like rain. In this environment, there is no need to consider the hit rate at all. Even a blind man would not shoot empty-handed. Seeing how brave Qin Lang was, the others joined the battle and shot at the corpses. Dozens of people fired at the same time, and the power of the firepower network formed could not be underestimated. In an instant, hundreds of bloody corpses and bloody dogs were killed. Boom, dot, dot, boom, dot, dot. Several night demons jumped up to the bell tower and screamed to the sky. With a wave of their arms, several men and women were knocked down from the bell tower and eaten on the spot without even a chance to scream. Don't be distracted, fight. Qin Lang shouted, raised his arms, and the flying sword roared out with a shishi sound, easily cutting off the bodies of the night demons, and then circled in the air, standing on Qin Lang's side. At feet, so strong, a glimmer of hope ignited in the hearts of desperate people. Woo! Woo! At this time, a large dark cloud moved over at an extremely fast speed. Qin Lang looked up and felt a thump in his heart. It was a flying unit composed of hundreds of winged demons, including a dozen upgraded versions of Silver Wings. Qin Lang had never encountered it before. The group of winged demons came to the sky above the crowd, paused for a moment, and then swooped down. Boom! Dot! Dot! The next second, a large, dazzling light flashed through, and dozens of winged demons were annihilated in the light, with no bones left. Sweat slid down his cheeks, and Qin Lang grinned. Needless to say, the power of Holy Slash is his only group attack skill. The disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of physical energy. 2 consecutive tough battles really made him a little exhausted, and he couldn't hold on any longer. The recovery of spiritual energy and physical strength is too slow. It seems that I can't save cards even if I want to. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. Brother Xiao Qin, I'll try to help you clear a way out. You and Ding Yuan can break out of the encirclement. Su Yin looked determined. He saw it and continued to defend. In the end, everyone would die here. Only by breaking out could there be a chance of survival. I won't leave. Ding Yuan screamed. Let's go together. Don't be stubborn. Now is not the time to act on impulse. Su Yin said while changing the magazine. What I regret most is that I didn't accept you Yuan earlier. Don't blame me. Now is not the time to talk about this. Ding Yuan bit her lip. I said, we must live together and die together. Qin Lang, are we all going to die? Lin Wanner's face turned pale. I'm so unwilling. Qin Lang threw away the jammed rifle, replaced it with a new one, and shot at the corpses without saying a word. Hut can be said to be his last trump card. He really doesn't want to waste it here, but he can't use it anymore. Bah, bah, bah. Just when Qin Lang reached into the space ring to touch the card, a horn sound suddenly came from behind him. He turned around and saw that it was a very familiar military truck. There were many people standing on the military truck. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 47, Internal and External Cooperation. 2 halves. The leader is none other than Lao Li Zhengqi. He waved his blood-patterned gun to sweep down the piles of bloody corpses. Behind him stood a dozen gunmen who quickly shot at the surrounding bloody corpses. Old Li, Qin Lang turned on the intercom. Holy shit, boss, have you stabbed a monster nest? Why are there so many monsters? If we cooperate inside and outside, can you guys rush out? It's hard to say, but you can give it a try. Don't open it inward. Be careful that it gets stuck and you can't pull it out. Qin Lang visually measured the distance between the 2 sides. If he rushes hard, the possibility of breaking through is not small. Where's Brother Su? Where's Sister Ding Yuan? Someone grabbed the walkie-talkie. Dot. Dot. We are still alive, and everything is under Brother Qin's command. Follow me and break out. Qin Lang took out more than 20 grenades from the space ring and smashed them into the corpses. With a violent explosion, Qin Lang pulled Lin Wanner and jumped into the corpses, followed closely by Su Yun and Ding Yuan. The two were seriously injured. But after all, he is a person who has strengthened the color card, and his physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Murderous vines! Su Yun clenched his fist fiercely, and more than a dozen vines appear behind him, resisting the bloody corpses that besiege the survivors. Even now, he is still trying to rescue others. Kakaka! Kakaka! Two centipedes appeared in front. Qin Lang had no expression on his face and directly used up his energy to chop out the last holy slash. After seriously injuring two centipedes, the flying sword shot out and cut a path of blood. "Don't panic, boss, I'm coming." Lowly let out a series of strange screams and plunged into the group of corpses, just like a human bulldozer. He rushed left and right in the group of monsters, and no one was able to catch him. In an instant, he was in front of a few people. Go, go, go. "I'll stop it. Don't be too promiscuous. Come over quickly and follow me. We meet." Qin Lang reminded everyone to follow him. Before more than 10 people from Qin Lang returned to the truck, a gentle green light flashed from their bodies. Hu Chunli was sweating profusely as she used remote healing for everyone, and the others were doing their best to cover them. "Get in the car, quickly." Qin Lang called everyone to get on the bus and shouted to Lowly, "Lowly, come back." "Coming." Lowly ran over and jumped into the car. Qin Lang hung himself on the driver's footrest, slapped the door hard. "Let's go." Boom! This military truck carrying 30 people actually carried 67 people, who fled the pedestrian street shelter in panic. Temporary shelter. Lowly took Wu Fa, Wu Tian, and several of Su Yun's men to distribute various supplies to the survivors, mainly down jackets and food for heating. Wearing thick down jackets and eating hot instant noodles, they were all moved to tears. "Eat slowly, we don't have anything else, just eat and drink enough." Lowly pinched his waist and asked, "Where's the boss?" "I don't know. The boss has been in the RV with his sister-in-law since he came back." Wu Fa spread his hands and said. Lowly scratched his face, and behind him Hu Chunli said softly, "Boss wants you to go to the RV." "Oh." Lowly turned around and left. Before leaving, he did not forget to slap Hu Chunli hard on the butt. Hu Chunli's cheeks turned red and she yelled, "I hate it." "Ah ha ha ha." Lowly's face was full of pride. "Boss, I'm here." Lowly opened the door and got into the car and saw that in the RV, besides Qin Lang and Lin Wanner, there were also Su Yun and Ding Yuan who had received treatment and were basically recovered. Chapter 48, Dark Gold. Team Glory. 1/2. "What's the matter?" Lowly sat down on the chair carelessly. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Okay, everyone is here. Now I have something to discuss with you." Saying that, Qin Lang took out a card from the space ring. This card immediately attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared. As we all know, there are currently only 6 colors of cards: white, green, blue, silver, gold, and color. However, what Qin Lang took out was a black card. To be precise, it was a dark gold card with a diamond pattern on the back. It was obviously much more valuable than the colored card. "Is this?" Su Yun swallowed and spat. The black blood heart burst out. Qin Lang nodded. "Well, this is a dark gold card, and the card is called Team Glory." "Dark gold card Team Glory? What do you mean? It sounds weird, not like an ability card." Lowly touched his big bald head. Dot. Dot. This dark gold is indeed not an ability card. To be precise, the abilities it gives us are different from what everyone understands. After a pause, Qin Lang explained, "After using it, you can create a team of up to 6 people. The team is divided into captain, vice captain, and 4 members. After the card is upgraded, more team positions can be unlocked. Of course, with our current strength, this is not possible because dark gold cards are too rare." "What's the use of this Team Glory?" "This is an issue that everyone is concerned about," Qin Lang patiently explained. "First of all, the 6 people who join the team can conduct short to medium distance spiritual communication, which is also known as sound transmission into secret or encrypted call. Only team members can hear the communication content, and no one else can. There is no way to eavesdrop. This is a very practical ability. Suyin nodded. Secondly, the captain can choose to turn on or off team damage. In other words, people in the team don't have to worry about using wide-range attack skills to hurt each other in battle. Finally, you can get a private storage space with 10 cubic meters for team members, 15 cubic meters for the deputy captain, and 30 cubic meters for the captain, equivalent to 6 space rings. After hearing this, everyone couldn't sit still and rub their hands in excitement. Apart from anything else, this private storage space alone is quite extraordinary. It wouldn't be too convenient to directly retrieve equipment from the space in future fights. 10 cubic meters is really not small. Oldly strangely shouted. I'm worried that there is no place to put the blood pattern gun. Boss, if you have such a good thing, why are you holding a meeting? Just let us use it. Qin Lang shook his head. What I just talked about are the advantages of this card. Next, I will talk about the disadvantages. The captain has the highest authority of the team, such as kicking someone out of the team, checking the physical strengthening status of the team members, and checking the usage of the team's storage space. Even the situation of using the items in the team member's storage space, etc. Let me make it clear first that I will definitely be the captain and will not give it to others. I called you here because I want you to consider it yourself. Once you join the team, it's like showing your body naked to me without any clothes on. Of course, I only refer to the aspect of body enhancement. Not that I'm not that perverted when you look at your body. Lowly lit up a cigarette and said, Hey, what do I think it is? You are so serious about it. You helped me choose what talents and skills I want to learn, and it has no influence on me. Qin Lang laughed loudly. Do you think I'm telling you these words? Don't be so sentimental. Suyin smiled and said, Brother Shao Qin is telling me, and Yuan. Ask yourself, if it hadn't happened like today, I would have considered it carefully and even refused. But through today, this chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 48 Dark Gold. Team Glory. 2 halves. Fighting side by side, I believe in Brother Shao Qin's character. A person who can never abandon his friends in critical moments. If you don't want to be the captain, who should? This kind of noble quality is rare even in peaceful times, let alone in the last days. Hey, there's no need to boast so much. Qin Lang felt a little guilty and coughed dryly and said, What about you, Sister Ding Yuan? I have no objection. I completely agree. Without you, Brother Su Yun and I may not be able to survive. Ding Yuan nodded vigorously. In that case, let's open the card. Qin Lang tore open the dark gold card, and 6 tadpole-shaped pills the size of a thumb's cap immediately appeared on the table, 1 white and 5 black. White is the captain, black is the team member. ... Qin Lang picked up the white tadpole and threw it into his mouth. Without thinking, Lin Wanner picked up the black tadpole and swallowed it. Seeing this, the other 3 people also took the tadpole medicine. You can all hear me. Qin Lang obviously didn't open his mouth, but his voice was clearly conveyed to everyone's mind. Damn it, Nyobi Plath, are we considered friends? Lao Li's face was full of weirdness. Qin Lang's current longest communication distance can reach a diameter of 10 kilometers, which is much more convenient than using a phone or something. Su Yun is not only convenient, he is simply unbelievably convenient. Qin Lang, you can also have one-to-one or one-to-many communication, but I have to remind you that spiritual communication will consume mental energy. It is better to use normal communication unless necessary. Several people nodded in agreement. Bosso, I forgot. Lao Li patted his bald head and switched to normal mode to communicate. There is one left, boss. Who do you plan to use it for? Let's keep the vacant position for the time being. If a more suitable person comes along, I will use it for him. As for the position of vice captain, I don't plan to appoint anyone for the time being. Of course, the vacant position must be reserved for Shao Nizi. As for the vice captain, there is no need for a second-in-command in a Yantang team. Several people had no objections. Qin Lang spread his hands and said, Besides, there is nothing else to do. You all should take the time to rest. In 4 hours, when it gets dark, we will go back to the pedestrian street. Everyone showed excitement. The tide of corpses means massive resources. Must brush hard. When Lao Li and the other 3 got out of the car, only Qin Lang and Lin Wanner were left in the car. Lin Wanner pursed her lips and said with a blushing face, "I feel like I'm holding you back. Most of my talents are auxiliary and can't help you at all." "Who said that?" "It's because you don't have this." Qin Lang took out the Holy Light Scepter from the space ring and handed it to Lin Wanner. After killing Tang Ao, Qin Lang picked it up casually and threw it into the space ring without looking at it. He checked it just now and found that the charm ability was quite strong. "This legendary scepter is really for me to use?" Lin Wanner's eyes were filled with joy. "Well, if I have a chance, I'll get a few more mental power enhancing cards for you to strengthen. From now on, your position will be our team's field control." "Good." Lin Wanner couldn't put it down while holding the scepter. She suddenly thought of something, ran to Qin Lang, and kissed him on the face. "Thank you." "Woman, you are playing with fire," Qin Lang said half-jokingly. Lin Wanner chuckled. "Just playing with fire." "Oh." Qin Lang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and walked over with a wicked smile. Chapter 49. Corpse Extermination Wave. 1/2. Unknowingly, evening came. The moon was dark, the wind was high, and the heavy snow showed no sign of stopping. After 4 hours of rest and adequate food supply, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and others' bodies have returned to their peak condition. As the door creaked open, Qin Lang walked in, with Lin Wanner holding his arm beside him. "Boss!" Lao Li, Lin Mo, and others quickly stood up to say hello. "Boss!" Su Yun and Ding Yuan also shouted. Although they were still a little bit speechless, they had real respect for Qin Lang. "Sit down and talk." Qin Lang waved his hand. He only rested for 2 hours, but he was very energetic because the tension accumulated deep in his heart, and the primitive human instincts were vented to the greatest extent, and his overall condition was 3 points stronger than at his peak. "Wanner, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?" Ding Yuan found that Lin Wanner was lame when walking. Lin Wanner blushed and said hurriedly, "I'm fine. I'm really fine." "Chunli, come quickly. Help Wanner to be treated." Old Li shouted, and Hu Chunli raised her hand to treat Wanner remotely. Ding Yuan scolded, "Boss, you have to know how to show mercy to others. Don't be so aggressive at the beginning." "Qin Lang." "Sister Ding Yuan." Lin Wanner was so embarrassed that she didn't even dare to raise her head. "Stop making fun of us and get down to business." Qin Lang sat down and said, "We will set off in 10 minutes to go to the pedestrian street sanctuary to kill the corpse wave. Who among you is willing to go with us?" The first half of this sentence is a notice, and the second half is an inquiry. The person asking the question is the 24 lucky people who escaped from the pedestrian street shelter. In a shelter of hundreds of people, these 20 people are the only ones left. They looked at each other, both showing fear. This is human nature. Not long ago, they escaped from a desperate situation, and letting them go back again would have to be considered by anyone else. Fortunately, they are not stupid and know the overall strength of Qin Lang's team. How perverted, everyone is like a Superman, flying swords and summoning vines. Even if they follow behind them and pick up leaks, they will still be full. "I want to go. I'd like to go too." Some people stood up to express their opinions, and others agreed. Soon, these 20 people voted to join tonight's hunting team. Qin Lang asked Lao Li to tell them the rules and distributed the guns and ammunition one by one. 10 minutes later, the team of 67 people stormed back to the pedestrian street shelter. What Qin Lang was worried about did not happen. Through the military telescope, he could clearly see densely packed monsters wandering aimlessly in the snow. Come to think of it, apart from them, which hunting team in the sanctuary in Haicheng dared to think about the zombie tide? Qin Lang, Lao Li, go and bring them here. Lao Li ajpk. Lao Li rode on his will-o-wisp motorcycle and rushed toward the corpses with a strange scream and a loudspeaker blasting. This outrageous scene almost frightened the group of survivors who joined later, and those who didn't know it thought he had gone crazy. A few minutes later, Lao Li successfully pulled hundreds of monsters away and rushed back with howling monsters. What are you thinking about? Fight! Dozens of rifles were fired at the same time, and the power was quite astonishing. Those bloody corpses and bloody dogs fell in pieces. Even the Night Demon, with extremely strong defense capabilities, could not withstand such terrifying firepower and was filled with hatred on the spot. Bang! 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 In the sky, winged demons were constantly being killed by headshots. It was Qin Lang who took action. His night vision plus forest wolf plus sharpshooter were very effective against air units. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 49. The Wave of Corpse Extermination. Two halves. The two sides exchanged fire for several minutes, and the sound of gunfire attracted more and more monsters to join in. Several centipedes rushed towards the crowd on mountains of corpses and seas of bones at extremely fast speeds. Charming light. Lin Wanner raised her scepter high and pointed it from a distance. One of the centipedes was stunned for a moment, then immediately threw down its companion and pierced it with its chelicerae that were sharper than a sickle. This is the ability of the legendary weapon Charming Light Scepter. It consumes mental power to temporarily control creatures with a certain intelligence. It is ineffective against unintelligent creatures. Qin Lang gave a thumbs up. Lao Su, Ding Yuan, Lao Li, you can take action now. Just take it easy and don't let the monster get too close and hurt people. Su Yin received it. Ding Yuan understands. Lao Li is wailing. See who kills the most. Go. After being instructed by Qin Lang, the three of them rushed out together, just like chopping melons and vegetables. Blood corpses and blood dogs were as good as paper in front of them. Even the Night Demon couldn't even think of touching porcelain and was shot through. Are they people or monsters? People were dumbfounded. In the bell tower before, Qin Lang and others were either injured or exhausted, and there was no chance to show their strength. Now, the three of them, who were at their peak, easily killed hundreds of monsters with one move. What frightened them the most was that they had already known that the leader of this team was Qin Lang, the young man standing on the roof of the car. From the beginning to the end, he just shot the winged demon in the sky without taking any action. Even his subordinates are so terrifying. So how strong must he really be? They can't imagine it. I killed 154. Lao Li was covered in blood and laughing wildly. Lao Li, you are exaggerating. My killing vines are a group attack skill, and I only killed more than 100. Su Yin didn't believe it. /U003C. BR/U003E. Boss Ding Yuan. You can see clearly who killed more. Qin Lang Lao Li killed 134, Ding Yuan 77, Lao Su 141. I have the record here. Lao Li performed a smile disappearing technique on the spot. Su Yin laughed. TSK. The smile didn't disappear, it just switched to us, haha. Qin Lang Lao Li killed 6 night demons, and you killed 2. Li laughed, and Su was silent. For the next few hours, everyone was in this completely relaxed state. Until dawn, this battle of 67 people versus zombies was nearing its end. They successfully killed their way back to the pedestrian street shelter that was almost razed to the ground by monsters. The only intact building here might be the sinful church. Qin Lang, Lao Li, Lao Su, you arrange people to search for spoils and try not to miss anything. If you find someone hiding something, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Lao Li and Su Yin understood. Let's go back to the house to warm up. Qin Lang took Lin Wanner's hand and returned to the RV. Soon the RV began to vibrate violently. Once the door to the new world is opened, it can never be closed again. It was noon when Qin Lang appeared in front of everyone again. Dozens of people gathered in the church to avoid the cold, and the meal was hot pot. There were 11 tables of hot pot for 6 people. There are not only various meat rolls and vegetables on the table, but also various alcoholic beverages, beer, white wine, foreign wine, and red wine. It can be said that everything is available. Qin Lang never skimped on these basic supplies from meritorious officials. Needless to say, Qin Lang and Su Yun's team were a little tired of eating hot pot every day, but the more than 20 people who joined later burst into tears while eating. This was the first hot pot they had eaten since the end of the world. Eat well. Why are you crying? Look at your useless appearance. Follow the boss and work hard, and you can have hot pot and barbecue every meal. Old Lee has finished eating, holding his waist and wandering in the crowd. But I have to say ugly words in advance. Who dares to do something that is unfaithful, such as secretly hiding the cards and not turning them in? Then don't blame me for being rude to you. After saying that, Old Lee grabbed the hair of one of the men who was wolfing down the food and pulled him off the table. The man looked confused. What's wrong with me? Old Lee opened his hand. Pay it yourself, or let me search. The man hesitated for a moment, took off his shoes tremblingly, took out several silver cards hidden in his shoes, and knelt down, begging, I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again in the future. I'm sorry, I received it. But there is no future. Old Lee shook his right arm, and the blood-marked gun went straight through the man's head. The scene was silent. Old Lee asked the brothers Wu Fa and Wu Tian to drag the body out, took back the blood-marked gun, and said, I hope this is the last time I use weapons against my own people. Inside the RV, Qin Lang lowered the curtains. It's hard for Old Lee to be the bad guy. A pair of warm and tender arms wrapped around him, and Lin Wanner smiled and said, There is no order without rules. Who asked him to hide the cards privately? Qin Lang shrugged and pressed down firmly. The lessons learned from the past are the lessons for the future. For most of the next day, no one dared to hide the cards privately. It was not until the evening that the battlefield was cleaned up and all the cards were handed over to Qin Lang, a total of 7,000 or 8,000 cards. There must be omissions, but there is really no way. The snow is too heavy. The workload of digging out the bodies and taking the cards in an environment of more than 10 degrees below zero is not something that ordinary people can bear. Although Qin Lang is not kind, he can't treat people like cattle and horses. Qin Lang, I have distributed the cards suitable for you to your private storage space. Use them as soon as possible. As the captain, he has the power to open everyone's private storage space, and naturally he also has the power to put things in it. Laoli, thank you, boss. Are you serious about so many? Su Yun, so many cards, thank you, boss. Ding Yuan, thank you, boss. Lin Wanner, M. After giving the cards to the main characters of the team, Qin Lang personally went to find Lin Mo and others, and customized a set of new upgrade cards for them, ensuring that each card is reasonable and can play a positive chain effect. Boss, I have a question that has been in my mind for a long time. I wonder if you can help me solve it. Qin Lang suddenly received a request for spiritual communication from Su Yun. Talk about it. We can improve our combat effectiveness through cards. Does this mean that as long as there are strengthening cards, we can use them? After strengthening ourselves with 1,800 cards, we can become Supermen? This question is very critical. Qin Lang pulled the rest of the people into this spiritual exchange meeting. That's not the case. As far as I know, everyone's physique and potential are different, and the number of cards that can be used is also limited. Now, is the early days of the apocalypse, we can't pick and choose. We can only use what we have. Later, we must use cards in a targeted way to avoid wasting card slots. Of course, this is not what we need to worry about at the moment. Laoli is really knowledgeable. Thumbs up. Su Yun, I understand when you say that. It feels like playing a game to build a BD. Qin Lang, what is BD? Su Yun, build, abbreviated as BD. When I was working before, I liked to play games when I was free. There are BDs for various professions, such as Paladin BD, Thunder Mage BD, Barbarian BD, etc., creating a powerful character with limited skills and talent positions. Qin Lang, that's about what I mean. Just in time, everyone is here, so I'll talk about your professions and team positioning. Lao Li is a throwing barbarian, abbreviated as throwing barbarian, and his team positioning is front row and burst output. Lao Su is a druid, and his team positioning is control and group attack. Lin Wanner is an aura priest, and her team positioning is control, damage increase, assistance, and recovery. Ding Yuan is a lizard man, and to be honest, I haven't thought about her team positioning yet. Ding Yuan? Boss, are you polite? Qin Lang, I'm also telling the truth. Look, your attack ability is not as good as Lao Li. Your control and group attack are equal to 0, and your defense ability is there, but it's not very high, so it's really hard to evaluate. Ding Yuan, after I become a lizard, my pure physical defense ability is definitely higher than Lao Li, and I will definitely have no problem being a front row. Qin Lang, I don't think Lao Su will agree with you charging into battle. Of course, I have no objection to going to the front row. You two can talk about it. After the chat, I will give you a new set of BD. After the end of this spiritual exchange meeting, Qin Lang hugged Lin Wanner and went back to sleep. This is definitely not being free and undisciplined, but all the monsters nearby have been killed. If you insist on killing monsters, you may have to go near the giant arm, and the danger level there is definitely higher than the alien Blackheart. Qin Lang does not intend to go there to die. Warm single room. Ding Yuan leaned her head on Su Yun's shoulder. I don't want to be a burden to the team. The environment in the end times will only get worse. The more you protect me, the more likely I will encounter danger. I hope you can respect my own choice. Su Yun nodded. Okay, I promise you that I will never interfere with your personal choice in the future. Ding Yuan's face was flushed, and she turned over and pressed Su Yun under her body. Okay, it's settled. Have you rested well? Su Yun coughed dryly. I have an idea, but I'm afraid you'll call me a pervert if I tell you. What do you think? Lizard. I haven't tried lizardmen yet. That night, Qin Lang clearly saw a lizardman fighting with a human under the orange light on the second floor of the shelter, and finally the human used vines to tie up the lizardman. Qin Lang's evaluation of this was only 4 words dash. It's really fucking fun. The days without monsters were both easy and comfortable. People only had to eat and drink every day and then fatten up in the warm shelter. In just a few days, each of the 66-member team gained 3 to 5 pounds, and everyone was rosy-cheeked. At noon that day, the temperature dropped again, reaching a terrifying minus 33 degrees. Looking around, the city was almost submerged in snow. More than a dozen snowmobiles were speeding in the snow, and everyone on the car was armed to the teeth. It seems that Haicheng has been annihilated. We have been driving for so long. Not to mention people, we haven't even seen any traces of monsters. The man wearing goggles sighed and looked at the woman beside him with only his eyes exposed. Sister, where should we go next? Should we go to kill the giant arm? We're not short of resources at the moment. There is no need to take this risk. Go to Xing City. The woman shook her head. Eat well. Why are you crying? Look at your useless appearance. Follow the boss and work hard, and you can eat hot pot and barbecue every meal. Oldly has finished eating, pinching his waist and swaying in the crowd. But I have to say ugly words in advance. Who dares to do something treacherous, such as secretly hiding the card and not turning it in, then don't blame me for being rude to you. After saying that, Oldly grabbed the hair of one of the men who was wolfing down the food and pulled him off the table. The man looked confused. What's wrong with me? Oldly opened his hand. Do you want to hand it over yourself? Or let me search? The man hesitated for a moment, took off his shoes tremblingly, took out several silver cards hidden in his shoes, and knelt down, begging, I'm sorry. I won't dare to do it again. I'm sorry. I received it. But there is no future. Oldly raised his right arm, and the blood-marked gun pierced the man's head directly. The scene was silent. Oldly asked the brothers Wu Fa and Wu Tian to drag the body out, took back the blood-marked gun, and said, I hope this is the last time I use weapons against my own people. Inside the RV, Qin Lang lowered the curtains. It's hard for Oldly to let him be the villain. A pair of warm and smooth arms wrapped around him, and Lin Wanner smiled and said, There is no order without rules. Who asked him to hide the cards privately? Qin Lang shrugged his shoulders and pressed down firmly. The past is a lesson for the future. For the next half day, no one dared to hide the cards. It was not until the evening that the battlefield was cleaned up and all the cards were handed over to Qin Lang, a total of 7,000 or 8,000 cards. There are definitely some omissions, but there is really no way. The snow is too heavy. The workload of digging out the corpses and taking the cards in an environment of -10 degrees is not something that ordinary people can bear. Although Qin Lang is not kind, he can't treat people like cattle and horses. Qin Lang, I have distributed the cards suitable for you to your private storage space. Use them as soon as possible. As the captain, he has the power to open everyone's private storage space. And naturally, he also has the power to put things in it. Lally, thank you, boss. Are you serious about so many? Suyin has so many cards. Thank you, boss. Ding Yuan, thanks the boss. Lin Wanner, MMM. After giving the cards to the main characters of the team, Qin Lang personally went to find Lin Mo and others and customized a set of new upgrade cards for them, ensuring that each card was reasonable and could play a positive chain effect. Boss, I have a question that has been in my mind for a long time. I wonder if you can help me solve it. Qin Lang suddenly received a request for mind communication from Suyun. Tell me about it. We can improve our combat effectiveness through cards. Does this mean that as long as there are strengthening cards, we can use them? After strengthening ourselves with 1,800 cards, we can become a Superman? This question is very critical. Qin Lang pulled the rest of the people into the mind exchange meeting. That's not the case. As far as I know, everyone's physique and potential are different. Similarly, the number of cards that can be used is also limited. Now is the beginning of the end of the world. We can't pick and choose. We can only use what we have. Later, we must use cards in a targeted manner to avoid wasting card slots. Of course, this is not what we need to worry about at the moment. Lally is really knowledgeable. Thumbs up. /U003C. BR/U003 Isuyun. I understand what you mean by that. It feels like playing a game to build a BD. Qin Lang, what is BD? Suyun build, abbreviated as BD. When I was working before, I like to play games in my spare time. There are BDs for various professions, such as Paladin BD, Thunder Mage BD, Barbarian BD, etc., creating a powerful character with limited skills and talent positions. Qin Lang is about the same as what he meant. Since everyone is here, I will talk about your professions and team positioning. Lao Li is a throwing barbarian, also known as a throwing barbarian. His team positioning is the front row and burst output. Lao Su is a druid. His team positioning is field control and group attack. Lin Wanner is an aura priest. His team positioning is field control, damage increase, assistance, and recovery. Ding Yuan is a lizard man. To be honest, I haven't thought about the team positioning yet. Ding Yuan? Boss, are you polite? Qin Lang, I'm also telling the truth. Look, your attack ability is not as good as Lao Li, and your field control and group attack are equal to 0. Although you have defense ability, it is not very high, so it is really difficult to evaluate. Ding Yuan, after I become a lizard, my pure physical defense ability is definitely higher than Lao Li, and I will definitely have no problem being a front row. Qin Lang, I don't think Lao Su will agree with you charging into battle. Of course, I have no objection to going to the front row. You two can talk about it. After the chat, I will give you a new set of BD. After the spiritual exchange meeting, Qin Lang hugged Lin Wanner and went back to sleep. This is definitely not freedom and laziness, but all the monsters nearby have been killed. If you insist on killing monsters, you may have to go to the vicinity of the giant arm, and the danger level there is definitely higher than the black heart of the alien species. Qin Lang does not intend to go there to die. Warm single room. Ding Yuan leaned her head on Su Yun's shoulder. I don't want to be a burden to the team. The environment in the end times will only get worse and worse. The more you protect me, the more likely I will encounter danger. I hope you can respect my own choice. Su Yun nodded. Okay, I promise you that I will never interfere with your personal choice in the future. Ding Yuan's face was flushed, and she turned over and pressed Su Yun under her body. Okay, it's settled. Have you rested well? Su Yun coughed dryly. I have an idea, but I'm afraid you will call me a pervert if I say it. What do you think? Lizard man, I haven't tried it yet. Yuan. That night, Qin Lang clearly saw a lizard man fighting with a human under the orange light on the second floor of the shelter. In the end, the human used vines to tie up the lizard man. Qin Lang commented on this with only 4 words: it's really a waste of time. The days without monsters were both easy and comfortable. People only needed to eat and drink every day and then fatten up in the warm shelter. In just a few days, each of the 66-member team gained 3 to 5 pounds, and everyone was full of rosy faces. At noon that day, the temperature dropped again, reaching a terrifying -33 degrees. Looking around, the city was almost submerged in snow. More than a dozen snowmobiles were driving fast in the snow, and everyone on the car was armed to the teeth. It seems that Haicheng has been annihilated. We have been driving for so long, and we haven't seen any traces of monsters, let alone people. The man wearing goggles sighed and looked at the woman beside him with only her eyes exposed. Sister, where should we go next? Should we go to kill the giant arm? We are not short of resources at the moment, so there is no need to take the risk and go to Xing City. The woman shook her head. Chapter 51 Xinjianghe, 1/2. Time passed in a hurry, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, the heavy snow that had been falling for nearly a month finally stopped. It has stopped. If it continues like this, we will have to build an igloo as a shelter. Laoli walked out of the shelter and stretched out in front of the sun. People came out of the shelter one after another to feel the long-lost sunshine. Boss, sister-in-law. Hello, boss. Hello, sister-in-law. Seeing Qin Lang and Lin Wanner stepping out of the RV, everyone saluted and said hello. God is so kind. Just when I wanted to take you to do some activities, the snow stopped. It's great. Laoli looked curious. Activity? Where to go? Qin Lang raised his hand and pointed to the northwest, the giant arm that towered into the clouds. What's the point of that thing? That's the monster's lair. What? Monster lair? Then, wouldn't that be dangerous? As soon as this statement came out, people who had just gotten used to a comfortable life showed expressions of fear. Qin Lang laughed and said, There's no need to be so nervous. We're just hunting nearby and do not enter the inside of the giant arm. Theoretically speaking, we will not encounter any danger. Besides, you're always huddled in the shelter, so you are carefree. Have you ever considered my feelings how much resources are consumed by people eating horseshoes every day, and the landlords have no food left? Boss Qin is right. We can raise an army for 1,000 days and use it for a while. We can't always be rice-boring insects. Boss, when are we going to set off? A man with bright eyes squeezed out of the crowd, giving people a very smart and capable feeling. We'll set off in an hour. We'll try to get there in the evening. Let's go clean up. Qin Lang clapped his hands, and everyone immediately got busy. A truck full of daily necessities, such as sleeping bags, electric heaters, pots and pans, etc., was piled up. Fortunately, Qin Lang has a lot of vehicle cards in his hand, otherwise these. The head is wasted. An hour later, the convoy was ready and headed in the direction of the big arm. Evening. Inside a tall building that was mostly buried under heavy snow, a fat man huddled inside. In addition to the sound of the howling wind, there was also the roar of a monster, which was like the sound of sharp nails scratching against the glass, which made people upset. You bitch, it's endless, isn't it? If the fat man hadn't killed a big spider before and consumed too much energy, you could have killed him with just one slap. The fat man muttered to himself in a low voice. His mouth was strong, but his body was trembling. Buzz! Just when a huge black shadow was about to penetrate the high-rise building, a trumpet sound suddenly came from a distance. Click, 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 click. The black shadow heard the sound and turned around decisively to follow the sound. Damn it, fatty, I am indeed the chosen one. I can live in this way. No, who is this fool who is honking the horn near the lair, because he thinks he has a long life? The fat man cautiously poked his head out and murmured for a while. He wiped his eyes with his fingers, and soon the appearance of the motorcade in the darkness came into view. It was a convoy of 8 vehicles, including military trucks, RVs, and the others were all snow chariots. Tisk, let's live a good life, but you have to commit suicide. Don't worry, fatty. I will make good use of your inheritance. The fat man chuckled and trotted towards the convoy, following the monster's footprints. From the co-pilot position of the military truck, Wu Fa suddenly frowned and said, "Brother Su, if there is a situation, the front is fine. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 51, Chanjianghe, 2 halves. Like something is coming. Boss Su Yun, there is a situation." Qin Lang stopped the car and prepared for battle. The convoy lined up, and everyone got out of the car and picked up their weapons. Qin Lang also came out of the RV with Lin Wanner. He quickly walked to the military truck and took out the military binoculars. They saw a huge monster rushing towards them 1,000 meters away. The monster looked very much like the centipede they first encountered in Songjiakan, except that the one in Songjiakan was spliced by the Black Bloodheart's ability. The one in front of you is the original Nest Guardian, more than 20 meters long and 3 meters wide. It is definitely a formidable behemoth. The discovery of the winged demon means that they are very close to the high-level Bloodheart, and the discovery of the Nest Guardian means that they have officially entered the Nest sphere of influence. Oldly marveled, what a big centipede. It doesn't look like it's easy to kill. Qin Lang said, "You can't let it go, otherwise our car will be damaged. Lao Li and Lao Su, you two go with me, and the others will stay on guard." "Good." Qin Lang nodded towards the two of them, and each rode a will-o'-the-wisp with snow tires to meet the Nest Guardian head-on. The two sides soon encountered each other. Lao Li raised his hand and shot without saying a word. With a sound of puff, the blood-pattern gun penetrated directly through the body of the Nest Guardian, blasting out a blood hole as big as a fist. The Nest Guardian hissed in pain and banged his head on the ground like crazy, but a few of them were prepared and used the mobility of the will-o'-the-wisp to run far away. Murderous vines! Lao Su went around to one side and activated his skills, and more than a dozen vines appeared out of thin air to tightly restrain the body of the Nest Guardian. While it was unable to move, Qin Lang jumped up. The flying sword Yongran burst out a dazzling light, directly smashing the head of the Nest Guardian. "Fuck!" The fat man who saw the scene in front of him was frightened on the spot and rubbed his eyelids in disbelief. Is it true? That's the Nest Guardian. The existence that can easily flatten a shelter of 100 people with secondary armor was actually killed in seconds? Even though the facts were in front of him, Chanjianghe didn't dare to believe it. He pinched his thigh hard and then turned around and ran. Unfortunately, he ran too late. Qin Lang discovered Chanjianghe's existence when he killed the Nest Guardian, and the Ghost Fire motorcycle quickly caught up with him. "Brother, spare my life. I just heard the sound and came to see. I have no hostility towards you." Chanjianghe was very single, kneeling down without any face, with his arms raised high. Qin Lang looked up and down at the fat man, and he had already made a judgment in his heart. Anyone who dares to eat himself into a ball in the end times of lack of food and clothing cannot be a coward. He must have something extraordinary and must be treated with caution. "What's your name and why are you here?" Qin Lang asked. "My name is Chanjianghe. My home is here and I have never moved." Chanjianghe answered honestly. At this time, Lao Li and Suyin also came over. Lao Li exclaimed, "This little fat guy looks quite festive and round." "I'm not fat, I just have a big frame," Chanjianghe retorted, and then changed to a pitiful look. "Brother, I have no grudges against you. You won't kill people and rob them, right? I really don't have anything on me. I'm a dog if I lie to you. Get up. I didn't want to do anything to you. We just arrived and want to know what's going on around here." Chapter 52, Uninvited Guests, 1 half. That's good, that's good." Chanjianghe stood up and brushed off the snow on his body. "You are indeed different from the previous teams. You have the demeanor of a strong man." Qin Lang just laughed at Chanjianghe's flattery. "Have you been to many convoys before this?" "Yeah. Even when it first started snowing, there were convoys wandering around here every day. Recently, there have been very few. Except for the hunting team from the Iron Army, who occasionally patrols to the south, there are no vehicles passing by the rest of the time." "Iron Army?" "Well, Taijun's sanctuary, their boss is called Wang Taijun, so you know." Chanjianghe was very cooperative and told everything he knew. Qin Lang got a lot of useful information from him. For example, Which shelters exist near the giant arm lair? Which shelter is the strongest, and their behavior style, etc. is quite detailed. You said you're not from the 3 major shelters, so you're a lone wolf. Lone wolf? This little brother, you are so good at joking. It's the end of the world now. Unless a pervert like Long Out Yin is cheating, it's impossible for a lone wolf to survive. I live with a dozen brothers and sisters in the community. The supplies are about to run out, so we have no choice but to go hunting. Qin Lang glanced at the distant convoy and asked, "Where are you going? If it's convenient, can you give me a ride? It's a bit far from here, and it might take several hours to walk back. If that's not possible, you can lend me a will-o-wisp." "Hey, little fat man, you are quite thick-skinned. Are we familiar with you? You are like a will-o'-the-wisp when you open your mouth." Lowly rolled his eyes. Qin Lang laughed. "Okay, multiple friends and multiple paths. I will give you a ghost fire, and I will give you some supply cards, by the way." As he spoke, he pulled out some white and green cards and stuffed them into Qin Lang's hand. This outrageous scene not only confused Qin Lang, but also Lao Li and Su Yun, who were familiar with his character. Qin Lang has always been the kind of person who doesn't let go of eagles when he sees rabbits. Today, he takes action. Why so generous? Then, I'm disrespectful. I will not say thank you for your kindness. If we meet again by chance, I will definitely return it to you. Anyway, just be careful of the Iron Army shelter. Those guys are completely inhumane. Goodbye. Qin Lang quickly disappeared from sight on his will-o'-wisp motorcycle. Qin Lang touched his chin and saw that Lao Li and Su Yun had strange expressions on their faces. He laughed and said, "Why? Can't I do one good deed every day? You are the boss. You have the final say." Lao Li laughed dryly, not bothering about such a small issue. Qin Lang looked back at Qin Lang, who had disappeared long ago, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The reason why he gave away cars and cards was because he thought of a top powerhouse named Qin Lang in his previous life. Although there were not many members in the sanctuary, no one dared to offend him. The Dharma God army under his command was invincible. In a late post-apocalyptic period where everyone is like a cloud, he is still the top existence. Qin Lang is not sure whether this fat man is Qin Lang, but this does not prevent him from showing goodwill. If not, just one vehicle and dozens of low-level cards would be a drop in the bucket for him. If so, he would have made a lot of money. The value of a pot of porridge when you are down is much higher than the value of 10,000 taels of gold when you are prosperous. Back 5 kilometers and find a place to camp and rest. Qin Lang waved his hand. Deep inside a certain building, what looks like white snow from the outside is actually something inside. Under the thick snow, there's an underground shelter made of ice and snow. Brothers, sisters, I'm back. Qin Lang. This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 52, Uninvited Guests, 2 halves. He happily got into the igloo and distributed the cards obtained from the hunt to more than a dozen companions. Zhang He, why did you stay away for so long this time? We are all worried to death, especially Tsuehua, who asked us more than 80 times in an hour. Our ears are almost calloused. Everyone burst into laughter. The speaker was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. Long-term malnutrition had made him very thin. He used to be the gatekeeper of the community. Tsuehua rolled her eyes and hummed. "Uncle, can you please stop talking nonsense? It's not that exaggerated. I only asked 6 times. Qin Lang chuckled. Who knows how wet our Uncle Lu's words are? You have to squeeze out the water before you can listen. Another burst of laughter came. Tsuehua asked worriedly, Brother Zhang He, are you okay? Are you injured? Don't worry, not even a hair is missing. But today is quite thrilling. If the new team hadn't been more martial-minded, I might have been left out. At that moment, Qin Lang told his friends about his encounter with Qin Lang and his group. What do you think of the strength of this team? Asked a man wearing glasses. One thing to say, it was quite fierce. I saw with my own eyes that the giant centipede was easily killed by them. I judge that their strength is at least the captain level of the Iron Army Sanctuary. After a pause, Qin Lang tore open a pack, and simply he stuffed the noodles into his mouth and chewed, and said vaguely, I just don't know who is stronger between them and the Iron Army Sanctuary. I hope they will have a conflict, and then the convoy can win. I really live a life like this hiding in Tibet. That's enough. Boom! As he was talking, there was a sudden loud noise above his head, and ice and snow fell. Xinjiang. He was shocked and jumped up. What's going on? Crunch, crunch. A heavy sound of footsteps came from the passage, and 3 men in warlord robes appeared at the door. The leading man took off his warlord hat and patted the snow on it, smiling and said, Xinjiang, I didn't expect you to hide here. If there were no tire marks on the snow, I really wouldn't know that you have been hiding under the nose of the shelter. The most dangerous place is the safest, right? Zhang Bao, what do you want to do? Xinjiang opened his arms to protect his companions behind him. I'll give you 2 choices, either go back with us, or I'll kill you here. Zhang Bao's smile gave people a very gloomy feeling. We have never had any conflict with the shelter. We just want to live. You can live in the shelter, and it will definitely be better than what you're living now. Zhang Bao pulled his white gloves elegantly. The Rose and Blade shelters have formed an alliance. We need people to fight against them. It happens that you're a rare combat talent. You don't know how sad the boss was when you led people to escape from the shelter. Xinjiang lowered his head and was silent for a long time before sighing. Okay, I will listen to you, but you must ensure that they are not harmed. I dare not guarantee this. You also know the current atmosphere in the shelter. Everyone is very depressed and needs a way to vent. Zhang Bao smiled and said, Of course, don't worry. Sui Hua is your woman. We will never touch her. As for other people, Zhang Bao's obscene eyes swept across several women in the crowd, frightening them to tremble. They escaped from the Iron Army shelter. They knew how inhumane women would be in the Iron Army shelter. How could they not be afraid? Chapter 53 Acting School, 1/2. Even if I die, I will never go back and be a star slave for you. You're just a bunch of beasts. A frail woman in the crowd roared. Zhang Bao smiled contemptuously. You don't have to say what you say about this matter. Xinjiang, have you thought about it carefully? I'm starting to get impatient. Behind Zhang Bao were 2 adjutants in the same attire. The adjutant on the left pressed the single-frame mirror hanging on his ear and said with a smile, Boss, Xinjiang's combat effectiveness is 447, which has improved a lot. Zhang Bao nodded. I remember that when you defected, your combat effectiveness was only over 300. How long has it passed? Your combat effectiveness has increased by 150. This should not be underestimated. Xinjiang gritted his teeth and said, What on earth do you want to say? I want to say, Zhang Bao pulled on his white gloves out of habit. My combat power is 870. Xinjiang's expression changed, and the next second Zhang Bao came to him and grabbed his neck. I will kill you as easily as killing a chicken. I will ask you one last time. Do you want to follow him? Let me go. That's enough. Stop. Sui Hua burst into tears. We would just go back with you. I just hope you don't do anything to them. They are still just children. Zhang Bao's face was ferocious. Then it depends on Xinjiang's performance in the next battle. If he performs well, the boss will naturally not touch them. But if he lets it go and doesn't work seriously, I'll give you 5 minutes. Zhang Bao pushed Xinjiang away, turned around, and walked out of the underground shelter with his 2 lieutenants. The snow has stopped long ago, but the temperature outside is still cold. The wind blows on the body like a knife, but compared to the biting cold wind, everyone's hearts are even colder, because they don't know what is waiting for them. Just as a group of people were preparing to get into the car and head to the shelter, one of the adjutants let out a light sigh and saw a man riding a will-o-wisp motorcycle appearing in the snow. The 2 sides were not far away, and soon the man came to them. Yes, he. Xinjiang wiped his eyelids. He was a little confused. Isn't this the little brother who separated not long ago? Why is he here? Hi, Fatty. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Qin Lang said hello with a smile. Zhang Bao raised the corner of his mouth and said, Shengmian, which shelter are you from? No, I came from a city. Qin Lang got out of the car. It turns out there are still people alive in the city. Shout. At Zhang Bao's signal, the adjutant nicknamed Shout understood and pressed the combat power detector. Soon, the originally cold face became exciting after seeing the numbers. What's wrong? Zhang Bao asked strangely. The detector seems to be broken, and the numbers given are a bit outrageous. Adjutant Xiao Zwen knocked on the outer shell of the detector hard, seeming to be talking to himself, and seemed to be answering Zhang Bao's question. How could someone have a combat power of 5,500? Nearly 3 times stronger than the boss. Zhang Bao was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. That must be broken. 5,500 combat power. What an international joke. Boss, 2,000 combat power is already a superhuman existence. Wouldn't 5,500 destroy the world? Ha 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 ha. Qin Lang said with a playful smile. It's freezing cold here. Where are you going? Fatty, why do you look like a bitter melon on your face? Are you being kidnapped? If you're being kidnapped, just blink. Xinjiang's fat face turned red. He didn't know whether he was cold or anxious. He yelled, Brother, it's none of your business here. Stop meddling in other people's business and let's go. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 53 Acting School, 2 halves. Zhang Bao raised his hand and said, This is the time for the shelter to hire people. Now that I have met you, let me try your quality to see if you're qualified to join our shelter. Zhang Bao got out of the car coolly, pulled off his white gloves, took off his military cap, and handed it to the adjutant beside him. If you dare to go out for a walk alone in the middle of the night, your combat power should be high. I will use 3 moves. If you can block it, I will take you. Go back to the shelter and work for the boss. But what if I can't stop it? Oh, I'm sorry. The shelter doesn't raise trash. Well, no, you are quite handsome. Soldiers who can't tell the difference between girls even make rubber dolls. I guess they won't dislike you. Qin Lang's eyes flashed with fierceness, and he spread his hands. I can only say, do your best. Then I'm coming. Zhang Bao came erratically and punched Qin Lang in the chest. Qin Lang groaned, staggered back a few steps, bit the tip of his tongue gently, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Ah, poof, it's so powerful. Zhang Bao raised his eyebrows. Not bad, not bad. He can block my first punch, and then the second punch. Buzz! Zhang Bao's fist suddenly burst into flames, and he punched out again. Poor Qin Lang flew more than 10 meters like a kite with its string broken. After falling to the ground, it even created a deep ravine in the snow. Qin Lang stood up with difficulty and vomited blood again. My wife is too strong, cough. Zhang Bao frowned slightly. Take my 3rd punch. Slow. Qin Lang begged for mercy. Sir, the power of your fist is too great. I really can't bear it. If you continue to hit me, I will die. Please be kind and don't embarrass me. Zhang Bao looks up to the sky and smiles. Yes. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. My 3rd punch is really hard for ordinary people to bear. What's your name? Qin Lang. Qin Lang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied breathlessly, giving people a feeling that he was about to burst at any time. Well, get in the car. Yes, sir. Qin Lang limped into the car. Xinjiang had a look of crying and laughing. Brother, do you know where you're going? Why did you come at this time instead of earlier or later? Qin Lang smiled. Isn't it the Iron Army shelter? Qin Lang put his arm around Xinjiang's shoulders. Little fatty, if a fight breaks out later, you protect the people around you and don't let them get affected. Fight. Xinjiang was stunned and said in horror, Don't mess around. The Iron Army shelter is the strongest shelter in this area. The combat effectiveness of Wang Taijun and the captain is over thousands. Wang Taijun himself has 2,000 combat power. You even had a hard time taking 2 punches from Zhang Bao. If you want to die, don't take us with you. Is 2,000 combat power very strong? Qin Lang glanced at him, shook his fingers, and said mysteriously, Is there a possibility? I said it's possible. The combat power detector is not broken. So funny. You mean you really have 5,500 combat power? How can this be? Xinjiang stopped talking halfway, because he thought of Qin Lang and his two partners who easily killed the big centipede not long ago. As if seeing a bright light in the dark, he became excited. Do you really have 5,500 combat power? Remember, protect your people. Leave the rest to me. You just need to tell me who are the important people. Okay. Definitely. Chen Jianghe nodded repeatedly, his hair standing on end with excitement. Chapter 54. Those who obey me live. Those who go against me die 1/2. By the way, little brother, why are you here? It took a while for Chen Jianghe to suppress his excitement and ask. Qin Lang chuckled. If I say this is a coincidence, do you believe it? Chen Jianghe smiled bitterly. It's just a coincidence. Qin Lang did not lie. The reason why he appeared near Chen Jianghe's sanctuary was not wrong to say it was a coincidence, but it was also right to say it was intentional. After being separated from Chen Jianghe, Qin Lang let everyone camp and rest while he patrolled the area with a will-o'-the-wisp. After all, he had entered the sphere of influence of the giant arm lair, so it was always right to be careful. But for some reason, during the inspection, he suddenly became curious about where Chen Jianghe was going, so he followed the tire tracks on the snow and happened to meet Zhang Bao, who was about to take everyone back to the shelter. Since the shelters on both sides were not far apart, everyone arrived at the Iron Army shelter in less than 20 minutes' drive. What came into view was a walled city that was beginning to take shape. Hundreds of giant ice blocks hung at the entrance of the huge walled city. Only when the vehicle drove past did Qin Lang recognize what was in the ice block above his head. Those were hundreds of naked female corpses that didn't know how humiliated they were during their lifetimes, so that their lower bodies were unsightly, and when they died, they were hung at the door and frozen into blocks of ice. Oh, Mommy! A woman in the carriage was sobbing, and she recognized one of the ice sculptures as her mother. These beasts! Chen Jianghe's eyes were on fire, and he cursed in a low voice. We're here! Get off the car! Someone was banging the car hard outside. When everyone got out of the car, Zhang Bao said with a smile, You two follow me to see the boss. Take the rest to the basement first. Don't be afraid. Chen Jianghe nodded vigorously, holding back tears and saying goodbye to everyone. Please kill me. I can't stand it anymore. /U003C. BR/U003E. As the group of people walked forward, they passed by a wooden house when a woman's extremely miserable screams came from inside. Zhang Bao didn't take it seriously and said, This is a gun room, a place for low-level soldiers to vent. We have better choices. Don't worry, as long as you work hard. You need resources and women. We even have stars here. Do you know Chu Wei? Chen Jianghe looked a little confused, while Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. Chu Wei, a first-line female star. In terms of celebrity status, she is several levels higher than Lin Wanner, and can be said to be a household name. She's just our boss's dog now. Zhang Bao thought of the night of spring with Chu Wei not long ago, and said with an intoxicated face, The end of the world is really great. Classes have been broken. As long as you are strong enough, you can play with any woman you want. Qin Lang really couldn't find a reason to refute this sentence. Team Zhang. Captain Zhang is back. A group of soldiers with live ammunition greeted him one after another. After seeing Chen Jianghe, their faces showed disdain. Damn fat man, you still have the nerve to come back. I always thought you were dead outside. Traitor, damn rubbish. Why are you pretending to be upright? Faced with the accusation, Chen Jianghe chose to remain silent and quickened his pace to follow nervous Bao. Zhang Bao, you are back. A hoarse voice came from inside the closed door. Zhang Bao quickly stood up straight and said respectfully, Yes, boss. I'm back. I found a former Captain Chen Jianghe while patrolling. I took him and his. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 54. Those who follow me will live, and those who go against me will perish. 2 halves. I brought everyone back. In addition, I also brought back a little brother who is very good at fighting. Oh good, come in and talk. Squeak. The door opened, and a warm breeze came from the room. This 300-square-meter hall is as bright as day and as warm as spring. Nearly 100 people were eating and drinking in this hall, and some are making peace in the darkness of the corner. Judging from his half-dressed clothes, he was obviously a captain-level figure. A burly man sat on a big chair in the middle, wearing a set of metal armor. At his feet, 2 young women with chains around their necks were kneeling, which he used as footrests. One of them is Chu Wei, a female star with an annual income of over 100 million in peacetime. The other is a little older and good-looking. Qin Lang looks familiar, but he can't remember who she is. She must be a certain celebrity or someone. Entrepreneur. In the last days without the rule of law, women themselves are a type of resource, especially beauties, which are in short supply. Jiang He, long time no see. ... Wang Taijun sat up straight and said with a sneer on his face, "It seems that you are living a good life outside. Not only have you not lost weight, you have also gained weight." Chen Jiang has said nothing, just lowered his head silently. "Zhangbao must have told you the matter, so I won't go on. I'm short of manpower now. As long as you serve me sincerely, let's forget about the past. I, Wang Taijun, have never been a grudge-bearing person." "I understand. Thank you, boss, for disregarding the past grudges." Chen Jiang nodded. Wang Taijun looked at Qin Lang. "What do you call this little brother?" "His name is Qin Lang, and he is pretty good." Zhang Bao handed Adjutant Xiao's combat power detector to Wang Taijun. "Boss, this combat power detector was frozen, and it actually showed that his combat power was 5,500. Do you think it's outrageous or not?" Wang Taijun smiled and said, "It's cold. It's normal for the detector to break. Here, I'll give you a new one." Zhang Bao took the new detector card, tore it open, and hung it on his ear. "I guess your combat power is at least 400. Ding, ding, ding. After a few seconds, a number appeared on the combat power detector. 5,500. Huh, what's going on? Zhang Bao looked incredulous when he saw the number. It's impossible. This is a new detector. How come the test result is still 5,500? Wang Taijun frowned. Nonsense. How can someone have such a high combat power? But the number above clearly shows that. Zhang Bao was a little confused. There must be something wrong. There was a captain who was ravaging a woman in the corner. Hearing this, he silently put on the detector. After the test was completed, he stopped his waist movement and frowned, saying, "It's impossible that they are all broken. My detector is also 5,500. Wang Taijun frowned. "Impossible could it be that you?" Qin Lang smiled. The next second, a burning sword appeared in his empty palm, and the sword turned into a flame and directly penetrated Wang Taijun's body. Wang Taijun widened his eyes and wanted to say something, but it was too late. In just a few seconds, he fell into eternal darkness. The lively hall was dead silent, and everyone stared at Qin Lang. "Boss!" Zhang Bao rubbed his eyelids and screamed, You killed the boss." Qin Lang stood with his hands behind his back, and the flying sword was circling around his body like a living thing. At this time, his expression was solemn, and there was no trace of naivety. "Those who obey me will live, and those who disobey me will die," Qin Lang said lightly. Chapter 55 New Master, 1/2. This hall with 100 people in it was completely silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Lang, and the emotions contained in these eyes were quite complex, including fear and anger, as well as surprise and expectation. Gulu, the chubby Chen Jianghe, who was closest to Qin Lang, swallowed hard. He had imagined countless possibilities for the two sides to break up, but the current scene completely exceeded his imagination. Wang Taijun, this individual business owner who had pulled together a powerful team since the end of the world, sang triumphant songs all the way, met gods and slain gods, saw and slayed ghosts, and the extremely powerful boss of the shelter died so simply in the Qin Lang sword, he didn't even have a chance to scream. What else happens next? Chen Jianghe felt that his scalp was itchy, as if he was about to grow a brain. Qin Lang walked slowly to Wang Taijun's body, put the body into the space with a touch of his left hand, and then sat down on the throne that symbolized power. Dot, dot. After being stunned for a while, the two human dogs knelt down and sat up one after another, with flattering smiles on their faces. Unfortunately, the two artificial tails behind them could not move. "Who is the captain?" Qin Lang asked Xinjianghe. Xiaopeng was stunned and raised his hand to point at the man who didn't even have time to put on his pants. "He is the captain." Roar. This man thought that Qin Lang was going to attack him, and he was so frightened that after roaring wildly, a large amount of gray hair grew on his body, and his muscles and body also expanded. In just 10 seconds, he turned into a man with 2 heads. A meter-tall warg. Just when everyone thought that the captain was going to show off his power and avenge Wang Taijun, the captain who transformed into a warg turned around and ran out the door. Joke! How can he, a captain with only 1,500 combat power, fight a monster with 5,500 combat power? Revenge? Avenge a bird feather. Of course it's important to save your life. Did I let you run away? Qin Lang calmly took out the forest wolf and aimed at the strong back of the warg. Leg pulled the trigger. Boom! The warg's right leg was blown off, and he let out a scream and fell to the door. Under the severe pain, he quickly returned to his human form, holding the broken leg and howling miserably. Who is the third in command? Qin Lang ignored the captain and asked again. Xinjianghe pointed at Zhang Bao. There is no third in command in the shelter, and the rest are captain level. Zhang Bao was sweating profusely, trembling with fear, and said in a trembling voice, I didn't do anything. It was Taijun who ordered us to do this. I am willing to work for you. Please don't kill me. After saying this, Zhang Bao knelt down and kowtowed as if pounding garlic. What is dignity in the face of life? What's more, he has no such thing as dignity. Qin Lang nodded. Yes, those who know the current affairs are heroes. Since you are willing to take refuge in me, of course I will not kill you. Not only will I not kill you, I will also give you great benefits later. Get up. Thank you, boss. When Zhang Bao heard this, he was overjoyed. He kowtowed a few times and stood aside obediently. Upon seeing this, the other 5 captains hurriedly stood up, then knelt down to express their loyalty to Qin Lang. As for the psychology of resistance, it does not exist at all. The highest among them is only 600 or 700 combat power. Not even one has more than 1,000, who dare to hand Qin Lang his claws. In this way, Qin Lang easily and comfortably set up the shelter in less than 10 minutes. In the final analysis, he underestimated himself and overestimated the Iron Army Sanctuary. Even if he doesn't show any weakness and sneaks inside, he can still kill through the shelter easily, but it will be a little more troublesome. Guzzi, do you want to live or die? This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 55, New Owner, 2 halves. Qin Lang looked at the captain who was covered in cold sweat. The captain screamed in fear. Boss, I want to live. Please give me another chance. No, everyone can survive here, but not him. Xinjianghe became anxious. Qin Lang asked curiously why. Xinjianghe said excitedly. He has been working for the tiger. Although he was ordered by Wang Taijun, the bad things he did are no less bad than Wang Taijun. This kind of person must be killed. The captain shivered and did not dare to say a word. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and said, according to your logic, all captains have to be killed, and even this shelter has no meaning. Xinjianghe was stunned. Isn't it? This is the end of the world. You have to accept the law of the jungle. More importantly, Qin Lang flicked his fingers. Don't interrupt when I'm talking. Do you want to be my master? ... Xinjianghe's expression changed, and his heart trembled. Yes. What qualifications does he have to influence Qin Lang's decision? Who is he? He was just a captain-level little Karami. Take it. Qin Lang threw a silver card to the captain, who was full of surprise. Highly effective healing medicine. Thank you, boss, for not killing me. The captain hurriedly took the highly effective healing medicine, and soon his broken leg began to grow back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhang Bao. Boss, I'm here. Zhang Bao saluted hurriedly, with a smile on his face. You and Chun Jianghe go and bring over everyone in the basement and gun room. Yes, boss. But boss, speak, don't hesitate. Those women in the gun room have basically lost their ability to take care of themselves. I'm afraid that bringing them here will stain your eyes. Zhang Bao carefully said. He said, are you afraid of staining my eyes, or are you afraid that I will regret it in anger and kill you? Qin Lang sneered. I will not pursue what you have done before, and I will never regret it. Zhang Bao wiped his sweat and said, boss is generous, then I'll do it right now. Zhang Bao took 2 lieutenants, Chun Jianghe, and some ordinary soldiers from the shelter to go out to collect people. Qin Lang looked at the group of captains below. Tell me, what abilities do you have? Boss, my ability is War Transformation. Although it is a gold card talent, I have been upgraded. It is not a problem to fight against a few night demons. The captain said hurriedly. Well, from today on, your code name is Warga. The captain, or rather the warg, nodded hastily. It's the boss. The warg is at your disposal. My abilities are surgery and healing aura. I protect everyone who is injured and heal them all. Then your nickname will be Doctor. My ability is... The captains told Qin Lang about their abilities, and Qin Lang also gave them different nicknames based on their abilities, namely Wolf, Doctor, Swordsman, Eagle, Eye, Warlord, Palm, Punisher, Chariot. I have to say that the team structure is quite reasonable, with a front row, a tank, a healer, an auxiliary, and a long-range team. The 7 captains all possess unique skills. No wonder Wang Taijun can live so nourishingly until now. Boss, everyone has been brought here. Everyone is here. Zhang Bao walked into the hall with a group of people, more than 200 in number. Sui Hua and the others didn't know what was going on here, so they hugged Chun Jianghe's arms tightly. Qin Lang's eyes fell on the dozens of women with their hands and feet cut off and their hair disheveled. They were all slaves in the gun room. Chapter 56 Negotiation, 1/2. Even a man as hard-hearted as Qin Lang couldn't help but sigh secretly in his heart when he saw the miserable state of these women. If he hadn't planned to challenge the giant arm lair next, which would require a large amount of cannon fodder, he would really have the urge to raise this sanctuary to the ground. There's an upper limit for human beings, no matter how kind they are, but there is no lower limit for how bad they can be. This group of bastards, no one could survive now. Let's put the waste to use. ... From today on, I will be in charge of the shelter. I don't know what the rules Wang Taijun set for you before, but in my case, I will not allow any bullying to happen. If you want a woman, you must ask for the other party's consent. If you insist, then don't blame me for being rude. Yes, boss. All the captains lower their heads one after another. They understand that a new officer has 3 things to do when he takes office. Little fatty. Exist. Chun Jianghe quickly got out of the queue. You will take people to dismantle the gun room later and use it as a restroom temporarily. There are some supply cards here. You can take them and give them to use first. As for them, Qin Lang pinched his eyebrows. He did have a gold card that could make these women who had been toyed with grow new limbs, but it was impossible for him to use it on this group of women. The effort and reward were not proportional. Boss, leave them to me and I will help them. Chun Jianghe sighed. It's up to you. Take these 2 with you too. Qin Lang handed the dog leash to Chun Jianghe. The personality of the female celebrity and that good-tempered woman have long been destroyed, and it is difficult to return to normal. Arrange everything for the shelter. Qin Lang arrived at Wang Tiejuan's treasure house under the guidance of the warg. After opening the box, his depression was gone. Wang Taijun had hidden a lot of cards. There were even 3 colored cards, a gold card, and a silver card. More than 100. Qin Lang naturally won't be polite and puts everything into the storage space. This is much faster and easier than killing monsters and exploding cards. 1. The night was silent and the next morning came. Qin Lang was telling Lin Wanner and Lao Li about his plan through spiritual communication when Zhang Bao hurried over and said, Boss, it's bad. The 2 shelters of Rose and Blade have brought people over. It seems they want to attack us. There are 3 shelters near the giant arms lair, forming a tripod. The most powerful one is the Iron Army Shelter, followed by the Rose, and finally the Blade. In order not to be bullied by the Iron Army Shelter, Rose formed an alliance with Blade, which Chen Jianghe had told him. Go out with me and have a look. Qin Lang stretched and led the captains out of the hall. 100 meters outside the shelter door, there were nearly 200 people standing, each holding a weapon in their hands. Even the thick down jackets could not conceal the murderous aura on their bodies. Let Wang Taijun get out of here, and let all the old and new grudges be settled today. The burly man roared like a beast, deafening. Zhang Baodao, said he, is the captain of Blade Shelter, nicknamed Giant, and has a combat power of 1390. Boss, I can easily deal with this kid. The ward was anxious to show himself in front of Qin Lang. If you can negotiate, try not to do anything. Qin Lang waved his hand and asked them to stay where they were and walked out of the camp alone. This courage alone makes everyone on both sides admire him. Fresh face, who are you? What do you want to do? Asked the giant. Wang Taijun was killed by me last night, and his body is here. Qin Lang didn't waste any time and directly pulled Wang Taijun's body out of the storage space and threw on the ground. When everyone saw it, they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 56, Negotiation. 2 halves. Boss, it's really Wang Taijun's body. I know him when he turned into ashes. The giant said to the man in the car. Lan Feng frowned. This young man is so capable. He can even kill Wang Taijun. Wang Taijun is a terrifying being with a combat power of 2,000. How much combat power does he have? Let's see. Hiss, the giant gasped. Boss, is the detector broken? He actually has 5,500. This is impossible. What? 5,500? ... Lan Feng couldn't sit still anymore and grabbed the walkie-talkie. Chun Shui, the test result here is 5,500. What about your side? Same. Even if we put together, we are no match for him. No wonder he can kill Wang Taijun. A woman's voice came from the intercom, sweet and cold. What should we do now? Go back. Lan Feng looked shrewd, but in fact he lacked opinion. The two shelters were able to form an alliance and withstand multiple attacks from the Taijun shelter, while Qin Shui relied on Qin Shui to deal with them. I'll talk to him and see what he thinks. Hanging up the communication, Qin Shui got off the snow chariot. Boss! Boss! All the younger brothers stepped aside to leave a way for her. Qin Shui is 1.7 meters tall and wearing a thick white down jacket. Even though her figure was wrapped in 3 layers of clothing, it could still be seen that she had a good figure. Hello, I'm the leader of Rose Sanctuary. My name is Qin Shui. May I ask what your name is? Qin Shui was very polite. Faced with the terrifying existence of 5,500 combat power, she did not dare to take any offense. Qin Lang. Mr. Qin, we are very happy that you can kill this beast Wang Taijun, but we just don't know what your plans are next. Come on, sit down and drink tea, and chat while you drink. Qin Lang took out a few cards and tore them open. Tables, chairs, and 3 round stools immediately appeared in the middle of the venue. Qin Lang tore open a piece of Yinka tea and threw it into the tea bowl. Boss of Blade, please come and sit. Lan Feng hesitated and got out of the car. Lan Feng, leader of Blade's Sanctuary. Please. 3 people sat in the middle. Qin Lang said while making tea, life in the last days is difficult. Fighting monsters is not easy. There is no need to fight internally. What I mean is that the 3 of us can form an alliance and develop together. You say it's easy. Then who will pay for the sins Wang Taijun committed before? If you really want to form an alliance with us, it's not impossible. You have to hand over all the captains first. Lan Feng snorted coldly. Qin Lang smiled lightly. Why? Chun Shuao said, they are acting as a traitor to the tiger, and they will not regret their death. There is no reason for you to protect them. Qin Lang nodded. They really deserve to die. I can hand them over to you and let you handle it yourself. Seriously? Lan Feng was delighted. Don't be happy too early. I have conditions. Qin Lang took a sip of tea, and his body immediately became warm. After the 7 captains were handed over, You have to make up for the lost combat power of the shelter. In other words, by the way, each of your families must send me 3 combat talents with a combat power of over 1,000. Puff! Lan Feng spat out a mouthful of hot tea. What? Chun Shui said solemnly. Mr. Qin, are you kidding us? Qin Lang slowly shook his head. The reason why I don't kill them and keep them is because they can fight monsters. Can noble characters such as kindness, integrity, and gentleness be used to kill monsters? These characters are worthless in the end of the world. Between the heinous fighter and the kind-hearted waste, I choose the former. What do you two think? Chapter 57 Alliance Success, 1/2. Mr. Qin, I understand what you mean, but I don't agree. Each of the 7 shelter captains behind you has blood on their hands, and they have committed countless evil deeds. My friends, relatives, and many more innocent people died in their hands. If you want me to let them go, it's impossible. Chun Shui shook her head vigorously. I have the same attitude as Chun Shui. If you are sincere in joining our alliance, you must hand over 7 of them. Gulyalu. The hot tea was poured into the cup, and Qin Lang drank it all in one gulp. He wiped his mouth and suddenly looked at the snow not far away. There was obviously some huge creature crawling in the snow a few hundred meters away. The monster's entire body was hidden in the snow, and it was sneaking through the snow. Looks like a giant centipede. This damn monster is coming here after smelling it. Everyone, be careful. Lan Feng and Chun Shui also noticed something strange and became nervous. Every time they encountered this kind of centipede monster, their team would suffer a heavy blow. Even many hunting teams that went out to look for resources were unfortunately killed by this giant centipede. There is no way. The giant centipede monster is absolutely a nightmare for these small shelters with insufficient combat power. Wait a moment, you two. Qin Lang stood up with a smile and walked straight towards the giant centipede that was getting closer and closer to him. Mr. Qin, what are you going to do? You are going to die. The giant centipede is definitely not something that one person can kill. Come back quickly. Lan Feng and Chun Shui were both shocked. Yes, according to the numbers given by the combat power detector, the giant centipede does only have a combat power of 3,000. But with its solid shell and weight of dozens of tons, it is not an existence that humans can currently challenge alone. They have lived in this area for nearly a month and have encountered giant centipedes many times. The best result is to repel them. Killing them is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Boss, let me help you. The warg really wanted to make progress and show himself in front of Qin Lang. Unfortunately, he didn't know that he and the others. The captain had already been sentenced to death in Qin Lang's heart. Unnecessary. Qin Lang waved his hand, and the flying sword Yongran flew out of the storage space. At this moment, the giant centipede emerged from the snow, standing up with its body more than 10 meters long, looking down at the humans below. The nest guardian, who possessed a certain amount of intelligence, was a little curious. He didn't know why this human didn't run away. Driven by curiosity, he bent down and stared at him with dozens of lantern-sized eyes. Chun Shui, should we save him? Lan Feng whispered. No, he is looking for death. What does it have to do with us? Besides, his death will not harm us. Without Wang Tiejuan's shelter, those captains alone will not be our opponents. We can take revenge. And then, Chun Shui, a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. It makes sense. Lan Feng nodded and smiled. You deserve to be pretentious. At this time, Qin Lang grabbed Feijin Yongran with one hand and said in a cold voice, You disturbed my chat with my friends. As soon as the words chat were uttered, a dazzling light burst out from the flying sword Eternal Burning. When everyone regained their sight, they saw that the giant centipede's head was smashed by something, and its broken body continued to burn. Qin Lang calmly retracted the flying sword and sat down in his seat with a smile. No one will disturb you now. By the way, let's continue the topic we just talked about. Where are we? The deathly silence lasted for a full half-minute. Chun Shui clenched her fist with a red face. Her body was so excited that she actually lost it in public. Fortunately, except for herself, this chapter is not finished, Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 57 Alliance Success, Two Halves. No one knows this shameful secret. Miss Chun, what's wrong with you? Qin Lang was full of confusion. It's okay. Chun Shui forcibly suppressed her excited body and said with charming eyes, Mr. Qin, your power is beyond my understanding. I will never make terms with you again without being flattering. I hope that the three of us can form an alliance, fight the monsters of the apocalypse together. Me too, Lan Feng said hurriedly. The shock that Qin Lang gave him was beyond words. Qin Lang was startled and smiled. Then I wish the three of us a happy alliance. And please have some tea. After 3 rounds of tea, I plan to go hunting inside the big arm in the near future. I wonder if you two have this intention. Qin Lang suddenly made a proposal that neither family would dare to think of. What? Hunting inside the giant arm? Lan Feng exclaimed. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many monsters there are? There are dozens or hundreds of big centipedes on the outside. I think hunting is like prey. Bar. Chun Shui said. Lan Feng, please listen to what Brother Qin has to say first. I believe that Brother Qin will not make random mistakes. He must have some elaborate plan. Qin Lang smiled and said, there is no Zhou plan. After all, the plan can't keep up with the changes. I don't know the specific situation at Juji. My idea is very simple, which is to unite the forces of our 3 shelters to attack the Juji lair. Use the human sea tactic to destroy the giant arm. In this way, we can seize a large amount of resources. Even if there are more people in the shelter, will be enough for a while. Now that the monsters are getting stronger, the life of the shelter will be difficult. The last words spoke into the hearts of Chun Shui and Lan Feng. Life in the shelter is not only difficult, it is extremely difficult. Eating horse chews consumes hundreds of resource cards every day, and the monsters outside are so powerful that the risk of hunting is extremely high. Recently, people have begun to starve to death and freeze in the 2 major shelters. The situation of death and death from illness is very serious. Otherwise, why would the 2 of them join forces to risk attacking the Iron Army Sanctuary? Revenge is just an excuse. Their real purpose is to obtain the resources of the Iron Army Sanctuary to extend their lives. The essence of human beings is that people cannibalize people, but the way of cannibalism is different in civilized society and in the apocalypse. How do you know that there are massive resources in Juji's lair? Could it be? Chun Shui thought of a possibility, and it was also the only possibility. Of course, Qin Lang took out a cigarette and was about to light it when a warg suddenly rushed over behind him. Then, in Qin Lang's strange eyes, it used its furry paws to help him light the cigarette and ran away again. Go back and change back in a human form, full of pride. Seeing this scene, the other 6 captains felt quite annoyed. Otherwise, they would have said that he was the chief captain. Look at this realization. Qin Lang, Lan Feng, Chun Shui, the former captain of the Iron Army Sanctuary, a terrifying existence with more than 1,000 combatants, is now like a pug. Chun Shui was speechless. How high is our success rate in destroying the giant arm's nest? Chun Shui asked, calming down. About 70%. Qin Lang made nonsense. He didn't panic at all. If he really encountered danger, he could just run away. As for the life and death of the people in the 3 major shelters, what did he have to do with it? This matter is too important. Can you give us time to think about it? Chun Shui thought for a while. Of course. By the way, you 2 have come all the way here. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to go back empty-handed. Why don't you ask the brothers to go into the shelter to have a hot pot before leaving? I'll treat you. Qin Lang was very generous. Hot pot? You must eat it. Lan Feng immediately became excited when he heard that he had eaten it. Chun Shui also nodded. But was a little cold, and she needed to find a place to change into a pair of pants. Chapter 58, Positional War, 1/2. Brother Qin, are you really entertaining us with this? Chun Shui rubbed her eyelids. She didn't believe her eyes and felt like she was living in a dream. She thought Qin Lang's words of eating hot pot were just polite words, but she never expected that Qin Lang actually took out more than 100 silver blue and green food cards to entertain her. At this moment, there was a dazzling array of vegetables and meat products in front of her. The aroma of roasted lamb and roasted suckling pig not far away stimulated everyone's taste buds, and many people drooled. In fact, since the end of the world, most people have been hungry and full, but a few can enjoy this level of food. To put it bluntly, canned noodles and instant noodles are considered a big meal. Miss Chun, you misunderstood. This is for the brothers. The feast I prepared for you is in the room. Please come inside. Qin Lang stretched out his hand very gentlemanly, motioning for Chun Shui and the core members to go inside first. Entering the brightly lit hall, the tables, chairs, and benches had already been wiped clean. The 7 captains lined up in a row and bowed neatly. Welcome, distinguished guests. Qin Lang took out a few gold cards and tore them open. Soon the table was filled with a variety of steaming dishes. Jinka's seafood feast, Manchu, and Han banquets, bear paws and tiger meat, precious birds. These foods are almost impossible to eat in peacetime, and each of them is enough to sit through. Brother Qin, we are really flattered by you. Chun Shui was greatly moved, and her eyes were a little moist. Don't have any psychological pressure. To me, these cards are just a drop in the bucket. Don't sit still and come to the table to eat. Qin Lang raised his hand and motioned for everyone to take their seats. The 7 captains, headed by the warg, all stepped forward to salute and shouted in unison. Report to the boss. Our duty is to maintain order in the shelter. We know. Eat. Food. Qin Lang chuckled. Very good. I like it very much. But I don't want my people to be hungry. Let's do this. You can eat after me, and the distinguished guests have finished. Yes, boss. The warg nodded vigorously. Our boss just knows how to care for people. The 6 captains said yes, yes. After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food. Chun Shui put down the wine glass with blushing cheeks. Her originally flat belly was already bulging. No, it's already up to the throat. If I eat any more, I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the shelter today. Brother Qin, thank you for your hospitality. As for joining forces, I just discussed with Lan Feng and the captains about the attack on the giant arm lair, and we all agreed that everything will follow your arrangements, Brother Qin. Don't force yourself. It doesn't matter even if you don't agree. Our relationship will not change. Qin Lang looked serious. Brother Qin, you are so kind. Chun Shui sighed. Since the beginning of winter, our life has become more and more difficult. We are not afraid of your jokes. If we don't think of a way to break the situation, we will starve to death sooner or later. Now, Brother Qin, you are willing to take us with you. We are not happy yet. How can we force it? That's right. If you give it a try, the bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. Instead of freezing to death and starving to death, it would be better to have a good time before you die. Lan Feng said, clearly having drunk too much, smelling of alcohol. Then Qin Lang nodded. Everyone will rest in the shelter today. How about we set off early tomorrow morning? Don't worry about cold-proof equipment. I will prepare it for everyone. That's fine. Qin Shui thought for a while and agreed. The round trip took too long. If she encountered any monsters on the way, there would definitely be casualties. It would be better to rest in a shelter. Little fatty, when you're done, take Miss Chun and Mr. Lan to have a rest. Qin Lang greeted Chen Jianghe. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 58, Positional Warfare, 2 halves. Okay. Chen Jianghe nodded and silently led others to pack the leftover food. In the deepest room of the shelter, there were dozens of slaves who had suffered inhuman torture and lost the ability to take care of themselves. Chen Jianghe wanted to pack the food for them. There was no book all night, and the next morning there was no book. A large convoy of more than 600 people departed from the Iron Army Sanctuary and headed for the giant arms lair. Everyone is equipped with sophisticated firearms and has absolutely sufficient ammunition. The 3 leaders, Qin Lang, Chun Shui, and Lan Feng, were sitting on the roof of an armored personnel carrier, making it easy to observe the surrounding situation at any time. They were surrounded by captain-level men with a combat power of over 600. On the way, The large army was attacked by several small groups of corpses. Before the human wave tactics could be used, the groups of corpses were blasted to pieces by rifle bullets. The convoy set off at 8 o'clock in the morning and did not officially arrive at its destination, near the giant arm's lair, until 11 o'clock. Looking down from a high position, there are countless black spots hovering around the towering giant arm. Most of them are winged demons, and there are also a few weird-looking flying monsters. On the surface, there are thousands of blood corpses, blood dogs, night devils, and a small number of centipedes and nest guardians. This is the first time I have seen the giant arm so close. It turns out that there are so many holes in the giant arm's nest. Chun Shui put down the military binoculars and got goosebumps all over her body. Her trypophobia broke out. This is a good location. Let's set up a temporary position here. Qin Lang waved his hand, and the captains immediately took action. In an instant, a large-scale position was set up. Dozens of light and heavy machine gun holes in the position covered all directions, ensuring that no matter which direction the monster attacked from, it could effectively counterattack. Now that everyone is ready, let's just get started. Qin Lang took out the forest wolf and carried it on his shoulder. His heart was far less calm than he showed. In his previous life, he was a weakling. Although he participated in many wars with the shelter, he was only a logistics staff. He only had a vague concept of the strength of the giant arm's nest. It was hard to say whether he could succeed in the attack. First echelon set off. With Qin Lang's order, dozens of people led by the wolf rushed down the high ground on snowmobiles. When they were still 1,000 meters away from the giant arm's nest, the monsters nearby were alarmed. They roared and rushed over like crazy. "Turn around," the wolf roared, and the motorcycle team turned around and rushed back to the temporary position. Qin Lang chose the most traditional and safest way to play. When the wolf and his group fled back to the temporary position, the monsters were just in range. Fire! Bullets rained down like rain. Countless Molotov cocktails, grenades, and explosives exploded in the monster group, blooming with gorgeous sparks and blood. The horror of the human wave tactics was revealed at this moment. Even powerful high-level monsters like Night Demon and Centipede could not withstand the attack of hundreds of rifles and were smashed into pieces in the hail of bullets. I lost again," Chun Shui shouted inexplicably, and Qin Lang looked puzzled. What was lost? What was lost? In less than 10 minutes, the corpses of monsters at the extreme range piled up into a small hill. "A few big ones are coming, captains, get ready," Qin Lang shouted, and more than a dozen nest guardians emerged from the thick snow, and their huge heads fiercely smashed into the position under the hail of bullets. For the survivors at this stage, the nest guardians are the greatest threat, not only because they have thick shells that can withstand most bullet attacks, but most importantly because they are very large and are often easily and roughly smashed. One hit can smash a 6-story building into powder. This is why a single nest guardian with 3,000 combat power can sometimes destroy a human sanctuary with multiple 1,000 or more combat power. Humans lack the means to effectively resist their attacks. But today, the nest guardians miscalculated. Just as they were preparing to launch a joint attack to eliminate this group of human ants in one fell swoop, the captains at the rear appeared on the battlefield carrying individual rocket launchers. With the sound of whizzing through the air, more than a dozen rounds were fired. The rockets hit the heads of the nest guardians hard, smashing them to pieces. These golden card individual rocket launchers all come from Qin Lang, who spent a lot of money to attack the Juji lair. With the destruction of the nest guardian, the Alliance completed a zero-loss position battle, and everyone rested in place under Qin Lang's instructions. Chun Jianghe, the chubby boy in charge of logistics, led his men into the battlefield to search for cards. If Qin Lang had to choose someone he could trust among the captain, Chun Shui, and Lan Feng, it would be Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng did not disappoint him, and soon 2 color cards and a stack of gold cards were handed over to Qin Lang. As for the silver cards and the following cards, Qin Lang had talked with Xiaopeng alone before setting off, so he could temporarily put it with him. The fattest jobs must be left to the people you trust the most. Chen Shui and Lan Feng were both jealous of the card in Qin Lang's hand, but they had no objections. Firstly, Qin Lang pulled up this army. Secondly, he was responsible for 70% of the weapons and ammunition and 100% of the heavy weapons on the field. They were all invested with real gold and silver cards. It was just like doing business. Whoever invested the most money, of course, who gets the big shot. Finally, Qin Lang himself has 5,500 combat power points, and absolute combat power represents absolute power. After resting on the spot for an hour, Qin Lang signaled the troops to jump over the mountain of corpses and sea of bones to continue moving forward. At this time, the giant arm's nest is close at hand. It's strange. I've been scouting around here before, and there were nearly 100 giant centipedes. Why do we only encounter a dozen? Could it be that I saw it wrong? Lan Feng muttered. They should be inside the nest. When encountering a strong attack, the giant arm nest will enter a defensive state. What we won just now was just the vanguard that was used to test our strength. The feast is in the back. Brother Qin is still capable. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Lan Feng looked at him with admiration. Get your strong flashlight ready. Let's go in. Qin Lang waved his hand, and the convoy slowly drove into the dark interior of the giant arm's lair. The space inside is bigger than it looks from the outside. Chen Shui exclaimed. As more than a dozen flares were thrown, everything inside the lair was illuminated. The outer wall that exuded a putrid smell had countless lumps of different sizes, shaped like a blood heart, and all contained some kind of monster. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Just as everyone was looking around, a strange noise came from above their heads. Someone raised a strong flashlight and shined there, and saw a huge spherical object flashing past. But the next second, he was shot by Qin Lang. Shot down. What the hell is this? Lan Feng stared at the dead spherical monster on the ground. The scientific name is Beholder. It has certain mental attack capabilities and can charm people with unstable minds. Come out. The presence of a beholder often means that a large force is coming. Qin Lang naturally knew this monster and gave a simple explanation. Boom, 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 boom. Where the light above the head could not reach, there were bursts of loud noises, and in the next second, countless blood corpses and blood dogs smashed down. Everyone reacted quickly and hurriedly dealt with it, but did not cause many casualties. However, no one except Qin Lang noticed that just when the chaos occurred, the entrance was closed quietly. Boom! The sound of soft footsteps suddenly came, and dozens of bright flashlights were fired over. On a high step, there seemed to be several bloated monsters standing. They are 3 meters tall and have the same limbs as humans, except that they only have one big eye on their face, which takes up 23% of the entire face. I'm shocked. It only has 1,500 combat power. Let's see how I deal with it. Warg sneered and transformed into a wolf form. But before he could launch an attack, these 5 or 6 monsters jumped out. He stood up and slammed into the crowd with the posture of a diver. More than a dozen people were smashed into pieces on the spot. Shoot! Flames spurted out, and the bullets hit the monsters and spattered a lot of blood. Soon, these monsters were covered with bullet holes. But what everyone didn't expect was that these monsters didn't care about the wounds on their bodies. After beating their bodies hard, they rushed towards the crowd. Not to mention humans, even vehicles were knocked away by them. It's not a collision of adjectives, but a collision of physics. People finally realized something was wrong when a military truck flew over their heads. They are no ordinary monsters. Their power is several times that of night demons. They're called Big Macs. Qin Lang raised his gun and aimed at the eyes of one of the giants and said loudly, "The eyes are the key. Don't hit other places. Be careful to avoid their charging route." Bang! 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 The forest wolf is very powerful. Unfortunately, the head of the giant that was targeted by Qin Lang was quickly smashed, and the huge body fell heavily. When the others saw this, they all followed suit and shot towards the head. However, Big Mac only looked stupid, but in fact, its IQ is higher than that of the Nest Guardian. Seeing their companions fall, the remaining ones use one hand to protect their eyes, close their eyes, and rush forward, crushing and killing humans. At the same time, countless blood corpses, blood dogs, and night demons fell from the sky, fighting with the human army. Chun Shui took out a golden violin from a big box. Chun Shui's colorful card talent is a battlefield musician. The impassioned music dispelled the fear in people's hearts. Everyone's eyes were red, adrenaline surged, and they rushed towards the monster without fear of death. Qin Lang took a deep look at her and had to say that Chun Shui's support ability was quite invincible in large-scale team battles. Seeing that Chun Shui was moving, Lan Feng and the captains also joined the battle. Once all kinds of fancy skills are used, modern warfare immediately transforms into magical warfare. Qin Lang did not participate in the battle. He only used the forest wolf for long-range sniping. He wanted to save his energy to deal with the existence at the top of the food chain in the giant arms lair. For the survivors at this stage, the Nest Guardians are the greatest threat, not only because they have thick shells that can withstand most bullet attacks, but the most important thing is that they are very large and often a simple and rough attack. A 6-story building can be smashed into powder with just one hit. This is why a single Nest Guardian with 3,000 combat power can sometimes destroy a human sanctuary with multiple 1,000 or more combat power. Humans lack the means to effectively resist their attacks. But today, the Nest Guardians miscalculated. Just as they were preparing to launch a joint attack to eliminate this group of human ants in one fell swoop, the captains at the rear appeared on the battlefield carrying individual rocket launchers. With the sound of whizzing through the air, more than a dozen rounds were fired. The rockets hit the heads of the Nest Guardians hard, smashing them to pieces. These golden card individual rocket launchers all come from Qin Lang, who spent a lot of money to attack the Juji lair. With the destruction of the Nest Guardian, the Alliance completed a zero-loss position battle, and everyone rested in place under Qin Lang's instructions. Chun Jianghe, the chubby boy in charge of logistics, led his men into the battlefield to search for cards. If Qin Lang had to choose someone he could trust among the captain, Chun Shui, and Lan Feng, it would be Xiaopeng. Xiaopeng did not disappoint him, and soon 2 color cards and a stack of gold cards were handed over to Qin Lang. As for the silver cards and the following cards, Qin Lang had talked with Xiaopeng alone before setting off, so he could temporarily put it with him. The fattest jobs must be reserved for the people you trust the most. Chun Shui and Lan Feng were both jealous of the card in Qin Lang's hand, but they had no objections. Firstly, Qin Lang pulled up this army. Secondly, he was responsible for 70% of the weapons and ammunition and 100% of the heavy weapons on the field. They were all invested with real gold and silver cards. It was just like doing business. Whoever invested the most money, of course, who gets the big shot. Finally, Qin Lang himself has 5,500 combat power points, and absolute combat power represents absolute power. After resting on the spot for an hour, Qin Lang signaled the troops to jump over the mountain of corpses and sea of bones to continue moving forward. At this time, the giant arm's nest is close at hand. It's strange. I've been scouting around here before, and there were nearly 100 giant centipedes. Why did we only encounter a dozen? Could it be that I saw it wrong? Lan Feng muttered. They should be inside the nest. When encountering a strong attack, the giant arm nest will enter a defensive state. What we won just now was just the vanguard that was used to test our strength. The feast is in the back. Brother Qin is still capable. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Lan Feng looked at him with admiration. Get your strong flashlight ready. Let's go in. Qin Lang waved his hand, and the convoy slowly drove into the dark interior of the giant arms lair. The space inside is bigger than it looks from the outside. Chun Shui exclaimed. As more than a dozen flares were thrown, everything inside the lair was illuminated. The outer wall that exuded a rancid smell had countless lumps of different sizes, shaped like a blood heart, and all contained some kind of monster. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Just as everyone was looking around, a strange noise came from above their heads. Someone raised a strong flashlight and shined there and saw a huge spherical object flashing past, but the next second he was shot by Qin Lang. Shot down. What the hell is this? Lan Feng stared at the dead spherical monster on the ground. The scientific name is Beholder. It has certain mental attack capabilities and can charm people with unstable minds. Come out. The presence of a beholder often means that a large force is coming. Qin Lang naturally knew this monster and gave a simple explanation. Boom, 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 boom. Where the light above the head could not reach, there were bursts of loud noises, and in the next second, countless blood corpses and blood dogs smashed down. Everyone reacted quickly and hurriedly dealt with it, but it did not cause many casualties. However, no one except Qin Lang noticed that just when the chaos occurred, the entrance was closed quietly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of soft footsteps suddenly came, and dozens of bright flashlights were fired over. On a high step, there seemed to be several bloated monsters standing. They are 3 meters tall and have the same limbs as humans, except that they only have one big eye on their face, which takes up 23% of the entire face. I'm shocked. It only has 1,500 combat power. Let's see how I deal with it. Warg sneered and transformed into a wolf form. But before he could launch an attack, these 5 or 6 monsters jumped out. He stood up and slammed into the crowd with the posture of a diver. More than a dozen people were smashed into pieces on the spot. Shoot, shoot. Flames spurted out, and the bullets hit the monsters and spattered a lot of blood. Soon, these monsters were covered with bullet holes. But what everyone didn't expect was that these monsters didn't care about the wounds on their bodies. After beating their bodies hard, they rushed towards the crowd. Not to mention humans, even vehicles were knocked away by them. It's not a collision of adjectives, but a collision of physics. People finally realized something was wrong when a military truck flew over their heads. They are no ordinary monsters. Their power is several times that of night demons. They're called Big Macs. Qin Lang raised his gun and aimed at the eyes of one of the giants and said loudly, "The eyes are the key. Don't hit other places. Be careful to avoid their charging route." Bang, bang, bang. The forest wolf is very powerful. Unfortunately, the head of the giant that was targeted by Qin Lang was quickly smashed, and the huge body fell heavily. When the others saw this, they all followed suit and shot towards the head. However, Big Mac only looked stupid, but in fact, its IQ is higher than that of the Nest Guardian. Seeing their companions fall, the remaining ones use one hand to protect their eyes, close their eyes, and rush forward, crushing and killing humans. At the same time, countless blood corpses, blood dogs, and night demons fell from the sky, fighting with the human army. Chun Shui took out a golden violin from a big box. Chun Shui's colorful card talent is a battlefield musician. The impassioned music dispelled the fear in people's hearts. Everyone's eyes were red, adrenaline surged, and they rushed towards the monster without fear of death. Qin Lang took a deep look at her and had to say that Chun Shui's support ability was quite invincible in large-scale team battles. Seeing that Chun Shui was moving, Lan Feng and the captains also joined the battle. Once all kinds of fancy skills are used, modern warfare immediately transforms into magical warfare. Qin Lang did not participate in the battle. He only used the forest wolf for long-range sniping. He wanted to save his energy to deal with the existence at the top of the food chain in the giant arms lair. Chapter 60,000 Han Guanyin, 1/2. As the battle continued, more and more humans who had not been strengthened by cards came to their final destination, and the ground was soon filled with corpses of monsters and humans. At this time, Qin Lang raised his head and used his night vision to look at the dark heights, where a strange-looking thing was slowly crawling down. "I can't do it anymore. I have to take a break." Chun Shui put down her violin while sweating profusely. Playing battlefield music for a long time exhausted her physical strength, and she was no longer able to continue. "What's wrong?" Chun Shui found that Qin Lang had been staring above and couldn't help but look up. A blurry black shadow was getting closer and closer to them, and soon entered the lighting range of the flare. When Chun Shui saw the shape of the black shadow clearly, she frowned. "What the hell? It's another fatal day to win the jackpot. Why is it the 1,000-armed Guanyin?" Qin Lang's scalp was numb. Since returning from Rebirth, his luck has been quite unlucky. Not to mention the two encounters with the alien Blackheart. When he attacked the Jubilee lair for the first time, he unexpectedly encountered the T0 level, which is the most difficult to kill and has the highest mortality rate in the Jubilee lair. Monster, thousand-armed Avalokitesvara. As the name suggests, this 2-person tall, flesh and blood creature has countless arm-like tentacles that swing up and down like human hands, looking a bit dull. What a pussy! The captain, nicknamed the Punisher, was holding a huge scythe and had just chopped off the head of a giant. When he saw the thousand-armed Guanyin, he thought it was another little monster and pounced on him with a roar. The scythe made a sharp crack. The empty sound slashed toward the body of thousand-armed Avalokitesvara. Gulu. The thousand-armed Avalokitesvara remained motionless, with only one tentacle raised. The moment it touched the sickle, it turned into a shield. The sickle struck on it, and a large amount of sparks burst out. The torturer was stunned for a moment. Damn it, it can transform? Hey, who wants to see how powerful this thing is? The captain's chariot came to his companions, panting heavily. Took out the combat power detector and made a beep sound. It's not high, only 1,000. Oh, that's an elite monster. Let's see how I take it down. The torturer nodded, roared, and rushed over, launching a second attack. At the same time, Chariot's expression suddenly changed, because dozens of shrunken numbers appeared in the lens, including 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, 2,000, 3,000, and the highest one reached 6,000. No, come back quickly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The torturer was still in the air, and a tentacle turned into a spear and penetrated his body. The torturer died on the spot. What's this? People near Thousand-Hand Guanyin quickly stepped aside. I saw a gap in the bloated body of the flesh and blood creature, and the tentacles hanging from the torturer slowly sent the corpse in. After the gap closed, the flesh and blood creature began to squirm, accompanied by the sound of crunching and chewing, and finally the flesh and blood creature's new tentacles grew on the body surface, and the tentacles turned into the shape of a sickle. Can it evolve by devouring humans? Chen Shui's face turned pale. Ordinary blood corpses can evolve. Why can't it? Qin Lang silently put away the forest wolf, took out the flying sword Yong ran and shouted, "Get out of the way! This is not something you can deal with." Qin Lang jumped up and quickly approached the thousand-armed Guanyin. When he entered the attack range of the holy sword, he directly struck with his sword. The dazzling light is fleeting. Looking at the same place again, where is the trace of thousand-armed Avalokitesvara? Ouch, ouch. The werewolf stood up and spoke with. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading chapter 60,000-armed Avalokitesvara, 2 halves. Bloody, hairy paws wiped his eyes. As expected of the boss, Zhang Bao trotted over to flatter him. Long live the boss. Don't come here. He's still alive. Qin Lang shouted loudly. Zhang Bao's face changed wildly, but at this time, it was too late to run away. A large ball of liquid flesh and blood wrapped him tightly. Boss, save me, Gugu. Brother Bao. No, Brother Bao. The 2 lieutenants of Zhang Bao were stunned. The boss creature of the giant arm nest of flesh and blood structure. The difficulty of killing is S-level, has super resilience, and has talents such as splitting, devouring, and simulated learning. Qin Lang recalled all the information about Thousand-Hand Guanyin. The most important point is that Thousand-Hand Guanyin is afraid of fire, and his flying sword Yongran happens to be a fire attribute. This should be my only advantage. Qin Lang took a breath and said to the 2 lieutenants, "Give me a halo." "Ah, yes." The 2 adjutants hurriedly added 2 auxiliary halos to Qin Lang. They did not have attack capabilities, but they both learned gold-level halo auxiliary skills. At this time, Thousand-Hand Guanyin had completely digested Zhang Bao and returned to its original form. It shook its bloated body and walked towards Qin Lang. "Go!" Qin Lang pointed his fingers together in his swords, and with one point of his fingers, the flying sword flew out with a long fire tail. Thousand-armed Avalokitesvara raised its tentacles and transformed into a shield to block it, but it misjudged the lethality of the flying sword everlasting burning. Those metal shields were easily chopped into pieces like tofu cubes. The flying sword everlasting burning's power remained unabated and slashed from it. Next big chunk of flesh. Thousand-armed Avalokitesvara became furious, accelerated suddenly, and charged forward. Qin Lang hurriedly dodged to the side. During the dodge, several tentacles turned into ropes and wrapped around his body, pulling him towards a sudden open mouth. Eat explosives. Qin Lang was well prepared. He first lit a large bundle of detonators, and then used the air control technique to control the detonators and sent them in smoothly. The big mouth closed instantly. The next second it noticed something was wrong, but it was too late. A ball of fire exploded, and the thousand-handed guanyin turned into countless fragments. Qin Lang was also affected and injured. He fell heavily to the ground. His clothes were tattered, revealing his perfect muscles that were almost impeccable. Chun Shui stared blankly, took a breath of cold air, and her body trembled. Ewo, boss, are you okay? The wolf rushed over, picked up Qin Lang, and threw him on his back, and quickly hid at the edge of the battlefield. I'm fine. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, Qin Lang moved his arm. My wound should have healed. The wolf. Qin Lang joked, and his expression became serious again. Thousand-handed Avalokitesvara is not an easy creature to kill. Even if it is broken twice in a row, it is impossible to die just like that. As expected, the fragments that were blown away began to wriggle and gathered toward the position in the middle. Don't just stand there, shoot at the fragments. Qin Lang first picked up the rifle and started shooting, and the others followed suit, smashing the flesh and blood into pieces to prevent them from gathering. After 5 or 6 minutes of shooting, it stopped at Qin Lang's signal. Except for the battle in a farther area, Qin Lang's side was quiet. The danger intuition showed its use at this moment. Feeling the danger behind him, Qin Lang's scalp numbed, and he rolled to the side without thinking. When he looked up again, he saw that a half-meter-tall dwarf creature appeared in the place where he was standing, holding a dagger-like weapon in his hand. Chapter 61 Nescor, 1/2. Seeing this dwarf creature, Qin Lang's eyes flashed with joy. According to the investigation results given by researchers in previous lives, Thousand-Hand Guanyin has 2 final forms, one of which is to split into a large number of flesh and blood dwarfs. Although the flesh and blood dwarfs in this state have super speed and lethality, they have lost their terror, recovery ability, and Qin Lang is best at single-on-one attacks, and speed is also his strength. Thinking of this, Qin Lang moved his 2 fingers, and the flying sword Yongran slashed hard. Although the flesh and blood dwarf moved fast, it was half a beat slower than the flying sword Yongran. Just as he jumped into the air to escape, he was cut into 2 pieces by a sword, and a colorful card was revealed in the broken flesh. Qin Lang didn't even look at it. He threw the colored cards into the storage space. He turned around and looked at the others. They were all attacked by flesh and blood dwarfs. This inconspicuous dwarf was even difficult for the captain to deal with, let alone those ordinary people. Nearly 100 people were killed in just a few dozen seconds. If Lan Feng hadn't realized something was wrong and returned to the roof of the car in time to defend Chun Shui from the dwarf's attack, Chun Shui would have died by now. Qin Lang didn't have the energy to take care of other people. He walked forward with firm steps. The flying sword Yongran controlled with his fingers, shuttled through the crowd, and continuously killed flesh and blood dwarfs. The flesh and blood dwarfs that occasionally attacked were often chopped into pieces by him with his black sword before they could get close enough. At this time, Qin Lang can be said to be both offensive and defensive impeccable. Quack! Suddenly, there were bursts of strange screams in the dark air, and countless winged demons swooped down, cooperating with the flesh and blood dwarves to attack the remaining survivors. The original large army of more than 600 people now only had less than 100 people left, and with a rate of 5 or 6 people per minute, is rapidly decreasing. Brother Jianghe, I'm scared. Sui Hua firmly grabbed Xiaopong's arm. Xiaopeng's face was solemn. Since more than 10 of them were not capable of fighting, Qin Lang arranged them in the car at the back as a battlefield cleaner. They shivered in fear when they saw the bloody scene outside through the car window. Boom! /U003 E-Puff. Puff! Several winged demons landed on the roof of the car, and their sharp claws easily penetrated the seemingly hard steel plate. In an instant, the roof of the car was lifted, and the winged demons screamed and penetrated a woman's head, taking her into the air and meeting her. Other winged demons share the food. The nearby winged demons discovered a carload of prey and rushed over excitedly. The situation at the scene was precarious. It is a pity that although Qin Lang saw everything happening behind him, he was unable to do anything because he had discovered that there was another leader besides Thousand Hand Guanyin hidden in this group of winged demons. This is a two-boss lair. It can be said that the probability of encountering two bosses in a lair is equivalent to buying the same number for 100,000 yuan and winning more than 200 million yuan in the end, without even paying taxes. In the dark sky, a humanoid monster with wings and a fork-shaped weapon stared at Qin Lang. This is a white Shura with a difficulty level of B to kill. It has extremely strong mobility. Its advantage is that it has strong single-target combat capabilities, but its disadvantage is that its defense is slightly weak. 3 flesh and blood dwarfs took advantage of Qin Lang's distraction and launched sneak attacks from the left, right, and back. Seeing that the dagger was about to stab this hateful human to death, Qin Lang suddenly turned around and chopped continuously. In a bright light, even the flesh and blood dwarf and 5 or 6 winged demons in midair were turned into powder. Brother Xiaoqin, save me. Chun Jianghe stretched out his hand towards Qin Lang with difficulty. But it's a pity that he couldn't wait for Qin Lang to come back for help. A winged demon pierced his head. During the flight with Xiaopeng, Xiaopeng was too fat and he couldn't catch it for a while. The body fell on Qin Lang. At feet. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 61, The Core of the Nest, 2 halves. Qin Lang looked at the corpse silently, not knowing how to react. Chun Jianghe, the future top expert, died here. My rebirth has changed the fate of too many people. Will Xiao Nizi do it? Qin Lang's mood suddenly became a little depressed. Looking up suddenly, he saw that Baishura was close at hand. It was too late to avoid him, but Qin Lang didn't panic at all and turned on the protective bracelet as soon as possible. The steel fork stabbed Qin Lang, only knocking him back and failing to cause any substantial damage to him. Gah! Baishura returned to the air, his already twisted face becoming more ferocious. Bullying me that I can't fly? Your opponent has never been me. Qin Lang turned around and only heard a loud bang. The closed door of the giant arms lair was violently blasted open, and dozens of armed men and women appeared at the entrance. It was none other than the team members who had been in spiritual communication with Qin Lang in the past 2 days: Lin Wanner, Lao Li, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and the shelter staff. Oh, that's by Shura, right? Xiao Su, it belongs to me. You must not steal it from me. Lao Li was so majestic, he aimed his blood-pattern gun at Baishura and threw a shot from 100 meters away. Before Baishura could react, he was overturned by the shot and hit the ground, his wings fluttering in pain. Murderous vines! Su Yun crossed his arms, and the next moment, dozens of vines sprouted out of thin air, tightly entangling the nearby winged demons and flesh and blood dwarfs. Kill! Ding Yuan transformed into a lizard and pounced on the flesh and blood dwarf closest to her. They are. Chun Shui stared blankly at these unfamiliar faces. Next to him is Lan Feng, who has long since died. Lan Feng single-handedly killed 6 winged demons and 2 flesh dwarfs and died of exhaustion. They're all my people, and we are saved. Qin Lang stretched out his hand and signaled Chun Shui to come down. Chun Shui jumped up. Before she could stand firm, a dagger in the darkness penetrated her waist. Puff! Chun Shui spurted out a mouthful of blood and passed out. What attacked Chun Shui was a half-dead flesh and blood dwarf, and even Qin Lang didn't notice its existence. Chun-Li help. Coming. Hu Chun-Li rushed over to treat Qin Shui. On the other side, Lao Li, Su Yun, and Ding Yuan, 3 strong men at their peak, took the lead. The gunmen and archers behind them were very comfortable. After a while, all the winged demons were wiped out, and by Shura, he finally died under the siege of 3 people. So many people have died. Lin Wanner sighed softly. Through spiritual communication, she knew Qin Lang's plan early on. She would first consume the people in the shelter, let them take the lead, and finally let them attack to minimize casualties. But she did not expect that the Jubilee lair would be so terrifying. The Alliance brought over 600 people, but in the end, less than 50 survived, and the death rate was as high as 90. You guys collect the cards, and I'll go up and get the stuff. Qin Lang warned, and went up the spiral staircase. There were some lone-winged demons along the way. They did not dare to attack Qin Lang and scattered like birds and beasts. After walking upward for a while, Qin Lang found the fist-sized nest core in the middle of the giant arm's nest. Qin Lang took a deep breath, cut off its rhizome with a knife, and held it in his hand. Through the thin shell, he could clearly see the dark gold card and colored card inside. Chapter 62 and Hut, 1/2. As the core of the nest was taken off, the huge giant arm nest began to tremble. Qin Lang did not dare to stay too long and quickly returned to the original route. At this time, a group of people responsible for cleaning up the battlefield were already waiting outside the door. That is, Qin Lang's pupils suddenly condensed. He found a half-naked corpse in the corner. Its owner was the former captain of the Iron Army Sanctuary, the Warg. Among all the captains, it was the Warg who impressed him deeply. Unfortunately, Qin Lang couldn't recall how he died, but it was better to save him from having to do it himself. Taking one last look at the mountain of corpses and sea of bones, Qin Lang pursed his lips and walked towards the team. Not long after the convoy left the giant arm's nest, the giant arm's nest suddenly collapsed and turned into a piece of sewage. Qin Lang, don't blame yourself too much. This is the end of the world. The end of the world is inherently cruel. Even if you don't bring them to the Jubilee lair, they may not be able to survive the cold winter. I feel really sorry for you like this. A pair of warm little hands gently placed on Qin Lang's shoulders, and Lin Wanner comforted him softly. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and buried his head deeply into his soft chest. He didn't blame himself for bringing the Alliance into the giant arm's lair. He was just worried that Feng Xiaoni would end up like Chun Jianghe because of his rebirth. Lie down and don't move. I'll take care of you. Lin Wanner rolled up her long hair and pushed Qin Lang down with a smile. As the driver, Lin Mo closed the curtain very wisely. Don't look at anything inappropriate. Are these cards really for me? Chen Shui couldn't believe her eyes. There were thousands of cards in front of her, and everyone would be confused. You deserve this. I didn't expect that so many people would be lost in this attack on the giant arm's lair. I deserve it. Chen Shui sat up with difficulty. She was seriously injured. If it hadn't been for Hu Chunli's rescue, in time, Xiaoming had already given his life. At this time, he had not recovered, and it was a little painful to move. You will be in charge of the shelter from now on. Eating horseshoes consumes a lot of money. You'd better accept these cards. Otherwise, how can you support so many mouths? Qin Lang paused and then said, We will live in the shelter for a while. Time. I won't leave until I have a new foothold. I will help you build a suitable set of talents and skills based on your talents in a few days. Your current talents are purely auxiliary. Once someone gets close to you, you will die. Chen Shui was in a daze. Everything Qin Lang said was good, but she always felt something was strange. Chen Shui suddenly became alarmed. That's not right, Brother Qin. You want me to use these cards to support a shelter with hundreds of people? That's not enough at all. The shelters are filled with the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Qin Lang spread his hands and said, I can only take out so much. As you can see, I also have a lot of people, and they have to be fed by me. Brother Qin, Chen Shui was anxious. Take me with you. Although my color card talent does not have the ability to fight alone, it can be used in group battles and has a strong auxiliary effect. It is definitely 1 + 12, so simple. It's not impossible to take you away, but what about the old, weak, sick, and disabled people in the shelter? He really likes Chun Shue's talent. Its supporting effect in small-scale team battles is far greater than that of various silver and gold card halos. Well, Chun Shue muttered, it's better to leave the card to them and see how long they live. The choice is yours. It's up to me. Qin Lang stood up to leave, but Chun Shue grabbed his arm. Qin Lang was startled. What's wrong? Brother Qin, is Lin Wanner your girlfriend? This chapter is not finished yet. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 62 and Hut, 2 halves. Qin Lang was a little confused. So what if it is, what if it's not? Chun Shue's face turned red. I am a master's degree in music from Berkeley University. This time I returned to China to visit my parents, but I encountered the apocalypse. Although I'm not a star like Lin Wanner, my family background are only higher than hers, not lower than her. Qin Lang frowned deeply. What exactly do you want to say? I want to be your girlfriend. Qin Lang looked surprised. Was it so sudden? He really didn't expect it. Although I study abroad, I'm still a virgin. I am very clean. I don't want to compete with Sister Lin for favor. I just want to live well. Chun Shue pleaded with her eyes. You heal your injuries first, and we'll talk about other things later. Qin Lang stopped staying and walked out of the room. I have to admit that Chun Shue is quite outstanding regardless of appearance, figure, or appearance. Chun Shue would have such an idea, which is abrupt but not incomprehensible. After all, he showed super fighting power in the battle, and any woman would want to be attached to him. Surround yourself with strong men to rely on. Love and sex can only be used as seasonings in the last days. If you really think that I will be controlled by these two things, you are too naive. Chun Shue. She does have a good figure. Qin Lang rolled up a piece of white snow and returned to the RV, muttering to himself. At this time, he did not notice that behind him, Lin Wanner walked into the room where Chun Shue was with a dark face. Inside the RV, the temperature is always 25 degrees above zero, which is very warm. Qin Lang looked at the nest core on the table and fell into deep thought. The layer core has 2 uses. The first is to cut it open directly and take out the cards inside to enhance yourself or your team. The second way is to plant it. Next, use human or monster corpses as nutrients to cultivate it. Let it breed monsters continuously, and then kill monsters to get cards. Under normal circumstances, cultivating the core of the nest is the most cost-effective, but the shortcomings of this are also very obvious. First of all, this means that Qin Lang must be prepared to fix the base camp in a certain area, because the core of the nest has no legs and cannot follow the vehicle. Move. Secondly, the process of growing the core of the nest is quite long. Even if there are sufficient nutrients, it will take 2 to 3 months, or even longer, to start reaping benefits. Qin Lang pinched his eyebrows and said, with my current strength, as long as I don't seek death, I will basically not die. How about finding a place to plant it first? That place is very suitable for a long-term shelter. If it doesn't work, then cut the card and take it. It's too late for the card. What? Boss, are you kidding me? Do you want to use this as a shelter? Lao Li looked in disbelief. Can I ask why? No. Qin Lang glared at him. Old Li rolled his eyes and patted his bald head hard. Well, you are the boss and you have the final say. Then it's such a happy decision. Qin Lang took out a colorful card from the space ring, and Hutu. He picked this up on the first day of the apocalypse, and he didn't have the chance to use it until today. As the cards are torn apart, throw. A courtyard covering an area of more than 200 square meters appeared out of thin air on the snow. Pushing open the door is a huge yard, which not only has 4 areas for planting, but also a well with separate drinking water and electricity systems. Wow, this house is so beautiful. Are we going to live here in the future? Lin Wanner's eyes were filled with stars. Of course, we will live here for a long time in the future. You can choose a room. Chapter 63, Farming and Trading, 1 half. In addition to the yard, this small house also has a main control room and 4 independent rooms, each of which has a bedroom, storage room, and bathroom. The first batch of residents of the house are Lin Wanner, Li Zhengqi, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and Hu Chunli. In theory, Hu Chunli is not qualified to live in the house, but she is Lao Li's woman and a family member of his right-hand man, so she must be treated seriously. As the owner of the house, Qin Lang naturally lived in the main control room. The huge 200-inch screen can not only be used to watch movies and play games, but also to monitor the room and the surrounding area within 100 meters without blind spots. Do you feel at home? Qin Lang lay on the soft bed and looked at Lin Wanner with a smile. Lin Wanner pounced and got into Qin Lang's arms. I'm so happy. Hey, don't be busy doing bad things yet. Qin Lang grabbed his pants with a smile. Otherwise, Lin Wanner would tear them off. Everything has a priority. I have to get the most important thing done first. ... What's the most important thing? Lin Wanner sat on the bed in a duck-like sitting position. I'll be back soon. You take a shower first. Oh, okay. Qin Lang walked out of the main control room and entered the backyard from the side. The backyard is an independent and private area with the same defense level as the main control room. Most importantly, there are two special planning areas here. Qin Lang buried the nest core in the soil and then took out the corpse that had been casually put in from the storage space and covered it on the nest core. The vitality of the nest core is far beyond human imagination, and it is also very simple to plant, so Qin Lang doesn't have to worry about it at all. After completing the planting effortlessly, Qin Lang brushed off the dust on his hands and went back to the main control room to find Lin Wanner to applaud for love. The next morning, Qin Lang strolled to the backyard. The scene in front of him amazed him. At this time, the corpse covering the core of the nest had been penetrated by countless black blood vessels, which continuously absorbed nutrients from a corpse, and the corpse had obviously shrunk a lot. At present, it seems that one corpse is consumed every 2 or 3 days. Qin Lang nodded and simply took out a dozen corpses to cover it, all picked up from the nearby giant arm nest. In this way, he doesn't have to come here every day, saving time, effort, and worry. There are also 3 ladies, Ding Yuan, Lin Wanner, and Hu Chunli, who are also farmers. They planted tomatoes, potatoes, beans, winter melons, pumpkins, corn, and other plants in the planting area of the front yard. These seeds all come from cards, and it is very simple to plant. The only thing to pay attention to is that you must choose the right season. For example, in the cold winter, you can't plant spring seeds, autumn seeds, or summer seeds, and vice versa. In the next half-month, Qin Lang hardly left his house. Every day, he either played games or watched movies or spent time with Lin Wanner. His life was much more comfortable than before the end of the world. Lao Li had the same feeling as him. This big, bald guy shouted, I love the end of the world, and the end of the world is really cool, more than once after getting drunk. The big guys in the small house certainly lived a very free and easy life. But this did not mean that the rest of the people who were not qualified to live in the small house lived a miserable life. In fact, the guys led by Lin Mo, Wu Fa, and Wu Tian outside invited a group of people to have outdoor barbecues all day long. If they were really bored, they would make snowmen and do art. It was as lively as going to the Harbin Ice and Snow World. In this world of ice and snow, people even gradually forgot the cruelty of the end of the world. This chapter is not yet finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 63, Farming and Trading. 2 halves. Time passed, and one day, half a month later, the sun was bright but could not dispel the severe cold. At this time, the outdoor temperature had reached minus 35 degrees. A convoy of 50 snowmobiles stopped a few kilometers away from Anne's cabin. The man in the white fox fur hat put down his military binoculars, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. The boy in a white windbreaker next to him exclaimed, Boss, I think I must be hungry and my eyes are blurry. Why do I feel like they're having a party? You are not blurry. They're indeed having a party. They even built snowmen and a slide. Damn, there seems to be a ski resort behind. Fuck, what is going on? I am confused. ... The fox fur man tightened his scarf, which had long been frozen, and said, There is only one possibility for them to dare to play like this in the end of the world. Their enhanced talents and skills are enough to fight against the harsh climate and most monsters. They're not afraid at all. The boy pondered, then, "Boss, do you mean to take a detour? We don't have enough food cards. We have to trade with them and see what their attitude is first." The fox fur man grabbed a handful of snow under his feet and threw it out. The snow turned into a bird in the air and flapped its wings to fly towards the shelter. At this time, Lin Mo and his group were playing poker in the tent. Suddenly, they heard birds singing outside and walked out curiously. "What kind of bird is this? I've never seen one before." Chun Shui looked curious. "It's so beautiful." Cough, cough, cough. The bird coughed a few times. "Hello. Fuck. Bird spirit. Hurrah." More than a dozen rifles aimed at the bird at the same time. The bird hurriedly said, "Wait. Wait, wait, wait. I'm not the enemy. We are a convoy from Wanghai City. We are in short supply of food and hope to exchange some resource cards with you. You can look to the west. Our convoy is here." After hearing this, everyone looked around and saw some black spots on the high ground to the west. "What are you going to give us in exchange for our food cards?" Lin Mo asked. "Xiaoniao. It depends on what you're short of. Everything below color cards can be traded." "Okay, just wait. I'll notify the boss right away." Lin Mo patted his butt and walked towards an hut. "Can we trade food cards?" "Okay, let's go out and have a look." When Qin Lang heard the news, he put on his clothes and came to the door. "Xiaoniao. Hello. My name is Deng Haifeng. I come from Wanghai City. I hope to do business with you." "Okay, if you need anything, please list it down for me to see first." Qin Lang nodded. At this stage of the end of the world, all the people who can survive are human beings. Not many people dare to start a war easily. He estimates that this deal is 80% true. "The supplies I need are as follows." The little bird spread its wings and saw a snow tiger running out of the west. The snow tiger stopped in front of everyone, holding a gold card in its mouth. "Xiaoniao, the gold card is just to show our sincerity and is not included in the transaction." Crack! Snow Tiger's body collapsed, revealing a thick list. Qin Lang picked it up and looked at it briefly. Most of the things they wanted were food, and the exchange ratio was marked. But what puzzles people around is that these foods all start with blue cards. No, this is the end of the world. It's good to eat something. Why are you picky about food? You have to have blue card food? Why instant noodles and ham sausage can't satisfy you? Lao Li's complaint was quite accurate. Chapter 64 Wang Wu, 1/2. The bird covered its face with one wing and said dejectedly, "I have my difficulties." This anthropomorphic scene made everyone around laugh. Qin Lang also laughed. He sat on the ground and said, "What difficulties? Isn't it just that the messy cards were strengthened too much and the body couldn't bear it in the end?" The bird was startled and asked in surprise, "You, how do you know?" "Not only do I know, I also know how to make up for this defect, but..." Qin Lang took out a cigarette and lit it. "These are all paid content. If you're willing to pay the consulting fee, I can teach you, but you must come in person." The bird was stunned, turned into a large snowflake, and dissipated in the air. "Boss, is he lying to us?" The boy in the windbreaker widened his eyes. Dot. Dot. The fox fur man groaned. "No. If he was lying, he wouldn't know that we strengthened the messy cards. He really has a way to solve our problem fundamentally. But face-to-face communication, wouldn't it be dangerous?" All along the way, none of the shelter leaders we met looked like humans. The windbreaker boy was very worried. They had traveled a long way from Wanghai City to here and encountered at least 10 shelters. Most of the shelter leaders were brutal sex maniacs and murderers. Occasionally, they were religious lunatics. If you didn't believe in their sect, they would call them cults and want to purify them completely. After fighting for more than a dozen times for no reason, they had already been completely disappointed with human nature. No matter how dangerous it is, you have to go. This is the only way to fundamentally solve the problem. You don't want them to starve to death, do you? The fox fur man sighed. "I'll go with you." "No." The fox fur man flatly refused. "If the other party really has evil intentions, at least you can lead the team. If both of us are killed, how can you be worthy of so many classmates who trust you behind you?" The windbreaker boy looked at the men and women in the car. Although they had survived in the apocalypse for nearly 2 months Everyone's face was exhausted, but it was not difficult to see that they were actually very immature, and the oldest was only 17 or 18 years old. Boss, if they really dare to attack you, I will avenge you even if I risk my life. The windbreaker boy burst into tears. Silly child, if they kill me too, what's the point of you fighting? The fox fur man helped the windbreaker boy straighten his collar and found out of the corner of his eye that the boys and girls in the snow chariot actually came out, with worries written all over their red faces. Go back, it's cold outside. But boss, why don't you just forget it? Yes, boss, we can starve for a few days. The boys and girls spoke one after another. The fox fur man shook his head. I have made up my mind and will not change it. However, I hope to hear you call me teacher again. Teacher Wong. Woo-woo. We can't bear to part with you. Teacher Wong. Hey. Forget about crying. People who don't know me would think I'm going to die. Are you kidding me? I'm just going to negotiate. Don't make me cry to death. Wong Wu said humorously, waved his hand, got on the snowmobile, and drove towards the shelter at the bottom of the slope. Wong Wu, an ordinary physical education teacher, took a salary of $3,000 to $4,000 and paid a mortgage of $2,000 to $3,000. After the end of the world, he risked his life to protect 67 students, led the way in fighting monsters, and killed wave after wave of monsters. 2 months later, the total number of students in the convoy behind him was 67, and not one was left behind. This is a miracle in the end of the world. This chapter is not yet finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 64, Wong Wu, 2 halves. Hello, everyone. My name is Wong Wu. I'm a physical education teacher in Wanghai City. Wong Wu took off his fox fur hat and bowed. Fuck, this is outrageous, boss. You are right. His combat power is 7,700, which is higher than yours. Lao Li said with a sigh. Qin Lang glared at him and started to communicate with him. Lao Li, you talk too much nonsense. Wait for me and him to go into the house. You find a way to control those people on the slope. Be polite first and then use force. Try not to cause any deaths. Lao Liaj, that. Su Yin received it. Ding Yuan received it. Lin Wanner is. Qin Lang said with a smile. Qin Lang, the leader of this small shelter, I already know your problem. Let's go in and talk. My fee is very expensive. Wong Wu said. As long as this problem can be solved fundamentally, the card is not a problem. Hey, generally speaking, money is not a problem, but it is 100% a problem with money. Haha, Mr. Qin is really humorous. Please come in. Qin Lang took Wong Wu into the Xiaowu. In the Xiaowu, he has a 100 home advantage. Don't say that Wong Wu only has 7,700 combat power. He is 17,700. Of course, there is no monster of this level at present. Is this paradise? Wong Wu felt the warm atmosphere in the small courtyard, looked at the green plants, and said with heartfelt emotion, Hey, Mr. Wong, look at what you said. Who are you insulting? How can paradise be as comfortable as me? Ha ha. Then I was wrong. I apologize. Wong Wu laughed. Good impression is a very wonderful thing. Wong Wu felt that Qin Lang had a good impression when he first saw him. After a few brief exchanges, he began to like this young man who was much younger than him. How bad can a person who can retain a humorous personality in the end times be? Simple logic. Gulyalu. Qin Lang made a pot of tea in the courtyard and sat looking at Wong Wu. He took a sip of tea and went straight to the point without any hesitation. Cards can enhance people's combat effectiveness and improve their survival rate in the end of the world. This is an indisputable fact, but this does not mean that a person can use various levels of cards mindlessly. Cards are used to strengthen oneself. The final result of mindless strengthening is that the body cannot withstand the backlash caused by the cards. The most typical example is that when a number of strengthened cards reaches a certain number and an eat green card or white card food, they will lose their original strength. To put it simply, it means that it is not hungry and thirsty. At this time, the strengthening body must use blue cards to replenish energy for the body. This is your current situation. Wong Wu almost jumped up with excitement. Yes, you are absolutely right. Now the white card and green card food are of no use to us. No matter how much we eat, it's just like we haven't eaten at all. Please teach me, Mr. Qin. What should I do? What can be done to alleviate this situation? Qin Lang picked up the teacup and said with a smile, Then it depends on your sincerity, Mr. Wang. Oh, I understand. Wang Wu can be considered a social person, so he quickly took out 5 gold cards and handed them over. Qin Lang put it all into the storage space without looking at it. I'll take the deposit first. I'll take the other part after I help you solve the problem. Wang Wu's mouth twitched. Well, although the young leader is not a murderous nymphomaniac, he is a greedy businessman. You have the final say. Wang Wu had already begun to feel pain in his body. Chapter 65, Leisurely Apocalyptic Life, 1/2. You guys should have accumulated a lot of cards all the way from Wanghai. Do you have a lot of these blank silver cards? Qin Lang took out a silver card from the storage space and handed it over. This, Wang Wu was stunned and nodded repeatedly. There are indeed, and there are quite a lot of them. I never knew what they were used for. Qin Lang smiled. Its function is to take out your enhanced silver card and below talents. Since your current problem is that you have learned too many messy talents and skills, resulting in overload of enhancement, then you only need to take out some useless ones. Wouldn't it be enough to stop the body from being overloaded? Is this so simple? Wang was a little dumbfounded. Otherwise, how complicated do you think it is? Qin Lang squinted his eyes. I have a lot of blank silver cards here. I am willing to exchange them for gold cards with you at a ratio of 21. Do you want to consider it? Wang Wu smiled bitterly. Your ratio is too bad. If it were 3:1, I would consider it. I see that you're also a real person, so I changed it. Qin Lang stood up and shook hands with Wang Wu. By the way, I also accept paid enhanced direction planning. If you're interested, you can come to consult me. 1 gold card will be charged each time. Strength and direction planning? What do you mean? Wang Wu was a little confused. After all, he was just a pitiful and helpless physical education teacher with muscles in his brain. To put it simply, it is to use the fewest cards to build the strongest warrior. Make sure that each talent and skill can complement each other, so that your team can exert the strongest combat power in battle. Wang Wu's eyes shone in confusion. I really want to ask you to make plans, but we don't have many gold cards in our hands. I'm afraid it's hard to just exchange for silver cards. That's it. Let's talk about it then. Chengwei, you need to pay 10 gold cards for this consultation. Okay, Wang Wu felt distressed. Outside In's cabin. Teacher Wang. As soon as Wang Wu walked out of the hut, he saw his students standing not far from him, surrounded by dozens of people. \U003C. BR\U003E. Wang Wu was shocked and shouted angrily. What do you mean? Qin Lang raised his hand. Hey, Mr. Wang, don't get excited. I don't have any ill intentions. If I really want to kill people and steal goods, they will not be brought back. Wang Wu, then you. Qin Lang smiled and said, This is the end of the world. You must not have the intention of harming others, and you must have the intention of guarding against others. I don't like things to be out of control. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Wu nodded. They are all my students. Don't hurt them. Old Li, pull back. Qin Lang shouted and pulled everyone back. When talking to Wang Wu just now, Lao Li and Su Yun had already told him the process through spiritual communication. The two sides did not fight at all. Although each of these students looked very scary, with either 3,000 or 4,000, they were actually not strong. Their monitor, Du Jun, a young man in a windbreaker, competed with Lao Li and was easily manipulated. Just let the students surrender. Because Du Jun is a smart man, he can see that this group of people is not comparable to the shelter soldiers he encountered in the past, and is obviously several levels higher. Are you guys okay? Wang Wu was a little worried. Boss, we're all fine. They mean no harm. They even said they would treat us to hot pot later. Du Jun said with a smile. Wang Wu nodded. It's fine. Boss, did he tell you the solution? Well, that's it. Wang Wu told Qin Lang's original words to his classmates. But we don't have that many gold cards at the moment. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 65, Leisurely Apocalyptic Life, 2/2. We can only solve the problem one by one temporarily, and we will deal with it later. While the students were talking, Everyone in the shelter had already vacated a large tent at Qin Lang's signal, and all kinds of hot pot ingredients were placed on the table. Fresh pork, beef, and mutton rolls, various vegetables, and mushrooms are all available. The most mouth-watering thing is, of course, the delicious-looking red oil pot bottom. Gula Wang Wu swallowed deeply and spit. Lao said carelessly, "Our boss said that when guests come, they must be entertained with good wine and good food. If the enemy comes, he must be given a taste of big dick. Since you're guests, please come in." ... Wang Wu bowed deeply. "Thank you, Boss Qin." Qin Lang chuckled. "You're welcome. Just eat and drink enough. This is the most basic thing." "Boss Qin, what are you doing?" Du Jun has a bit of a personality and is very outgoing. "Oh, let's get some barbecue. We're tired of hot pot." Wang Wu, Du Jun. 66 students, what a Versailles. At first, the students were a little cautious about eating and drinking, but after drinking 2 ounces of white wine, the students could no longer hold back and let themselves go and showed their true selves. Lin Mo, Wu Fa, and Wu Tian were all students, a few years older than them, and they quickly integrated in and chatted happily with each other. But this is the end of the world after all, and many people have lost their loved ones. After drinking and eating, some people started to cry. People can't eat too much. When people are hungry, they only have one worry, but after they are full, they will breed countless worries. Qin Lang clicked his tongue and continued to play video games on the big screen. "It's called Baldur's Gate 10. Lin Wanner chuckled. "Then do you still want to starve them?" /U003C. BR/U003E. "If you keep crying and ruining my mood, I will starve them." Qin Lang laughed. "There's something I haven't told you." "Oh, what's the matter?" "I'm going to sleep in the free room tonight." "Why?" "I plan to make a place for Chen Shui." Qin Lang frowned, "Huh?" Lin Wanner said happily, "Look at your expression. Chen Shui has been interested in you for more than a day or two. A man as powerful as you is worth having. Don't worry about me." "No." Qin Lang shook his head. "I didn't mean that. I just thought that if you were so sensible, how could I bear to let you sleep in another room? Our bed is not big enough." Lin Wanner came over and said, "You just be bad. Even if I am embarrassed, Chen Shui is embarrassed." "I don't care about that." Qin Lang hugged Lin Wanner and pressed her heavily under him. "Go and bring Chen Shui in." "Good." 10,000 words are omitted here. The next morning, Qin Lang appeared in the courtyard of Anne's small house with Lin Wanner in his left hand and Chen Shui in his right hand. Lao was squatting by the well brushing his teeth when he saw this. Qin Lang was not polite to him and kicked his butt hard. "What the hell? I've never seen you so clean before." "Hey, there's a woman in the house, so we must pay attention to hygiene." "How are those students? They didn't cause any trouble, did they?" "It's okay. It's very safe. I went to bed after being tired last night." Ding Yuan was worried that it would be cold for them to sleep in the tent at night, so she brought a small sun over there. "Good." Qin Lang nodded. "This life is so comfortable." Chapter 66, The Disappeared Team, 1/2. After washing up in Anne's cabin, Qin Lang put on his down jacket and opened the door and walked out. Anhui has its own temperature adjustment system. This system is much better than central air conditioning. As long as the battery is sufficient, it can always maintain the most comfortable temperature for the human body. Once the door is opened, it will be different. There is a temperature difference of nearly 60 degrees between the inside and outside of the house. "Did you have a good rest yesterday?" Qin Lang waved his hand to the group of students and immediately received enthusiastic responses from the students, saying that they had eaten well and slept soundly, and thanked Brother Qin for the hospitality. "Boss Qin, I have something to discuss with you. It may be a bit abrupt. If there is anything I said wrong, please don't take it personally." Wang Wu said hesitantly. You tell me first. Now, let me make it clear first that as long as it's not about borrowing a card, everything else can be discussed. In the end times, cards are everything." Wang Wu smiled and said, "That's not true. We're a little tired physically and mentally after driving all the way here. I want to take the children to rest at your place for a while before leaving." "That's no problem." Qin Lang cheered. "What do I think is going on? I'm so nervous." You can stay here as long as you want. I'm responsible for the heating, but your food. It's not that Qin Lang can't afford the food. In fact, the supply cards he seized during the battle at the giant arm lair were enough for 180 people to use for more than half a year. But why? They're not their own people. Wang Wu hurriedly said, "No need for that. We will find a way ourselves. I've already lived in yours. If I eat yours again, no matter how thick-skinned I am, I won't be able to do such a thing. If you need any help, just ask." In the last days, everyone still has to hug each other for warmth. Qin Lang patrolled around the shelter, stuffed some corpses into the storage space, and soon returned to An's cabin to live. You can play games too. Qin Lang's eyes lit up when he looked at Chun Shui, who was holding the controller and playing hard. Chun Shui threw it away in panic. He stood up and said cautiously, "I like playing games very much. When I was studying, I also did live broadcasts to make some pocket money. I have more than 400,000 fans. Oh, then you're really quite an internet celebrity. Have you ever played this game called It Works as a Couple or as a Single Player 9 ? I've played it before. Come on, let's get started." Okay, I really envy you for being able to play games. Lin Wanner is a game idiot and can only watch helplessly. This is really not her strong point, and she doesn't know what fun games are. Who told you not to play games more when you were in school? You can't keep up now. Disgusting. Lin Wanner angrily kicked Qin Lang with her little foot. Time flies, and a week passes without realizing it. Qin Lang's life during this period can be said to be quite regular. Every day when he opens his eyes, he plays games and watches movies. When he is tired from playing, he sleeps with the two girls under the quilt. When he wakes up, he repeats yesterday's daily routine and enjoys it. It's not that Qin Lang is proud and complacent and has lost the motivation to fight. There are really no monsters for him to kill, so he finally settled down and can enjoy life. Besides, the temperature outside has almost dropped to -40 degrees. Unless they are about to starve to death, who would go hunting in such an extreme climate? Dee. Qin Lang was sleeping when he suddenly heard the doorbell. He looked up and saw that it was Wang Wu. He was standing at the door shivering. "Boss Qin, I want to discuss something with you. This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 66, The Disappearing Team. 2 halves. Come in." Qin Lang opened the door and let Wang Wu in. He strolled into the courtyard wearing short-sleeved shorts. "What's wrong?" Wang Wu moved his hands and feet and said, "That's it. I want to exchange some ammunition cards with you. Isn't it snowing? There are a lot of monsters popping up. I plan to take the students to hunt. If we continue like this, we will have nothing to eat. Sooner or later, there will be a day of running out of ammunition, but I really don't have much ammo." "It's snowing." Qin Lang stretched. He didn't know about this at all. "No problem. It's just ammunition cards. I will personally sponsor you 200. Thank you so much." Wang Wu was ecstatic. 200 ammunition cards were enough to last for a while. "I have a condition that I can take my people with me to do some activities. I'm afraid they will get rusty." "Absolutely no problem." Wang Wu agreed without thinking. Originally, this was just an ordinary hunting activity, but until the next night, Wang Wu and his group of nearly 100 people did not come back. "I made an agreement with Wang Wu to contact me every 3 hours at most. Now he has lost contact with me for 6 hours. There must have been an accident." Laoli was very anxious because Hu Chunli was a little uneasy at Xiaowu. He also went with Wang Wu and the others. Su Yin frowned and said, "This is really strange. A team of more than 100 people is well-equipped and has rich combat experience. Unless Wang Wu takes the wrong medicine and leads them to attack the giant arm nest, there is no way any monster can threaten them. I can handle it even if it's a zombie wave. Boss, what do you think?" Qin Lang closed his eyes and pondered, but did not answer Su Yun's words. He also vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what happened to Wang Wu and his party even if he tried hard. Second stage. In the end times, the most terrifying thing besides the extreme cold is the giant arm's nest. If there is anything that can threaten the team of 100 people, it is the leader-level monster in the giant arm's nest, but that kind of monster usually only moves in or near the giant arm's nest. and Wang will never go there to die. Could they be attacked by a shelter? Lin Wanner thought of a possibility. This possibility cannot be ruled out. In short, no matter what they encounter, we can't wait any longer. Let Lin and Mo prepare the car, and we will set off. Lin and Mo is also in the team, and Wu Fa and Wu Tian also went with him. Su Yun smiled bitterly. You mean there are only 6 of us left in the shelter? Yes. Qin Lang pinched his brows. Let's go, I'll drive. Then what about the Inshao hut? With the current means of human beings, it is basically impossible to crack the access control, and violent invasion is even more fantasy. Qin Lang was not worried about the invasion of the Inshao hut. This thing can withstand nuclear bomb attacks. Laoli's attack power is terrifying enough, but if he wants to break the door of the Inshao hut, he will have to smash it for at least a year or 2 without eating or drinking. At that moment, Qin Lang took 5 people to board the sturdy RV and tracked along the tire marks. The snow was still falling outside the window, but fortunately it was not heavy and it did not completely cover the marks, so it was not difficult to track. As for the many monsters encountered along the way, Qin Lang chose to avoid them. They went out this time to save people, not to hunt, and the priorities were clear. Just like driving all the way a few hours later, the RV stopped in a corner of a city where a large-scale gunfight had obviously occurred. There were a large number of monster corpses piled in front of them, and the cards and the corpses had been taken away. It was obviously done by Wang Wu and his men. It's already so dark. Should we take a rest here and wait until daybreak to continue searching? Su Yun said suddenly. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Apart from the howling cold wind and the roar of monsters in the distance, there was no other sound. The temperature had reached minus 43 degrees, which was extremely close to the extreme temperature of the second stage of the apocalypse. Qin Lang thought for a while and shook his head. Now we don't know what Wang Wu and the others are going through. Find them earlier to save worry and get in the car. Qin Lang drove the small RV and continued to follow the traces. 3 or 4 hours after driving, the ground in front suddenly turned into a huge pothole. Qin Lang reacted quickly enough and stepped on the brakes immediately, but it was of no use. The next moment, the person and the car fell down. Fuck, you knocked me to death. Laoli groaned in pain. Qin Lang kicked the door open and climbed out of the RV. Looking at the dreamlike scene in front of him, his eyes were suddenly full of surprise. Mushroom Cave? Is there really such a place? Qin Lang rubbed his eyelids vigorously, and the rumors related to the Mushroom Cave in his previous life emerged from the depths of his memory. It is rumored that under the apocalyptic wasteland where monsters are rampant, there is a natural shelter called the Mushroom Cave. The existence time of each Mushroom Cave is not fixed. It may be as short as days, and as long as 7 or 8 months, or even for a year. Each mushroom cave contains sufficient food and treasures. Oh my God, what a beautiful place is this? Lin Wanner looked at the shiny mushroom-shaped plant in front of her and exclaimed. The other people who came out of the car were also stunned. It's Lao Wang's snow chariot. Laoli suddenly became more energetic and pointed at the scattered vehicles behind him. Obviously, Wang Wu's convoy suddenly collapsed when passing through this area. Otherwise, the vehicles would not be scattered everywhere. They would be piled up together. Loss. Laoli raised his head and looked up. The sinkhole, which should have been huge, was just like the mouth of a well. You can imagine how deep the sinkhole was, and it would be difficult to climb out. Boss, you know a lot about what these soft things are. Laoli stepped on a mushroom under his feet and immediately made a doang-doang sound. It looks like a mushroom to me, so be careful. There may not be anything here. Qin Lang pulled out the flying sword Yongran and let it hover around his body, warning everyone to be vigilant. A group of 6 people walked along the road illuminated by mushrooms. Along the way, they encountered many strange mushrooms, some of which Qin Lang had seen in the Doomsday Encyclopedia, and some of which were unfamiliar to him. This mushroom is so cute. It's red and looks like an apple. I wonder if it can be eaten. Laoli said, pointing to the fist-sized mushroom at his feet. Just as Qin Lang was about to remind him, Lally had already pulled it out. "It's easy," Qin Lang shouted. "Throw it away. It's a bomb mushroom." As a throwing barbarian, Lally had amazing arm strength. He threw the bomb mushroom directly, and then he saw a ball of fire exploding from midair, spreading out like fireworks, which was quite beautiful. "I told you to stop fucking moving. Why didn't you listen?" Qin Lang scolded. "Hey, blame me, my hands are too weak." Lally scratched his head. "As punishment, I'll eat this mushroom. /U003C. BR/U003. Qin Lang stuffed a black mushroom as thick as his thumb to Lally. Lally was stunned for a moment. "What is this? Don't you know it after you eat it?" Well, Lally knew that Qin Lang would definitely not harm him, so after hesitating for a moment, he swallowed the black mushroom into his stomach. "Oldly, what does this thing taste like?" Suyin asked curiously. "I don't know how to describe it. This thing is a bit like eating preserved eggs. It stinks. If you don't believe me, smell my mouth. You stay away from me." Suyin hurriedly avoided. Qin Lang said with a bad smile, "Li Zhengqi, tell me, what is the most embarrassing thing you have ever done in your life?" Lally seemed to be possessed. He stood up straight and said, "The most embarrassing thing I've ever done in my life is when I was driving as a substitute. I stole money from a drunk boss and then used his money to find a young lady. But that lady was sick, and I spent tens of thousands of dollars on treatment to cure her illness." The three ladies, Lin Wanner, Ding Yuan, and Chun Shui, collectively expressed contempt. Qin Lang and Su Yun laughed together. "What the hell did I say?" "No, boss, what on earth are you talking about?" Lao Li's face turned red. "The one I gave you is called the truth mushroom. After eating it, you can make people tell the truth." Qin Lang pointed to the one with a circle on it. "This is called a negative mushroom. You don't need to eat it. People will become very negative after touching it. It usually lasts for 10 seconds to a few minutes." Lally smiled and said, "It's so interesting. An optimistic person like me will definitely not be negative. Let me try." After saying that, he reached out to touch, and then he knelt down in front of Qin Lang and slapped himself hard. "I'm sorry for being a waste. A waste like me doesn't deserve to live in this world. Why do they all die? No, I'm not dead. Why should I? Let me die. I really don't want to live anymore. I really don't want to waste this precious air on the earth. Everyone, fuck, it was so scary. I really couldn't feel the fun just now. I really wanted to die." Lally may have a positive personality. He woke up in less than a minute, patted his chest, and shouted that he was afraid. "Okay, now is not the time to classify mushrooms. The most important thing is to find Wang Wu and the others." Qin Lang took a deep breath and shouted, "Wang Wu." The voice drifted to the deepest part of the mushroom cave. After waiting for a long time, no one responded. "Go further in." The group continued to move forward. After 2 hours, Qin Lang found a misty lake in front of them. Dozens of men and women were lying on the edge of the lake. Chunli. Oldly saw who Chunli at a glance. Just as he was about to go in, he was pulled by Qin Lang. "Wait a minute. This fog is wrong. Look at them." Looking in the direction of Qin Lang's finger, colorful mushrooms grew on everyone's body. Are they dead? Not dead, they're all breathing. They should be poisoned by mushrooms. Qin Lang has read the encyclopedia, which has relevant records. People who are poisoned by this mushroom toxin will not die in the short term. But if they're not treated for a long time, the mushrooms growing on the skin will absorb nutrients and die completely. This process will last for about a week. "It's so dark now. Should we rest here and continue looking when it gets light?" Suyin suddenly said. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening. There was no other sound except the howling cold wind and the roar of monsters in the distance. The temperature reached -43 degrees, which was infinitely close to the extreme temperature of the second stage of the apocalypse. Qin Lang thought about it and shook his head. Now we don't know what Wang Wu and the others are going through. Find them earlier and save your worries earlier. Get in the car. Qin Lang drove the RV to continue tracking the traces. After driving for 3 or 4 hours, the ground in front suddenly turned into a huge pit. Qin Lang reacted quickly enough and stepped on the brakes at the first time, but was useless. The next moment, he fell down with the car. Dot, dot. Fuck, I'm going to die. Oldie groaned in pain. Qin Lang kicked open the car door and climbed out of the RV. Looking at the dreamlike scene in front of him, his eyes were suddenly filled with surprise. Mushroom Cave? There really is such a place. Qin Lang rubbed his eyelids hard, and the rumors about mushroom caves in his previous life emerged from the depths of his memory. It is said that under the apocalyptic wasteland where monsters are rampant, there is a natural shelter called Mushroom Cave. The existence time of each mushroom cave is not fixed. The shortest may be only a day, and the longest can reach 7 or 8 months, or even a year. Each mushroom cave contains sufficient food and treasures. Oh my God, what is this beautiful place? Lin Wanner exclaimed as she looked at the shiny mushroom-shaped plant in front of her. The rest of the people who came out of the car were also stunned. It's Lao Wang's snow chariot. Old Li suddenly got excited and pointed at the scattered vehicles behind him. Obviously, Wang Wu and his team's convoy suddenly collapsed when passing through this area. Otherwise, the vehicles would not be scattered everywhere. They would be piled up together. Thank God. Old Li looked up and saw that the Tianqing, which should have been huge, was now like a wellhead. You can imagine how deep the pit was. It would be difficult to climb out. Boss, you are knowledgeable. What are these soft things? Old Li stepped on the mushrooms under his feet and immediately made a duang-duang sound. It looks like mushrooms to me. Be careful. There may not be anything here. Qin Lang pulled out the flying sword Yongran and let it hover around his body, warning everyone to be vigilant. The 6 people walked along the road, illuminated by mushrooms. On the way, they encountered many strange mushrooms, some of which Qin Lang had seen in the encyclopedia of the end of the world, and some of which were unfamiliar to him. This mushroom is so cute, red, and like an apple. I wonder if it can be eaten. Lao Li pointed to the fist-sized mushroom at his feet and said. Qin Lang was about to remind him, but Lao Li had already pulled it out. Zizizizi. Qin Lang shouted, throw it away quickly, it's a bomb mushroom. As a throwing barbarian, Lao Li had amazing arm strength. He threw the bomb mushroom directly out, and then saw a ball of fire exploded from the air, spreading like fireworks. It was quite beautiful. I told you to stop moving. Why didn't you listen? Qin Lang scolded. Hey, blame me, I'm too handy. Lao Li scratched his head. Punish you, eat this mushroom. /U003C. VR /U003. Qin Lang stuffed a black mushroom as thick as a thumb to Lao Li. Lao Li was stunned. What is this? You'll know after you eat it? Lao Li knew that Qin Lang would definitely not hurt him. After hesitating for a while, he swallowed the black mushroom fiercely. Old Li, what does this thing smell like? Su Yin asked curiously. I don't know how to describe it. It's a bit like eating preserved eggs. It's stinky. If you don't believe me, smell my mouth. Stay away from me. Su Yin hurriedly dodged. Qin Lang smiled evilly and said, Li Zhengqi, tell me, what is the most embarrassing thing you have done in your life? Old Li seemed to be possessed by evil spirits, and his body stood straight and said, the most embarrassing thing I have done in my life was when I was a chauffeur. I stole the money of a drunk boss, and then used his money to find a lady, but the lady was sick, and later I spent tens of thousands of dollars to cure the disease. The 3 ladies, Lin Wanner, Ding Yuan, and Chen Shui, collectively expressed contempt. Qin Lang and Su Yun laughed together. What the hell did I say? No, boss, what on earth are you talking about? Lao Li's face turned red. The one I gave you is called the truth mushroom. After eating it, you can make people tell the truth. Qin Lang pointed to the one with a circle on it. This is called a negative mushroom. You don't need to eat it. People will become very negative after touching it. It usually lasts for 10 seconds to a few minutes. Lao Li smiled and said, it's so interesting. An optimistic person like me will definitely not be negative. Let me try. After saying that, he reached out to touch, and then he knelt down in front of Qin Lang and slapped himself hard. I'm sorry for being a waste. A waste like me doesn't deserve to live in this world. Why? Why do they all die? No, I'm not dead. Why should I? Let me die. I really don't want to live anymore. I really don't want to waste this precious air on the earth. Everyone. Fuck, it was so scary. I really couldn't feel the fun just now. I really wanted to die. Lowly may have a positive personality. He woke up in less than a minute, patted his chest, and shouted that he was afraid. Okay, now is not the time to classify mushrooms. The most important thing is to find Wang Wu and the others quickly. Qin Lang took a deep breath and shouted, "Wang Wu." The voice floated to the deepest part of the mushroom cave, and no one responded after waiting for a long time. Walk further inside. The group continued to move forward, and after 2 hours of walking, Qin Lang found a mist-shrouded lake ahead, with dozens of men and women lying on the edge of the lake. Ah, Chunli! Laoli saw Hu Chunli at a glance. Just as he was about to go in, he was grabbed by Qin Lang. Wait a minute. There's something wrong with this fog. Look at their bodies. Looking in the direction of Qin Lang's finger, colorful mushrooms grew on everyone. They shouldn't be dead. They're not dead. They're all breathing. They must have been poisoned by mushroom toxins. Qin Lang had read the encyclopedia, and there were relevant records in it. People infected with this mushroom toxin will not die in the short term, but if they do not receive treatment for a long time, the nutrients will be absorbed by the mushrooms growing on the skin, and the person will die completely. This process will last about a week. What do we do now? Everyone turned their attention to Qin Lang. Don't worry, I have a solution. Qin Lang rummaged in the storage space for a while, and finally took out a gold card and handed it to Ding Yuan. Toxin antibodies. Ding Yuan took the card and looked at it. Is it for me? Qin Lang nodded. You have toxin resistance after becoming a lizard man. Coupled with this toxin antibody, you can basically be immune to most of the current toxins. It is best for you to find a poisoner that's suitable. Okay. Ding Yuan tore up the card without thinking, and a dark green light flashed across her body. You transform first, and then go into the poisonous mist to take a look. Good. Ding Yuan's trust in Qin Lang was no less than that of Su Yun, and she immediately turned into a lizard man, and she walked in cautiously. At this time, the advantage of Team Glory is revealed. It can directly carry out barrier-free spiritual communication. Otherwise, after Ding Yuan becomes a lizard, there will be huge communication barriers between them. Tin Yuan toxin is indeed ineffective for me, but what should I do now? Qin Lang carried them out of the poisonous fog first. Ding Yuan is fine. The giant lizard man turned into by Ding Yuan quickly carried Hu Chunli and a female student out and gently placed them on the open space. Since Qin Lang customized a set of BD for her, Ding Yuan's physical strength are absolutely, it is sufficient, and there's basically no chance of losing strength. Ding Yuan, let me continue. After saying that, she dove in and began to carry people out one after another. Chunli. Laoli nervously hugged Hu Chunli, whose face was covered with mushrooms, and almost burst into tears. As the saying goes, over time, he has developed deep feelings for Hu Chunli. Don't touch the mushrooms on her. Qin Lang reminded that the mushroom-like things on these people are actually part of the body. Only by eliminating the poisoner can they be completely cured. Otherwise, they can only use special toxin serum. This thing is a gold card. Qin Lang has less than 20 in total, and he doesn't want to use them here. Ding Yuan was very agile and quickly transported 40 or 50 men and women out of the lake. Ding Yuan, I checked. There are only so many people around here. I don't know where the others are. Have you looked for it in Qin Lang Lake? Ding Yuan, I was born a landlubber and can't swim. Qin Lang was speechless. This time he pulled out 2 gold cards for Ding Yuan. One was Diver Dave, and the other was Fish Lungholder. The former can give the enhancer strong diving ability, while the latter can greatly increase the breath holding time. The 2 cards are matching and have a front chain lock effect. Ding Yuan was overjoyed, I understand. No wonder you haven't given me more cards. It turns out you have left room for improvement for me. Qin Lang, of course. A strong team must not only be able to withstand and fight, but also be able to cope with various environments. Go down and have a look. If you encounter a monster that you can't deal with, come up quickly and we will come in immediately to deal with it. You. Hello, Ding Yuan. The lizard man rushed into the fog and soon heard the sound of heavy objects falling into the water. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the originally thick, poisonous mist suddenly became thinner. Immediately afterwards, the mushrooms on the faces of Qin Lang and the others began to slowly wither and shrink. What's going on? Why is this happening suddenly? This is you. You have to ask Ding Yuan what she must have done. Yuan, what are you doing? The poisonous fog dissipated. Ding Yuan, hey, I'm coming out, look what I got. Puff. The lizard man jumped to the shore with a large amount of lake water and saw that it was holding a half-human tall, very anthropomorphic mushroom-shaped creature in its right hand. It had obviously been knocked unconscious, and its two eyes were in the shape of an X. As soon as I entered the water, this mushroom man attacked me and sprayed poison in my face. I punched it a few times in anger, and then it became like this. I don't know whether it is dead or not. Ding Yuan, who returned to human form, taking the blanket handed over by Su Yun and wrapping it around his body, he said excitedly, by the way, I also found 2 things under the lake. I threw them into the storage space. Qin Lang was delighted and directly used his authority to open Ding Yuan's storage box. Sure enough, he found 2 things inside. One was a sparkling standing mirror and a golden box. Holy shit, I'm rich. Qin Lang almost jumped up with excitement and took out both things. Damn it, is this mirror so awesome? You can see what talents I have learned, Lao Li said. The smile on Qin Lang's face could no longer be hidden. This is called a panel mirror, a dark gold tool. We have made a fortune. The panel mirror, as the name suggests, can reflect everyone's attribute panel. And the most incredible function is that you can access any talents and skills by just consuming the silver card battery. In other words, with this mirror, Qin Lang can adjust everyone's talents and skills to the best state with minimal loss. The long-term strategic significance will not be less than the glory of the team. I understand. Chun Shui slapped her palm. Just like when we play games, we can reconstruct the character's background. Clever. Qin Lang gave a thumbs up. Then this box is... Several people looked at the golden box. If I'm not wrong, the secret treasure inside should be mushrooms. Qin Lang rubbed his palms hard and came to the side of the stunned mushroom man. Just when he was about to kill the mushroom man with a knife, the mushroom man, who was unconscious a second ago, woke up and shouted in horror, Jili Gua La! Jili Gua! His short arms and short legs kicked him wildly, tears streaming from his big eyes. Is it crying? Su Yun was a little unsure. Qin Lang, can you please stop killing it? I think this mushroom is a bit cute. Lin Wanner begged. Girls her age and Chun Shui's age often lack resistance to cute creatures, especially this mushroom man, which is half a meter tall, has a round body, short and stubby hands and feet, and indeed meets the definition of cute. As if the mushroom man could understand Lin Wanner's words, he stopped struggling, turned his head away, and started crying towards Lin Wanner. It seems to be able to understand human speech. Qin Lang let go of it, and then he saw the mushroom man rolling towards Lin Wanner. Because he ran too fast, he accidentally fell and fell. Oh, I'm not afraid. I won't kill you. Oh, do you feel any pain? Lin Wanner rubbed the mushroom man's head distressfully. The mushroom man hugged Lin Wanner's thigh and cried, then pointed at the man lying on the ground. A group of people pointed at Ding Yuan again. Ding Yuan glared, and the mushroom man was so frightened that his eyes burst into tears again. It's so strange. I obviously didn't hear anything, but I understood what it meant. Lin Wanner said with a surprised look on her face. What do we do now? Everyone turned their attention to Qin Lang. Don't worry, I have a solution. Qin Lang rummaged in the storage space for a while, and finally took out a gold card and handed it to Ding Yuan. Toxin antibodies? Ding Yuan took the card and looked at it. Is it for me? Qin Lang nodded. You have toxin resistance after becoming a lizard man. Coupled with this toxin antibody, you can basically be immune to most of the current toxins. It is best for you to find a poisoner that's suitable. Okay. Ding Yuan tore up the card without thinking, and a dark green light flashed across her body. You transform first, and then go into the poisonous mist to take a look. Good. Ding Yuan's trust in Qin Lang was no less than that of Su Yun, and she immediately turned into a lizard man, and she walked incautiously. At this time, the advantage of Team Glory is revealed. It can directly carry out barrier-free spiritual communication. Otherwise, after Ding Yuan becomes a lizard, there will be huge communication barriers between them. Tin Yuan toxin is indeed ineffective for me, but what should I do now? Qin Lang carried them out of the poisonous fog first. Hello, Ding Yuan. The giant lizard man turned into by Ding Yuan quickly carried Hu Chunli and a female student out and gently placed them on the open space. Since Qin Lang customized a set of BD for her, Ding Yuan's physical strength and strength are absolutely it is sufficient, and there will basically be no such situation as loss of strength. Ding Yuan, let me continue. After saying that, she dove in and began to carry people out one after another. Chunli. Lao Li nervously hugged Hu Chunli, whose face was covered with mushrooms and almost burst into tears. As the saying goes, over time, he has developed deep feelings for Hu Chunli. Don't touch the mushrooms on her. Qin Lang reminded that the mushroom-like things on these people are actually part of the body. Only by eliminating the poisoner can they be completely cured. Otherwise, they can only use special toxin serum. This thing is a gold card. Qin Lang has less than 20 in total, and he doesn't want to use them here. Ding Yuan was very agile and quickly transported 40 or 50 men and women out of the lake. Ding Yuan, I checked. There are only so many people around here. I don't know where the others are. Have you looked for it in Qinling Lake? Ding Yuan, I was born a landlubber and can't swim. Qin Lang was speechless. This time he pulled out 2 gold cards for Ding Yuan. One was Diver Dave, and the other was Fish Lung Holder. The former can give the enhancer powerful diving ability, while the latter can greatly increase the breath holding time. The 2 cards are matching and have a front chain lock effect. Ding Yuan was overjoyed, I understand. No wonder you haven't given me more cards. It turns out you have left room for improvement for me. Qin Lang, of course. A strong team must not only be able to withstand and fight, but also be able to cope with various environments. Go down and have a look. If you encounter a monster that you can't deal with, come up quickly and we will come in immediately to deal with it. You. Hello, Ding Yuan. The lizard man rushed into the fog and soon heard the sound of heavy objects falling into the water. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the originally thick poisonous mist suddenly became thinner. Immediately afterwards, the mushrooms on the faces of Hu Chunli and the others began to slowly wither and shrink. What's going on? Why is this happening suddenly? This is you. You have to ask Ding Yuan what she must have done. Su Yin Yuan, what are you doing? The poisonous fog cleared. Ding Yuan, hey, I'm coming up, look what I got. Puff. The lizard man brought a large amount of lake water and jumped to the shore. It was seen that it was carrying a half-human tall, very anthropomorphic mushroom-shaped creature in its right hand. It had obviously been knocked unconscious, and its 2 eyes were X-shaped. As soon as I entered the water, this mushroom man attacked me and sprayed poison in my face. I punched it a few times in anger, and then it became like this. I don't know whether it is dead or not. Ding Yuan, who returned to human form, taking the blanket handed over by Su Yun and wrapping around his body, he said excitedly, by the way, I also found 2 things under the lake. I threw them into the storage space. Qin Lang was delighted and directly used his authority to open Ding Yuan's storage box. Sure enough, he found 2 things inside. One was a sparkling, standing mirror and a golden box. Holy shit, I'm rich. Qin Lang almost jumped up with excitement and took out both things. Damn it, is this mirror so awesome? You can see what talents I have learned, Lao Li said. The smile on Qin Lang's face could no longer be hidden. This is called a panel mirror, a dark gold tool. We have made a fortune. The panel mirror, as the name suggests, can reflect everyone's attribute panel. And the most incredible function is that you can access any talents and skills by just consuming the silver car battery. In other words, with this mirror, Qin Lang can adjust everyone's talents and skills to the best state with minimal loss. The long-term strategic significance will not be less than the glory of the team. I understand. Chun Shui slapped her palm. Just like when we play games, we can reconstruct the character's background. Clever. Qin Lang gave a thumbs up. Then this box is... Several people looked at the golden box. If I'm not wrong, the secret treasure inside should be mushrooms. Qin Lang rubbed his palms vigorously and came to the stunned Mushroom Man. Just when he was about to kill the Mushroom Man with a knife, the Mushroom Man, who was unconscious a second ago, woke up and screamed in horror, "Jili Gua La! Jili Gua!" His short arms and short legs kicked him wildly, tears streaming from his big eyes. Is it crying?" Su Yin was a little unsure. "Qin Lang, can you please stop killing it? I think this mushroom is a bit cute," Lin Wanner begged. Girls her age and Chen Shui's age often lack resistance to cute creatures, especially this Mushroom Man, which is half a meter tall, has a round body, short and stubby hands and feet, and indeed meets the definition of cute. As if the Mushroom Man could understand Lin Wanner's words, he stopped struggling, turned his head away, and started crying towards Lin Wanner. It seems to be able to understand human speech. Qin Lang let go of it, and then he saw the Mushroom Man rolling towards Lin Wanner. Because he ran too fast, he accidentally fell and fell. "Oh, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. I won't kill you. Oh, do you feel any pain?" Lin Wanner rubbed the Mushroom Man's head distressfully. The Mushroom Man hugged Lin Wanner's thigh and cried, then pointed at the man lying on the ground. A group of people pointed at Ding Yuan again. Ding Yuan glared, and the Mushroom Man was so frightened that his eyes burst into tears again. "It's so strange. I obviously didn't hear anything, but I understood what it meant," Lin Wanner said with a surprised look on her face. Chapter 69. The Existence of Terror, 1/2. It should be that this little Mushroom Man used skills like barrier-free communication on you. Qin Lang thought for a while and said, "This kind of thing is going to happen in the middle and late stages of the apocalypse. There are some special monsters that will not only have spiritual communication or barrier-free communication with humans, but can even become humans' partners. Of course, this premise is that humans must have skills and talents such as taming animals or summoning, and Su Yin is quite suitable for this path. What does it say? It said that it didn't mean to hurt these two-legged monsters. They broke in first, and it had no choice but to fight back passively. Also, Lin Wanner paused and smiled bitterly. It said that the lizard monster is the big bad guy. Ding Yuan glared at it. Who said that? Jaligua. The Mushroom Man was obviously very afraid of Ding Yuan and hurriedly hid behind Lin Wanner. "Okay, don't scare it. Ask where the others are." Qin Lang laughed it off. Lin Wanner communicated with the little Mushroom Man for a while and said, "The rest of the people are chasing the lizard monster." Lizard monster? Are there other monsters besides mushrooms in this mushroom cave? Qin Lang was surprised. This was the first time he knew about this. Lin Wanner said, "It said that lizard monsters specialize in eating mushrooms and are the natural enemies of their clan. Its parents and relatives all died at the hands of lizard monsters. It is the last Mushroom Man. Then let's go there quickly so that Wang Wu and the others won't be in any danger again." Qin Lang thought for a while, leaving Su Yun and Ding Yuan to take care of the injured, while he took Lao Li, Lin Wanner, Chen Shui, and the Mushroom Man to chase them along the road. The Mushroom Man looked clumsy, but in fact he didn't run very fast at all. Lin Wanner was afraid that it would fall behind, so she simply hugged it and ran wildly, communicating while running, and then informed everyone of the information through spiritual communication. This chase lasted only half a day. Fortunately, everyone had strengthened their physical strength, otherwise they would have been exhausted just by rushing. Rumble. Just when Qin Lang was about to stop and let everyone rest, there was a sudden sound from the front. Loud noise. "I'll go first, you guys follow." Qin Lang jumped forward and rushed forward. A few minutes later, Qin Lang arrived at the scene. At that time, more than 50 people led by Wang Wu were besieging groups of lizards. To be precise, they were crocodile-like creatures that had nothing to do with lizards. The huge open space was filled with monsters. Bodies, but there seemed to be no casualties on Wang Wu's side. That's the nest, right? Qin Lang's pupils condensed, and there was a wall-like circular wall at the end of his field of vision. The wall was full of large and small holes, hundreds of them. It was obvious that the monsters crawled out of these holes. Such a creature. Qin Lang's brows tightened, and he suddenly remembered what this thing was called. In previous lives, people called this kind of monster the bee crocodile. It was a creature that did not have strong offensive and defensive capabilities, but was extremely numerous. It generally only lived underground, and it was almost impossible to see them on the ground. What worries Qin Lang is that according to the book, the crocodile is a gregarious creature, and there will be a crocodile king and a crocodile queen in every crocodile nest. But he didn't know how strong the crocodile king and crocodile queen were. After all, they were too rare and there were few relevant records. Wang Wu. Qin Lang stood on the mushroom and roared. When Wang Wu turned around and saw that it was Qin Lang, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Boss Qin, why are you here? You have disappeared for so long. I don't trust you. It's Brother Qin. Brother Qin is here to save us. Students all, this chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 69. The Existence of Terror, 2 halves. Overjoyed, Lin Mo, Wu Fa, and Wu Tian were also in the team, all looking happy. Don't kill them. Leave quickly. The mushroom toxins on their bodies have been removed. Qin Lang weighed the pros and cons, and still felt that it should not be too wasteful. In the second stage of the apocalypse, monsters on the ground can be killed at will, but the underground creatures that run through the middle and late stages of the apocalypse may not be so easy to deal with. Let's go later. The cards on these crocodiles are of very high quality. There are also green cards at the end. I got a lot of blue and silver cards. With the rise of Wang Wujing's killing, only a fool would pass up the opportunity to make a fortune. I told you to just leave. What nonsense. These are just small ones. If we kill too many and provoke the big ones, we will all die. Qin Lang was a little angry. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu immediately signaled everyone to stop shooting. Are there any big ones? Then, to be on the safe side, we'd better retreat quickly. Xiaodu, you lead the team to pick up the cards, and we'll cover you. Class monitor Du Jun nodded and called on several classmates to search the corpses for loot. The scattered bee crocodiles got a chance to breathe and crawled back into their nests in embarrassment. Boss, we are rich. Look, Jinka. Du Jun was overjoyed and raised his gold card high. No. Wang Wugong was about to say yes, but who could have imagined that the extremely thick spherical wall behind Du Jun suddenly shattered, and a huge monster claw that could not be described in words stretched out from it, and he grabbed at Du Jun. Tom seems to stand still at this moment. Du Jun's smile was still on his face, but his body had been crushed into powder. There was no time to save him. Xiaodu. Wang Wu's eyes were red. Du Jun was one of his favorite students. Come on, this is not something we can deal with now. Qin Lang took a breath. At the moment when Du Jun was crushed into powder, he felt a creepy feeling. His intuition told him that if he stayed any longer, he would definitely die. The monster inside was definitely in existence that crushed everything. Oh my God, this monster. The combat power of this monster is actually 60,000. Someone in the team was wearing a combat power detector and exclaimed at this time, "What is the concept of 60,000? No concept. This is not an existence that humans can conquer at this stage. It is a terrifying creature like a god. Run." Qin Lang turned around and ran without thinking, just in time to meet Lin Wanner, Chun Shui, and others who were rushing over. Qin Lang shouted, "If you don't want to die, run. Use all your strength, run." The reaction of the crowd was fast enough, but there were still more than a dozen students and members of the original Suyin team who fell behind and were caught by the giant claw. They didn't even have the chance to struggle and scream, and they were directly crushed into powder and dimensionality reduction. Fortunately, the terrifying existence seemed to have a limited attack range. Qin Lang ran for only a few minutes before the terrifying aura disappeared, but he did not dare to stop and rush back to the lake in one breath. At this time, the people who were poisoned and unconscious had woken up, but their bodies were relatively weak. The little mushroom said it had a way to send us out, so let us follow it. Lin Wanner said. The group came to the place where the vehicle fell, and, at the signal of the little mushroom, they stood on the huge mushrooms. The little mushroom danced a strange dance on the spot, and then the mushroom began to grow upwards, and soon sent everyone back to the ground covered with snow. It's all my fault. I shouldn't be greedy. Everyone should be grateful for escaping death. But Wang Wu suddenly knelt down and cried bitterly. Chapter 70, Reconstructing the Deck. Dual Core. 1/2. Qin Lang did not stop Wang Wu and the students from crying to express their feelings, and stood aside and watched quietly. As a team that has lived in the apocalypse for 2 months and is still fully organized, it is indeed painful to lose a comrade for the first time. Old Wang, you don't have to blame yourself too much. No one could have expected this to happen. Seeing them crying for a while, Qin Lang comforted them. Thankfully, we ran fast, otherwise we all would have to be found inside. Teacher Wang, this is not your fault. Please stop crying. The speaker was a very beautiful female student named Sun Yin, who was the deputy monitor. Her tears were frozen on her face, forming tear spots. Sooner or later, I'm going to dry up the ground. Qin Lang twitched the corner of his mouth. Okay, Old Wang, the other students are infected by mushroom toxins and are in very poor health. Take them back to the camp to rest quickly. It's freezing cold today. Don't freeze to death. After Qin Lang finished speaking, he got into the RV, and Lin Wanner followed one after another. She always held the little mushroom man in her arms. What does this mean? Qin Lang asked curiously. Lin Wanner was a little nervous. Qin Lang, can I raise it? The little mushroom said that it is the only mushroom left in the whole family. It is scared and wants to go with us. Qin Lang pinched his eyebrows and said, Are you starting to raise pets now? Just be happy. Lin Wanner was overjoyed. Thank you. You are the best. The little mushroom man raised his stubby arms and gave a thumbs up. Gugwa. Lin Wanner said, It's very happy. It says you are a good person. Qin Lang was in a pretty good mood, to be honest. On this trip, although more than a dozen people were lost, a panel mirror and a mushroom secret treasure were harvested. Although it is not yet known what the mushroom secret treasure is, the panel mirror alone is worth the price of admission. To put it harshly and inhumanely, even if Wang Wu and his group were all dead, there would be no sure profit. Deficit. Now that Lin Mo has returned to the team, the task of driving is naturally handed over to him. Qin Lang, who has completely freed his hands, asked Lin Wanner to ask the little mushroom man how to open the secret treasure. This kind of secret treasure is often not as simple as it seems. Violent lock-picking can easily backfire and end up with personal consequences. The end of losing money. The little mushroom man's IQ was almost that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. He was definitely reluctant at first, but he couldn't stand Lin Wanner's deception and finally agreed to help open the secret treasure. The little mushroom man stood dancing in front of the treasure chest, chirping for a long time. Finally, with a bang, the seemingly solid lock turned into pieces and disappeared, and the mushroom treasure chest was opened. Looking at the objects inside, Qin Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. The box turned out to be full of a pile of cards, and the top one was a dark gold card. There was a loud fuck sound in the car. Qin Lang picked up the card and looked at it, and immediately understood. This is a complete set of cards, the core of which is the dark gold card Mushroom Herder. The color cards are Mushroom Throwing, Mushroom Array, and Mushroom Eater, and the gold cards are various mushroom seeds. According to Mushroom Shepherd's explanation, this is a deck that is both offensive and defensive and has strong field control capabilities. Qin Lang raised his eyes and saw countless pairs of expectant eyes in the car. Lin Wanner, Chen Shui, Lao Li, Su Yun, and Ding Yuan were all watching eagerly. Qin Lang was delighted. I am particularly suitable for this mushroom herder. What do you think? Cut. Everyone dispersed in a hurry. Not open. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 70. Reconstructing the deck. Dual core. 2 halves. Heart. Does not exist. Qin Lang is the absolute core of the team. The stronger he is, the stronger the team is. Besides, who would take the dark gold set card and give it to others? This is not a stupid thing. Come, let me hug you. Qin Lang called the little mushroom man over. The little mushroom man was very smart and knew that Qin Lang was the leader of the team. He came to Qin Lang obediently. Qin Lang rubbed the little mushroom man's head and understood why Lin Wanner couldn't put it down. The feel of this thing was so great. Awesome, very bouncy, a bit like the pinballs we played when we were kids. Dot, dot. Qin Lang rubbed the little mushroom man's face into the shape of a love heart and said happily, "Hey, how about we call him Q-Boy from now on?" "Okay, I was wondering what to name it. Q-Boy sounds great." Lin Wanner was the first to raise her hand in agreement. The little mushroom man didn't seem to be satisfied with the name Q-Zai, but that didn't matter. No one asked him for his opinion. Silently, all the way, everyone returned to the shelter. It had only been a day since they left, and except for some snow, nothing had changed. "You guys wait for me outside." Qin Lang entered the Anhui alone. What he has to do now is to use the panel mirror to optimize his talents and skills, such as the original Golden Card Punch fighter, night vision, super physical strength, dangerous intuition, sharpshooter, etc., which should be kept. Keep it. Give it up. Give it up. After all, there are better alternatives. The most important thing is that except for a few necessary passives, the gold card category can no longer catch his eye. Since Qin Lang's core cards only have 2 8 meridians in Mushroom Man, it is very simple to build. It took him less than an hour to build himself a set of 9-sided warriors with 2 cores and no shortcomings. BD. Qin Lang's current strengthening status. The way to become a Qi practitioner. Color card, spiritual pool. Color card, air control, gold card. 8 meridians, LV2. Mushroom herder path, dark gold. Mushroom herder, color card. Mushroom throwing, color card. Mushroom array, color card. Mushroom eater, gold card. Biologist, LV2. Miscellaneous, dark gold. Team glory, color card. Holy slash, color card. Super recovery body, gold card. Super physical strength, LV4, gold card. Sports talent, LV3, gold card. Eagle eye, LV2, gold card. Plague survivor, LV2. After hesitating for a long time, Qin Lang decided to abandon the sharpshooter and bullet resistance aura. Although the latter is a color card, for now, ordinary firearms are not a big threat to him. There is no need to waste this color card position. It is more appropriate to give it to Lin Wanner or Qin Shui. As for abandoning the sharpshooter, it is mainly because he has the mushroom throwing. Although he doesn't know how powerful it is definitely more powerful than the gold card, and he no longer lacks long-range attack means. Let's do this first and help others. Qin Lang stretched and walked out the door. At this time, a group of people in the tent outside the door were wearing combat power detectors and whispering, "Don't cheat if you lose. Who are you looking down on? Whoever cheats is a dog." I bet that after the boss is strengthened this time, his combat power can reach at least 7,000. You underestimate the boss too much. I bet 0. Qin Lang just came out of the door and heard the sound of beep, beep, beep. When he saw what everyone was doing, he couldn't help laughing. "You bunch of idiots, aren't you bored?" "Hiss. Fuck. Nima, is this true?" He was responded by a lot of gasps. Chapter 71 Lao Li's Decision, 1/2. To say it's outrageous, it has to be you. Lao Li looked up to the sky and shouted, 9 combat power. I have a biological mother. That's right, after readjusting talents and skills through the panel mirror. Qin Lang's combat power has almost doubled at this time, soaring directly from 5,500 to an incredible level of 9. In fact, Qin Lang has reservations. He deliberately did not let his combat power exceed 10,000, because he knew that once his combat power exceeded 10,000, there's a high probability that the cards he consumes daily must be silver cards or above. For now, this is not possible. Necessary, too luxurious. The combat power detector is okay for detecting monsters, but it's unreliable for detecting people. Qin Lang had wanted to remind him of these words for a long time, and he just took advantage of today to say it. There are many auxiliary and passive talents that are not calculated into combat power. If you really use combat power as the criterion for strength, you will be the one who suffers sooner or later. But it was already this time. How could everyone still have the intention to listen to this? They all stood up and asked Qin Lang to strengthen and reconstruct their innate skills. Lao Li, Lao Su, and Ding Yuan, you three should stop joining in the fun. I built your talent. There is room for improvement. There is no need to rebuild it. At least I can't find a more perfect BD at the moment. Qin Lang's eyes fell on the two women Lin Wanner and Chen Shui. Come on, let me help you get your talents back. Lin Wanner and Chen Shui were overjoyed and quickly stepped forward to hold Qin Lang's arm. I hope that you two can always stay at the back of the battlefield as field control or long-range attackers. So I plan to let you, Wanner, become the long-range attacker, and Shui, you will still be a battlefield musician as a pure support. Qin Lang expressed his thoughts. The two women had no objections to this. They are not stupid. They naturally know that Qin Lang does this to protect them to the greatest extent. Then let me take out all Wanner's talents and skills first. 2 hours later, Lin Wanner and Chen Shui both came out of In's cabin. There was another dripping sound outside, and Lao Li drooled with envy. Before entering the house, Lin Wanner's combat power was only over 2,000, but now it's 4,500. Chen Shui originally only had more than 1,000, but now it has reached 4,700, and his combat power has increased by 5 times. This is the card Qin Lang asked us to give you. Lin Wanner and Chen Shui handed a bunch of gold cards to Lao Li, Su Yun, and Ding Yuan respectively. It's just one word. I'll only say it once. Lao Li jumped up and down with excitement, while Hu Chunli, who was resting in the tent behind, saw a trace of imperceptible depression in her eyes. That night, Qin Lang was playing poker with the two women when he suddenly heard a quarrel in the yard. Qin Lang got dressed and came to the courtyard, where he saw Hu Chunli sitting on the ground covered in blood, her face swollen. Lao Li was spitting and cursing, saying whatever was unpleasant and extremely dirty. Sister Chunli, Lin Wanner, wanted to help her, but was stopped by Qin Lang. He knows Li Zhengqi. This person has many shortcomings, but his mood is quite stable. It is probably not a trivial matter to make him lose control of his mood. Old Li, what happened? When Lao Li saw Qin Lang coming out, he calmed down his manic emotions and lowered his voice and said, "It's nothing. It's just because we made some noise. I'm sorry, boss, for waking you up." "What's the matter?" Qin Lang asked with interest. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 71, Lao Li's Choice, 2 halves. Su Yun and Ding Yuan from the next room also walked out. They were very sensible and didn't speak. Hu Chunli didn't bother to wipe the blood on her face and said hurriedly, "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have made Lao Li angry. I deserve to be beaten. It's all my own fault." Qin Lang was silent and started spiritual communication. "Lao Li, you are the person I trust most. I don't want you to hide anything from me. If you hide anything from me, no matter how strong the relationship between us is, I will let you leave the team." Qin Lang did not go behind the back of the other 3 people. It was a team chat rather than a private chat. Lao Li was silent for a while. "Boss, I won't hide it from you." During dinner in the evening, Chunli was a little upset. I asked her, but she refused to say anything. Just now she suddenly told me. She said, "You only have the eldest sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law in your eyes, and no brothers at all. Otherwise you would not treat them as brothers. His combat power has increased so much, but I only gave you some gold cards and let him go. I got into an argument with her because of this, and then I couldn't help but beat her up. I think she should not dare to do it again in the future." Qin Lang, "Hey, I thought it was too big of a deal to be so angry." Qin Lang closed the spiritual communication and said with a smile, "It's already getting up, so why not go for a walk? Come on, everyone." Qin Lang walked out of the door with a smile. Lin Wanner and Chen Shui hurriedly followed after seeing this. Su Yun gave Hu Chunli a meaningful look and walked out of Anne's house with Ding Yuan in his arms. Hu Chunli panicked and said, "Lao Li, boss, what happened to him?" Lao Li sighed. "What else can you do? You must be angry. I'm keeping you safe. Go out and have a look." Qin Lang, the leader of the group, rarely comes out at night. The sudden gathering of members frightened the others, and they all came out of the tent to ask what happened. Qin Lang didn't explain too much. He just said lightly, "What I hate most is backstabbing, especially. Some people, after getting the benefits that do not belong to them, want more. Lao Li, since Hu Chunli is your woman, it is not convenient for me to take action. You kill her for me, in front of everyone." Lao Li was shocked. "What? Boss, you?" Hu Chunli was scared. "What? Boss, don't kill me. I won't dare to do it again. I drank at night. I was drunk." Those were all my drunken words. Lao Li's body suddenly trembled. He really couldn't bear to let go. After all, the two have been together for so long. How could they say that there is no emotion? But Hu Chunli should not blow pillow talk and alienate the feelings between teammates. Thinking of this, Lao Li closed his eyes suddenly and clenched his fists. "Lao Li, open your eyes and look at me. I am Chunli. I am pregnant. Pregnant with your child." Hu Chunli cried. Old Li shuddered, and tears fell like rain. "I have a child. Yes, I'm really pregnant with your child." Old Li hugged Hu Chunli. It's great. I Old Li have a child, huh?" "Thank you, Chunli. If we hadn't met in the end of the world, it would be great." Hu Chunli cried. "Old Li, are you willing to forgive me? I will definitely be a good wife and mother." "Well, I forgive you. I believe in you. You will definitely be a good wife and mother. You will definitely be." Woo, woo, woo. Puff. Old Li suddenly slapped the back of Hu Chunli's head with a palm, smashing her brain together. In this way, people should not feel pain. Old Li thought. Chapter 72. Sun Yin's Self-Recommended, 1/2. The cold wind blew, and the scene was silent. Everyone who saw this cruel scene was heartbroken. At the same time, everyone also had a deeper understanding of Qin Lang. He is a strong leader, a friendly leader, a humorous leader, a generous leader, but all of this is based on loyalty. Anyone who shows any disloyal behavior will be directly obliterated without mercy, even if it is a senior teammate like Hu Chunli who moved into Anhui early. Don't cry for too long and make people laugh. Qin Lang said something to Lao Li, then turned to look at the group of students shivering in the cold wind, said nothing, and turned back to the house. This night, although Lin Wanner and Chen Shui didn't say anything, they worked harder than before and unlocked many new postures. The next morning, when Qin Lang got up and washed up, he saw Lao Li sitting in the yard drinking tea, looking listless. He'd spitting out the toothpaste in his mouth. Qin Lang said casually, "Our current team configuration is quite complete, including attack, defense, field control, and support. The only thing missing is a healer. You can go to Wang Wu's when you have time." Looking among the crowd of students, Lao Li didn't understand at first, but when he woke up, he said, "Huh," and said, "Isn't it appropriate? I'm already so old." Qin Lang smiled and scolded. "What are you thinking? I just asked you to find a therapist. Who asked you to talk about something you don't need? Of course, if the student's character is really good, just talk about it, and I won't stop you. Anyway, it's the end of the world. Who cares about age? It's just an equal exchange." Lao Li rubbed his face and showed a wry smile. "Oh, got it. In fact, these 18 or 19-year-old students are much more proactive than Qin Lang thought." When Lao Li went out for a walk at noon, several girls took the initiative to stick to him and called him Uncle Li one after another, which made Lao Li shy. They all want to make up for Hu Chunli's vacancy. Although they had never entered his cabin, they guessed. You must have everything you want in the hut and lack nothing. Living in a tent and sleeping bag in an environment of dozens of degrees below zero is not as comfortable as sleeping in a house. "Teacher Wang, are you feeling better?" Deputy Monitor Sun Yin walked into the tent carrying a bowl of warm preserved egg and lean meat porridge. After a night's rest, Wang Wu's energy recovered a lot, but he was still a little haggard. He hummed and motioned for Sun Yin to come over and sit down. "Do you have anything to do with me?" Wang Wu asked after taking a sip of porridge. Sun Yin nodded. "I want to know, teacher, what do you think of Brother Qin Lang?" Wang Wu was startled. "What do you mean?" Sun Yin said, "Uncle Li revealed information today that he is planning to promote a girl to be a therapist among our students. I want to give it a try." Wang Wu was furious. "Nonsense. Do you know what this means?" Sun Yan's eyes dimmed, and she nodded. Even though I'm only 18 years old, I know everything. Children like us who live in the internet environment are usually precocious. Isn't it just a thing between men and women? No, I can learn. You're talking nonsense. Wang Wu smashed the porridge angrily. Sun Yin, how could you, a beautiful, quiet girl who is good at studying, think of doing this? Why? Do you think I can't protect you? Sun Yin lowered her head and murmured, How did Du Jun die? Wang Wu was choked and almost lost his breath. He stuttered for a long time and finally sighed. I understand what you mean. Everyone, this chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 72. Sun Yin volunteered. 2 halves. You have a right to choose. I am neither your parent nor your relative. I can only give you my opinion. After these few days of getting along and observing, Qin Lang's team is very strong, perhaps the strongest team in the last days. I can't afford to betray him. To play a role in the team, not only will he not do anything to you, but he will do his best to protect you. Sun Yan's eyes lit up. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Wang Wu lowered his voice and said, If you're determined and want to join Qin Lang's team, my advice to you is to rely on Qin Lang directly instead of looking for Laoli. Laoli said that Pedatian is only the second in command. Sun Yin frowned slightly, but Brother Qin already has Sister Wanner and Sister Shui by his side. You have your advantages. After all, you are only 18 years old. You are younger than them all. Thank you, teacher. I will never forget you. Sun Yin bowed deeply to Wang Wu and turned around to leave. Wang Wu reminded him, no one likes someone who is too scheming. You don't need to set up a character. Just say whatever is on your mind, and it will make him trust you more. Do you understand what I mean? Yes, Sun Yin nodded. It's snowing outside again, and the snowflakes are falling. Sun Yin came to the door of Anne's cabin and rang the doorbell. Hello, Brother Qin. I heard from Uncle Lee that your team is short a therapist, and I would like to recommend myself. After a few seconds of silence, the door of Anne's cabin opened. At that moment, a scent of earthy fragrance filled my heart. Sun Yin took a greedy breath of this long-lost breath and stepped inside. At the same time, when the girls who were getting close to Laoli outside saw this scene, their eyes showed envy and jealousy. They're not stupid. How could they not know what Sun Yin was doing in Anne's cabin? She is a girl. What else can she do besides that? Shameless Sun Yin, this bitch. When I was in class, I liked to pretend to be noble and innocent. But in the end, I didn't actively throw myself into my arms. How shameless. You have to be a bitch, and you still have to erect an arch. How disgusting. The low-pitched curses from several girls reached Old Lee's ears without any surprise. Old Lee was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Wherever there are people, there are rivers and lakes. This sentence is absolutely correct. The student group, which was monolithic in times of crisis, was still unable to avoid intrigues in a relatively comfortable environment. This is what humans are. And hut in the courtyard. It's so beautiful here. Sun Yin looked at the green vegetables and fruits in the courtyard and felt the warm breeze. The beautiful girl clenched her fists hard. She never wanted to leave this cabin, because this will be where she will live next. Sun Yin, you can definitely do it. Sun Yin silently encouraged herself in her heart. Sun Yin, right? Sit down. Qin Lang walked out wearing a pair of flashy beach pants and a loose t-shirt and waved his hands lazily. Okay, Brother Qin. Sun Yin took her seat obediently. Qin Lang took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth, looking at the tall and beautiful female student in front of him. To be honest, he was not too impressed by Sun Yin. He only knew that her position in the student team seemed to be quite high. Second only to Yu Dujuan is the third in command. You said you want to be a therapist for our team. Do you have any advantage over those girls outside? Or, let me put it more bluntly, why do you have it? Qin Lang asked with a smile. Sun Yin pursed her lips and said, Before the end of the world, my grades were always around the 20th grade. Not only that, I was also very good at sports, and I could also play some musical instruments, such as piano, cucurbit flute, eru, etc. If the apocalypse suddenly comes, there's a high chance that I will enter Qing Bei. I am very smart and learn things quickly. Why is it that you are good at studies, sports, and have so many specialties, but your class monitor is due June. Is he better than you? That's not the case. Sun Yin shook her head. My parents taught me when I was very young that any beauty in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I don't want to compete with Du Jun for the position of monitor. You don't want to grab it, or you can't grab it? Qin Lang smiled. This question caused Sun Yin to fall into silence for more than 10 seconds. After a long time, she said, Okay, I can't get it. I have been excluded by my classmates in the class. They are jealous of my appearance and grades. And I am not that kind of person. For students who waste time on interpersonal communication, I think students should focus on their studies, and school is not a place to make friends. It can be seen that your mental age is much more mature than that of your peers, but this cannot be a reason to convince me. At the current stage, it is not important to the team whether there is a therapist or not, but the further down the road, the worse the environment, the more important the therapist will be. They are absolutely indispensable to the team. Because of this, Qin Lang will not easily give this position to a female student. I am 18 years old this year. I am young, obedient, and loyal. I hope Brother Qin can give me a chance. I want to live a better life than now. Everyone outside wants to live a better life. Do you know what it means that you came to me today? I'm mentally prepared, Sun Yan's cheeks turned red, and she awkwardly pulled down the zipper of her down jacket, revealing her white neck, which was covered with beads of sweat. She slowly slid down to the content that requires a fee to be viewed. Do you think I'm a stupid man with a spermatozoa who can't walk when he sees a woman? Qin Lang laughed loudly. Then you really underestimate me. Let's go. Don't be embarrassed here. Brother Qin, I told you to get out, and I don't want to say it a second time. Qin Lang's eyes turned cold, and Sun Yin couldn't help but take a breath, hurriedly bowed to apologize, and hurriedly left An's cabin. It wasn't until Sun Yin left that Lin Wanner came out and said with a smile, She is just a little girl who wants to fight for a better life for herself. Why do you treat her like this? Qin Lang touched Lin Wanner's smooth little hand. People won't cherish things that are too easy to get. Let's roast them on the fire for a while. Hey, aren't you afraid that if I take her in, it will threaten your position? After all, he is only 18 years old. Lin Wanner chuckled. I am loyal to you, and I was the first to follow you. Why should I be afraid that she will threaten me? Age is indeed a woman's advantage, but it is not a subordinate. I also have my advantages. I find that you are getting better and better at talking. Qin Lang nodded, smiled, and hugged Lin Wanner's waist. Let's go back to the house and sleep in the cage. Noon. The snow shows no signs of letting up. Sun Yin was sitting alone in the corner, eating as usual. Today's lunch was instant noodles and ham sausage, which was enough to fill her stomach. Sun Yin, why did you go to An's cabin this morning? At this time, 5 girls came over and surrounded Sun Yin. I want to talk to Brother Qin about something. What's wrong? Sun Yin said calmly. Say something. Sun Yin, don't pretend. Now, we are classmates. Don't we still know who you are? Did you hear that Brother Qin is recruiting therapists, so he went to recommend himself? The girl sneered. Her name is Zhang Xingxing, and she is a famous female gangster in the school. Sun Yin was a little surprised. Zhang Xingxing, I underestimated you. I didn't expect that your grades were so poor, and you could still speak idioms. Who the hell are you scolding? Zhang Xingxing was furious. It's not that I have poor grades, I just don't want to learn. Okay, Sun Yin lowered her head. I was indeed looking for Brother Qin and wanted to join him, but was rejected. Zhang Xingxing laughed and said, just refuse. You think Brother Qin is blind. I can smell the filthy smell on your body through the door. Why are you pretending to be innocent? Who doesn't know that you are involved with the second highest boy, Mr. Kwa? I heard that I was pregnant and was stabbed by a man. Isn't it very satisfying? Don't talk nonsense. I have never known Kwa Xiao. Sun Yin raised her head and said, Actually, I know that it was you who spread this rumor. But I don't care anymore. Those who are clean will be cleansed. Is there anything you can do? It's okay. If so, I'm going to eat. Eat your mother. A round-faced girl next to Zhang Xingxing suddenly took out a kettle and poured the smelly yellow liquid inside into Sun Yan's bowl. Several girls laughed. A bitch like you only deserves to drink our urine. Drink it. Zhang Xingxing raised the corners of his mouth in a playful tone. Sun Yin did not argue with them. She stood up and wanted to leave. Two girls held her shoulders, one on the left and the other on the right. Sister Xing didn't let you go. How dare you leave? Sun Yin said angrily. What on earth do you want to do? Don't even think about leaving until you finish eating this bowl of food. I'll call someone if you do this again. Calling someone? Shut her mouth. Immediately, a girl took dirty underwear and forced it into Sun Yan's mouth, then dragged her out of the tent. This scene was naturally seen by other students in the camp. But no one wants to help her. Isn't it just based on studying well and being beautiful? What's so great about it? He is born with a look of contempt for others and deserves to be bullied. Nyozi, I remember you chased Sun Yin. She was bullied, and you didn't help? Several boys whispered. Help me. I chased her, but I was rejected. Sun Yin is a bitch. She is very hypocritical. If you don't like her, just don't like her. You have to say something. If you don't want to fall in love in high school, you have to study hard. She also said that if I could get into Qingbei, she could consider dating me. Pay back Qingbei. With your scores, if you can score 400 points in the exam, it's just smoke coming out of your ancestral graves. No wonder you hate her so much, I understand. To hell with her. Grill the sausages, the intestines will burn. A clearing not far from the shelter. Crunch. Sun Yin was forced to kneel down, and her body sank deeply into the snow. She wanted to struggle, but there was no way. Her head and arms were controlled, and she couldn't move. Bitch, I gave you a chance, but you didn't succeed, so don't blame me. I must feed you today. As he spoke, Zhang Xingxing went to unbuckle his belt. The girls didn't notice that their every move had been recorded by a white mushroom covered in snow in the snow. Qin Lang didn't stop him. He just watched quietly as several girls insulted Sun Yin crazily. Sun Yin pursed her lips and said, before the end of the world, my grades were always ranked around the 20th grade. Not only that, I was also good at sports, and I could also play some musical instruments such as piano, cucurbit flute, eru, etc. If the apocalypse had not suddenly come, I would have a high probability of entering Qingbei. I am very smart and learn things quickly. Why is it that you are good at studies, sports, and have so many specialties, but your class monitor is Du Jun? Is he better than you? That's not the case. Sun Yin shook her head. My parents taught me when I was very young that any beauty in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. I don't want to compete with Du Jun for the position of monitor. You don't want to grab it, or you can't grab it? Qin Lang smiled. This question caused Sun Yin to fall into silence for more than 10 seconds. After a long time, she said, Okay, I can't get it. I have been excluded by my classmates in the class. They are jealous of my appearance and grades. And I am not that kind of person. For students who waste time on interpersonal communication, I think students should focus on their studies. And school is not a place to make friends. It can be seen that your mental age is much more mature than that of your peers. But this cannot be a reason to convince me. At the current stage, it is not important to the team whether there is a therapist or not. But the further down the road, the worse the environment, the more important the therapist will be. They are absolutely indispensable to the team. Because of this, Qin Lang will not easily give this position to a female student. I'm 18 years old this year. I am young, obedient, and loyal. I hope Brother Qin can give me a chance. I want to live a better life than now. Everyone outside wants to live a better life. Do you know what it means that you came to me today? I'm mentally prepared, Sun Yan's cheeks turned red, and she awkwardly pulled down the zipper of her down jacket, revealing her white neck, which was covered with beads of sweat. She slowly slid down to the content that requires a fee to be viewed. Do you think I'm a stupid man with a spermatozoa who can't walk when he sees a woman? Qin Lang laughed loudly. Then you really underestimate me. Let's go. Don't be embarrassed here. Brother Qin, I told you to get out, and I don't want to say a second time. Qin Lang's eyes turned cold, and Sun Yin couldn't help but take a breath, hurriedly bowed to apologize, and hurriedly left N's cabin. It wasn't until Sun Yin left that Lin Wanner came out and said with a smile, She is just a little girl who wants to fight for a better life for herself. Why do you treat her like this? Qin Lang touched Lin Wanner's smooth little hand. People won't cherish things that are too easy to get. Let's roast them on the fire for a while. Hey, aren't you afraid that if I take her in, it will threaten your position? After all, he is only 18 years old. Lin Wanner chuckled. I am loyal to you, and I was the first to follow you. Why should I be afraid that she will threaten me? Age is indeed a woman's advantage, but it is not a subordinate. I also have my advantages. I find that you are getting better and better at talking. Qin Lang nodded, smiled, and hugged Lin Wanner's waist. Let's go back to the house and sleep in the cage. Noon. The snow shows no signs of letting up. Sun Yun was sitting alone in the corner, eating as usual. Today's lunch was instant noodles and ham sausage, which was enough to fill her stomach. Sun Yun, why did you go to In's cabin this morning? At this time, 5 girls came over and surrounded Sun Yun. I want to talk to Brother Qin about something. What's wrong? Sun Yun said calmly. Say something? Sun Yun, don't pretend. Now we are classmates. Don't we still know who you are? Did you hear that Brother Qin is recruiting therapists, so he went to recommend himself? The girl sneered. Her name is Zhang Xingxing, and she's a famous female gangster in the school. Sun Yun was a little surprised. Zhang Xingxing, I underestimated you. I didn't expect that your grades were so poor and you could still speak idioms. Who the hell are you scolding? Zhang Xingxing was furious. It's not that I have poor grades, I just don't want to learn. Okay, Sun Yun lowered her head. I was indeed looking for Brother Qin and wanted to join him, but was rejected. Zhang Xingxing laughed and said, just refuse. You think Brother Qin is blind. I can smell the filthy smell on your body through the door. Why are you pretending to be innocent? Who doesn't know that you are involved with the second highest boy, Mr. Qua? I heard that I was pregnant and was stabbed by a man. Isn't it very satisfying? Don't talk nonsense. I have never known Qua Shao. Sun Yun raised her head and said, actually, I know that it was you who spread this rumor. But I don't care anymore. Those who are clean will be cleansed. Is there anything you can do? It's okay. If so, I'm going to eat. Eat your mother. A round-faced girl next to Zhang Xingxing suddenly took out a kettle and poured the smelly yellow liquid inside into Sun Yan's bowl. Several girls laughed. A bitch like you only deserves to drink our urine. Drink it. Zhang Xingxing raised the corners of his mouth in a playful tone. Sun Yan did not argue with them. She stood up and wanted to leave. 2 girls held her shoulders, one on the left and the other on the right. Sister Xing didn't let you go. How dare you leave? Sun Yan said angrily. What on earth do you want to do? Don't even think about leaving until you finish eating this bowl of food. I'll call someone if you do this again. Calling someone? Shut her mouth. Immediately, a girl took dirty underwear and forced it into Sun Yan's mouth, then dragged her out of the tent. This scene was naturally seen by other students in the camp. But no one wants to help her. Isn't it just based on studying well and being beautiful? What's so great about it? He is born with a look of contempt for others and deserves to be bullied. Nyozi, I remember you chased Sun Yan. She was bullied, and you didn't help? Several boys whispered. Help me. I chased her, but I was rejected. Sun Yan is a bitch. She is very hypocritical. If you don't like her, just don't like her. You have to say something. If you don't want to fall in love in high school, you have to study hard. She also said that if I could get into Qingbei, she could consider dating me. Ah, pay back Qingbei. With your scores, if you can score 400 points in the exam, it's just smoke coming out of your ancestral graves. No wonder you hate her so much, I understand. To hell with her. Grill the sausages, the intestines will burn. A clearing not far from the shelter. Crunch. Sun Yun was forced to kneel down, and her body sank deeply into the snow. She wanted to struggle, but there was no way. Her head and arms were controlled, and she couldn't move. Bitch, I gave you a chance, but you didn't succeed, so don't blame me. I must feed you today. As he spoke, Zhang Xingxing went to unbuckle his belt. The girls didn't notice that their every move had been recorded by a white mushroom covered in snow in the snow. Qin Lang didn't stop him. He just watched quietly as several girls insulted Sun Yan crazily. Chapter 74 Warhammer Girl, 1/2. In the apocalypse, life in Anne's house is happy, warm, comfortable, and comfortable. But for some people living outside Anhui, it is like hell. Ever since Zhang Xingxing led others to humiliate Sun Yin that day, but Sun Yin did not tell Wang Wu about it for some unknown reason. More and more boys and girls join the carnival. They are young, energetic, and need an outlet. And Sun Yin, a good student with excellent academic performance, pleasant appearance, and a good family background before the end of the world, is an extremely perfect object of venting. What could be more comfortable than trampling a once-high goddess into a pit of mud? They beat, humiliated, and mentally abused Sun Yin. They replaced Sun Yin's food and water and forced her to eat excrement. If it hadn't been 40 degrees below zero outside, and most of the boys had lost their most primitive abilities, Sun Yin's fate would have been worse than being caught by goblins. The female knight who entered the lair was even worse. Night falls, the snow falls, and there are only the roars of monsters in the distance. Sun Yin, covered with bruises, lay alone in a leaky tent. Her sleeping bag had been artificially damaged, and the cold air kept pouring in from the cracks, blowing on her skin like a knife. She could clearly feel her life passing by. Her lips turned blue, and her bloodshot eyes gradually became confused. In the blur, she seemed to see her father and mother. They were saying, "Swallow, come quickly, come to Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad, I miss you." Sun Yin cried and stretched her hands out of the sleeping bag, but her parents were getting further and further away from her. She suddenly felt that all the coldness had disappeared, and her body was very hot, so hot that she was almost sweating. Sun Yin got out of her sleeping bag and walked out of the tent with all her strength, a happy smile on her face. She was so happy that she could finally be reunited with her parents. "Dad, Mom, the swallow is here?" "Dad, Mom." Sun Yin fell heavily into the snow and completely lost consciousness. 3 days later, Sun Yin opened her eyes and looked at everything around her blankly. /U003C. BR/U003E. She didn't understand why she was here. What kind of place was this? TV show. Sun Yin shook her slow brain vigorously, and she thought of a possibility. There is no apocalypse at all, and there are no monsters at all. Everything is just a dream, but this dream is too realistic. So that's it. Then my father and mother. Da-da. Footsteps sounded. Qin Lang appeared in front of her with a bright smile. "Yinzi, you're awake." "Brother Qin." Sun Yin was stunned. "Otherwise, who do you think I am?" Sun Yin suddenly choked up and couldn't stop crying. She already knew where this place was. This was Qin Lang's ant hut. "Brother Qin, since you rejected me, why did you save me again?" Sun Yin cried. "Before I answer your question, I want to ask you, why didn't you tell Wang Wu about your classmates' abuse of you? Didn't Wang Wu always protect you? Or is it because he has other secrets and is not as friendly as he appears?" Qin Lang couldn't figure this out. Sun Yan's face was full of bitterness. "Wang Wu is a good teacher. I didn't tell him because I betrayed our team first. Before I recommended myself to you, I already told Teacher Wang everything I needed to say. What kind of shame would I have? He asked for help." "Oh." Qin Lang nodded and understood. Sun Yin couldn't pass the test in her heart. She was really a girl who had scheming, but not much scheming. "You have been in a coma these past few days. I have customized a set of cards for you. The channel is War Priest. I don't know if you play games or not. The biggest advantage of this channel is that it can carry and fight. When this chapter is not finished, click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 74 Warhammer Girl, 2 halves. However, there's still a lack of core cards, so we can only take our time." Qin Lang handed a set of dozens of golden cards to Sun Yin. "Yinzi, welcome to join my Qin Lang team." "Brother Qin." Sun Yin burst into tears all of a sudden. She had never been so happy as now. Outside An's cabin. Zhang Xingxing has been bored these days. Ever since Du Jun and a dozen of his classmates were killed by that big hand, Wang Wu has been in a low mood. They haven't gone hunting for more than a week. Before, there was the little bitch Sun Yin for them to vent, but the little bitch disappeared inexplicably 3 days ago, and she must have been frozen into ice by now. It's so fucking boring. I'm still comfortable at school. I skip classes, go to internet cafes to play games, and occasionally make dates with some rich old men. When will I be the boss? I can't stand it. Zhang the Stars looked at the wind and snow in the sky and sighed. Isn't this what we expect when we grow up? The round-faced girl suddenly said quietly. Hey, stop being so leisurely. There's a wave of corpses coming from the north. The teacher wants us to meet the enemy. Hurry up. A boy broke into the tent and shouted. A group of students and Su Yun's original team members picked up weapons and went to the high ground to defend. Sure enough, a large white mass of bloody corpses and bloody dogs appeared below the high slope, numbering in the thousands. This scale was more than enough to be called a corpse tide. There's so many of them, and we only have so few people. We can't win. Hurry up and notify Brother Qin and the others to come and help. The students were quite nervous. We have already notified them. Brother Qin said that he will not give up on us. He will send reinforcements immediately. Let's hold on for a while. That makes me feel relieved, as if everyone had taken a reassurance pill. When the zombies were about to enter the range, a woman with a body shrouded in golden light walked out of Xiaowu. The light was so dazzling that people could not see her face clearly. She was wearing armor, holding a long-handled war hammer as a weapon, and holding a tower shield as high as a person in her right hand. /U003C. BR/U003E. That is, it's so dazzling. Is it Sister Wanner or Sister Ding Yuan? What is she going to do? Does she want to deal with the zombies alone? Just when everyone was puzzled, the woman used the tower shield as a skateboard and slid down all the way, diving into the zombies, and then saw a large piece of light bursting out from the warhammer, and a large number of bloody corpses and blood dogs were knocked away. 4,000 toner combat power is weird. I remember that Sister Wanner and Sister Ding Yuan have higher combat power than her. This is too fierce, people exclaimed. In just a few dozen seconds, hundreds of blood corpses and blood dogs were killed. The Warhammer girl was like crazy, killing in the tide of corpses. It took only more than 10 minutes before and after, and she killed all the corpses by herself. With the Warhammer girl as the center, corpses piled up like a mountain. Too fierce. Sister, I love you. Woo! Sister, stick with me. Not only the boys were boiling, but the girls were also boiling and cheering. There was only one person in the crowd with amazing eyes. That was Wang Wu. He had guessed the identity of this Warhammer girl. The Warhammer girl slowly returned to the snow hill, and a dull female voice came from under the armor, covering her face. Go clean up the battlefield, and you are not allowed to hide the cards privately. Those who violate the rules will be killed. Yes, big sister. Zhang Xingxing jumped up. Sister, you are so cool. Are you Sister Wanner? The Warhammer girl, who had already turned her back, stopped and turned around. Do you want to know who I am? Of course, Sister is so cool. We all want to know who you are. The students came over and were very enthusiastic. Oh, okay. The Warhammer girl nodded, took off the mask, and revealed a beautiful and resolute face. Looking at this face, Zhang Xingxing and his group all took a breath of cold air and felt that the blood in their bodies solidified at this moment. Chapter 75, Kind-Hearted Yin, 1/2. Fear spread among the crowd like a plague, and all those who had bullied her felt cold all over, as if they were frozen. This Warhammer woman, with a combat power of up to 4,200, who single-handedly killed the zombies, was none other than Sun Yin, who had disappeared for several days, the former goddess of academic dominance, and later the little bitch they crazily abused. Sun. The girls headed by Zhang Xingxing were so frightened that their legs weakened and they knelt on the ground, with thousands of words choked in their throats. Sun Yin looked down at the group of students from a high position, with no trace of anger in her determined eyes. She said calmly, "Drink more water. You are a little angry." Sun Yin, I was wrong. I apologize to you. Don't kill me. You can do whatever you want. Don't kill me. Zhang Xingxing kowtowed crazily and howled miserably. Why should I kill you? The corner of Sun Yan's mouth raised slightly. Don't worry. Not only will I not kill you, but I will also help you and treat you. It's not about my kindness, but from this moment on, you are all my slaves, and I will let you see with your own eyes how big the gap is between us. I will become an existence that you can't even look at. Who is for it and who is against it? The scene was deathly silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Sun Yin put on her mask again and turned around. The armor made a heavy metallic sound. Go, pick up the card. Yes, yes, yes. The students struggled to get up, rushed into the pile of corpses, and collected the cards on the battlefield. Swallow. Wang Wu came behind Sun Yin. Teacher Wang, are you okay? Sun Yin respects Wang Wu very much because he is really a good teacher. I don't know what the conflict is between you and them. I think it's time for me to take them away. Teacher Wang, did I not speak clearly just now? They are my slaves. Where are you taking my slaves? You are classmates. What kind of slave is not a slave? You can't do it because of strengthening. If you lose your body and become stronger, then exploit your classmates. I know that you are often excluded in the class, but this is not a reason to enslave them. Wang was very excited. Teacher Wang. Sun Yin seemed to be smiling under the mask. You are so cute and silly. You really don't know anything about what they did to me. What did they do? Wang was confused. He really didn't know anything, because no one had ever told him. He had been blaming himself and his tent for the loss of a dozen students due to his negligence. I don't need to explain anything to you. I'm tired. We'll leave soon. Wang Wu clenched his fists. Buzz! The sharp side of the long-handled warhammer was aimed at Wang Wu's head. Sun Yin said in a hoarse voice, I'll say it one last time. They're my slaves, and I have the final say on their life and death. Sun Yin, how would you do this? Are you crazy? I am your teacher. Do you want to kill me? Yinzi, how do you feel about this BD set? Qin Lang walked out of Anne's house with a smile, followed by the swaying mushroom man Q, who was clumsy and cute. Brother Qin. Sun Yin knelt down on one knee, extremely respectful. Her life only belongs to Qin Lang. Hey, get up. Why do you give so many gifts to your family? You watch them pick up the cards, and I'll talk to Lao Wang. Yes. Sun Yin stood up. Old Wang, come. Let's talk to you alone. Qin Lang put his arm on Wang Wu's shoulder and came to the tent. Wang Wu said angrily, Boss Qin, this chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 75, Kind-Hearted Yin. 2 halves. We're just staying here temporarily. You want to hold us here as your slaves? Is that too much? Is this too much? Qin Lang was amused. You really don't know anything. What's too much is here. Just take your time and look at it. I won't disturb you anymore. Deaded turned and left. Qin Lang turned his palm, and a white mushroom appeared. This was called the projection mushroom. He crushed the projection mushroom, and a picture immediately appeared in the void. Sun Yin in the picture is being wildly abused by a group of students. As the scene continued to play, Wang Wu clenched his fists hard and tears slid down his cheeks uncontrollably. He finally understood why Sun Yin hated her classmates so much. If it were him, he would definitely let these beasts live. No, die. Silly boy, why didn't you tell me when you were treated like this? Wang Wu cried loudly, and he finally understood why Sun Yin said that the classmates were a little angry. This was the only water source that Sun Yin could drink in the past few days. From that day on, this shelter with less than 100 people had a very clear class division. The highest level is naturally the core members headed by Qin Lang, Lin Wanner, Lao Li, Su Yun, Ding Yuan, Chen Shui, and Sun Yin, who live collectively in Anhut. The second level is brothers Lin Mo, Wu Fa, and Wu Tian, as well as members of Su Yun's previous team, who live in air-conditioned RVs and snowmobiles. The third level is students who have never bullied Sun Yin. They still live in tents with sufficient food supply and heating equipment. It is not very comfortable, but at least it is not uncomfortable. The fourth level, headed by Zhang Xingxing, is the more than 30 students who have insulted Sun Yin. The tents they live in, the sleeping bags they sleep in, and the food they eat are all discarded and defective products. It can only guarantee that they will not be raped, freeze, and starve to death. As long as you give me instant noodles and a heating lamp, I can do whatever you want. Zhang Xingxing knocked open a certain snow. The man inside opened the door of the chariot and raised his eyebrows. Can you really do anything? Yes. You can do whatever you want. I'm really hungry and can't bear it anymore. Look, look, my hands are frozen. It's frostbite. Zhang Xingxing is not an ugly girl. In fact, her appearance is above the class level, and there are only a handful of girls who are better looking than her. But after these days of living in the open, enduring hunger and cold, she has lost weight. 3 buckets of instant noodles, 3 ham sausages, and 2 heating lamps. If you want to do it, get in the car. If you don't, you can get out. The man raised his eyebrows. Do it, do it. Zhang Xingxing was overjoyed and got into the car. About half an hour later, Zhang Xingxing limped out of the car, holding instant noodles, ham sausage, and a heating lamp in her hands. Just when she was about to go back to the tent to eat with joy on her face, she heard the sound of steel armor behind her. The sound of friction. Zhang Xingxing froze in place and hurriedly explained, I'm too hungry. The woman in the armor just glanced at her lightly and said nothing. A golden light flashed on the war hammer and enveloped Zhang Xingxing. Suddenly, she felt like she was bathing in a hot spring, and all the frostbite and physical discomfort disappeared at this moment. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Sister Yanzi. Zhang Xingxing knelt on the ground and kowtowed quickly. Sun Yin remained silent and walked forward. The man who had just finished relaxing in the car and was smoking a cigarette quickly threw away the cigarette, and stood at attention to salute. This is a core figure, an existence that cannot be offended. Hello, Sister Yin. Sun Yin said calmly. Don't give me so much next time. Only by being hungry and cold can I serve you better, right? The man understood instantly. I understand. Hey, thank you, Sister Yin, for reminding me. Sun Yin, no. Chapter 76. Melting Ice and Snow, 1/2. In this cruel apocalypse, time seems to have lost its meaning. Qin Lang's daily routine, apart from playing games in the Xiaowu, is to go to the backyard to see how far the nest core planted has grown. The result disappointed Qin Lang greatly. The growth rate of the nest core was far lower than he expected. Hundreds of corpses were absorbed as nutrients, but it only grew to 2 meters high. It would take at least 2 or 3 months for it to mature. If it weren't for the fact that his combat power level has reached its peak and there are no monsters on the surface that can pose a threat to him, he even wanted to pull out the nest core to see what the dark gold card inside is. There are 2 planting areas in the backyard of the Xiaowu. One is used to plant the nest core, and the other is naturally used by him to plant various mushrooms. The mushrooms are growing well, and there are already quite a few in stock in his space ring. After practicing for this period of time, he gradually mastered the main fighting method of the mushroom herder. Mushrooms are another form of ammunition for him. That afternoon, Qin Lang was playing games with Chen Shui when he suddenly received a telepathic communication from Su Yun. Boss, something happened. Come out and take a look. Qin Lang dropped the controller and rushed out of the small house. He looked up suddenly and saw that the sky was red, as if something was burning. Countless fireballs of different sizes fell and shook the ground violently. What is that? In the fireballs that seemed to destroy the world, someone saw a spherical monster full of pits in the sky. This monster was covered with tentacles, and its body was like a big fireball. It looked down at the earth expressionlessly, and its body was suspended in the air motionlessly. This scene was so similar to the giant face of the monster when the end of the world just came. Time flies so fast. Has it reached the 3rd stage? Qin Lang muttered to himself, and the scene of being tortured in his previous life was vivid, which made him shudder uncontrollably. Boom! A ball of fire hit nearby, blasting a snowmobile into pieces. Fortunately, the people inside had come out to watch the spectacle. Hey, there's something in the fireball. From the chariot destroyed by the fireball, many palm-sized, ladybug-like creatures flew out. There seemed to be hundreds of them. They were on fire and rushed to the nearby tattered tent where Zhang Xingxing's group was. Help! Dang! 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 Sun Yin rushed over in one step, swinging the war hammer in his hand continuously, knocking all the ladybugs away. It was obviously a creature, but after being hammered, its body made a sound of steel, which showed that these creatures had strong defensive capabilities. And more. Zhang Xingxing looked at the unicorn creature that emerged from the fire in horror. It was a humanoid monster, burning all over, with red skin, a unicorn in the middle of its forehead, and a hideous and ugly face. The ladybug's combat power is only 200, while this monster has 1,200. Someone tested the combat power and reminded him. The monster opened its arms and rushed towards Sun Yin with flames spewing from its mouth. Sun Yin was not panicked at all. First, she put up a shield to block the monster from getting close, and then smashed the monster's head with a hammer. This thing even has magma and is not a carbon-based creature. No matter what kind of creature it is, with a combat power of only 1,200, it is as fragile as a blank piece of paper in front of a priest with a combat power of 4,200 and a skill talent of frontal chain. Fire Demon and Fire Ladybug. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 76, Melting Ice and Snow. 2 halves. Qin Lang said lightly, "The snow will soon melt." The fireball fell for 3 hours. If you stand in the sky and look down at this time, you will find that the whole city is lit by fire, and most of the fire is moving like alive. The snow seems to be melting. Is winter going to pass? Someone found that the ice and snow underfoot began to melt. Tie the vehicles together with chains and hang them on the hut. Qin Lang ordered. Once the snow underfoot melts completely, the first threat to the survivors will be floods. Forget it if the hut is waterproof or not. Who cares? It can even withstand atomic bombs, so why should we be afraid of floods? Qin Lang took the down jacket and put it on. I'm going to hunt. You guys clean up the scattered fire demons nearby and report any situation in time. Qin Lang pointed to his head and only brought Zai and a few students to help him pick up cards. A creature that has just been bred in the 3rd stage basically poses no threat to him. Not to mention that it still has the debuff of ice and snow and low temperature, so there is no need to form a group to kill it. It is a complete waste of human resources. So everyone had no objection to Qin Lang's behavior. You guys follow me. Sun Yin pointed to Zhang Xingxing and the other 5 students and asked them to follow her. Zhang Xingxing would never want to go hunting with Sun Yin. She was scared of this Warhammer girl, but there was nothing she could do. They were slaves, and Sun Yin was the master. We've rested for so long. It's time for us to move around. Su Yun and Ding Yuan smiled at each other and called a few more students from the 4th level. First, taking students from the 4th level to be slaves to pick up cards seemed to have become the rule of the shelter. Sister-in-law, what do you think? Do you want to go out with me, Lao Li? Lao Li asked in a hoarse voice. Lin Wanner laughed. Who will go with you? You don't have anyone around you? I don't like fighting, so I'd better stay in Anwu and sleep. Chun Shui also laughed. Brotherly, you can go hunting, but you must protect the girls around you. I won't join you in this fun. I want to sleep with Sister Wanner. Okay, I'll go first. Darlings, come with me to hunt. Great. Go. Kill. Several girls cheered and rushed into the snow chariot with Lao Li. Lao Li is now a famous playboy in the camp. Several girls from the 3rd class are around him all day long. Lao Li has never eaten any good pork. No matter whether you are ugly or beautiful, fat or thin, he will eat them all. As the core of the team, he doesn't worry about resources at all. Of course, Lao Li also has a bottom line, which is limited to girls from the 3rd class. The girls in the 4th level are really worthless. They're played with by others in exchange for some resources. Let's go hunting too. Wang Wu stood up and greeted other students. Passing by the 4th level shelter, he looked at the pitiful eyes of the students inside and sighed. Do you want to go with me? If you get a lot, I can share some with you. He couldn't get any sympathy for these former students. Who asked you to team up and treat Sun Yin like that? You have to suffer this fate today. It's your own fault. Kindness and saintliness are 2 different things. Thank you, Teacher Wang. We are willing to go. The fire rain had just ended, and finding monsters became an extremely simple matter. Less than 5 minutes after Qin Lang drove out, he encountered a small group of monsters covered in fire. In addition to the fire demon and the fire ladybug, there were 2 kinds of monsters in the group. Among the new monsters, one is a fire corpse whose body is on fire. and the other is a little devil with wings that flies in midair and is more than 1 meter tall. Qin Lang knows these two monsters very well. There is nothing much to say about the Fire Corpse. Its combat power is only 140, except for causing burning to close enemies. It is no different from the Blood Corpse. It can be easily killed with ordinary firearms. It should be noted that Little Devil, although this Little Devil is very slow and only flies at a height of 3 or 4 meters, it will spit out fireballs from its mouth for long-range attacks. Once hit by such a fireball, the best result is to be disfigured. Force 180. Jaligua. QZ was like a child who was curious about everything. He first tugged on Qin Lang's clothes and then pointed at the group of monsters, meaning there were so many monsters and he was so scared. Qin Lang stopped the car with a smile, touched the elastic mushroom head, picked up the boy, and faced the monster group head-on. This group of fire monsters were affected by the snow on the ground, and both speed and perception were in an extremely low state. Qin Lang almost came to them before he realized that they were enemies. He screamed and rushed forward. Qin Lang calmly took out a fist-sized, crystal-clear ice mushroom from the space ring and handed it to Qizai. Qizai looked confused and didn't understand what to do with the mushroom. The next moment, Qizai's body was thrown into the air by Qin Lang, and then Qin Lang used a back sweep to sweep his leg firmly on Qizai's waist. And then Qizai turned into a stream of light with tears in his eyes and plunged into the pile of monsters. Inside. The moment the ice mushroom came into contact with the monster group, there was a click sound, and a large area of beautiful ice crystals spread out, followed by dozens of monsters being frozen. Well, it's very effective against fire monsters, as expected. Qin Lang was very satisfied with the power of the ice mushroom and pointed his sword far away. The flying sword flew through the monster group and killed all the frozen monsters effortlessly. As for Mr. Q, half of his body was stuck in the snow, and his big watery eyes were full of tears. You think I don't know about letting your kid steal my mushrooms, right? Qin Lang squatted in front of Qzai and smashed Qzai's mushroom cap several times with his fist. Jaligua. Qzai said, I don't dare to do it anymore. When several students saw this, they hurriedly rushed into the pile of monsters to find the cards, and then handed them all to Qin Lang. How dare they have the slightest intention to hide something secretly? Although life is very difficult, they are still alive after all. Is there anything better than living in this world? While Qin Lang's hunting was successful, the 6-man team, led by Sun Yin, also completed a successful hunting. It is better to say that it is a team of 9 people, but it is better to say that it is a phoenix leading 5 chickens, because except for Sun Yin, the other 5 are slaves of the 4th estate. Sister Yin Yinzi, this is a card. Zhang Xingxing carefully handed the searched card to Sun Yin. Sun Yin put the card away in silence. When Zhang Xingxing saw this, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to leave, a dull voice came from the huge armor in front of him. Do you think I don't know that you secretly hid the card? Zhang Xingxing's body stiffened instantly when she heard this. She turned around, took out the gold card with a flattering look on her face, and said, Sister Yinzi, I forgot. I'm here in my pocket. /U003 E-Bang. A heavy punch hit Zhang Xingxing firmly on the face. The female student flew more than 10 meters on the spot, vomiting blood. Sun Yin slowly came to Zhang Xingxing and said condescendingly, Those who hide secrets will die. This is the rule of the shelter. But don't worry, you are my most beloved slave. How can I bear to let you die like this? As he spoke, the sharp end of the long-handled war hammer flashed with golden light, and Zhang Xingxing's bones, shrouded in light, made a crisp sound as they healed again. Sister Yinzi, I deserve to die. I don't dare to do it anymore. Zhang Xingxing slapped her face wildly. She never wanted to experience the pain that penetrated her bones just now. Sun Yin nodded. Get up and go to the next location. Yes. Zhang Xingxing got up in a hurry. Niu Yushan. Sun Yin suddenly shouted. Niu Yushan was startled and said in a low voice, Sister Yinzi, I heard that you sold your butt for a bucket of self-heating hot pot. Niu Yushan, the former sports committee member, one of Sun Yan's suitors, and one of his abusers. His face instantly turned ugly. Why are you doing this? If you don't have enough to eat, why don't you come to me? What I excrete is more nutritious than what you eat. Niu Yusham lowered his head and clenched his fists. Oh, are you trying to do something to me again? Ha 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 ha. You could try it. Sun Yin laughed maniacally under the mask and turned around to leave. If we continue like this, she will kill us sooner or later. Kill her. Must kill her. The 5 slaves looked at each other and rushed towards Sun Yan's back at the same time. It should be night at this time, but the sky and the earth were as bright as day because of the lifeless fireball's strange face in the sky. Qin Lang returned to the shelter and saw Sun Yin sitting on a bench. In front of him were 5 men and women wearing thin clothes and hanging on crosses. No matter how warm it is still more than 20 degrees below zero, and they have not strengthened the relevant talents. How can they bear this? But every time they are about to die, Sun Yin will give them a healing spell to restore their bodies to normal state. You'll have to play for a while. It's not worth using your energy on these people. Qin Lang reminded him and entered his cabin. Sun Yin thought about it, and it seemed to be the truth. So she broke the hands and feet of the 5 people and threw them into the tent. She said to the soldiers of the 3rd level, I am a very kind person. Let them be comfortable. I will give you extra food at night. Barbecue or hot pot. You choose. Oh, you're not allowed to die. Don't worry, Sister Yinzi, we are sensible. The soldiers put their arms around each other, yelled, and entered the tent with evil smiles. Soon, heart-rending screams came from the tent. Lao Li and Su Yun returned one after another not long after, and they both had good harvests. Although they did not seize the color cards, they did have a bunch of gold and silver cards. Boss, I just saw a fireball cave in the north. There were a lot of monsters nearby. I didn't dare to be too wild, so I looked around the outside. I didn't know. Oh my god, my god. There were even monsters with more than 4,000 combat power. There are quite a few of them. Where's that place? Lao Li yelled as usual. Qin Lang burst into laughter. It's a good thing you didn't go in, otherwise you would have died very rhythmically. It is a fire nest, and its nature is similar to that of a giant arm nest. If the number of people is too small, it will not be eaten down. Fire rain. Just after it was over, finding monsters became an extremely simple matter. Less than 5 minutes after Qin Lang drove out, he encountered a small group of monsters that were all on fire. In addition to the fire demon and the fire ladybug, there were 2 new monsters in the group. One is a fire corpse whose body is on fire, and the other is a little devil with wings, flying in midair, more than 1 meter high. Qin Lang knows these 2 monsters very well. There is nothing much to say about the fire corpse. Its combat power is only 140. Except for causing burning to close enemies, it is no different from the blood corpse. It can be easily killed with ordinary firearms. It should be noted that little devil, although this little devil is very slow and only flies a height of 3 or 4 meters, it will spit out fireballs from its mouth for long-range attacks. Once hit by such a fireball, the best result is to be disfigured. Force 180. Jaligua. QZ was like a child who was curious about everything. He first tugged on Qin Lang's clothes and then pointed at the group of monsters, meaning there were so many monsters and he was so scared. Qin Lang stopped the car with a smile, touched the elastic mushroom head, picked up the boy, and faced the monster group head-on. This group of fire monsters were affected by the snow on the ground, and both speed and perception were in an extremely low state. Qin Lang almost came to them before he realized that they were enemies. He screamed and rushed forward. Qin Lang calmly took out a fist-sized, crystal-clear ice mushroom from the space ring and handed it to Qizai. Qizai looked confused and didn't understand what to do with the mushroom. The next moment, Qizai's body was thrown into the air by Qin Lang, and then Qin Lang used a back sweep, which was firmly swept on Qizai's waist. And then, Qizai's tears turned into a stream of light and plunged into the pile of monsters. Inside, the moment the ice mushroom came into contact with the monster group, there was a click sound and a large area of beautiful ice crystals spread out, followed by dozens of monsters being frozen. Dot. Dot. Well, it's very effective against fire monsters. As expected, Qin Lang was very satisfied with the power of the ice mushroom and pointed his sword far away. The flying sword flew through the monster group and killed all the frozen monsters effortlessly. As for Mr. Q, half of his body was stuck in the snow, and his big watery eyes were filled with tears. You think I don't know about letting your kids steal my mushrooms, right? Qin Lang squatted in front of Q's eye and smashed Q's eye's mushroom cap several times with his fist. Jaligua, Q's eye said, I don't dare to do it anymore. When several students saw this, they hurriedly rushed into the pile of monsters to find the cards, and then handed them all to Qin Lang. How dare they have the slightest intention to hide something secretly? Although life is very difficult, they're still alive after all. Is there anything better than living in this world? While Qin Lang's hunting was successful, the six-man team, led by Sun Yin, also completed a successful hunting. It is better to say that it is a team of 9 people, but it is better to say that it is a phoenix leading 5 chickens, because except for Sun Yin, the other 5 are slaves of the Fourth Estate. Sister Yin Yinzi, this is a card. Zhang Xingxing carefully handed the search card to Sun Yin. Sun Yin put the card away in silence. When Zhang Xingxing saw this, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to leave, a dull voice came from the huge armor in front of him. Do you think I don't know that you secretly hid the card? Zhang Xingxing's body stiffened instantly when she heard this. She turned around, took out the gold card with a flattering look on her face, and said, Sister Yinzi, I forgot. I'm here in my pocket. /U003 E-bang. A heavy punch hit Zhang Xingxing firmly on the face. The female student flew more than 10 meters on the spot, vomiting blood. Sun Yin slowly came to Zhang Xingxing and said condescendingly, Those who hide secrets will die. This is the rule of the shelter. But don't worry, you are my most beloved slave. How can I bear to let you die like this? As he spoke, the sharp end of the long-handled war hammer flashed with golden light, and Zhang Xingxing's bones, shrouded in light, made a crisp sound as they healed again. Sister Yinzi, I deserve to die. I won't dare to do it again. Zhang Xingxing slapped her face frantically. She didn't want to experience the pain she felt just now. Sun Yin nodded. Get up and go to the next place. Yes. Zhang Xingxing hurriedly got up. Niu Yushan. Sun Yin suddenly shouted. Niu Yushan was stunned and said humbly, Sister Yinzi, I heard that you sold your but for a bucket of self-heating hot pot. Niu Yushan, the former sports committee member, one of Sun Yan's pursuers and abusers, suddenly turned ugly. Why are you doing this? If you are not full, why don't you come to me? What I excrete is more nutritious than what you eat. Niu Yushan lowered his head and clenched his fists. Oh, are you going to do it to me again? Ha. You could try it. Sun Yin laughed crazily under the mask and turned away. If we continue like this, she will kill us sooner or later. Kill her. We must kill her. The 5 slaves looked at each other and rushed to Sun Yan's back at the same time. It should be night now, but the sky and the earth are as bright as day because of the lifeless fireball monster face in the sky. Qin Lang returned to the shelter and saw Sun Yin sitting on a bench. In front of him were 5 men and women wearing thin clothes and hanging on the cross. Even if it was warm, it was still more than 20 degrees below zero. They had not strengthened their talents, so they could not bear it. But every time they were about to die, Sun Yin would give them a healing spell to restore their bodies to normal. Just play for a while. It's not worth using your energy on these people. Qin Lang reminded them and entered the safe house. Sun Yin thought about it, and it seemed to be the truth. So she broke the 5 people's hands and feet and threw them into the tent and said to the 3rd-tier soldiers, I'm a very kind person. Let them feel comfortable. I will give you a snack at night, barbecue or hot pot. You choose. Oh, don't kill them. Don't worry, Sister Yin. We know our limits. The soldiers hugged each other, shouted and laughed, and entered the tent. Soon, bursts of heart-wrenching screams came from the tent. Old Li and Su Yun returned one after another soon after. They had good harvests. Although they didn't seize color cards, they did have a lot of gold and silver cards. Boss, I just saw a fireball cave in the north. There are many monsters nearby. I didn't dare to be too wild, so I looked around. I didn't know until I saw it. Wow, there are even many monsters with more than 4,000 combat power. What kind of place is that? Oldly yelled as usual. Qin Lang laughed out loud. Luckily you didn't go in, otherwise you would have died very rhythmically. That's the fire nest, which is similar in nature to the giant arms nest. If there are too few people, you won't be able to take it down. Chapter 78 Hunting Team Outside the Fire Nest, 1/2. Qin Lang took a sip of beer, wiped his mouth, and said, although it is not realistic for our team to clear the fire nest with its current overall strength, it is still possible to clear out the monsters around. Now is the best time. All monsters have a cold debuff. Once this debuff disappears, the difficulty of killing those monsters will increase by at least 1 level. Oldly rubbed his hands, his eyes shining with excitement. Okay, when we go to the fire nest, I've been so depressed for the past few months. Oldly needs a hearty battle. Su Yun and Ding Yuan had no objection to this. I have finally understood that if you want to survive in the apocalypse, you must hunt. If you hide in one place and eat up all the food, the final result will be either being killed by the apocalypse or being killed by other shelters. There is no third possibility. Since everyone agrees, let's have a good rest tonight. We will set out early tomorrow morning to clean up the periphery of the fire nest. Qin Lang took out a few gold cards and distributed them to everyone. Fire resistance, 1 for each person. Ding Yuan, you were in the front row. Use 2 to avoid being burned. Everyone took the cards and used them, and then had a good meal and went back to their rooms to rest. No words were spoken all night until the next morning. The 6 core members headed by Qin Lang walked out of the small house and were surprised to find that the snow on the ground was melting faster than they had imagined. The cold and hot air met, forming a large area of steaming fog. The temperature is -14 degrees now. Su Yin looked up at the fireball monster face in the sky. We just experienced severe cold. We'll be hot next. The team is not full of young people like Lao Li who have muscles in their heads. You are right, it must be hot. Judging from the temperature in the cold winter, the temperature of hot summer must be at least 42 degrees or above. Qin Lang deliberately lowered it. He remembered very clearly that the temperature in the 3rd stage of the apocalypse was about 45 degrees above zero. If there is no cooling method, let alone killing monsters, you will be dried up in minutes. It's not so hot. I used to work in Guangdong, and the temperature was often over 40 degrees. That day was like a sauna. I would sweat even if I didn't move. Lao Li stepped on the melting snow under his feet and sighed. Brother Qin, how many people are we taking this time? Sun Yin asked. Qin Lang thought for a moment. Even if the monsters outside the fire nest are very strong, if their combat power is less than 1,000, they will not be effective in the battle. Just bring some people to help pick up cards, and the others can stay here. Although Qin Lang didn't care about the lives of these people, he didn't want them to die. Sun Yin said, "Oh," and walked toward the 4th-tier residential area. Soon, he brought over a dozen shivering students. The girl was led by Zhang Xingxing, and the boy was led by Niu Yushan. Get in the car, let's go. Qin Lang called out, and everyone got in the car one after another. 3 snow vehicles and a military pickup truck, a total of 4 vehicles drove out. As Lao Li said, the fire nest is not too far from the shelter, only an hour's drive away. But when the convoy arrived at the scene, everyone was surprised to find that there was another group of people. They had already fought with the monsters in the fire nest, and the number of people was more than 100. Fuck, I thought we were the only ones left in the whole city, but there are still survivors. Lao Li rubbed his eyelids, a little unbelievable. Su Yun said, humans are such a fragile and strong race. No matter what kind of environment they are in, they can survive like cockroaches. While a few people were still sighing, the people who were fighting noticed the arrival of the uninvited guests and retreated immediately, looking at everyone with sharp eyes. Ding ding. Oldly pressed the combat power detector switch. Wow, the combat power is very high. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 78, Hunting Team Outside the Fire Nest. two halves. The lowest, the highest is 3,400 inch. Hey, friends in front, we found this place first. If you don't want to see blood, I hope you can leave now and don't affect our hunting. Someone in the team of 100 shouted loudly. You're talking nonsense. I found this place yesterday. How come you found it first? Oldley was not to be outdone and got out of the car and retorted. Dot, dot. The young man who shouted was shocked when he saw the combat power value of Oldley. 5,100 combat power is almost the same as the boss. What do you mean? Do you have to compete with us? The young man, Xiao Zhenhai, said angrily. There are not many survivors in the whole city. There is no need to quarrel as soon as you meet. If there is any conflict, sit down and talk slowly. Su Yin hugged Ding Yuan and came out of the car. The combat power of both of them was about 4. It's not that Qin Lang was reluctant to invest in them, but there was really no suitable card. His Xiao Zhenhai took a breath of cold air. 2 monsters with 4 again. If the opponent's core members have a maximum combat power of only 5,100, then he is still very confident. After all, the boss is as strong as a god of war and has the ability to fight him. But if the opponent has 2 helpers with 4 combat power, even the boss can't fight 3 alone? What? You mean those elites with hundreds or thousands of combat power? After surviving for so long in the end of the world, doesn't he know whether ordinary firearms are useful for people with thousands of combat power? Wait a minute. Xiao Zhenhai hurriedly called the boss and reported the situation on the scene. Boss, what should we do now? Wait for me. I'll be there soon. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. My boss will soon. Just be there and she will talk to you personally. Xiao Zhenhai shouted. Okay, just wait a minute. We are short of everything except time. Ha! Laoli laughed loudly, took out a cigarette, and started smoking. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a tracked armored vehicle that looked like a tank rumbled onto the scene. Under everyone's admiring gaze, a woman wearing a pink down jacket, a pink bunny ear hat, and a pink sword at her waist emerged from inside. Boss! Boss! Everyone shouted respectfully. This woman, who is only 1.55 meters tall, looks very petite and cute among a group of bulky men, but she also looks out of place. We discovered this place first. What do you think? When a cute girl doesn't open her mouth, it's like a quiet time with a little bird leaning on her. When he opens his mouth, Qin Lang spits out a big mouthful of coffee and sprays it on the car window. Laoli's eyes were dull. He knew that northerners all had accents, but with such a heavy accent, was it really okay? I'm asking you, Zyangaha, do you want to fight? The woman pinched her waist with sharp eyes. Don't fight and kill each other as soon as we meet. Let's have a good chat. I found this place yesterday. I went back to rest for a day because I was not fully prepared. Now I came here and found that it was occupied by your people, and you let us leave. This can't you make sense? Laoli coughed and said with a smile, You said you should discover it first. Where is the evidence? The woman was very domineering. If there is evidence, we can leave. If there is no evidence, what are you talking about? Don't think that your 5,100 combat power is great. If you dare to rob, I will kill you. Hey, you're not tall, but you have a loud tone. Why are you so awesome for a little kid? You only have 5 combat power. Who are you trying to scare? Laoli got a little angry. Chapter 79. Chun Cc, the single king of Haicheng, 1/2. Who the hell are you calling a gangster? The woman was furious. If you dare, say it again, and you'll be finished if I don't kill you. When the others saw that the woman was angry, they all picked up their weapons. Xiao Zhenhai, the young man next to him, roared and condensed a ball of black fire in his palm. Damn it. Apologize to my boss. Apologize? P2A. Laoli spit out a mouthful of foam and threw it on the ground. Is it worthy? Grass. The woman's eyes were sharp. She rotated the handle of the knife and made an attack posture. Dot. Dot. At this time, a voice rang out. There are only a few survivors in the apocalypse, so they start shouting and killing each other when they meet. Do you want to take advantage of the large number of people and bully the small people? It was Qin Lang who spoke. He walked out of the car leisurely. Lin Wanner hugged QZ, and Chun Shui followed closely behind. Sun Yin was the last one to come out. There was no way. The face armor was too bulky. The woman raised her lips and was about to speak when Xiao Zhenhai took a sharp breath and said in a trembling voice, "Boss, the fighting power of this person is so terrifying. How much did it scare you like this?" Chen Sisi looked surprised. Xiao Zhenhai had always been calm and would rarely lose his composure. 99. What the hell? Chen Sisi cursed secretly, and sweat instantly broke out in the palm of her hand holding the knife. He and the three women behind him also have more than 4,000 combat power. Xiao Zhenhai stammered. "What on earth do you want to do?" Chen Sisi said toughly, but her momentum lost a lot. As the boss of the shelter, she knows better than anyone what 9 combat power means. She had almost been defeated by another shelter boss with 6,000 combat power before, but this one was even more outrageous. In the last days, we can't kill all the monsters. It's not as good as half of us. No one should cross the line. Qin Lang said with a smile. As expected of the boss, I accept this proposal. Chen Sisi borrowed the donkey to go down the slope. What do you call a beautiful woman? Chen Sisi, thinking is thinking. Chen Sisi, are you the single king of Haicheng? Lao Li suddenly interrupted. Chen Sisi was stunned for a moment. What the hell? Have you ever heard of me? That's right. I was a food delivery guy before the end of the world, and I was known as the Haicheng Single King. Qin Lang looked confused. Lao Li said excitedly, "Damn it, I never expected that I can meet my idol here." Huh? Qin Lang was even more stunned. Lao Li explained to everyone that in order to make a living before the end of the world, in addition to working as a security guard, he often took driving orders and also worked as a delivery boy for a long time. At that time, there was such a legend in the Haicheng Rider Circle. A man named Chen Sisi's female goddess only slept 4 hours a day for 3 consecutive years and ran takeaways the rest of the time. She finally earned 1.02 million, an average of 340,000 a year, 28,000 a month, and 940 a day. Qin Lang cupped his hands and said, "I admire you." Chen Sisi felt a little embarrassed. "Hey, don't say that. When I was a rider, I did work harder than the average person, but there's a lot of moisture in it. It's all a capitalist routine. Use me as an example to fool newcomers. He is working for them. How can a serious rider earn 1.02 million in 3 years? Only a fool can do it without eating or drinking." Old Li Hun didn't care. No matter what, it's not easy to meet your former idol. Let's have a drink if we have the chance. Chen Sisi's eyes suddenly started to glow red as soon as she heard about the drink. Okay, no problem. Cough. Qin Lang interrupted the two to reminisce. Miss Chen, are there other shelters in Haicheng? This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading chapter 79. Chen Sisi, the single king of Haicheng, 2 halves. Yes. Chen Sisi nodded repeatedly. In addition to my shelter, there are 2 other shelters, one in the north and one in the northwest. Those 2 shelters are quite close to each other. If you want to exchange some resources or something, I can help. You recommended them. The 2 shelter bosses are my buddies. No problem. Then let's exchange contact information. We should go hunting, so don't delay the business. Certainly. At the moment, Qin Lang exchanged numbers with Chen Sisi. With this line as the boundary, the left side belongs to us and the right side belongs to you. What do you think, Boss Qin? Perhaps to show off her skills, Chen Sisi pulled out her sword and slashed in the air. Laugh. Between the vertical and horizontal sword energy, a ravine half a meter deep spread to a place dozens of meters ahead. Good sword energy. Qin Lang clapped his hands and said, "That's it, let's go." Qin Lang waved his hand, and everyone followed him to the fire nest not far away. Chen Sisi also readjusted the lineup and headed toward the fire nest again. As a monster lair, there are many monsters at the entrance, with more than 10 varieties, but the ones that can really pose a threat to people are the dozens of them gathered together. The triangular fire demon with 4,000 combat power, and the mutation with 3 combat power. Fire corpses and other miscellaneous soldiers can be ignored. Woo! The moment Chen Shui played the violin and the impassioned music sounded, everyone was blessed with several buff auras, including attack, defense, speed, recovery ability, resistance, etc. As a war priest, Sun Yin does not participate in frontal battles. She is like an iron mountain, guarding in front of Chun Shui and Lin Wanner. Any monster that wants to touch them must first step over her body. After Lin Wanner readjusted her talents, her main job at this time was as a sharpshooter. Holding the Timberwolf sniper rifle, he scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Qin Lang took a look from a distance and praised, "It's worthy of being an elite hunting team. Look at their team configuration. How scientific. The rear alone has a range buffs, assists, meat shields, and long range. We have to learn more in the future." Xiao Zhenhai said indifferently, "Boss, don't let others' ambitions destroy your own prestige. In my opinion, only the Qin family is terrifying in their team, and the others are just like that." Qin Lang rolled his eyes at him. "Really? Then take a closer look. Does Qin Lang look like he's going to take action?" Xiao Zhenhai was stunned, turned his head and looked. His pupils couldn't help but condense. The man with a combat power of 9 in his sight was sitting on a mushroom-shaped bench smoking at this time. Only Lao Li, Su Yun, and Ding Yuan were responsible for the attack. "Damn, are you pretending like this?" Xiao Zhenhai cursed in a low voice. "That's not called pretending. It's called strength. If you have 9 combat power, you can do the same." Qin Lang snorted. "Don't look at it. Prepare to organize an attack, and make sure to minimize casualties." Yes. On the other side, Qin Lang really didn't pretend to be pretentious on purpose. He mainly wanted to see what shortcomings the team had in combat as a bystander to facilitate his later optimization. Besides, he's the boss of the shelter after all. If he has to do everything himself, he might as well be a lone wolf. At this time, Lao Li and the lizard-like Ding Yuan had already rushed into the monster group, and the disturbed monsters roared and rushed over. Swish, swish, swish. Blood-patterned guns, spears, and daggers were thrown out continuously. These weapons made a terrifying sound of breaking through the air, turning into beams of light that instantly penetrated the monsters in groups. The battle broke out directly. The first to attack was Old Li, who was the core of the barbarians. He threw countless weapons stored in his personal storage space into the monster group like a fairy scattering flowers, causing huge casualties to the monster group. The next to attack was Ding Yuan, who was transformed into a lizard man. The lizard man itself has a strong melee defense ability, and the shimmering scaly skin on the surface of the body is also highly resistant to various toxins and climates. So those monsters with fire all over their bodies can't hurt her at all. She plunged into the monster group and bit and tore it madly. Although the efficiency of killing monsters was relatively low, the viewing level was very high. In this doomsday where there's an extreme lack of entertainment projects, who doesn't want to watch a hearty show of 5 horses dismembering corpses? The last to attack was Su Yun. Su Yun was quite depressed. He was depressed because although the killing vines had the ability to group monsters and control, because the opponent was a fire monster, his wood vines were restrained tightly. He had killed less than a dozen monsters, and the vines caught fire one after another, and he had to consume his physical strength again to summon. Qin Lang finished a cigarette, threw the cigarette but into the snow, and sighed heavily. How can we say the cooperation of these 3 people? We can't say that they fight on their own. We can only say that they are irrelevant. What tacit understanding, what teamwork can't be reflected at all? But Qin Lang knew that this was not their fault. First, there were too few opportunities for several people to fight together, and second, there were really no monsters that were strong enough to require them to join forces. It was about 10 minutes before and after. All the monsters in the area Qin Lang was responsible for were killed, and the gold and silver cards were put into the storage space. If they were not team members without authority, they would have thrown them directly into Qin Lang's storage box. Looking at Qin Lang's side, the difference was not a little bit. In the same time, they fought against almost the same number of monsters, and it was extremely difficult. Facing the attacks of many monsters, the defense line composed of hundreds of people collapsed one after another, and even casualties occurred. Qin Lang wanted to give remote commands like Qin Lang at first, but then she saw that the situation was not right. If she continued to watch the battle, all her men would die. She had no choice but to join the battle with a small pink sword. It was a pleasure to watch this 155 centimeters tall little mine of the North chop monsters. She used the simplest and most plain moves of chopping, sweeping, picking, stabbing, and cutting to perfection. Chopping monsters was like chopping vegetables. It was just like the saying, the pinker the weapon, the more fierce the chopping. 10 minutes later, Chun Cece's team also completed the hunt after 7 or 8 members were killed. Qin Lang smiled and put his buttocks away. Hey, wait. Chun Cece pointed to the fire nest not far away in surprise. Is it over? It's so hard to deal with the outside. Don't you want to go in and take a look? Qin Lang shook his head repeatedly. No need. My biggest advantage is that I know what I am. Before I know the combat power of the monsters inside, I can't go in, and I advise you not to go in either. Chun Cece didn't care. Boss Qin, I didn't expect you to have such a high combat power, but you are so timid. Since you are here, how can you go into the treasure mountain and return empty-handed? If you don't go in, I will lead the brothers to charge. Once you seize any cards, don't be jealous. Qin Lang raised the corner of his mouth. If I were the kind of person who would be jealous, wouldn't it be better to directly destroy your hunting team? If someone else said this, Chun Cece would definitely jump up and chop people. But when Qin Lang said this, she just felt that it made sense. After all, the combat power of 9 is there. Okay, you said that. Then we were ready to go in. Chun Cece nodded. She was waiting for the team members to collect the spoils. Hey, sister, you'd better listen to our boss's advice. If he says don't go in, you'd better not go in. Our boss has never made a wrong judgment. Lao Li walked over and advised. Chun Cece laughed. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. In this end of the world, if you live in it, you will only lose the opportunity to strengthen yourself. Too wasteful will only end your life in advance. Lao Li turned into a great philosopher at this moment. Okay, don't talk too much. I'll drink with you another day. Now you should leave quickly. Chun Cece glared at Lao Li impatiently. Lao Li had no choice but to pat his head and leave in a huff. But just after taking 2 steps, a terrifying breath came out of the fire nest, followed by dozens of dark tentacles flying out of the nest and wrapping up more than a dozen people, dragging them to the fire nest, including Xiao Zhenhai, Chun Cece, and Lao Li. Fuck, what the hell is this? Old Li was shocked and used the blood pattern gun to cut the tentacles, but the tentacles were very tough. The blood pattern gun only cut a small hole, and black water like ink flowed out. Fuck, Old Li, everything happened so suddenly, without any signs, that Qin Lang didn't have time to react. When he came to his senses and wanted to rescue, Old Li and the dozen people had already been swept into the dark cave, and there was no trace. Fuck, boss. Qin Lang immediately started to communicate with his mind. What's going on? Old Li, are you okay? Old Li was dizzy and woke up after a long time. He looked around. In the extremely dim cave, only a small area in the middle was bright, but what was there, Old Li couldn't see clearly because there were 3 layers of flames inside and outside, blocking his vision. Old Li, boss, I'm fine. I'm safe now. Qin Lang felt a little relieved after hearing this, but still reminded him not to act rashly, and said, I will find a way to save you immediately. Without Qin Lang's call, Lin Wanner and the others rushed over and asked for a solution. They had been together for so long that they had already developed feelings for each other. Boss, let's go in. Su Yun clenched his fist. Don't be in a hurry. Qin Lang frowned slightly. Old Su, do you smell a conspiracy? Su Yun smiled bitterly. Even if I smell it, there is no way. I can only go to the Tiger Mountain knowing that there is a tiger. Can I give up on Lao Li? Qin Lang laughed and looked to the other side. The soldiers had already contacted Chun Cece and Xiao Zhenhai inside the fire nest at this time, and they all gathered at the entrance of the fire nest. Wait a little longer. Qin Lang was not in a hurry. He kept communicating with Lao Li at all times and told him what happened outside. Lao Li was a little confused. Boss, this place is very strange. I remember that I was dragged in with Chun Cece and more than a dozen people just now, but I am the only one here. I shouted for a long time, but no one paid attention to me. Qin Lang, how could you be the only one? Lao Li, really, I'm not lying to you. I'm alone here. I'll take a picture and show it to you. Qin Lang soon received the picture, and looking at the scene in the picture, Qin Lang fell into deep thought. The battle broke out directly. The first to attack was Old Li, who was the core of the barbarians. He threw countless weapons stored in his personal storage space into the monster group like a fairy scattering flowers, causing huge casualties to the monster group. The next to attack was Ding Yuan, who was transformed into a lizard man. The lizard man itself has a strong melee defense ability, and the shimmering, scaly skin on the surface of the body is also highly resistant to various toxins and climates, so those monsters with fire all over their bodies can't hurt her at all. She plunged in a monster group and bit and tore her madly. Although the efficiency of killing monsters was relatively low, the viewing level was very high. In this doomsday, with an extreme lack of entertainment projects, who doesn't want to watch a hearty show of 5 horses dismembering corpses? The last to attack was Su Yin. Su Yin was quite depressed. He was depressed because although the killing vines had the ability to group monsters and control them, because the opponent was a fire monster, it restrained his wood vines tightly. He had killed less than a dozen monsters, and the vines caught fire one after another, and he had to consume his physical strength again to summon them. Qin Lang finished a cigarette, threw the cigarette but into the snow, and sighed heavily. How can we say the cooperation of these 3 people? It can't be said that they fight alone, but they are irrelevant. What tacit understanding, what teamwork is not reflected at all? But Qin Lang knew that this was not their fault. First, there were too few opportunities for several people to fight together, and second, there were really no monsters that were strong enough to require them to join forces. It was about 10 minutes before and after. All the monsters in the area Qin Lang was responsible for were killed, and the gold and silver cards were collected into the storage space. If they were not team members without authority, they would have thrown them directly into Qin Lang's storage box. Looking at Chen Cici's side, the difference was not a little bit. In the same time, almost they fought against a large number of monsters, and faced with the attacks of many monsters, the defense line composed of hundreds of people collapsed one after another, and even suffered casualties. Chen Cici wanted to conduct remote command like Qin Lang at first, but later she saw that the situation was not right. If she continued to watch the battle, her men would die. She had no choice but to join the battle with a small pink sword. Not to mention, this northern little landmine with a height of only 155 centimeters was so pleasing to the eye when she chopped monsters. She used the simplest and most simple moves of chopping, sweeping, picking, stabbing, and cutting to perfection, and chopped monsters like cutting vegetables. It is just as the saying goes, the pinker the weapon, the more fierce it is. 10 minutes later, Chen Cici's team also completed the hunt after 7 or 8 members were killed. Qin Lang smiled and put his butt. Hey, wait. Chen Cici pointed to the fire nest not far away in surprise. Is it over? It took a lot of effort to get the outside done. Don't you want to go in and take a look? Qin Lang shook his head again and again. No, my greatest advantage is to be content. Before I know the combat power of the monsters inside, I can't go in, and I advise you not to go in either. Chen Cici didn't care. Boss Qin, I didn't expect you to have such a high combat power, but such a small courage. Now that you are here, how can you return empty-handed? If you don't go in, I will lead the brothers to rush in. Once you seize any cards, don't be jealous. Qin Lang raised the corner of his mouth. If I were the kind of person who would be jealous, wouldn't it be better to directly destroy your hunting team? If someone else said this, Chen Cici would definitely jump up and chop people, but when Qin Lang said this, she just felt it made sense. After all, the combat power of 9 is there. Okay, you said this, then we are ready to go in. Chen Cici nodded. She was waiting for the team members to collect the spoils. Hey sister, you'd better listen to our boss's advice. If he says don't go in, you'd better not go in. Our boss has never made a wrong judgment. Old Li walked over and advised. Chen Cici laughed. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. If you live in this end times, you will only lose the opportunity to strengthen yourself. Too much time will only end your life early. Oldie turned into a great philosopher at this moment. Okay, stop talking. I'll drink with you another day. Now you should leave quickly. Qin Cece glared at Oldie impatiently. Oldie had no choice but to pat his head and leave in a huff. But just after taking 2 steps, a terrifying breath came out from the fire nest, followed by dozens of pitch-black tentacles flying out of the nest and wrapping up more than a dozen people, dragging them into the fire nest, including Xiao Zhenhai, Qin Cece, and Lao Li. Fuck, what the hell is this? Lao Li was shocked and used the blood pattern gun to cut the tentacles, but the tentacles were very tough. The blood pattern gun only cut a small hole when it was cut, and black water like ink flowed out. Fuck, Lao Li. Everything happened so suddenly and without any signs, so Qin Lang didn't have time to react. When he came to his senses and wanted to rescue, Lao Li and the dozen people had already been rolled into the dark cave, and there was no trace. Fuck, boss. Qin Lang immediately opened the mind to communicate what was going on. Lao Li, are you okay? Oldie was knocked dizzy and woke up after a long time. He looked around. In the extremely dim cave, only a small area in the middle was bright, but what was there, Oldie couldn't see clearly because there were 3 layers of flames inside and outside, blocking his vision. Oldie, I'm fine. I'm safe now. Qin Lang felt a little relieved after hearing this, but still reminded him not to act rashly. I will find a way to save you immediately. Without Qin Lang's call, Lin Wanner and others rushed over to ask for a solution. They had been together for so long that they had already developed feelings for each other. Boss, let's rush in. Suyin clenched his fist. Don't be in a hurry. Qin Lang frowned slightly. Old Su, do you smell a conspiracy? Su Yun smiled bitterly and said, even if I smell it, there is no way. I can only go to the Tiger Mountain knowing that there is a tiger. Can you give up on Oldie like this? Qin Lang laughed and looked to the other side. At this time, those soldiers had already contacted Qin Cece and Xiao Zhenhai inside the fire nest, and they all gathered at the entrance of the fire nest. Wait a little longer. Qin Lang was not in a hurry and kept communicating with Lao Li at all times and told him what happened outside. Lao Li was a little confused. Boss, this place is very strange. I remember that I was dragged in with Qin Cece and a dozen people just now, but I'm the only one here. I shouted for a long time, and no one paid attention to me. Qin Lang, how could you be alone? Lao Li, really, I'm not lying to you. I'm alone here. I'll take a picture to show you. Soon Qin Lang received the photo, and looking at the scene in the photo, Qin Lang fell into deep thought. Chapter 81, The Terrifying Octopus Monster, 1/2. Is there still no one else around you now? Qin Lang asked as he looked at the warriors who entered the fire nest one after another. No, I'm still the only one. What the hell is this place so dark? Lao Li complained while looking around. The place was empty, except for the fire in the middle. I get it, this is folding space. Qin Lang suddenly woke up. Folding space? What is it? A more straightforward explanation is that although this fire nest has only one entrance, it is composed of an unknown number of independent spaces inside. Everyone who walks into the entrance will be randomly transported to different spaces. If you get closer to the fire pillar in the middle, take pictures for me to see. Be sure not to disturb any creatures inside. In order to confirm his conjecture, Qin Lang called Qin Cece. After several rings, he was answered. There were roars of monsters on the other end of the phone, apparently fighting. Boss Qin, help me. Qin Cece was covered in blood, and next to her were the corpses of a dozen 2-meter-tall, ugly monsters. They all had terrifying and ferocious rat faces. Also lying with the Ratman corpses were the corpses of 3 warriors. They were surrounded the moment they landed and died on the spot without even a chance to be rescued. Find a safe place, take photos, and send them to me. You fell into the folding space. I have to determine where you are. I understand. Wait until I finish the work at hand. Qin Cece silently hung up the communication. In front of her were dozens of rat men, their bodies covered in flames, approaching step by step. Fuck you, uncle. Don't think that I'm easy to bully because I'm short. Qin Cece roared wildly, and the sword swept out. Waterbird. A few minutes later, Qin Lang received photos on his mobile phone, not only from Lao Li and Chen Sisi, but also from other Chen Sisi team members. For the convenience of sending pictures, Chen Sisi. All team members who had mobile phones and were still alive were added to the group. 7 different spaces. Even the monsters are different. 7 different scenes appear in the photo. Oldly, I really don't know if he is lucky or not. He was teleported into the core room of the fire nest. Qin Lang enlarged the photo sent by Lao Li. In the photo, what exists in the core of the flame is a monster with a human body and an octopus head, shrouded in a blood heart. There are more than a dozen black tentacles growing in its mouth, and the tentacles are floating gently in the viscous liquid. Obviously, this is a leader-level monster that has not fully matured. It's so fucking scary. Boss, please save me quickly. This thing has a combat power of 1. This one hasn't hatched yet. If it hatches, I'm dead. Even though it was a spiritual communication, everyone could understand Lao Li's fear at this time. I concluded that it was eager to be born, so it took the initiative to capture people and enter the fire nest for supplies. I had to kill it before it was born, otherwise everyone inside would die. Qin Lang took a deep breath. I don't know if this is luck or misfortune. Time is running out. Let's go in. No. Qin Lang raised his hand to stop. Faced with this kind of folded space, it's useless no matter how many people enter. It will only distract the troops. It's better to attack its shell from the outside. I will save Lao Li myself. But how can you ensure that you reach the space where Lao Li is? Su Yun asked doubtfully. Of course I have a way. Qin Langshan. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 81, The Horrible Octopus Monster. 2 halves. Grown. Qin Lang has actually always had reservations about the function of the Dark Gold card of Team Glory. There was a particularly important one that he did not tell anyone. That is, as the captain, he could exchange positions with any teammate at any time and place without the consent of his teammates at all. In other words, if he encounters danger, he can change positions with his teammates, use them as substitutes, and die on his behalf. This is a very cruel and inexplicable ability. Lao Li, close your eyes. What? Qin Lang directly started the change of position. The next second, Qin Lang appeared near the core of the lair, and Lao Li came to the position where Qin Lang was standing just now. He looked at his companions with a blank look on his face. Everyone was shocked. Lao Li was surprised and said, Boss. I'm out, but you, where are you? Qin Lang, don't make any noise. I'm inside. You hurry up and attack the outer layer. Lao Li's eyes filled with tears, and he wiped his tears hard to find out about the boss. Inside the core of the fire nest, Qin Lang held his breath and looked at the octopus monster not far away. He did not have the habit of wearing a combat power detector, but he could clearly feel that the monster's aura was increasing. It can be seen that the battles on other levels must be extremely cruel. Don't worry, I won't let you come out. Qin Lang took out a dozen cold ice mushrooms from the space ring and used air control to place them around the firewall. When all the ice mushrooms were placed properly, he slapped the ground with his right palm. Ice Blast. This skill comes from a mushroom array under the mushroom shepherd path. Click, 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 click. 16 ice mushrooms. The moment shattered, and a cold air that swept across the world not only extinguished the flames, but also directly froze the octopus monster in the blood heart. Next, use explosives. Qin Lang was about to take out the blasting mushrooms when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He looked up and saw that the octopus monster, which had originally closed its eyes, had opened its eyes at some point. It was a pair of dark, emotionless eyes. Qin Lang was frightened by the stare. How could this thing open its eyes after being frozen? The next moment, something happened that surprised Qin Lang. The octopus monster actually tore open the seemingly thin barrier with one claw and flew out of the blood heart. Its body was suspended in the air, looking down at him. Mature. Qin Lang's heart skipped a beat, but when he saw the missing right leg of the octopus monster, he nodded secretly. He thought too much. It was not a mature body, but was born early because of danger. Since it is not a mature body, I should have the strength to fight. Qin Lang shook his right arm, and the flying sword Yongran was suspended in the air. The octopus monster suddenly widened its eyes, and the more than a dozen tentacles in its mouth stabbed fiercely like springs stretched. Too fast. Qin Lang was so fast that he had no time to react. It hurts. Qin Lang fell heavily to the ground, with 9 wounds on his body, mainly on his arms and chest. The octopus monster in the air was furious and used its tentacles to attack again. Qin Lang had no way to dodge this seemingly simple attack, and he didn't even have the chance to release the holy slash, and could only use the flying sword to protect his face and chest. Puff! Puff! The moment the tentacles were retracted, blood flowers shot out from all parts of Qin Lang's body. Chapter 82. Hard Fight, 1/2. Outside the fire nest, Lao Li, Su Yun, and his group organized their manpower to attack the shell of the fire nest frantically, and countless rockets hit it as if they were free. However, it had little effect. The hardness of the shell of the fire nest far exceeded normal people's imagination. Those rockets that can easily destroy a civilian building are not painful at all, and will only destroy a thin layer of stone skin. This thing is resistant to hot weapons. If you keep fighting like this, you will never be able to blast it away for the rest of your life. Find another way and use a knife or a gun. Ding Yuan stopped this ineffective attack in time and rushed over to give the fire nest a claw. The result was exciting. Ding Yuan scratched off a large piece of stone skin with just one claw. Ouch! Give me a cold weapon planer. Lao Li yelled, then rushed over and stabbed with the blood pattern gun. Seeing this, the others followed suit and physically attacked the shell. Boss, you must hold on. Lao Li was very worried. Qin Lang knows. On top of the fire nest, in the leader's room. Qin Lang's situation is precarious. Qin Lang never had the habit of underestimating monsters, but he had to admit that the power of the octopus monster in front of him was completely beyond his knowledge. There was only a few hundred points of combat power difference between them, but he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Chengdu was being beaten passively. If he hadn't had a super recovery body and constantly repaired the wounds on his body, he would have been stung into a hornet's nest long ago. Laugh. There was another series of air-breaking sounds. Facing a new round of offensive, Qin Lang gritted his teeth and struck out with a holy slash regardless. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? Boom! Light and darkness collided in midair, and more than a dozen tentacles were destroyed by the light. The octopus screamed in pain and almost fell from midair. Very fast, average attack power, average defense. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel happy. Since it can hurt this guy, it means there is a way to kill it. While the octopus monster had not yet recovered from the pain, Qin Lang hurriedly rummaged through the space ring. He successfully found 2 mushrooms, one red and one green. One was called the lily mushroom, and the other was called the speed mushroom. As the name suggests, it can increase strength and speed. Without thinking, Qin Lang stuffed 2 mushrooms into his mouth. Without even a chance to chew, the 2 mushrooms turned into soup and melted in his mouth. For a moment, Qin Lang felt full of power all over his body. This is another skill of the Mushroom Shepherd path. The mushroom eater can improve his various abilities by eating various mushrooms. Otherwise, this is a dark gold card. It can attack, control the field, and has auxiliary abilities. It is quite versatile. Didn't you feel great when you beat me just now? I'll give you a lot of pleasure today. Qin Lang pointed his fingers together into swords, hooked his fingers, and the flying sword Yongran brought the long fire tail into an arc of light and slashed towards the octopus monster. The body of the octopus monster flickered in midair, causing all of Qin Lang's slashes to fail. The smooth and greasy big head of the octopus shook for a while, and new tentacles grew from its mouth. The dark pupils looked at Qin Lang again. Suddenly, it frowned, and a large ray of light enveloped it. The octopus hurriedly dodges. Unexpectedly, just after escaping the holy slash, a blue shiny object flew from midair. Before it could dodge again, the shiny object exploded, and an extremely cold breath enveloped it, and its soul seemed to all frozen at this moment. That's an ice mushroom. The holy slash is just a cover to attract the attention of the octopus monster. The real killing move is here. Got you. Qin Lang had no expression on his face, raised his fingers, and flicked down. Holy slash. The flying sword is always burning and shoots out dazzling light from a high position. Boom! The octopus monster, which had no time to escape from the cold air, was submerged in a holy field. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 82 Hard Fight, 2 halves. In the light. At this moment, the world seemed to fall into deathly silence. Squeak! Ouch! Ouch! At the same time, the monsters that were slaughtering humans wantonly in other folded spaces of the fire nest stopped attacking, raised their heads one after another, and then they screamed and flew upwards along the spiral staircase-like building on the edge. Dot. Qin was covered in blood and wounds. She wiped the blood off her face randomly. What happened? The top of the fire nest. Qin Lang didn't dare to be careless at all, and quickly ate 2 strength mushrooms and energy mushrooms to replenish his body. It would be false to say that he didn't feel distressed. During his stay in the shelter, the mushrooms he had worked so hard to grow consumed a whole day. Most of it. It's really 3 months of harvesting food and 5 minutes of fighting. Click, click. Sudden, there was a violent tremor under the feet, and then countless monsters, large and small, were seen swarming from both sides. They ignored Qin Lang's existence and rushed straight to the place where the octopus monster previously existed. Qin Lang took a breath and saw countless tentacles appearing in the mass of decay, pricking the monsters, and the bodies of the monsters that were pricked quickly shriveled up. It is sacrificing these monsters to replenish its own physical strength. You're dreaming. Do you think I will give you time? Qin Lang was really anxious. He controlled the flying sword Yongran and planned to use a few more holy slashes. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to exert his strength, a huge humanoid rat-faced monster suddenly rushed out from the right side and knocked him away. Oh shit! Qin Lang rarely curses unless he can't help it. In just a few seconds before he flew out, dozens of rat monsters had already gathered in front of him and the octopus monster. Go to hell! Qin Lang roared, and the holy sword came down. Rat monster. They couldn't withstand this level of attack, and instantly turned into pieces of flesh and blood. Ouch! Looking in the direction of the octopus monster, hundreds of monster mummies have been piled up there. It absorbs its kind at a speed beyond imagination. The most annoying thing is that there are a steady stream of monsters rushing up from below to sacrifice themselves. We must get it done quickly, otherwise it will be dangerous. Qin Lang did not dare to be careless at all, and took out all the few mushrooms in stock. The offensive ones were thrown directly into the monster group, and the auxiliary ones were stuffed into his mouth and eaten. If the mushrooms are gone, you can plant them again, but if your life is gone, you are really gone. The power of mushrooms exceeds Qin Lang's expectations and can often blow up more than a dozen or even dozens of monsters. The absorption speed of the octopus monster attacked by the mushrooms has slowed down a bit, but it's just a little slower. The power of the mushrooms is great, but it cannot withstand the large number of monsters. Some of these monsters sacrificed, while others attacked Qin Lang like crazy. No matter how strong Qin Lang is, he is only one person, and it is difficult to take care of him. The situation is very dangerous. Crash! The most helpless thing for Qin Lang happened. After absorbing a large amount of monster life, the octopus floated back into the air. Its shape seemed to be larger than before, and it was more burly and majestic. Broken. Qin Lang's heart trembled. The octopus stretched out his arm and pointed a finger. The black beam hit the flying sword Yongran, who flew back to defend in the next second. A strange force that could not be described in words and could not be resisted knocked Qin Lang away and crashed into the wall behind him. Boom! The wall shattered. Qin Lang fell out, and cold air rushed into his mouth and nose. Qin Lang vomited a mouthful of blood, and heard Lao Li's exclamation in his ears, "Fuck, boss." Brother Qin, Holy Healing Technique. Chapter 83, The Power of Team, 1/2. It was actually beaten out. It turns out, this is facing the chief's room. Qin Lang grinned in pain. If he hadn't recalled the flying sword Yong ran in time to block his chest, the blow just now would have penetrated his heart. By then, it is unknown whether the super recovery body will still be useful. As several holy healing spells came down, Qin Lang recovered quickly from his injuries. He looked at the octopus monster flying out of the gap and squinted his eyes. "What the hell, boss? Have you been dueling with this thing just now?" Lowly looked at the data transmitted back from the combat power detector, and his face turned green with fear. 14 combat power, almost 3 times as much as me. How could you last so long? 14. Qin Lang rolled his eyes silently, wondering why he was so strong. At the beginning of the 3rd stage of the apocalypse, he encountered a monster of this level inexplicably. Qin Lang really didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The octopus monster was condescending and slowly approached the crowd. It hovered more than 20 meters away from the crowd, with one hand behind its waist and the other open. Its long 5 fingers condensed a ball of black air. Quickly spread out. Don't use any of its moves forcefully. ... Qin Lang shouted, and everyone hurriedly retreated around. The tentacle-covered mouth of the octopus revealed a hint of teasing, and the next second, a black air mass shot over, blasting out a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the snow and a bottomless depth with a bang. The most bizarre thing is that there are black flames that are constantly burning on the edge of the pit. Boom! Boom! After the 2 gunshots, there were 2 more bullet holes in the octopus monster, and black juice flowed from the wounds. This made the octopus monster furious. He turned his head and stared at Lin Wanner, leaned forward and flew towards Lin Wanner. "Wanner, be careful, Lowly," Qin Lang reminded him, and ran towards Lin Wanner. "Got it. Oldly, I want to eat charcoal-grilled squid today." Oldly took a sip, shook his arms, and a spear appeared in his hand, and he threw it out with a whoosh. Although the octopus monster has extremely powerful attack power and proud speed, its physical body is not very strong. Otherwise, it would not be injured by Lin Wanner's forest wolf. The octopus monster did not dare to resist the spear thrown by Lowly. It made a strange cry, swept away its tentacles, and rolled up the spear. "I don't have many things, I just have a lot of spears. Let me see how many tentacles you have." Oldly laughed and kept throwing spears. He had a lot of spare throwing weapons like this in his storage space and couldn't use them all. While Lowly was entangled with the octopus monster, Qin Lang ran to Lin Wanner and controlled the flying sword Yong ran to strike. "Murderous vines bunch!" Su Yun shouted loudly, and the vines that appeared in the air tied up the octopus monster's legs and pulled it down hard. The octopus monster immediately fell into the snow. Seeing this, Ding Yuan wanted to pounce on him and bite him, but Qin Lang was in time. "Stop. Faced with such monsters whose combat power is too disparate, it is easy to overturn in close combat." Ouch! The octopus monster tore at the tangled vines frantically, and at this moment, a dazzling light flashed above its head. The holy slash false. Annihilate everything. The octopus monster in the pit was bloody, but this level of attack was obviously not enough to kill it. The octopus monster was furious and rushed towards Ding Yuan, who was closest to it. Suddenly, a war hammer flew out from the side and knocked the octopus monster over. Snap! As soon as Sun Yin raised her hand, the war hammer returned to her hand, spinning the sacred hammer, which was the exclusive skill of the war priest. "Old Su," Qin Lang greeted, and Lao Su used the murderous vines again, trying to control the octopus monster again. But unfortunately, with previous experience, the octopus monster no longer escaped and flew out its tentacles to break all the vines. Boom! Another shot. This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 83, The Power of Team, 2/2. The shot hit the octopus monster between the eyebrows. The octopus monster didn't care about the black water flowing between its brows. and opened its hands to hit Lin Wanner fiercely. Boom! A tower shield as tall as one person appeared between the two of them at the right time. The octopus monster kept walking and rushed forward. With a bang, it and Sun Yin flew out. It underestimated Sun Yin, who was on defense because he was afraid of pain. With the defensive capabilities of this tower shield, it would not be a problem to receive more than a dozen rocket launchers. As soon as the dizzy octopus stood up, its feet were entangled in vines, followed by more than a dozen spears that shot through the air. Puff! Puff! Black blood continued to shoot out from the octopus monster, and there were more and more wounds on its body. The octopus monster gradually became anxious. Boss, its combat effectiveness has dropped by 2,000 points, only 12. Lowly shouted excitedly. Dot. Qin Lang nodded. No matter how strong it is only alone, but don't be careless and just slowly wear it to death. Qin Lang did not take action again, but patiently commanded and waited for a suitable opportunity to take action. Oldly, get out of the way. Yes, the donkey is rolling. Wanna retreat to Sun Yan's side. Now Lao Su, pester it. Ding Yuan, find an opportunity to give a paw. This was supposed to be an extremely thrilling, bloody battle, but Qin Lang made it look like fighting a boss in a large game. The two sides fought for nearly 10 minutes, and the constantly injured octopus monster's combat power was weakened again, this time directly down to 9,500. The octopus monster looked up to the sky and roared in anger and despair. Its fate should not be like this. Why did this group of ant-like existence force it so miserably? Bang, bang, bang. Swish, swish, swish. Dang, dang, dang. Bullets, spears, and warhammers kept falling on the octopus monster, and the wounds were getting more and more. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was dying. You are strong, but unfortunately, we are stronger. This is the power of a team. Go to hell. Qin Lang finally found an opportunity and launched the holy slash from behind. Woo! The octopus monster turned his face and looked at the light in despair as it annihilated itself. Plop! The octopus monster, who had lost his head and half of his body, fell heavily, and the black blood dyed the white snow red. Qin Lang looked at the intact team and smiled with relief. Fortunately, he had a strong and trustworthy team. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat the octopus monster. Tisk 14,000 combat power, but that's all. Lowly, lay down before I even tried. It's so boring, so boring. Lowly was very showy, completely forgetting how embarrassed he was when he escaped just now. Unity is strength. Several people were smiling. Qin Lang walked over and wanted to praise them a few words. Suddenly, the corpse of the octopus monster turned into a ball of gas and drilled into Qin Lang's right hand. Suddenly, a piercing pain spread from his right hand. Qin Lang was so painful that he could hardly stand. Sun Yin treated him immediately, but it was useless. This is not an injury. Qin Lang hugged his right hand and saw that there seemed to be something alive crawling under the skin on the back of his right hand. The pain lasted for half a minute before gradually subsiding. Qin Lang was already sweating profusely and exhausted. Looking at the back of his right hand, he saw a circular totem covering the entire back of his hand. 89 of the totem were blank areas, and the remaining 19 were the heads of octopus monsters. This is Chapter 84, Curse and Touch of Darkness, 1/2. Are you okay? Everyone was very nervous. Lin Wanner carefully helped Qin Lang up. It's okay. Just take a break. You arranged for someone to collect the spoils. Without waiting for Qin Lang to call, Zai twisted his chubby body and trotted over. He took the initiative to plunge his body into the snow and turned into a mushroom bench. Qin Lang couldn't help laughing at this scene. He patted Zai's head and said, "You have learned to be smart." Everyone was sure that Qin Lang was fine, so they called the 4th level students to search for cards. Since the leader had been killed, the monsters in the fire nest would not pose much threat to everyone. Qin Lang took a deep breath and looked at the totem that suddenly appeared on the back of his hand. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. Humans always have a fear of unknown things, and Qin Lang is no exception. We have to go back to the hut and see what this totem is. While everyone was picking up the cards, Qin and his men came out of the fire nest one after another. They suffered heavy casualties. More than 100 people went in, but only more than 20 people were left alive, and more than half of them were old, weak, sick, and disabled. You don't have to stay with me. Go and help Qin and the others treat the wounded. Qin Lang said to Sun Yin, who always stood beside him, with heavy armor like a metal mountain. Sun Yin shook her head. Their life and death have nothing to do with me. Qin Lang smiled. Go, more friends, more ways. Okay. Sun Yin nodded. An hour later, after making sure that no spoils were missed, Qin Lang and his party returned to the hut. As for Qin, they only picked up a small number of cards, slightly made up for the losses, and left early. They were unwilling, but they really didn't dare to pick up more. After all, there was Qin Lang, a terrifying character with a combat power of 9, staring at them. If they were really greedy, it would not be much harder for Qin Lang to kill them than to kill chickens. And hut, in front of the panel mirror. Looking at the explanation given by the panel mirror for the totem on his right hand, Qin Lang fell into deep thought. Apostle Curse 19, although it is dead, its curse is like a maggot in the tarsal bone. Unless the remaining 8 apostles are killed, the pain will continue. Of course, you can think about the good side. The curse makes you painful, but it also makes you stronger. You have obtained the Touch of Darkness skill. Touch of Darkness is actually a dark gold skill. Qin Lang was surprised to find a new system apostle path in his talent panel Touch of Darkness, Apostle Curse 19. Qin Lang raised his right arm and silently performed the Touch of Darkness. After a burst of severe pain, black gas rose from the totem on the back of his hand, forming more than a dozen black tentacles. These tentacles are like his limbs, and there is no difficulty in controlling them. What excited Qin Lang the most was that these tentacles had the ability to change their forms. They could become soft vines, hard shields, sharp spears, etc. The longest attack distance could reach 5 meters, which greatly enhanced his strength in short and medium-range combat. In order to verify the strength of these tentacles, Qin Lang successively found Ding Yuan, Lao Li, and Su Yun for testing. The test results also made him very satisfied. Without using any other abilities, he could easily control Ding Yuan with the Touch of Darkness. Ding Yuan couldn't get close to him even if she used all her strength. The second tester was Su Yun. His vines were far less powerful than the tentacles. The result of the wrestling between the two sides was that the tentacles tore off the vines, and Qin Lang won by crushing. The last tester was Lao Li, who was famous for his explosive power. Facing the shield formed by the tentacles, he had no way to break the defense. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 84 Curse and Touch of Darkness, 2 halves. This skill is too abnormal. It's only level 19. What if it's perfect? Do you get new abilities every time you kill an apostle? Or do you improve your abilities? Oldly was amazed. You think too far ahead. The problem now is that I don't know where to find the other 8 apostles. Qin Lang was in a very nice mood. After testing, the existence of the Apostle Curse obviously has more advantages than disadvantages. It all depends on luck. Let's take a few days off first. Qin Lang paused and said to Lin Wanner and Ding Yuan, "Lend me your vegetable garden for a while." "Ah, those fruits have just borne fruit." Lin Wanner was a little reluctant. Qin Lang smiled and said, "You like to grow vegetables so much. Let's do this. Lend it to me for a while. I promise to make you a bigger vegetable garden soon, so that you can grow fruits." "Really? You are not allowed to lie to me." Lin Wanner's eyes glowed. "I swear." Hey, boss, I want to make a wish too." Lao Li ran over. "What do you want?" Qin Lang said happily. Lao Li laughed wickedly. "Of course I want to become stronger. I can't hold you back, boss, right? Don't worry. I'll share the cards with you after I plant the mushrooms." The cards seized from the fire nest have been collected by Qin Lang in the storage space, and will be distributed when he is free. Returning to the Inshao hut, Qin Lang pulled out all the plants in the 4 planting areas and planted all mushrooms. This fight consumed all the mushrooms he had stored for more than a month. In the evening, Qin Lang lay on the bed to rest. Laoli suddenly said through telepathy, "Boss, Chun Cece just sent me a message saying that she wanted to join her shelter. /U003E. Qin Lang, huh?" Qin Lang was still a little sleepy at first, but now he is not sleepy at all. When did he sit up directly? Laoli, just now, I said that this matter is too big for me to make the decision, and it must be decided by you, boss. Of course Qin Lang welcomes them. How many people are there? Laoli paused for a few minutes before replying to Chun Cece, saying that there were more than 30 combatants who had enhanced their cards, and the remaining 100 or so were ordinary people. Qin Lang can send us our location and let her come. Just say that our shelter welcomes her to join. Hello, Laoli. On the other side, there's a shelter hidden among the ruins. Qin Lang agrees that we join. Chun Cece was overjoyed. Oh my God, this is great. Let the brothers pack their things quickly. Take what you can carry and throw away what you can't. Xiao Zhenhai nodded repeatedly, and just as he turned to leave, Chun Cece said, "No, the night is long and there are many dreams. Everyone, don't bring anything except the clothes on your body. Let's go to the playground to gather now." New. Xiao Zhenhai hurriedly called the members of the shelter to gather. Although I'm not willing to join someone else's shelter, it's still better than dying. Qin Lang is so strong. You can't go wrong by following him. Chun Cece rubbed her palms excitedly, not noticing that a sparrow landed at the door. The sparrow suddenly uttered a human voice. "Chun Cece, I heard that you killed a lot of people by setting off the fire nest today. I didn't believe it at first. I just looked around, and there were only about 30 combatants left." Chun Cece froze, swallowed, and said, "Why? Are you talking about this?" Sparrow said, "Don't be nervous. Join my shadow sanctuary. I have always reserved the position of captain of the third team for you. I need talents like you." Chapter 85. Chun Cece and Zhang Xingxing, 1/2. What if I still refuse? Chun Cece frowned. That's you don't know what is good or bad. The sparrow pecked the feathers on its body and said, "Given your current situation, do you have any other choice but to seek refuge with me? You must never tell me that you plan to join the polar. That's impossible." Chun Cece thought and didn't want to say. Neither the shadows nor the poles are my ideal refuge. I already have a candidate, so please don't bother me anymore. "Tisk, woman, why do you have to challenge my patience?" Sparrow's voice suddenly became sharp. "You are the only one who has rejected me 3 times and is still alive. You must give me an answer today, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Chun Cece said angrily. "Do you want to kill me? You don't believe I will kill you?" Sparrow's voice became deeper. "Then we'll see if you don't survive today." The sparrow seemed to have regained its consciousness and flapped its wings to leave the room. Unexpectedly, as soon as it flew into the air, its body exploded with a bang and turned into a piece of minced meat. "Oldie, I have something wrong here. Can you help me?" Chun Cece decisively called Laoli. Night. The temperature is still below 0, but due to the influence of the flame monster in the sky, the snow melts faster. The snow sinks several meters, forming countless streams that flow toward lower ground. The 7 people headed by Qin Lang left An Hut without any warning and drove 2 snow chariots in one direction. As for what they were going to do, no one knew. Zhang Xingxing carefully poked his head out of the tent. His eyes became sharp. They are all gone. This is our chance, maybe our only chance. Do you want to do it or not? Forget it. We are just ordinary people. We can't fight them no matter what. Once we are discovered, we will all die. The person who spoke was a round-faced girl, Wang Peng. Her face was no longer round due to long-term hunger. Freeze. From time to time, she has to sell her body to find those powerful warriors of the 3rd level in exchange for resources. She now only weighs over 80 pounds. Will you die if you continue to stay here? Does that bitch Sun Yin regard us as human beings? Zhang Xingxing's eyes were extremely vicious as he glanced at the students. This is the end of the world, a world where the strong is respected. As long as we occupy their Anwu, we can have as many cards as we want. As long as we become stronger, who will dare to bully us? Niu Yushan's face drooped. The idea is good, but how can we enter Anwu? There are so many pairs of eyes outside staring at us. Take a step back and say, Even if no one is watching, we can't get in. Zhang Xingxing raised the corner of his mouth and actually took out a colored card from his pocket. Master key. You can unlock the color card, including the access control of any building below the color card. You actually hit a colorful card. How did you do that? The students in the tent were quite shocked. They are not trusted by others. Every time they pick up a card, they will be searched. As for using the card to strengthen themselves immediately after picking up the card, it is a fantasy because the people responsible for checking them all wear combat power detectors and find that the combat power is wrong. He was killed on the spot. A student had strengthened his gold card before, and now the grass on his grave was 3 meters high. Zhang Xingxing laughed and proudly touched his lower abdomen. Everyone immediately understood. Extending your head is a knife, and shrinking your head is a knife. I did it. Niu Yushan immediately expressed his stance. Wang Peng thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Okay, I don't want to live this kind of life anymore. The rest of the students have no opinions, but they have been living in dire straits. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 85 Qin Cixi and Zhang Xingxing, 2 halves. Among them, I have long wanted to escape from the sea of suffering. Now that I have the opportunity, there is no reason not to seize it. Okay, since everyone agrees, let me deploy the strategy. You guys dash. Zhang Xingxing pointed to a few girls in the corner, responsible for dealing with those smelly men in the nearby cars. You guys, go to Wang Wu's tent and ask them for resources. The louder the noise, the better, to attract their attention. Yushan, Wang Peng, and I are going to open on Wu, and when we have strengthened it, we will let you in. Xingxing, you won't leave us alone, right? The girl said weakly. No, I guarantee it with my personality. Moreover, in this apocalypse, someone as strong as Qin Lang needs a team. It will do me no good to betray you. Okay, we believe you. Action. The students of the Fourth Estate immediately took action. Qin Lang's face in the car was gloomy, because Laoli had lost contact with Qin Cixi 20 minutes ago. They were the kind of people who were having a good conversation and suddenly lost contact. He had an ominous premonition. In fact, he doesn't particularly need a combatant like Qin Cixi, who is the icing on the cake. But after the Battle of Fire Nest, it has been proven that Qin Cixi's addition will definitely greatly enhance the overall combat power of the shelter, and its value is no less than 3 color cards. If something happens to this kind of talent, he will definitely feel heartbroken. We'll be there soon, in half an hour. Laoli looked at the coordinates of the shelter. Damn it, Qin Cixi, you have to hold on. Don't let anything go wrong. Half an hour later, in the smoke-filled shelter, corpses lay everywhere, and there were traces of battle everywhere. Many familiar faces turned into corpses, including Deputy Xiao Zhenhai. He died miserably, his hands and feet were chopped off, and he was turned into a human pig. The spear pierced his lower body and his throat and stuck in the snow. Qin Cixi, we are here. Where are you? Oldly shouted at the top of his lungs. But no one responded except the sound of the wind. Not a single person was alive. Boss, look, this is Qin Cixi's sword. Oldly picked up a broken pink sword. The blade was cracked and rolled. It was done by the shadow shelter. Where's this shelter? Qin Lang's expression was so gloomy that water could drip out. It was not easy to get a batch of fresh blood, but they were killed before they could join. Who can bear this? Not far. Only less than half an hour's drive. Boss, what do you mean? Oldly narrowed his eyes. They dared to touch my people. Go to the shadow shelter. Qin Lang got into the car. 2 snowmobiles drove towards the location of the shadow shelter. On the other side. Fuck, this room is so warm. It's like a dream. Zhang Xingxing, Niu Yushan, and Wang Peng successfully opened the Inshao hut. As soon as they entered the room, they felt warm and comfortable. Hurry up and find the cards separately. Okay, the 3 students entered the room and searched, but the result disappointed them. There were a lot of unfinished snacks and clothes in the room, but there were no cards. They turned over the mattress and didn't find even one. What does this door lead to the backyard? Zhang Xingxing frowned, took out the master key, and was about to open the door when Wang Wu's voice suddenly came from behind him. Do you know how miserable your fate will be if Qin Lang knows about this? Chapter 86. Heaven will never destroy me. Zhang Xingxing, 1/2. Zhang Xingxing's body stiffened, and she turned around tremblingly. A trace of sadness flashed across her yellow face, caused by long-term malnutrition, but she immediately knelt down, tears falling down. Teacher Wang, I know I was wrong. I know I shouldn't have done that to Sun Yan, but I have also been punished, haven't I? Please don't tell Qin Lang. If he knows, I will really die. Zhang Xingxing cried with snot and tears. Teacher Wang, do you still remember when I was punished for smoking in school last year? At that time, you also enlightened me that young people will inevitably make mistakes, as long as they know their mistakes. If you can change, you are a good kid, but why doesn't Sun Yan give me a chance to change? Teacher Wang, you are good. As long as you don't tell Qin Lang, I will do anything. I can help you. Help you. Zhang Xingxing said and stretched out his hand to pull Wang Wu's pants. Wang Wu was shocked and hurriedly stepped back, his face turning extremely ugly. Zhang Xingxing, look what you have become now. Wang Wu was heartbroken. What made me what I am now is not thanks to Sun Yan. Do you think I really like serving those stinky men? Teacher Wang, in fact, the person I have always liked is you. But now, I am no longer worthy. Zhang Xingxing cried and wiped the tears from his eyes. Please help us and don't tell Qin Lang, okay? Zhang Xingxing's voice alerted Niu Yushan and Wang Peng. They rushed over and found Wang Wu here. They were startled and their legs became weak. Wang Wu took a deep breath. Don't you know what a powerful person Qin Lang is? Do you think you can really hide it from him? I can intercede for him on your behalf. This is the only thing I can do. Teacher Wang, stop talking and come with me. Wang Wu sighed, feeling both angry and sad. If I had known today, why would I do it in the first place? When you teamed up to bully Sun Yan, did you ever think you would be punished like this? You may really regret it, but you definitely don't regret bullying. I failed Sun Yan, but regretted why I didn't kill her directly. In the middle of Wang Wu's words, he stopped abruptly. He turned his head in disbelief, blood gushes from his mouth, and Wang Wu fell heavily to the ground. On Wang Wu's neck, there was an extremely sharp, thumb-thick steel needle. At this time, it had completely penetrated Wang Wu's neck. Who else could have attacked Wang Wu from behind but Zhang Xingxing? Zhang Xingxing ignored the blood on his hands and let out a maniacal laugh. Don't you blame me? Hey. Try blaming me again? Ha. The whole world blames me? But what's wrong with me? I just hate Sun Yan. What's wrong with that serious look? Why is she good-looking, good at studies, and liked by so many boys? Just because her parents are professors and one of my parents is a prisoner. Miss. Ha. Don't give me a chance. If I find a chance, I will still bully her and I will kill her. Zhang Xingxing stepped on Wang Wu's face and wiped the blood on his hands randomly. Niu Yushan and Wang Peng on the side were splashed with blood and were frightened. Zhang Xingxing rolled his eyes at the two young followers. Look at how hopeless you are. Why don't you just kill someone? Why? You're not afraid of killing monsters, but you're still afraid of killing people. Niu Yushan and Wang Peng looked at each other, carefully stepped over Wang Wu, and followed Zhang Xingxing. Click! The backyard door opened. Zhang Xingxing and the others walked in, and with a glance, Zhang Xingxing's pupils suddenly narrowed. What comes into view is a huge container 3 meters high, a bit like a tree hole, and a bit like a miniature monster lair. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 86, I Am Zhang Xingxing, 2/2. Countless bones were piled up around him, and hundreds of thumb-thick tentacles were stuck on some dry corpses, squirming slightly. What the hell is this? Why do you have to grow something like this in your backyard? Zhang Xingxing felt a chill running down her spine. She bravely walked closer to take a look, and her pupils suddenly lit up. She discovered that in this lair, she could vaguely see a brain-like thing, which contained dark gold cards and several colored cards. Heaven will not perish. I am Zhang Xingxing. Ha. Zhang Xingxing was ecstatic in her heart, but she did not show it. A trace of sinisterness flashed in the corner of her eyes. She stepped back and ordered, "Did I come to you just to stand there stupidly? Come here. See what valuables are in these corpses." Niu Yushan shrugged and walked over obediently. Wang Peng was a girl with no independent ideas, so she naturally followed Zhang Xingxing's instructions. The two of them came to the corpse pile and started rummaging through it. Zhang Xingxing licked his lips, carefully picked up a thick leg bone, weighed it in his hands, made sure it was heavy enough, and hit Niu Yushan hard on the back of the head. Niu Yushan didn't even have a chance to scream and fell directly into the pile of bones. "Ah, Yushan!" Wang Peng was startled and moved his body backwards with weak legs, begging, "Sister Xingxing, don't kill me. I have always been helping you." Zhang Xingxing smiled ferociously. "Hey, you think I don't know? You kept saying bad things about me when you were sleeping with those stinky men, and you said you were smoother than me, better at kung fu than me. I'll let you be wet. I'll let you be good at kung fu. Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Don't. Boom, 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 boom." After 7 or 8 blows in a row, Wang Peng was already a mess of flesh and blood, and his life or death was uncertain. Those tentacles came over like flies, smelling rotten meat, greedily absorbing the fresh flesh and blood from the two corpses. /U003CB or /U003E. Zhang Xingxing threw away the bone stick, laughed crazily, and moved closer to the core of the nest. However, before she could reach in to take the core of the nest, countless tentacles suddenly paused and then wrapped around her, trapping her in midair. Zhang Xingxing was horrified. She wanted to scream for help, but she couldn't, because the tentacles had madly drilled into all the holes in her body, including her nose, mouth, ears, and lower body. Woo-woo. Zhang Xingxing could only cry helplessly until her 2 eyeballs burst due to internal expansion and died completely. Under the night, 2 snowmobiles came to a shelter with a large enough area. The sentry spotted them immediately, turned on the searchlight, and shouted, "Who are you?" "Wanderers." Qin Lang got out of the car, stared at the dazzling light, and squinted his eyes. "Where is Chun Cece?" "Wait." The sentry left not long ago and brought back several men and women in strange clothes. One of the young men, dressed as a Japanese ronin with a sword on his waist, said, "Who are you to Chun Cece? Don't talk nonsense. Is Chun Cece in your hands? Is she dead or alive?" Oldie has always been irritable, jumping and cursing. Where did the mad dog come from? Come on, where's the combat power detector? Let's see how much combat power these people have. The Ronin man said with disdain, "Captain 6, you forgot that the batteries are used for heating. The only usable detector is at the boss's place." Captain 6 patted his head. "Hey, I really forgot about this, but it doesn't matter. Since you are in the same group as Chun Cece, that bitch, then don't leave. I'll use you to practice swords." Chapter 87, The Death of Thought, 1/2. Take us to practice swordsmanship? What the hell are you? Laoli wanted to continue spitting out fragrance, but Qin Lang raised his hand to stop him. He took a few steps forward and said, "I have no intention of talking nonsense to you. Hand over Chun Cece immediately." To be honest, Qin Lang doesn't care about the life and death of the rest of the people. Even if someone like Xiao Zhanhai, who has more than 3,000 people, will die, it is dispensable to him anyway, but he must save a team member with 5,000 people. Captain 6 laughed. "Oh, immediately? What if I refuse? What do you want to do?" The followers behind Captain 6 all started laughing. This kid really thinks of himself as a person. "Who do you want to order?" "Yes. Are you lying when you think our 6th captain is a lie?" "Boy, do you know how much combat power our 6th captain has? He is a super strong man with 4,000 combat powers." The 6th captain raised his lips and slowly drew his sword. "If you want to see Chun Cece, no problem. As long as you can catch me 3 times and survive, I will take you to see her." Qin Lang took a few steps forward without any expression on his face. "I'm really impatient." "Then what?" Captain 6 sneered. "Can you bite me?" Qin Lang opened the 5 fingers of his right hand and said, "Go to hell." "Haga." Captain Six laughed, but the next second he realized something was wrong. With the gift of danger perception, he clearly felt an irresistible, terrifying force being released from the man's body. But at this time it was too late to escape, because his body became stiff under the shroud of this terrifying aura. Open your eyes. Our sixth captain is about to take action. Ha ha. Wait for death, boy. ... A group of young men who did not know whether to live or die were still laughing. But they didn't know that Captain Six's pupils were constricted at this time, and a look of despair appeared in his eyes. No. He finally squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, and the dark tentacles swept over and turned into a dozen sharp knives to penetrate the body of Captain Six. All laughter stopped at this moment, and the body of the sixth captain was taken into the space ring by Qin Lang at the moment when he was completely exhausted. With more than 4,000 combat power, it should be quite good to use as fertilizer for the core of the nest. What happened? Am I dazzled? Why do I seem to see Captain Six being stabbed to death? How is this possible? The sixth captain is so strong. How could he be killed instantly? Where is the sixth captain? Why are they missing? Even if the facts are before their eyes, no one believes it is true. It wasn't until the dark tentacles bound the bodies of more than 10 people in midair that they realized their fear and begged Qin Lang to let them go. Qin Sisi, where are you? Are you dead or alive? I said. Qin Sisi was unwilling to join our shelter, which angered the boss. The boss sent her to the playground in a rage. Playground. Men's playground. Veins popped up on my younger brother's forehead. It's been so long. I'm afraid Qin Sisi is dead. No woman can survive an hour in the playground. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen balls of blood mist exploded, and Qin Lang only left the man who answered the question, "Take me to your so-called playground." Yes. The man was so frightened that his legs became weak. The man led the way, and Qin Lang and his group followed him. Soon everyone came to the entrance of a tunnel that sloped downward. The man tremblingly said, "Brother, this is the entrance to the amusement park. Go in." Yes. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 87, Death of Thought, 2 halves. The man took out a flashlight for lighting and walked down for a few minutes. A light appeared at the end, and the woman's extremely shrill scream could be heard through the thick iron door, which was horrifying. This kind of scream caused extreme physical discomfort to the 4 women in the team. "Oh, are you coming to the amusement park so late?" The man guarding the iron gate had a smirk on his face. "I understand. You also want to have a taste of Qin Sisi, right? You probably have to sit in the back row. Qin Sisi is still alive. It's no different from being dead. Hey, you're a stranger. When will you add, The man's neck was penetrated and he died instantly. Qin Lang pushed open the iron door and looked inside. ... Under the dim light, the iron fences filled with rust and blood released bursts of stench. Behind these iron fences were women who had been tortured to the point of becoming disabled or even unconscious. The ugliest side of human nature is vividly displayed in this playground. "You guys stay here. I'll go find Qin Sisi myself." Qin Lang thought for a while and felt that it would be better not to let the women around him see too many of these things, as it is very easy to become psychologically distorted. "It's okay for us. Our mental endurance is not that weak. You can't be too protective of us," Lin Wanner said softly. Qin Lang didn't say anything more and walked all the way to the last room. The room was very lively, with at least dozens of people packed in, accompanied by bursts of obscene words. Qin Lang pushed open the iron door. When he saw what happened inside the house, his mentality was so strong that he almost collapsed and his scalp went numb. Lin Wanner and Chen Shui, who had sworn not long ago that it didn't matter and had strong mental endurance, rushed to the side and vomited after seeing what happened. Ding Yuan's face was ashen and she hugged Su Yun's arm tightly. "Who the hell are you? Do you understand the rules?" Someone yelled angrily. Qin Lang leaves. "Go in and close the iron door." Help." 1 minute later, Qin Lang walked out. There was no one alive in the room. They were all dead in a mess. "She was killed by me. Qin Lang said lightly. Everyone nodded. Death is definitely a gift to Chun Cece, and her experiences have already exceeded the limits of human imagination. I'm very angry right now. I have to kill someone. This shelter is a living beast. They must be killed. Big brother, I will take you to find the boss. I know where he is. Just let me live. I have never done anything bad, begged the man who had led the way earlier. Puff! The tentacle penetrated his head, and the man's body fell to the ground. It doesn't matter whether you have done bad things or not. The important thing is that in this shelter, everyone has to die, and all the eggs have to be shaken loose. There is no lofty reason, let alone the so-called justice, kindness, or revenge. It is just that Qin Lang simply wants to vent. It's that simple. Deep in the sanctuary, there is a luxurious and warm room. There are many display cabinets around the room, displaying many figurines and collections. The young man held a glass container, looked at the beautiful eyeballs inside, and said with a smile, Cece, you really can't blame me for this. If you want to blame me, I can only blame you for being ignorant. You said it's good that you obey me. Not only will I make you my woman, but I will also make you the captain of the 3rd Division. Now, even your eyeballs have been gouged out. Just because of this, you can have 2 more holes in your body for others to vent. TSK. Old boss. It's not good. A man rolled in and said something happened. Chapter 88. Follow the same pattern, 1/2. Calm down. How many times have I told you that whenever something big happens, you have to be calm? What does it look like to be Frizzy? The boy carefully put the glass container into the storage cabinet. What happened? Well, wait, let me guess, was that bitch Chun Cece killed? This is also reasonable. Although she has strengthened her life and recovery abilities, Iron Man can't stand being served by so many men at the same time. No, not boss. There were beads of sweat on the man's forehead. 5 or 6 people came outside, claiming to be Chun Cece's friends, and they were killing people in the shelter. They killed everyone they saw. Chun Cece's friend? The young man raised his eyebrows, as if he had thought of something. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically, Oh, I know. This group of people who came should be the guy named Qin Lang that Chun Cece said. It is said that his combat power is close to 1/10,000. Haha, it's funny. As powerful as I am, I only have 7,000 combat power. How can there be anyone in this world who is stronger than me? Just let the captains deal with them. I'm sleepy and want to sleep. Boss, the captains are no match for this group of people. The man trembled. The young man was startled. If Lao 6 and Lao 7 can't deal with them, what about Lao 4 and Lao 5? The man said with a tearful voice. The 4th and 5th captains were instantly killed by each other. The 2nd captain and the chief captain saw that the situation was not good and wanted to run away. The other party did not give them a chance and directly stabbed the 2nd captain and the chief captain through. Boss, you think of a way. What the hell? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you sleepwalking? Gongzi's combat power is 6,700, second only to me, and he is also the Iron Man path with the best defense in the world. Even rocket launchers can't kill him. He can be killed by others. Seconds. The young man was angry. I think you fucked too many women and your brain has gone bad. Boss, I swear I didn't lie to you. The captains are really dead. That's enough. This kind of prank is not funny at all. Go out and don't interfere with my viewing. But boss, go away. The man took a deep breath and just turned around. His body froze on the spot as if he had turned to stone. The 3 men and 4 women didn't even look at him and just passed by him. Beads of sweat as big as soybeans dripped down his chin. Due to excessive fear, the man's limbs began to twitch. I told you to get out. Why don't you get out? Are you looking for a beating? The young man turned around suddenly and saw 7 men and women who were completely strangers to him. Are you Kaihu? Qin Lang said expressionlessly. Kaihu frowned, and a bold thought suddenly came to his mind. Could everything the younger brother said just now be true? Kaihu's heart trembled, and he hurriedly grabbed the combat power detector on the sofa. With a beeping sound, Kaihu's expression became extremely exciting. None of the 7 people on the opposite side are good. The weakest one has 6,000 combat power, and the strongest man has 9 combat power. Buzz! A dozen dark tentacles emerged from Qin Lang's right hand. Slow wait, Kai-Hu screamed. Wait a minute, brothers and sisters. We must have some misunderstanding. Qin Cece had planned to seek refuge with me, but she suffered inhuman abuse from you. You told me this was a misunderstanding. Qin Lang smiled, very cruelly. Kai-Hu swallowed and spat. Brother, I really didn't know she was yours. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to touch her even if I had 100 courages. But now she's dead. Let's talk about this. It's useless. I will make up for your loss. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading chapter 88. Follow the same pattern. 2 halves. Oh, go on. Seeing that Qin Lang did not take action directly and seemed to have room for change, Kai-Hu became more courageous and said excitedly, Qin Cece is just a girl with more than 5,000 combat power, and I have a full 7,000 combat power. Killing her is like killing a chicken. As long as let me go. From this moment on, I, Kai-Hu, will be your little brother. What do you think? I'm super fierce. Qin Lang groaned. I have to say, this is a very tempting proposal, but I have never believed in combat power. Let's do this. If you can catch my 3 moves, I will spare your life and take you as my how is it, little brother. Kai was overjoyed. Okay, absolutely no problem, brother. Please be gentle. Kai-Hu asked himself that it was impossible to defeat Qin Lang, but if he just took 3 moves, it shouldn't be a big problem. However, before his smile dissipated, he saw a beautiful woman in the 7-person team constantly adding various halos to Qin Lang's body. Brother, this is a bit bullying. The first move, Qin Lang ignored him, opened his right hand, and a dozen tentacles immediately turned into twisted vines and wrapped around Kai-Hu. Qin Lang obviously imitated Su Yun's fighting style. Kai-Hu did not dare to be careless and hurriedly rushed back. However, the speed of these tentacles was far faster than him. 2 of them entangled his legs and dragged him down. The other 2 turned into sharp knives and headed towards him. His leg was cut hard. Puff! The 2 thighs were cut off, bleeding like a stream, and the cross-section was as flat as a mirror. Kai-Hu was rolling in pain, with snot and tears streaming down his face. Brother, I give up, it hurts. Pain. Qin Lang smiled. Where are you? By the way, how did you treat Qin Cece? Oh, I think. Woke up. Click. 2 of the tentacles turned into sharp steel needles and swam towards Kai-Hu like snakes. Kai-Hu panicked and said, Brother, I was wrong. I was so wrong. For the sake of my minor status, please spare me. I'm still just a child. Child. Qin Lang blinked. Yes. Qin Lang nodded. In the next second, 2 tentacles penetrated Kai-Hu's eyeballs. The barbed steel needle brought out the eyeballs. Aqueous humor and blood flowed billowingly. Kai-Hu's entire face was covered in blood. The screams were horrific. However, Qin Lang had no intention of stopping there. He wants to inflict all the sins that Qin Cece suffered during his lifetime on Kai-Hu. Soon, holes of similar size were punched through both of Kai-Hu's ears, and his nose was also chopped off. In order to make Kai-Hu feel the same, Qin Lang even thoughtfully turned these tentacles into male tools. It has to be said that Kai-Hu, who has strengthened a large number of recovery cards and has 7,000 combat power, has strong vitality. Qin Lang tortured him for more than an hour before he died. The corpse Qin Lang will naturally not be wasted. Put in the space ring, which is good nutrition. He's dead. Lin Wanner asked with an ugly expression when she saw Qin Lang coming out of the room. Qin Lang nodded. Yeah. They had left the room an hour ago. They didn't think Qin Lang was cruel at all. It was just a simple physical discomfort. Check to see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net in the camp. And look for resource cards, by the way, to make sure nothing is missed. We just looked for it. The cards are all in the storage space. Oh, let's go. Chapter 89 Cow Cat, 1/2. Late at night. It was supposed to be rest time, but the shelter was very busy at this time. A group of people led by brothers Lin Wu Fei and Wu Tian surrounded dozens of students in the snow and allowed them to cry and beg for mercy. What happened here? Qin Lang got off the snow chariot, his brows furrowed. Boss, after you leave, Zhang Xingxing and the others. Lin Mo told Qin Lang exactly what happened. With Zhang Xingxing and several others dead in the backyard of the cabin, the students who were attracting attention outside were leaderless and had no idea what to do next. The plan was naturally exposed. Sneaked into my Anhui? Where are they now? I don't know. We didn't dare to go in. We just controlled the students outside. Lin Mo answered truthfully. Qin Lang snorted coldly, rushed back to Anne's cabin, and saw Wang Wu lying dead in a pool of blood. The door to the backyard is wide open. Qin Lang took out the flying sword Yongran and approached it cautiously. After making sure there was no danger, he walked into the backyard. Are these the bodies of Zhang Xingxing, Niu Yushan, and Wang Peng? 3 corpses suddenly appeared in the pile of corpses. Qin Lang naturally saw them at a glance, but he was a little strange. How did they die? In his understanding, doesn't the core of the lair only eat the flesh and blood of corpses? How come also eats living people? Qin Lang was too lazy to think about things he couldn't understand. Anyway, the core of the lair was fine, and his hanging heart was relieved. He threw out the corpses in the space ring one after another, including several captains of the Shadow Sanctuary, Kai Hu, and Chen Sisi. Although Chen Sisi died tragically, Qin Lang didn't want to waste her body. How could it not be buried? It would be a waste of natural resources to bury a corpse that had more than 5,000 combatants during his lifetime. Besides, this is not another form of joining. The high-level combat corpses all over the ground suddenly appeared above the core of the lair. Those tentacles became excited, like a person who's been hungry for too long, gobbling up the corpse. It looks like he's about to mature. Qin Lang used spiritual communication to tell everyone that he would stay in the backyard to do some errands and let them rest first. As for the students who betrayed him, he left it to Sun Yin to deal with them. Anyway, he doesn't care about the life or death of these students. Whether Sun Yin forgives or punishes them is up to her. The day and night passed in a flash. After the core of the lair devoured the last corpse, a monster appeared in the flesh and blood container hidden deep below the core. It was not large, only the size of a palm, and was a 4-legged creature. Qin Lang immediately became alert. As we all know, the most difficult monsters in the apocalypse are never the huge behemoths, but the small but delicate monsters. These monsters have one thing in common. That is, they are extremely fast. Once caught by such a monster, can't even run away. It's better not to be greedy. If the thing you give birth to is too strong, it will be funny if I am no match for it. Qin Lang thought about it, and finally decided to deal with the monster quickly to avoid long nights and dreams. However, the moment he thrust the flying sword eternal burning into the flesh and blood container, the monster inside let out a painful groan, and then revealed a furry head. Qin Lang was stunned for a moment. What kind of monster was this? It was clearly a milk cat, or a black and white cow cat. Its scientific name was Wuyun Takshu. Qin Lang never believed in the numbers given by the combat power detector, but he had no choice but to wear it at this time. It was okay if it was not tested, but Qin Lang almost vomited blood when it was tested. Combat Power 5. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 89 Cow Cat. 2 halves. Are you fucking kidding me? Qin Lang lifted the milk cat's neck, his head buzzing. I spent so much time, effort, and so many corpses, but in the end I only managed to cultivate one War 5 cat. Is this reasonable? The milk cat was grabbed by Destiny's neck, and his body immediately stopped moving. You better be useful, or I'll crush you to death. Qin Lang put the milk cat on the ground. The milk cat struggled to stand up, stumbled onto Qin Lang's shoes, and then fell asleep, making a purring sound. Qin Lang was completely speechless. Inside the house. Wow, such a cute little cat. Why did you stay in the backyard for so long just to raise cats? Lin Wanner and Shan Shui both couldn't put down the little milk cat, but at the same time, they also had doubts in their hearts. Qin Lang had a splitting headache and didn't bother to take off his clothes. He just lay down on the bed and said, "I'm very tired now. Let's talk about everything after I wake up." This sleep lasted for a full 24 hours. When Qin Lang opened his eyes again, he saw a huge fat cow cat facing him, with its big chubby face even turning gills. What's going on?" Qin Lang was shocked. The cow cat was very affectionate to Qin Lang and rubbed his chin with its head. "Qin Lang, wake up." Lin Wanner ran in excitedly and said, "This cat is very unusual. I found it. What good family's cat can grow from 1 pound to 20 pounds in one day and night?" Lin Wanner told Qin Lang everything that happened after he fell asleep. After Qin Lang fell asleep, the little cat also lay down with Qin Lang and slept next to his pillow. When the two girls saw that the little kitten was only a little big, they didn't dare to touch it, so they just let it sleep. Who knew that they only chatted for a short while? And when they looked back, the kitten had obviously grown bigger, dozens of times faster than the bodybuilding circle. It sleeps as long as you sleep and wakes up 5 minutes earlier than you at most. During this period, no matter how we shake it, it can't wake up. Lin Wanner touched the fat cat carefully, and the fat cat was quite respectful, snapping a claw, and a hissing sound came out of its mouth. Lin Wanner was wronged. "Hey, why are you like this? You can't even touch it." Qin Lang frowned and held the cat's head with one hand. The big fat cat licked his lips and nibbled his claws. All his actions were no different from those of an ordinary house cat. Qin Lang was about to observe carefully, but the fat cat had already pressed down Qin Lang's hand with its furry paws. Although it didn't say anything, Qin Lang understood what it meant. "Brother, you have to give me a break sometimes. I'm giving you face, right? Believe it or not, I'll scratch you." Qin Lang's eyes widened and he cursed. "Who the hell are you with?" "This." The big fat cat jumped up, arched its back, erected its ears, and stood up. "Are you pretending to be with me, brother?" "Fuck." Qin Lang was really broken. He was upset that such a thing was bred in the core of the nest, but he didn't expect the big fat cat to have a bad mouth. Who could tolerate it? Qin Lang cursed and went to catch the big fat cat, but the big fat cat ran at an amazing speed, rushed out the door like a whirlwind, and then closed the door with his hand. Qin Lang. Lin Wanner. ? Lin Wanner. This cat has become a spirit. Fuck, whose cat is this? What is it doing? Lao Li's roar came from the yard. Qin Lang ran out and saw Lao Li lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. The fat cat was squatting next to the hot pot, using its claws to scoop up the meat slices in the hot pot to eat. Chapter 90. Hot beginning, 1/2. While eating, the big fat cat looked at everyone with provocative eyes, obviously not paying attention to these people. Lao Li stood up at this time, secretly opened his hands and pounced at the fat cat, but the fat cat looked like it had eyes on the back of its head, jumped gracefully, and kicked Lao Li's face with its hind legs. Boom! A jaw-dropping scene occurred. Lao Li, a barbarian with more than 6,000 combat power, flew backwards on the spot and hit the courtyard wall with his body. Wall damage degree 0.478. As the owner of the house, Qin Lang received a reminder from Xiao immediately. "I'm going to kill you." Lao Li became angry and had several bloody scratches on his face. ... The fat cat was not afraid at all. He tilted his head and used his hind legs to scratch his ears. Seeing Lao Li conjuring a spear from his hand and throwing it at it, the fat cat jumped again and flicked his right paw, and the spear was knocked away. This, not to mention Lao Li, Qin Lang was dumbfounded. Qin Lang took off the combat power detector and put it into the storage space. He knew this thing was unreliable, but he didn't expect it to be so unreliable. "You told me this is combat power 5? Okay. Old Li, you can't fight it." Qin Lang shouted to stop Old Li. He finally understood that the fat cat had been playing tricks on them. Meow woo woo. The fat cat barked at Qin Lang a few times, and what he heard in Qin Lang's ears was, "From today on, I'm the boss of the shelter, and you are all my servants, haha. You are not bad. You are quite capable. I meow makes you the chief loyal servant." Okay, loyal servant. Let's have a fight between dragon and tiger tonight." Qin Lang twitched the corner of his mouth and released his tentacles to grab the fat cat. The fat cat's pupils were dilated, and he seemed unwilling to accept the move. He turned around and jumped toward the courtyard wall. Qin Lang had already expected that it would escape, so he turned several tentacles into a large net and volleyed over it in advance. The fat cat was caught in the net and fell to the ground, but it did not panic at all, and even yawned and meowed a few times. Ben meow. That is to say, I'm not afraid of you, I just don't want to hurt you. You should try to use this touch of darkness as little as possible in the future. The more you use it, the deeper the curse will be and the more frequent its attacks will be. Don't blame me for not warning you. Qin Lang frowned and dispersed his tentacles. Do you know about the Apostle's curse? The fat cat licked his fur and said, Not only do you know, I can also help you find 8 other apostles to help you lift the curse. However, you're still too weak now. If you really meet those other apostles, not only will you not be able to, if you kill them, you will die. Of course, this is another form of removing the curse. Qin Lang came to Sha Mao and squatted down. Who are you? The fat cat washed his face with his paw, paused, and said, I only know that you are my chief loyal servant. I don't know anything else. After saying that, Sha Mao jumped on Qin Lang's shoulder. I'm hungry and want to eat some meat. Barbecue or hot pot? Casual. Oh. Qin Lang looked helpless, but since the fat cat was not hostile to him and was so powerful, the previous depression disappeared. At least his work was not in vain. Outside the shelter, it had been several days since the flame monster appeared in the sky. The temperature had risen sharply. The snow on the ground was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a river and flowing downwards. If Qin Lang hadn't asked everyone to connect the vehicle to Xiaowu in advance, I'm afraid even the car would have been swept away. Where are the traitors? Qin Lang looked around and found that more than 30 students from the 4th level were missing. Lin Wanner explains, This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading chapter 90, The Hot Beginning, February 2nd. Sure said, The swallow took them away last night, and they went to an unknown place. Qin Lang nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Sun Yin has a strong ability to protect herself, and her methods are cruel and perverted. Those students may not end well. But this has nothing to do with him. A bunch of traitors. Let's just die. The most pity was that Wang Wu, who had enhanced many cards after all, was killed by a sneak attack. ... Much later, Qin Lang was cooking barbecue in person, and Sun Yin came back with a group of lost students. These students seemed to have had their souls sucked away. Their eyes were dull. Brother Qin, you're awake. Sun Yin took off her helmet and showed a bright smile. Qin Lang turned over the snowflake beef and asked casually, What did you do to them? Why are you so scared? Sun Yin smiled and said, It's nothing. I just dismantled a few leaders in front of them. It took a day and a night. Oh, Qin Lang nodded. This is a wonderful way to separate the characters. You came back just in time to eat meat. Good. Sun Yin took a large piece of beef and took a big bite. Brother Qin, your craftsmanship is great. Come on, whatever is necessary. Qin Lang invited everyone to come over and taste the craftsmanship. Sun Yin held the meat in her mouth and took out some green food cards from her arms and threw them to the students. The group of students were stunned, and they all knelt down and kowtowed in thanks, and then carefully went to get the food. You said Sun Yin, a little girl, is young and her methods are ruthless. She becomes more and more evil as she gets more and more evil. Look at those people. Don't they seem to have been brainwashed? Laoli clicked his tongue. Qin Lang didn't take it seriously. Yinzi is a talent. Let alone this is the end of the world. The order has collapsed. Even in peaceful times, there's only kindness. And kindness cannot make a ruler. These are just necessary means. You are the boss. What you said is right. Laoli eats like Zhu Beiji eats ginseng fruit. 3 or 2 bites of a large piece of meat. Laoli, what? Take care of yourself. Qin Lang had a wicked smile on his face. Oldly chuckled. Who do you look down on? Just those girls. I can beat them with my hands. During the period of waiting for the snow to melt completely, the shelter regained unprecedented peace. During this period, there were several more fireballs and card rains. Qin Lang led the team out hunting once. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to see how strong Xiao He was, who knew that this big fat cat didn't do anything at all, just lay on Q's head and covered his head to sleep. When Qin Lang had killed almost all the monsters, it rushed over to open the monster's head and take out the card. Time passed slowly, and half a month passed unknowingly. The snow had melted. Instead, it was replaced by high temperatures day and night. The highest daytime temperature soared all the way to 45 degrees. People who were exposed to the sun felt dizzy and had heat stroke in minutes. Fortunately, the night temperature was not too abnormal, but it was also 35 or 6 degrees. In Xiaowu main control room. It's so comfortable, this is called living. Qin Lang was lying in a huge portable bathtub, watching a movie with the air conditioner on. Lin Wanner, Chen Shui, and Sun Yin were also bathing together, wearing swimsuits, and each of them had an ice cream of a different color in their hands. Since the temperature soared, Qin Lang and the three ladies' bodies have never been dry. Meow. In a corner of the swimming pool, the fat cat Xiao He made a comfortable groan, while Qu Zai below spit out a mouthful of bath water and got out of the water, his eyes full of happiness and joy. Chapter 91 Guests, 1/2. The scorching sun is scorching the earth. If it weren't for the large number of ruins of buildings left over from the civilized era in the city, it would really feel like being in a desert. A team of dozens of people slowly appeared at the end of the street. They're uniformly dressed, wearing hats and thick robes. These seemingly simple equipment can protect them from the sun and flames to the greatest extent. Boss, we don't have much water. We can only last for another half day at most. The dark-skinned young man said worriedly. Dot. The man walking at the front of the team had a long sword slung across his waist, looking like an ancient warrior. He had no intention of stopping and continued to move forward. There are still 50 kilometers left. Let's hold on. If we find monsters or a place to escape the heat later, we could take a rest. I know, boss. The young man trotted back to convey the boss's message. There was a slight murmur among the crowd, but it soon stopped. They knew very well that without Boss Yin taking more care of them, they would not have survived the long winter. Although the number of people in their shelter has been reduced again and again, it has shrunk from nearly 1,000 people at the beginning to more than 50 people. The team slowly walked up the slope. Boss Yan's weathered pupils suddenly condensed, and he took out his military binoculars to look at them in disbelief. On the ruins, there seemed to be a shelter built of huge rocks. Even though the stone wall was very high and thick, he could still see the inside clearly from the angle he was currently standing at. There were traces of human activities, and he even saw someone playing in a swimming pool. Xiao Zhu. Boss Yin called his deputy Zhu Changkai over, pointed in the direction of the shelter, and said uncertainly, "What did you see?" "I suspect that I was dazzled and a mirage appeared." Zhu Changkai took the military telescope and almost jumped up with excitement. His chapped lips trembled slightly. "Boss, you read that right. What a sanctuary. Have water. There is water. Damn it, they actually built a swimming pool. How much water card is wasted?" When the people behind him heard that there was water, they all ran up and looked at the stone shelter. Greedy light burst out from their originally ashen pupils. "Boss, do you want it?" Zhu Changkai made a beheading gesture. Boss Yin shook his head. "I've warned you many times that when you don't know the opponent's combat strength and number, you must remain absolutely rational and never be reckless. How many weak people do you think are left who can survive in the end of the world?" Zhu Changkai nodded repeatedly. "Boss, what you're teaching me is that I got dizzy from the sun. Let's go. Come with me and take a look." Boss Yin patted the dust on his body and walked towards the shelter. At the same time, Anhui was in the main control room. Qin Lang took a bite of the ice cream and stood up from the indoor swimming pool. "It's been a long time since I've had a guest. Let's go out and have a look." "Guest?" Lin Wanner, Chen Shui, and Sun Yin looked at each other. They were not Qin Lang. They couldn't grow surveillance mushrooms, so how could they know what was happening outside the shelter? But since Qin Lang said this, he would definitely not be unreasonable. The three women immediately followed him in sexy bikinis. "They're not exhibitionists. They're just too hot. We are survivors from Hangzhou. We would like to ask you for a drink of water and a shady place to escape the heat. I wonder if it is possible." Boss Yin came to the door of the shelter, stated his needs straightforwardly, and then started. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading chapter 91. Guests, 2 halves, started waiting patiently. Soon the iron door to guard against gentlemen and villains opened. Laoli hugged 2 round-figure bikini female students and greeted them with a smile. "Oh, the survivors in Hangzhou are just asking for a drink of water. Find a place to escape the heat." "Yes." Boss Yin nodded. Laoli clicked on the combat power detector, scanned the crowd, and then passed the data to Qin Lang through spiritual communication. The leader has 6,600 combat power. The deputy has 4,700, and the others have between 1,000 and 3,000. "Well, let them in. Come in." Laoli waved his hand and told the girls next to him, "Go to the warehouse and get some water cards. You two have been so good these past few days. I'll reward you with ice cream. Don't take too much. Be careful to get a bad stomach. Maximum 3 for each person." "Hee hee. Thank you, Brother Lee. You Brother Lee. You are the best." The 2 female students jumped away, and when they came back, there were more than 100 white water cards in their hands. "Here." Laoli handed the water card to Boss Yin. Boss Yin hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you very much. What do you call this shelter?" "They all call me Laoli." "Well, I have the final say in this area." Laoli raised his hand and drew a circle. Mr. Yin nodded repeatedly and started chatting with Mr. Lee while distributing water cards to everyone. Laoli is a person who is good at talking. He immediately started chatting and chatted with Boss Yin. "Why are you going to the ancient city?" Laoli was curious. The ancient city, named Haidu Ancient City, is located in the north of Haicheng and is a small county town. 34 kilometers away from here, it was a pretty good tourist city before the end of the world, with mountains and seas, but he didn't know what it looked like now. Boss Yin hesitated for a moment and said, "I shouldn't have told you this, but since you were so kind to us, Brother Lee, I don't want to deceive you. This is the information I got from a colored card, saying that there is a treasure in the ancient city." "Treasure? Is it true or not? I don't have much education. Don't fool me." Oldly shouted. "To be honest, I don't know whether it's true or not. I have to go and see it to know. Can you let me take a look at the colored card?" This Boss Yin smiled bitterly. "It seems inconvenient." "Hey, blame me. It's a bit presumptuous. Well, you guys take a rest. If you need anything, just tell me. By the way, this is for you to cool down." Boss Yin took out a big blue mushroom from the storage space and handed it to Boss Yin. "What is this?" Boss Yin's eyes lit up. He clearly felt the chill contained in the big blue mushroom. It was icy and comfortable in his hands. "Thank you, Brother Lee." "You're welcome. I'll borrow it for you. I'll take it back later. By the way, you can't eat it. You can only use it to cool down." Old Lee waved his hand, went back to the swimming pool, and soaked his body in it, and relayed the information about the ancient city treasure to Qin Lang in full. "Old Lee, I think he is fooling me. We got a lot of color cards, so where are the treasure cards?" "Qin Lang, you haven't seen it, but it doesn't mean there are none. You shouldn't be fooling, but whether it is a treasure or not, now we have to question it. In Qin Lang's memory, as time goes by in the end of the world, there will indeed be information cards including treasures, nests, props, and other locations, but he was too weak in his previous life and was not qualified to participate in the competition for these treasures. So, why don't we go take a look at this treasure? It's too boring to stay in the shelter all day long." Laoli is very interested in this. In fact, not only Laoli, but also Su Yun and Ding Yuan had the same idea. The life in the shelter was indeed comfortable and happy, but this was the end of the world after all. There was no telling what bad weather or monsters were waiting for them next. They would have nothing to lose in the end. The only result is to be eliminated in the apocalypse. There is no second possibility. I definitely want to go, but at least I have to confirm first what the information on that colorful card is. There are some things Qin Lang didn't say. That is, information such as treasures, layers, and props, and the corresponding monster strengths are also different. The most difficult one is the cave, followed by the lair. Treasures, props, etc. must be arranged at the back. This is not easy. I will talk about it later. Lowly had everything covered. He had already figured out how to get information out of Boss Yen. He called the two girls over and whispered in their ears. On the other side of the shelter, in the shadows, with the ice mushroom constantly releasing cold air, the heat has been dissipated to a great extent. The current air temperature is around 38 or 39. Zhu Changkai secretly put away the combat power detector and lowered his voice and said, "Boss, this oldly has a relatively high combat power, with 7,000. The rest are just fish, and there are not many with more than 2,000. Do we want him?" Boss Yin shook the bottomed water bottle, drank the water at the bottom of the bottle, and wiped his mouth. "Xiao Zhu, they kindly entertained us with water and lent us big mushrooms to escape the heat. Is it right to repay kindness with hatred? Boss, we have come all the way." Zhu Changkai hesitated to speak. Mr. Yin smiled and shook his head. "They're different in nature. Among the shelter bosses who were slaughtered by us, which one was not a pervert to the core of evil? If you look here again, except for the dozens of young people over there, the expressions on the faces of the others, the expressions are freedom, comfort, ease, and respect. Even if we have the ability, we must not kill it. There are no laws or rules in the last days, but we must have a bottom line in our hearts." "I know I was wrong, boss." Mr. Yin smiled and patted Zhu Changkai on the shoulder. "You're right, you're just too young. Okay, let's get some rest. We still have to travel in the evening. It's so comfortable here. I want to stay here for a few more days." Zhu Changkai was a little reluctant, but he had nothing to do. Boss Yin closed his eyes and placed one hand on the ice mushroom. Little did he know that if he had said even one wrong word just now, this trip to the end of the world would have ended prematurely. "Are you really kind? Or did you find a bug in the ice mushroom? Let me wait and see." Qin Lang turned around and entered the house with a smile. It was night in a blink of an eye. A neat dining table was set up in the area of the shelter near En's cabin. Boss Yin curiously took a bite of the crispy noodles and asked what he was doing. The soldier from the shelter pointed to a sign not far away, which clearly stated it says, "Summer Seafood Buffet. This is our meal for today," the soldier said and continued his work. Boss Yin was stunned on the spot, staring at the 7 words on the blackboard. Strangeness. Very and extremely strange. He knew each of these 7 words separately, but when put together, he was really confused. "Brother, this is the end of the world. The end of the world. You eat so well, right? Sick?" The thing that made Boss Yin and the others shout "fuck" was yet to come. The first thing they brought out was a large bucket of summer-relieving mung bean soup mixed with a lot of ice cubes. It was packed in a metal round pot like the canteen. Next came 3 large barrels of ice cream packages with 3 flavors: strawberry, taro, and original. They were steaming with air conditioning. Finally, dozens of seafood boats appeared, including Arctic clams, ice shrimps, scallops, king crabs, and salmon. Every ingredient was fresh and tender. As for the fruits after the meal, they're a bit simpler. There are only iced watermelon, bayberry, peach, durian, and banana platter, which looks like 7 or 8 kinds in total. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhu Changkai wiped the tears from the corner of his mouth and said, "Boss, I want to eat." Boss Yin said angrily, "Looking at your little fortune, do you think I don't want to eat? Damn it, how rich is this shelter? Hey, Boss Lee is here. Be careful with your image. Don't be invited, just rush in and eat," making people laugh. As soon as Boss Yin finished reminding him, Lowly came over. He threw a cigarette to Boss Yin, lit it for him, and said, "Boss Yin, what are you talking about? We're ready for dinner, you guys. We have food." "Brother Lee, you are too polite. How can you be so embarrassed?" "Oh no, what I mean is that we have dinner. Why don't you go on your way at night, so it can be cooler? Look, I have prepared the water card for you." Boss Yin froze on the spot, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Zhu Changkai in the back almost cried with anger. "How can you entertain guests like this? Why don't you be polite and let us pretend to refuse? Not even a step up. Is that ridiculous?" Boss Yin swallowed. His face was hot, and he murmured, "Oh, that's it. Then we'll leave." Thank you. Why are you so polite?" Lowly put a familiar hand on Boss Yan's shoulder. "By the way, Lao Yin, I'm quite interested in the ancient city treasure you mentioned. I really want to chat with you while eating. But when I think about it, this is your way to make money. I'm really embarrassed to force you. As the saying goes, you are a gentleman. In short, be careful on the road and wish you success. Hey, wait. Bossian was not a fool. He quickly grabbed Lao Li's arm and said, Brother Li, I just want to talk to you about the treasures of the ancient city to thank you for your hospitality. How about we chat while eating? Lao Li smiled brightly. What are you waiting for? Let the brothers come over and eat. Let's see how hungry they are. Boss Yin raised his hand excitedly, and dozens of people ran and jumped towards the self-service area, stuffing whatever they caught into their mouths. What quality, what kind of self-cultivation, what kind of image are important to eating well and having a good time? Seeing this scene in front of everyone, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Even the lowest-level student party members sneered at it. They even think that being a slave in a shelter is better than this group of nomads. Who dares to believe that they actually have someone to despise? These brothers and sisters of mine have suffered too much with me, and I will definitely make up for these. Mr. Yin trembled in an imposing manner, but he could only force a smile. Lao Li generously patted him on the shoulder. Don't say that. By the way, what's going on with that treasure in the ancient city? Then, why don't we go take a look at this treasure? It's too boring to stay in the shelter all day long. Lao Li is very interested in this. In fact, not only Lao Li, but also Su Yun and Ding Yuan had the same idea. The life in the shelter was indeed comfortable and happy, but this was the end of the world after all. There was no telling what bad weather or monsters were waiting for them next. They would have nothing to lose in the end. The only result is to be eliminated in the apocalypse. There is no second possibility. I definitely want to go, but at least I have to confirm first what the information on that colorful card is. There are some things Qin Lang didn't say. That is, information such as treasures, lairs, and props, and the corresponding monster strengths are also different. The most difficult one is the cave, followed by the lair. Treasures, props, etc. must be arranged at the back. This is not easy. I will talk about it later. Lao Li had everything covered. He had already figured out how to get information out of Boss Yin. He called the two girls over and whispered in their ears. On the other side of the shelter, in the shadows, with the ice mushroom constantly releasing cold air, the heat has been dissipated to a great extent. The current air temperature is around 38 or 39. Zhu Changkai secretly put away the combat power detector and lowered his voice and said, Boss, this oldly has a relatively high combat power with 7,000. The rest are just fish, and there are not many with more than 2,000. Do we want him? Boss Yin shook the bottomed water bottle, drank the water at the bottom of the bottle, and wiped his mouth. Xiao Zhu, they kindly entertained us with water and lent us big mushrooms to escape the heat. Is it right to repay kindness with hatred? Boss, we have come all the way. Zhu Changkai hesitated to speak. Boss Yin smiled and shook his head. They're different in nature. Among the shelter bosses we slaughtered, which one was not a pervert to the core of his evil nature? If you look here again, except for the dozens of young people over there, the expressions on the faces of the rest of them are... The expressions are freedom, comfort, ease, and respect. Even if we have the ability, we must not kill it. There are no laws or rules in the last days, but we must have a bottom line in our hearts. I know I was wrong, boss. Mr. Yin smiled and patted Zhu Changkai on the shoulder. You're right, you're just too young. Okay, let's get some rest. We still have to travel in the evening. It's so comfortable here. I want to stay here for a few more days. Zhu Changkai was a little reluctant, but he had nothing to do. Boss Yin closed his eyes and placed one hand on the ice mushroom. Little did he know that if he had said even one wrong word just now, this trip to the end of the world would have ended prematurely. Are you really kind? Or did you find a bug in the ice mushroom? Let me wait and see. Qin Lang turned around and entered the house with a smile. It was night in a blink of an eye. A neat dining table was set up in the area of the shelter near An's cabin. Boss Yin curiously took a bite of the crispy noodles and asked what he was doing. The soldier from the shelter pointed to a sign not far away, which clearly stated it says, Summer Seafood Buffet. This is our meal for today, the soldier said and continued his work. Boss Yin was stunned on the spot, staring at the 7 words on the blackboard. Strangeness. Very and extremely strange. He knew each of these 7 words separately, but when put together, he was really confused. Brother, this is the end of the world, the end of the world. You eat so well, right? Sick? The thing that made Boss Yin and the others shout fuck was still to come. The first thing they brought out was a large bucket of summer-relieving mung bean soup mixed with a lot of ice cubes. It was packed in a metal round pot, like the canteen. Next came 3 large barrels of ice cream packages with 3 flavors: strawberry, taro, and original. They were steaming with air conditioning. Finally, dozens of seafood boats appeared, including Arctic clams, ice shrimps, scallops, king crabs, and salmon. Every ingredient was fresh and tender. As for the fruits after the meal, they're a bit simpler. There are only iced watermelon, bayberry, peach, durian, and banana platter, which looks like 7 or 8 kinds in total. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zhu Changkai wiped the tears from the corner of his mouth and said, "Boss, I want to eat." Boss Yin said angrily, "Look at your little achievement. Do you think I don't want to eat? Damn, how rich is this shelter? Hey, Boss Lee is here. Pay attention to your image. Don't rush up to eat as soon as you are invited, and let people laugh at you." Just as Boss Yin finished reminding, Lao Li came over. He threw a cigarette to Boss Yin, lit it for him, and said, "Boss Yin, well, we are ready to eat you. We have food. Brother Li, you are too polite. How can you do this?" "Oh, no. I mean, we are ready to eat. Do you want to take advantage of the night to travel so that you can cool down a little? Look, I have prepared water cards for you." Boss Yin froze on the spot, his mouth twitching. Zhu Changkai, behind him, almost cried with anger. "How can you entertain guests like this? You should at least be polite and let us pretend to refuse. You don't even give us a way out. Is it reasonable?" Boss Yin swallowed his saliva. His old face was burning, and he murmured, "Oh, so then, let's leave." Thank you. You're welcome." Old Li put his hand on Boss Yin's shoulder and said, "By the way, Old Yin, I'm quite interested in the ancient city treasure you mentioned. I really want to talk to you while eating, but when I think of this as your way to make money, I'm really embarrassed to force you. As the saying goes, gentleman or something. Anyway, be careful on the road. I wish you success." Hey, wait. Boss Yin is not a fool, and hurriedly grabbed Old Li's arm. "Brother Li, I just want to talk to you about the ancient city treasure to thank you for your hospitality. How about we eat and talk?" Old Li smiled brightly. "What are you waiting for? Let the brothers come over to eat. Look at them. 1 or 2. How hungry they are." Boss Yin raised his hand excitedly, and dozens of people ran and jumped to the self-service area, stuffing whatever they caught into their mouths. Are quality, cultivation, and image more important than eating well? Everyone couldn't help shaking their heads when they saw this scene. Even the lowest-level students sneered at it. They even felt that being a slave in the shelter was better than this group of nomads. Who would have believed that they actually had someone to despise? My brothers and sisters have suffered too much with me. I will definitely make up for it. Old Yin trembled with anger, but could only force a smile. Old Li patted him on the shoulder generously. "Don't say that. By the way, what is the ancient city treasure?" Chapter 93, A Diary, 1/2. At this point, Boss Yin could no longer hide it even if he wanted to. He and Lao Li went to a tent not far away and took out a colorful card with a special mark. This is the location of the cave. Because Qin Lang had just made up lessons with him not long ago, Lao Li recognized this cave at a glance. At the same time, this was also the most dangerous and difficult place at this stage, even more difficult to conquer than the nest. "What, Brother Li, do you know the specific information about this card?" Boss Yin noticed something strange. Lao Li didn't hide anything, nodded and said, "What should I tell you? The benefits in this place are very high, but the risks are equally high. High risk and high reward. Are you interested in joining us, Brother Li? Now that the location has been leaked, it is obviously impossible to monopolize it." Boss Yin very wisely chose to form a team. "Let me think about it. You have seen it. I only have so many people in this shelter. If we lose a few more people, I, Old Li, will become a bear commander. What? You are right, but this is the end of the world. If you don't get stronger, you will only be eliminated. Brotherly, think about it carefully and give me a reply tomorrow morning. I'm afraid of long nights and many dreams. Absolutely, Brother Yin, go get something to eat. While Lao Li was perfunctory, he told Qin Lang on the line the location of the cave through spiritual communication. Qin Lang is 43 kilometers away. It is very fast to drive there. Although there are no specific coordinates given by the color card, it will take some time to find it, but if nothing happens, we should be able to get back before dawn. Lao Li, boss, do you mean to take the lead? Su Yan's trick is very clever. No matter what is in the ancient city cave, let's go and take a look first. It is better than having the card taken away by others. Qin Lang and Lao Li, I feel sorry for you to stay in the shelter. If something goes wrong, I will change places with you as soon as possible. Lao Li, I won't go too. Don't worry, Qin Lang. If you really want to get a good card, you're indispensable. You're the first to do it. With the plan in mind, Qin Lang immediately recruited. Call everyone to action. Half an hour later, the 6 people led by Qin Lang slipped out of the shelter in the dark night. Far away from the shelter, Qin Lang took out a gold card van and headed to the location of the ancient city cave. When they encountered monsters along the way, they hid if they could. Only when he couldn't drop it did he let Lin Wanner perform a long-range kill. Why a remote kill? The reason is very simple. These fire monsters usually explode after death. They do little harm to the human body, but are very deadly to vehicles. If they're not careful, the vehicle will explode. Otherwise, Boss Yin and the others would not have arrived on foot. Sanctuary. Their vehicle had been bombed by monsters on the road. 2 hours later, the van arrived at the ancient city. This tourist city with a long history has long since become a ruin. Looking around, there were monsters swaying everywhere, their bodies emitting heat and fire. It should be around here. Let's have a look. Qin Lang took back the military telescope and saw a park in front of him. The stone monuments inside had long been destroyed, and shriveled corpses were lying everywhere, including humans and monsters. There were many holes in the tent, and it was obvious that someone had used it as a shelter before. Meow. The fat cat Xiao He, who had been sleeping on Qin Lang's shoulder, suddenly stood up. He stretched out and jumped to the ground. The original bag on his abdomen was shaking and drooped to the ground. What did you find? Qin Lang asked with a smile. One person and one cat have been getting along for a while. The fat cat Xiao He has no other shortcomings except that he is a bit arrogant and likes to be naughty and mischievous. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading chapter 93. A diary, 2 halves. The fat cat, Xiao He scratched the floor with his paw. You're so stupid this will alarm. Fat cat, Xiao He, dived into the ruins without waiting for Qin Lang's reply. Qin Lang looked helpless. Cats are indeed the most unorganized and undisciplined animals in the world, even if they are mutated. In comparison, the portable bench cue boy is cuter. After searching for more than half an hour, Su Yin used murderous vines to lift up a large boulder and found the. Be careful. The strength of cave monsters is usually several times, or even 10 times, that of surface monsters. After Qin Lang reminded him, he raised the shiny ice mushroom in his hand and walked away first. After a few minutes, everyone arrived at the cave smoothly. In comparison, this place is much more eerie than the mushroom cave. Except for the lighting equipment in hand, everything is pitch black. Su Yun threw out more than a dozen cold fireworks and flares, and then the darkness was dispelled. Hey, what is that? A house? Someone lives here. Ding Yuan raised her hand and pointed, and there were actually some houses standing 100 meters away. Upon closer inspection, I found that these were indeed houses, and there were obvious signs of human habitation. The cans have dried. Have the people here left or died? Qin Lang murmured to himself, lighting with ice mushrooms, and suddenly the pillow on the bed behind him. When I opened the dusty diary, I saw the delicate handwriting. The owner should be a girl. It's easy to forget time in the end of the world. I can't remember how many days it has been in the end of the world. Today the boss took us out hunting, and killed a lot of blood corpses. We had a big meal today with instant noodles and canned food, which was really delicious. It's a pity that Uncle Song was bitten and there is no serum. He is destined to leave us. Strange, I can't cry. Maybe I have seen too many deaths and have become numb. Obviously, this is a diary written in the early days of the end of the world. Qin Lang didn't have the patience to read it word by word, so he turned directly to the last page of the diary. Compared with the beautiful handwriting at the beginning, the words at this time are very sloppy. It is not difficult to see that the owner of the diary is very embarrassed. It's snowing, the temperature is getting lower and lower, and more than a dozen people have been frozen to death. I don't know when the snow will stop. Guoting couldn't stand this kind of life and committed suicide. TSK, so fragile, she finally survived until now, but she committed suicide. I despise her. Something big happened in the shelter today. The second in command went out hunting for 3 days and 3 nights and didn't come back. He must have died outside. The boss was very sad and built a simple tomb for him. By the way, the food tonight is good. I love to eat banquets. It's so cold, too cold. The temperature has reached minus 50 degrees, but everyone has become younger because they have been frozen into grandchildren. I can't believe that I have survived this long winter, but I have a very ominous premonition that the end of the world will not end so easily. Is the fire monster in the sky foreshadowing that the temperature will become very high next? The ice and snow are melting. The temperature is rising. It's so comfortable. I'm going to die of heat, fuck. Chapter 94, Qin Lang versus Group of 5, 1/2. Just when Qin Lang was reading the diary with gusto, Su Yun made a discovery. Qin Lang put the diary into the storage space and walked over. Under the light of the ice mushroom, large areas of dried blood appeared on the wall. This amount of blood loss probably did not belong to one person. At least 7 or 8 people must have been killed in this room. Su Yun made a judgment. In other words, the residents of this underground shelter suffered a massacre and did not leave normally. In order to escape the scorching heat, building a shelter in a hole in the ground is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Hot. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and said, "Keep looking and see if there are any other clues. If not, let's go forward and meet the guy in the cave for a while." After everyone dispersed, Qin Lang sat on the bed, took out the diary again, and started reading. Today, the boss discovered a cave. It's a really good place. The temperature is only 35 degrees. Although it's very dark, it's better than being roasted and fucked on the surface. Today is the 7th day since the boss moved the shelter into the cave. Everything is fine. Wang Lily never told me that she could dance. I don't know why she went crazy last night, but she danced ballet in the room. Today is the 10th day since we moved into the cave. I obviously feel something is wrong, but I can't tell exactly what is wrong. I have to ask the boss to take us out of this hellish place. The boss rejected my proposal, and no one else is willing to leave. What can I do? I'm just a rookie with less than 2,000 combat power. I can't survive alone on the surface. Wang Lily is dead. The boss is dead. Wang Meng is dead. They're all dead. Ha ha ha. Me, I'm gonna die too. Ha ha. This is the last page of the diary. The scrawled handwriting and the extremely crazy narrative style made Qin Lang a little shocked. Looking at the diary penetrated by the pen tip, Qin Lang frowned. What on earth did they go through? Unusual? What does this abnormality mean? Something happened. Coming, be careful. Xiaohe didn't know when he appeared at his feet. He sniffed the air and nervously jumped onto Qin Lang's shoulders. The black and white hair on his body exploded and looked very fluffy. Is the opponent strong? Qin Lang also became alert. I don't know, but in short, not weak. Xiaohe arched his body and made a fighting posture. Qin Lang quickly notified everyone to come and gather, but a strange scene happened. No matter how he communicated with his mind, no one responded except Lao Li in the shelter. It's broken. Something happened. Qin Lang's heart thumped, and he hurriedly took out the flying sword Yongran and rushed out of the room to look for traces of other people. Meow! Xiaohe suddenly screamed. Qin Lang turned around and saw a dozen thick vines growing out of the void and beating them down wildly. This is clearly Su Yun's murderous vine. Qin Lang quickly retreated and controlled the flying sword Yongran to make a horizontal slash. After the vines were cut off and disappeared, he saw 5 familiar faces. Su Yun, Ding Yuan, Lin Wanner, Chen Shui, Sun Yan. What is different from usual is that their pupils are all dark. Mind control? The monsters here are good at mental attacks. Qin Lang thought of the only possibility. Ding Yuan, who transformed into a lizard man, had already rushed towards him. Under her feet, there were many colorful halos. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 94 Qin Lang versus Group of 5, 2 halves. All come from Chen Shui. Puff. Qin Lang's shoulder was penetrated by a bullet, and the heartbreaking pain made him shiver. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. ... More and more bullets were fired from Lin Wanner's gun. At such a close distance, Lin Wanner was a marksman. He couldn't dodge even if he wanted to, so he could only use his dark tentacles to turn into a shield for defense. Although he could defend himself against bullets, he could not defend himself against the double attacks from Su Yun and Ding Yuan, one close and one far away. Almost in a short moment, Qin Lang fell into an unprecedented hard battle. He has the ability to kill anyone instantly, but he can't use it. These are his closest teammates and closest partners. Is it possible to kill them? Stunning them is not an option, but he must have this ability. It can't be done. Qin Lang threw a rat weapon, but the 5-man team on the opposite side was full of firepower, using all kinds of random skills at him, as if they were free. Qin Lang tried to knock Lin Wanner out first, but was knocked away by Sun Yan with a hammer. Damn it. Mental protection. How could I ignore this? Qin Lang regrets that his intestines are about to break. He has a lot of related protective cards, but he has never used them for everyone. He is mainly worried that their combat power will be too high and will cause a burden. Now it seems that he underestimates the 3rd stage of the apocalyptic cave, the monster inside. But you really can't blame him. In his previous life, Qin Lang was just a terminal worker in the apocalypse, a leftover from shelter. How could he be exposed to such a dangerous place? He had cognitive issues. To get everyone back to normal, there are usually 2 ways. The first is to also choose mental attacks to forcibly break up the opponent's attacks. Unfortunately, Qin Lang did not master the relevant skills and could only give up. The second kind is to kill the existence that releases the mental attack. To catch the thief, first catch the leader. In this way, everyone will naturally recover. Mental attacks have a common feature. That is, the caster must be nearby. The closer the distance, the stronger the effect, otherwise it will be weaker. Xiaohei, can you find it? Do I need you to remind me? I have been trying to lock it, but it keeps moving and doesn't give me a chance. It moves left and right, and I can't lock it at all. Just point me in a specific direction. Hurry up. Qin Lang was almost numb by the 5 little strong men. Fortunately, he had the touch of darkness and amazing defense. Otherwise, he would be half dead if he encountered such a situation. Over there. Xiaohei raised his paw and pointed in a direction. Qin Lang directly slashed with a holy slash. The dazzling light instantly enveloped a large area. Through this layer of light, Qin Lang saw the creature in the dark. The monster was not big, only about 1 meter long. At first glance, it was somewhat similar to the bee crocodile he had encountered in another cave before. But if you look closely, you will find that it is another species, more like a chameleon with a black body and only white eyeballs. Found you. Qin Lang's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to release the second holy slash, his right arm was suddenly entangled by vines. The next moment, vines grew out of the void, wrapping Qin Lang's entire body in 3 layers. Lao Su, you are so fucking annoying. Qin Lang couldn't help but curse. He seemed to be wrapped in vines and in danger. But in fact, he was not in any danger at all, because there was another layer of black eggshell-like protection on his body's surface, which came from the touch of darkness. What should I do if I can't kill the chameleon at all when they are entangled with me? Qin Lang fell in a deep thought. Chapter 95. Is the cave so fat? One half. Qin Lang soon discovered a breakthrough. Although the five-person team controlled by the mind was aggressive, they did not have the wisdom that humans should have, that is, the ability to adapt to changes. They would only use their strongest skills to attack him simply and crudely. Just like now, he is obviously trapped by the murderous vines, and the five-man team's offensive still shows no sign of stopping. The most direct consequence of this is that more than 90% of damage falls on the murderous vines, and Su Yun repeatedly, after using the murderous vine for the first time, his body showed obvious signs of weakness. It seems that I have fallen into a misunderstanding. To deal with them, it is actually very simple. Just insist on defense and tire them out. They can't break through my dark touch defense anyway. Thinking of this, Qin Lang seemed to have taken reassurance and simply crossed his legs and sat on the ground. No matter how strong your physical strength is, how long can you last? ... Facts have proved that Qin Lang's strategy was successful. After less than 15 minutes of defense, the offensive of the five-man team came to a complete halt. Everyone's body was soaked with sweat, and they lay on the ground, unable to get up. Without exception, they collapsed from exhaustion. Bitch, it's my turn this time. You've been controlling 5 people for so long. Are you tired? Qin Lang looked at the black chameleon. The black chameleon sensed something was wrong, turned around, and disappeared into the darkness. But Qin Lang had no intention of letting it go. He first used the holy sword to light up the road ahead, and then threw several ice mushrooms in succession. The chameleon is indeed very fast, but don't forget that the ice mushroom deals area damage. When the 5th ice mushroom exploded, the chameleon didn't have time to dodge, and his body was immediately frozen. It tried its best to break free from the frozen state. But the flying sword Yongran, not far away, has already slashed over. Die! Puff! The chameleon's head was chopped off, and its body fell from the rock wall. Qin Lang rushed forward and put away the colorful cards in the chameleon's head before Xiaohe. Xiaohe showed a hint of embarrassment on his fat face and began to pretend to wash his face. Qin Lang chuckled and returned to the area where the 5-man team was. Strange, what's wrong with me? Why do I feel so tired? Did I fall asleep? I feel the same as you. I'm so exhausted that I want to vomit. Brother Qin, what happened? What happened to us? What happened to us? Qin Lang smiled and threw a monitoring mushroom. Want to know what happened? Please watch VCR. 10 minutes later, the 5 people who watched the entire battle had embarrassment written all over their faces. But if you think about it carefully, you can't really blame us for this. Ding Yuan whispered, Boss, you are responsible for our card construction. If you don't give us mental protection cards, what can we do? That's right. Suyin tapped his palm. Boss, this is your mistake. Qin Lang was angry, but he was too lazy to defend himself. He gave everyone a few mental protection gold cards. As soon as you feel a tingling sensation in your head, notify others quickly. Mental attacks are one of the most bizarre attacks. I know, but boss, why aren't you controlled? I am on the path of a Qi master, and I am very resistant to mental attacks. Everyone looked like that. After resting for a moment and regaining their strength, everyone continued to move forward. Just as Qin Lang guessed, they're not only. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 95. Is the cave so fat? 2 halves. A single chameleon, a dozen in total. Since it lost its main attack method of mind control, Chameleon's threat to everyone was negligible, and it was easily killed by a few people. We've reached the end of the cave chest. Qin Lang kicked the treasure box and heard a click. The moment the box was opened, a dark gold card appeared. Hey, this dark gold is the core card of someone in our team. Qin Lang glanced at it and finally flew the card to Su Yun with a smile. For me, Su Yun was overjoyed. You are a druid, and this dark gold is a transformation spell, a violent giant bear. If I don't give it to you, how can I use it? Boss, ... Su Yun was so excited that she burst into tears. Hurry up and learn it. Good. Su Yun tore the dark gold card into pieces. After successfully practicing, his body swayed and transformed into a huge 3-meter-tall brown bear. It could reach 5 or 6 meters tall when it stood up. It was definitely a behemoth. Let me see how much the combat power has increased. Oh, not bad, not bad. Qin Lang nodded. Congratulations to Lao Su for becoming our team's second 9,000 combat power. Suyin, let's go. Come up. I'll carry you out. I feel like I'm full of strength now. Lao Li is very anxious, aren't you? What good things did you get? Do you want to rush me to death every day? Qin Lang, you will know when we go back. Qin Lang waved his hand and said, let's go. The 5 people jumped on the back of the bear, and the giant bear carried them all the way. The speed was many times faster than the car, and it returned to the surface in the blink of an eye. Brother Su, how long can you last when you turn into a bear? This feeling, the sleep was so good, I didn't even want to ride in the car. Not only Lin Wanner, but the other 3 women all felt the same way. The fur on the back of the giant bear was very soft and felt great when rubbed. If Suyin doesn't fight, it can last for several hours, but if he fights, it may only take more than 10 minutes. Since sister-in-law doesn't want to take the car, then I, Old Su, will carry you back. Oldly, you really make me anxious to death. If this happens again next time, I will never stay behind. It's too damn torturous. Early morning. Boss Yin looked regretful. Since you don't want to go, then I won't force you. Thank you, brotherly, for taking care of us. I hope we can meet again one day. It must be, Boss Yin, I wish you a lot of money in this treasure hunt. If you fail, it doesn't matter, come back to the shelter. We can't say that we can have fish and meat every day, but at least we can have enough ice cream and mung bean soup. Oldly patted his chest. Boss Yin was so moved that he almost cried. He bowed his hands and said, thank you for your kindness. We are leaving. Goodbye. I won't see you off. The door of our shelter is always open to friends. Goodbye. Oldly waved his hands and watched everyone go away until they disappeared at the end of the road. Just go, you even took my ice mushrooms. Qin Lang suddenly appeared behind Oldly and said faintly, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Boss, what the hell did you get? I'm so anxious. Nothing. Qin Lang's expression was calm. It's just a dark gold and 7 or 8 color cards. That's all. Fuck. Oldly opened his mouth in an O shape. Is this cave so fat? There is a color card that can enhance your attack power. I have thrown it into your box. You can use it yourself. There are also some gold cards and silver cards. As for what else is missing, you can just ask me to get it when the time comes. Qin Lang took a deep breath and said, I've been tired all night, so I'm going to go back to sleep. Thank you, boss. I am willing to give my heart to the boss. Lao Li saluted with a bang. Recently, he always hangs out with young schoolgirls and reads a lot of comics from ancient times under their influence when he has nothing to do. Qin Lang was indeed a little tired and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. At the same time, Boss Yan's team arrived at the entrance of the cave at noon. When he saw the vehicles parked nearby, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Isn't it possible that someone got there first? Hurry down and take a look. Boss Yan screamed and rushed down with others. 2 hours later. Boss Yan's face was ashen as he sat slumped at the entrance of the cave. Not to mention the color cards and gold cards, the other party didn't even leave a single blue or green card. Boss, think on the bright side. We have at least got 2 cars. Zhu Changkai really didn't know how to persuade him. What should we do next? Boss Yin had a splitting headache and pressed his temples hard. Go back to find Boss Li. At least we can survive in their shelter. Zhu Changkai hesitated and said, Boss, although Boss Li is a good person, can he allow us to live here for a long time? We won't know until we talk about it, after we go back. The first goal is to survive first. Boss Yin really couldn't think of any other way, so he asked everyone to go back the same way. It took me a long time to go back and forth. It was already dark by the time Boss Yin and the others returned to the shelter. Lao Li, who had expected that they would come back, naturally received them very warmly. After hearing that they planned to live in a shelter temporarily, Lao Li first expressed his welcome and then expressed his worries. Although my shelter still has some inventory, it's only enough to support us for a month or 2. Suddenly, there are dozens more mouths, and resources are suddenly tight. Lao Li said with a tangled expression, This way, well, Let's organize a joint hunt in the next few days to get more cards and optimize the organizational structure. Of course, Lowly didn't say this last sentence. He just said it silently in his heart. The shelter does not support idlers. This is a rule set by Qin Lang early on. Everyone must have the value of existence. Even the lowest group of students, they at least give other classes of warriors emotional value and vent their primitive desires. Value. Okay, I'll be at your disposal. Boss Lee, at any time. Boss Yin patted his chest hard. Under night, everyone gathered in the courtyard of An's house. Qin Lang unfolded a hand-drawn map, which came from the Lawless brothers. At first glance, the two brothers seemed to be transparent people in the shelter with little value. In fact, they played a very important role. They could not only stand guard to prevent the shelter from being attacked. After learning the Cartographer series cards given to them by Qin Lang, he even became a professional cartographer. With the shelter as the center, wherever there are more monsters and lairs within a radius of 20 kilometers are clearly marked on the map. Lowly, you take them to build a small fire nest tomorrow. Qin Lang pointed to an area marked with a red horn on the map. The strength of the monsters outside the small fire nest is between 2,000 and 4,000. As long as you don't go in, you will have no problem protecting yourself with your current personal strength. Lowly picked his teeth and said, Boss, you are too conservative. Why did you choose this small fire nest? Isn't it better to just attack the big one? Except for Boss Yin and the one named Zhu Changkai. Among this group of people, they are not bad. The others are dead. It doesn't matter if you don't die. People have just taken refuge with us, so they can't risk their lives. They'll be successful if they die 3 or 4 times. Don't be too ruthless in your work. Su Yun paused. Also, the boss of the fire nest is going to take a few of us to fight in person. What? You won't let me play with you again? Lowly was unhappy. Boss, are you so kind to others? Lowly did something wrong. Tell me, I can change it. You can't exclude me or isolate me. Me? Qin Lang laughed and scolded. Go, who has nothing to do to squeeze you out. Isn't it inconvenient for us to show up? Besides, I can't be in the shelter forever. If one day I go hunting in a distant place, the shelter must be there. Isn't there a deputy team who can carry the banner? Lowly scratched his head and said, Hey, I'll be relieved then. Go and have a rest early. Qin Lang waved his hand and everyone dispersed. 2 days later, 2 hunting teams set off from the refuge. The hunting team led by Lowly brought with them Brother Lawless, Lin Mo, more than 30 soldiers, and more than 50 people under Boss Yin. Those student party members who had no fighting ability were left in the shelter. On Qin Lang's side, he brought a cat, a mushroom, and a team of 5 people. At noon, the sun was scorching hot, and the temperature reached a terrifying 45 degrees above zero. Qin Lang appeared shirtless and wearing a pair of beach shorts near the fire nest. The 5 people behind him were dressed similarly to him. The 4 women were all wearing bikinis, which were eye-catching and sexy. Su Yun wore a pair of flashy beach shorts. The upper body is a short-sleeved shirt. It shouldn't be a big problem to clear out those on the outside. You just need to be careful about the big monsters inside. Qin Lang put down the military telescope and said to everyone, Do it. Su Yun clenched his fists loudly, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. Let's do it. Qin Lang waved his hand, and Su Yun immediately transformed into a violent giant bear, roaring and charging into the monster group. Su Yun, who was infinitely close to having a combat power of 1, killed hordes of monsters with an invincible appearance. Regardless of whether they were fire demons, fire zombies, or little devils, any monster that he poked would have only one fate, either to be turned into powder or to be killed. Broken Bones. The Dark Gold card is so damn powerful. Qin Lang clicked his tongue. If it weren't for the fact that he had too many core cards to cultivate, it wouldn't be a bad idea to learn a Mad Bear transformation. The other side, led by Lowly, the battle was extremely fierce. The 2 sides exchanged fire for less than 10 minutes, and more than a dozen soldiers were injured and killed. Even with the 2 high-powered beings Yin Boss and Zhu Changkai at the front, they still could not alleviate the offensive encountered by their companions at the rear. Facing the attacks of hordes of fire demons and fire zombies, the 100-man regiment behind them retreated steadily. The weather is too hot, and these monsters can't survive the group damage. Boss Lee, why don't we retreat? Boss Yin felt extremely distressed. Most of the people killed in the battle were his companions. Retreat? There is no such word as retreat in my dictionary. Lao Li yelled, hit me hard. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. There is a color card that can enhance your attack. Lee, I have thrown it into your box. You can use it yourself. There are also some gold cards and silver cards. As for what else is missing, you can just ask me to get it when the time comes. Qin Lang took a deep breath and said, I've been tired all night, so I'm going to go back to sleep. Thank you, boss. I am willing to give my heart to the boss. Lao Li saluted with a bang. Recently, he always hangs out with young schoolgirls and reads a lot of comics from ancient times under their influence when he has nothing to do. Qin Lang was indeed a little tired and fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. At the same time, Boss Yan's team arrived at the entrance of the cave at noon. When he saw the vehicles parked nearby, an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Isn't it possible that someone got there first? Hurry down and take a look. Boss Yan screamed and rushed down with others. 2 hours later, Boss Yan's face was ashen as he sat slumped at the entrance of the cave. Not to mention the color cards and gold cards, the other party didn't even leave a single blue or green card. Boss, think on the bright side. We have at least got 2 cars. Zhu Changkai really didn't know how to persuade him. What should we do next? Boss Yin had a splitting headache and pressed his temples hard. Go back to find Boss Lee. At least we can survive in their shelter. Zhu Changkai hesitated and said, Boss, although Boss Lee is a good person, can he allow us to live here for a long time? We won't know until we talk about it, after we go back. The first goal is to survive first. Boss Yin really couldn't think of any other way, so he asked everyone to go back the same way. It took me a long time to go back and forth. It was already dark by the time Boss Yin and the others returned to the shelter. Lao Li, who had expected that they would come back, naturally received them very warmly. After hearing that they planned to live in a shelter temporarily, Lao Li first expressed his welcome and then expressed his worries. Although my shelter still has some inventory, it's only enough to support us for a month or 2. Suddenly, there are dozens more mouths, and resources are suddenly tight. Lao Li said with a tangled expression, This way, well, let's organize a joint hunt in the next few days to get more cards and optimize the organizational structure. Of course, Lao Li didn't say this last sentence. He just said it silently in his heart. The shelter does not support idlers. This is a rule set by Qin Lang early on. Everyone must have the value of existence. Even the lowest group of students, they at least give other classes of warriors emotional value and vent their primitive desires. Value. Okay, I'll be at your disposal. Boss Lee, at any time. Boss Yin patted his chest hard. Under night, everyone gathered in the courtyard of An's house. Qin Lang unfolded a hand-drawn map, which came from the Lawless brothers. At first glance, the 2 brothers seemed to be transparent people in the shelter with little value. In fact, they play a very important role. They can not only stand guard and prevent the shelter from being attacked. After learning the cartographer series cards given to them by Qin Lang, he even became a professional cartographer. With the shelter as the center, wherever there are more monsters and lairs within a radius of 20 kilometers are clearly marked on the map. Lao Li, you take them to build a small fire nest tomorrow. Qin Lang pointed to an area marked with a red horn on the map. The strength of the monsters outside the small fire nest is between 2,000 and 4,000. As long as you don't go in, you will have no problem protecting yourself with your current personal strength. Lao Li picked his teeth and said, Boss, you are too conservative. Why did you choose this small fire nest? Isn't it better to just fight the big one? Except for Boss Yin and the one named Zhu Changkai. Among this group of people, they are not bad. The others are dead. It doesn't matter if you don't die. People have just come to us, so they can't risk their lives. They'll be successful if they die 3 or 4 times. Don't be too ruthless in your work. Suyin paused. Also, the boss of the fire nest is going to take a few of us to fight in person. What? You won't let me play with you again? Lao Li was unhappy. Boss, are you treating one favorably and favoring another? Lao Li did something wrong. Tell me, I can change it. You can't exclude me or isolate me. Me. Qin Lang laughed and scolded. Go. Who has nothing to do to squeeze you out? Isn't it inconvenient for us to show up? Besides, I can't be in a shelter forever. If one day I go hunting in a distant place, the shelter must be there. Isn't there a deputy team who can carry the banner? Lao Li scratched his head and said, Hey, I'll be relieved then. Go and have a rest early. Qin Lang waved his hand, and everyone dispersed. 2 days later, 2 hunting teams set off from the refuge. The hunting team led by Lao Li brought with them Brother Lawless, Lin Mo, more than 30 soldiers, and more than 50 people under Boss Yin. Those student party members who had no fighting ability were left in the shelter. On Qin Lang's side, he brought a cat, a mushroom, and a team of 5 people. At noon, the sun was scorching hot, and the temperature reached a terrifying 45 degrees above zero. Qin Lang appeared shirtless and wearing a pair of beach shorts near the fire nest. The 5 people behind him were dressed similarly to him. The 4 women were all wearing bikinis, which were eye-catching and sexy. Suyin wore a pair of flashy beach shorts. The upper body is a short-sleeved shirt. It shouldn't be a big problem to clear out those on the outside. You just need to be careful about the big monsters inside. Qin Lang put down the military telescope and said to everyone, Do it. Suyin clenched his fists loudly, his eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. Let's do it. Qin Lang waved his hand, and Suyin immediately transformed into a violent giant bear, roaring and charging into the monster group. Suyin, who was infinitely close to having a combat power of 1, killed hordes of monsters with an invincible appearance. Regardless of whether they were fire demons, fire zombies, or little devils, any monster that he poked would have only one fate, either to be turned into powder or to be killed. Broken Bones. The dark gold card is so damn powerful. Qin Lang clicked his tongue. If it weren't for the fact that he had too many core cards to cultivate, it wouldn't be a bad idea to learn a Mad Bear transformation. The other side, led by Lao Li. The battle was extremely fierce. The 2 sides exchanged fire for less than 10 minutes, and more than a dozen soldiers were injured and killed. Even with the 2 high-powered beings, Yin Boss and Zhu Changkai at the front, they still could not alleviate the offensive encountered by their companions at the rear. Facing the attacks of hordes of fire demons and fire zombies, the 100-man regiment behind them retreated steadily. The weather is too hot, and these monsters can't survive the group damage. Boss Li, why don't we retreat? Boss Yin felt extremely distressed. Most of the people killed in the battle were his companions. Retreat? There is no such word as retreat in my dictionary. Lao Li yelled, Hit me hard. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed without mercy. Chapter 97. Scavengers and the Mysterious Team. 1/2. Frightened by Lao Li's terrifying fighting power, the 100-man army dared not act even if they really had the idea of escaping, and could only bite the bullet and fight the monsters. As the battlefield continued to advance forward, the battle became more and more intense, and casualties were inevitable. We really can't fight anymore. There are too many monsters. Boss Yin was so anxious that tears came out. At this time, half of the brothers he brought with him had been killed, and a small number of them were burned and unable to continue fighting. In other words, after fighting for less than half an hour, only a dozen elite soldiers of more than 50 people remained fully combat ready. Lao Li obviously also noticed this situation, nodded and said, Retire for the time being, rescue the wounded. I'll take over here. After saying that, Lao Li took out a spear, a blood-marked gun, and other weapons from the storage space and threw them at the monster group. Boss Yin glanced at Lao Li in his busy schedule, and his pupils couldn't help but condense. The monsters that the 100-man army had to spend a lot of effort to kill were like paper to Lao Li. One spear could often penetrate 5 or 6 monsters. What was even more outrageous was that he strung the blue mushrooms that could cool down some of the spears. When they fell into the monster group, the mushrooms exploded, and more than a dozen monsters were instantly frozen into ice cubes. Hundreds of monsters had no time to get close to Lao Li, and he easily and happily dealt with them alone. You obviously have the ability to kill monsters. Why do you let your brothers die? Are you doing this on purpose? Zhu Changkai was a young man after all, and he didn't think before he spoke, and he roared at Lao Li directly. Lao Li's neck tilted, and he came to Zhu Changkai, grabbed his neck, and sprayed spit on his face. What the hell did you say? Say it again if you have the guts. Brother Li, he is still a child, don't bother with him. Boss Yin hurriedly acted as a peacemaker and hugged Lao Li's arm. Damn it, just for your sake, old Yin. Asked the shelter, who dares to talk to me in this tone? Old Li pushed Zhu Changkai away and cursed. Yes, I have the ability to kill monsters, but if I have to do everything myself, then am I the owner of the shelter or a nanny? Zhu Qingsai's face turned pale. Old Yin scolded. Why don't you apologize to Old Li quickly? Zhu Changkai turned his head away and muttered in a low voice. Why? I'm not wrong. If he had taken action earlier, we wouldn't have lost so many people. They're all brothers who have been with us all the way. Old Li showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth, but he was not angry. Because he saw himself a few months ago in Zhu Changkai, and he was no different from Zhu Qingkai at that time. Later, it was proved that in the end times, being a saint has no benefits except dragging yourself down. Take a half-hour break, then go pick up the cards. It's still the same old rule. Anyone who dares to hide them will be killed without mercy. Boss Yin was stunned for a moment and asked cautiously, Boss Li, how do you distribute the C's cards? The cards are all handed over to me, and then I distribute them. Isn't that what every shelter does? Old Li looked strange. Boss Yin groaned, and for a moment he didn't know how to refute. How did you distribute them before? Old Li asked. Boss Yin hesitated for a moment and said, everyone can pick up cards freely and see who has better luck. Old Li was happy. Oh, then it seems that you should have good luck. Hey, have you learned some skills or talents that can see the quality of the spoils? Boss Yin was obviously a little flustered when his secret was revealed. No such thing. Don't be afraid. This is not something shameful. Old Li pinched his chin. Let me guess again, your talent should be the color card talent battlefield scavenger, right? Boss Yin took a breath. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 97 Scavengers and the Mysterious Team. 2 halves. His eyes were bigger than copper bells. What's wrong with you? Hey, I really guessed it. Old Li put his arm around Boss Yan's shoulder. Come, help me see where there are color cards. Okay, Boss Yin sighed. A light flashed in his pupils and shook his head and said, there are no color cards, but there are quite a few gold cards concentrated over there. ... Battlefield Scavenger. This is a pretty awesome auxiliary talent. Through mental communication, Qin Lang was very excited when he learned that Boss Yin had this talent. In this apocalypse where cards are everything, Battlefield Scavenger is definitely a phantom god-level talent because this talent can not only see the color of the cards in the corpse, but also some cards left in the building can be discovered through this talent. I think I am very suitable for this talent. Ding Yuan took the initiative to apply to learn. No, you're not suitable. The job of a garbage man should be done by a man. Well, it's better for me to do it. Qin Lang refused without thinking, causing Ding Yuan to roll her eyes wildly. Su Yin laughed out loud, and while comforting Ding Yuan, he said, if Boss Yin knew that his talent was reserved by us, he would be so angry that he would die. That's right. The talent of the Phantom God level is for those with virtue, and his fighting power is simply not enough to control it. Qin Lang looked at the corpses on the ground, and then looked at the huge fire nest in the flames. There are too few mushroom ammunition, so I won't do anything today. Go home, and come back to clean it up later. Agreed. After cleaning up the battlefield, a group of people sat on the back of Su Yun, who had transformed into a giant bear and ran all the way back to the shelter. ... What Qin Lang didn't know was that not long after they left, A dozen men and women appeared near the fire nest. Their bodies were covered with a layer of azure light. /U003CB. Our /U003 woman with a veil covering her face and holding a staff walked out of the queue, waved her staff, and drew a circle towards the fire nest, and the scene in the nest was immediately reflected in the circle. Disperse. The screen disappeared, and she turned to a woman and said, Sister, the monster inside has a combat power of 17 and is a fire demon king. The one who killed the monsters on the outside should be the nearby shelter with average strength, otherwise they would not stay. Don't kill the leader. When the woman with only her eyes exposed heard the words, she glanced at everyone and seemed to be hesitant. Sister, you have to let me kill you no matter what you say this time. The boy wearing goggles in the team said anxiously. Hey, why do you have to kill him? Why? Sister, let me do it. If I can't kill this fire demon king in 15 minutes, I will chop off the head and make it a chamber pot for you. The man is very tall and powerful and can be estimated to be 2 meters tall. I only need 10 minutes, the boy with goggles yelled. The woman who was obviously the leader smiled lightly and said, Okay, you two, stop fighting. Shout ding, go ahead. I only give you 10 minutes. Yes, big sister is the best. The boy with goggles was ecstatic and jumped up. While his body was still in the air, a large piece of lightning suddenly burst out from his body, and he immediately plunged into the fire nest. Sister, are you still worried about that person? Let me tell you something you don't want to hear. If he is as ordinary as you describe, there is no way he can survive to the 3rd stage. The 1st stage may be. Shut up. The leader woman lowered her voice and shouted. You know I don't like hearing it, so stop talking. He must not be dead. I feel that way. Sister, I've done it. A boy in goggles, surrounded by lightning, walked out of the fire nest carrying a rather large monster head, holding the core of the fire nest in his other hand. Well, let's go to Jinghai. Chapter 98, Dual Swordsman, 1/2. Shelter. Introduce a few people to me? Boss Lee, what do you mean? Is there anyone else in the shelter that I don't know? Boss Yin had a surprised expression on his face. Zhu Changkai raised his head and looked over after hearing this. Of course, I am the boss of the shelter, but the people who live there are my boss. Lao Li raised his hand and pointed to An's small house behind him. The boy named Zhu can come too. Zhu Changkai said warily. What on earth do you want to do? Do you want to kill people and steal goods? ... Lao Li was so amused that he laughed loudly. You are bigger than me. If I really wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. I have to wait until now. It's the boss who wants to see you. While they were talking here, the door of An's cabin suddenly opened, and Qin Lang came out with a smile on his shirtless body and wearing a pair of flashy beach pants. Boss Yin, I'm so sorry. I've been a little busy these days and haven't had the chance. You shouldn't blame me when I see you. By the way, my name is Qin Lang. Boss Yin frowned. Are you the boss here? Then who is Boss Lee? Lao Li is my brother, my right-hand man, and he is in charge of everything outside. Qin Lang glanced at Zhu Changkai and said with a smile, If you want to test my combat power, just test it. There is no need to be so sneaky. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhu Qingsai's face, but he still pressed the combat power detector. Zhu Changkai took a breath and lowered his voice and said, Boss, this person has a combat power of 11. Boss Yin swallowed and quickly raised his hands. Boss Qin, come in, drink tea and chat. Qin Lang took the 3 people into Anhui. This An's hut is actually a colorful prop. I always thought it was just an ordinary building. Boss Yin looked around carefully. The temperature in An's hut was just right, neither cold nor hot. There's so many mushrooms. It turns out that these mushrooms are all from Boss Qin. Planted. Sit. Qin Lang asked a few people to sit down and took out the tea leaves, while brewing, chatting about home affairs. At first, Boss Yin and Zhu Changkai were a little nervous, but as the exchange deepened, they found that Qin Lang did not give off a condescending feeling. Instead, he spoke in a moderate and humorous manner, and they couldn't help but relax their vigilance. Zhu Changkai said, Boss Qin, just tell us what we're going to do. I don't like people who talk in roundabout ways. Boss Yin glared at him. Changkai, Why are you talking to Boss Qin? Fine. Qin Lang laughed it off and said, I just want to get to the point here, Wanner. Lin Wanner, wearing a sexy swimsuit, took out the panel mirror from the room. Zhu Changkai was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, Lin Wanner? Are you the one who acted in the TV series? Lin Wanner smiled sweetly and said, I have indeed acted in some TV dramas. Let's talk. I will go into the room first. After saying that, Lin Wanner turned around and entered the house. Boss Yin focused his attention on the panel mirror and frowned slightly. His intuition told him that this mirror was probably not a good thing. This is called a panel mirror. Its function is to help people reshape their skills and talents. Qin Lang returned to the subject. After introducing the functions of the panel mirror, he said with a smile, I can carry out targeted enhancements based on your preferences and expertise. Don't worry about the cards. I will take care of them. Boss Yin groaned and said, Xiao Zhu and I are both good at close combat. I am Xiao Zhu's swordsmanship teacher. It turns out that Boss Yin, before the apocalypse, was a professional. This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 98, Dual Swordsman, 2 halves. The Kendo teacher, in order to enable student Zhu Changkai to perform well in the Kendo public exhibition competition, specially gave him small tutoring lessons. As a result, the apocalypse came and trapped them together. It is precisely because the two of them have enough fighting experience that they can survive all the way and survive until now. Then I understand. I will give each of you 15 Swordsman Gold cards as the core, which is just enough for you to upgrade to LV4. For other auxiliary cards, I will give you LV2, LV3. Qin Lang magically took out a large pile of gold cards from the storage space. There were hundreds of them. Boss Yin and Zhu Cheng were dumbfounded. They had never seen so many gold cards in their lives. Boss Qin, do you trust us so much? Aren't you afraid that we will take your card and run away? Boss Yin swallowed hard. It's not that I trust you, but that I trust my own strength. Just a few dozen gold cards, what are they? I have so many. Besides, the weather is so hot. Where can you go? Where can I be? It's comfortable, with plenty of mung bean soup and ice cream, and everything you need to cool down. Qin Lang picked through the gold cards without raising his head when he spoke. It's not like he's showing off. He's a bit disdainful of color cards, let alone gold cards. Boss Qin is really powerful. Boss Yin gave a thumbs up and sincerely praised him. By the way, Boss Yin, there is something I have to tell you in advance. From this moment on, you are my people. I will cover your food, drink, and upgrades, but from this moment on, you must work hard for me. If you dare to think of betraying me, Qin Lang paused and said with a smile, the consequences will be very tragic. Don't dare. Boss Yin and Zhu Chengkai shook their heads repeatedly. Okay, Boss Yin, please come over here. Boss Qin, call me by my name. Just name it Yin Bin. 20 minutes later, Yin Bin and Zhu Chengkai both walked out of An Hut. Their expressions were very happy. They all clearly felt that although the combat power value dropped, the combat effectiveness was greatly improved. The panel mirror directly stripped away those miscellaneous skills and talents, allowing all their current skills to produce a positive chain effect. The only pity is the battlefield scavenger, but in the future, all cards picked up must be turned in. It makes no difference if you have the skill or not. Yin Bin was inevitably worried about gains and losses. Boss, I always feel that we have been fooled. Zhu Changkai lowered his voice, and I'm sure that Boss Li deliberately led his brothers to die today. Yin Bin sighed. Do you think I can't see that this is their personnel optimization plan? They actually only want you and me, and they wish everyone else would die. But you can't blame Boss Qin for this. After all, this is the end of the world. Resources are limited. Don't say this again. It's not good to be heard. To be honest, I'm a little afraid of Boss Qin. Zhu Changkai shrank, a typical smiling tiger. Yin Bin shook his head helplessly. I told you to stop talking. Why are you still talking nonsense? At this time, Qin Lang came over, took the ice mushroom directly from Zhu Qingsai's hand, and helped him change it with a smile. The ice mushroom I gave you earlier had bugs in it, but this one doesn't. Yin and Zhu's expressions changed wildly. Tapping. So, wouldn't all their interactions be with each other? Qin Lang smiled and said, "By the way, I am not a smiling tiger. I'm a famous, sunny, and cheerful boy." Chapter 99 Important Information, 1/2. After resting in the shelter for 3 days, Qin Lang immediately led the team to the fire nest for hunting after a new batch of ice mushrooms were planted. He originally thought that today would be a hardy battle, but he never expected that when he entered the fire nest, he discovered that there were other monsters here, and even the core of the nest had been taken away in advance. "You were the one who got there first?" Qin Lang's face turned pale with anger. "Could it be someone from the Light's Sanctuary who did it?" Laoli said, "The Light Shelter is the last remaining shelter in Haicheng that everyone knows except them. The news comes from Chen Cece, who has died long ago. However, Qin Lang has never had any contact with the shelter. You're all here. It happens that the shelter is not far from us. Why don't you go over and take a look?" Suyun's proposal was agreed by Qin Lang. If the leader in the fire nest was really killed by the Light Sanctuary, then they must have a lot of color cards or even dark gold cards in their hands. He can try to trade with the other party to upgrade his own path. His recent battles have relied too much on Touch of Darkness, which is not a good thing. The decision was made, and everyone immediately drove to the Light Sanctuary. At the same time, inside the Light Sanctuary, "Boss, we really can't hold on if we keep going like this. The weather is getting hotter and hotter, and our resource cards are almost empty." Faced with the deputy's reminder, Wang Guangliang fell into a long thought, and after a long time he said, "If it really doesn't work, we can only go to Jinghai to try our luck." But those scary guys also said that Jinghai is a big city, with heroes vying for supremacy, and the division of power is very confusing. If the team does not have core members with a combat power of 1 or above, going there is no different from dying. If we go to Beijing with this little strength, doesn't the sea serve as a stepping stone for people? Then what should I do? Should I stay here and wait to die? Wang Guangguang slammed the table. "The weather is so hot, we don't have any means to cool down here, let alone going out hunting. Just resisting the scorching heat is enough." "Old boss, it's not good." A man rushed and sweating profusely. "Oh no, a convoy is coming towards us. Are they those scary guys? Are they back?" Wang Guangming stood up. No, I took a look at the combat power detector. Their average combat power is around 7,000, and the leader of them is 13, who should be the group that destroyed Shadow Sanctuary. Fuck, is Wan Zhan starting to mess up the streets now? Wang Guangguang was shocked and angry. He had just left a group of Wan Zhan perverts not long ago and ushered in another group. Of course, he knows that those who can survive to the 3rd stage of the apocalypse have 2 brushes, but do you want to be so perverted? How many color cards must be strengthened to achieve 13 combat power? Maybe there's even dark gold, right? "Boss, what should we do? What can we do?" "Go out and greet them. If they really want to attack us, they won't wait until now." Wang Guangguang had a clear understanding of the situation and led everyone to the door of the shelter. "Are you Wang Guangguang?" "The Lord of the Sanctuary." Qin Lang parked his car 100 meters away from the shelter and walked there with a few people to show that he was a friend rather than an enemy. Wang Guangguang nodded, clasped his fists, and said, "Yes, I don't know what the bosses want to see me for. My name is Qin Lang. I want to ask you something. Was the leader of the fire nest nearby killed by you?" Qin Lang was quite polite. Wang Guangguang was startled. "Fire nest leader? I think, Boss Qin, you have misunderstood. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 99 Important Information, 2/2. Our shelter has not taken the initiative to go hunting since the intense heat, and we do not have the strength to kill the leader. Oh, so there are other shelters near us. There were 3 of them in the past, but they were all destroyed." Wang Guangguang muttered in his heart, smiled, and raised his hand. "Boss, please come in and chat. It's too hot outside." Qin Lang nodded and walked in. All the natives of the sanctuary who saw them had deep awe and envy in their eyes. Qin Lang had a relaxed expression on his face and turned a blind eye to those eyes. With his current strength, he really didn't need to take this small light shelter seriously. Needless to say, he Lao, Li, or Yun could kill the shelter. Dot, dot. Several people sat down in a stone room at Wang Guangguang's greeting. This was one of the few rooms in the shelter with air conditioning. Normally, Wang Guangguang wouldn't bother with it, as the silver car battery had long been exhausted. Based on the information I currently have, there is no other shelter nearby except ours. However, 3 days ago, a group of people did come. They were very scary, and their average combat power was above 1. I guess they were killed. The leader of the fire nest. What? The average combat power is above 1. Qin Lang's movement stagnated. Real or false? Wang Guangguang said, I will never lie to anyone. I can't describe the strength they showed. It has completely exceeded my understanding of strength. The weakest one among them can easily kill me instantly. Is there any surveillance or portraits of this group of people? Qin Lang was very concerned. Characters who can strengthen themselves to the level of Wan Zhan or above in the 3rd stage are definitely rare, especially if the opponent or the entire team is Wan Zhan. It sounds like a fantasy. Someone in their team has mastered the relevant skills, and the surveillance photos showed. They're all mosaics. In order to prove what he said, Wang Guangguang took out the photos. Sure enough, each picture was full of mosaics, and only some blurred figures could be seen. Do they have any characteristics? In terms of characteristics, they are quite obvious. There's a man named Shan Shan who is a giant, 2 meters tall. There's also a young man named Ding Li who wears goggles. And there's a female magician named Zixuan who uses its a blue staff. Oh, by the way, the leader of this team is a woman, not tall, and her face is covered with a gauze scarf. Wang Guangguang knows everything and talks about everything. Have they told you where they plan to go next? That's not true, but the woman mentioned Jinghai and chanting. She said that if you want to live longer in the end of the world, you must go to the big cities to find opportunities. Not only are they rich in materials, but there are also many monsters. As long as you have the ability, you will not have to worry. You can't earn resources. If you're lucky, it's not impossible to become a god overnight. Kyokai Nagato. Qin Lang nodded repeatedly. How could he, who had survived for so long in the apocalypse, not know the information about these big cities? In previous lives, there were even peerless strong men who established large strongholds in these big cities that could accommodate 10,000 people or even 100,000 people. Watch out for natural enemies. The enemy who killed Feng Xiaoni and him in the previous life was the subordinate of a certain boss of a large stronghold with 100,000 people. Thank you for telling me so much. Qin Lang calmed down. Maybe it's time to go to the big city and have a try. You're welcome. It's our fate to meet each other in the last days. Is there anything else I can help you with? Wang Guangguang's cautious look deeply impressed Qin Lang. Being cautious is a way to save his life. I want to trade with your shelter. Chapter 100, the Second Apostle, 1/2. Deal? Okay. As soon as Wang Guangliang heard that Qin Lang wanted to trade, his eyes lit up instantly, and then he started to cry to Qin Lang about how difficult it was for him to lead people in the shelter. He lacked this and that. In just 2 minutes, Wang Guangliang, at least there are more than a dozen consumables mentioned, and more than 90 of them are summer escape props. Qin Lang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and immediately asked Wang Guangguang to make a list, and then handed Wang Guangguang the list prepared in advance. Wang Guangguang nodded after reading. I'll prepare it right away. Then let's exchange the ratio. Just use the normal ratio, 1:12. Qin Lang thought for a while. It was not easy for this group of people to survive until now. There was no need to trick them to death. Just make a small profit. Wang Guangguang naturally would not refuse and thanked him repeatedly. The next transaction went very smoothly. After the transaction was successful, Qin Lang took the people back to the shelter. If what Wang Guangguang said is true, then we have to avoid that group of people. Su Yin frowned. If the other party only had 1 or 2 Wan Zhan, he might not take it to heart. But if everyone in the team was Wan Zhan, then he was definitely not someone they could provoke at the moment. Qin Lang is indeed strong, but no matter how strong he is just a person, and he can't hit many nails even if he's covered with iron. Wang Guangguang said that they went to Jinghai. What I meant was that we went chanting. Qin Lang didn't want to run into this group of people. The most important thing in the last days was survival. He knew that the other party was powerful and his friends and foes were unknown. If he ran into them head-on, the only one who would be unlucky was himself. There was no need for this. Finally got a new place, great. Lin Wanner jumped excitedly. She didn't say it, but everyone was just like her, tired of staying in the shelter. It's the same thing every day, and the faces I meet come and go, and there's nothing new about them at all. Calm down first. Before you go, I still have several important things to do. The first is to improve the overall combat effectiveness of the shelter. Secondly, I want to kill as many messengers as possible to gain abilities before arriving at Longvine. This series of things may take several months to complete. A trace of disappointment flashed in Lin Wanner's eyes, but she immediately smiled and held his arm. It doesn't matter. I will be where you are within the next few months. But do you have the whereabouts of the envoys now? Qin Lang glanced at the fat cat Xiao He, who was sleeping badly. Well, the envoy closest to me is 120 kilometers away, and his combat strength is unknown. 120 kilometers is really not close. When do you plan to go? I can recharge my batteries. Lowly geared up. Lifting the curse is my personal goal. I don't plan to bring too many people there. It's better for you, Lowly, to stay at the shelter. Then Wanner, Chun Shui, and Sun Yin can come with me. Qin Lang stretched and said, Okay, that's all for today. I've announced it. You can go and do whatever you want. I've stuffed the cards into your storage box. Just study by yourself. Sun Yin, come with me. After explaining the general direction and goals, Qin Lang took Sun Yin outside in Xiaowu. Although the shelter seems to be a whole, it has very strict class divisions. The group of students who betrayed Sun Yin can only be on the outer edge of the shelter. No one talks to them, and no one will give them a good face. Sun Yin, if we have to leave for a while, these classmates of yours may become security risks. Now there are two options. The first is to kill them directly to avoid future troubles. I don't want things like Zhang Xingxing to happen again. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 100, The Second Apostle. 2 halves. Second, let them perform meritorious deeds and give them the opportunity to become stronger in cross-class. The choice is yours. They have all bullied you. I'm not qualified to forgive them on your behalf. Sun Yin stared blankly at the serious man beside her. If it were you, Brother Qin, would you choose one or two? I should choose two. Qin Lang smiled and said, After all, they still contribute to the shelter. Needless to say, the female students. The male students can clean the battlefield instead of the soldiers, which saves a lot of time and effort. Then I will choose two, Sun Yin said without thinking. I actually stopped being angry a long time ago. They have suffered enough in the past few months. Huh? Okay, since you chose two, these cards will be handed over to you, and you'll hand them over. In Qin Lang's transaction list this time, there's a considerable number of blue and green enhancement cards. Although these cards can slightly improve a person's physical fitness, they do little to help a person's growth. They're mainly for those in the shelter who do not need to go out. Used for combat labor, this was also the card used most by Qin Lang in his previous life. To paraphrase the words of the former shelter bosses, you don't need to go out to fight. It's enough if your body can withstand the apocalyptic climate and support the daily work. I know what to do. Sun Yin nodded and walked towards the crowd in the corner. When the students saw Sun Yin coming, they all hurriedly knelt on the ground, not daring to look at her at all. From this moment on, you are no longer slaves. You will regain your human status. One day, half a month later, Qin Lang put down the military telescope. He had already seen the apostle. No wonder Xiao He accidentally mentioned it. There was no need to worry about how to identify the apostles. Each apostle was highly recognizable. /U003C. BR /U003E. They are dressed in uniform and have the same limbs as humans, with the only difference being the head. Qin Lang killed the octopus monster before, but the one in front of him is a monster with a head like a sunflower and a round face full of narrow eyes. This shape is good at mental attacks. Combat power 19,000 is a bit scary. Qin Lang muttered, and silently took out the mental defense gold card from the storage space to upgrade himself. Qi Refiner only has a strong resistance to mental attacks, which does not mean that he can completely ignore such attacks. If he really encounters a perverted mental attacker, he may not even know how to die. Chen Shui, help me add the aura. You two stay and protect Chen Shui. I'll go meet it first. Okay, you must be careful. Lin Wanner and Sun Yin nodded heavily and came to Chen Shui's side. Qin Lang held a cold ice mushroom and carefully touched the sunflower. When he entered the attack range, Qin Lang threw the cold ice mushroom silently. God, the sunflower monster seemed to be a little slow in reaction. When it looked up, the ice mushroom had already reached its feet. The next second, snap, the biting cold froze it. Supreme slash. Qin Lang didn't make a move, but if he did, it would be a killing move. Swish. The sunflower monster was completely annihilated in the dazzling light. Is this the end? Qin Lang couldn't believe his eyes, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. He turned around and saw two sunflower monsters in front of him. They were almost identical, staring at him with a stupid look, which made Qin Lang feel creepy. Chapter 101. Horror Sunflower, 1/2. Qin Lang reacted quickly and jumped towards the rear, immediately opening the distance between them. However, the two sunflower monsters showed no signs of attack. They just slowly looked at him and made an ah sound from their suddenly torn mouths. Is it a split? No. If it is a split, their combat power will not all be 19,000. There will definitely be varying degrees of combat power loss. Qin Lang tried hard to think of countermeasures. Since the opponent could split, he did not dare to take action rashly for a while. If it split into 4, it would be really difficult. Two sunflower monsters opened their mouths and walked slowly towards Qin Lang. If you can't kill, then you can only control it first. Having made up his mind, Qin Lang took out another ice mushroom and threw it away. Just hearing a bang, the moment the ice mushroom shattered, the two sunflower monsters suddenly accelerated and hid to the left and right sides, perfectly avoiding the area covered by the ice mushroom. Isn't it pretty fast? Qin Lang sacrificed the flying sword Eternal Burning and let it hover around his body, his eyes firmly locked on the two sunflower monsters. Something that made Qin Lang very puzzled happened again. They didn't attack at all. Apart from shouting, they just looked at him with silly gestures. Would you like to try attacking again? Qin Lang thought for a moment and decided to strike first. This sunflower monster was so strange that it made him feel scared. As he thought, Qin Lang flew out of Eternal Burning, and the flying sword penetrated the head of the sunflower monster on the left with a rolling heat wave. The sunflower monster screamed and immediately turned into ashes. But in the next moment, the ashes seemed to be alive, squirming and splitting into two groups, and then condensed into two brand new sunflower monsters at an extremely fast speed. The situation on the scene instantly became 1 versus 3. Sure enough, it has some kind of divisive properties. Qin Lang had a headache. When he was thinking about how to deal with them, Lin Wanner suddenly let out an exclamation, "Be careful behind you." Qin Lang turned around suddenly, and then he realized that there was a thick fog behind him, and two sunflower monsters appeared in the fog. 5 identical sunflowers, each with a combat power of 19,000. Hiss! Qin Lang took a breath. Why don't we retreat today? Let's study their weaknesses and then attack them. Qin Lang is not that kind of person, but he is definitely not a brainless man. Seeing that the opponent is difficult to deal with, the first thing that comes to mind is, of course, a tactical retreat. It's just that he thought of these sunflower monsters a little too simply. When the 5 sunflowers saw that he was about to run away, their eyes began to condense with red light. About to attack. 5 red lights shot towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang hurriedly dodged to one side, and the sound of explosions came one after another behind him. When he stood completely, he looked at the place where he had been before. The cold air rushed from the soles of his feet to his forehead, and he saw that the ground was full of pits exploded by red light, as if he had encountered a carpet. Bombing. Explosive ray. Qin Lang recalled that there was a strong man in his previous life who had the same skill. He could shoot explosive rays from his eyes. As long as he had enough physical strength, he could easily destroy a large group of corpses by himself. But it's useless to know this. I can't do anything to them. If I kill them, they will split. This is what really bothers Qin Lang. While he was thinking hard, the second round of explosive rays struck again. Qin Lang relied on his flexible skills to perfectly avoid this round of attacks. Since we can't kill them, then can we temporarily make them lose their combat effectiveness? This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 101. The Horrible Sunflower, 2 halves. Qin Lang's eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed towards the 2 sunflowers behind him. He came close in the blink of an eye. The sunflowers let out a dull, sound, and the next second they were chopped by more than a dozen dark tentacles that turned into steel knives. Its legs and feet were cut off instantly, leaving only its head and upper body. It fell in ashes and screamed, ashes are moving. Oh no, it won't work without killing it. Can its limbs be split? Qin Lang screamed at his heart. At this time, the 3 sunflowers behind him launched explosive rays at the same time. Qin Lang jumped subconsciously. He regretted it while his body was still in midair, because he found that the target of the attack of the 3 sunflowers was not him at all, but the target. Cut into seriously injured sunflower. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions come and go. Smoke rose and filled the entire battlefield. Dee. The combat power detector began to show a large number of numbers, which was uniformly 19,000. Broken. Qin Lang's heart tightened and his pupils shrank violently. 8 sunflowers appeared in the thick fog. There were a total of 11 sunflowers on site. I'm going to beat your mother. Qin Lang turned around and ran away without even thinking. The 11 sunflowers looked at each other, bent down at the same time, assumed the same running posture, and then rushed towards Qin Lang with a large piece of dust. Fuck! Qin Lang glanced behind him and broke into a cold sweat on the spot. It turns out that this thing is not only good at long-range attacks, but also quite ridiculous in terms of movement. Go. Can't beat it. Qin Lang yelled and threw several ice mushrooms, slowing down the sunflowers to the greatest extent. He came to the high ground, dragged the 3 women and rushed back to the car, and fled the scene without looking back. Inside the car. Fortunately, I didn't catch up. Qin Lang glanced in the rearview mirror to make sure that the other party was not chasing him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. We can only go back and think of a way first. We really can't beat him by force. Qin Lang touched a cigarette and started smoking. He found that Lin Wanner's face looked a little strange. What's wrong? Lin Wanner slowly opened her mouth. Chun Shui on the side said, fuck. Qin Lang exclaimed and sat up in cold sweat. Everything around has changed. The weather is still so hot. Lin Wanner looked worried and asked, Qin Lang, how are you? What happened to you? Why did you suddenly faint when you were fine? I passed out? Where is this? Qin Lang pressed his temples. It turned out that he was just dreaming, but the dream was too real. We are near the apostles. You asked us to wait where we were, and you want to test them. You fainted just after saying these words, but you scared us. Qin Lang turned around and looked, and there was indeed a slow-moving sunflower monster below. No. Qin Lang shook his head vigorously. There must be something wrong somewhere. I tried my best to prevent it, but I still couldn't prevent it. I must be mentally controlled. But how did it do it? Is it the spiritual world or reality at the moment? Correct. Qin Lang suddenly thought that there was a kind of mushroom in his storage space, called the severe pain mushroom, which would cause severe pain after eating, making people miserable. Pain is the antidote to mental attacks. Qin Lang pulled out the colorful pain mushroom and took a hard bite. Pain. The heartbreaking pain made a strong-willed person like Qin Lang unable to help but scream. At the same time, all the scenes in front of him began to distort. Chapter 102 Dark Shadow, 1 half. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the world in front of Qin Lang completely changed. The Sunflower Legion that was chasing him disappeared, and there were no traces of any battle on the ground. What he faced was just a sunflower monster. The two sides were close at hand, and the sunflower monster was staring directly at him. Hundreds of mouths were torn out of its round head like a millstone, making sounds of ah and ah. Qin Lang instantly understood that this was a mental attack, launched using sound. Die to me. Qin Lang was furious, and the flying sword turned into a stream of light and struck Sunflower on the head. All of a sudden, all sound stopped, and Sunflower looked at the human in front of her with a horrified look, dark green blood flowing from the wound. Ah, this is the last sound it makes in this world. The moment the corpse fell to the ground, it turned into a ball of green energy and penetrated into Qin Lang's right hand. Under the severe pain, the second puzzle piece of the curse appeared. Just like before, it was the face of Sunflower. At the same time, Qin Lang also learned the second Dark Gold Apostle skill fantasy world, which consumes energy to create a scene for the enemy, allowing the enemy to fight with the fictitious creatures. The stronger the mental power, the higher the reality of the fantasy world. The harder it is for the enemy to resist. Brother Qin Lang, how are you? Lin, Chun, and Sun rushed down quickly. I'm fine, I just feel a little sore. What did you see just now? The effects of the pain mushroom had not yet worn off, and the skin all over his body felt a strong pain like being pricked by needles. You went down just now, and then you were targeted by a monster, and then you chopped it to death with a sword. Although this monster has 19,000 combat power, is it too weak? Chen Shui asked doubtfully. Qin Lang groaned. I fought with it for a short time. Lin Wanner nodded. Yes, it only lasted about 10 seconds. What's wrong? Not only can you construct a fantasy world, but you can also control the flow of time in that world. Is it too high-end? Qin Lang sighed secretly and reminded himself that if he hadn't strengthened a large number of mental defense cards, if he hadn't become a mushroom eater by accident, if he didn't have the painful mushroom to fight Sunflower today, I'm afraid that it's a disaster. I don't even know how I died. No wonder Fat Cat Xiao Hei always reminds him that none of these apostles are easy to mess with, and their strength cannot be judged by pure combat prowess. Anyway, I finally won and go back first. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as he stood up, his right hand suddenly became swollen and painful, followed by an indescribable pain that spread again, draining his energy instantly. The curse has taken effect. Qin Lang fell down and fell unconscious. Wake up again. Qin Lang has returned to the main control room of Anhui and is greeted by the nervous and joyful eyes of the three women. Lin Wanner was about to cry and said, You finally woke up. How long have I been asleep? Qin Lang's head was buzzing, his hands and feet were weak, and he had to rely on help to sit up. Brother Qin, you are not sleeping, you are in a coma. Counting from the battlefield, you have been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. Sun Yin said, So long. Qin Lang's mood is quite complicated. The apostle skills are indeed very abnormal, but the power of the curse is even more abnormal. He must quickly kill the remaining 7 apostles. If the curse breaks out during the fight, he will definitely die. Sister Lin hasn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. She has been by your side. Chen Shui said, This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 102 Black Shadow, 2 halves. Wanner, I'm fine now. Go to sleep. Qin Lang felt warm in his heart and felt sorry for Lin Wanner. After all, from the beginning, he treated Lin Wanner as a tool that could be abandoned at any time. It was difficult for him to abandon her now. You're still telling me that you and Yanzi slept together. Lin Wanner burst into laughter. Stop fighting. Qin Lang laughed, and the dark tentacles wrapped the 3 women's bodies and tied them to him. Don't think about anything now. Let's sleep together. The next morning, in Cottage Hall. Boss, damn it, you're awake. Lowly jumped up from his chair and screamed. Qin Lang smiled and said, As for making such a fuss, it's just that I slept a little too long. It's been 4 days, brother. If my sister-in-law hadn't stopped me, I really wanted to rush in and see if you were alive. I don't care. I have to go with you no matter what you say next time. It's so frustrating. Boss is awake. Hearing the noise outside, Su Yun walked out with Ding Yuan in his arms, smiling all over his face. What did I say? The boss must be fine. Qin Lang nodded. By the way, has anything happened to the shelter during the past few days since I was in coma? It's nothing. It's just that there was a fire rain the day before yesterday, and several small waves of corpses came nearby. They've been dealt with by Yin Bin and Zhu Chengkai. No one was injured, and no one died. Lao Li replied, Okay, Yin Bin and Zhu Chengkai can focus on training, Lin Mo and Wu Fa and Wu Tian. These three are old brothers who have been with us since the morning. Let's talk about their combat power. As for the brothers brought here by Lao Su, the combat power should be raised to about 3,000. I will send the card to you later. Let me first thank the boss on behalf of the brothers. Su Yin nodded heavily. Shelter, /U003CB. Our /U003E everything was just as Lao Li said. There was no damage to the entire base. The only difference was that there was no longer a fourth level in the shelter. A swimming pool was built in that area to escape the heat, and the original students returned to the main force. Boss! Yin Bin and Zhu Chengkai hurriedly stood up and saluted. Well, Lao Li told me about your affairs, and this is a reward for you. Qin Lang was in a good mood and threw out 7 or 8 gold cards casually. There are rewards for merit and punishment for demerits. Only by clear rewards and punishments can it last for a long time. From now on, you can move freely and lead a team to go hunting without reporting to anyone. Yin Bin clasped his fists fiercely and said, Thank you, boss. I'm in a good mood today. I conquered the second apostle, and my hidden combat power has improved a lot. I'll give you a little extra tonight. Qin Lang has never been a stingy person, especially in the third stage of the end of the world. The resources that should be accumulated have been accumulated long ago and cannot be spent all. The next thing to do is to continuously improve the combat effectiveness of existing channels. Long live the boss. Long live. At night, the shelter was filled with laughter, and it looked like a carnival party. The danger often comes after a carnival. At this time, no one noticed at all that a dozen black shadows had invaded the outskirts of the shelter under the vast darkness. Their steps were light, and they did not even trigger the monitoring mushroom. Boss, we found a shelter. The number of survivors is around 100. We visually inspected the strength. The average combat strength is 2,000, and the maximum combat strength is 5,000. We are waiting for instructions from the headquarters. The man in black took out the walkie-talkie and said, Zitzi ZZ the same old way, destroy it. ZZ received it. The men in black nodded to their companions, took out the weapons from their waists, and jumped onto the stone wall of the shelter. Chapter 103, Fortress in Whitehair, 1/2. In the shelter, well-fed students gathered together to chat. Chatting is one of their few pastimes in this sweltering apocalypse. We went too far before. If I were given another chance, I would definitely not do that to Yinzi. What's the use of talking about this now? Swallows have long hated us. If she really hates us, how can she restore our identity? I want to sincerely say to her that I'm sorry. Yin Ziren is actually quite good. She has never done anything to feel sorry for me. I'm just jealous of her. If you see Zhang Xingxing bullying her, just follow her. If you want to apologize, I will go with you later. We'll go too. The students were chatting in low voices, unaware that some dark figures had appeared behind them. They seemed to be transparent, suddenly appearing in the air without any warning. Puff, puff. In a flash of cold light, more than a dozen students' throats were cut instantly. They didn't even have a chance to scream. They could only stare into the distance with their eyes wide open, feeling the disappearance of life. Why? Obviously, I have survived for so long. Why do I still have to die? Thump. After just one encounter, dozens of students had their throats cut. After putting down the bodies of the people in black turned transparent again and walked toward the garage. Strange. Why did those students go to bed so early today? Didn't they just finish their meal? Several soldiers sat near the car, smoking and chatting after eating and drinking. They spotted students lying in a pile in the distance. One of them smiled evilly and said, "What's the matter? Are you full of warmth and lust? Boss, you have to say that if you want to have sex, you must ask for the other party's consent and pay a certain amount of compensation. If you dare to have sex, your penis will be cut into pieces. Look what you said. I that kind of person? If you don't mention this, I really don't have much. I think you suddenly mentioned, hey, my little brother really needs to relax. Let's go together. I'll treat. I don't like these very much, but if you treat me, then I will, okay? Before he finished speaking, the soldier's pupils suddenly condensed. After all, he had rich combat experience and was keenly aware of the abnormal light and shadow curves in the air. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Who is it?" The word just fell. A dozen black men showed up and pierced their hearts with sharp daggers. Some soldiers wanted to call for help before they died, but unfortunately their mouths were covered. Boss, something seems to have happened outside. Zhu Changkai was horrified when he smelled the smell of blood, and hurriedly got out of the tent, and then saw the group of men in black of unknown origin massacring the soldiers unilaterally. Oh, with 4,500 combat power, he should be the leader of the sanctuary. Kill him. The leader of the men in black smiled faintly, and the three men in black rushed towards Zhu Changkai. Although Zhu Changkai is young, he has a very ferocious personality. Facing the three men in black, he did not retreat, but advanced. He pulled out his golden sword and slashed at them with a circle of swordlight. The two sides fought together, and the sound of golden bells continued to sound. At this time, Yinbin also appeared from the next tent. He let out a low roar and joined the battle without hesitation. The two masters and apprentices were able to deal with 7 or 8 men in black without any loss. This shows how important the bonus of the card's front chain is. The 4,500 combat power under the front chain is even stronger than the 7,000 combat power without the chain. A bunch of trash. The other side is just 2 people, but they fought for so long. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 103, Fortress and White Hair, 2 halves. The leader of the man in black snorted impatiently, clenched his right fist, covered the dagger with black fire, and swayed his body behind Zhu Changkai. Not good. Zhu Changkai, who sensed the danger, tried to dodge, but the opponent's speed was far faster than him, and the black fire-filled dagger stabbed directly into his right eye. Amid the screams, Zhu Changkai's body quickly turned black with his injured right eye as the center, and soon turned into a black stone sculpture. "Xiao Zhu," Yinbin exclaimed, "stop screaming. Anyone who is hit by my Medusa's kiss will definitely die. You will go down to accompany him immediately." The leader of the man in black laughed and rushed towards Yinbin. "Boss, save me, ... Yinbin knew he was defeated and roared. Inside the cabin, Qin Lang lay on Lin Wanner's smooth and white thighs and watched the movie leisurely. The fat cat Xiao He was dozing on the bedside, but suddenly stood up due to some unknown stimulus. His hair became fluffy, and he began to purr loudly. Qin Lang turned over and sat up. He could understand Xiao He's cat language. "There is an enemy attack. Strange, I have placed a mushroom array outside the shelter. Why is it not triggered?" Qin Lang frowned and called up the surveillance video from the outside world. It was okay not to watch it. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Everyone outside his cabin was being unilaterally massacred by a group of men in black. This group of people kills extremely fast, and those soldiers and students who haven't had time to strengthen their card are like bugs in front of them, being easily crushed to death with no room for resistance. The few strengthened brothers Lin Mo, Wu Fa, Wu Tian, and Yinbin could not withstand the siege of these dozen people. Qin Lang watched helplessly as they were turned into stone sculptures with a burning black dagger. /U003CB or /U003E. Qin Lang's face was as dark as water, and a stern killing intent was released, making the 3 women behind him shudder. Outside the safe house. "Boss, the shelter has been cleared, but I suspect there are still people in this house. But the combat power detector cannot detect the house." The leader of the men in black said to the intercom, "We are already on the way. Don't act rashly." The house in front of you is called a safe house. It is a colorful, card-level building that cannot be broken by violence. A round vehicle that is so huge that it looks like an ancient beast with a clacking sound on the tracks slowly drives through the ruins. If it encounters monsters along the way, it will either rush straight into them and crush them into powder, or open the hidden gun hole, and a heavy machine gun will extend from it to smash them. This thing can no longer be described as a vehicle. It is like a mobile war fortress. The interior of the fortress is very spacious and bright. A middle-aged man with white hair sat in the main control room, with a faint smile on his face. "Thank you, Wang Guangmong, for telling me the location of this shelter." Wang Guangmong stared blankly ahead with his eyes wide open. He couldn't speak. After all, at this moment, he was just a head in a container. There were more than a dozen containers around who had the same treatment as Wang Guangmong, and a head in each container was a shelter boss. More than 10 minutes later, the war fortress smashed the stone wall and came to a group of black-clothed men. The white-haired man, wearing a black windbreaker, walked out of the war fortress with the help of a pair of hot and sexy twins. He smiled at the monitor and said, "Don't hide. I know you are in there. Come out and talk. If your combat power is high enough, I can spare your life. There are still many places in my fortress." Chapter 104 Deep Nightmare, 1/2. Inside the cabin, facing the white-haired man shouting, except for Qin Lang, who remained expressionless. Everyone else showed their anger to the greatest extent. "Boss!" Lowly clenched his fists tightly. "Did you meet the White Devil so early?" Qin Lang murmured to himself. Well, he saw the opponent's war fortress with a license plate, F8656Z. Qin Lang already knew who the person on the opposite side was. White Devil. In his previous life, he was definitely a terrifying existence. Not only because they possess absolute strength, but the most terrifying thing is that they never follow any rules. Sneak attacks, assassinations, and breaches of contracts have destroyed the sanctuaries in their hands like the sands of the Ganges. They are countless. The White Devil himself grew rapidly after plundering the resources of these sanctuaries and became a strong man standing at the top of the apocalyptic pyramid, ranking 67th on the god list. Don't say you haven't grown up yet. Even the White Devil in your previous life will have to die for me. Qin Lang took a deep breath and walked out of Anne's cabin. The White Devil sat on the top of the war fortress in a rather exaggerated posture, holding a thick cigar in his right hand. He smiled and looked at the few people who came out. "Oh, hello." His eyes swept over the piles of corpses, looking at the faces that he had been with day and night, but now could no longer speak or smile. Qin Lang's anger reached its peak at this moment. "Boss!" The leader of the men in black took a deep breath. Of these guys, the lowest one actually has 0 combat power, and the leader is 14. He's taller than you. The White Devil was startled. "Huh? He has such a high combat power." After a pause, he exhaled smoke. "Don't be nervous. The combat power can only be used as a reference. It's not like we have never killed thousands of people." "Kill." Qin Lang only said one word, and Su Yun and Lao Li, who could no longer hold back, roared and rushed forward. A body that was still in the air turned into a giant bear. The mountain-like body crashed down, and Lao Li had a spear in his hand. A hissing sound broke through the air and penetrated several men in black. Under the absolute combat power, the men in black responsible for the assassination were as weak as the group of students who refused to rest in peace. When the leader of the men in black realized that his opponent was a real strong man, it was too late to escape. A lizard man covered in scales jumped in front of him and bit off half of his head. Shah's Kiss legendary dagger has no effect on the lizard men. So strong. The White Devil's smile was frozen, and he had an ominous premonition. Each of these black-clad assassination teams has a combat power of 3000 to 5000, and they are all in a frontal chain. Logically speaking, they will not be wiped out so easily. Wanzhan will also be surrounded and killed by them. Since this kind of thing will happen, this situation can only explain one problem. In the group of people in front of you, there is not a single parallel import. They are all genuine, strong men. Retreat first. The white devil groaned and patted the top cover. Hearing this, the men in the cockpit hurriedly turned the car around. But Qin Lang must be watching them. How could he let them escape so easily? Blow it up. Qin Lang raised his hand, and there was a dazzling golden light. The tracks, shrouded in light, were interrupted, and even the extremely hard fortress protective plate was dented. The power of the holy slash is evident. Kill my people. Qin Lang roared and rushed to the fortress, and the flying sword penetrated the entrance with a click. Behind him was Su Yun, who transformed into a giant bear. He slapped the car body wildly with his huge claws, and a huge dent appeared in the car body every time he hit hard. Bullets shot out from the war fortress, and large wounds immediately appeared on Su Yun's body. The next moment, a holy light bloomed from his body, and the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 104 Deep Nightmare. 2 halves. Boss, our tracks are broken. The car can't drive, and the guns are useless against them. They will attack soon. What should we do? The driver was a little worried. The white devil's cheeks trembled, and he said fiercely, "This time I really hit the wall, but do you really fucking think that I'm a vegetarian? Since you can't run away, then fight." The ferocity in the white devil's bones was aroused at this moment. Seeing this, the two twins quickly blessed him with various auxiliary halos. Boom! The 100-pound top cover was lifted off, and the white devil jumped out. Court death. The white devil roared angrily, and his right fist was wrapped with a large ray of light and struck towards Qin Lang. But in the next second, the white devil was stunned. He found himself in a cell surrounded by prisoners wearing blue and white prison uniforms. The white devil was confused for a moment. It was clear that the end of the world was coming, and he had already escaped and had a strong team. Why was he back in prison in the blink of an eye? Could it be that what happened before was just a figment of imagination? Go in, your bed is at the end. The prison guard pointed to the corner bunk. The white devil lowered his head and found that he was holding a pile of daily toiletries in his hand, and the 7 or 8 prisoners in the cell were looking at him with strange eyes. The white devil shook his head vigorously and silently came to the bed to put down his daily necessities. Crack! As the iron door closed, the prisoners who had been standing upright a second ago immediately relaxed and gathered around him with evil smiles. "I heard that you raped a little girl." The man with the scar on his forehead smiled evilly. "And threw her into a cesspool and drowned her?" I didn't. The white devil swallowed his saliva. He was afraid of this scar from the bottom of his heart. "No. Damn it. You're still stubborn even at this point." Scar punched the white devil more than a dozen times, and the white devil's face was covered with blood. "Brothers, the boss said that we should treat beasts with beastly methods. Let's go together and make him feel good." Ha ha. Okay, we must make him feel good to the sky. Although this kid is cold-blooded, I believe he must have a warm heart. Ah ha ha. 7 or 8 prisoners came up with their trouser waists, and the crowd drowned the white devil. Soon, the white devil screamed miserably. No. On the war fortress. Qin Lang silently retracted his palm. The white demon facing him had already dull eyes, stiff body, and blood stained the whole pants. "I'm so sorry. I just mastered the fantasy world, and I'm not very proficient in using this ability. I use too much force. The mental torture you're experiencing now is called Deep Nightmare. It is the most terrifying event you have ever encountered. It has been magnified tenfold, and the time has been extended indefinitely." Qin Lang used a mental attack for the first time. He didn't control the strength well. At this time, his brain felt a slight tingling sensation. He gestured to Su Yun, who immediately used his claws to tear open the entrance of the war fortress and pulled out the twins, the driver, and 4 other logistics personnel who had no combat ability. "Please don't kill us. We are willing to serve you. We are very good at kung fu." The twins were trembling with fear and knelt down to beg for mercy. And "We all have halo skills. We can assist you." "Assist your mother X. Kill me." Qin Lang cursed. raised his sword, and directly chopped the 8 people. And cabin, backyard. This is the first time Qin Lang brings someone in. That's what I know, the core of the nest. Everyone stared at the huge, tree-like plant in a daze. Xiao He was also hatched from the core of this nest. After Qin Lang gave a brief explanation, he took out the corpses one by one from the space ring and threw them as nutrients to the core of the nest. Dot. Now the space ring has become Qin Lang's special ring for moving corpses. After a few minutes of mechanical transportation, a large number of corpses were piled up in the corner. When Qin Lang took out a new corpse and looked at the familiar face of the corpse, he couldn't help but sigh heavily. Lin Mo, a college student who doesn't talk much, has almost no presence in the team. Qin Lang, they too. Lin Wanner couldn't stand it anymore. They are all dead. Rather than burying them in the ground, it is better to feed them to the core of the nest. Qin Lang replied lightly, and after he finished carrying all the corpses, he looked at the white devil who was brought in by Su Yun's neck. From a biological point of view, the white devil is not dead, but his pupils have long been dilated and his soul has been extinguished. Qin Lang didn't know that the white devil actually spent decades in the deep nightmare. In fact, in the 6th month after entering the deep nightmare, the white devil went completely crazy. The following hours were pure physical torture. Qin Lang nodded, and Su Yun pushed the white devil to the core of the lair. The core of the nest that was eating suddenly stopped for a moment, as if it had discovered something delicious. Countless black tentacles slowly wrapped around the white devil, and then began to absorb it crazily. In just a few minutes, the white devil turned into a pile of bones. It turns out that feeding living people with high combat power can speed up the growth of the core of the nest. It's a pity. It makes no difference whether you know this information or not. Where can I find so many living people with high combat power? Qin Lang sighed and asked everyone to leave the backyard. Returning to the door of Anne's cabin, everyone felt very depressed looking at the empty and lifeless shelter. Although they don't particularly care about the death of these people, they have always enjoyed this lively group life. Suddenly, they become alone. This gap makes people very uncomfortable. As Qin Lang said, the difference between reality and reality is that it pays attention to inheritance and transfer, but reality has no foreshadowing. Especially in this cruel end of the world, friends who were chatting happily 1 second may be killed the next second. When the core of the nest matures for the 2nd time, we will grow vines. After Qin Lang finished speaking, he turned around and entered the house. Several people looked at me, and I looked at you, and they all sighed. The 3rd week after the white devil's sneak attack, the temperature outside reached a terrifying 47 degrees. At this temperature, not to mention humans, even the earth was baked with cracks, and the huge city turned into a barren ruin. Compared with the desolation of the outside world, the inside of Anne's house is like a paradise. Qin Lang cut open a deformed monster that had just been born from the core of the nest, and found a shiny card from its head. At first, Qin Lang thought it was a gold card, but when he took it carefully in his hand, he realized that it was not a gold card. It was clearly an extremely rare bright gold card. It turns out that there has been bright gold since the 3rd stage of the end of the world. Qin Lang forced himself to calm down. Carefully opened the card. Occupation, Lone Ranger. Bright gold professional card. Qin Lang exclaimed, even not believing his eyes. This luck is so incredible. I got a professional card in 1 shot. Occupation, Lone Ranger. When there are no teammates around you, your various indicators will increase by 100. The fewer words, the stronger the card. This is an unwritten rule from the past life. This is the T05 bright gold in the lone wolf profession. Although Qin Lang's strength in his previous life was low, he still knew a lot in terms of knowledge. Some people with special access collected a large amount of information about the end of the world and compiled it into books. Qin Lang had read a lot. The strongest profession among the lone wolf professions is undoubtedly the autistic patient. It is said that this profession can improve various indicators by 150 to 200. The biggest disadvantage is that it only takes effect when fighting monsters. The more similar humans around you, the greater the effect. Difference. From this point of view, Qin Lang, a lone ranger, is not bad. At least it could be effective against the enemy. I'm used to fighting in a group, so it's a bit difficult for me to be a lone ranger, but who wouldn't like the icing on the cake? Especially this is a bright gold card. Qin Lang was in a happy mood. He tore the card directly and learned from the Lone Ranger. Then he took out the flying sword Yongran and took out the core of the nest. Since he is leaving here to go to Chongvine soon, and he doesn't even want the ant hut, he naturally won't keep the core of the nest. There's a total of 1 dark gold card, 3 color cards, and the rest are gold cards in the core of the lair. The dark gold card is a longbow weapon, Daybreak, which no one in the team can use at present, while the color card is a vehicle and 2 pieces of food. As for the gold card, Qin Lang doesn't even take a look at it now. What? Did I hear you correctly? Do you want to go to the mushroom cave alone? Lally exclaimed exaggeratedly. Lin Wanner also hurriedly stopped. How can this be done? That monster has a fighting strength of 60,000. Aren't you going to die? Qin Lang smiled and said confidently. What are you all thinking? I'm alive and well. Why would I want to die? I just want to see if I can fight with this level of creatures in my current situation. Don't worry. You know how much I cherish my life. This time, I will only bring Xiao He and Zai. You wait for me in the cabin. I will keep in touch with you through spiritual communication at any time. But, Sun Yin hesitated. Qin Lang raised his hand and touched her head. Don't worry, I will be back soon. After saying that, he took a cat and a mushroom and rode a motorcycle to the mushroom cave without waiting for everyone to persuade him. Is it considered a lone ranger if you are 10 kilometers away from your teammates? Qin Lang silently calculated the distance and nodded. At this moment, he could feel that the cells in his body were extremely active, and he had endless strength from head to toe. This is also the main reason why he dared to challenge the 6-power creature in the mushroom cave. His own combat power reached 3 under the blessing of the Lone Ranger, and he also had the Apostle Curse that was not calculated into the combat power. According to this estimate, after activating the Lone Ranger profession, his real combat power should be between 4 and 5. After a few hours of racing, Qin Lang slid down into the mushroom cave along the original path. Wu Si returned to his hometown, excited with tears in his eyes, jumping and jumping. In Xiaowu backyard. This is the first time Qin Lang brought people in. That's it, I know. The core of the nest. Everyone stared at the huge, tree-like plant in a daze. Xiao He was also hatched from the core of this nest. After Qin Lang explained briefly, he took out the corpses from the space ring and threw them into the core of the nest as nutrients. Now the space ring has long become Qin Lang's special ring for moving corpses. After a few minutes of mechanical transportation, a large number of corpses were piled up in the corner. When Qin Lang took out a new corpse, he looked at the familiar face of the corpse and couldn't help but sighed heavily. Lin Mo, this college student who doesn't talk much, has almost no presence in the team. Qin Lang, they also... Lin Wanner couldn't stand it anymore. They're dead. It's better to feed them to the core of the nest than to bury them. Qin Lang replied indifferently. After he had moved all the corpses, he looked at the white devil who was brought in by Su Yun with his neck pinched. From a biological point of view, the white devil was not dead, but his pupils had long been dilated and his soul was extinguished. Qin Lang did not know that the white devil had actually spent decades in the deep nightmare. In fact, in the 6th month of entering the deep nightmare, the white devil went completely crazy, and the following time was pure physical torture. Qin Lang nodded, and Su Yun pushed the white devil to the core of the nest. The core of the nest, which was eating, suddenly stopped for a while, as if it had found something delicious. Countless black tentacles slowly wrapped around the white devil, and then began to absorb frantically. In just a few minutes, the white devil turned into a pile of bones. It turns out that feeding living people with high combat power can accelerate the growth rate of the core of the nest. It's a pity that there is no difference between knowing this information and not knowing it. Where can I find so many living people with high combat power? Qin Lang sighed and asked everyone to leave the backyard. Back at the door of Xiaowu, everyone was in a low mood looking at the empty and lifeless shelter. Although they didn't particularly care about the death of these people, they had always enjoyed this lively group life. Suddenly, they became lonely. This gap made people very uncomfortable. As Qin Lang said, the difference between reality and reality is that reality pays attention to the beginning, development, transition, and ending, but reality has no preparation, especially in this cruel doomsday. Friends who were happily chatting in the previous second may be killed in the next second. When the core of the nest matures for the second time, we will go to chanting, Qin Lang said, and turned to go into the house. Several people looked at each other and sighed. The third week after the White Devil sneak attack, the temperature outside reached a terrifying 47 degrees. At this temperature, not to mention humans, even the earth was burned out of cracks, and the huge city turned into a desolate ruin. Compared to the desolation of the outside world, and Xiaowu was like a paradise. Qin Lang cut open a deformed monster that had just been bred by the core of the nest, and found a shiny card in its head. At first, Qin Lang thought it was a gold card, but when he took it carefully in his hand, he found that this was not a gold card at all, but an extremely rare bright gold card. It turns out that there has been bright gold since the third stage of the apocalypse. Qin Lang forced himself to calm down and carefully opened the card Profession Lone Ranger. Bright gold profession card, Qin Lang exclaimed, even a little bit unable to believe his eyes. This luck is too good. He actually got a career card in one shot. Profession Lone Ranger, when there are no teammates around, your various indicators increase by 100. The fewer words, the stronger the card. This is the unwritten rule in the previous life. This is the T05 bright gold in the lone wolf profession. In the previous life, although Qin Lang's strength was the last, he knew a lot of knowledge. Some people with special channels collected a lot of information about the end of the world and compiled them into books. Qin Lang has read a lot. The strongest profession among the lone wolf professions is the autistic person. It is said that this profession can improve various indicators by 150-200. The biggest disadvantage is that it only works when fighting monsters. The more human beings around, the worse the effect. From this perspective, Qin Lang, the Lone Ranger, is not bad. At least it can work against the enemy. I'm used to fighting in groups. It is a bit difficult for me to be a Lone Ranger again, but who cannot like something that adds icing on the cake? Especially this is a bright gold card. Qin Lang was in a good mood and tore open the card directly to learn the Lone Ranger. Then he took out the flying sword Yongran and took out the core of the nest. Since he was about to leave here for Chongting, he didn't even want the hut, so he naturally wouldn't keep the core of the nest. There is a dark gold card, 3 color cards, and the rest are gold cards in the core of the nest. The dark gold card is a weapon longbow Dawn, which no one in the team can use at present. The color card is a vehicle and 2 food. As for the gold card, Qin Lang doesn't even look at it now. What? Did I hear you right? You want to go to the mushroom cave alone? Oldly exclaimed in exaggeration. Lin Wanner also hurriedly stopped him. How can this be? That monster has a combat power of 60,000. Wouldn't you go there to die? Qin Lang smiled and said confidently, Were you all thinking? I'm alive and well. Why should I die? I just want to see if I can fight with this level of creatures in my current situation. Don't worry. You know how much I cherish my life. This time, I will only bring Xiao He and Quzai. You wait for me in the cabin. I will keep in touch with you through spiritual communication at any time. But, son, Yin hesitated. Qin Lang raised his hand and touched her head. Don't worry, I will be back soon. After saying that, he took a cat and a mushroom and rode a motorcycle to the mushroom cave without waiting for others to persuade him. Is it considered a Lone Ranger if you are 10 kilometers away from your teammates? Qin Lang silently calculated the distance and nodded. At this moment, he could feel that all the cells in his body were extremely active, and he had endless energy from head to toe. This was the main reason why he dared to challenge the 6-power creature in the mushroom cave. His own combat power reached 3 with the blessing of the Lone Ranger, and he also had the Apostle Curse that was not calculated into the combat power. According to this estimate, After activating the Lone Ranger profession, his real combat power should be between 4 and 5. After a few hours of racing, Qin Lang slid down into the mushroom cave along the original path. Woo! Zai returned to his hometown, excited with tears in his eyes, jumping and jumping. Chapter 106, Big Head, 1/2. Be careful. My goal today is to fight that terrifying creature. If we really fight, I might not be able to care about you too, Qin Lang reminded. Xiao He licked his paws and meowed, indicating that he understood, and Qzai nodded accordingly. Qin Lang walked towards the depths with a cat and a little mushroom man. Returning to the mushroom cave again, he felt like he was in another world. The last time we came, it was extremely cold weather, and that was already a few months ago. The scene in the cave has not changed much from before. The only difference may be that the surrounding mushrooms have swelled and are growing visibly to the naked eye. Walking all the way deep, I met many bee crocodiles eating mushrooms along the way. Maybe the bee crocodiles realized that Qin Lang, a two-legged creature, was too powerful and did not dare to fight with him. They either hid in the dark or turned their heads. Run. For such creatures with no fighting spirit, Qin Lang has no idea of killing them. Just keep moving forward, and soon Qin Lang came to the deepest part, in front of the honeycomb-shaped wall. The gap torn by the previous terrifying creature was still there. An unusual and terrifying aura was released from it. Qin Lang put on a combat power detector for himself, and at the same time took out various mushrooms and ate them. Since we have to compete with terrifying creatures, we naturally cannot save these supplementary foods. All the hardened mushrooms, power mushrooms, great sword mushrooms, and speed mushrooms were stuffed into his mouth. After eating these mushrooms, which can bring a lot of benefits to himself, Qin Lang set up several mushroom arrays nearby. Most of them are smoke mushroom arrays and frozen mushroom arrays. If he encounters special circumstances later, he can retreat when he retreats. It has the effect of delaying the enemy. Everything is ready. Qin Lang took out the flying sword Yongran and took a deep breath. Then, I'm here. Holy slash. Woo! A large ray of light rushes towards the hive wall. \U003E the next second. There was a loud bang, and most of the hive wall was submerged in the light. A roar that seemed to come from the abyss of the earth came, and the familiar creature's claws protruded from the gap and clawed at Qin Lang fiercely. Take my move to the holy slash. Qin Lang raised his hand and struck another sword. Puff! A large piece of flesh and blood on the claws was destroyed by the light, and blood flowed freely. However, such an attack was obviously not enough to completely destroy the monster's offensive. Instead, it became more violent. With a loud roar, the claws came to Qin Lang. Touch of darkness. Qin Lang raised his right arm, and dozens of dark tentacles merged into an equally huge hand that clasped tightly with the claws, wrestling with each other. Rustle, rustle. The power of the terrifying creature is very powerful. Even with the blessing of the Lone Ranger and various mushrooms, the giant hand formed by the touch of darkness cannot match it. Qin Lang's body was pushed back continuously. Cut. Qin Lang freed up his left hand and controlled the flying sword Yongran to attack the middle part of the claw. Every time he slashed, blood spurted out. After more than a dozen sword strikes in a row, the flesh and blood flew out of the struck part. Ouch! The terrifying creature screamed in pain and suddenly gained strength. Qin Lang secretly said something bad. The next moment, the dark tentacles were shattered, and the claws that lost their blocking were pulled forward, trying to grab Qin Lang's body and crush him. Fortunately, Qin Lang ran fast enough, so he did not succeed. But even so, Qin Lang's chest was still torn with a deep wound visible to the bone, and blood was pouring out. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 106 Big Head, 2 halves. Shootout. It hurts so much. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Lang's forehead, and he retreated to defend himself from the attack of his claws while continuing to attack. DD. A new value suddenly appeared on the combat power detector, which made Qin Lang stunned for a moment. At the end of the arm that extended into the depths of darkness, a presence with a combat power of up to 80,000 appeared. Did it attract a second terrifying creature, or is this just a terrifying creature, but its combat power is calculated separately? Qin Lang stopped thinking about what he couldn't understand, turned around and ran, rushing out for several kilometers in one breath, far beyond the attack range of his claws. After making sure that the other party had not caught up, Qin Lang sat down on the ground and gasped. After resting for more than half an hour, and after all the wounds on his body had healed, Qin Lang made himself a large portion of barbecue to ensure that his physical strength was at its peak, and then he went back to kill again. The exact same plot played out again. The only difference was that this time Qin Lang had experience and dispersed the touch of darkness in advance to avoid being caught by his claws. When a more than 8 combat power indicators appeared again, Qin Lang greased the soles of his feet. Gone again. If I can keep fighting it like this, maybe 2 more times, my claws will be cut off by me. Why does it feel a bit stuck? Qin Lang tore off a large piece of lamb from the roasted lamb leg and chewed it. The higher the combat power, the higher the requirements for food. For example, he can only eat food of gold level and above. The satiety effect of the following food is completely negligible, let alone the recovery effect. Crash! Qin Lang was eating here. Hu Zai and Xiao He, who had been running away since the beginning of the war, rushed back. Hu Zai took out a lot of colorful and strange mushrooms from his belly pocket. This is... Qin Lang was a little stunned. He picked up a few of them and looked at them. He was surprised and said, "Is this a dramatic mushroom? A poisonous mushroom? This is a giant mushroom? Where did you get it from?" Xiao He meowed a few times and told Qin Lang that these mushrooms were dug by Zai from under some large mushrooms nearby. These advanced mushroom resources may have to wait until I upgrade the mushroom herder path before they can be planted. They're all good things. Qin Lang was in a good mood. He rubbed Zai's elastic umbrella cap vigorously and did not forget to say, "Zai went to dig mushrooms for me. Where did you go?" Xiao He stopped combing his hair and tilted his head and said, "I'm just a useless kitten who is a few months old." Qin Lang responded with a sneer. After a short rest, Qin Lang rushed back to the depths to fight with the claws again. With the help of the advanced mushrooms, Qin Lang really cut off his arm. The arm connected to the claws alone almost filled the entire space ring. And this time, Qin Lang also saw what the existence of 80,000 combat power was. It was a head connected to an arm. In fact, this monster only had one head and one arm. 2 huge white eyeballs grew abruptly on the round, scarred head, and the eyeballs were full of bloodshot. It rammed the wall frantically, trying to break through the wall and enter the mushroom cave. It turned out that the head was too big and got stuck. Qin Lang nodded and felt relieved. At this time, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Since the opponent was stuck by the wall, could he take this opportunity to grind the opponent to death? What kind of card will a monster with 80,000 combat power drop? After seriously considering the feasibility of this tactic, Qin Lang made a decisive decision and took out the dark gold weapon longbow, Daybreak, from the storage space. After tearing it open, a large fiery red bow suddenly appeared in Qin Lang's hand. The bow looked like it was carved from jade, and it was so heavy that it fell from his hand. Qin Lang took out more than a dozen gold card-level explosive arrows, penetrating arrows, and broken gold arrows from the storage space. Qin Lang had a lot of these consumables in his hands. Since there were no archers in the team, Lin Wanner's current profession is a sharpshooter, so it is useless to keep it. You can use it, but you can't live without it. Fortunately, I didn't replace it. Qin Lang chuckled and took a few steps forward with the long bow in his hand. The big head was still hitting the wall crazily. It looked like he wouldn't be able to get out for a while. How about trying the piercing arrow combined with the power of Daybreak? Qin Lang took a deep breath, opened the bow into a full moon, and placed the penetrating arrow on the arrow stand. He heard a roar, and the arrow brought a spiral wind arc and hit the big head. Puff! Blood suddenly shot out from his brain. His big head was shaking with pain, and he even forgot to continue attacking for a while. Can break defenses. Qin Lang was overjoyed and no longer hesitated. All kinds of arrows were directed at the big head in different ways, as if the big head was a target. After a while, the huge monster's head was filled with all kinds of arrows, and the wounds were even worse. Too many to count. However, after all, this is a terrifying creature with a combat power of 8. It is staggeringly tenacious in life, and it is still alive and kicking even after being beaten like this. You know, Qin Lang uses dark gold level weapons, and the arrows are all gold level. If it were a tank, dozens of them would be overturned. See if you're lucky enough to give me more in stock. Qin Lang pulled out more than a dozen golden card arrows and launched a new round of offensive. This mechanical attack lasted for a full hour and a half. Qin Lang's arms were almost too sore to lift. His big head finally screamed, and 2 huge white eyes exploded one after another. Through the combat power detector, it was determined that the big head was dead. Qin Lang then cautiously approached it, entered through the broken eyeball of the big head, and found the card shrouded in white light. There is only one card, but this card is different from what Qin Lang has seen before. There's an extremely complex pattern on the back of the card, and the entire card is dark red. Even in his previous life, Qin Lang had never seen such a card, but he knew that this card must be a higher-end card than bright gold. Card level? Skill. After learning Weird Transformation, you can make weird changes. Under normal conditions of use, the combat power reaches 50,000, or strengthen 5 bright gold cards, or 10 dark gold cards. Qin Lang was speechless for a moment and slapped his forehead hard. He focused on killing monsters with card bugs, forgetting an important point. Many high-level cards have learning conditions, and monsters like this with 8 combat power cannot learn them for a while even if they drop the cards. So, I took a big pie home. Qin Lang shook his head and smiled bitterly, but he soon felt relieved. 50,000 combat power, whether it is far or close, sooner or later it will be used. The next thing to do is to find the other 7 apostles to lift the curse. Qin Lang glanced at the dawn in his hand, wondering whether he should let himself take a part-time job as a remote professional. Otherwise, he would lose this dark gold bow in vain. The power of this thing is much more domineering than the flying sword Yongran. But I don't have any color card level ones in my hand right now. I don't care about the Archer Core card. Let's go back first. Qin Lang put away the card happily, greeted Qu Zai and Xiao He, and returned the same way. By the way, he said hello to a few people who had always maintained spiritual communication with him. Qin Lang, don't worry, I'm still alive. The monster was killed by me. After a while of silence, the one with Lao Li's 60,000 combat power? Fucked to death by you? Qin Lang, well, it was a fluke. Apart from being awesome, I can't think of a second adjective for Su Yun. Qin Lang didn't say anything about the big head. It had nothing to do with trust, but it was just not necessary. Under the scorching sun, Qin Lang rode a motorcycle on the ruins. On the way, he asked Xiao He about the locations of the other apostles. Xiao He told him that 200 miles to the east was the location of the 3rd apostle, and in that direction, we are already very close to Changting City. First go to Changting to find a place to settle down, collect some information, and then go to find the other apostles. A few days later, Qin Lang and his group of 7 people left the Anhui, where they had lived for half a year with a cat and a mushroom man. At this time, Qin Lang's vehicle has also been updated, using a color card level mobile fortress. This is a color card he captured a long time ago, but he has not found a chance to use it. Compared with the White Devil's damaged war fortress, the mobile fortress is more defensive and has extremely strong defensive capabilities. The tires that can change into 4 forms are enough to cope with various complex terrains and climates, and the internal space is even more spacious. It is more than 200 square meters and looks like a big turtle from a distance. Boss, how many good things have you hidden? You should take them out as soon as possible. Lao Li's eyes widened. Why did you take it out so early? You think it's a weapon. You can stuff it into the space when it's not in use. Once this thing is taken out, it can't be stuffed back. You don't think it's big, but I think it takes up space. Qin Lang's hands were not idle when he spoke, and he placed the panel mirror and transaction terminal in the master bedroom. Lao Su, how about you be the driver? Qin Lang placed the color card mechanical control master on the table. Su Yun was stunned. Why are you giving out color cards now? Are we rich to this extent? What's the point of color cards? Sooner or later, I will upgrade you all to dark gold. Qin Lang put his arm around Lin Wanner and Chun Shui. You or Ding Yuan, whoever can learn, I'll go into the house first. Su Yun glanced at Ding Yuan. Do you want to learn? But driving is very tiring. Ding Yuan took the color card. No matter how tired I am, I will learn. Master bedroom. What are you looking for? Lin Wanner sat next to Qin Lang, watching him fiddle with the trading terminal. I want to find a legendary Archer Core card. When you have time, help me keep an eye on it. If you get a color card Archer Core, call me. The only thing I lack now is a long-range attack method. The medium and short distance is enough. Qin Lang did not hide it from them. Okay, we know. We will help you keep an eye at any time. The three women nodded. I don't know when I can come back after going to Chongqing. Chun Shui looked at the small house that was getting smaller and smaller and felt a little emotional. There were many memories there. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang also felt a little touched. More of it was sadness and worry. Where are you, Xiaoni? Did my rebirth cause you to encounter the butterfly effect? You're so smart. You must be okay. After thinking carefully about the feasibility of this tactic, Qin Lang made a decisive decision and took out the dark gold weapon longbow, Dawn, from the storage space. After tearing it open, a fiery red bow suddenly appeared in Qin Lang's hand. The bow body seemed to be carved from jade, and it was heavy in the hand. Qin Lang also took out more than a dozen gold card-level explosive arrows, penetrating arrows, and broken gold arrows from the storage space. Qin Lang had a lot of these consumables. Since there was no archer in the team, Lin Wanner's current profession is a sharpshooter. He kept them and used. You can use it, but you can't do without it. Fortunately, I didn't exchange it. Qin Lang chuckled, holding the longbow, and took a few steps forward. The big head was still banging against the wall frantically, and it seemed that he would not be able to get out for a while. Try the power of the piercing arrow with the dawn. Qin Lang took a deep breath, opened the bow into a full moon, and put the piercing arrow on the rack. With a bang, the arrow brought a spiral arc of wind and shot straight into the big head. Puff! Blood spurted out of the brain, and the big head trembled in pain and even forgot to continue attacking. It can break the defense. Qin Lang was overjoyed and no longer hesitated. He shot all kinds of arrows at the big head in various ways, as if he had used the big head as a target. Soon, the huge monster's head was full of arrows and the wounds were countless. However, this is a terrifying creature with a combat power of 8 after all. It is so tenacious that it is still alive and kicking even after being beaten like this. You know, Qin Lang used dark gold weapons, and the arrows were all gold card level. If it were a tank, dozens of them would be overturned. See, you were lucky, and I have a lot of stock. Qin Lang took out a dozen gold card arrows and launched a new round of offensive. This mechanical attack lasted for a full hour and a half. Qin Lang's arms were so sore that he couldn't lift them. The big head finally screamed, and 2 huge white eyes burst open one after another. Through the combat power detector, it was confirmed that the big head was dead. Qin Lang then approached carefully, entered through the broken eyeball of the big head, and found the card covered by white light. There was only one card, but this card was different from what Qin Lang had seen before. There was an extremely complex pattern on the back of the card, and the whole card was dark red. Even in the previous life, Qin Lang had never seen this kind of card, but he knew that this card must be a higher level card than bright gold. Card level? Skills weirdness after learning. You can make strange changes. Under normal conditions, the combat power reaches 50,000, or strengthen 5 bright golds or 10 dark golds. Qin Lang was speechless for a moment and slapped his forehead hard. He was busy killing monsters with bugs and forgot a very important point. Many high-level cards have learning conditions, and monsters like this with 8 combat power, even if they drop cards, can't learn them for a while. So, I took a big cake home. Qin Lang shook his head and smiled bitterly. but he was relieved soon. 50,000 combat power is not far away, not near, and sooner or later there will be a day when it can be used. The next thing to do is to find the other 7 apostles and lift the curse. Qin Lang looked at the dawn in his hand and wondered if he should take on a part-time remote job. Otherwise, this dark gold bow would be wasted. The power of this thing is much more powerful than the flying sword Yongran. But I don't have a color card level. Archer core card of the moment. Never mind, let's go back first. Qin Lang happily put away the card, called Zion Xiaohei, and returned the same way. By the way, he also said hello to the few people who kept in touch with him. Qin Lang, don't worry, I'm still alive, and I kill the monster. After a moment of silence, the one with 60,000 combat power of Laoli, killed by you? Qin Lang, well lucky. Su Yun, I can't think of a second adjective except awesome. Qin Lang didn't say anything about the big head. It had nothing to do with trust, but it was just unnecessary. Under the scorching sun, Qin Lang rode his motorcycle on the ruins. On the way, he asked Xiaohei about the location of the other apostles. Xiaohei told him that 200 miles to the east was the location of the third apostle, and that direction was infinitely close to Changting City. Let's go to Changting to find a place to settle down, collect some information, and then go find the other apostles. A few days later, Qin Lang and his group of 7, with a cat and a mushroom man, left the small house where they had lived for half a year. At this time, Qin Lang's vehicle had also been updated and replaced. He used a mobile fortress of the color card level. This was a color card he had seized a long time ago, and he had never found a chance to use one. Compared with the damaged war fortress of the White Demon, the mobile fortress is more inclined to defense and has extremely strong defense capabilities. The tires that can change into 4 forms are enough to cope with various complex terrains and climates. The internal space is even more spacious, more than 200 square meters, and it looks like a big turtle from a distance. Boss, how many good things have you hidden? You should have taken it out earlier. Old Lee's eyes widened. Why take it out earlier? You think it's a weapon. You can put it in the space when you don't need it. Once you take it out, you can't put it back. You don't mind it being too big, but I think it takes up space. Qin Lang's hands were not idle while he spoke. He placed the panel mirror and the transaction terminal in the main control bedroom. Old Sue, how about you being the driver? Qin Lang put the color card mechanical control master on the table. Su Yun was stunned. Why are color cards being given out now? Are we already so rich? What's the color card? Sooner or later, I will strengthen you all to dark gold. Qin Lang put his arm around Lin Wanner and his arm around Chen Shui. You or Ding Yuan, whoever can learn, I'll go in first. Su Yun glanced at Ding Yuan. Do you want to learn? But driving is very tiring. Ding Yuan took the color card. No matter how tired I am, I have to learn. Main control bedroom. What are you looking for? Lin Wanner sat next to Qin Lang, watching him fiddle with the trading terminal. I want to find a legendary Archer Core card. When you have time, help me keep an eye on it. If you get a color Archer Core card, call me. The only thing I lack now is a long-range attack method. The medium and short distance is enough. Qin Lang did not hide it from them. Okay, we know. We will help you keep an eye on it at any time. The 3 women nodded. I don't know when I can come back after going to Changting. Chen Shui looked at the smaller and smaller in Shao Hut, feeling a little emotional where there were many memories. Witnessing this scene, Qin Lang also felt a little touched, more sad and worried. Xiao and I, where are you? Did my rebirth cause you to encounter the butterfly effect? You are so smart. You must be okay. Although the road from Haiqing to Changning was only a few hundred kilometers, it took 3 full days. Due to the loss of human maintenance, the bridges and highways connecting cities have long been difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. This is a post-apocalyptic wasteland where you can even get lost, even if you are navigating. In addition to the difficulty of traveling on the road, the main reason was that they encountered too many monsters along the way. Qin Lang could naturally ignore the dozen or so monsters here and there, but Qin Lang and the others encountered 3 groups of corpses and tides alone. Faced with this, thousands of corpses and monsters inevitably fight and clean the battlefield, and time is wasted in this way. It is worth mentioning that on the second day to Changting, Qin Lang was very lucky and spent a lot of money to buy a color card talent from the trading terminal Elf Archer, which is a kind of person who has a strong sense of danger. At the same time, the core card is very good at archery, which can have a positive chain effect with Daybreak. In order to allow Dawn to exert greater power in the next battle, Qin Lang raised the Jinka Longbow Mastery and Jinka Archery Champion to LV4 in one go. At this time, Qin Lang's arrow was more powerful than the Holy Sword. After the strengthening of these cards, Qin Lang's combat power reached 19,000 without any suspense. Ouch! The Big Mac, which was as huge as a hill, was shot in the head with an arrow, and its huge body fell heavily on its knees between the mountain of corpses and the sea of bones. The mobile fortress slowly ran over the corpse, and the card in Big Mac's head was swallowed up by a fat cat with black fur, white paws, and a white chest. We have arrived in Nagato City. Qin Lang looked at the collapsed bridge, and the broken blood-stained placard clearly said, "Welcome to Chongting City." Parking. Less than half an hour after entering Chongting City, a sentry box appeared in front of the mobile fortress. Dozens of men and women holding firearms stopped the mobile fortress. Each of them had weather-beaten faces. Again, those who can survive until the third stage are not stupid. Their average combat power is 4,000. What should I say? A fierce look flashed in Lao Li's eyes. I'll go talk to them. If they wanted to attack, they would have attacked already. Why wait until now? Qin Lang said something, asked Ding Yuan to stop the car, and walk down the mobile fortress. Tear fuck, this kid actually has 19,000 combat power, higher than the 5 Heavenly Kings. Where did he come from? As soon as Qin Lang got out of the car, he was locked by 5 or 6 combat power detectors. After reading Qin Lang's combat power, the men and women blocking the road put down their weapons in a burst of exclamations. They're all people who have seen big scenes, and they know that when facing masters with more than 0 combat power, firearms can have little effect, and when facing masters with more than 10,000 combat power, firearms are no different from children's toy water guns. Brother, where are you coming from? Where are you going? The black-skinned man who spoke is the leader of this group of people with a combat strength of 5,500. Qin Lang said lightly, "Come from Haiqing to hunt in Chongting. Why did you stop me?" No. Brother, please don't misunderstand. We are not stopping you." The black-skinned man was startled and hurriedly explained, "This is an order from the 5 Heavenly Kings, asking us to guard the entrance to the city. If any strange forces enter, we must check your identity." "Oh, 5 Heavenly Kings? Tell me, who are they?" Qin Lang walked straight into the shelter where this group of people lived. Every step forward, people around him will subconsciously take several steps back. This is the sense of oppression coming from 19,000 powerful men. Yes, please come to the Big Brother's house. Let me tell you in detail. Our small place is sure supplies. If there's a lack of hospitality, please don't be offended. The dark-skinned man quickly waved his hand and asked his men to prepare. He took Qin Lang into the air-conditioned tent. Qin Lang raised his palm and created an ice mushroom and placed it on the table. As the cold air overflowed, the temperature of the tent instantly dropped by more than 10 degrees, making it indescribably comfortable. The corners of the dark-skinned man's mouth twitched. "Well, Big Brother is Big Brother. It turns out you used this method to cool down. I have learned a lot today." Qin Lang's expression was indifferent. "Let's get down to business." Yes. The black-skinned man said hurriedly. The 5 Heavenly Kings refer to the bosses of the 5 shelters in the east, south, west, north, and middle. They are the East Tyrant, the South Dinosaur, the West Hongya, the North Arhut, and the Middle Qingxue. These 5 people occupy 5 areas of Chongting, and other small shelters provide cards to these 5 big guys every month according to their areas. How was their relationship? Qin Lang asked casually. The dark-skinned man thought for a while. "Well, to be honest, I'm also a small person living in the cracks. I don't know the relationship between these big guys. The only thing I know is that Zhong Qingxue has a good relationship with the other 4 big guys. Haha, because her refuges are all women. You also know that now is the end of the world, and women, especially beautiful women, are scarce resources like cards. Oh, according to what you said, this Zhong Qingxue is a sea queen. Qin Lang smiled lightly. The dark-skinned man was shocked and waved his hands quickly. I dare not say that. If she finds out about this, my life will be in danger. Is there anything else I should know? The black-skinned man nodded. Oh, at the end of every month, they will conduct card transactions in the central sanctuary, and they will also hold a meeting of the 5 kings. At that time, even the leaders of the small sanctuaries have to attend. To put it simply, the 5 heavenly kings are in charge of Vine, and any shelter that dares to disobey them or do not follow the rules will be jointly sanctioned. Well, how strong are they? Qin Lang lit a cigarette for himself. They are all extremely strong, but they can't compare with you, eldest brother. The highest one is Tyrant, with a combat power of 12. This is the data from last month. The black-skinned man was extremely flattering. Oh, 12 combat power. Qin Lang nodded, having a relatively intuitive understanding of the situation of the 5 heavenly kings in Chanting City. I've got the news I wanted. It's time to go. Qin Lang stood up and prepared to leave. The dark-skinned man hurriedly said, Brother, I have prepared a gift for you. Do you want to take a look? You're so poor that you can't even turn on the air conditioner. What gift can you prepare for me? Qin Lang found it a bit funny, but not disgusted. Flattery and speculation are one of the ways to survive in the apocalypse. The dark-skinned man smiled evilly. Don't say it, don't say it. Although our place is small, we still have some good stuff. Come on, bring it in. Crash! There was a sound of chains, and a young woman with dirty clothes was pushed in. She had chains around her neck and feet, and her eyes were filled with fear. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. The dark-skinned man smiled flatteringly and said, Brother, this woman was caught a few days ago. She was a wanderer. She ran very fast. In order to catch her, I lost many brothers. By the way, she is a virgin. From a sea. Although the road from Changcheng to Changning was only a few hundred kilometers, it took 3 full days. Due to the loss of human maintenance, the bridges and highways connecting cities have long been difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. This is a post-apocalyptic wasteland where you can even get lost even if you are navigating. In addition to the difficulty of traveling on the road, the main reason was that they encountered too many monsters along the way. Qin Lang could naturally ignore the dozen or so monsters here and there, but Qin Lang and the others encountered 3 groups of corpses and tides alone. Faced with this, thousands of corpses and monsters inevitably fight and clean the battlefield, and time is wasted in this way. It is worth mentioning that on the 2nd day to Changting, Qin Lang was very lucky and spent a lot of money to buy a color card talent from the trading terminal, Elf Archer, which is a kind of person who has a strong sense of danger. At the same time, the core card is very good at archery, which can have a positive chain effect with Daybreak. In order to allow Dawn to exert greater power in the next battle, Qin Lang raised the Jinka Longbow Mastery and Jinka Archery Champion to LV4 in one go. At this time, Qin Lang's arrow was more powerful than the Holy Sword. After the strengthening of these cards, Qin Lang's combat power reached 19,000 without any suspense. Ouch! The Big Mac, which was as huge as a hill, was shot in the head with an arrow, and its huge body fell heavily on its knees between the mountain of corpses and the sea of bones. Dot, dot. The mobile fortress slowly ran over the corpse, and the card in Big Mac's head was swallowed up by a fat cat with black fur, white paws, and a white chest. We have arrived in Nagato City. Qin Lang looked at the collapsed bridge and the broken blood-stained placard clearly read, Welcome to Chanting City. Parking. Less than half an hour after entering Chanting City, a sentry box appeared in front of the mobile fortress. Dozens of men and women holding firearms stopped the mobile fortress. Each of them had weather-beaten faces. Again, those who can survive to the 3rd stage are not stupid. Their average combat power is 4,000. What should I say? A fierce look flashed in Lao Li's eyes. I'll go talk to them. If they wanted to attack, they would have attacked already. Why wait until now? Qin Lang said something, asked Ding Yuan to stop the car, and walked down the mobile fortress. Fuck, this kid actually has 19,000 combat power, higher than the 5 heavenly kings. Where did he come from? As soon as Qin Lang got out of the car, he was locked by 5 or 6 combat power detectors. After reading Qin Lang's combat power, the men and women blocking the road put down their weapons in a burst of exclamations. They're all people who have seen big scenes, and they know that when facing masters with more than 0 combat power, firearms can have little effect, and when facing masters with more than 10,000 combat power, firearms are no different from children's toy water guns. Brother, where are you coming from? Where are you going? The black-skinned man who spoke is the leader of this group of people, with a combat strength of 5,500. Qin Lang said lightly, "Come from Haicheng to hunt in Chongqing. Why did you stop me?" No. Brother, please don't misunderstand. We are not stopping you." The black-skinned man was startled and hurriedly explained, "This is an order from the 5 heavenly kings, asking us to guard the entrance to the city. If any strange forces enter, we must check your identity." "Oh, 5 heavenly kings? Tell me, who are they?" Qin Lang walked straight into the shelter where this group of people lived. Every step forward, people around him will subconsciously take several steps back. This is the sense of oppression coming from 19,000 powerful men. "Yes, please come to the Big Brother's house. Let me tell you in detail. Our small place is short of supplies. If there's a lack of hospitality, please don't be offended." The dark-skinned man quickly waved his hand and asked his men to prepare. He took Qin Lang into the air-conditioned tent. Qin Lang raised his palm and created an ice mushroom and placed it on the table. As the cold air overflowed, the temperature of the tent instantly dropped by more than 10 degrees, making it indescribably comfortable. The corners of the dark-skinned man's mouth twitched. "Well, Big Brother is Big Brother. It turns out you used this method to cool down. I have learned a lot today." Qin Lang's expression was indifferent. "Let's get down to business." Yes. The black-skinned man hurriedly said, "The 5 great kings refer to the bosses of the 5 shelters in the east, south, west, north, and center. They are the tyrant of the east, the dinosaur of the south, the Lord Hong of the west, the Arhot of the north, and Qingxue of the center. These 5 people occupy the 5 areas of Chongqing. Other small shelters provide cards to these 5 bosses every month according to their areas." "How is their relationship?" Qin Lang asked casually. The black-skinned man thought for a while. To be honest, I am also a small person surviving in the cracks. I don't know the relationship between these bosses. The only thing I know is that Qingxue of the center has a good relationship with the other 4 bosses. Haha, because her shelter is full of women. You know, it is the end of the world now. Women, especially beautiful women, are like cards. They are scarce resources." "Oh, according to what you said, this Qingxue of the center is a sea queen." Qin Lang smiled lightly. The dark-skinned man was shocked and waved his hands quickly. "Don't dare to say that. If she knew about this, I would lose my life. Is there anything else I should know?" The dark-skinned man nodded. "Oh, at the end of every month, they will trade cards in the central shelter and will also hold a meeting of the 5 kings. At that time, even the leaders of the small shelters must attend. In short, Chongqing is ruled by the 5 heavenly kings. Any shelter that dares to disobey them or does not follow the rules will be jointly sanctioned." "Well, how strong are they?" Qin Lang lit a cigarette for himself. "They're all very strong, but they can't compare with you, Big Brother. The highest is the tyrant, reaching 12 combat power. This is the data from last month." The dark-skinned man was extremely flattering. "Oh, 12 combat power." Qin Lang nodded and had a relatively intuitive understanding of the situation of the 5 heavenly kings in Chongqing City. "I've got the information I want. It's time to go." Qin Lang stood up and prepared to leave. The dark-skinned man hurriedly said, "Brother, I have prepared a gift for you. Do you want to take a look? You're so poor that you can't even afford to turn on the air conditioner. What gift do you prepare for me?" Qin Lang felt a little funny, but he didn't hate it. Flattering and opportunism are one of the ways to survive in the end times. The dark-skinned man smiled wickedly. Don't say it. Although our place is small, there are always some good things. Come on, bring it in. Clang. A sound of iron chains rang out, and a young woman with dirty clothes was pushed in. She had iron chains around her neck and feet, and her eyes were full of fear. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. Huh. The dark-skinned man smiled flatteringly. Brother, this woman was caught a few days ago. She is a wanderer and runs very fast. In order to catch her, I lost a lot of brothers. By the way, she is a virgin. Wanderer is not a profession, but a general term for a certain group of people. Such people often have no fixed shelter and rely on their own strength to travel through the ruins of the city. Qin Lang has lost the protection of the shelter many times and has been a wanderer, so he knows this kind of people very well. Brother, do you like it? The dark-skinned man rubbed his palms nervously. Qin Lang smiled faintly. Women, what normal man wouldn't like it? Since you are so kind, I will accept it. The dark-skinned man was obviously relieved and sent Qin Lang out of the tent in a flattering manner. Brother, please go slowly. If there is anything you need me to do, just ask. Qin Lang left this simple shelter without looking back, and the woman who was chained behind him showed no intention of resisting and stumbled after Qin Lang. Boss, what's going on with you? Tired of the delicacies and want to change your taste? Old Li Jian sent a private message. Qin Lang ignored him at all. When he was about to get in the car, he turned around and crushed the chain on the woman's body with his bare hands. Let's go. You are free. The woman stared blankly at the young man in front of her, rubbed her worn wrist, and suddenly said, Aren't you very powerful? Otherwise Chen Jie wouldn't be so polite to you. Chen Jie. Qin Lang shouted, You mean that black guy? Does it have anything to do with you whether I am strong or not? The woman's face was dirty, and there was no expression on her face. She could only hear her faintly saying, It's really okay. Can you give me some water to drink? I haven't drank water for 2 days. Qin Lang said nothing and threw a few water cards to the woman. The woman tore open the water card and started drinking immediately. After drinking 5 or 6 bottles in one breath, she breathed contentedly. Thank you. My name is Zhou Sueki, and Zhou Qingxue is my sister. If you are willing to take me to her shelter, she will definitely repay you. Qin Lang smiled when he heard this. If you are really Zhou Qingxue's sister, how could you fall into Chen Jie's hands? Lies must also be logical. I didn't lie. I didn't tell Chen Jie my identity because I was afraid that if Chen Jie found out, he would use me to blackmail my sister. Of course he didn't dare, but if he sacrificed me to the tyrants and other kings, my sister would be very passive. Qin Lang thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. Do you have your sister's contact information? Yes, I remember the number. Zhou Sueki nodded repeatedly. Dial the number. Qin Lang handed over the phone. The phone was quickly connected, and a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Who? Who told you my number? First tell me who you are. Zhou Qingxue, the Zhongtian king, among the 5 heavenly kings. Oh, where's your shelter? I'll send your sister Zhou Sueki to you right now. Do you have Sueki in your hands? Okay, Channing Central area, come here. Boarding. After hanging up the communication, Qin Lang signaled Zhou Sueki to get in the car. Inside the car. As soon as she got in the car, Zhou Sueki's big eyes began to look at the environment inside the car curiously. Who is she? Lin Wanner was also curious. Qin Lang briefly explained her identity. If what she said is true, there is no harm in sending her back to the shelter. Is there anything to eat? Get her some. Yinzi, take her to take a bath first. She stinks. Zhou Sueki raised her arm and smelled. After smelling it, I almost got drunk. After a while, after washing, Zhou Sueki came out of the shower wearing a set of quite cool clothes. At this time, there were fried rice and several dishes of side dishes on the table. Is it for me? Zhou Sueki swallowed. Eat. Qin Lang took a look at Zhou Sueki and had to say that this woman's appearance was much more beautiful than he imagined. If it weren't for the long-term malnutrition that caused her to be too thin, she would definitely be able to compete with Chen Shui and Sun Yan. Zhou Sueki rushed to the dining table and started to stir up trouble. Soon she ate all the food, even licking the plate as if it had been washed. How could you end up in Chen Jie's hands if you didn't just stay in your sister's shelter and wander around? Qin Lang asked casually while lying on the sofa in the living room smoking. The hunting team I was in charge of was attacked by monsters. All members were killed, and I was the only one left. I lost my communication equipment while escaping and happened to catch up with Chen Jie leading the hunting team. I couldn't escape, so I could only tell him that I was a wanderer. Zhou Sueki's eyes were eager. Can you give me one? You're very rude. Qin Lang threw half a pack of cigarettes to her. Zhou Sueki took out one and smoked it. The remaining half of the pack was stuffed directly into her bra. She was so skillful that she didn't do it for the first time. It feels so good. I'm hooked in one sip. Zhou Sueki's face was full of intoxication. Brother, you are not only handsome, but also kind-hearted. Do you want to consider marrying my sister? In this way, you will not only have a beautiful woman, but also a beautiful woman. A beautiful wife and a man who can become a king. Qin Lang laughed it off and said, I'm not interested in those. You'd better tell me about the information about Chongqing City. Okay, Nagato City is now jointly controlled by the 5 heavenly kings. In the following time, Zhou Sueki told Qin Lang the specific situation of Chongqing City, which was very different from what Chen Jie gave. There were just some details. Zhou Sueki knew more than Chen Jie. To some extent, the authenticity of her identity has been improved a lot. Boss, there's someone blocking the car ahead. Ding Yuan initiated spiritual communication. Qin Lang came to the cab and saw through the single-sided tempered glass that a fortification was artificially constructed 100 meters in front of him. Behind the fortification stood many men and women who were looking at him. In terms of the sophistication and spirit of the equipment, it was obviously better than Chen Jie's team, is much stronger. Is this your sister's shelter? Qin Lang asked Zhou Sueki. No, my sister's shelter only recruits women. This is the territory of Nan Tianwang's dinosaur. Zhou Sueki shook her head. Laoli, go and ask them what they want to do. Qin Lang was too lazy to move and informed. Laoli got out of the mobile fortress and shouted, Damn it, do you want to die? How dare you block my car? Qin Lang. Zhou Sueki. Soon, a man who looked like a leader walked out from behind the fortifications. He said with a sneer on his face, Oh, brother, misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. I will ask the brothers to clear the road for you right away. Damn it, don't be so mean. I have a bad temper. Laoli cursed and got back into the car. The next second, he showed his ability to watch people order food to the extreme, saying with a flattering smile on his face, Who said the combat power detector is useless? Just perfect for scaring these little brats. Qin Lang gave a lazy thumbs up. What about the 5 heavenly kings of Longvine? To be honest, he really didn't take these people seriously. Laoli, who had the highest combat power of 12, could probably pick several of them. Wanderer is not a profession, but a general term for a certain group of people. Such people often have no fixed shelter and rely on their own strength to travel through the ruins of the city. Qin Lang has lost the protection of the shelter many times and has been a wanderer, so he knows this kind of people very well. Brother, do you like it? The dark-skinned man rubbed his palms nervously. Qin Lang smiled faintly. Women, what normal man wouldn't like it? Since you are so kind, I will accept it. The dark-skinned man was obviously relieved and sent Qin Lang out of the tent in a flattering manner. Brother, please go slowly. If there is anything you need me to do, just ask. Qin Lang left this simple shelter without looking back, and the woman who was chained behind him showed no intention of resisting and stumbled after Qin Lang. Boss, what's going on with you? Tired of delicious delicacies and want to change your taste? Old Li Jian sent a private message. ... Qin Lang ignored him at all. When he was about to get in the car, he turned around and crushed the chain on the woman's body with his bare hands. Let's go. You are free. The woman stared blankly at the young man in front of her, rubbed her already worn wrist, and suddenly said, Are you very powerful? Otherwise, Chen Jie wouldn't be so polite to you. Chen Jie. Qin Lang shouted, You mean that black guy? Does it have anything to do with you whether I am strong or not? The woman's face was dirty, and there was no expression on her face. She just said quietly, It doesn't matter. Can you give me some water? I haven't drank water for 2 days. Qin Lang said nothing and threw a few water cards to the woman. The woman tore open the water card and started drinking immediately. After drinking 5 or 6 bottles in one breath, she breathed contentedly. Thank you. My name is Zhou Sueki, and Zhou Qingxue is my sister. If you are willing to take me to her shelter, she will definitely repay you. Qin Lang smiled when he heard this. If you are really Zhou Qingxue's sister, how could you fall into Chen Jie's hands? Lies must also be logical. I didn't lie. I didn't tell Chen Jie my identity because I was afraid that if Chen Jie found out, he would use me to blackmail my sister. Of course he didn't dare, but if he sacrificed me to the tyrants and other kings, my sister would be very passive. Qin Lang thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. Do you have your sister's contact information? Yes, I remember the number. Zhou Sueki nodded repeatedly. Dial the number. Qin Lang handed over the phone. The phone was quickly connected, and a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Who? Who told you my number? First tell me who you are. Zhou Qingxue, the Zhongtian king among the 5 heavenly kings. Oh, where's your shelter? I'll send your sister Zhou Sueki to you right now. Do you have Sueki in your hands? Okay, Chongqing Central area, come here. Boarding. After hanging up the communication, Qin Lang signaled Zhou Sueki to get in the car. Inside the car. As soon as she got in the car, Zhou Sueki's big eyes began to look at the environment inside the car curiously. Who is she? Lin Wanner was also curious. Qin Lang briefly explained her identity. If what she said is true, there is no harm in sending her back to the shelter. Is there anything to eat? Get her some Yinzi. Take her to take a bath first. She stinks so much. Zhou Sueki raised her arm and smelled. After smelling it, I almost got drunk. After a while, after washing, Zhou Sueki came out of the shower wearing a set of quite cool clothes. At this time, there were fried rice and several dishes of side dishes on the table. Is it for me? Zhou Sueki swallowed. Eat. Qin Lang took a look at Zhou Sueki and had to say that this woman's appearance was much more beautiful than he imagined. If it weren't for the long-term malnutrition that caused her to be too thin, she would definitely have the capital to compete with Chen Shui and Sun Yan. Zhou Sueki rushed to the dining table and started to stir up trouble. Soon she ate all the food, even licking the plate as if it had been washed. How could you end up in Chen Jie's hands if you didn't just stay in your sister's shelter and wander around? Qin Lang asked casually while lying on the sofa in the living room smoking. The hunting team I was in charge of was attacked by monsters. All members were killed, and I was the only one left. I lost my communication equipment while escaping and happened to catch up with Chen Jie leading the hunting team. I couldn't escape, so I could only tell him that I was a wanderer. Zhou Sueki's eyes were eager. Can you give me one? You're very rude. Qin Lang threw half a pack of cigarettes to her. Zhou Sueki took out one and smoked it. The remaining half of the pack was stuffed directly into her bra. She was so skillful that she didn't do it for the first time. It feels so good. I'm hooked in one sip. Zhou Sueki's face was full of intoxication. Brother, you are not only handsome, but also kind-hearted. Do you want to consider marrying my sister? In this way, you will not only have a beautiful woman, but also a beautiful woman. A beautiful wife and a man who can become a king. Qin Lang laughed it off and said, I'm not interested in those. You'd better tell me about the information about Chongqing City. Okay, Nagato City is now jointly controlled by the 5 heavenly kings. In the following time, Zhou Sueki told Qin Lang the specific situation of Chongqing City, which was very similar to what Chen Jie gave. There were just some details. Zhou Sueki knew more than Chen Jie. To some extent, the authenticity of her identity has been improved a lot. Boss, there's someone blocking the car ahead. Ding Yuan initiated spiritual communication. Qin Lang came to the cab and saw through the single-sided tempered glass that a fortification was artificially constructed 100 meters in front of him. Behind the fortification stood many men and women who were looking at him. In terms of the sophistication and spirit of the equipment, it was obviously better than Chen Jie's team is much stronger. Is this your sister's shelter? Qin Lang asked Zhou Sueki. No, my sister's shelter only recruits women. This is the territory of Nan Tianwang's dinosaur. Zhou Sueki shook her head. Lao Li, go, and ask them what they want to do. Qin Lang was too lazy to move and informed. Lao Li got out of the mobile fortress and shouted, "Damn it, do you want to die? How dare you block my car?" Qin Lang, Zhou Sueki. Soon, a man who looked like a leader walked out from behind the fortifications. He said with a sneer on his face, "Oh, brother, misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. I will ask the brothers to clear the road for you right away." "Damn it, don't be so mean. I have a bad temper." Lao Li cursed and got back into the car. The next second, he showed his ability to watch people order food to the extreme, saying with a flattering smile on his face, "Who said the combat power detector is useless? Just perfect for scaring these little brats." Qin Lang gave a lazy thumbs up. What about the 5 heavenly kings of Long Vine? To be honest, he really didn't take these people seriously. Lao Li, who had the highest combat power of 12, could probably pick several of them. Chapter 1, 10 Women's Refuge, 1/2. Although this team is small in number, each one of them is the strongest among the strongest. We must have a good relationship with them. Zhou Sueki thought to herself. Although Qin Lang and Lao Li didn't mean to show off at all and were just having a normal conversation, this scene was different in Zhou Sueki's eyes and gave her a huge shock to her soul. Before, Chen Jie treated Qin Lang like a licking dog and even sent him out, which had already made Zhou Sueki realize that Qin Lang's strength was extraordinary. Now, the men he sent were cursing and scaring away the captain of Nantian King Dinosaur. This strength is definitely better than that of his sister, Zhou Qingxue. Still strong. It's a pity that she doesn't have a combat power detector. Otherwise, she would really like to see how amazing the combat power of this group of people is. Is it 1 per capita? How terrible is it to be with such a man who dares to plunder our resources? But while Zhou Sueki was thinking wildly, she glanced at where Lin Wanner's 3 daughters were. They happened to be looking at her as well. She quickly looked away and carefully sipped the fruit tea in her hand. 2 sisters, she has thoughts about our men. Lin Wanner lowered her voice and said in a voice that only her 2 companions could hear. As a woman, she was particularly sensitive to this kind of thing. She dares. Chen Shui's eyes flashed with fierceness. Sun Yin raised the corner of her mouth and subconsciously touched the warhammer stuck to the side. Dot. Of course, she didn't dare to act rashly and really beat Zhou Sueki to death, which would definitely make Qin Lang unhappy. Find an opportunity to kill them. The 3 women exchanged glances and nodded secretly. Qin Lang had no idea that a storm was brewing. He looked out the window. The end of the world is cruel and fair, just like death. Even domestic first-tier cities like Chongqing have turned into a wasteland after experiencing severe cold and scorching heat. There are no complete buildings in such large cities. The tallest buildings are only 6-story buildings, and taller business buildings have long become made of reinforced concrete ruins. However, since there are a large number of survivors in Nagato City, the entire city looks. There was a bit of life up there. Along the way, in addition to the shriveled monster corpses and human corpses, you could occasionally encounter survivors. They often stayed in the dark and carefully observed the mobile fortress, not daring to step forward at all. This is a matter of common sense. Those who dare to drive a colorful vehicle through Chongqing City so openly must either be under the influence of the 5 heavenly kings or have absolute confidence in themselves. No matter which one they are, they cannot provoke them. Exist. Its eldest sister. A few hours later, in the evening, the mobile fortress finally arrived at its destination. Zhou Sueki excitedly waved to the group of women in front who were armed with live ammunition. The woman in the middle was wearing a white tights, a bamboo hat on her head, and a golden firearm around her waist, giving people a very capable and fierce look. Shueqi. Zhou Qingxue's eyes were excited. I always thought you had. Sister. Zhou Sueki jumped off the mobile fortress, quickly came to Zhou Qingxue, vented all the grievances she had suffered during this period, and cried bitterly while hugging Zhou Qingxue. Be good, it's okay. You'll be fine when you get home. Zhou Qingxue comforted her sister while looking at the man on the mobile fortress. The deputy beside him lowered his voice and said, "Sister, this man has a combat power of 19. What? Did you read that correctly?" Zhou Qingxue was startled, a little in disbelief. "That's right. I tested it several times, and it's indeed 19. The deputy said hurriedly. "It's so scary. I hope he is not a cruel person like a tyrant." Zhou Qingxue swallowed and said from a distance, "Thank you for saving my sister. The shelter made an exception and let you in. Open the door and welcome the distinguished guests." This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 1, 10 Women's Shelter, 2 halves. Qin Lang laughed it off. "Rescuing your sister is just a matter of course. You don't have to be so polite. I'm new to chanting, and I really want to ask you something. I can go in alone." Qin Lang jumped down and walked straight forward. "Of course, as long as I know the information, I will tell you everything. Please come in." Zhou Qingxue nodded, never taking off the hat on his head. After entering the shelter, Qin Lang began to take a broad look at the surrounding environment. As Zhou Sweki said, this shelter is purely composed of women, and there are quite a few of them. When they found such clean and handsome men coming to the shelter, they couldn't help but stop and watch. Some women even boldly posed in charming, or to put it bluntly, very coquettish poses. "Fox, please restrain yourself," Zhou Qingxue reminded the young woman posing. The young woman chuckled and said, "Sister, I haven't seen a man in a long time. I want to restrain myself, but I can't." "Put a banana on your head first." Zhou Qingxue threw out a banana. The young woman blushed and pouted. "Humph." Qin Lang laughed. "The atmosphere in your shelter is really good," Zhou Qingxue said calmly. "Fortunately, we are all sisters. There's not much mess. We are here. Please come this way." Zhou Qingxue led Qin Lang into an enhui. That's right. The place where Zhou Qingxue lives is Kaikin's cabin. The only difference is the internal layout. Her area and rooms are obviously larger than the one owned by Qin Lang. There are more than 20 rooms, but there is no yard and too many rooms. Recreational facilities, a bit like barracks. The air conditioning in the barracks was very strong. Some women were resting on mats. When they heard the noise, they all sat up. After discovering Qin Lang, their eyes became strange. One of the dark-skinned women drew out a long knife and slashed at Qin Lang. "He may stop it," Zhou Qingxue shouted repeatedly, but the woman didn't listen at all. Just as the long knife was about to split the man in half, dozens of black tentacles suddenly appeared on the man's right hand, instantly binding He Mei's body. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Want to die?" "No. Qin, Mr. Qin, please don't argue with her for my sake. She is mentally ill. This is just once. If there is a next time, I will kill her even if the King of Heaven comes." Qin Lang snorted coldly, swung his tentacles, and He Mei was hit hard against the wall. The others quickly carried her away for treatment. Black girl with 4 combat power is not even an ant in front of 19 combat power. Zhou Qingxue took a deep breath and looked at Qin Lang with awe. "Please sit down." "Wait for them to sit down." Zhou Qingxue took off her bamboo hat, revealing a face that was not beautiful enough to overwhelm the whole country, but definitely one in a million. What attracted men the most was that she perfectly combined the weakness and strength of women. Come to think of it, a woman who could survive in the end times and become one of the 5 kings by herself. How could she be a weak and dependent little bird? Black girl was a slave in a shelter before. She was abused by that group of men for a long time, so she became mentally ill and lost her ability to speak and fertility. Zhou Qingxue felt it necessary to explain to Qin Lang. Qin Lang waved his hand. "It's okay, it's over, let's talk business." "Brother Qin Lang, you are so awesome. He Mei is so strong. You beat her in one blow." Zhou Sweki sat next to Qin Lang, took Qin Lang's arm in a familiar way, and said with a smile, "Brother, come, smoke." As she said that, she reached out from her bra and took out the half-pack of cigarettes Qin Lang had given her before. Snap! The cigarette was lit, and Qin Lang took a deep breath. How should I put it? The taste of this cigarette is different from the ones he smoked before. It has a light, milky aroma. Zhou Sueki chuckled, became more active, hugged Qin Lang's arm, and said coquettishly, "Brother Qin Lang." In the car before, the three sisters kept staring at me, as if they wanted to eat me. I don't even dare to get close to you. Now, okay, no one will bother us except my sister and I. We must stay for dinner. Qin Lang himself was not a moral model, so naturally he would not be embarrassed or uncomfortable. He smiled slightly and said, "Of course it's okay to have dinner, but let's talk about business first." Zhou Qingxue nodded and said straight to the point, "Chongqing City seems to be controlled by the 5 heavenly kings to outsiders. In fact, the real controllers are only the 4 heavenly kings of the southeast, southeast, and northwest. It would be very uncomfortable for me, Zhou Qingxue, to be caught in the middle of them. It's uncomfortable. Our territory was originally very large, but it can't withstand their infiltration. The current control area is less than half of its original size. If this continues, it won't be long before there will be no room for me anymore." Mr. Qin, we might as well open the skylight and speak frankly. If the words are too unpleasant, don't be offended. Zhou Qingxue tucked a strand of hair behind her ears, paused and said, "You are very strong. You are the only one I have ever seen. There is an existence with a combat power of 19, but I don't know how much water there is in this 19 combat power. If you can help me break the situation, I am willing to give a lot of resources, including my body and my sisters. I like people like you who speak directly. Do you want me to help you kill the 4 heavenly kings?" Qin Lang smiled playfully. No. Each of the 4 heavenly kings has their own strengths. They have so many masters under their command that they are not easy to deal with. The best result I expect is to kill one of them so that I can move the shelter out smoothly. If you think this plan is more difficult, at least I have to give them a warning so that they don't dare to think too much about my asylum in the short term and give me some time to breathe. Destroying the 4 heavenly kings is easy for me, but why should I do it? The chips are too small to impress me. Qin Lang smiled and touched Zhou Sueki's silky little hand. "After I destroy you, I will be the same. A lot of resources can be seized. As for your sister's bodies, it's not good to say that in the end of the world, sex can only be used as a spice in a boring life, and it is dispensable." Zhou Qingxue smiled bitterly. "Mr. Qin, you are too crazy. You should know that combat power does not mean everything. When I had 6,000 combat power, I killed more than one master with 0 combat power. Among the 4 kings, including me, which one don't have the unique skill to press the bottom of the box?" Qin Lang played with Zhou Sueki's little hand and said with a faint smile, "I still say the same thing. I don't have enough chips. I am too lazy to take action, unless you can come up with something that impresses me more." Zhou Sueki puffed up her cheeks and said softly, "Brother, it's not that we are stingy. We really don't have much to give you. How about this? You help sisters stabilize the shelter, and you can pick any of the sisters in our shelter. Just take it away, okay? What do you think I am? A pervert?" Qin Lang was amused. Zhou Qingxue's eyelids drooped, and it took a long time before she raised her head and said, "Mr. Qin, I will give you a greater benefit. The dark gold card. Is that enough?" Qin Lang raised his head. Zhou Qingxue explained, "The dark gold card is a card several times more powerful than the legendary color card. I know the location of the dark gold card, but because that place is guarded by very ferocious monsters. Still, I have never dared to act rashly. As long as you help me, I will tell you the location of the card and help you get it. If the information is false, do you know how much you have to pay?" Qin Lang smiled. Zhou Qingxue nodded seriously. "I won't joke with my life. It's hard to survive until now, and I cherish my life more than anyone else." "Okay, deal." Qin Lang made the final decision. "In addition to the dark gold card position, I want all the previous benefits, and I can't miss any of them." "Okay." A hint of disgust flashed in Zhou Qingxue's eyes, while Zhou Sueki chuckled and snuggled into Qin Lang's arms. "Brother is good or bad. Tomorrow afternoon happens to be the day of the 5-party talks and trading. I have begun to look forward to Mr. Qin's performance at the meeting." Zhou Qingxue stood up. "I'm going to ask someone to prepare dinner. Does Mr. Qin plan to stay here today? I'm looking for a few. A sister will accompany you. Forget it. I'm a person who chooses a bed. Changing places all the time makes me prone to insomnia. I'll come over at noon tomorrow. Qin Lang walked straight out. When he passed by Zhou Qingxue, he stretched out his hand and squeezed her tight buttocks. It felt great. Of course, it can't be compared with Qzai's mushroom caps. Zhou Qingxue did not resist, but simply said, "Mr. Qin, are you getting anxious now?" Qin Lang laughed, said nothing, and left the shelter. In cabin. "Sister, your trick is very good at driving away tigers and devouring wolves." Zhou Xueqi's expression became serious, and the lingering smell on her body disappeared without a trace. Zhou Qingxue's attitude was indifferent. "I hope this Qin Lang can bring me a little surprise. None of these men is a good guy, Xueqi. You shouldn't be tempted by him, right?" Zhou Xueqi did not hide her thoughts. "Sister, he has 19 combat power. Even if there's water in it, if you squeeze it, it will still be 14 or 5. If it were you, wouldn't you be tempted? If you want to survive in the end of the world, you must either become a strong person yourself, or rely on the strong. Isn't this what you taught me?" Zhou Qingxue sighed. "That's true, but this Qin Lang gives me a very bad feeling. He has been pretending to make himself appear frivolous and greedy. This kind of person is terrible." "Oh, sister, don't think about things so complicated. No matter what happens tomorrow, what impact will it have on us? If Qin Lang wins, our shelter will have a backer. We can rely on him to wait for the changes. Qin Lang loses, and the 5 Major the King of Heaven divides and eats it, and we make money on both sides." Mobile Fortress. I can hear their calculations in the northeast. If you and the 5 party talks tomorrow, they will have a big tree to rely on. On the contrary, if you lose, they will most likely join forces with the other 4 kings. Let's catch them all in one fell swoop, divide them and eat them, and they will make the profit. Su Yun's analysis was quite accurate. Qin Lang burst into laughter. "Old Su, you have ignored the most critical point. How could I lose? Tomorrow I will take Xiao He and Qzai to attend the 5 party talks, and you guys will go and do this." After hearing the plan, several people's eyes became excited. "Boss, do you need to play so exciting?" Laoli looked impatient. Qin Lang was happy. "I'm not here to travel. I'm here to rule them." Pah! The cigarette was lit, and Qin Lang took a deep breath. How should I put it? The taste of this cigarette is different from the ones he smoked before. It has a light, milky aroma. Zhou Xueqi chuckled, became more active, hugged Qin Lang's arm, and said coquettishly, "Brother Qin Lang." In the car before, the 3 sisters kept staring at me, as if they wanted to eat me. "I don't even dare to get close to you. Now, okay, no one will bother us except my sister and I. We must stay for dinner." Qin Lang himself was not a moral model, so he naturally wouldn't be embarrassed or uncomfortable. He smiled slightly and said, "Of course it's okay to have dinner, but let's talk about business first." Zhou Qingxue nodded and said straight to the point, "Chongqing City seems to be controlled by the 5 heavenly kings to outsiders. In fact, the real controllers are only the 4 heavenly kings of the southeast, and northwest. It would be very uncomfortable for me, Zhou Qingxue, to be caught in the middle of them. It's uncomfortable. Our territory was originally very large, but it can't withstand their infiltration. The current control area is less than half of its original size. If this continues, it won't be long before there will be no room for me anymore. Mr. Qin, we might as well open the skylight and speak frankly. If the words are too unpleasant, don't be offended." Zhou Qingxue tucked a strand of hair behind her ears, paused and said, "You are very strong. You're the only one I have ever seen. There's an existence with a combat power of 19, but I don't know how much water there is in this 19 combat power. If you can help me break the situation, I am willing to give a lot of resources, including my body and my sisters. I like people like you who speak directly. Do you want me to help you kill the 4 heavenly kings?" Qin Lang smiled playfully. No. Each of the 4 heavenly kings has their own strengths. They have so many masters under their command that they are not easy to deal with. The best result I expect is to kill one of them so that I can move the shelter out smoothly. If you think this plan, it's more difficult. At least I have to give them a warning so that they don't dare to think too much about my asylum in the short term and give me some time to breathe. Destroying the 4 heavenly kings is easy for me, but why should I do it? The chips are too small to impress me. Qin Lang smiled and touched Zhou Sueki's silky little hand. After I destroy you, I will be the same. A lot of resources can be seized. As for your sister's bodies, it's not good to say that in the end of the world, sex can only be used as a spice in a boring life, and it is dispensable. Zhou Qingxue smiled bitterly. Mr. Qin, you are too crazy. You should know that combat power does not mean everything. When I had 6,000 combat power, I killed more than one master with 0 combat power. Among the 4 kings, including me, which one don't have the unique skill to press the bottom of the box? Qin Lang played with Zhou Sueki's little hand and said with a faint smile, I still say the same thing. I don't have enough chips. I am too lazy to take action, unless you can come up with something that impresses me more. Zhou Sueki puffed up her cheeks and said softly, Brother, it's not that we are stingy. We really don't have much to give you. How about this? You help sister stabilize the shelter, and you can pick any of the sisters in our shelter. Just take it away, okay? What do you think I am? A pervert? Qin Lang was amused. Zhou Qingxue's eyelids drooped, and it took a long time before she raised her head and said, Mr. Qin, I will give you a greater benefit. The dark gold card. Is that enough? Qin Lang raised his head, huh? Zhou Qingxue explained. The dark gold card is a card several times more powerful than the legendary color card. I know the location of the dark gold card, but because there are very fierce monsters guarding that place. Still, I have never dared to act rashly. As long as you help me, I will tell you the location of the card and help you get it. If the information is false, do you know how much you have to pay? Qin Lang smiled. Zhou Qingxue nodded seriously. I won't joke with my life. It's hard to survive until now, and I cherish my life more than anyone else. Okay, deal. Qin Lang made the final decision. In addition to the dark gold card position, I want all the previous benefits, and I can't miss any of them. Okay. A hint of disgust flashed in Zhou Qingxue's eyes, while Zhou Sueki chuckled and snuggled into Qin Lang's arms. Brother, is good or bad? Tomorrow afternoon happens to be the day of the 5-party talks and trading. I have begun to look forward to Mr. Qin's performance at the meeting. Zhou Qingxue stood up. I'm going to ask someone to prepare dinner. Does Mr. Qin plan to stay here today? I'm looking for a few. A sister will accompany you. Forget it. I'm a person who chooses a bed. Changing places all the time makes me prone to insomnia. I'll come over at noon tomorrow. Qin Lang walked straight out. When he passed by Zhou Qingxue, he stretched out his hand and squeezed her tight buttocks. It felt great. Of course, it can't be compared with Qu Zai's mushroom cap. Zhou Qingxue did not resist, but simply said, Mr. Qin, are you getting anxious now? Qin Lang laughed, said nothing, and left the shelter. And cabin. Sister, your trick is very good at driving away tigers and devouring wolves. Zhou Sueki's expression became serious, and the lingering smell on her body disappeared without a trace. Zhou Qingxue's attitude was indifferent. I hope this Qin Lang can bring me a little surprise. None of these men is a good thing, Xueqi. You shouldn't be tempted by him, right? Zhou Sueki did not hide her thoughts. Sister, he has 19 combat power. Even if there is water in it, if you squeeze it, it will still be 14 or 5. If it were you, wouldn't you be tempted? If you want to survive in the apocalypse, you must either become a strong person yourself, or rely on the strong. Isn't this what you taught me? Zhou Qingxue sighed. That's true, but this Qin Lang gives me a very bad feeling. He has been pretending to make himself appear frivolous and greedy. This kind of person is terrible. Oh, sister, don't think about things so complicated. No matter what happens tomorrow, what impact will it have on us? If Qin Lang wins, our shelter will have a backer. We can rely on him to wait for the changes. Qin Lang loses, and the 5 major the king of heaven divides and eats it, and we make money on both sides. Mobile fortress. I can hear their calculations in the northeast. If you win the 5-party talks tomorrow, they will have a big tree to rely on. On the contrary, if you lose, they will most likely join forces with the other 4 kings. Let's catch them all in one fell swoop and eat them, and they will make the profit. Su Yun's analysis was quite accurate. Qin Lang burst into laughter. Old Su, you have ignored the most critical point. How could I lose? Tomorrow I will take Xiao He and Qzai to attend the 5-party talks, and you guys will go and do this. After hearing the plan, several people's eyes became excited. Boss, do you need to play so excitingly? Lao Li looked impatient. Qin Lang was happy. I'm not here to travel. I'm here to rule them. That's chapter 112? 1/2. There was nothing to say all night, and the next day it was noon. Qin Lang still came to the daughter country alone. This is the name Qin Lang personally gave to this shelter. Zhou Sueki had been waiting at the door for a long time. When she saw that Qin Lang was alone, she stepped forward to hold his arm affectionately and said sweetly, "Brother came so early. None of the 4 heavenly kings have arrived yet. Do you want me to accompany you in the asylum? Want to take a look around? You were in such a hurry yesterday that I didn't even have time to introduce the features of our shelter. Coming early shows that I am sincere. What's so special about your shelter?" Qin Lang still looked like a frivolous and impetuous person. Zhou Sueki laughed angrily and pinched his arm lightly. "I think you are the special one, brother. It's special. Don't you want to know how our shelter maintains daily resource consumption?" Qin Lang suppressed a smile. Not to mention, he was really interested in this issue, because according to Zhou Qingxue, the hunting area of the Daughter Kingdom Sanctuary was deliberately squeezed by the 4 heavenly kings and became very small, and there are hundreds of women in the Daughter Country, and eating horses and chewing horses consumes at least 1,000 cards a day. This consumption of resources is not insignificant, and ordinary people cannot afford it. Can you let me know this? Qin Lang laughed. Zhou Sueki smiled and said, "If my brother can suppress the 4 heavenly kings at today's 5-party talks, he will become the man for my sister and me, and we will be a family. Why is there any need to keep it secret? If he died, there would be no use knowing this secret, right?" Qin Lang chuckled in his heart, but did not reveal the other party's true thoughts. "Take me to see it. Come this way." Zhou Sueki took Qin Lang around to the back of the shelter, entered a secret underground passage, walked through a several hundred meters long bluestone road, and entered a bronze gate. The scene in front of him made Qin Lang's eyes brighten. It turns out that underneath this shelter, there's a secret permanent fortification, which not only has water, electricity, lighting, but also various facilities. What comes into view are patches of mature or semi-ripe food, fruits, and vegetables, which can be seen on a daily basis. Almost all the food bought at the vegetable market is available here, which is enough to sustain the daily food consumption of everyone in the shelter. Awesome! When did you start farming? Since discovering this underground palace, my sister has secretly trained a group of professional botanists and agriculturists to cultivate the seeds. If we expected to kill monsters and explode cards, we would have starved to death for 800 years. Zhou Sueki grabbed a cucumber and handed it to Qin Lang. "Try this fruit cucumber, it tastes great." Qin Lang took a bite and nodded repeatedly. The cucumber was not only crispy and raw, but also sweet and juicy. It tasted like sugarcane. "Is it delicious?" "I'm not lying to you. When I leave later, my brother will pack some for the 4 sisters and the 2 brothers to try. No reward for no merit. I, Qin Lang, am not someone who takes things from others for nothing. I think you need this, so I will exchange this for you." Qin Lang took out a thick stack of white and green cards and handed them to Zhou Sueki. When Zhou Sueki looked at them, a trace of joy and shyness suddenly flashed in her eyes. "Brother, you are so annoying. How did you know we are short of this?" Qin Lang laughed loudly. "That's for sure. You can grow vegetables and fruits, but you can also grow sanitary napkins? There are so many ladies in the shelter, so this thing must be missing." That's right, what Qin Lang gave out was a bunch of women's products, also known as Fizi. After wandering around the underground planting field for a while, someone reported that the king of the North Arhut was here. "Let's go. Let me meet the king of Chanting City." Back on the ground, dozens of burly and well-equipped men appeared in the distance. The leader was a bald man. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading chapter 112. That's it. Two halves. His upper body was naked, and his lower body was wearing a pair of apricot sports pants. His dark upper body was full of muscles and scars. At first glance, he was a master who was good at close combat, with a combat power of 9,500. Zhou Qingxue was talking to him. When she saw Qin Lang and his sister coming out, she smiled and called them over. Arhut, time is running out. I didn't have time to introduce you to him. This is the special friend I'm talking about, Qin Lang. Arhut looked over and narrowed his eyes. Boy, I don't care who you are. When the vine comes, you have to coil up if it's a dragon, or lie down if it's a tiger. Don't think that you don't have to go to bed because Zhou Qingxue is supporting you. Please tell me how many people you brought to Channing this time. Qin Lang laughed angrily. Baldu, I'm not the kind of person who likes to fight and kill. I'll give you a chance to reorganize your vocabulary. You speak to me properly. If there's something I don't like to hear, I'll kill it directly. You. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into deathly silence. Dot. Dot. Even Zhou Qingxue and Zhou Sueki were stunned. This is too fierce. Declare war directly? Arhut frowned and plucked his ears. Huh? Say it again. What do you want from me? Huh? Well. Qin Lang sighed forcefully. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. Why don't you live well? Why do you have to seek death? The words fell. Qin Lang took action boldly, and more than a dozen black tentacles instantly restrained Arhut tightly. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not break away from the terrifying tentacles. Arhut was shocked and shouted angrily, Wait a minute. I am Arhut, king of the North Heaven. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. There's not a word I like to hear. Go to hell. Qin Lang shook his head and bundled his right hand. Don't want. With a puff sound, Arhut was crushed alive by the tentacles and turned into pieces of corpses on the ground. Qin Lang sarcastically said, Northern King Arhut. That's it? This. Everyone was dumbfounded. Sister Zhou Qingxue's face was ashen. They never dreamed that Qin Lang, a jovial man, would be so ruthless and kill Arhut directly. This was completely beyond her plan. Old boss, damn you. How dare you kill our boss? I will fight you. The man who was obviously the second in command under King Baitian roared and was about to take action. A younger brother beside him pulled him nervously. Brother, don't be impulsive. This man's combat effectiveness is 19. Well, what? 19. The second in command was dumbfounded. You, Qin Lang pointed to the second in command. From now on, you are the boss of the Northern Sanctuary, and I am your boss. You have to listen to my orders. Is there any problem? The second in command was frightened and nodded quickly. Yes, I will obey your orders in everything. What are you doing so stupidly? Why don't you hurry up and call someone? Boss! Boss! Dozens of elites shouted in unison, their eyes full of awe. Not bad. Qin Lang showed a satisfied smile. In civilized times, people have always said that tea is cold, let alone in this apocalyptic world where human life is like a piece of grass. It's been another month before I know it. Qingxue, have you decided whether you want to marry my son? What is so bad about my son that makes you hate him so much? Qin Lang had just put Arhut's body into the space ring when a loud voice sounded from the door. Chapter 113. The Kings Gather, 1/2. Qin Lang turned around and saw a group of people walking in. The middle-aged man at the head had a beard. His face was full of scars and pimples, and his eyes were sharp and murderous. He is the King of the West, Lord Hong. Zhou Sueki reminded in a low voice. Master Hong is here. Zhou Qingxue smiled and said, I have said many times that your son is very good, but he is not suitable for me. Mr. Hong laughed and said, Oh, if you don't want to marry my son, that's fine. Then marry me. I, the King of West Heaven, and you, the King of Zhongtian, should be considered a good match, right? Zhou Qingxue smiled and said nothing. Mr. Hong looked around and asked the second in command, Today is a big day for the 5-party talks. Why didn't Arhut come? The second-in-command glanced at Qin Lang cautiously, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Zhou Qingxue smiled and said, Arhut comes and leave again. Leave? Where did this kid go? Mr. Hong was a little confused. This is not a civilized era. If you feel bored at a party, you can leave early and go to a nightclub. It's extremely hot outside, and there are monsters everywhere. Arhut has returned to his hometown. Zhou Qingxue thought for a while and replied, Huh? Go back to your hometown. Mr. Hong was completely confused. Zhou Sweki pointed to the bloodstains and the pile of minced meat on the ground. Yeah, right next to you, what you're stepping on seems to be the heart of the Arhut. Mr. Hong was startled and raised his feet. Sure enough, he found that his slippers were stained with a piece of human internal organs. What do you mean? Qin Lang laughed so hard that he raised his hand and pinched Zhou Sweki's buttocks. How should I put it? The touch was a little different from his sister's, but it was still quite tempting. Han Yi, the king of the West, right? Qin Lang suppressed his smile and said, Zhou Qingxue, Zhou Sweki is my woman. Please stop beating them to avoid getting yourself into trouble. Also, starting from today, the Western Asylum will pay me a certain amount every month. The amount of cards, how do you usually collect those small shelters? Add 20 to the basis. Mr. Hong was stunned. He stared at Qin Lang with a look that looked like a fool. Boy, are you okay? Do you want to listen to what you were saying? I don't want to repeat it a second time. Just kneel down and thank me if you understand. Qin Lang raised the corner of his mouth. Fuck. Mr. Hong laughed angrily. Zhou Qingxue, where did you find this idiot? He is so humorous. Zhou Qingxue smiled and said nothing, and Zhou Sweki smiled and said, Master Hong, I advise you to be careful when you speak. Brother Qin Lang has a bad temper. Be careful to follow in the footsteps of Arhut. Master Hong. At this time, a man wearing a combat power detector appeared behind Mr. Hong and whispered, This guy's combat power is 19. What? 19? Mr. Hong gasped. Is it broken? It's not broken. I tested it several times. What the hell? Mr. Hong's aura instantly weakened by 6 to 7 points. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, he took a few steps back and said cautiously, Arhut, were you killed? I asked you to kneel down and thank me. Don't you understand me? Do you want me to treat your ears? Qin Lang's words were not loud, but they were so loud that everyone's heads were buzzing. However, Master Hong did not dare to talk back in the face of such a provocation because he did not know how much water Qin Lang had his 19 combat power, but taking a step back and saying that even if there was 30% water, it was not him. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 113, The Gathering of Heavenly Kings, 2 halves. This existence can be matched by the King of Heaven who has just passed 10,000 battles. Mr. Hong hesitated. He was very confused. I'm no longer patient, so go die too. Qin Lang raised his right arm, and just as he was about to take action, a voice came from outside. I heard that a top team of strong men has come from Chanting. Are you the captain? Seeing the Southern King dinosaur strutting into the arena, Mr. Hong seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and hurriedly said, Brother Dinosaur. Dinosaurs, as the name suggests, are extremely tall, measuring 2.7 to 8 meters tall. They are completely out of the scope of normal human body shapes. Their bloated bodies send out danger signals all the time. Of course, this risk is relative. Qin Lang was not afraid at all. Even the 8-power monster in the mushroom cave was killed by his bug. How could he be afraid of this humanoid dinosaur? The dinosaur looked down at Qin Lang, frowned, and said, 19 combat power? I have to say that your combat power is indeed very high, but you know best how much water is in it. Don't think that you can scare us simply with numbers. Qin Lang said happily, Then do you want to try how much water I have? The dinosaur laughed. Are you scared of me? You fucking think my dinosaur is scared. As he spoke, the dinosaur's body began to grow dark golden scales, and his body also deformed at any time. In just a few seconds, he changed from a giant to a Tyrannosaurus Rex. His huge head came to Qin Lang with drool dripping. Yours the meat must be very fragrant. Qin Lang smiled contemptuously. I'm afraid you don't have such good teeth. Brother Dinosaur. Zhou Qingxue came forward in time and said, "Today is the day of the 5-party talks. There is no need to shout and kill as soon as they meet." Chanting City originally had a population of tens of millions, but now only tens of thousands are dead. I would say stop internal friction and think about how to resist together. Present and future disasters. For your sake, I won't argue with this guy. It's just 19 combat power. Isn't it amazing? The dinosaur retreated and returned to human form, with a face full of sarcasm. 5-party talks are bullshit. 4-party talks are better. Luohan, this fake died for a good thing. I told you long ago that he has no real ability, but you didn't believe it. I don't know where you got a bunch of messy cards to support your combat power. Crack, 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 crack. When everyone was confronting each other, a strange sound suddenly came from outside. Zhou Qingxue's face changed. The tyrant is here. That's his centipede throne. Zhou Sweki was obviously nervous, and the hand holding Qin Lang trembled, and her words were full of disgust and fear from the bottom of her heart. Crack, 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 crack. The sound was getting closer and closer, and soon a centipede-shaped monster with countless human limbs came into view, with an extremely weird shape. If you look closely, you will find that this is not a monster, but a group of women. The joints between the face and the buttocks are artificially made of metal with special locks. 2 people are side by side in one section, and there are dozens of sections. No wonder Zhou Sweki is so disgusted. It is hard to imagine what kind of terrible world these women who make up the artificial centipede live in. A man covered with heavy armor and wearing a monster mask is sitting in the sedan chair on the back of the centipede. Tyrant! Tyrant! Hong Yi and the dinosaurs all bowed to the tyrant. Obviously, the so-called 5 kings are just a cover, and the actual ruler is the East King, Tyrant. Chapter 114. Negotiation Collapse, 1/2. The tyrant raised his hand to stop the artificial centipede, and his tyrannical gaze swept over everyone present. Almost everyone touched by the gaze would feel fear from the bottom of his heart, and Qin Lang was no exception. But he quickly dispelled this emotion, and at the same time made a preliminary assessment of the tyrant. He should have mastered some kind of talent or skill that can amplify people's emotions. Why didn't Arhut come? A hoarse, deep voice came from the monster mask. Arhut was killed by this kid. Master Hong pointed at Qin Lang. Oh, the tyrant looked over in surprise and tapped the right side of the mask. When he saw the number given by the combat power detector inside the mask, he was slightly startled. He laughed and jumped off the sedan. This little brother is very powerful. I wonder why he comes to chanting. Tyrants are indeed cruel, but they are not stupid. No matter how much water Qin Lang has in his 19th combat power, he doesn't want to break up with him unless he has to. In comparison, Dinosaur seems too impulsive. I will settle in chanting for a while. What advice does King Don Tian have? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes and said. The tyrant laughed. On behalf of the Eastern Sanctuary, I welcome this friend. Qingxue, I must criticize you. Why didn't you tell me in advance that such a great expert came to the sanctuary? Also, today is the 5-party talks. Do you want us to talk at the door? Zhou Qingxue turned sideways and said, It's true that I didn't entertain you well enough. Please invite some of you. Qin Lang smiled and followed Zhou Qingxue in. Master Hong and the dinosaur looked at each other, then looked at the tyrant. Tyrant, this newcomer is not an easy person to get along with. He killed Arhut as soon as he arrived at chanting. Hong Yi reminded with a smile. The tyrant smiled lightly. In this apocalyptic world where there is no law, the strong are respected. Isn't it strange that the Arhut was killed because his skills were inferior to others? Isn't this just a good thing for him? Give ground to this newcomer? It would be great if things are really like what you said. I'm afraid that just one piece of land won't satisfy his appetite. Mr. Hong is the oldest here, and his words are a bit strange. Old Hong, just say what you want to say. Mr. Hong leaned over and lowered his voice and said, I mean, it would be best if he is willing to live in peace with us. If he is not willing or is too ambitious, why don't we attack first and gather the strength of the 3 of us? Isn't it better? Can't deal with a wild boy. How stupid, the tyrant scolded. Can't you see that Zhou Qingxue has already formed an alliance with him? 3 against 1. Our chances of winning are naturally very high, but if it is 3 against 2, what are our chances of winning? Mr. Hong frowned. What about you? Listen to what he has to say and then make a decision. The tyrant finished speaking and walked straight in. The only living room in Anne's cabin is air-conditioned and has a cup of fragrant tea in front of everyone. Now that everyone is here, our 5-party talks can begin. Zhou Qingxue made a gesture of invitation. If there are any important issues that need to be solved urgently, you can raise them as before. This month, let's let our guests speak first. Mr. Qin Lang, please. The tyrant smiled lightly. Qin Lang put down the teacup. Oh, you're welcome then. I came to Chanting this time to do only one thing, and that is to integrate the 5 major forces of Chanting into one big force. And by the way, absorb other small and medium-sized shelters in the city. This will make it easier for future. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 114. Negotiation Collapse, 2 halves. Develop. In the apocalyptic wasteland, the final result of fighting each other can only be defeated by monsters one by one. Are you crazy? Mr. Hong was the first to jump out and object. Do you really think that with 19 combat powers, you are invincible? Why should we hand over our authority? Why should we, the 5 great kings, live in Chanting as cool and unrestrained as they want to integrate? That's right, people can be arrogant, but there must be a limit. If you come up, you will dominate the vines. Who gave you the courage? Dinosaur sneered repeatedly. The last person to speak was the tyrant. He knocked on the table lightly and said, "If we all agree to the integration, Mr. Qin, is your next plan to kill us all?" Qin Lang laughed. "I'm just saying that the purpose of this trip is not to discuss with you. Whether you agree or not makes no difference to me. As for whether to kill or not, it depends on your attitude and my mood." "Ha ha ha!" Mr. Hong laughed wildly. "Guys, you have also heard that this kid is so crazy that he wants to consolidate forces as soon as he enters the city. It seems that we have to give him some color." "Okay." The tyrant tapped his fingertips on the table. "You are so arrogant. You have never taken us seriously." "Thought?" "With all due respect, everyone here is rubbish." Qin Lang hugged Zhou Qingxue's shoulders. "Of course, except you." Zhou Qingxue smiled bitterly. All plans were no longer under control from the moment Qin Lang took action to kill Luo Han. Who knows what will happen next? "Zhou Qingxue, have you formed an alliance with this guy?" Master Hong said. "So what? You guys forced me to do this." Zhou Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, "Since the beginning of winter, you have been infiltrating into my territory overtly and covertly. If this continues, the Central Territory will fall sooner or later. In your hands, instead of being slowly devoured by you, it is better to hand it over and surrender to the new master." Zhou Qingxue decided to take a gamble. The bet was her life. "Mr. Qin, don't we have room for negotiation?" The tyrant didn't want to go to war with Qin Lang from the bottom of his heart. "Sorry, no." Qin Lang tilted his head, smiling. "While we were sitting here chatting, my people had already gone to liberate your shelters. Before dark, all 5 shelters will be liberated." Okay. Since you've gone too far, don't blame us for being ruthless." "Lao Hong, dinosaur." The tyrant shouted, and the 3 kings stood up at the same time. Zhou Qingxue lowered her voice and reminded, "Qin Lang, the strength of these 3 heavenly kings is several levels higher than that of the Arhats. Are you sure you could defeat them?" 8 words. "Those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish." Qin Lang shook his hand, and a flying sword appeared in his palm, burning forever. In order to save time, why not let the 3 heavenly kings go together? A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Since you are looking for death, I will send you down." Master Hong couldn't bear it anymore. After getting the approval of his 2 companions, he roared and drew out a black long knife and chopped at Qin Lang. Qin Lang raised his right hand, and the dark tentacles turned into billowing black smoke to entangle the long knife. No matter how hard Master Hong tried, He couldn't pull it back. And Qin Lang stood up suddenly, and the dark tentacles turned into a long whip, whipping Master Hong firmly. Seeing this, the dinosaur turned into a humanoid Tyrannosaurus and bit the materialized dark tentacles. At the same time, a slender red knife appeared in the hand of the tyrant, going straight to Qin Lang's heart. You're asking for death. Don't blame others. Chapter 115, Crushing Game, 1/2. Woo! As the black energy lingered, one part of the ever-changing dark tentacles wrapped around the slender red knife, and the other part formed a fist and hit the tyrant's chest firmly. There was only a bang sound, and a fist mark was forcibly smashed into the tyrant's body armor. Not only that, the tyrant's body also flew out uncontrollably, causing cracks in the walls of N's cabin. I'm so fierce. Mr. Hong swallowed hard. At this time, he realized that he had underestimated Qin Lang's fighting power. From the beginning to the end, he had not moved. Only relying on the weird darkness, the tentacles defeated the three of them one after another. Brother is so fierce. Zhou Sueki's eyes shone with confusion. Ouch! The dinosaur in the form of the Tyrannosaurus roared loudly, but its body retreated backwards. He had just bitten the dark tentacles like crazy, and as a result, several of his teeth had broken. From that moment on, he knew that the existence in front of him was definitely not something they could fight against. It was not called arrogance. It was simply strength. 3 heavenly kings? Stop laughing so hard. Qin Lang couldn't help but sneered. The place here is too narrow, and there is no room for activities. Something is coming out. The tyrant roared angrily and turned around to go out. Lord Hong and Dinosaur paused and hurriedly followed. Qin Lang. Seeing that Qin Lang was about to chase him out, Zhou Qingxue hurriedly said, "The tyrant's strength is unfathomable. I will help you." She has made up her mind to no longer stand idly by and stand on Qin Lang's side. However, Qin Lang shook his head. No need, just trample a few ants to death. After speaking, Qin Lang pushed open the door and came to the door of the shelter. Qin Lang, you force me. Today I will let you see the true strength of my tyrant. Ah. The tyrant looked up to the sky and roared, and the curled-up human centipede behind him suddenly trembled violently, and then exploded one after another, turning into clouds of blood mist and drilling into the holes exposed in the tyrant's armor. At the same time, the tyrant's combat power is also rising steadily. Every time he absorbs, will increase the combat power by nearly 300. When he absorbs the entire centipede's blood, the combat power surges all the way to 19, which is almost the same as Qin Lang. Well, it turns out that it's not just a mount, it's also a booster. Qin Lang nodded secretly. You are dead. The tyrant laughed loudly and rushed towards him with a series of afterimages. The terrifying aura contained in his fist seemed to be digging through the earth. Qin Lang, be careful. Before the words fell, the tyrant's fist was already in front of him, and Qin Lang was already prepared, and the dark tentacles also transformed into fists. Boom! The two fists struck each other, and the shock wave exploded, sending everyone onlookers flying. Zhou Qingxue, Hong Yi, and Dinosaur, who were as powerful as kings, were also pushed back several steps by this heaven-defying force. In the battlefield, a curtain of dust rose up, making it difficult for people to see clearly what was going on inside. Who's winning? Have no idea. Where's the combat power detector? Zhou Qingxue took the combat power detector handed over by her subordinates and looked at it. Her mouth immediately opened in an O shape. She didn't understand why a monster with a combat power of 38 suddenly appeared in the field. This is impossible. Zhou Qingxue tapped the combat power detector and tested it again. The result was the same, without any change. At this time, the sand and dust caused by the fist fight gradually dispersed, and people were shocked to see that the armor on the tyrant's body had long disappeared, revealing the tyrant's true face, a middle-aged man with an unattractive appearance. On my hand! The tyrant screamed and fell, his right arm broken. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 115. Crushing game, 2 halves. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Why are you so strong? At this point, the tyrant could not believe that he had been defeated. Qin Lang moved his fingers lightly, and the flying sword Yongran circled in the air and chopped off the tyrant's head. It's a pity that the strongest man with long vines will die with his eyes open. It's your turn next. ... Qin Lang slowly put away the tyrant's body and looked at Lord Hong. Mr. Hong got excited and hurriedly knelt down on one knee and said, Mr. Qin, I, Hong Dali, am willing to do my best for you. Please let me live. It's not that Mr. Hong's bones are weak and he really can't beat him. He is as strong as a tyrant and has been dealt with in a few strokes. He knows how much he weighs more than anyone else. I like people who know the current affairs. Qin Lang did not attack him, but looked at the humanoid Tyrannosaurus. What about you? My dinosaur can be killed, but not humiliated. The Tyrannosaurus roared toward the sky. Do you think the tyrant is the strongest one in the vine? Ha ha! I tell you, I am a Tyrannosaurus. I just don't bother to compete with him for the first place. Today, I'll let you look my true strength. Along with the roars, a large number of terrifying spikes appeared on the body of the Tyrannosaurus, and Joe Swecky's combat power detector number was also beating crazily at a speed of 500 per second. 20,000, 25,000, 30,000, 35,000. At last, the combat power of Tyrannosaurus is fixed at 55. Zhou Qingxue was so frightened that her face turned pale. Combat strength, 55. His combat strength is 55. There was an uproar all around. Unexpectedly, there are still masters. Ha 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 ha. The Tyrannosaurus took a step forward. Boy, are you scared? Kneel down. I may consider sparing you /U003CB or /U003E. A heavy punch hit the Tyrannosaurus in the face, and the seemingly huge and heavy body of the Tyrannosaurus immediately flew out. With a smile on his face, Qin Lang stepped on the belly of the Tyrannosaurus. Who should I ask to kneel down? Can you say it again? Brother, spare your life. The Tyrannosaurus Rex returned to its human form, clasped its palms together, and begged for mercy in a very spineless manner. Spare my life. I can do whatever you want. I don't want the territory. I don't want the card anymore. I give them all to you. What is going on? Zhou Qingxue was confused. Why is 55's combat power so weak? Qin Lang smiled and said, There's a card called Combat Power Expansion that can greatly increase a person's combat power value in a short period of time. You must have used it a lot, right? How many levels is it? Dinosaur smiled flatteringly and said, You are already 3 LV3. Brother, you are really awesome. You can see it all. You are worthy of being the eldest brother. Qin Lang raised his feet and clapped his hands. Okay, since the 5 heavenly kings have surrendered 2 to death, my goal today has been achieved. Zhou Qingxue, what do you say? Zhou Qingxue's cheeks turned red. What do you want me to say? Everything is as agreed. Qin Lang nodded and kicked the dinosaur. You and Hong Dali are waiting here. If you feel unwilling and don't want to succumb to others, you could try to escape. The dinosaur turned over and sat up and said with a serious expression, Brother, what are you talking about? I, Kong Shun, am not that kind of person. From this moment on, I, Kong Shun, will be your most loyal little brother. If you ask me to go west, I will never go east. Let me go left, never right. Me too. Hong Dali nodded repeatedly. Good. Qin Lang turned around and hugged Zhou Qingxue and Zhou Swecky. Let's go and run in. What's the running in? Zhou Qingxue was stunned. She really didn't understand. Of course it's to adjust the size, but could it be to adjust the relationship? Chapter 116, New Year's Day, January 2nd. 3 hours later, Qin Lang turned his back to the limp Zhou sisters and got dressed. The messy bed behind him is enough to show how exciting these 3 hours of fierce battle were. It is no exaggeration to say that the battle with the Zhou sisters was even more strenuous than killing the tyrant. Can you tell me the location of the dark gold card? Qin Lang buttoned up his clothes. Okay, I'll send the coordinates to your phone later. Zhou Qingxue sat up with difficulty, rubbed her sore legs. Her expression returned to a cold tone and asked, "What are your plans next?" "Integrate the territory of the Five Kings and gather all the survivors. If you and Xueqi are interested in managing it, you can manage it. If you're not interested, I will arrange for others." Qin Lang had already had an idea. "Okay, I will be responsible for managing them. But you also know that this is the end of the world. If I don't use strong measures, they may not obey me, so—" Qin Lang waved his hand. "I don't really care about the life and death of those survivors. It's up to you. Use those who can be used, and kill those who can't." "Brother, what do my sister and I mean to you?" Zhou Xueqi stretched out her arms lazily and grabbed Qin Lang's clothes. Her voice was sweet. Qin Lang turned around and squatted down with a smile, pinched her chin. "Don't push yourself too far. I have given you enough gifts, and even made you the queen of the vines. What else do you want?" Zhou Xueqi smiled and said, "Do you want her heart? You can try, but it's very difficult." Qin Lang was in a good mood and laughed. Outside the door, seeing Qin Lang coming out, Kong Shun jumped up quickly and stood up straight. "Boss." Hong Dali also quickly echoed, "Boss. My people will be here soon. You two will bring people to help them place the survivors. Remember, you, including the survivors, are my Qin Lang's personal property from this moment on. Who can? If you dare to mess around, don't blame me for being rude to him. Don't worry, boss. Even if you give me 100 courages, we won't dare to do anything wrong." Kong Shun nodded repeatedly. After waiting for more than an hour, the mobile fortress arrived at the shelter at a relatively smooth speed. Behind it was a huge crowd, numbering in the thousands. It is the survivors from the 4 major shelters in the southeast, northwest, and northwest. While Qin Lang was participating in the 5-party talks, Lao Li led the remaining 5 people to kill the 4 shelters in the southeast, northwest, and liberated the shelters. All the processes were reported to him through spiritual communication. This seems to be a big project, but in fact it is extremely simple. The captains left behind in these shelters only have a maximum combat strength of 60,000. No matter what Lao Li and the others do, they will be killed instantly, and there is no danger at all. "Boss." Lao Li jumped down from the mobile fortress. "Basically, all the people who can use it are here. We killed some of them, and some of them really can't be used." Qin Lang nodded to express his understanding. "Then, little sister, have you eaten her up?" Lin Wanner smiled and stepped forward to hold Qin Lang's arm. Qin Lang smiled. "Are you jealous? How stupid must I be to be jealous of them?" Lin Wanner shook her head gently. "But have you forgotten what day it is today?" "Huh? What day is today? Is it special?" Qin Lang was startled, and after thinking for a long time, he didn't know what day it was today. "Brother, if there's no apocalypse, today is New Year's Eve now. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 116, New Year's Day, February 2nd. It's past 12 o'clock. It's the first day of the Lunar New Year." Sun Yan took out a calendar and said, "Is it the first day of the new year?" Qin Lang's mood suddenly became a little complicated. If there was no apocalypse, how would he spend the New Year's Day at this moment? Well, it should be the same as in previous years, buying some cooked food alone in a rental house, while scrolling through the phone and watching the Spring Festival Gala. Since it's the first day of the Lunar New Year, it's time to celebrate the new year. Send some supplies to them so that they can have a good new year. By the way, let me introduce to you these 2 people. One is named Kong Shun, and the other is named Hong Dali. From now on, we can leave all the big and small matters in Longvine shelter to them." Kong Shun said flatteringly, "Hello, my eldest sister-in-law, my second sister-in-law, and my third sister-in-law." Not long after, a large number of blue, green, and white cards were distributed, and the thousands of survivors who followed the mobile fortress to the shelter shed silent tears while tasting the delicious food. In the next few days, Qin Lang made a large-scale personnel assignment to the shelter. Zhou Qingxue is the well-deserved master of the sanctuary, while his sister Zhou Xueqi is appointed as the leader of the daughter country. Although the 2 sanctuaries are close to each other, they're not connected. During this period, Qin Lang brought Kong Shun, Hong Dali, and a dozen captain-level figures with outstanding combat capabilities into the mobile fortress and used the panel mirror to reconstruct their talents and skills. Although the overall combat power has declined, the combat effectiveness has improved a lot, which is more than enough to deal with the third-stage monsters. After arranging everything here, Qin Lang secretly went to find the Zhou sisters and lingered for a few days. After confirming some rules of the shelter, he picked up his pants and left. How cruel the end of the world is, Qin Lang knows better than anyone else. Although his current combat power is strong enough, if he doesn't know how to be prepared for danger in times of peace and continue to increase your combat power, sooner or later you will be eliminated. Phase 4 is coming soon. Qin Lang retracted his gaze. No more than half a month at most. What will the environment be like in the 4th stage? We have experienced cold winters and hot summers. What else can we expect? Everyone in the car already knew that Qin Lang had the ability to foresee the future and couldn't help asking when they heard him muttering to himself. To some extent, the 4th stage is a rest and recuperation stage, which is the so-called 3 days and 1 day off. There will be a large number of caves, underground palaces, and secret realms at that time, which is a good opportunity to improve overall strength. However, these secret realms have their own rules. If you enter before you understand the rules, it is easy to die inexplicably. Qin Lang saw that Lao Li was confused, so he simply opened a small science class. For example, the rules of some secret realms are that only women are allowed to enter. If a man accidentally enters, he will be cursed and become a woman. Huh? Becoming a woman? This is not a curse, right? After being cursed, all your talents and skills will disappear. Do you still think this is nothing? Qin Lang rolled his eyes at him. Old Li waved his hand quickly. No, that's nonsense. I'm just giving an example. You may not encounter the situation I mentioned. The rules of each secret realm are different. Qin Lang lit a cigarette. The real safe area should appear. We have to seize a safe area as a long-term settlement. It's a bit early to talk about this now. Take your time. Ding Yuan, how far are we from the apostles? Just ahead, less than 20 kilometers. Ding Yuan in the cab turned her head and said, Happy New Year to everyone. Good health. Chapter 117, half a month later, 1/2. Drive a few kilometers further, and I'll meet this apostle myself. Although Qin Lang did not tell everyone that he had a bright gold card Lone Ranger, no one would object to his strategy, but they were still a little curious because Qin Lang had been acting alone more and more recently. They have a vague sense of crisis and are very afraid that Qin Lang will abandon them at a certain point in time. After traveling another 7 or 8 kilometers, Qin Lang jumped off the mobile fortress and rode a motorcycle towards the target location. He soon arrived nearby. At this time, the Lone Ranger's buff also began to take effect. Taking out the military telescope, Qin Lang searched for the target in the ruins and soon locked in a group of monsters, a bloody corpse wearing an apostle's costume and glowing green, with a combat power of 24, which was a full 5,000 higher than the second apostle. Dot. The green light must be poisonous. Qin Lang took out a stack of cards and decisively strengthened his level 4 poison resistance. Facing a creature of this level, Qin Lang didn't want to take any risks. The saddest thing in life is that people die without using up their cards. After using up the cards and eating a few mushrooms with positive buffs, Qin Lang took out Dawn, stretched the long bow into a full moon, and fired a piercing arrow. Laugh! The arrow made a sharp explosion and cut through the air, hitting the blood corpse firmly, directly punching a fist-sized hole in the blood corpse's chest. Ouch! The blood corpse lowered its head blankly, looking at the wound. Green light burst out from its lifeless eyes. It quickly locked on a Qin Lang, roared, opened its hands, and sprayed out 2 large groups of dark green poisonous mist. The poisonous mist moved towards Qin Lang at an extremely fast speed. Shrouded over. Laugh! 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 Qin Lang turned a blind eye, continuously plucked the bowstring, and shot out several arrows. The bloody corpse was seriously injured, but its movements were not affected at all. It brought up a series of afterimages and evaded all attacks. Body technique, blood corpse? It seems that he is following the path of both physical and poison systems. Seeing that Li Xiao was no longer able to cause harm to the opponent, Qin Lang decided to run away and distance himself from the poisonous mist. However, the poisonous mist and the blood corpse had no intention of letting him go. They followed closely, and the distance between the two parties became closer and closer. Fire mushroom. Qin Lang threw 2 flame mushrooms in succession. The fiery red mushrooms burned the moment they touched the poisonous fog, vaporizing the 2 poisonous fogs. Fireworks wonders against poisonous substances. Ouch! The bloody corpse jumped more than 10 meters high, turned into a black spot, and fell heavily. Qin Lang didn't panic at all. He raised his right arm and raised his hand to strike with a holy slash. The light engulfed the sky, but the next second, a bloody corpse with tattered clothes rushed out of the light and fiercely grabbed Qin Lang's forehead. Touch of darkness. Woo! Dozens of tentacles tied the bloody corpse tightly in the air, making it unable to move. Go to hell. Qin Lang suddenly thrust out a sword. Ouch! The bloody corpse struggled desperately and had extremely strong vitality. Let's see how long you can last. Qin Lang stabbed wildly, stabbing more than 30 times in one breath. The bloody corpse was completely dead and turned into a ball of green energy and got into Qin Lang's right hand. The familiar stinging feeling reappeared, and Qin Lang found that he had mastered a new dark gold skill deadly poison cloud, a super wide attack method. The curse is about to happen again. Lao Su, I got it done here you. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading chapter 117 half a month later, February 2nd. Run back by yourself. Qin Lang's brain felt a stabbing pain, and he hurriedly used transposition to change his position with Su Yun and said to several people, "The curse has taken effect. I may have to sleep for a few days. Don't tell anyone about my sleeping." After saying that, Qin Lang's eyes darkened, and he fell into endless darkness. Soon, heavy footsteps were heard outside the mobile fortress, but it was Su Yun who had turned into a giant bear and returned. "Boss fainted again? Then where should we go next?" Su Yun asked. Everyone looked at Lin Wanner. She had been with Qin Lang for the longest time and was recognized as the second in command. Although Lao Li is very strong, it is recognized that he has no brains. Go back to the Chongvine shelter. Lin Wanner helped Qin Lang into the room. Yinzi tells Zhou Qingxue later that no matter what happens, no one is allowed to approach the mobile fortress, even if all the people in the shelter are dead. God. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long it took. Qin Lang finally woke up from his long sleep, and what came into view was Lin Wanner's familiar face. "You're awake." Lin Wanner's face was full of joy. "How long have I been unconscious this time?" Qin Lang sat up, very weak, but he could clearly feel that his physical strength was slowly recovering. "You were unconscious for 15 days. What? Half a month?" Qin Lang's eyes widened. The second time he was only in coma for 3 days, but this time the time was extended 5 times. The next time Qin Lang suddenly had a headache. The apostle skills are indeed ridiculously strong, but the side effects are too great. Did anything happen while I was in coma? Qin Lang lay down again and patted. Forehead. A lot of things have indeed happened. Which aspect do you want to hear first? Lin Wanner obediently laid down next to Qin Lang. Has phase 4 begun? Well, let's start. On the 5th day of your coma, the fire monster in the sky exploded. Many fragments fell to the ground. An underground palace crashed near the shelter. No one who went in to explore came out alive, including Zhou Sweki. The underground palace has appeared. Qin Lang rubbed his face. Going to the underground palace rashly. What is the difference between this and committing suicide? What else is there? Zhou Qingxue goes outside every day to ask for permission, but is stopped by Yinzi. But one thing is that she manages the shelter very well. The population has grown from 4,000 at the beginning to more than 6,000 now. 7 days ago, the shelter encountered a corpse wave and nearly 1,000 people died. Lao Tzu and Ding Yuan were responsible for the finishing work. One after another, Lin Wanner said one thing after another. The most important thing is actually only one thing. The fourth stage of the end of the world has begun. Let's go out and take a look. Qin Lang got out of bed and hugged Lin Wanner into his arms. I've worked hard on you these days. Isn't this what I should do? Lin Wanner smiled and punched him. Not only me, Xiao Xue and Yinzi are also taking care of you wholeheartedly. Inside the shelter, in front of the mobile fortress, a 3-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus blocked Zhou Qingshue's way. The Tyrannosaurus snorted. Zhou Qingxue, I have told you many times. During the boss's retreat, no one is allowed to enter. Even you, the Queen of Longvine, are not qualified to enter. Go away, Zhou Qingxue said angrily. Kong Shun, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. I have to see the boss today, no matter what. Go back to the Chongvine shelter. Lin Wanner helped Qin Lang into the room. Yinzi, tell Zhou Qingxue later that no matter what happens, no one is allowed to approach the mobile fortress, even if all the people in the shelter are dead. God. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long it took. Qin Lang finally woke up from his long sleep, and what came into view was Lin Wanner's familiar face. You're awake. Lin Wanner's face was full of joy. How long have I been unconscious this time? Qin Lang sat up, very weak, but he could clearly feel that his physical strength was slowly recovering. You were unconscious for 15 days. What? Half a month? Qin Lang's eyes widened. The second time he was only in coma for 3 days, but this time the time was extended 5 times. The next time Qin Lang suddenly had a headache. The apostle skills are indeed ridiculously strong, but the side effects are too great. Did anything happen while I was in coma? Qin Lang lay down again and patted. Forehead. A lot of things have indeed happened. Which aspect do you want to hear first? Lin Wanner obediently laid down next to Qin Lang. Has phase 4 begun? Well, let's start. On the 5th day of your coma, the fire monster in the sky exploded. Many fragments fell to the ground. An underground palace crashed near the shelter. No one who went in to explore came out alive, including Zhou Sweki. The underground palace has appeared. Qin Lang rubbed his face. Going to the underground palace rashly. What is the difference between this and committing suicide? What else is there? Zhou Qingxue goes outside every day to ask for permission, but is stopped by Yinzi. But one thing is that she manages the shelter very well. The population has grown from 4,000 at the beginning to more than 6,000 now. 7 days ago, the shelter encountered a corpse wave, and nearly 1,000 people died. Lao Tzu and Ding Yuan were responsible for the finishing work. One after another, Lin Wanner said one thing after another. The most important thing is actually only one thing. The fourth stage of the end of the world has begun. Let's go out and take a look. Qin Lang got out of bed and hugged Lin Wanner into his arms. I've worked hard on you these days. Isn't this what I should do? Lin Wanner smiled and punched him. Not only me, Xiao Xue and Yinzi are also taking care of you wholeheartedly. Inside the shelter, in front of the mobile fortress, a 3-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus blocked Zhou Qingshue's way. The Tyrannosaurus snorted. Zhou Qingxue, I have told you many times. During the boss's retreat, no one is allowed to enter. Even you, the Queen of Longvine, are not qualified to enter. Go away, Zhou Qingxue said angrily. Kong Shun, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. I have to see the boss today, no matter what. Chapter 118. Childhood in the Underground Palace, 1/2. Kong Shun looked up to the sky and smiled. I only obey the boss's orders. As for you, if you really have the ability, just step on my corpse. Fuck you. Zhou Qingshue's angry forehead was throbbing with veins, but she couldn't do anything about Kong Shun, who was holding chicken feathers as an arrow. This guy has made full use of his dog-licking profession since he was recruited by Qin Lang. In order to show his loyalty, he stayed in front of the mobile fortress for 4 hours just to show his dedication to his duties to the people in the fortress. The question is, who the hell told you to keep it? Okay, if you don't let me, then I will kill you. Zhou Qingxue gritted her teeth. Her sister had been trapped in the underground palace for 10 days. She had no interest in political affairs. She had to see Qin Lang today, no matter what, and at worst, she had to see other principals to ask them to rescue her sister. Dot. Dot. With this in mind, Zhou Qingxue drew his sword and stabbed Kong Shun, and a cold air suddenly enveloped Kong Shun. Hey you! Kong Shun was shocked. He never expected that Zhou Qingxue would dare to attack him. He hurriedly retreated, avoiding the attack and shouting, Zhou Qingxue, are you crazy? The Changvine Sanctuary prohibits fighting with weapons. This decree was issued by you. I'm the queen of Changvine. I have the final say. If you don't let me, I will chop off your head today. Zhou Qingxue screamed and struck out with several more swords. Before being recruited by Qin Lang, Zhou Qingxue was really not Kong Shun's opponent, but today is different. Kong Shun was escorted by Qin Lang to the panel mirror to store many cards, although Qin Lang also compensated him later. There are many gold and silver cards, but the overall combat power is still far from what it was at its peak. On the other hand, Zhou Qingxue, in order to let her sit firmly on the throne of the Queen of Long Vine, Qin Lang not only did not touch her core cards, but also helped her strengthen a lot on the original basis, making her combat power reach 14, which is second only to mobile. The Fortress 7. As time goes by, the 5 Kong Shuns are no match for Zhou Qingxue. Wow. Yeah. Kong Shun couldn't resist it any longer. He screamed as he was slashed, and the body of the huge Tyrannosaurus was dripping with blood. /U003E. You go to hell. Zhou Qingxue became fierce, raised the sword, and dropped it. No! Kong Shun's pupils suddenly narrowed, and at this moment, his intestines turned green with regret. Kong Shun! Kong Shun! Why did you provoke this crazy group of people when you said you were fine? Zhou Qingxue, it's almost done. Just when Kong Shun was about to meet his death, Qin Lang's voice sounded from behind, like the sound of nature. Kong Shun turned around suddenly, transformed into a human, and rushed to Qin Lang's side, hugging his thighs and howling, Boss, this crazy guy wants to kill me. I'm just doing my job as a guard, and I've done nothing wrong. You have to make the decision for me. It's okay to cry, but don't wipe your nose on my pants. Qin Lang looked at Zhou Qingxue with a half-smile, and his tone suddenly turned gloomy. You have crossed the line. My sister is trapped in the underground palace. I'm anxious. Zhou Qingxue pursed her lips. This is not a reason for you to cross the line. Who made her go to the underground palace so boldly? Qin Lang took out a few gold cards and threw them casually to Kong Shun, who was undergoing treatment. You are very conscientious, and I like it very much. Keep it up. This is a reward for you. Boss! Kong Shun's eyes were wet with tears. Okay, stop howling. Get out of here after your injury is healed. Qin Lang waved his hand, and Kong Shun quickly bowed deeply and ran away. As for you, Qin Lang suddenly punched out, and a fist made of black energy instantly knocked Zhou Qingxue away. Facing Qin Lang's attack, Zhou Qingxue had no ability to resist. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 118, Childhood in the Underground Palace, 2 halves. Cough. Zhou Qingxue coughed up a mouthful of blood. Where is the underground palace? Take me to see it. Qin Lang walked straight past her. There is no rule without rules. Even women who have fought fiercely are no exception. To the west of the sanctuary, a few kilometers away, stood a huge palace. Human beings look extremely small in front of this palace. If Xueqi is not dead yet, I will definitely be able to rescue her. Qin Lang came to the stone tablet on the right side of the underground palace. This is the complete rule book? ... What is a rule book? Lin Wanner was a little curious. On the day the underground palace appeared, a few of them took the time to come over and read it, but the words on it were no different from the heavenly book, and they didn't recognize a single word. It's the rules for entering this underground palace. I remember there are some scholar cards. I'll look for them. Qin Lang took out a lot of gold cards and colored cards from the storage space and rummaged through them. He quickly found 7 or 8 golden text researchers and tore them apart one by one to study. Although the text researcher only increased a small amount of combat power, the rulebook will be very important in the future. Qin Lang will naturally not leave it to others to learn. Again, no one has it as much as having it himself. The heavenly book on the stone tablet becomes clearer and clearer as the level of the text researcher increases to level 3. The name of this underground palace is Childhood. Qin Lang pointed to the rule book and explained, after entering childhood, the age will randomly change to 6 to 10 years old. Rule 1. No outside weapons may be used. Rule 2. Crime will attract hags. Rule 3. Avoid at night. There are only 3 rules, low-level underground palace. Qin Lang nodded secretly. In the previous life, the underground palace was divided into low-level, medium-level, high-level, super high-level, and nightmare level according to the number of rules. 15 rules are low-level, 610 are medium-level, 1115 are high-level, 1620 are super high-level, and more than 20 rules are nightmare level. Maybe Qin Lang had too few channels to receive information in his previous life, and he had never heard of anyone coming out alive from a super high-level underground palace. You continue to go back to preside over government affairs, and we will go into the underground palace to find Sweki. Qin Lang said to Zhou Qingxue. Zhou Qingxue was stunned. I want to go with you, if possible. Sweki has been trapped in there for so long, and her life and death are uncertain. As a sister, she must be very worried, so let her go with us. Lin Wanner gently pulled Qin Lang's sleeve. I just hit you, do you hate me? Qin Lang suddenly asked. Zhou Qingxue was stunned and shook her head. No, I did something wrong myself, and you are right to punish me. Your awareness is not bad, so let's go in without delay. Qin Lang nodded to the others and walked straight into the underground palace. 8 figures, plus a cat and a mushroom, were soon drowned by the light of the underground palace. The strong dizziness lasted for more than 10 seconds. When he opened his eyes again, Qin Lang saw several companions around him and couldn't help laughing. Old Li, ha ha, you were so fat when you were a child. Old Li looked confused, looked down at his chubby hands, and then realized what happened. He said in a baby voice, fuck, I really got smaller 6 years old. Wow, Qin Lang, you were so cute when you were a child. The same baby voice sounded, and when he turned around, it was a little girl with a rosy face like a porcelain doll. From the shrunken clothes, it can be judged that she is Lin Wanner. Chapter 119, Milkman Group Attacks. 1/2. There were 7 little milk babies present, all aged between 6 and 8 years old. The only older girl was Zhou Qingxue. She was lucky enough to be 10 years old. Not only was she much taller than them, her strength was also the least reduced. As for Xiaohe and Quzai, they are not restricted by the rules and remain the same. Obviously, the rules here are only for humans. Boss, I feel like I don't have much strength. Little bald, Old Li patted his head. It's normal to have no energy. Qin Lang explained to everyone that those who are randomly aged 6 years old will have their combat effectiveness reduced to only 20 to 30% and will be increased by 10% for each year they go up. At an age like Zhou Qingxue's, he can display up to 60% to 70% of his strength in his prime. Otherwise, luck is also a kind of strength. We may have to rely on you next. Qin Lang glanced at Zhou Qingxue, who was a head taller than him, and said deliberately. Zhou Qingxue curled her lips and said, It's better to find my sister quickly. Don't worry, I have to tell you something first. This underground palace is probably not just ours. If there are other teams entering the local underground palace at the same time, we are likely to encounter them. What do you mean? Several people had strange expressions. Qin Lang picked up a branch and drew a few circles on the ground. The circles represent the underground palace. Although the locations are different, as long as the rules of the underground palace are the same, they will eventually enter the same space. It's equivalent to a copy in the game. Chen Shui said with a milky voice. Almost. Qin Lang nodded. Who do you think researched this stuff? Lao Li sighed. Find someone first. Do you all remember the rules of the underground palace? Of course, you can't cry, you can't use external weapons, and you need to hide at night. Walk. Qin Lang raised his hand, and the 7 little babies immediately followed the eldest child, Zhou Qingxue, and walked forward. /U003C. BR/U003E. From a geographical point of view, this is a forest. The color is not gloomy, but very bright. There are many unknown fruits with bright colors on the trees. You can't touch the things here, but try not to touch them, especially the food. Qin Lang reminded everyone while carefully looking around. Although he had returned from Rebirth, it was his first time entering the underground palace, so nervousness was unavoidable. After walking all the way for about half an hour, Su Yun suddenly stopped him. "Boss, I made a discovery." Qin Lang turned around and walked over and found several palm-sized child models appearing in Su Yun's hands. They seemed to be made of plastic and were carved lifelike. The expressions on each model's face were different. It's so childlike. It reminds me of the plastic toy soldiers I used to play with. Lao Li sighed with emotion. Look, there are many ahead. Zhou Qingxue discovered that the further he walked, the more character models were scattered around. What was frightening was that the expressions on their faces were indescribably weird. I'm a little scared. Lin Wanner held Qin Lang's hand and trembled slightly. It's strange, I'm usually not so courageous. As people become smaller, not only does their combat power decrease, but their tolerance for fear also decreases. Qin Lang also clearly felt that something was wrong. His heart had been pounding since he entered the underground palace. He was not so nervous when he beat the big head in the mushroom cave. What is that? Be careful, Zhou Qingxue suddenly exclaimed, and everyone looked around. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 119. Milkman Group Attacks. 2 halves. I saw a mist appearing in front of me for no reason, and dozens of figures appeared in the mist, slowly approaching. Get ready to meet the enemy. Qin Lang stood in front of everyone and stood side by side with Zhou Qingxue. Gaga. The sound of bones rubbing against each other continued, and a few minutes later, a group of rotting zombies came out of the fog with a stench. After discovering the target, they howled and pounced on them. Ice pick. Zhou Qingxue roared, waved his fist, and hit the zombies with more than a dozen ice picks, killing several of them on the spot. These zombies are so meaty. Experts can tell if there are any as soon as they take action. Zhou Qingxue only used one attack to measure the combat power of the zombie group. There must be at least 5,000 of them, which is difficult to kill. A bad premonition arose in his mind. Although his sister Zhou Sueki brought many combat-effective followers with her when she entered the underground palace, if the monsters they encountered were the same level as the zombies in front of them, they would not be able to defeat them at all. Ouch! Su Yun looked up to the sky and screamed, transforming into a little milk bear more than 1 meter tall. He looked at his many paws and showed a helpless expression, but then rushed into the zombie group and started fighting. Although he was just a little milk bear, Zhou Qingxue was astonished by his fighting prowess. He easily wiped out more than a dozen zombies. To be fair, even if Qin Shui added some buff halos to her, she would not be able to kill so cleanly. Everyone in Qin Lang's team is a master. Although the zombies were wiped out, the fog became thicker and thicker, and the roars of monsters that could be heard from time to time made everyone's hearts rise to their throats. What's in front of you? Qin Lang found a black shadow in front of him. He wanted to use a combat power detector to detect it, but found that it was completely useless in the underground palace. Let me cast a stone and ask for directions. Lao Li took out a stone he picked up along the way and threw it at the black shadow. Just hearing a bang, the black figure was shaken by the smash, and then turned around and rushed towards them. It was a huge bird with an extremely terrifying appearance. Its body was more than 2 meters tall. In the eyes of Qin Lang and the milk babies, it was no different from a giant. It spread its black wings and shot out dozens of feathers. Holy light shield. Sun Yin took a step forward, raised her hands to hold up a light shield, and all the feather arrows that hit the light shield were bounced away. Seeing that the attack failed, the big bird became more and more irritable. He jumped into the air and raised his neck suddenly, as if he was planning a big move. Upon seeing this, Lao Li threw stones continuously, and the stones were like cannonballs. It hit the big bird hard, not only interrupting its spellcasting, but also damaging one of its wings. The big bird lost its center of gravity and fell to the ground screaming. Ouch! The little milk bear, transformed by Su Yun, and the little lizard man, transformed by Ding Yuan, pounced on him immediately. Under the attack of the two, the big bird died on the spot. Oh, good luck, boss, color card. Su Yun shouted happily. Good. Qin Lang simply expressed his satisfaction, rested for a while, and then continued to move forward. About half an hour later, everyone walked out of the foggy area and saw a beautiful scene. Wooden houses, rockeries, streams, and various little beasts with countless arms, legs, heads, or eyes. Next to the wooden house, several children were eating, and they all showed surprised expressions when they saw Qin Lang and his party. As surprised as these children were the 8 people from Qin Lang, because they discovered that these children were all little black children, obviously from another country. Yuan, the leader of the black boys, suddenly shouted, followed by more than a dozen black boys rushing out of the wooden house, each holding a small firearm in their hands. They pulled the trigger without any intention of communicating. Bullets are coming. Grass. Qin Lang was furious. He waved his right arm, and the black energy condensed into a huge shield, blocking all the bullets. Kill these sons of bitches. Lao Li and the others were extremely angry. How could they kill them as soon as they met? You don't need to take action. Qin Lang's eyes were sinister, and as his arm shook, a large cloud of dark green, poisonous mist spurted from his fingertips into the sky, and then enveloped the black children. Yuan, the leader of the black boy, was shocked and tried to use flames to dispel the poisonous mist, but what he didn't expect was that Qin Lang's deadly poisonous cloud was a dark gold skill. How could it be dispelled by ordinary flames? Even if some of it is burned away, it will not affect the power of the poisonous cloud at all. Ahem. For a moment, the black boys were enveloped in a poisonous cloud and coughed. Soon the coughing turned into wails and screams, and they cried bitterly and rolled on the ground in the poisonous mist. Qin Lang dispersed the touch of darkness and looked at the black children in the poisonous mist with cold eyes. His pupils suddenly condensed, and he raised his hand to signal everyone to retreat. In that poisonous mist, a huge body appeared at some point. It was about the same size as a big bird, but its body structure was wider. The creature ignored the poisonous mist and came to Hei, waving the crutch in his hand to kill him due to overdose. The black children, who were wailing and crying due to the poisonous gas, were turned into dolls. It's a hag. A biting cold air spread from the top of my head to the ends of my toes. It turns out that the dolls they met on the road were all transformed by explorers. The poisonous fog gradually dissipated, and people finally saw the true face of the ghost woman clearly. She was an old lady with abscesses on her face, and her twisted crutches were covered with various dolls. The hag seems to have its own rules for the selection of dolls. It only chooses some that are approved by it, and does not even look at the rest. Woo! After finishing all this, the ghost woman looked at everyone deeply, said nothing, turned around and walked deeper. Zhou Qingxue shouted, "Wait a minute. Give me my sister back." What? Qin Lang was stunned. Have you seen Xueqi? Zhou Qingxue's eyes were red with anxiety, and she nodded heavily. Yes, it's on its crutch. I recognize Xueqi's clothes. It turned Xueqi into a doll. Qin Lang grabbed Zhou Qingxue, who was trying to attack the ghost woman. Don't be impulsive. It didn't attack us, which means it is not a monster, but a guardian of the rules. If you attack it rashly, the end will be tragic. Qingxue, don't be swayed by your emotions. Since we are here, we will definitely find a way to save Xueqi. Lin Wanner also advised, you have to believe in us and Qin Lang. Zhou Qingxue was speechless and bowed to Qin Lang for a long time. I'm sorry. I didn't control myself just now. I will never do this again. Qin Lang nodded. Xueqi was turned into a doll. To a certain extent, it is good news. It means that Xueqi just broke the rules here and may not be without help. Let's look around to see if there is any way to turn the doll into a doll. Ways to get back to people. /U003E. OK. After a group of people walked into the wooden house, they discovered that the wooden house was not a local building in the underground palace, but a gold card building because there were many high-tech products in it, such as televisions, central air conditioning, and so on. The room was not only messy, but also had a special smell mixed with cologne, which was very unpleasant. Ding Yuan opened the window and let out her breath for a while before the smell disappeared. "What are you reading?" Qin Lang looked at Chen Shui, who was holding a thick book in her hand and reading it carefully. "This is a diary written by one of them, in English." "Show me." Qin Lang took the book. This is indeed a diary, recording their experiences after entering the underground palace. The recorder is a scholar in this team. Qin Lang carefully flipped through the books, and it took him 2 full hours to finish reading all the notes. He smiled and said, "Qing Xue, if what is recorded in this book is true, then your sister will be saved." "What does it say above?" "It says that anyone who breaks the rules will be turned into a doll." The way to turn the doll into a human again is actually very simple. That is to find an altar and sacrifice the monster's heart to the hag. Qin Lang pointed to one of the lines of text and said, "However, the strength of the monster is far beyond our imagination. In order to restore the boss to human form, we forcibly conquered the monster. As a result, not only did we not succeed in conquering it, but we also lost 13 people. There were more than 100 people when we came in, but now there are only a dozen of us left. Oh, I really want to go home." According to the book, the monster's habitat is in the west, and the altar is in the north. It's getting late now, so let's rest here for the night and set out tomorrow morning. We'll kill the monster first, and then go directly to the altar. Zhou Qingxue looked at the dim sky outside and could only nod in agreement. In the evening, the forest was silent and eerie. Fortunately, the power supply system of the wooden house was intact, and the room was as bright as day, which more or less dispelled some of the fear of being in an unknown world. Lao Li took a puff of cigarette and exhaled it heavily. Qin Lang couldn't help but joked, "Old Li, you should really look in the mirror to see what you look like now. You've become a little baby, but you're still addicted to cigarettes." Old Li laughed. "Smoking is a way to relieve stress. It has nothing to do with whether my body is big or small. Do you want to have one?" "Forget it, I don't want to smoke now." Qin Lang waved his hand to refuse and got back to the point. "The third rule of the underground palace is that you need to hide at night. This means that there may be some creatures attacking here at night. Tonight, 2 people will be on guard in a group. Zhou Qingxue and I will form a team. The rest of us will form our own teams. Those of us who are not on duty will take the time to rest. We have seen so many storms, but we must not overturn in this underground palace." Everyone took it seriously and fell asleep one after another after dinner. Qin Lang and Zhou Qingxue were on the first shift. Qin Lang sat leisurely on the rattan chair, with Xiao He lying in his arms and Quzai squatting at his feet. He was not lonely at all. Zhou Qingxue, who was standing by the side, hugged her curled legs with both hands and sat at the door, with empty eyes, wondering what she was thinking. Qin Lang was not in the mood to talk, so the 2 of them remained silent until they were about to change shifts. I once advised Xueqi not to take risks in such a strange place, but she refused to listen, Zhou Qingxue suddenly said. She said that she had to become stronger so that you could look at her in the eye instead of just treating her as a bed partner. Qin Lang and his 8 companions were as surprised as these children, because they found that these children were all little black kids, obviously from another country. Yuan, the black kid in the lead, suddenly shouted, and then more than a dozen black kids rushed out of the wooden house, each holding a small gun in their hands, and they pulled the trigger directly without any intention of communicating. Bullets splashed in ink. "Fuck!" Qin Lang was furious. He waved his right arm, and the black air condensed into a huge shield, blocking all the bullets. "Kill these sons of bitches." Lao Li and the others were extremely angry. How could they kill each other as soon as they met? "You don't have to do it." Qin Lang's eyes were sinister. As his arm shook, a large group of dark green, poisonous mist gushed from his fingertips to the sky, and then enveloped the group of black kids. Yuan, the leader of the black kids, was shocked and tried to use fire to disperse the poisonous mist. But he didn't expect that Qin Lang's deadly poisonous cloud was a dark gold skill. How could it be dispersed by ordinary flames? Even if some of it was burned, it would not affect the power of the poisonous cloud at all. Cough! Cough, cough. For a moment, the black children who were enveloped by the poisonous cloud all coughed. Soon the coughing turned into wailing and screaming. They cried bitterly in the poisonous fog and rolled on the ground. Qin Lang dispersed the touch of darkness, looked at the black children in the poisonous fog with cold eyes. His pupils suddenly condensed and raised his hand to signal everyone to retreat. In the poisonous fog, a huge body appeared at some point, with a body shape similar to that of a big bird, but with a wider body structure. The creature ignored the poisonous fog and came to the black children, waving the crutches in his hand to turn the black children who were wailing and crying because of inhaling too much poison gas into dolls. It is a ghost woman. A piercing chill spread from the top of the head to the end of the toes. It turned out that the dolls they met on the road were all transformed by explorers. The poisonous fog gradually dissipated, and people finally saw the true face of the ghost woman. It was an old lady with a face full of pus-filled sores, and all kinds of dolls were hung on her twisted cane. The ghost woman seemed to have her own rules for choosing dolls. She only picked some that she recognized and didn't even look at the rest. Woo! After the ghost woman finished all this, she looked at everyone with a deep look, said nothing, and turned to walk deeper. Zhou Qingxue shouted, "Wait a minute. Give my sister back to me." "What?" Qin Lang was stunned. "Did you see Sweki?" Zhou Qingxue's eyes turned red with anxiety, and she nodded heavily. "Yes, on its cane. I recognized Sweki's clothes. It turned Sweki into a doll." Qin Lang grabbed Zhou Qingxue, who was trying to attack the ghost woman. "Don't be impulsive. It didn't attack us, which means it's not a monster, but a guardian of the rules. If you attack it rashly, the end will be miserable. Qingxue, don't be swayed by your emotions. Since we are here, we will definitely find a way to save Sweki." Lin Wanner also advised, "You have to believe in us, believe in Qin Lang." Zhou Qingxue was speechless and bowed to Qin Lang for a long time. "I'm sorry. I didn't control myself just now. I will never do this again." Qin Lang nodded. Sweki was turned into a doll, which is good news to some extent. This shows that Sweki just broke the rules here and may not be beyond salvation. Let's look around to see if there is a way to turn the doll back into a human. /U003E OK. After a group of people walked into the wooden house, they found that this wooden house was not a local building in the underground palace, but a Jinka building because there were many high-tech products inside, such as televisions, central air conditioning, and so on. The house was not only messy, but also mixed with a special smell of cologne, which was very unpleasant. Ding Yuan opened the window and let the air out for a long time before the smell disappeared. "What are you reading?" Qin Lang looked at Chen Shui, who was holding a thick book in her hand and reading it carefully. "This is a diary written by one of them, in English." "Let me see it." Qin Lang took the book. This is indeed a diary, recording their experiences after entering the underground palace, and the recorder is a scholar in this team. Qin Lang carefully flipped through the book and spent 2 hours to finish reading the notes. He smiled and said, "Qingxue, if what is recorded in this book is true, then your sister is saved." "What does it say?" "It says that anyone who breaks the rules will be turned into a doll, and if you want to turn the doll back into a human, the method is actually very simple. That is, find the altar and sacrifice the monster's heart to the ghost woman." Qin Lang pointed to one of the lines of text and said, "However, the monster's strength far exceeded our imagination. In order to restore the boss to human form, we forcibly attacked the monster, but not only did we fail to attack it, but we also lost 13 people. There were more than 100 people when we came in, and now there are only a dozen of us. Alas, I really want to go home." According to the book, the monster's habitat is in the west, and the altar is in the north. It's getting late now. Let's rest here for a night and set off tomorrow morning. First, kill the monster, and then go directly to the altar. Zhou Qingxue looked at the dim sky outside and could only nod in agreement. In the evening, the forest was quiet and silent, which seemed particularly strange. Fortunately, the power supply system of the wooden house was intact, and the house was as bright as day, which more or less dispelled some of the fear of being in an unknown world. Oldie took a puff of cigarette and exhaled heavily. Seeing this, Qin Lang couldn't help but joked. Oldie, you really should look in the mirror to see what you look like now. You have become a little baby, but you are still addicted to smoking. Oldie laughed. Smoking is a way to relieve stress. It has nothing to do with whether my body is big or small. Do you want to have one? Forget it, I don't want to smoke now. Qin Lang waved his hand to refuse and got back to the point. The third rule of the underground palace is that you need to hide at night. This means that there may be some creatures attacking here at night. Tonight, 2 people will be on guard in a group. Zhou Qingxue and I will form a team. The rest of us will form our own teams. Those of us who are not on duty will take the time to rest. We have seen so many storms, but we must not overturn in this underground palace. Everyone took it seriously and fell asleep one after another after dinner. The first shift was Qin Lang and Zhou Qingxue. Qin Lang sat leisurely on the rattan chair, with Xiao He in his arms and Qu Zai squatting at his feet. He didn't feel lonely at all. Zhou Qingxue sat at the door with her hands holding her curled legs, her eyes empty, and I don't know what she was thinking. Qin Lang was not in the mood to talk, so the 2 of them remained silent until they were about to change shifts. I once advised Sweki not to take risks in such a strange place, but she refused to listen. Zhou Qingxue suddenly said, she said that she had to become stronger so that you could look at her in the eye instead of just treating her as a bed partner. Chapter 121, The Power of Team, 1/2. Qin Lang turned his head silently, with a touch of sarcasm appearing on the corner of his mouth. Are you saying this to impress me? If you ask me, you sisters might as well be my bed partners. At least you won't cause me trouble. Zhou Qingxue blushed. I hate people who don't know their own abilities. Why do you think we are here? Qin Lang snorted coldly. If you want to join my team, just do your job honestly and stop doing these messy little tricks. It's almost time. Go ask Lao Li and the others to come and change the guard. Oh. Zhou Qingxue stood up silently. The night passed and nothing happened. After breakfast, Qin Lang took everyone to the monster habitat. The description of the monsters by the scholar in Haiwa's team was very simple. He only said that they were a group of unkillable monsters, maybe related to some kind of rules, and there was no other record. Obviously, he had not thought of a way to defeat the monsters. An hour later, the 8 people successfully arrived at the monster habitat. It was a pool with a beautiful scenery around it, like a fairy tale world. If it weren't for the large number of deformed monsters squatting on the huge lotus leaves that ruined the beauty, the scenery here would be called first class. This toad is really impressive. Oldie clicked his tongue. It doesn't look very good. Shall I try? Su Yin took the initiative to challenge. Qin Lang nodded. Ding Yuan, go with Lao Su. Just test him out. If you can't beat him, just run away. There's nothing to be ashamed of. No. Su Yin moved his hands and feet, took off his short legs, and ran towards the pool. During the run, he and Ding Yuan both transformed. Goo! The toad-shaped monster on the lotus leaf had sharp senses, and after noticing the enemy attack, they all turned their heads and looked over. Ouch! The little milk bear came to the shore and slapped the ground hard to provoke. The toad monster cooed a few times and rushed towards the shore at the same time. Their strong and powerful hind legs gave them amazing jumping ability. They could jump 7 or 8 meters in one jump. The 2 ups and downs rushed to the little milk bear and the little lizard man. Murderous vines. The little milk bear slapped his right palm, and large vines emerged from the void, immediately wrapping around those toad monsters that were about the size of a casserole. As the vines tightened, the toad monsters let out bursts of screams, and without exception they were strangled to death, turned into pieces. That's right, they don't have bodies, but mere fragments. Brother Qin, look, Sun Yin raised his hand and pointed, and the toad monsters condensed on the originally empty lotus leaf. They were exactly the same as before. They roared and rushed forward. Su Yun, and every time Ding Yuan kills a batch, new monsters will appear the next moment. There's something wrong with this pool, but Qin Lang pinched his eyebrows and told him to fight, but solving puzzles was really not his strong point. Sun Yin clapped her hands and said, I'm just telling you why these lotus leaves look so strange. Brother, look, do they look like puzzle pieces? Puzzle. Qin Lang looked intently, and sure enough, those seemingly odd-shaped lotus leaves were actually puzzle pieces scattered around. Smart. You are worthy of being a top student. Qin Lang was overjoyed and rubbed Sun Yan's head vigorously. Xiao Xue, you go to help Lao Su and the others, and I will solve the puzzle. Yinzi, you will direct and tell me which picture corresponds to which picture. Okay, give me some time and let me take a closer look. Sun Yin climbed onto a nearby tree and sketched the lotus leaves in the pool from high position. Goo. Perhaps after discovering that the secret was exposed, some of the monsters in the pool jumped towards Qin Lang. Damn thing. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 121, The Power of Team, 2 halves. If you weren't so ugly, I would have had to use you as a sideshow. Lowly cursed and smashed rocks. Each rock was like a cannonball. The toad monsters were hit so hard that they couldn't take care of themselves. Even if a few of them rushed to the shore by chance, they were crushed by Zhou Qingxue with an ice pick. 10 minutes later, Sun Yin threw the drawing book to Qin Lang. Brother Qin, I have already marked it. Just press the button above to move the puzzle. Qin Lang lowered his head and read the storybook. His head was buzzing. It wasn't that Sun Yan's painting skills were not good. It was just that there were too many lines, which made him dizzy. Let me help you. Lin Wanner took the drawing book and directed, lower left at 7 o'clock, upper right at 1 o'clock. This is much easier. Qin Lang used his air control skills and pieced together the lotus leaf puzzle pieces one by one according to Lin Wanner's instructions. This process lasted less than 10 minutes. When the last piece of the puzzle was successfully assembled, all the toad monsters that attacked, everyone screamed and turned into fragments and rushed towards the middle part of the complete puzzle. Goo. Gwat. Dot. The next moment, a giant toad that was 7 or 8 meters high appeared in the middle. It roared and rushed in the direction of Su Yun, Ding Yuan, and Chun Shui, like a mountain falling down. Murderous vines. Touch of darkness. Ice prison. Su Yun, Qin Lang, and Zhou Qingxue took action at the same time, forcing the giant toad to be held in midair without moving. Use long-range skills to hit it. Remember not to use weapons. Qin Lang hurriedly promoted that it is easy for people to forget the rules in such a tense moment. Lin Wanner hurriedly let go of her hand, and she almost took out the timber wolf. The process of killing the giant toad can be said to be smooth and safe, and the whole process was the turn of the 8-man team. It's not that the giant toad is weak, but the team built by Qin Lang is too versatile, with no shortage of damage resistance, field control, output, gain, and debuff. It took only a few minutes for everyone to work together to blow up the giant toad. Oh, a big deal. Qin Lang's eyes lit up, and Xiaohei ran back with a dark gold card in his mouth. He opened the card and saw that this was the second dark gold team glory. If there is another one, he can upgrade the card, which can not only increase the number of team members, but also perhaps have more functions. This thing should be the heart. Qin Lang tore open the body of the giant toad and found the big black heart in a foul smell. At this time, the heart was still beating, making a strong sound of bang, bang, bang. Take a break. Let's go to the altar. Although this battle was smooth and safe, it consumed a lot of physical strength. After resting for more than an hour, everyone set out and headed for the altar. On the way, everyone encountered some strange monsters, which were easily crushed by Lao Li and Su Yun without Qin Lang's help. A few hours later, is this the altar? Qin Lang looked at the towering square building not far away. 2 rows of torches extended from 100 meters away to the square building. As everyone walked by, the torches lit up one after another. Be careful. Qin Lang held the black heart and walked up the steps carefully. On the other side of the altar, the ghost woman was sitting on the ground with a cane. Seeing Qin Lang and his group coming, it waved its cane and signaled Qin Lang to throw the heart into the brazier. The moment Qin Lang threw the heart into the brazier, many three-dimensional figures appeared in his mind. There was a corresponding doll under each person, and there was a number 03 in the lower right corner. It means that one heart can save 3 people. Chapter 122, Hunting Alone, 1/2. What if there are more than 3 people turned into dolls? Qin Lang asked. The ghost woman can obviously understand human language. When she heard it, she opened her crescent-shaped mouth, opened her right hand, and condensed the scroll. But just when Qin Lang was about to reach out to pick it up, the ghost woman snorted a few times impatiently. Oh, let me save people first. Qin Lang smiled and checked Zhou Sueki and the other 2 men standing with her. These faces were somewhat familiar, and they were people from the shelter. As soon as Qin Lang finished the operation, the ghost woman threw out 3 dolls, and the dolls turned into human shapes after landing. Shueqi. Zhou Qingxue rushed over in a hurry. Sister? Sister, why are you here? Qin Lang is also here, huh? Zhou Sueki looked around blankly, and when she found the hag behind her, she screamed in fright. It's a long story. Just hope you're fine. Zhou Qingxue quickly comforted her. ... Qin Lang ignored the 2 sisters and took the scroll from the ghost woman's hand. Just as he was about to ask something more, the ghost woman's figure turned into fragments and disappeared, along with the sharp and harsh laughter. The sound was extremely unpleasant, but Qin Lang felt happy from the laughter. The words on this scroll. Qin Lang unfolded the scroll and glanced at it, and found that the contents on the scroll were all garbled. He could only recognize 5 or 6 words out of 100. It seems that we need to upgrade the text researcher to 2 more levels. Otherwise, we won't even be able to decipher the message. Qin Lang thought for a moment and decided to leave temporarily. This trip to the underground palace has already made a lot of money, including a secret gold and a color card, and the person has been rescued. It is a double happiness, and there is no need to take risks again. If you want to survive in the last days, you can't be too stubborn or too reckless. On the way back, everyone did not encounter any attacks and returned to the entrance smoothly. Suyin looked at the mirrored entrance that was 1 person tall in front of him and suddenly said, "If we can find the entrance of those black people before, can we proceed? Teleport over long distances and reach their country?" Qin Lang raised his lips and said, "Your idea is very interesting. When I figure out the words on this scroll, we can study it carefully. Let's go." Qin Lang and his party entered the mirror. There was still a brief dizziness. After more than 10 seconds, Qin Lang and his party returned to the entrance of the underground palace, and their bodies returned to their original appearance. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been so reckless." Zhou Sueki lowered her head and apologized. "Forget it this time. Don't let it happen again." Qin Lang was in a good mood, so he naturally wouldn't care too much about Zhou Sueki. The only thing we have to do next is to collect text researchers and related cards to understand the meaning of the scroll. Zhou Qingxue, find a time to divide the combat-effective people in the shelter into groups and let them go hunting. These 6. How can a shelter of 7,000 people be supported by an underground plantation? I wanted to say this for a long time. Zhou Qingxue hurriedly handed a document to Qin Lang. "This is my idea and decree. Can you see if it is feasible? If there is anything that is not well thought out, I will revise it immediately if you put it forward. You are the Queen of Ivy. Don't ask me when making decisions. If you insist on asking me to give you my opinion is simple. The strong will be respected." Qin Lang didn't accept the document, and he wasn't stupid. How could he really participate in the construction of Changteng Shelter? As far as he is concerned, even if everyone in Longvine Sanctuary dies, he won't blink an eye. You must know that this is the early stage of the end of the world when human life is as fragile as a candle in the wind. If you really want to establish a political power, you'll have to wait until later. This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 122, Going Hunting Alone, 2 halves. Only when everything is stable. Anyway, in his previous life, Qin Lang had never heard of any strong man who successfully established a political power and even managed to create a city of 100,000 people. After returning to the mobile fortress and resting for a day, Qin Lang took Xiao He and Qu Zai out for hunting. Lao Li and his party were not idle either. They each found their own positions in the Long Vine Sanctuary and took Wu with him every day. A large group of people go hunting nearby monsters to increase their strength. Time flies, and half a month has passed in a flash. Boom! The 3-meter-tall Big Mac was hit in the head by an arrow, and the ground shook as soon as the body fell. Qin Lang took back the dawn and walked leisurely towards Big Mac's body. After half a month of almost sleepless hunting, Qin Lang's combat power has reached 25. Facing this kind of monster with a combat power of 1, he can kill it instantly without any pressure. Oh, I'm so lucky. There's another lottery card. Is this the third one today? Qin Lang happily pocketed the color cards. Since he has been hunting large monsters, a stable number of high-end cards are entered into his account every day. If you kill another 10,000 battles monster today, take a rest and let me know where the nearest one is. Qin Lang turned on the colorful car monster radar hanging around his neck. As the ripples spread, a monster with 15 combat power appeared 10 kilometers away and was moving slowly. Boarding. Qin Lang patted the car seat, and Xiao He and Qu Zai ran back immediately. The motorcycle spewed out a large cloud of black mist and disappeared at the end of the road. 10 kilometers away. Run, run. Dozens of men and women were running for their lives, and behind them a 4-legged creature was chasing them. This creature looked very much like the Zerg in ancient movies. It has a pair of indestructible slender claws and an indestructible black body. Rocket launchers can only cause minor damage to it, not to mention those cold weapons. A woman fell while running for her life. Before her companions could pull her up, the insect jumped behind her, chopped her down with its claws, and skewered her like a skewer and held her high. The woman was not dead yet, and a lot of blood spurted out of her mouth. The next second, the insect threw her into its mouth and swallowed her alive. Damn you, dead bug. I'm going to fight you. A dark-skinned man in the team watched the woman he secretly loved being swallowed alive. His eyes turned red, and he picked up the machine gun and pulled the trigger regardless of anything. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. The bullets hit the monster and were all bounced off, leaving no trace. Fuck you. The man saw that the machine gun was useless, so he drew out the sword from his waist and roared. The flames immediately covered his body, and he jumped up and chopped the insect with both hands. Puff! The calicity easily pierced his chest, and the man's figure was suspended in the air. Ugh! The next moment the man spit out blood, his body lost weight, and was thrown into the monster's mouth. The deputy captain is dead. The combat power of this monster is definitely more than 15. Someone saw the miserable state of the deputy captain and screamed. They all knew that the deputy captain's combat power was 0, and ordinary monsters were no match for him. It's already this time. Don't worry about it. Save your life. Captain Mo shouted. Seeing the retreat vehicle just in front of him, the ground suddenly exploded, and 2 identical insects drilled out, completely blocking everyone's way. Chapter 123, Sunfire Shelter, 1/2. Despair spread among the crowd like a plague. One insect was enough to wipe them all out, and at this moment, 3 of them appeared on the battlefield. How to escape from death? Everyone is thinking about this question, but the answer makes them even more desperate. Captain, are we going to die? A girl in the team burst into tears. She was unwilling to give in. She finally managed to survive in the last days. Why did God do this to her? Defensive formation. Mamo took a deep breath. Although the players were scared, they still formed a back-to-back defensive formation in tacit understanding. The 3 insects slowly approached the crowd, waving their slender claws and looking down at the group of ants. Captain, I like you. If there is another life, will you marry me? The female team member choked. Mamo was stunned and nodded heavily, I actually like you too, but I don't dare to confess to you for fear of being rejected by you. I'm really happy to hear you say that. The female team member wiped away the tears from her eyes and showed a smile. Kill. Kill these bugs. Maimo yelled. Bullets rained down on the 3 giant insects. During the fierce battle, no one noticed a strange color flashing in Maimo's eyes. A few minutes later, 3 consecutive arrows shot through the air, piercing the heads of 3 giant insects. A handsome young man rode a motorcycle to the battlefield. It was Qin Lang. He put away Li Xiao and looked at the messy battlefield with curiosity. What surprised him was not these bugs, but the human corpses turned into human skin. He had come into contact with a Zerg in his previous life and knew how they eat. Most of them tear the human body to pieces or swallow it alive. No Zerg would suck human blood dry. If it's a brain worm, it just sucks the brain. It's strange how they died. Qin Lang murmured to himself, but he didn't take it to heart. Whether others died or not had nothing to do with him. After Xiao He dug the card out of the insect's head, Qin Lang got on the motorcycle and was about to leave. Wait, help me. Suddenly a voice came from the pit next to him. Qin Lang took a closer look and saw a man curled up in the collapsed pit, covered in blood. Qin Lang pulled the man out. Are you with him? The man's eyes were dark. Yes, I am their captain, and they're all my team members. My name is Maimo from Sunyin Sanctuary. Sunfire Shelter, never heard of it. Qin Lang shook his head. He has been hunting alone for more than half a month, and he has long been far away from Chanting City. Can you send me back to the shelter? If the boss knows that you saved me, he will definitely reward you. Maimo looked expectant. Qin Lang shrugged. Since you're getting paid, why not? I'll give you this car to ride and take me to the shelter. Thanks. Maimo got on his motorcycle and led the way. Qin Lang tore open a gold card vehicle and drove an off-road vehicle to follow. Before leaving, Qin Lang took a deep look at the human skins, with a playful smile on his lips. Sunyin Shelter is a shelter built in the middle of an artificial lake. It is 100 meters away from the shore and requires a pontoon bridge to access it. The lake here is not dry. Qin Lang marveled. Although the climate in the 4th stage of the end of the world has gradually stabilized, the intense heat in the 3rd stage has turned many places into deserts. How to obtain stable water sources has become the top problem for the world survivors. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 123, Sunfire Shelter, 2 halves. The lake had long dried up when we built the shelter here. This was all sea water brought from other places by the boss. Oh, is this sea water? Qin Lang squinted his eyes and observed carefully, and soon saw a group of dolphins in the lake. Just outrageous. Captain Ma is back. Open the pontoon quickly. Amid a burst of shouting, the 3-meter-wide and 100-meter-long pontoon floated up from the bottom of the water. Dot. Cavalry, why? Why did you come back alone? Where are they? Asked a young man in his early 20s. All dead. Maimo lowered his voice. How is that possible? Even the deputy team. The young man exclaimed. We have encountered a new monster. It is a big insect that is invulnerable. Is a boss here? Maimo obviously didn't want to explain too much to this young man. The boss has led the team out for 3 days. I just contacted the headquarters and won't be back until tonight at the earliest. After the young man finished speaking, he glanced at Qin Lang and said, This is Qin Lang. You are my savior. Let's go in and talk. Maimo obviously had a high status in the shelter, and everyone who met him along the way bowed respectfully. The boss won't be back until night. I'm physically exhausted and need some time to rest. Otherwise, I'll ask Xiao Li to accompany you for a walk in the shelter. When the boss comes back in the evening, we can talk about the reward. Maimo hesitated and said, No problem. Qin Lang waved his hand. I'll just go shopping by myself. Good. Maimo left in a hurry. The young man called Xiao Li was in a very depressed mood. Apparently his relatives and friends were among the members of the team that were wiped out. Smoke a cigarette. Qin Lang handed over a cigarette. Xiao Li was stunned for a moment, then reluctantly smiled and took it. Thank you. Tell me about your shelter. Who is your boss? Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not spying for information. I'm just a wanderer who happened to meet Captain Ma. Qin Lang's posture is very low. When facing someone who has no conflict of interest, Qin Lang will choose to act stupid most of the time. Xiao Li smiled and said, "There's nothing I can't say, but I'm more interested in your experience, Brother Qin. How did you survive alone? How much combat power do you have? Do you mind if I sweep you? Scan as you like, it doesn't matter." Qin Lang laughed. The other side, Ma Mo walked into a 3-story building. In the main control room on the top floor, he connected with the boss. "Boss, I'm back. Everyone else is dead." "What happened?" A woman's voice came from the other end of the earphone. "That's right. We encountered a new monster while hunting. It was a kind of bug." Ma Mo told the whole story and didn't even hide the fact that he sacrificed dozens of teammates in order to survive. "So that's it. You don't have to blame yourself. I'm very happy that you can survive. Even if you don't kill other people, they will be killed by bugs. Why are you so anxious to contact me? I brought back a man. His name is Qin Lang. His combat power is not high, but his weapon level is very high, and he can kill bugs instantly. I suspect it is a dark gold card. I tricked him into our shelter." "Oh, dark gold weapon holder? Are you sure?" "I'm not 100% sure, but I trust my judgment. I have about 6 hours to get back to the shelter. I need to stabilize him before I go back. There is no weakling who dares to go hunting alone." "Yes." Chapter 124. Hi, his team, 1/2. Isn't it true? You dare to hunt alone with a fighting power of just over 10,000. After scanning Qin Lang's combat effectiveness, Xiao Li's eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. Qin Lang chuckled. "Look at what you said. Is Wan Zhan weak?" "Weakness is definitely not weak. Captain Ma has just broken through Wan Zhan recently. Your combat power can at least rank among the top 10 in our shelter. But when facing hordes of monsters, Wan Zhan can only do that. Why do you think you're not only powerful, but also very courageous, so you're not afraid of meeting bad people?" Xiao Li looks like he is in his early 20s, but is actually only 17 years old. He just seems to have not experienced much and speaks relatively simply. Qin Lang couldn't figure out how a simple boy like Xiao Li could survive until now in this cruel apocalypse. Qin Lang said happily, "Who dares to go to Liangshan without 2s and 3s? I naturally have my trump card. Well, I have answered all your questions. Should you also answer my question? Who is your boss?" "Hey, I knew you were interested in the boss. Our boss is a godlike figure. Did you see the artificial lake outside? It was all made by the boss himself." "Oh, how'd she do it? She can't tell you this. You'll know when you see her." Xiao Li chuckled. "Okay, forget it. Let's drink tea and change the topic." Several hours passed. "Mr. Qin." Ma Mo pushed the door open and came in, smiling and saying, "I've been looking for you for a long time. I was here drinking tea and chatting. The boss is back and she wants to see you." Qin Lang nodded and stood up. "Okay." Qin Lang immediately stood up and followed Ma Mo to the meeting hall. Arriving at the door of the meeting hall, Ma Mo smiled and said, "Mr. Qin, although you saved my life, we have rules in our asylum. You must remove your weapons before meeting the boss." "You see," Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. "If this is the case. If so, then I might as well disappear. This is the end of the world. If I hand over my weapons and you fall out, I won't even have the ability to resist." "Look at what you said. How could I take action against my benefactor?" Ma Mo shook his head repeatedly and said firmly, "I still have this bottom line as a human being." "Oh, you tell me the bottom line of being a human being, right?" Qin Lang showed a strange smile. "I saved you, but you focused on my weapon. Isn't this considered repaying kindness with hatred?" "Oh, what?" Ma Mo was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang spread his hands and simply showed his cards. "I am used to being cautious, so when you weren't paying attention, I planted an eavesdropping mushroom on you. I heard the conversation between you and the boss." Ma Mo's expression changed. "Eavesdropping mushroom? Where?" Ma Mo groped around for a long time, and sure enough, he found a small earphone-shaped mushroom on the back of his collar. "In order to keep myself alive, I kill my teammates. In order to get my weapons, I didn't hesitate to trick me into your shelter. You still have to lick your face and talk to me about the bottom line and humanity. Qin Lang flicked his fingers. Do you still want to be embarrassed? Mamo's face turned blue and white. He didn't expect that his dirty deeds would be exposed in Qin Lang's eyes. Okay, those of you in the room, please stop pretending and come out. Squeak. The door to the meeting hall opened. One woman and 3 men walked out slowly. The woman guarded in the middle is in her 30s, plump and wearing a blue royal t-shirt. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading chapter 124. Haya's team, 2 halves. Crown, holding a sapphire scepter, and even the long dress on her body is blue. The 3 men were dressed differently, and one was dressed as a ninja, with only one eye exposed. One is a strong man carrying a giant axe, with his chest exposed, and the other is holding a white paper fan and wearing a sapphire blue satin boy's uniform, dressed like an ancient scholar. Princess, ninja, barbarian, scholar. There are too many flaws in this combination, and it's almost impossible to match it. Boss, Ma Mo hurriedly came to the side of the 4-person team. The princess smiled lightly. Since you have exposed the conspiracy, I am too lazy to pretend. Hand over the weapon that can kill the Zerg instantly, and I can consider letting you live. Boss is already very kind. I advise you not to drink wine as a penalty. The scholar shook his white paper fan and said with a smile, What's that look in your eyes? Don't you think that you, a little Wanjan, can't be worthy of you? Can dark gold weapons pose a threat to us? We, the Queen of the Sea, also have dark gold weapons. It turns out that the boss of Sunyan Sanctuary is nicknamed Hai Ho. Hand over your weapons and get out. The barbarian roared. What if I refuse? Qin Lang smiled. Rejection will only lead to death. I have given you the greatest grace. Why are you so ignorant? I only want your weapons, not your life. The corner of Haihu's mouth raised slightly. Or pretending on purpose? Pretending to be indifferent. You want to win my admiration and join my team? Haihu looked at Qin Lang carefully and became more and more determined in his thoughts. He smiled brightly and said, I have to say, I really like your appearance, and I also like your hard-to-get attitude. Let's do this. Hand over the weapon, and I will give you a chance to please me. As long as you satisfy me, I can consider letting you join the shelter as a captain. Hey, how long are you going to talk to yourself? I don't even want this kind of stuff given to me for free. Qin Lang really couldn't listen anymore. After so many years in the apocalypse, what kind of person has he not seen? Cruel, perverted, and mentally twisted. This was the first time he had seen someone as self-righteous as Hai-Ho. I'll crush you guys to death as easily as I crush an insect. Who gave you the courage to throw your claws at me? Boss, this kid doesn't seem to understand the situation yet. Why don't you just stop nagging him? Wouldn't it be nice to cripple him and send him to your bed? The scholar said with a smile, not taking Qin Lang seriously at all. Hai-Ho nodded. That's all we have to do, oh man. I'll leave this kid to you. Just cripple him. Don't let me kill him. Don't worry, boss. A man waved his giant axe. With an excited expression on his face, I will break his limbs and send him to your boudoir. Boy, are you ready? Qin Lang had a calm expression, but he was murmuring in his heart. The opponent knew that he had a dark gold weapon with terrifying attack power. So why was he still so confident? Unless Qin Lang thought of a possibility. Among these people, there must be someone who has skills such as disarming or sealing. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so arrogant. Try your trump cards first, and then talk. Qin Lang thought of this and took out a colorful star bow. Ha! Showing your trump card when you come up? Now it's mine. The scholar laughed wildly, and he did not know what action he made. The next second, Qin Lang felt that his hand was empty. The star bow was inexplicably replaced by a white paper fan, and the star bow was caught in the scholar's hand. Qin Lang was stunned. What kind of skill do you have? Chapter 125, Unilateral Crush, 1/2. This is not because Qin Lang is deliberately pretending to be surprised, but he is really surprised by this skill. If anyone in the team masters this skill, it will be a surefire way to control the field. The scholar was proud of himself, patted the star bow, and said, You are already about to die anyway, so it doesn't hurt to tell you. This skill is called changing hands. As the name suggests, I can exchange the weapon in my hand with the enemies. Now, yours the trump card has been transferred to me. What else can you use to fight with us? Ha 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 ha. This kid can only say that he is very lucky to be alive now. If he had met us earlier, he would have died a long time ago, ha ha. A man laughed wildly, and Hi-Ho split her scarlet lips and trembled with laughter. Your good luck ends here, man, come on. Coming. A man brandished his axe, jumped up, and brought up a violent whirlwind. Like Lao Li, he is a barbarian at core. The difference is that Lao Li is better at long-range throwing, while Amon is good at close combat. Seeing that man was close at hand, Qin Lang remained motionless, giving people the feeling of being frightened. Dot. Dot. Hi-Ho chuckled, don't kill me. I know. The words fell. A man's giant axe had fallen. Just when everyone thought Qin Lang would be chopped away, something unexpected happened. Dozens of black tentacles tied up on man, leaving his body hanging on the ground, unable to move in midair. Hey, this is Druid skill? Fine. Hi-Ho had some knowledge, but not much, and mistook Qin Lang's skills for something else. The ninjas in the team frowned. As they flipped their palms, more than a dozen boomerangs hit the tentacles with a whizzing sound, but without exception they were bounced away. No, it's not a vine. It has a very high defense, and hidden weapons cannot break its defense. The ninja pulled out his short sword and arched his body. Capture the thief first. Capture the king first. After saying that, the ninja roared and attacked Qin Lang. Qin Lang showed a hint of contempt at the corner of his mouth. With a glaring smile, the dark tentacles wrapped around Amon and threw them towards the ninja. Ah! Boom! It was a loud bang. Amon, a muscular man with strong muscles, had a close contact with the ground. His whole head exploded, leaving only an empty cavity that was continuously spurting out blood. It could be said that he died inexplicably. Qin Lang looked at the horrified expressions of several people and said, "Why are you hiding? If you don't hide, he will be seriously injured at most and will not die at all." You! The ninja was a little angry. At this time, Hi-Ho finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Your combat power is definitely more than 10,000. Are you hiding it? Qin Lang shrugged. Yes, it does hide hundreds of millions of points of combat power. I hunted a few days ago and got a few low-key talents. Snort. Hi-Ho took a step forward and waved his staff. I originally wanted to let you live, but you killed Amon. Now no one in heaven or on earth can save you. You are dead. A powerful aura came from Hi-Ho's body, and it was obvious that she was planning some killer move. The corners of Qin Lang's mouth turned up slightly. Why do you think I will let you succeed? Look at me. Hi-Ho frowned, and when he looked into Qin Lang's eyes, his brain felt a sharp pain. Oh no, mental attack. A splendid nightclub. Hi-Ho looked around blankly, seeing several pot-bellied bosses hugging each other and drinking. Why are I here? Philia Chun patted the pace like. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading chapter 125 Unilateral Crush. 2 halves. Brain, isn't it already the end of the world? Why did you appear in a nightclub? Could it be that there is no apocalypse at all and everything is just a dream? Are you still the headliner in a celebrity nightclub? Fei-Fei, what are you doing standing still? Hurry up and toast the boss. The female companion on the side urged. Philia Chun hurriedly raised her glass. Boss, I'd like to propose a toast to you, and I'll do it first as a token of respect. While pushing cups and changing cups, men and women put their arms around each other, and the atmosphere was ambiguous. Dot. Dot. After 3 rounds of drinking, the slightly drunk Philia Chun was hugged by the fat boss and entered the hotel room. The moment she opened the door and saw a dozen men wearing masks and holding various props in their hands, Philia Chun suddenly sobered up. She screamed in fear and struggled to escape, but her body was so soft that she couldn't run at all. One of the masked men shouted angrily, Philia Chun, you bitch! My boss loves you so much, but you defrauded my boss of all his money, ruined his family, and committed suicide by jumping off a bridge on New Year's Eve. If I were to die today, if I don't try to cripple you, I'll take your surname. No, don't. Let me go. I won't dare to do it again. If you want money, I'll give it to you. Philia Qin's hands and feet were bound inexplicably, and no matter how much she screamed and cried, the masked man turned a blind eye. Brothers, stand up and kick for me. Ha ha. It's necessary. There's only one goal today, to cripple this damn liar. Ha ha ha. No. Help. Philia Qin began to experience a long and painful nightmare, but only a few seconds passed in the real world. Haihu's body trembled violently, and she fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. The scholar, the ninja, and Mom Moen didn't know what happened. It seems that Haihu just looked at Qin Lang, and the consequences were so serious. Boss, wake up, boss. It's no use. Qin Lang flicked his fingers. There are only two ways to relieve the deep nightmare. Either I take the initiative to relieve it, or one of you has higher mental power than me. Now, it's your turn. Qin Lang raised his arm, and the flying sword Yongran brought a long fire tail and slashed towards the ninja. The ninja felt the power contained in the flying sword and turned around to run. However, his speed was slowed down a beat, and he was penetrated by the flying sword and died on the spot. Woo! The flying sword Yongran circled in midair and slashed at the scholar. Don't kill me. The scholar suddenly wailed and fell to his knees. Brother, I know I was wrong. I'm just a field controller. I don't have any attack ability. Everything was done by the Queen of the Sea. The flying sword paused when it reached the scholar's neck. Qin Lang thought for a moment. Changing hands is a very good field control skill. Maybe he can use it to do something. Qin. Mamo also wanted to beg for mercy when he saw this, but Qin Lang didn't give him a chance and chopped off his head directly. Buzz! Qin Lang turned his palm, and a mirror immediately appeared beside him, which was a panel mirror. He caught Haihu, who had lost her ability to resist, in front of a mirror and stored all her skills in the mirror. Generally speaking, the skills of the Queen of the Sea are very scientific. The core card is a dark gold Poseidon, and there are 5 other color cards, and the others are gold and silver cards. To store dark gold cards, you actually need to use 5 colored cards. You might as well just kill them and use them as fertilizer. Qin Lang said this, hesitating for a long time, and finally reluctantly stored the dark gold card. Chapter 126 Rest completed. Set off again. 1/2. After eating the Sea Queen clean, Qin Lang chopped her down with a sword. In the end times, the weak are eaten by the strong, and the fittest survive. In fact, Qin Lang did not have much hatred for the Sea Queen. He would kill her if he wanted to, and torture her if he wanted to. It was not worth it. Come here. Qin Lang hooked his finger at the scholar. The scholar was terrified, but he did not dare to resist at all, and came to the panel mirror obediently. Weapon exchange, huh? Soul purification? You actually have 2 dark gold cards. Qin Lang could not believe his eyes. A small minion actually secretly strengthened 2 dark gold cards for himself. The scholar stammered. I got the 2nd dark gold card by chance when I went out hunting some time ago, and I didn't tell anyone. What's the use of this card? Qin Lang did not recognize this card. At present, he only had 8 color card batteries left, not enough to store both dark gold cards. Soul purification can drive away evil thoughts. I have experimented with Shaoli, but it doesn't seem to have any particular effect. The scholar answered honestly. Drive away evil thoughts? Shaoli. Qin Lang suddenly realized why Shaoli looked innocent and almost stupid. It turned out that someone had secretly put a debuff on him. I want the weapon exchange, and you can keep the soul purification for yourself. Qin Lang stored the weapon exchange in the panel mirror and gave the scholar a 12 gold cards and a color card. The scholar was stunned when he saw what he had in his hand. This is, for me, the shelter cannot be without a master for a day. You will be the boss of the Sunfire Shelter in the future. Manage the shelter well and don't let me down. Qin Lang said this, but he didn't think so in his heart. If the color card battery was not gone and there was no way to store soul purification, he would not bother to care about the life and death of the shelter. In this situation, the only way is to temporarily stabilize the scholar and let him manage the shelter. After he gets the battery, You will come back to save the dark gold card. /U003E. Qin Lang didn't care about the color card, but he had to get the dark gold, especially the functional dark gold with a very high upper limit. Boss, from now on, my life is your life. The scholar was grateful and knelt down to show his loyalty. Qin Lang asked him to stand up, call all the captains of the shelter, and some people you trust. I will help you build a team. I will leave soon. I can't let you go hungry. Yes, yes, yes. The scholar turned and left. When he came back, he brought more than 20 people with an average combat power of only more than 4,000. To put it bluntly, this kind of combat power can only be regarded as a relatively large ant in the 4th stage of the apocalypse. If you encounter an elite monster, you will definitely die. If you want to live a comfortable life in the 4th stage, you must have at least more than 10,000 combats, and it is best to have a frontal chain. Qin Lang spent more than half an hour to rebuild the skills and talents of these 20 people, basically focusing on the scholar himself. Originally, the scholar had only 0 combat power, but after Qin Lang's help, the combat power soared to 13. Qin Lang also spent a lot of money for the dark gold card. I am much stronger than before. I can feel that my whole body is full of strength. The scholar's eyes were red with excitement. Qin Lang looked at him with a smile. Attack me with all your strength. Don't leave any tricks behind. The scholar was stunned for a moment. Huh. It's okay, I'll test your strength. The scholar pursed his lips, and a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. Well, okay, boss, I'm coming. As he spoke, the scholar picked up the long sword fiercely. This chapter is not finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading. Chapter 126. Rest is over. Set off again. 2 halves. And stabbed forward. The strong airflow formed a tornado that blew away the surrounding corpses. Dang! However, the next second, an unbelievable scene happened to the scholar. Qin Lang did not move. A layer of silkworm pupa formed by black gas surrounded him. The golden sword broke into pieces when it was cut on it. Boss, how much is your combat power? The scholar was inexplicably horrified. He just naively thought that he could take the opportunity to kill Qin Lang. You can see it by yourself. I have closed the hidden, Qin Lang said lightly. The black silkworm pupa faded and showed a bright smile. Ding! The scholar pressed the combat power detector and looked at the number of 50,000 on the combat power detector. His legs softened and he knelt down to Qin Lang again. Boss, you are too strong. The scholar no longer dared to have any small thoughts. As long as you follow me wholeheartedly, you will be as strong as me sooner or later. But if you want to betray me, I will not blame you, as long as you can accept the consequences. Qin Lang deliberately let the scholar fight with him and deliberately showed his combat power in order to shock the scholar so that the boy would not have any unreasonable thoughts. A typical example of hitting someone with a stick and then adding a sweet date and making a big promise at the same time. Boss, I will never betray you even if I die. Get up. Qin Lang asked the scholar to get up. I will leave tomorrow to hunt nearby. You help me keep an eye out for some cards. I will buy them back at a high price. Here is the list. Qin Lang handed the card list to the scholar. If you do a good job, I will use resources to focus on training you. I don't have much else, but there are plenty of dark gold and color cards. Boss, please rest assured, I will definitely keep an eye out for you. The scholar nodded repeatedly. Pass. Put the communicator away. This communicator has a positioning function. If you encounter danger, contact me immediately. I won't go too far. Yes. After explaining the scholar's side, Qin Lang went directly to the queen's palace and searched it. As a result, except for thousands of blue and green cards, there was nothing else of value. Think about it. In this apocalyptic wasteland where death can occur at any time, who wouldn't use good cards immediately? Boss. When Qin Lang was lying on the bed with his eyes closed and meditating, the scholar contacted him through the communicator. What's the matter? Well, it's like this. After hearing about your deeds, there are several very beautiful girls in the shelter who admire you very much. If you need to sleep with them, I will send them to you right away. Do you think that I am an emperor? Qin Lang smiled lightly and said, Bring people in. Yes, yes, yes. The scholar was overjoyed and said to the three girls around him, "Serve me well. If the boss is not satisfied at all, I will make your life worse than death." The three innocent-looking girls nodded hurriedly. "We will definitely serve you well." Early morning, Qin Lang left the Sun-Flame Sanctuary and continued hunting. The scholar looked at the three limp female college students on the bed, with a satisfied smile on his lips. He had been secretly raising these three female college students. He originally planned to enjoy them for himself, but unexpectedly, they came in handy. "You will live here from now on. If you're missing anything, just tell me." The three girls looked at each other with expressions of surprise. "Thank you, Captain. Don't thank me. If you want to thank me, thank the boss in your own hard work and dedication." Chapter 127, Pale Blood Corpse and Beast Fighting Secret Realm, 1/2. Blood slid down his forehead, across his cheeks, and fell on the cracked ground. In the city that had long been reduced to ruins, a young man was running away. Not far behind him, a pale, bloody corpse was chasing him. "Damn it! Are you done yet?" Qin Lang couldn't help but yell, "I just took a weapon from you, so you didn't have to chase me for 3 days and 3 nights. There was no expression on the rotting face of the pale, bloody corpse. He just raised his hand slightly, and a black hole appeared in the air 100 meters away. As the black hole exploded, a crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared on the ground, which was as powerful as an intercontinental missile. Qin Lang, who was unfortunately affected by the bomb, broke an arm and was thrown away. He endured the severe pain caused by the broken arm and took out the 26th motorcycle vehicle card, rode on it, and started a new round of desperate running. Why Qin Lang was so embarrassed? The story started a few days ago. After leaving the Sun-Flame Sanctuary, Qin Lang embarked on a journey alone. He had 26,000 physical combat power, but with the blessing of the Lone Ranger, it became 52,000 combat power. It could be said that he swept all the monsters on the surface of the 4th stage. Even if he encountered a wave of monsters, he did not panic at all, firing more than a dozen rounds. After the Holy Sword is cut, the next thing to do is to pick up the card. Because the hunting process was too smooth and he was victorious in every battle, Qin Lang made a mistake that everyone would make: carelessness. 3 days ago, Qin Lang entered a cave to explore. During the exploration, he found a pale-faced, bloody corpse in front of him, patrolling with an extremely gorgeous ice sword. He didn't even think about it, and he didn't even conduct a combat strength test. Casually picked up a branch and exchanged weapons with the other party. When the ice sword was successfully transferred to his hand, the pale, bloody corpse was also angered. In a flash, he came in front of him and punched his ribs, so fast that there is no chance to use the touch of darkness. Fortunately, Qin Lang was well prepared and immediately threw out dozens of explosive mushrooms. Frozen mushrooms, smoke mushrooms, etc. were used to control the field. Taking advantage of the moment when the pale blood corpse was briefly controlled, he vomited blood and ran out. After finally reaching the surface, Qin Lang scanned it with a combat power detector and found that the pale blood corpse's combat power reached 99. Qin Lang was almost frightened and ran away, but everything happened before. The pale blood corpse chased him for 3 days and 3 nights. From time to time, he would charge up a black hole and launch an indiscriminate attack on a large area. Qin Lang himself has a super recovery level 2, and his body recovers very quickly, and he can recover quickly for broken hands and feet. However, the motorcycles could not withstand such an attack. In 3 days, 25 of them were scrapped. That is to say, the Qin Lang family has a great cause. If it were another survivor, he would have died 3 days earlier. But even so, Qin Lang was still in dire straits. Under the high-intensity escape, he had consumed nearly 70% of his strategic supplies. If he hadn't grown a lot of mushrooms before, he would have died of exhaustion or starvation. While escaping, he had no chance to eat. There's only half a day's worth of edible mushrooms left. If this continues, I'm really going to get cold. Qin Lang glanced back at the pale, bloody corpse who always kept a distance of 200 meters from him, with large beads of sweat leaking from his forehead. During these 3 days, he tried every means to outwit the pale blood corpse, but failed without exception. In the face of absolute power, all strategies seemed so ridiculous. The new round of chasing lasted for another half day, and it was already dark. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 127, Pale Blood Corpse and Beast Fighting Secret Realm, 2 halves. The roar of the pale, bloody corpse came to my ears, and it seemed to be getting closer and closer. How on earth can we get rid of this damn thing? While Qin Lang was brainstorming and thinking about countermeasures, a bright light appeared not far away. Qin Lang drove the motorcycle with one hand and raised the telescope with one hand to look at it. He couldn't help but feel happy. It turned out to be a secret realm, and the shining thing was the gate of the secret realm. There is no way out despite the mountains and rivers, but there is another village with dark flowers and bright flowers. Help! Qin Lang threw 5 frozen mushrooms. These blue mushrooms formed a mushroom array and exploded the moment the pale blood corpse stepped in, freezing it completely. However, the next second, the body of the pale blood corpse began to tremble and kept freezing. The ice and snow on the body's surface shook open. It was obvious that an attack of this level could not harm it at all, and could only control the field for a short time. Taking advantage of these few seconds, Qin Lang successfully distanced himself from it and sprinted towards the secret realm. The secret realm of the Colosseum. A few minutes later, Qin Lang arrived at the scene. He threw away his motorcycle, took out his mobile phone, and pointed it at the stone monument to take a few photos and then dove in. Since the time in the secret realm is different from reality, when Qin Lang opened his eyes, he found that it was still daytime here. There are dense trees all around, the tallest reaching more than 10 meters. Qin Lang did not act rashly. He immediately took out his mobile phone and checked the rules through photos. Secret Realm Colosseum. Rule 1. No external cards may be used. Rule 2. No loud noises. Rule 3. You cannot leave the secret realm with more than 5 cards. Rule 4. Cross-class attackers will be punished. This is a 4. A low-level secret realm with rules. After keeping these rules firmly in mind, Qin Lang continued to look down. After entering the Colosseum, participants are automatically divided into 5 camps according to their combat power, namely elephant, tiger, leopard, cat, and mouse. The restraint relationship between them is elephant-tiger, tiger-leopard, leopard-cat, cat-mouse, mouse-elephant. This is the rule of the beast chess. Qin Lang's eyes lit up. He often played this game when he was a child. The superior can only attack the restrained one. This is very easy to understand. The difficult part is how to determine the identity of the other party. If you attack randomly and get punished, it will be terrible. I'm probably in the elephant camp. Just be careful of the mouse camp, and you'll be fine. While Qin Lang was thinking, a voice sounded in his ears. Known elephant camp participants, 5 people. Tiger camp participants, 19 people. Leopard camp participants, 48 people. Cat camp participants, 117 people. Mouse camp participants, 344 people. Updated every half an hour. So many people. Qin Lang took a breath. The number of people in the secret realm far exceeded his imagination, and what made him most uncomfortable was that the tiger camp he restrained had only 19 people, while the rat camp that restrained him had 344 people. How could he play? This is too unfair. Qin Lang waved his fist angrily, but was immediately amused by his own words. There was no fairness in peacetime, so where would there be fairness in the end of the world? Please don't kill me. Suddenly, a man begged for mercy not far away. The voice was not loud, but it just reached Qin Lang's ears. He followed the sound and touched over. He saw a blond man looking arrogantly at a yellow man covered with bruises. Goodbye. Chapter 128 Hunting Ground, 1/2. Hello. Qin Lang hesitated for a moment and then stood up. It's not that he is very kind. He has just entered the secret realm of beast fighting and knows nothing except the rules. He needs an experienced driver to lead the way and give information. The blond man raised his eyebrows and stared at Qin Lang with his sharp eyes. Here comes another annoying yellow-skinned monkey. Only white people are the purest race in the world. It was the first time that someone called him such a strange adjective. Qin Lang was stunned for a moment and frowned. "What are you?" Qin Lang asked the man. "Me? Ah, I am Leopard. The man did not dare to hide his identity and hurriedly revealed his identity. Dot. Oh, so you're a tiger. Qin Lang had a playful expression on his lips. What a coincidence. Charlie sneered. Yes, I am in the tiger camp. Then go to hell. Qin Lang shook his arm, and dozens of black tentacles instantly wrapped around Charlie. No matter how much Charlie struggled, the black tentacles on his body did not move at all, but showed signs of getting tighter and tighter. Ah, you are an elephant? This is impossible. I have never seen you. Charlie was sweating profusely and begged for mercy. Spare me. For the sake of God. God? Sorry, I don't know him very well. Qin Lang shrugged and said with an evil smile, If you dare to call me a yellow-skinned monkey, I should break all the bones in your body, but I am very busy now and have no time to play with you. Go to hell with you. While speaking, Qin Lang used his right fist and strangled Charlie to death. For survivors of this level, it is no exaggeration to say that Qin Lang can kill thousands in one breath. You are from the Xiangxiang camp. The rescued man's eyes glowed red with excitement. That's great. Thank you, brother. No wonder the man was so excited. As a member of the leopard camp, he dreamed of hanging out with a big boss of the elephant camp. Only the elephant could defeat the tiger. Don't be too busy saying thank you. Tell me the information you have, and the most important thing is how do I get out? Yes, brother. I'll tell you what you want to know. The man immediately told Qin Lang all the information he had in detail. Through communication, Qin Lang knew that this man's name was Zhou Zixin. He followed the team into the secret realm for hunting almost half a month ago. Due to the special identity rules of the secret realm, the team fell apart in an instant. Many died and many were injured. Until now, he was the only one left. Alone. If you collect 5 low-level identity cards, you can leave. Qin Lang dug out a card symbolizing Tiger's identity from Charlie's body. Right, isn't it right? Qin Lang shook his head. There are only 5 elephants in the secret realm, but there are more than 300 rats. How can they be divided enough? Aren't they going to be trapped here for the rest of their lives? Zhou Zixin said hurriedly, Brother, you don't know something. I once rescued a rat and talked to him about this matter. The rules of rats are different from the rules of elephants. If any elephant is killed, they can complete the task. In other words, as long as we unite and kill the 5 elephants, they will be free. Oh, Qin Lang nodded. This is quite reasonable. Do you know where the other tigers are? Qin Lang changed the subject. Zhou Zixin trembled and said in fear, Brother, don't be joking. I'm trembling when I hear the word tiger. I don't know where they are before I can run away. Huh. Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh. It was not easy for such a timid person to survive until now. This chapter is not finished yet. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 128, Hunting Ground, 2 halves. The use of external cards is not allowed here. How will you eat and drink? Kill the monsters here. This secret realm is very big, and there are many edible creatures. Big brother, you saved me. I'll give you this piece of pork steak. As he said this, Zhou Zixin took out a piece of blackened pork steak from his arms and handed it over. Passed. It's all moldy and mushrooms are growing. Do you want to poison me? Qin Lang rolled his eyes at him. Ah, that's not what I meant. Zhou Zixin waved his hands hurriedly and said in a low mood, The large hunting grounds are guarded by people. I am lucky. I pick up the leftovers of others. It's good to survive. How can I dare to pick? Choose from 3. Qin Lang refused to comment and walked deeper into the dense forest. Zhou Zixin hurriedly jogged to keep up. Time passes much faster in the secret realm than in the outside world. It was clearly daytime when we came in, but it was already dusk. Qin Lang's stomach growled with hunger. There are a large number of supply cards in the storage space, but unfortunately they cannot be used, so we can only worry. There's only one way left in front of Qin Lang. Find the other 4 tigers and kill them, take their identity cards, and then go to the altar to leave the secret realm. But as Zhou Zixin said, in this secret realm, no normal person would reveal his or her identity unless it was a matter of life and death. Their identity can only be judged by their living habits. Living habits? Yes. Zhou Zixin nodded. Because there are very few secret realm phenomena, most people with tiger status choose to act alone. Cats and mice, although they're many in number, are weak in strength, so they usually choose to hug together to keep warm. I know there's a rat camp nearby, and there are several people with leopard identities guarding it. Brother, do you want to go and take a look? Why, do I look sick? Qin Lang rolled his eyes in his heart. He wasn't too worried that the other party could kill him, but he couldn't bear the feeling of being beaten passively without being able to fight back. Zhou Zixin smiled awkwardly. Soon it was completely dark. Qin Lang found a relatively secluded place to rest. He was hungry and clearly felt that his strength was draining away. This is the disadvantage of having too high combat power. You must eat high-quality food every day to replenish your energy, otherwise you will starve to death due to malnutrition. After dawn, you must go hunting. Fill your stomach first, otherwise you can't fight. Qin Lang took a deep breath and closed his eyes. No words were spoken that night, and the next morning, Zhou Zixin took Qin Lang to the hunting ground he mentioned. Looking from a distance, there were indeed traces of human activities nearby. In the distance, dozens of men and women were chasing a strange-looking Sika deer. Why is it strange? Because this Sika deer has 3 heads, and the antlers on each head are shining like coral. 3 deer, this is gold-level food. Zhou Zixin turned his head and said, Brother, what do you mean? Qin Lang was so hungry that his head was dizzy, and his brain seemed to be frozen, and he couldn't function normally at all. Yes, the group of people chasing the deer are mice at first glance, and the ones guarding them are cats, and the ones farther away are leopards. That person, Zhou Zixin raised his hand and pointed. There was a black woman sitting near the hunting ground. All the leopards were far away from her, with alert eyes. She should be a tiger, nearly 100%. Qin Lang licked his lips. At this time, the 3 deer were seriously injured and were about to be captured. You will do as I say later. Qin Lang swallowed hard. Chapter 129. Real Tigers and Fake Tigers, 1/2. In the hunting ground, 3 deer that were chased and blocked by dozens of people finally couldn't hold on and fell into a pool of blood. The crowd cheered, but just as they were about to go forward to divide the deer meat, the cat-like men and women stopped them. Hey, are there any rules? How to divide it, and how much to divide, is up to you. I think you can't tell the difference between the big and small kings. All get out of here. One of the women raised her mouth, very satisfied with the expressions of the mice who were frightened and scared, but couldn't do anything about her, and turned to the others and said, Brother Long, well, you did a good job. As usual, we will divide half, and you will distribute the rest. Yes, Brother Long. The middle-aged man called Brother Long took out a sharp machete, chopped the deer into 2 pieces in a few strokes, and then carried the upper body of the deer towards the black woman. The hunting ground, with only a few dozen people, was forcibly divided into 4 classes. 3 deer heads belong to me, and you can share the rest. The black woman waved her hand. Okay, thank you, boss. Brother Long and his friends were overjoyed, and suddenly a voice came from behind them. If I also want to share, do you have any objections? Under the gaze of everyone, Qin Lang brought Zhou Zixin over. The black woman's pupils condensed. Who are you? Why do you share my prey? Why? Qin Lang smiled and said, Just because I'm a tiger, is that enough? When they heard that Qin Lang was a tiger, Brother Long and his friends retreated several meters in fear. As leopards, what they fear most is encountering a tiger, especially a strange tiger. The black woman raised her eyebrows. Stop talking nonsense. I know all the people with tiger identities. You said you were a tiger. Do you have any evidence? It seems that you don't believe it. Then I must prove myself. Qin Lang. He looked at Brother Long and his men with ill intentions. He moved his wrists and said, Leopards, right? I'll start with you. Ah, boss. Help! Brother Long's face turned blue with fear. He hurriedly cast a look of help to the black woman. The latter hesitated for a moment and suddenly said, "Well, forget it. Anyway, we have a lot of food. Whether you're a real tiger or a fake tiger, we will give you a portion." Qin Lang grinned and released the black tentacles to directly cut off half of the venison. This scene made Brother Long and others dare not speak out. There was nothing they could do. Who made this young man have a higher status than them? Their life and death were in his hands. He Mei smiled and said, "Friend, what's your name?" "Qin Lang." "Okay, if you have any news about the fifth elephant, come to the southern camp to find me. Don't worry, I will never treat you unfairly. My name is Lisa." Qin Lang wanted to leave, but he stopped when he heard this. He asked curiously, "Why, do you know the news about the other 4 elephants?" "Of course, the only one who can pose a threat to us in the secret realm is the elephant identity. We must investigate it in advance. We tiger identity people have formed an alliance long ago." Lisa's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. "Why don't you know anything? Did you just come in?" Qin Lang spread his hands. "You found all this?" "Yes, I just came a few days ago and was confused. Fortunately, I caught a leopard and let him lead the way. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know where this hunting ground is." Qin Lang put his arm on Zhou Zhixin's shoulder, and Zhou Zhixin cooperated very well with a fearful expression and lowered his head. "Zhou Zhixin, right?" A man in Brother Long's team recognized Zhou Zhixin's identity. This chapter is not yet finished. Click on the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 129, Real Tiger, Fake Tiger. 2 halves. "No wonder I felt familiar with you, boss. He is indeed Leopard." Lisa smiled, and her previous doubts disappeared with Zhou Zhixin's identity confirmed. "Okay, let's keep in touch at any time. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. I have been in this secret place for more than half a month." Lisa handed a communicator to Qin Lang and asked everyone to leave. Qin Lang had a lot of questions to ask, but the most important thing at the moment was to fill his stomach, so he didn't say anything and hurriedly left the hunting ground with Zhou Zhixin. Soon after, a bonfire was lit in an open space in the forest, and the venison wrapped in thick fat was roasted to be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a fragrant aroma. The fat fell into the bonfire and made a sizzling sound. "Brother, you eat first." Zhou Zhixin was a man who knew how to handle things. He handed a piece of venison that was cooked to the right degree to Qin Lang's hand. Qin Lang smelled the venison and took a bite. The venison, which was full of fat, was quite chewy. Qin Lang was sweating all over after eating it. The fatigue of the past few days disappeared with the eating. "It's a pity that I can't use the card. Otherwise, I would have some beer, which would be great." Qin Lang sighed while wolfing down the food. "Brother, if you want a drink, I just happen to have some, but it's white." Seeing Zhou Zhixin trying to touch the card, Qin Lang smiled and stopped him. "I'm just talking. Don't take it seriously." "Just kidding. This is a secret realm, not an Anwu." How could Qin Lang drink something that would affect his reaction and judgment? A large piece of venison was quickly eaten up by the two. After eating and drinking, Qin Lang rested under a tree. Suddenly the communicator rang, and Qin Lang answered, "Lisa? /U003, something happened. Charlie is dead, killed by the 5th elephant." Lisa's voice was very nervous. "Do you want to come over and join us to discuss how to deal with him? Is it a conspiracy to ask me to join you? Or?" Qin Lang thought for a while. "Okay, send me the location. I'll go there right away." "Okay." Lisa quickly sent a location. Zhou Zhixin worriedly said, "Brother, this is not right. Once you go to their camp, your identity will definitely be exposed." "Why?" Qin Lang looked curious. Zhou Zhixin said, "Any camp will have a very complete inspection system to prevent unidentified people from sneaking in. For example, when checking your identity, let the person with the rat identity attack you. Once you react, your identity will be exposed naturally. Isn't it the rule of the secret realm that you can't attack people who are not restrained? Rules are dead, but people are alive. Besides, there are so many guys with the rat identity. Who cares if a few die? This is really a bit difficult." Qin Lang closed his eyes and thought. If Zhou Zhixin hadn't reminded him, he would definitely be exposed. After thinking it over again and again, Qin Lang decided to break the appointment. The fewer people who knew his identity, the better, so that he could keep pretending to be a tiger. First, find a place to earn some cards. Do you know where there are many monsters? I know that. There's a swamp to the north. There are a lot of monsters there, but Zhou Zixin worriedly said, that is the territory of the witch. The witch is an elephant and has recruited several tigers to work for her. That's better. Let's go over and discuss the alliance. Qin Lang grinned. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Chapter 130, Swamp Witch 1/2. Beast fighting secret realm, Northern Swamp. In the swamp that exudes a strong stench, more than a dozen men and women are besieging a giant monster. The monster is like a giant jelly moving through the swamp. The gas bombs it spits out from time to time also cause a lot of trouble to the besieging crowd. It's just a poisonous slime. It's been so long, and it hasn't been done yet. There's a dead tree not far away, and sitting on the tree is a young woman in her early 20s wearing a pointed magic hat and a blue magic dress. At this time, she is swinging her white and slender legs and making a dissatisfaction of complaints. She is the king of the northern swamp, nicknamed the witch, and has an identity. ... If she takes action, the ground will be really dirty. Guozi, give us another 5 minutes. This slime has been upgraded. A man holding a giant axe responded by wiping the mud on his face. Hurry up, or it will be dark later. The witch yawned, and suddenly she seemed to notice something and looked to the other side. Whoever is there, stop being sneaky and get out. Hi. Qin Lang didn't want to hide at all, but happened to be discovered by passing by, so he simply came out to say hello. The moment their eyes met, the smiles on Qin Lang and the witch's faces turned into surprise, and they said in unison, Why is it you? Qin Lang rubbed his eyelids. Civet cat. The witch took a sip and said, Old Qin, if you dare to call me your nickname again, I will fight with you. Qin Lang laughed loudly, and the witch also laughed. She jumped down, ignoring the mud splashing on the ground, and ran towards Qin Lang with her bare feet. Old Qin, I didn't expect you to be still alive. Qin Lang laughed loudly. I haven't seen you for so many years. Why are you still so venomous? I really didn't expect to meet you here. Li Guoguo, 20 years old, nicknamed Civet, grew up with Qin Lang's childhood sweetheart. They were in the same class from elementary school to junior high school, either at the same table or in the front row. Later, when she was admitted to high school, Li Guoguo followed her because of family reasons. I went to other provinces with my parents, but even so, they did not lose contact and still maintain communication. Old Qin. Li Guoguo opened her hands with wet eyes, and Qin Lang smiled and hugged her. This is a simple hug without any distracting thoughts, in pure friendship. Why are you still crying so much like before? Qin Lang felt a little distressed and helped Li Guoguo wipe away his tears. My parents are dead. Qin Lang sighed silently. Let's not talk about the sad things. Why are you here? What is your identity? Li Guoguo may have also felt that it was inappropriate to talk about those uncomfortable things after a long separation, so she quickly wiped away her tears and changed the subject. How I got in is a long story. As for my identity, would you like to guess? Qin Lang looked at her with a smile. I guess you're just a yo-yo kid. I'm the elephant. What about you? You can't be the rat, right? If there is anyone in the world who can make Li Guoguo undefended, then this person must be Qin Lang, and only Qin Lang. If I were a mouse, would you be afraid? Qin Lang teased her. Li Guoguo blinked her big eyes. Do you think I'm afraid? Qin Lang imitated Li Guoguo's tone and said, Child, do you want to guess? Ha 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 ha. The two laughed. Qin Lang immediately informed Li Guoguo of his identity as an elephant, and Li Guoguo was filled with surprise after hearing this. I never expected that the person who always copied my homework before would actually become a master in the apocalypse. This chapter is not finished. Click the next chapter to continue reading Chapter 130 Swamp, Witch 2/2. When you're born in water, it is not easy to become an elephant. The threshold combat power is 15. Are you confused? You were the one who copied mine. Do you still remember that one time in an exam, you copied my name on it? The teacher was confused. Are you annoying? Li Guoguo punched Qin Lang angrily. While the two were talking, the slime was successfully taken down. The man holding a giant axe came over and handed the card to Li Guoguo's hand. Li Guoguo introduced, "This is Qin Lang, and my relationship is like a brother and sister. This is my classmate, He Fan, who is also the second in command of my shelter." Hello. Qin Lang loves Wujiwu and takes the initiative to shake hands with He Fan. However, He Fan obviously had a deep hostility towards Qin Lang and ignored it. He said to Li Guo, "Guozi, don't forget that this is the end of the world and everyone will change. Even the childhood sweethearts of the past may have become the same now. Evil people, never underestimate the evil side of human nature." Li Guo frowned and said, "Lao He, don't talk nonsense. Lao Qin treats me just like his biological sister. He can't change anyone. That's not necessarily the case." He Fan raised his eyebrows. Li Guo smoothed things over and said, "Old Qin, don't be like old He. He is not bad, but he has been stimulated and his temper has become very weird." Qin Lang nodded to express his understanding. There is no need for him to argue with a little guy, as this will make him look very clueless. "Let's go to my camp, and let's have a good chat. I'm so curious about how you survived during the last days." Li Guo smiled and held Qin Lang's arm. "Oh my God, there are so many things I want to ask. I don't know where to start." "It's okay. I will tell you whatever you want to know. /U003CB. Or /U003E. The two left talking and laughing. Seeing this scene, a trace of complicated emotions flashed in He Fan's eyes. As the king of a northern swamp, Li Guoguo's camp was naturally not too far from the swamp, and he walked back for more than 10 minutes. There were dozens of people in the camp with 5 identities, and they had a harmonious relationship with each other. This indirectly showed that Li Guoguo had strong organizational skills. "Come on, let's eat and talk." Li Guoguo threw a pile of food cards on the table and sat opposite Qin Lang in a duck-sitting posture. "I remember you liked to sit like this when you were a child. Because of this, you were often scolded by your aunt, saying that you didn't sit well." Qin Lang joked. Li Guoguo smiled bitterly. "You still remember it. Sometimes I really miss the days when my mother nagging me. You have me in the future. I will protect you, just like when we were children." "Okay." Li Guoguo opened 2 bottles of beer and handed one to Qin Lang. "Take one first. Come." That day, Li Guoguo and Qin Lang never left the cabin again. The two talked for a long time and completely forgot the time until noon the next day. Li Guoguo turned her head and looked at Qin Lang, who was sleeping beside her. "I didn't expect you to build your own shelter. After we get out, what do you think about us integrating the shelters together?" "That's great. I couldn't ask for more. However, the most urgent task now is to find a way to leave the secret realm. It's easier said than done. As far as I know, people with tiger identities have formed an alliance, calling themselves the Tiger Alliance, and they have also raised many people with rat identities to guard against our 5 elephants." Li Guoguo shook her head. She also wanted to go out, but she couldn't because she couldn't kill anyone. "You mean you've been trapped for a month and haven't killed a single tiger?" "That's not true, but I only killed one and took his identity card." Li Guoguo took out a tiger identity card. Qin Lang smiled and took out the Charlie one. "You have to get 8 before you can leave. Is there no other way to leave the secret realm besides completing the secret realm mission? You're so awesome. You've managed to kill a tiger just a few days after coming in." "Actually, there's another way to leave the secret realm, but this is undoubtedly a fantasy." Li Guoguo shook his head and told the information he had. "Qin Lang, further north, there is a coliseum. As long as you can clear all the challenges in the coliseum, you can leave. Not only that, but there are also extremely rich rewards. The reason why it is called a fantasy is because the monsters in the coliseum are very terrifying. An elephant once tried to challenge it, but he was killed just after reaching the 2nd level. No bones were left, and outside cards could not be used. Under the circumstances, everyone's combat power was reduced to the extreme. If you find that you can't defeat the monster halfway, can you give up?" Qin Lang closed his eyes and pondered. "Of course you can, but you'll be punished by the rules. According to the number of levels passed, The strengthened cards in the challenger's body will be randomly selected. The more levels passed, the fewer cards will be drawn after giving up. Seeing that Qin Lang seemed to be really thinking about the possibility of clearing the Colosseum, Li Guo advised, if you don't have enough strength, I don't recommend challenging the Colosseum. The most important thing is that the environment in the secret realm is very good, although the number of monsters is not high enough. It's a lot, but it can break even. The secret realm does not exist forever. Have you ever thought about what if it is closed one day? All the people in the secret realm will die. Qin Lang said seriously, this is the end of the world, and you will only be eliminated. Li Guo was sat up and said, do you really want to challenge the Colosseum? I want to try. Okay, if you make up your mind, I'll give you all the cards I've saved these days. Li Guo took out a large pile of cards from the storage ring, including guns and ammunition. Each card, regardless of level, had a special pattern on the back of the card to distinguish between ordinary cards and secret cards. The card was given to me. What about you? If you want to leave, let's go together. I can't leave. I still have so many friends who have come all the way with me. It was my suggestion to enter the secret realm. How could I leave by myself and leave them here? Li Guo was said without thinking. I know you are kind, but this is the end of the world. Qin Lang pinched his eyebrows and said, forget it. Whether to leave or stay, we will discuss this later. You take me to the Colosseum first. Even if I want to challenge the Colosseum, I have to make sufficient preparations. I can't even knot a single handy weapon. The handy weapon? You mean the color card level? Yes, this is the minimum standard. Sword weapons fit my fighting style. Qin Lang has such a character. He is reckless when he should be reckless and steady when he should be steady. Even if he has enough confidence in his combat power, he still wants to be foolproof. Sword-like colored card weapons. I know where to find them, but... Li Guo shook her head. I can't get them. They're in Lisa's hands. Lisa? Are you talking about that black girl with a tiger identity? Didn't you just come in? How come you even know Lisa? Li Guo was speechless. Is such that Qin Lang told how he deceived Lisa and how Lisa invited him to the camp. Li Guo was suddenly realized it and immediately showed joy. I can call He Fan to help. If you sneak in, he is an illusionist who can temporarily change your identity into a tiger, and the other party will never be able to detect the authenticity. That would be so convenient. Qin Lang nodded. This trip to the northern swamp was so worth it. Not only did he find his childhood sweetheart, he also learned the second way to leave the secret realm of fighting beasts, and now he even figured out how to disguise his identity. The two immediately found He Fan and informed him of their plan. He Fan agreed. There is absolutely no problem with this. Guozi's friends are my friends. When you plan to go to the camp, I will go with you. The tiger identity can be said to be the most unscrupulous existence in this secret realm because there are too few people who can restrain them. As long as they have a good relationship with one or two of the elephant identities, they are basically invincible. Without further ado, I will reply to Lisa immediately, and we will set off now. By the way, I have a friend named Zhou Jixin. I will bring him to your camp. After arranging everything here, Qin Lang and He Fan went to Lisa's camp. Since the time flow rate in the secret realm is much higher than that in the outside world, it is not a long way. Qin Lang and the others walked for a day and night. The smoke from the cooking pots curled up in front, which was obviously where the camp was. You want to go in with me? Well, I know Lisa. To tell you the truth, I am actually a member of the Tiger Alliance. I know this. The current ecological environment of the secret realm is very delicate and harmonious. Everyone does not invade each other. He Fan briefly explained a few words and cast a disguise illusion on Qin Lang. The duration of the camouflage illusion is 30 minutes, which is enough to handle the inspection. Well, let's go in. Qin Lang sent Lisa a message telling him that he was at the door. Soon Lisa went out with a dozen of her subordinates to greet him. After seeing He Fan, Lisa was a little strange. Hey, why are you here too? He Fan smiled and said, long time no see, Boss Lisa. I bring you your blessings. I hope we can continue to coexist peacefully in the future. Lisa smiled, showing her white teeth. It is naturally best if we can coexist peacefully. The end of the world is already very cruel. Who is willing to kill each other if it is not a last resort? Mr. Qin, please come in. Following Lisa into the camp, Lisa pointed to a man next to her and said, "It's a routine inspection. Mr. Qin won't mind." "Of course not, whatever." Qin Lang opened his arms and allowed several men to examine him. One of them scratched Qin Lang's arm with a sharp nail, and blood really flowed out. Lisa nodded with satisfaction and led Qin Lang into the meeting hall. The second in command, Brother Long, wanted to follow, but Lisa waved her hand to stop him. "I want to talk to Qin alone." "I know, boss." Brother Long stepped aside angrily and said flatteringly, "Boss, As a leopard, he was very respectful to He Fan. He Fan said expressionlessly, "Immediately, gather all the people with rat identities here." Brother Long was stunned. "Huh? Why?" He Fan said coldly, "Qin Lang is an elephant, and all this is his conspiracy." "Wow, what? Is he an elephant?" Brother Long was shocked. "But the inspection just now. I helped him add an illusion disguise. Why don't you do it right away? Do you really want to watch your boss being killed? You mean you've been trapped for this month and haven't killed any tigers?" "That's not true, but I only killed one and took his identity card." Li Guoguo took out a tiger's identity card. Qin Lang smiled and took out the Charlie card. "I have to get 8 before I can leave. Is there no other way to leave the secret realm besides completing the secret realm mission?" "You're so awesome. You've managed to kill a tiger just a few days after coming in." "Actually, there's another way to leave the secret realm, but this is undoubtedly a fantasy." Li Guoguo shook his head and told the information he had. "Qin Lang, further north, there is a Colosseum. As long as you can clear all the challenges in the Colosseum, you can leave. Not only that, but there are also extremely rich rewards. The reason why it is called a fantasy is because the monsters in the Colosseum are very terrifying. An elephant once tried to challenge it, but he was killed just after reaching the second level. No bones were left, and outside cards could not be used. Under the circumstances, everyone's combat power was reduced to the extreme. If you find that you can't defeat the monster halfway, can you give up? Qin Lang closed his eyes and pondered. Of course you can, but you will be punished by the rules. According to the number of levels passed, the strengthened cards in the challenger's body will be randomly selected. The more levels passed, the fewer cards will be drawn after giving up. Seeing that Qin Lang seemed to be really thinking about the possibility of clearing the Colosseum, Li Guoguo advised, if you don't have enough strength, I don't recommend challenging the Colosseum. The most important thing is that the environment in the secret realm is very good, although the number of monsters is not high enough. It's a lot, but it can break even. The secret realm does not exist forever. Have you ever thought about what if it is closed one day? All the people in the secret realm will die. Qin Lang said seriously, this is the end of the world, and you will only be eliminated. Li Guoguo sat up. Do you really want to challenge the Colosseum? I want to try. Okay, if you make up your mind, I'll give you all the cards I've saved these days. Li Guoguo took out a large pile of cards from the storage ring, including guns and ammunition. Each card, regardless of level, had a special pattern on the back of the card to distinguish between ordinary cards and secret cards. The card was given to me. What about you? If you want to leave, let's go together. I can't leave. I still have so many friends who have come all the way with me. It was my suggestion to enter the secret realm. How could I leave by myself and leave them here? Li Guoguo said without thinking. I know you are kind, but this is the end of the world. Qin Lang pinched his eyebrows and said, forget it, whether to leave or stay. We will discuss this later. You take me to the Colosseum first. Even if I want to challenge the Colosseum, I have to make sufficient preparations. I can't even knot a single handy weapon. The handy weapon? You mean the color card level? Yes, this is the minimum standard. Sword weapons fit my fighting style. Qin Lang has such a character. He is reckless when he should be reckless and steady when he should be steady. Even if he has enough confidence in his combat power, he still wants to be foolproof. Sword-like colored card weapons. I know where to find them, but Li Guoguo shook her head. I can't get them. They're in Lisa's hands. Lisa? Are you talking about that black girl with a tiger identity? Didn't you just come in? How come you even know Lisa? Li Guoguo was speechless. Is such that Qin Lang told how he deceived Lisa and how Lisa invited him to the camp. Li Guoguo suddenly understood and immediately showed joy. I can call He Fan to help. If you sneak in, he is an illusionist who can temporarily change your identity into a tiger, and the other party will never be able to detect the authenticity. That would be so convenient. Qin Lang nodded. This trip to the northern swamp was so worth it. Not only did he find his childhood sweetheart, he also learned the second way to leave the secret realm of fighting beasts, and now he even figured out how to disguise his identity. The two immediately found He Fan and informed him of their plan. He Fan agreed. There is absolutely no problem with this. Guozi's friends are my friends. When you plan to go to the camp, I will go with you. The tiger identity can be said to be the most unscrupulous existence in this secret realm, because there are too few people who can restrain them. As long as they have a good relationship with one or two of the elephant identities, they are basically invincible. Without further ado, I will reply to Lisa immediately, and we will set off now. By the way, I have a friend named Zhou Jixin. I will bring him to your camp. After arranging everything here, Qin Lang and He Fan went to Lisa's camp. Since the time flow rate in the secret realm is much higher than that in the outside world, it is not a long way. Qin Lang and the others walked for a day and a night. The smoke from the cooking pots curled up in front, which was obviously where the camp was. You want to go in with me? Well, I know Lisa. To tell you the truth, I am actually a member of the Tiger Alliance. I know this. The ecological environment of the secret realm is very delicate and harmonious at present. Everyone does not invade each other. He Fan briefly explained a few words and cast a disguise illusion on Qin Lang. The duration of the camouflage illusion is 30 minutes, which is enough to cope with the inspection. Well, let's go in. Qin Lang sent Lisa a message telling him that he was at the door. Soon Lisa went out with a dozen of her subordinates to greet him. After seeing He Fan, Lisa was a little strange. Why are you here too? He Fan smiled and said, Long time no see, Boss Lisa. I bring you your blessings. I hope we can continue to coexist peacefully in the future. Lisa smiled, showing her white teeth. It is naturally best if we can coexist peacefully. The end of the world is already very cruel. Who would kill each other if not as a last resort? Mr. Qin, please come in. Following Lisa into the camp, Lisa pointed to a man next to her and said, It's a routine inspection. Mr. Qin won't mind. Of course not, whatever. Qin Lang opened his arms and allowed several men to examine him. One of them scratched Qin Lang's arm with a sharp nail, and blood really flowed out. Lisa nodded with satisfaction and led Qin Lang into the meeting hall. The second-in-command, Brother Long, wanted to follow, but Lisa waved her hand to stop him. I want to talk to Qin alone. I know, boss. Brother Long stepped aside angrily and said flatteringly, Boss, as a leopard, he was very respectful to He Fan. He Fan said expressionlessly, Immediately, gather all the people with rat identities here. Brother Long was stunned. Huh? What? He Fan said coldly. Qin Lang is an elephant, and all this is his conspiracy. Well, what? Is he an elephant? Brother Long was shocked. But the inspection just now. I helped him add an illusion disguise. Why don't you do it right away? Do you really want to watch your boss being killed?